The apocalypse swallowed the world once, I won't let it feast again. Reborn on day 0, I carved my name in blood on the wordless tombstone, sealing a pact with the 33 totem space. Each grave holds a power, each stroke of my brush on yellow paper births a supernatural force. A billion sheets stockpiled. A billion chances to rewrite fate. While others cower, I summon the king of creatures' bows as my lieutenant. My base rises from wasteland to fortress, earth shifts at my will, metal bends to my command, crops flourish under my touch. Fire cooks our meals, water teems with life. The underworld itself trembles at my talismans. They call me Muggle Mujio. Fools. I am the architect of the new dawn, the weaver of miracles in a world strangled by horrors. The apocalypse came to erase humanity, I came to erase it instead. Draw the talisman, the tombstone whispers. Claim your throne. Humanity's last hope? No. It's reckoning. Ding ding ding. An abrupt cell phone rang on my bedside table. I lay on my single bed, my long hair clinging to my pale lips, already drenched in sweat. No, don't. Yes. I gasped as I opened my eyes violently and sat up, my mind a jumble of chaos. I scanned the room with wary, surprised eyes. One small room with a bathroom. I recognized it immediately, the hospital staff dormitory where I had lived before the end of the world. Since the apocalypse began, I'd never had the chance to return here. And yet, here I was reborn, not dead despite my hair, now tangled into a messy bun, a grim reminder of past torments. I slammed my thigh in agony. It hurts. It still hurts. I hissed, a bitter realization dawning on me, I was reborn. Ding 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 ringing on and on. I swallowed hard and carefully examined the phone screen. Thank goodness there was no caller face, just a call from the hospital's emergency department. Dr. Mu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Early this morning, the emergency department sent another unconscious patient whose cause we still can't determine. The director has asked for you to join the consultation. Their voice, tinged with urgency, brought back memories of a similar incident in my previous life, a case that had even led to a lawsuit. After a few seconds of silence, I answered hoarsely, "Okay, I'll be there as soon as possible." After hanging up, I glanced at the mobile display, 0808-2044-0448, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Halloween. That meant nothing horrific had yet occurred. I had been reborn on the day of that treacherous night, the night when wandering souls began to devour the living. When night falls, terror reigns. Recalling the experiences before my rebirth, my hair stood on end. Every corner of the city and countryside now teemed with inexplicable horrors, phantoms chasing souls, life snatched away in fear, in hallucinations, even in dreams. The dead, left to wander in vain, would join the ranks of the devourers, threatening to engulf human civilization entirely. Yet, until these terrors materialized, few believed in such strange existences. Only by staying within the sanctity of ancestral halls, Taoist temples, ancient tombs, or by wielding spiritual talismans, could one hope to fend off these evil forces. I reached up and touched my neck, where I wore an ancestral blood jade wrench, a spiritual antiquity that had hung there as my only protection through 4 harrowing years of the apocalypse. This relic, a legacy from my grandfather, was the only thing I had left. I recalled how, when I was very young and my parents died in a car accident, my grandfather's family had barely cared for me. After his passing, all I inherited was this wrench, given to me on my coming-of-age day despite the envious glances of my aunt and uncle, who knew it was worth a fortune. I switched on the light, carefully removed the crimson blood jade wrench from my neck, and placed it beside me on the desk. Then, taking a handheld knife from a drawer, I disinfected it with alcohol tablets and lightly slashed the tip of my index finger. A bean-sized bead of blood formed, and I let it drip, one drop at a time, onto the blood jade wrench. The bright red blood seeped into the jade, slowly merging with its inherent crimson hue. After a long, tense wait, a faint trace of red smoke began to rise from the wrench, quickly leaping toward my freshly scratched finger. In an instant, a lifelike, crimson dragon tattoo coiled into a perfect ring around the base of my index finger. This was the proper way to activate the wrench, a ritual I had failed to complete in my previous life when I was battered and bloodstained, unaware of its significance as strange forces raged and humanity neared its end. This time, I had to prepare well in advance. Closing my eyes, I focused all my consciousness on the dragon tattoo, holding my breath and concentrating. When I opened my eyes again, before me lay a vision of empty space, a small mound, with a tall, wordless monument standing silently in front of it, all surrounded by an endless white mist. Then, a cute, doll-like voice whispered in my ears, "Do you sign a blood contract with this space and become the owner of the space?" "Of course I do," I replied without hesitation. This was exactly the scene I remembered from my previous life. "To confirm the contract, please use your own blood to write your name and birth date on the tombstone, and you will seal the blood contract." I didn't hesitate. I retrieved the handheld knife once more, deliberately deepened the cross-shaped wound on my finger, and carefully inscribed my details as instructed. In less than a minute, a clear chime rang out, "Ding, congratulations, owner, on obtaining the permanent right to use the space." I watched as the fog around the mound dispersed instantly. Within a 10-meter area beneath my feet, the ground sunk about 6 meters, forming the entrance to a sunken cave space. A standard cave arch emerged on the north side, and I approached it. With just the power of my consciousness, I opened the door. The area where you now stand is an underground infinite fresh-keeping storage area, covering a total of 40,000 acres. You can arbitrarily partition and rearrange its space layout. I stared at the seemingly boundless storage space beyond the door and silently cheered to myself. Turning around, I noticed a square spring in front of the wordless monument at the center of the sunken space. "The space spirit spring has been gathered. Please go and drink." Spiritual spring water enhances body functions, increases strength and speed, and helps prevent and heal pain and disease. It is recommended that you drink it every morning and evening. At last, the spiritual spring water, more potent than any elixir, was here. I couldn't wait. I trotted over to the spring, plunged into the cool pool, and drank deeply until my stomach could hold no more. Almost immediately, I felt a rush of powerful force surging from my chest through my head and limbs. Instantly, my energy soared and my strength increased. With a space warehouse at my disposal, I planned to stock up on supplies to survive the terrifying apocalypse. I just hoped that this space could protect me for the rest of my life. But fate was unkind. My spatial level was too low, and it wasn't long before I was pierced by a terrifying 5th-level weird, one of those monstrous, long-haired horrors that demanded a life sacrifice. In one brutal blow, it tore through the space, wrenching me from its safety and shattering the bonds that had held me together. What's more, it's a 5th-level weirdness on the ruling side, and she doesn't even have the slightest ability to resist. So in this life, she has to seize all the time to improve the combat effectiveness of the super plug-in of space. And the only way to upgrade the space is to kill the weird, get the weird beads on them, and give them to the space. Mujio walked out of the space satisfied, and everything in front of her instantly became transparent and disappeared in front of her eyes. She reappeared in the hospital staff dormitory where she lived. Mujio glanced at the dragon pattern mark on his right index finger that could not be erased. The wrench on the table, which had lost its blood-red color and regained its white jade color, was strung with a necklace and put back on his neck. "Change your clothes and go to the hospital emergency room." Mujio's hand had just been placed on the doorknob of the dormitory, and as usual, he twisted it slightly. Bang! The entire doorknob, as well as the internal locks embedded in the door, were all unscrewed by her at once. Mujio supported his forehead, probably because he drank the spiritual spring water too violently just now, and his body had not been able to adapt well to the sudden increase in strength. But Mujio didn't care too much, forcibly stuffed the lock on the door back into the doorway, closed the door and left. She remembered that the emergency patient in her previous life was a trick. It's coming, the Chinese medicine experts are here." Mujio's intern assistant Xiao Huan was already waiting at the door. He picked up the crowd blocking the emergency door and welcomed Mujio in. Bang! The water cup on the nurse's table was swept to the ground by a vicious, muscular and tattooed man. "Lao Tzu has given you face. You bullshit tertiary hospitals, doctors are all dry. What's more, such a young girl is a Chinese medicine expert, and your hospital is fooling the ghost." Hurry up and let a serious expert come out to see Lao Tzu and Lao Nyang. After delaying the condition, Lao Tzu wants you doctors to accompany the funeral today. The doctors and nurses present have dark faces. This man is a famous bastard in Hui City, Black Tiger. He is targeted. Sooner or later he will be unlucky. I can't say that one day when I walked outside, I was stunned by someone with a brick and thrown into the dung pit. In short, no one dared to move. Su is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, and Su is a man's natural heroism. Like in the previous life, the assistant Xiao Huang 190 was tall and stood in front of his master Mujio without hesitation, justifying her name. What are you talking nonsense? This is Dr. Mu. A 23-year-old graduate of CUHK with a Doctor of Medicine, and a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme disciple of academician Gu's Golden Acupuncture and Acupuncture, Mujio. Your mother's illness cannot be detected by instruments, and now you can only ask a Chinese medicine expert to take a look. If she doesn't look good, your mother will probably be really hopeless. These words completely angered the man. You are cursing Lao Tzu and Lao Nyang to die. You are looking for a beating. As he spoke, the black tiger threw a punch at Xiao Huang's face. In the next second, the slender and white three fingers pinched the black tiger's strong wrist in 4 or 2, making him unable to move. Mujio made a move, and she only used her thumb, index finger, and middle finger to make a pulse. Look at your pulse. You are young, your kidney qi is insufficient, your body is empty, and your heirs are hopeless. I advise you to treat it early. You quack, you nonsense. The old black tiger's face turned red. Obviously he was right, and he wanted to withdraw his arm with all his might. Hiss. The black tiger's face turned from red to white in an instant, and he only heard a slight cracking sound from the bones between his arms click. When Mujio let go, Black Tiger's entire arm showed a weak, unnatural sagging. Obviously broken, or crushed. The bone slag is broken. I'm afraid that ordinary doctors can't find it all. The extreme pain was so great that he didn't even have time to cry out in pain, so he directly made the Black Tiger man faint and fall to the ground. This big fool, who fought with someone and broke his arm, and dared to run to the hospital to beat people, but he must not be hurt to death. No one dared to question Dr. Mu's words. After all, only the 2 masters and apprentices present dared to be tough with the Black Tiger. Mujio patted the non-existent dust on his hands, sighed to the surrounding onlookers, and then turned to Xiao Huang and instructed, Xiao Huang, call the police, say that there is a medical disturbance here, and the monitoring above should have been recorded. It was he who did it first. You should lose money and lose money, you should be detained and detained, you shouldn't get used to this kind of neurosis. Xiao Huang breathed a sigh of relief. He actually had the illusion of the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Hurriedly replied, okay. Mujio didn't rely on the divine power of the spatial spirit spring water to bully people. After all, she deliberately ran back to find the Black Tiger for revenge. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wasted her precious pre-apocalyptic preparation time on these inconsequential people. In the last life, because of the Black Tiger in front of him, a lot of disputes were set off in the hospital. Not to mention beating Xiao Huang to a serious injury. Even Mujio herself was slapped twice, not only hitting her right ear and ringing in her ears, but also biting her tongue and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Then, the police came. Originally, it was just the patient's family, who deliberately beat the doctor's fault, and it was good to pay for the detention of the doctor. But his old lady died suddenly in the process of arguing. This matter is completely inexplicable. It is simply a disaster that fell from heaven on Mujio. There was a dispute with the patient's family in the past, and everyone present saw it, and even alarmed the police, and Mujio couldn't get out of this matter. The impact of the matter is very bad. Under the rapid fermentation of public opinion, the video of the dispute even appeared on the hot search of the day. Under pressure from many parties, the hospital's senior management had no choice but to take all the responsibilities, but instead apologized to the family for reconciliation. Mujio, as the party involved, was required to be temporarily suspended for investigation. On the day of the arrival of the terrible apocalypse, Mujio was locked alone in the interrogation room of the police station, writing a review report and a letter of repentance. Deeply analyze the doctor-patient relationship, review your own excessive words and deeds today, and the impact of your personal behavior on the hospital and society. So in the last life, she was in the police station and saw the first weirdness of the last days. With their heads and strangely shaped limbs, they flew straight through the thick iron doors of the interrogation room and towards them. In this life, she didn't dare to repeat the mistakes of the past, locked in a small room and unprepared to meet the end times. God knows how painful it is to be cut through the flesh and bones little by the strange long hair covered with barbs before death. She had to quickly settle the matter at hand and get out of the way to rush into special survival supplies to ensure her safety in the future. But if you want to get out in time, you have to solve the problem of the patient in front of you, otherwise there is still the possibility of being taken to the police station for interrogation. After all, it is not the end of the world. Mujio looked at the unconscious patient, and what caught his eye was an old man of 80 years old. The old man, skinny, was lying on a makeshift stretcher in the hospital, waiting in the corridor outside the emergency department, looking pitiful. In my last life, I heard from a colleague that the reason why the black tiger is so valuable to his wife is because the old lady has a pension of 4,000 yuan per month. It's gone when it's dead, so I've been hanging by my son all the time. The black tiger is a bastard, he doesn't have a serious job, and he usually uses the old man as an ATM for receiving a salary. Mujio could see the old man's abnormality at a glance. The eye circles are dark blue, and the 10 fingers and toes that are exposed are slightly blackened, which looks like poisoning. However, with the current medical methods, no matter what blood tests and examinations are done, no problem can be found in the elderly. Because she's in a trick. Probably because it has not yet reached the end of the world, the symptoms are mild, more secretive, and the strange action is far less terrifying than the night of the mid-year festival. But Mujio will never say anything about the old man's trickery. If that is the case, I am afraid that the illness will be regarded as a madman before it is seen. Mujio stood beside the old man and stretched out his hand to take his pulse. As she expected, the old man's yang qi was weak, and he was entangled in his sleep by strangeness, and he couldn't wake up at all with the old man's own strength. Relying on the current medical methods alone, the old man's body is no different from a normal person, but he has fallen into a state of eternal sleep. But the yang energy in her body will be like a balloon leaking in qi, slowly passing away, and in the end, it will naturally not work. At this moment, the old man's pulse was gradually weakening at an imperceptible rate. This is a sign that the strange is sucking the essence of people. Xiao Huang, go to the pharmacy and get a set of sterile acupuncture needles, come over. Mujio didn't delay at all, and began to loosen the old man's collar and take off the old man's clothes. Mujio's last life, because of the lack of Western medicine, gave Chinese medicine a lot of opportunities. Her best acupuncture has become a life-saving means at almost zero cost, and she uses it to earn materials to support herself. She has saved a lot of people and killed a lot of people. Mujio, who was reborn, has an explosive experience point, which is far from being comparable to himself who was full of theoretical knowledge 4 years ago. After all, people in modern society only regard acupuncture as an auxiliary tool to treat a minor ailment that does not matter. There was no chance at all, so she showed the legend of the golden acupuncture of the flesh and bones of the living and dead. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe that Chinese medicine can pull people back from the ghost gate just by relying on a few steel needles. So within 10 minutes, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the old man spit out 3 mouthfuls of stinking black blood one after another. Then she slowly opened her eyes and called out to her son, Huzi. Not only the emergency doctor on duty, but everyone present was shocked. These hairy steel needles can really have such a miraculous effect. After all, listening to her son Heihu, the old man has been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. While disinfecting his hands with hand sanitizer, Mujio advised, Xiao Wan, you go to the old man to go through the hospitalization procedures, do a comprehensive examination, and then discharge the hospital if there is no problem, so as not to recur the condition. Okay. Yellow nodded. In fact, apart from the lack of qi and blood in the old man's body, there was no other problem at all, and Mujio, who had diagnosed the pulse, certainly knew this. But it's still useful for her to keep this old man, at least until tonight. She can't lose it. After all, a patient like this who cleans up the weird dirt in his body is most likely to become a blue buff in the last days, the trick quotient. At 0900 in the morning, after handing over all the affairs of the hospital to his assistant Xiao Huang, Mujio got into a taxi at the door and left the hospital. Go to Shanzhuang West Street. The taxi driver glanced at Mujio in the rearview mirror and said, "Today is the mid-year festival, little girl, are you going to buy paper money on West Street to go to the grave? Do you need me to introduce you to a first-class paper shop?" As for the origin of the rune paper pattern, it is a secret product of the upgrade of the space. You can't appear until the weird appears, kills the weird, obtains the weird bead on its body, and absorbs it by the space. For this kind of life-saving thing, of course, you have to do your best to hoard it, the more the better. She looked up and looked at the taxi driver from the rearview mirror. "Well, I need a lot of money, master, do you have a way?" "Harm. Look at what you said, I told you, if you want to buy paper ties, if you look for me, you will ask the right person." The driver took out a business card from the small drawer in front of the taxi and handed it to Mujio. "Our village is specialized in one-stop funeral service. What do you want, little girl? I'll just take you to buy it. It is definitely the lowest in the industry, and there is no middleman to make the difference." Mujio picked up the business card, only to see that it was written, Wanfu Funeral Service Company, Limited. Sales Manager Wan Yanghua, Funeral One-Stop, Body Pickup, Funeral Planning, Ashes Burial, Cemetery Sales, Funeral Supplies, Super Rituals, Feng Shui Survey, Contact Number 007-123456778. Seeing the Super Rama, Mujio raised his eyebrows. "Master, you are involved in a wide range of industries." She's not afraid that the driver is a bad guy and will do something wrong. After all, with her current strength, 10 more taxi drivers will be able to lie down in minutes, and it will not be a problem at all. The key is that the amount of funeral supplies she wants is really large, and ordinary stores, I'm afraid there are really not so many goods. The driver agreed. The taxi drove towards the outside of the third ring road, and Mujio sat in the back seat and picked up his mobile phone, operating for a while. She downloaded all the reception platforms on the mobile phone app at one time, and then registered and logged in one by one to borrow money. Anyway, after tonight, money is not as valuable as a piece of paper. It's all like usury, and the interest rate is high enough to eat people. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that the end times were coming, Mujio would definitely not dare to touch these things. For more than half an hour, Mujio borrowed about 2 million, and she didn't give up until the last money arrived. In fact, in her personal account, there is a huge amount of money lying, 8 million. Among them, 5 million is the inheritance left by his parents, as well as the compensation for the car accident that year. Mujio can also be regarded as a personal essence. At the beginning, she was protected by her grandfather, who loved her, so on the day of her 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremony, she took that large amount of money into her own hands in front of everyone, and no one borrowed it after that, and she didn't use it to buy a house. As a doctor, she lived in school before graduation and in a hospital dormitory after graduation, and she had no intention of buying a house. On the contrary, he deposited a large amount of certificates of deposit in the bank in 8 interest. The annual interest alone is more than 100,000 yuan, which is more than enough to cover her daily expenses. You can even save extra money for travel. So over the years, even without the care and support of her parents, her little life is still prosperous and she takes good care of herself. The other 3 million is a little dividend that she has earned in recent years by investing in her friend's traditional Chinese medicine planting and trading. As for the salary of being a doctor, it is negligible. So with the loan just now, she now has a total of 10 million disposable funds in her hands. The taxi soon arrived at a village outside the third ring road. At the entrance of the village, there is an eye-catching archway, and the plaque in the center reads Wanfu Village. The taxi drove straight inside, and Mujio soon found out that this place was really just like the driver's master said. Almost every household is doing this. This morning, many families have already opened their doors, put their colorful paper at the door, and started business. There are tall and mighty cardboard villas, expensive sports cars with bright colors, Boeing planes with smooth lines, and luxury wheels with realistic shapes. There are also a variety of gorgeous clothes, paper electronic products with various shapes, and special delicacies from all over the world. There are also golden boys and girls with weird smiles, and beautiful paper figures in bikinis. Little girl, it's here. The taxi stopped in front of a large factory at the end of the village. The driver shouted to the uncle who was sitting at the door, "Uncle Lu, this is a guest who came to buy paper." She said that the amount she asked for was relatively large, so I brought it directly to our factory. After the driver finished speaking, he turned around and introduced to Mujio, "This is the boss of our factory. We all call him Uncle Lou, this factory is his, what you want to buy, just tell him. The boss is the doorman, or else, the uncle has a pattern." Mujio was not polite, she said bluntly, "I want the best quality flat yellow paper, the kind that has no opening, and a full set of paper." "How much yellow paper and paper tie do you need?" asked Uncle Lou. "I want a lot of money, I don't know how much you can buy here." Uncle Lou was stunned. This little girl is not very old, and her tone is not small. He did not reply immediately, but took the person directly to the back warehouse. Behind the factory there are 3 big bungalow warehouses. Uncle Lou opened one of them, only to see the yellow of the mountains and sea seeping into his eyes. "I just arrived here, high-quality yellow paper, retail outside, a bundle of 2,000 sheets, 20 yuan. Say, how much do you want?" Uncle Lou shook the fan in his hand and said with a proud face. "Then if I want all the yellow paper in this warehouse, can it be cheaper, can it be counted as a wholesale price?" asked Mujio. Are you serious?" Uncle Lou was obviously shocked by Mujio's words. "This is yellow paper for worship, not toilet paper for wiping her buttocks. What does this little girl want to do so much? After all, there are a lot of yellow paper retail on Shangzhuang West Street, and you don't have to go so far for a few dollars," Mujio said with a smile. Uncle Lou was silent for a long time before he said, "I have about 1 million pieces of yellow paper in my warehouse, and as for the fractional part, it is only a lot more. Since you want it all at once, then 4 million packages will be given to you. I won't earn you much. 4 million, the uncle earns 3.99 million with tears, and he earns a doorman's guard fee. After all, this kind of yellow paper is very rough, and it is really hard to wipe your buttocks." Originally, he was going to sell the yellow paper in this warehouse for a whole year, but today he cleared the warehouse at one time, which is really unpredictable. 1 million pieces of yellow paper, 2,000 pieces of yellow paper, a total of 2 billion pieces, should be enough. Mujio thought about it, so he said briskly, "Okay, then 4 million. "Ha, good. Not only the uncle, but even the introducer Wan Yanghua was stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone spend a lot of money on yellow paper, so refreshing. "I still want to buy a full set of paper ties. How many do you have here, uncle? This thing is a terrible apocalyptic thing, used to trade with out-of-body dealers on the verge of death, and it is a very good object. These treacherous merchants are full of memories of the world, and burning these papers symbolizing the world to them can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme exchange them for a lot of good things." The uncle didn't say much this time, and went straight inside to open the door of the warehouse next door. A full set of paper, food, housing and transportation are all inclusive. A set of foreign retail has to be sold for 20,000 yuan. I have a total of 600 sets here. If you want them all, then 3 million bags for you. The paper tie thing is also not valuable, and what is sold is the craft fee of the paper tie and the sight guard fee. 3 million, the uncle once again made a net profit of 2.99 million with tears. "Okay, then take it all." "But uncle, do you have matches here?" Mujio then asked. The uncle immediately replied happily, "Little girl, you do so much business for me, matches I will send you 2 boxes. A box of 500 boxes, a box of standard 50 sticks. I want 10 boxes of matches," Mujio said. The uncle gritted his teeth, "Okay. No problem. What else do you need, little girl? We still have a warehouse of large bills here. This kind of mechanically printed banknote, in the terrifying apocalypse, the trickster doesn't recognize it at all, and the weirdness is even more unrecognizable. What's the use of coming?" Chapter 4 Uncle, do you sell peachwood swords here? The peachwood sword can ward off evil spirits, and it is the best murder weapon in the early days of the terrifying apocalypse, which can really be fatal with one sword. Ordinary knives, even guns and missiles, can't hurt the weird half a point at all. Yes, of course. The goods that just arrived, a total of 2,000, are all standard versions. If you want, 50 yuan a handful. The uncle said, took out a handful from the corner of the warehouse, and showed Mujio the quality, shiny and shiny. That's it. You calculate a general ledger, and I'll transfer it to you. Mujio said, and he had already entered the bank card number on the transfer page of the mobile phone to the bank card given by the uncle. Mujio's refreshment made the old man a little doubtful about life. Isn't he really dreaming today? This, a total of 1 million. The uncle made too much money, and he couldn't help it, and added, in this way, I will give you 20 boxes of matches, plus a box of 500 lighters, and a large brass brazier. Okay. Mujio didn't hesitate to transfer the money to the uncle for a while. Ding, your tail number 0001 card August 8th at 11:11 online banking income of 7,100,000. 00 yuan. Uncle is so happy that he can't keep his mouth shut. Uncle, these things I bought, I have to temporarily borrow your warehouse for half a day, and someone will drive over to pick them up in the evening. Before that, I can ask you to help put a lock, and I'll just take the key and go. Mujio said. Of course it's fine. The little girl spends a lot of money, even if she puts it with him for another month. I'll move all the things together for you, find 2 big locks and lock them all up, and make sure that there will be a lot of paper at night. After the uncle finished speaking, he began to move things, and when all the things were counted and sorted out, the uncle went back to the concierge to find 2 big locks and solemnly handed them to Mujio. Come, little girl, you lock it yourself. Mujio took the big lock, and before closing the door, he put his head in and took a closer look at it, and then locked the door with peace of mind. Coming out of the factory, Mujio got into Youngwa's taxi again, and the driver's attitude was better. Because before leaving the factory, Uncle Lou's commission rebate had already reached Youngwa's account. A full 800,000, 90,000 more than expected, as beautiful as a dream. The driver asked diligently, little girl, where are you going today? You have done such a big business for our factory, and I will package all your trips for free today. Mujio is not polite, she doesn't have enough time. Okay, then just send me to Qingyuan Street, thank you. Okay. The taxi slowly drove out of Wanfu village. Mujio gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness wandered in the space cave. The originally empty underground storage space is now piled up with a hill of yellow paper, tie paper, peach swords, matches, and lighters. She lied just now, she didn't plan to let the car take it away, so many funeral items, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Moreover, the characteristics of her space are things that have been seen with the eyes, as long as they are not blocked by physical constraints, they can be directly absorbed into the space. So the last careful glance she took before locking the door was to quickly collect all the items in the warehouse. Qingyuan Street is within the 3rd Ring Road, and it takes 20 minutes by taxi to get there. Mujio got out of the car, and the driver opened the window and said, little girl, my car is parked in the parking space in front, just call me directly when I come out. The driver is a sincere person, for the paper in the 2 warehouses, he has earned so much oil and water, and if he doesn't do something, he can't go in his heart. Mujio didn't squirm phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, and replied with a smile. Here in Mujio, this business has already been cleared of money and goods. Those papier-mâché things are worth 1 million here in Mujio, and she doesn't feel a loss, so don't be embarrassed. She turned around and walked towards Qingyuan Street. Qingyuan Street is an ancient street, the storefronts are very mixed, and there are many antique collection stores gathered here. At the end of the street, there is a cinnabar factory that has been around for some years, and there are many good cinnabar handicrafts from here. There are several shops selling cinnabar at the entrance of the factory, and Mujio has entered a store with few families. She knows that the bosses behind these stores are all cinnabar factory directors and have sufficient supplies. She asked the store manager to buy 40,000 caddies of high-quality imperial cinnabar, which directly shocked people. After all, her factory is online and offline, and she can sell 60,000 caddies of high-quality cinnabar a year. This kind of good thing delivered to the door, the store manager will definitely not miss it. Immediately reported to the factory and won a preferential price of 2 million for Mujio's fractures. After that, Mujio repeated his old trick and asked the store manager to help him arrange the warehouse storage separately, and then personally checked and locked it, indicating that someone would come and transport it away early tomorrow morning. The store manager respectfully sent Mujio out of the factory warehouse, took a high-end hardshell paper bag from the store, and handed it to her. Ma'am, we will have a gift for our big customers in return. This is filled with 6 cinnabar transfer bracelets that have been opened. I wish you 6 shun, which can ward off evil spirits and keep safe, and sincerely give it to you. When Mujio heard this, he took out a separate brocade box from it and opened it to see. I saw that each bead was the size of a soybean, uniform and round, and red as blood. Cinnabar bracelet, this thing can indeed be used to ward off evil spirits in the terrifying apocalypse. At least in the previous life, the small base that Mujio went to in the early days. There are many people there who rely on a small cinnabar pendant or cinnabar bracelet to save their lives and make it impossible for weird people to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. But the level of this thing's evil spirit protection is not high, and it can only prevent the first and second level weirdness that is not aggressive. Further up, if the body fails to produce abilities, it will only be passively beaten. This is already rare. After all, in the first year of the end of the world, it is basically difficult to encounter high-level weirdness. There is such a cinnabar bracelet, carrying through the initial period, the courage is gradually tempered, and he is no longer overly afraid of those hideous and terrifying faces, and he can go out freely and look for a more powerful weapon for self-protection. Thinking of this, Mujio spent 500,000 yuan to wrap all the remaining 1,200 cinnabar bracelets in the store. After swiping the card, there was only 400,000 left on Mujio's bank card. She asked the store staff to help her remove the box and put the bracelet directly in 2 large cloth bags, so that she could take it away. Walking out of the cinnabar store, Mujio went to the public toilet not far away, and in the compartment, he put 2 large bags of bracelets into the space storage warehouse. Coming out of the public toilet, Mujio entered a small antique shop in a blink of an eye. Because when she passed by the window just now, she happened to catch a glimpse of a few antique swords hanging on the wall inside, very eye-catching. After all, in the last days, in addition to guarding against weirdness, the living should not be taken lightly. If you can't get a hot weapon in a short time, you have to get 2 cold weapons for self-defense. Compared with the short and bulky kitchen knife, this wall the lethal fish intestine sword, tang horizontal knife, embroidered spring knife, green dragon sword, samurai blade, etc., is not more desirable. Mujio took out 2 knives, one long and one short, the long embroidered spring knife, and the short tang horizontal knife. In the hands of ordinary people, these 2 knives should be very heavy, but for her who has been blessed by the spiritual spring water, they are just right. There is a feeling that Sun Wukong found the golden hoopstick, and he felt satisfied. The 2 knives cost a total of 20,000 yuan, and asked the master in the store to help open the blade. While waiting for the blade to open, Mujio fell in love with several large boxes of old 5 emperor coins placed at the door of the store. This is a good thing with a wicked ward level above the cinnabar. Mujio decisively accepted it, spent 200,000 yuan, and the boss gave her all the 10 boxes of ancient coins and 5 emperor coins in the same batch, a total of 4,800 pieces. Carrying 2 treasure knives on his back, Mujio then went to the hardware department store in front. 100 window breakers, 200 flashlights, 50 nail guns, 20 electric wall cutters, 10 sets of octagonal sledgehammers, etc. All the numbers in her bank card were reset to 0. She borrowed a small delivery cart from the store, pushed it to a corner without monitoring, put the tools into the space, and then returned to drag it a second time, 5 times back and forth, and it was all put into the space. By 4:35 p.m., there were only a few hours left until dark. There was no time to eat, and because of the tight time, Mujio did not feel hungry. When she walked outside Qingyuan Street, she found that the taxi was really still waiting at the entrance of the street. Mujio sat in the back seat, put his hand into his bag, but actually entered the space, took out a cinnabar bracelet, and handed it to the driver. "I'm sorry for you today, this is a little careful, you can use it to keep you safe, give it to you." Mujio couldn't help but stuff the cinnabar bracelet into the driver's hand. Chapter 5 Today, he was able to buy a large number of evil materials so smoothly, thanks to him. Sending this cinnabar bracelet to ward off evil spirits can be regarded as repaying his kindness. As for the road ahead, it depends on his personal creation. Then please send me back to the Chinese medicine hospital, thank you. Taxis run on the main road back to the city center. Mujio looked at the vehicles and crowds that flashed quickly outside the window. This is probably the last time I will see such a bustling city. At 5:28 p.m., Mujio returned to the gate of the Chinese medicine hospital. I don't know if it's cloudy, but the sky has begun to darken a little. All the money in his hand was spent cleanly, and a large number of evil spirit warding materials were piled up in the space at the moment, which made Mujio's heart feel a lot more stable. She didn't stock up on food and daily necessities, because she knew that by waking up tomorrow morning, the whole city would be empty. All supplies belong to humans who are still alive. It's a pity that 90% of ordinary people in this world will die on this night and never see the sun the next day. While walking towards the hospital, Mujio picked up his mobile phone and dialed his assistant Xiao Huang's number. Xiao Huang's full name is Huang Sais. Mujio and Xiao Huang are both doctors of traditional Chinese medicine. Because Mujio is a junior class doctor, the age of the intern assistant Xiao Huang is even 1 year older than her. Mujio is already considered an old qualification. This boy has been interning with her for almost a year. Not only respects her, but also is very caring, and it is good to be able to pull a hand. Master, the matter of causing trouble for the family members in the morning has been settled. The other party paid 500 yuan, and because he had a history of beating the doctor, he was taken back by the police and detained for 7 days. The money has been transferred to your WeChat. Master, thank you for breaking the siege today. Xiao Huang on the other end of the phone said a lot of things. He would only call her master when he was in private. Where are you now? I have something for you. Give it to me? Xiao Huang's tone on the other end of the phone was obviously a lot lighter. I'm on duty today. I'm in the duty room on the 9th floor of the inpatient area. Master, are you going to come over? Well, wait, I'll go find you. After hanging up the phone, Mujio glanced at the sky and walked quickly towards the inpatient building behind. Took the elevator upstairs. Xiao Huang was already waiting at the elevator door on the 9th floor. As soon as the door opened, I saw a handsome tall man in the crowd. Mujio stepped forward and handed him a box. Thank you for standing up for me today. This is my thank you gift. Today's mid-year festival, the Inchi on duty at night is heavy, and wearing this can avoid evil. It's too polite. You are my master, and it should be for you. Xiao Huang said, and took the box in Mujio's hand like a baby. Yo, who am I here? Dr. Huang was so happy that he hung up the phone and went to the elevator entrance. I thought he was talking about his girlfriend, so I came to take a look, but it turned out to be you. A familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind Mujio. Turned her head and saw the female doctor who entered the hospital with her, but was 7 years older than her, Wang Dandan. The two of them have always been at odds with each other. Wang Dandan is small-minded and always sneers at Mujio. Xiao Huang is a junior and does not dare to interject. Mujio chuckled. I remember that Dr. Wang was married last year? Why do you still like to stare at other young male doctors? Is it because you are at odds with your husband? I almost choked Dr. Wang to death with these words. She is just curious. After all, Dr. Xiao Huang's height and appearance are eye-catching everywhere. In the department, there are handsome guys every day, and the mood at work will be much better. It was assigned to the hands of Mujio, the Widow King, which is really a tyrannical thing. Why, what nonsense are you? Alas, Dr. Mu, I remember that I didn't have your class tonight. Are you? I fell in love with Dr. Xiao Huang, and I made a special trip to give Dr. Xiao Huang a gift. However, today is the mid-year festival, and it is too bad luck to give gifts on this holiday. What does it have to do with Dr. Wang who I give a gift to, and it is not for you, and what does obscurity have to do with you? Mujio didn't save any face for Dr. Wang. Anyway, after tonight, it was a strange road, and people had different paths. Dr. Wang also wanted to say something to refute. She turned around and said hello to Xiao Huang, then pressed the elevator again and went downstairs, not wanting to give her a look. She didn't come back to give Xiao Huang a cinnabar bracelet, but there were things she needed in the hospital. One is the trickster, and the other is the medicine in the hospital. In the horror of the apocalypse, a special species will appear, and they will be somewhere between human and weird. It is those who are dying. Before they die completely, there will be a situation where the soul floats out of half of the body and is suspended outside. In the last days, people call the suspended soul a treacherous merchant. They are people who have their feet in the two worlds of yin and yang. Out of reluctance to the world, at this time, you can help them fulfill their wishes in exchange for some special objects, such as charms. However, this is rare, and even if it does, it will disappear quickly, so be sure to have a luck bonus. But when it comes to the dying, where can there be more than the hospital? Mu Jio went straight to the hospital's cafeteria. She paid for the meal with the compensation on WeChat, then sat down by the window with a plate, slowly watching the traffic and people outside the window, waiting for dark. Woo 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 woo. Soon, the sound of an ambulance and the sound of a police car began to gradually sound outside the window. From mild to hurried, from one or two to the whole city. The outpatient department in front of the hospital seems to be getting busy, with patients constantly being brought in. Not only did Mu Jio eat slowly, he hadn't eaten for a day, but at this moment, this hot meal was particularly delicious. Many people in the hospital cafeteria who came to eat were very curious about the sound outside. Some people even went out of their way to the window to look out. After a while, the sound outside was no longer just the honking of ambulances and police cars. Rather, it was the violent crash of cars, mixed with the screams of men and women, that resounded over the city from the moment the night came. Mu Jio knew that the terrifying apocalypse had begun. It's exactly the same as in the previous life. Soon, the first screams came from the cafeteria. The two nurses who were lying on the side of the cafeteria window and watching the excitement outside suddenly found that the reflection on the window glass was not themselves. It's a treacherous face with no whites of eyes, an inverted nose, a smile at the corners of the lips that tear to the root of the ear, and a mixture of blood and brains. The timid one fainted on the chair on the spot, knocked over the hot soup in front of her, and splashed her, but there was no response. Mu Jio knew that there was a high probability that he would be hopeless. People who are frightened by the weirdness will quickly penetrate into the bottom of consciousness by the weirdness, gnawing at the essence until the chi and blood are exhausted, and they will never wake up. The other seemed to be crazy, and after screaming, he began to pick up the chopsticks on the table and stick them in his eyes. When the people in the cafeteria saw this crazy scene, they were so frightened that they wanted to flee. But apart from the increasingly dense screams, no one escaped the cafeteria door. Chapter 6. Many people feel that the leg under the table seems to be grabbed by one, two, or even many hands. Can't get up at all. Everyone who was already frightened by the strange behavior of the two girls just now was even more panicked at the moment. There were many people who fainted in fright. Soldier. There are also calm ones who want to call the police with their mobile phones. But the screen of the mobile phone has just lit up, and it has not been unlocked. A bloody trickster suddenly stretched out from the screen and grabbed at the face. Soldier. More daring men who want to maintain good decency in front of ladies. While saying that it's okay, how can there be a ghost in the world? Watch him go and find out the person who pretends to be a ghost. While looking down confidently, he looked at Bing Bing's itchy calves. Ah! The man struggled to overturn the table in the next second, jumping to his feet to escape. As night falls, tricksters have begun to appear in large numbers. I saw countless rotten and deteriorated, crawling maggot-infested arms coming out of thin air from the flat-tiled floor. And the part that clings to the ground, the blood flows, almost staining the huge canteen floor. The tricky hands all over the ground, the palm holding the man's calf is strong and powerful, as if the head of a snake has been chopped off in half, and he refuses to let go. They grab the man's legs, making it difficult to even move a step. The extreme sense of fear hit his heart, and the man was instantly scared to pee, and the warm liquid flowed down his calves and wet the ground. After that, the man collapsed in his chair, foaming at the mouth and his limbs going crazy. In less than 5 minutes, the trickster beneath the man was gone, for it was the same kind. In the cafeteria, it soon became a carnival world for tricksters. Mu Jio naturally felt the strangeness in her calf, but she was not in a hurry. He didn't even lift his eyelids, and slowly drank the last mouthful of soup before putting down the bowl. Mu Jio knew that the first-level weird killer was to appear scary. Fear is like a key to the defenses of the human body. If you are frightened, or even faint directly, then you will immediately be possessed by a strange person and absorb essence. So being bold, not being afraid of these things, is the first thing to survive. Mu Jio was used to seeing terrifying things in his last life, and these little tricksters were naturally no problem. It seemed that Mu Jio's reaction was not convinced, and the trickster who had originally wrapped her legs began to climb up wantonly. There was an arrogant trickster that stretched the blood-red arm to the extreme, stretching straight towards Mujio's neck. I wanted to choke her by the neck and intimidate. Of course, Mujio saw its movements, but his emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest. The moment the trickster touched her collar, it was bounced away by a strong red light. The bullet flew a few meters away, from the fingers to the arms, burning wildly, turning into black flying smoke. The ashes are gone. This was something Mujio expected. Just like the scene in the previous life, the jade wrench finger she hung on her chest had turned into white jade and lost her blood. But by you as the head of the spiritual creatures to drive away evil and avoid harm, it is enough to deter the junior tricks. At this moment, the tricksters who originally grabbed Mujio's calves were like octopus tentacles scalded by boiling water. Quickly retracted his claws, and he avoided Mujio. Mujio stood up and looked around the cafeteria to see if there were any living people. Seeing the trickster killing people just now, she didn't save people because she was in the terrifying apocalypse, and there were weirdness everywhere. Those who can't restrain their fear will not die in the cafeteria, but will die outside the cafeteria. Mujio is not a savior, and there is no need to save people who have no ability to protect themselves. To her surprise, she saw a shivering back on the dining chair with her back to her. Is moving, indicating that there is no death. And saved. Mujio walked quickly towards the figure. With the thick platform sole of the long marten boot stepped through. The chaos of tricks and the red blood under her feet quickly dissipated, and a clean path was created. When he came closer, Mujio saw that it was a little girl squatting on a chair and curled up in a ball. She's alive and well. At this moment, she was covering her ears, closing her eyes, her whole body shaking into chaff, and her mouth was muttering something. Mujio leaned closer and listened carefully. Nam no drink the Doranite, Nam no Aya Braro, Shimmer Bowl, Bodhisattva Baraya, Mahasattva Bhavaya. Break off. Mujio knew that this song was recommended by Xiao Huan for her to decompress, and she also used it as a lullaby. It is useful for personal testing, and the hypnotic effect is good. But I didn't expect it to come in handy in the terrifying apocalypse. Hey, are you okay? Mujio stood in front of her and asked. The girl was visibly taken aback. But hearing someone's voice, she still cautiously opened a little slitting of one eye and looked. It's a living person, a normal living person. But soon, she was so frightened that her eyes almost popped out by a strange figure standing up high behind Mujio. She shouted, "Watch your back." Then she quickly closed her eyes, covered her ears, and continued to sing her great compassion mantra loudly, and the song surrounded the entire cafeteria. Mujio almost laughed out loud. What a witty cutie. Don't watch or listen, use the mantra of great compassion to strengthen your courage, drive away fear. It is indeed a desirable way to survive. But weirdness is something that really exists in this terrible apocalypse, and it can't be solved by escaping. If you don't kill it with one blow, sooner or later you will take advantage of it and die in vain. Thinking of this, Mujio quickly turned around, pulled out a peachwood sword from the space, and faced the weirdness. Just one glance made Mujio disgusted. This weird one, except for a split pus-draining head, is full of hands from the neck down. Hands full of maggots wriggling. This thing's whole body was like an earthworm, standing upright and writhing, fluttering towards Mujio. And that head is exactly what the two nurses saw on the window pane at the beginning. It seems that the entire cafeteria is her domain. Mujio swung out his peachwood sword with a disgusted face, and slashed horizontally towards the super blood basin mouth that opened his face. In duplicate, neatly clean. After all, the first level weirdness is only scary, and there is no other advantage. Where it was cut off by the peachwood sword, his chin twitched twice, and black smoke squeaked out, which quickly dissipated into the air. The upper half of the head, after the black smoke blew away, formed a gray bead the size of a marble, which fell to the ground. The tricksters in the entire cafeteria disappeared in an instant, and the blood all over the ground no longer existed, and it was restored to its original state. But in the cafeteria, the corpses left behind were all blackened and died of fear. Mujio bent down and picked up the beads on the ground, the transparent beads around his body, and a little gray light condensed in the center. This is the tricky bead, the bead that condenses the strange power. Gray is the color of the first level of weird beads. Mujio put the bead into the space, and the bead was immediately completely absorbed by the wordless tablet in the middle of the space. She immediately felt the change inside the space. In the sunken space, there is an additional straight staircase that climbs to the top. The staircase goes up to the ground, and 33 tall wordless tablets appear around the square pit, like a city wall, surrounding it. Outside the wordless monument, there is still a thick fog. Mujio knew that these 33 wordless monuments, in the future, each monument will gradually show a different totem. That totem is a totem spell that can be copied on yellow paper to form a rune paper. 33 wordless tablets are 33 different runes. Chapter 7. After checking the space, Mujio's gaze returned to the cafeteria. The girl continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme her eyes tightly, chanting the incantation of the Great Compassion mantra, curled up in her chair and shivered. Mujio didn't interrupt her, but instead walked around the corpses all over the ground and walked towards the window where the buffet plate was kept. With a glance, the stir-fried vegetables in the entire row of windows, a full 50 dishes, disappeared in front of him, including the vegetables and basins. While there's still heat, put it in the space and eat for a while. She's not a picky eater and she's a good feeder. Mujio finished putting away the food at the window and turned over into the kitchen. The materials in the canteen are delivered by suppliers to the door every morning, so there is almost no food reserve. But adhering to the principle of everywhere you go, not a leaf is left. Mujio swept all the kitchen utensils and equipment in the canteen kitchen. These include combi steam ovens, steaming cabinets, medium temperature cabinets, sterilization cabinets, water boilers, induction cookers, freezers, refrigerators, water purifiers, water dispensers, fryers, ice machines, dishwashers, vegetable washers, and more. There are also oversized woks, steamers, soup pots, casseroles, hot pots, frying pans, non-stick pans, steamers, pressure cookers, etc. As well as gas stoves, oil stoves, steam stoves, electric stoves, ovens, alcohol stoves, charcoal stoves, etc., plus more than a dozen tanks of liquefied gas. In the small storage room in the kitchen, tens of thousands of disposable packaging boxes, a large number of garbage bags, plastic wrap, gloves and napkins were found. It's all put into the infinite fresh storage warehouse under the space, and the space is big enough anyway. After sweeping the back kitchen of the canteen, Mujio returned to the canteen hall and walked in front of the little girl. Mujio patted the girl on the shoulder. "Hey, it's okay anymore, you don't have to chant the scriptures." The girl shrank violently. Goosebumps go straight to the door of the head from the soles of the feet. But she obviously heard Mujio's voice, and cautiously opened half of her eyes. The horror stuff is really gone. The cafeteria is calm again. What happened just now was like a nightmare, blowing away in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. But she saw the people lying on the ground all around, skinny and bone-on. It's like a dead corpse that has been sucked dry. This is obviously not a dream, but a real fact. The girl's teeth chattered and she looked at Mujio. Just now, those things, did you drive them away, sister?" Mujio raised her eyebrows, which was considered a tacit acquiescence, and she looked at the girl carefully. However, at the age of his early 20s, the student looks like a college student. Although the weird was killed by Mujio, this little girl had obviously seen the weird real body just now. She was not broken through her terrifying barrier by the treacherous spirit, which shows that she has a lot of courage and strong endurance. It seems that he was scared a lot, but it was not easy to survive the first strange battlefield. You must know that on the ground of this canteen, there are at least 100 corpses lying on it. Men and women, without exception, were scared to death on the spot, including doctors and nurses. And she can survive without relying on any evil spirit warding objects with just a great compassion spell, which is definitely not a simple character. Mujio thought in his heart whether to include her in his team. After all, the terrible apocalypse is still a long time, and the road in the future will become more and more difficult to walk, and huddling together to keep warm is definitely the only way out for mankind. In the future, in the confrontation with high-level weirdness, one more helper is one more hope of winning. Although she thought so, she would not speak easily. For such a person who has just met once, it will take some time and opportunity to observe and observe. Thinking of this, Mujio didn't say much, turned around and walked towards the gate of the canteen. Seeing that Mujio had the intention of leaving, the girl hurriedly trotted after her. As a result, Mujio stopped on the inside of the cafeteria door. Frowning, he looked through the glass on the door to see what was going on outside. The cafeteria is located on the second floor of the hospital's medical examination center, and the door opens to a long walkway that leads to stairs on both sides. But Mujio remembered that at the end of the walls on both sides of the walkway, the part connecting the stairs, there was a whole large full-length mirror. I don't know which leader came up with the idea of the sixth leader. The long aisle is already prone to evil spirits and attracts strange stops. Special meow also two opposite large mirrors. This is simply a disturbance of feng shui. I'm afraid that as soon as I go out, I will be dump-led and break into the weird nest. There was a sudden sound behind her, and the little girl looked at Mujio with a wistful expression. Sister, thank you for saving me just now. Are you leaving? Can I come with you? It's horrible in the hospital. Take me along. Mujio turned her head and glanced at her. The little girl didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. What's your name? Avon, do you think it's just the hospital that's so scary? Mujio said as she raised her chin towards the window on the other side of the cafeteria. It's even more terrifying outside. Avon's gaze turned out of the window, and it was dark that he couldn't see it clearly. But the faint sound of car collisions in the distance, bursts of firelight, and earth-shattering whistles, the sky changed outside. At this moment, Aiwan directly hugged Mujio's arm, as if grasping a life-saving straw, and pleaded, Sister, let me follow you. I can do whatever you want. Don't leave me alone. Mujio hooked his lips and smiled, I'm going to kill the treacherous, do you want to be together? She clearly felt the girl's hand holding her arm. Kill? Well, do you dare? If you don't dare, let it go. Mujio made a gesture to break free of her palm. It's not something that everyone dares to do. As a result, his arm was hugged even tighter by Avon. She glanced at the corpses all over the ground and instantly made up her mind. Like a warrior preparing to die, his body trembled, and he said seriously, I dare, I can. Okay, I can give you a chance to surrender. Mujio handed her a peachwood sword, and then said, This one is borrowed from you, wait until you walk out of the cafeteria door and use this sword to kill a terrorist. A trick bead will drop from your head, and when you get it and give it to me, I'll agree to let you go with me. Aiwan hesitated for a second, then solemnly took the peachwood sword with both hands, nodded and said, Okay. Mujio saw that she took the peachwood sword, his voice softened, and said, However, the situation in the aisle outside is a little complicated, there may be more than one or two weird, you have to be mentally prepared. I've got a word of advice for you, you're going to have to use this sword to split weird heads. If the orbs fall, they will die completely. Otherwise, no matter how much you slash and kill, you won't do any damage to them. Be bold, and if you're really afraid, chant the scriptures. If you are stunned on the spot, you will immediately be possessed by a strange person and die. Then I didn't say it. Aiwan looked at Mujio with frightened eyes, held back his tears, and nodded. Okay, now I'm going to open the door. According to what we said, kill a weird, get the tricky bead, even if you pass the level. Chapter 8. Mujio stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the cafeteria. Suddenly, an extremely cold phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals wind wine / phoneme poured in from the doorway. Let the original hot summer in August instantly become the snow and phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals January February / phoneme. There was nothing. Mujio frowned and walked out. How could it be? But Avon, who was following her, shouted, Mirror, mirror. Mujio turned around and found that in the mirror on the back at this moment, there were many strange white clothes crawling out. Just like Sadako. But unlike the long-haired Sadako, these whites are bald. Where there should have been eyeballs, there were only two large black holes. A mouthful of sharp, long, jagged fangs, shining golden in the darkness, seemed to bite off a person's neck with a single bite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are quite a few of these things. Avon's screams echoed in the hallway, his voice filled with fear. Don't scream, shut up for me, I'll die if I scream again. If you are afraid, you will sing the mantra of great compassion. Mujio warned loudly. Suddenly, Avon's screams stopped, and he was replaced by a trembling great compassion curse. Mujio didn't say anything more, and walked in the weird direction of climbing out of the white clothes, leaving Iwan in place. The speed of this weird crawl is very fast. The long walkway, it only takes a few seconds to get from the mirror to Mujio, and the faster it climbs. Their heads are low, rubbing against the ground. Any weirdness, if you want to kill with one blow, you must split your head. Mujio simply stopped, squatted down, and waited for the strange rush to her. Because there is no fear in her head, these tricks are as easy in front of her as holding a somatosensory gamepad and playing a game to drop gold coins. One by one, and each of them is in the middle of the brainstem, split in half, and suddenly there is a burst of black smoke. In just 1 minute, 10 gray beads fell beside her. Mujio directly used his eyes to collect the bead into the space. But alas, this time there seems to be no change in the space. Presumably, the number of beads is not enough. Mujio looked back at Iwan behind him, only to see that her legs were being bitten strangely by 3 white-clothed animals. And her hands holding the peachwood sword were also strangely entangled by a white cloth. I can vaguely see the place where it was bitten strangely, and there is gurgling black blood gushing out. At this moment, she closed her eyes tightly, sang the great compassion mantra loudly in her mouth, and the peachwood sword in her hand waved wildly in the air. Being able to see her body being bitten by a strange one means that she has been invaded by evil energy. But she can still move freely, which means that weirdness has not yet fully occupied her consciousness. Even Mujio had to admit that this girl had a strong willpower. The consciousness of wanting to survive is stronger. Mujio stood still and didn't move. In her previous life, she had also experienced such a painful struggle. But if she wants to survive in the terrifying apocalypse, she has to rely on her own strength to kill the first weird and overcome this fear. The weapon of murder was given to her, and the outcome was up to her. Mujio would not leave a useless person by his side. Unexpectedly, Iwan's large-scale swinging peachwood sword inadvertently slashed the weird chin of the white clothes in front of him. The face, which is 100% a weird life. The weirdness that was originally entangled in her hands instantly let go of her, and she drifted away in fear, and a trace of black gas appeared on her chin. Feeling the restraints of his hands being untied, Iwan opened his eyes slightly, saw the picture in front of him, and verified the feeling in his hands. Weird can really be hurt by this wooden sword in your hand. As if he had eaten a reassuring pill, Iwan instantly went crazy. This time she no longer closed her eyes, but the great compassion mantra in her mouth never stopped. The weird thing that bit her legs was chopped into many pieces like an electric shock. Mujio watched from the side, as if he could hear a strange cry. As the weirdness turned into black smoke, gray beads fell to the ground, and the black bloodstains on Iwan's legs disappeared. She quickly rushed in front of the strange one that had been accidentally scratched, and pierced the head with a sword. At this point, the 4 weird ones were completely killed. The great compassion curse finally stopped, and Iwan gasped heavily, bent down to pick up the beads on the ground, and handed them to Mujio, who was standing aside. She raised her head and was about to speak, when she suddenly saw the picture behind Mujio, and in the next second, she was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Mujio put the beads in his hand into the space and didn't look back. Because in the mirror facing her, there was a strange white dress that was several times more than just now, which was probably the picture that Evan saw. These things, like waves in the sky, swept towards the two of them at a high speed. Mujio glanced at Iwan on the ground, her face turned green. This kind of big scene, anyone who experiences the terrifying apocalypse for the first time will be completely stupefied. After all, there are too many of them, layer upon layer. Mujio took out a 5 emperor coin from the space and bought it from an antique dealer, forcibly broke Avon's mouth open, and put it on her tongue. Okay, don't swallow it. After Mujio finished speaking, he clenched the peachwood sword in his hand and began to kill one by one. These seemingly fierce and brutal white-clothed people are weird, and there is no possibility of opening their mouths to bite in front of Mujio. The jade wrench on Mujio's chest kept emitting a red blood light all the time, making it impossible for them to even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. Plus Mujio's tricky trick like splitting watermelons. Before the weirdos could react, they had already turned into a puff of black smoke and drifted away in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. So on Mujio's side, from the moment she made a move, the tricky beads fell down. It is as if the big beads and small beads fall on the jade plate, crisp and loud. Avon's side was unusually quiet at first. She sat on the ground, the peachwood sword falling in front of her, closed her eyes, and resigned herself to preparing to be swallowed by the strange sky. But who knows, I didn't wait for a little pain for half a day. I just feel a fishy copper smell in my mouth. She was bold, opened one eye, and suddenly found that the strange face in the sky stopped at the position of her hand, and seemed to be desperately squeezing forward, but she could not break through the short barrier. It occurred to her that when she was too frightened just now, the sister had put something in her mouth, and it must be because of this that they couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. AI Wen's gaze shifted downward, and he reached out to pick up the peachwood sword that had fallen to the side. Reaching out and swinging his sword at the many treacherous faces in front of him, the peachwood blade slashed through 3 or 4 treacherous faces at a time, and black smoke spilled out everywhere in an instant. Several beads fell on her face and rolled down onto her body. Like an inspired child, Evan regained his strength. She glanced back at Mujio, who was also struggling with the white clothes weirdly. There were too many of them, and she probably couldn't take care of her side for a while. Eowyn stood up. Anyway, there was something in his mouth. These horrible things couldn't touch him at all, then she could rush up and kill with confidence. With Iwan's help, dozens of weird animals in this aisle were gradually cleaned up. During this period, Mujio was also thinking about a question: there is a second wave, will there be a third wave? It's endless, it's an endurance war, and I want to consume them. So when she was chasing Weird and getting closer to the mirror in the aisle, she suddenly took out an octagonal sledgehammer from the hardware store from the space. Slammed the full-length mirror on the wall, smashing it all. Even the debris that fell to the ground was not spared, and all of them were crushed into crumbs and powder. Sure enough, the gusts of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme on her side stopped blowing in an instant, and she returned to the August sky in a second. After smashing his side, Mujio carried the octagonal hammer again and quickly ran towards Aiwen's side. At the strange moment when Aiwen finished killing the last white-clothed man, Mujio smashed the mirror on this side. Then, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme and the walkway stopped completely. In August, the canteen aisle is as hot as a sauna. The two wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads and looked at each other, feeling like they were in the aftermath of the catastrophe. Aiwen silently bent down, picked up all the trick beads on the ground, pocketed them in his jacket, and sent them to Mujio. "Sister, now I can follow you." She was a little excited. If it weren't for the sister today, she really wouldn't have survived until now. Mujio directly swept the beads into the space in front of Aiwen. Seeing the dozens of tricky beads disappear, Aiwen was only surprised for a moment, and immediately regained his composure. After all, it is a person who has even seen 100 tricks in food, and what else is unacceptable? Okay, I accepted your vote, count you as overfulfilled the task. Chapter 9. At this moment, Mujio could clearly sense the changes in space with his consciousness. Outside the walls of the 33 wordless monuments in the space, the white mist dissipated, and a large area of black earth appeared. Fluffy black, surrounded by the tombstone, as far as the eye can see. Deep a familiar voice sounded: "Space upgrade, increase the fertile black soil by 2,000 acres. Black soil requires the owner to collect crop seeds, or plants from the outside world, which can be planted indefinitely. There is no need for the owner to fertilize, water, and pollinate the crops, and the planting will be completed by itself in the space. Sister, these 2 treasures. Give it back to you." "Thank you." Iwan's voice rang out, pulling Mujio back to reality. She wiped the 5 emperor money that she had just held in her mouth with her clothes, and handed it to Mujio along with the peachwood sword. Mujio waved his hand. "These 2 objects will be given to you. In the future, you will be my person, and it will be a little reward for you to follow me. My name is Mujio, just call me by my name in the future." Hearing that it was given to her, Aiwen was overjoyed. "Thank you, Mujio." "Thank you." "Don't rush to thank you, I want to tell you something. Now that weirdness is in charge, the most important thing is to be immune to the terrifying things as soon as possible, and the evil object is only a support. I'm always afraid of those things, and sooner or later I'll lose my life, and I won't be able to save you then." Hearing these words, Eowyn couldn't help but shiver, and nodded pitifully. "I have a question, though," Evan said timidly. "You say you would kill the trick to get the beads, so what's the use of the beads?" "To survive." "Ha! You'll know later. In a word, the more beads, the more likely we are to survive." "Oh. I know." After explaining, the two followed each other downstairs. When I walked out of the physical examination building of the hospital, I saw corpses lying everywhere on the road outside, in the green forest. There are corpses that have been sucked up like the corpses in the cafeteria. There are also those who pick up sharp weapons such as branches or keys on the side of the road and stab them in the neck. There are also those who were scratched by their own nails, scratched their whole faces, and finally picked out their eyeballs with their own hands. The deaths varied, but it was clear that they had all been subjected to extreme intimidation before they died. Almost every corpse was dead and unsightly. Mujio held the peachwood sword tightly in his hand, walked in front, saw treachery all the way, and walked towards the outpatient building. On the first floor of the outpatient clinic, there is the largest outpatient Chinese medicine pharmacy in the city, and Mujio will definitely not miss it. She is a doctor, and she is a person who has been through the last days. She knows that medicine is absolutely important at all times, except for food and water. It is the beginning of the last days, and materials are abundant. As long as you take a step and are bold enough, materials are at your fingertips. It will be difficult to wait until the large and small bases start to gather manpower and then collect supplies. These important materials, she doesn't want, and someone will always collect them, and she doesn't want to and won't cheap anyone. The closer you are to the outpatient building, the more bodies will lie on the ground. There are a lot of freshly baked and weird things floating around. These were originally when the terrible apocalypse was coming, because of the abnormality of the body, and wanted to rush into the hospital to grab medical resources. I thought it was first come, first served, but unfortunately, the doctors couldn't treat their illness, so they could only ask for more blessings. That's a lot. Ambulance serial collision. Behind him came Avon's startled voice. Mujio looked in the direction that Eowyn said, which was the entrance of the hospital. There were about 7 or 8 ambulances in different directions, and the social vehicles collided into a large ball, and the flames were overflowing. The periphery of this large-scale car accident is surrounded by a large number of missing arms and legs, floating in the air to watch the excitement. They are probably still ignorant, not knowing that they are dead. And at this moment, in the huge hospital area, the screams of the living people can no longer be heard, and it is surprisingly quiet. That's a trick against the wall. Mujio explained softly, "It's all dead, there's nothing to look at, let's go." Driving in the horror of the last days is the easiest way to encounter the treacherous wall. Driving a car without talisman paper on the road is not much different from lying in a coffin, and it is left to be played with weirdly. The people in the car will hallucinate and will not be able to walk out of the loop, and they will not be able to see the real world outside the window glass at all. That's why they slammed on the accelerator or brake and blindly collided with other vehicles. Mujio didn't stay outside for too long, and walked straight towards the outpatient hall. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, looking at the crowded and treacherous scene inside, even Mujio swallowed his saliva. That's too much, too dense. It was as if I had smelled the smell of a living person, and at this moment, all the weirdness in the hall, which was originally facing away from the door, suddenly turned around. With a dark and dull treacherous face that didn't even have eyeballs, he looked at Mujio and Eowyn, and stretched out his arms violently, wanting to float towards them. Before Eowyn could scream, Mujio firmly covered his mouth. This kind of big scene, in the face of hundreds or thousands of weird chi turning around to eat, is indeed not something that ordinary people's small hearts can withstand. I didn't faint on the spot, which is already very good. After all, fear is a human instinct. Just like the fingers that automatically retract when they touch boiling water, it is a conditioned reflex and an alarm mechanism for the body. If you want to numb in fear, there is still a long way to go for the newcomer Avon. Boo! Mujio whispered, "Don't be afraid, they can't come out." Sure enough, the weirdos who were about to flutter over walked to the door of the outpatient hall, as if they were blocked by an invisible force. No matter how much they jumped, they couldn't hit the gate. On the contrary, because of the crowding, the outermost layer is weird and completely flattened, like a squeezed office worker on the glass door of the subway. Evan took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. They can't get out? These are probably illnesses, they died in the hospital, and they will be trapped here after death, and they will never be able to get out. So where you die, will you linger there? Evan asked. The primary weirdness is like this, because the strength is not enough, so I can't go anywhere else. Ha! Elementary weird, so to speak, there will be advanced weirdness? Evan seems to have grasped something really important. Mujio gave an affirmative answer: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Evan. Alright, you wait here, I'll go in. Mujio didn't waste any more time, reached out and touched the jade wrench on his neck, and walked in with the peachwood sword. She tried to rush directly to the pharmacy by relying on the red light of the jade wrench. Who knew she would be stopped? Because the hall is so crowded with weirdness, even the jade wrench can't go in without killing one. Mujio, I'll go in with you. Evan trotted to keep up with Mujio's footsteps. Despite Evan's body, he was very resistant to entering this treacherous hall. But reason told her that in this apocalypse, when a machine gun can't sweep a living person, follow Mujio to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Mujio didn't have time to care about others at the moment. Because her peachwood sword just now, after swinging the first sword towards the weirdness in the hall, she obviously noticed the difference. Chapter 10. The sick trick's resistance is much weaker than that of ordinary weird, and her action is extremely slow, so much so that she slashes 8 tricks with a single sword. However, as the beads fall. The body seemed to conduct electricity, and an inexplicable and complicated pain suddenly appeared, and then disappeared suddenly. If I didn't feel wrong, my body just now had 8 different kinds of pain in 1 second. Every pain can make people feel numb and die. Could this be? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Mujio swung his sword again and stabbed at a strange person with obvious cracks in his skull. On the back of this weird head, a strangely shaped bag overflowed, and Mujio guessed that it was probably a patient who died of brain cancer. Sure enough, when the beads on this weird head fell, Mujio's eyes turned black, his limbs tingled, and he couldn't move. Although this feeling only lasted for a second and quickly disappeared, it left a very deep impression on the body. Mujio frowned, raised his sword and swung it towards the next sick man whose heart was suddenly overflowing. Immediately afterward, there was a tingling pain in the heart, and it stopped beating for a second. She covered her chest and swung it again at a black lung with a strange lung cancer. I immediately got a 1-second suffocation experience card. This time, Mujio was able to confirm 100% that the special attribute of the disease, it would make the person who killed it synesthesia for a second the pain before it died. It is clear that this pain is conscious. Although it does not cause any substantial damage to the body, it is an extreme destruction of the human spirit. Mujio suddenly heard AI1, who was panting for breath behind him, and wailed, "Mujio, this disease will make the person who killed it have the same pain." Seeing several tricky beads falling on the ground in a row, Mujio said, "It's not for you to wait for me outside. I want to help too, I'm not that scared anymore, it's just. Hiss, it hurts." AI1 just cut off 7 or 8 beads in a row, and the pain exploded directly in his brain. Mujio sighed, pulled AI1 out of the outpatient hall, and took out a set of disposable acupuncture steel needles from the small bag he carried. "Turn around, I'll help you get 2 needles to relieve the pain." AI1 was obviously stunned. "You know acupuncture? Are you the doctor here? Otherwise, you think I'm a Taoist priest who exorcises ghosts?" Mujio's movements on his hands were fast and accurate, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he pierced the back of AI1's head to his neck, and pierced more than a dozen fine steel needles. "No, I just don't look like you're a few years older than me. Something unexpected. Tie it up, you can kill the sick and try it." Mujio patted her on the shoulder. When AI1 heard this, he slashed at the hall with his sword, and 7 or 8 beads fell to the ground in an instant. The extreme pain that was expected did not sweep in. "It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Mujio, you are too godly, how did you do this?" I used acupuncture to suppress your pain nerves, which is similar to the anesthesia of Western medicine. It's just that this allows you to move freely, and the body temporarily loses the pain, but not for too long, otherwise it is easy to get hurt. Alright, let's go in now. Be careful, don't touch the steel needle in your neck. Mujio said, groping the remaining steel needle and quickly piercing it into the same position on his neck. Then, 2 steel needle hedgehogs rushed into the sick group. The disease moves slowly, and with the blessing of painless needles, killing the disease is like a fish in water. It's more than 10 times faster than killing tricks in the hallway of the cafeteria. It only took a minute for the 2 of them to fight their way through the gate to the pharmacy, killing a crystal-clear path of tricks. Soon I arrived at the window of the outpatient pharmacy, and the Chinese medicine pharmacy and the Western pharmacy were connected. Mujio handed the peachwood sword in her hand to Aiwen, telling her to continue to kill the sick monster while she went to collect the medicine herself. This is also the reason why Mujio left Aiwen to improve efficiency. After these encounters, Aiwen's courage has become more and more bold, and he has become more and more comfortable with it. Fear or something, because the pain disappears, and it directly turns into excitement and excitement. Mujio took out the window breaker he bought from the hardware store from his bag and began to break the window from the corner of the pharmacy window glass. There was a thud, and the glass of the outpatient pharmacy window was shattered by high pressure. Mujio took out an octagonal sledgehammer and slammed it on the glass a few times. The glass couldn't support it in an instant, and a whole glass fell on the platform of the window. Mujio put all the glass on the countertop into the space with his eyes, and then turned over and jumped into the pharmacy. She had just landed when 2 strange white-clothed men suddenly pounced under the counter, opened their bloody mouths, and came straight to her neck. Mujio knew these 2 people, the pharmacist of the outpatient pharmacy, Sister Li, and Uncle Zhang. I'm sorry. As the words fell, 2 brand new peachwood swords suddenly appeared in Mujio's hands, and they were inserted in the middle of the 2 weird heads. The black smoke drifted away, and before the 2 beads landed, they had already been collected into the space by Mujio. By the way, the broken glass scum that she was afraid of scratching herself in the space just now was placed under the counter, and her space did not accept useless things. Mujio stood up and walked in. The outpatient Chinese medicine pharmacy is 300 square meters, and it is the hospital with the most complete medicinal materials in the city. Ginseng, rhodiola, Ganoderma lucidum, snow lotus, angelica, polygonum multiflori, dendrobium, gastrodia, cordyceps, deer antler velvet, deer horn gum, ajiao, tortoiseshell gum, sea dragon, seahorse, dog kidney, bird's nest, saffron, blood exhaustion, musk, white flower snake, antelope horn, etc., are all available. As she walked inside, she swept into the space with rows of large black wooden cabinets and Chinese medicinal herbs, all of which were ready for later use. In less than a minute, the Chinese medicine pharmacy, which was originally full, turned into a big empty room. Mujio casually opened the small door connecting to the Western pharmacy and went to the next door. This time, there were several pharmacists who rushed up, but she didn't know anyone from the Western medicine side. The sharp sword rose and fell, and the 5 shining beads were collected into the space and disappeared. The area of the Western pharmacy of the outpatient clinic is not small, 280 square meters. Both prescription and over-the-counter medications are available. Antibiotics, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular, digestive system, respiratory system, urinary system, blood system, injections, diabetes, hormones, dermatology, gynecology, anti-tumor, antipsychotic drugs, etc. There are also heat-clearing and detoxification, blocking drugs, anti-allergy drugs, tonics, vitamins, and mineral medicines. And narcotic, medical, toxic, radioactive and detoxification drugs. Mujio put the medicine and cabinet into the space together, and didn't even leave the brand new label on the table. Shengsheng moved the entire outpatient pharmacy to only the floor tiles and wall painting, and it was clean. After sweeping the pharmacy, Mujio returned to the hall from the same way. I walked through the pharmacy window, but I was amazed by the view. Chapter 11. The sickness in the outpatient hall has been cleaned up by AI1 at this moment. The faint glittering pearls that fall all over the ground, under the illumination of the lights in the outpatient hall, are like dazzling black pearls on a white plate. There can be thousands of them. Eben was still sweating and killing, without the slightest intention of stopping. Mujio soon picked up 2 peachwood swords, joined them, and killed the treacherous with AI-1. With so many sick people gathered in the outpatient hall, it's a good time to collect trick beads. Compared with ordinary first-level weirdness, the mobility of the disease is halved, or even lower. When killed, a sword can split 6, 7, 8, or 90 heads. Now with the pain suppression of golden acupuncture and moxibustion, in a short period of time, it is definitely no problem to pocket all the diseases in the hall. This is simply a generous gift from God, and in this way, the space should have a big change. It took the two of them about 20 minutes to clean up all the sickness in the hall. Evan gasped and sat down on the nurse service platform in the hall. The shoulder-length short hair was completely soaked with sweat at the moment, and it was dripping down one by one. The clothes were also soaking wet and clinging to the body. Fortunately, it is the height of summer, and there are no living people around, but I am not afraid of being looked at. Well done. This one is up to you. Mujio walked over from the other side of the hall and handed her a bag of glucose injection. Aiwan was a little surprised, he had also been crazy for so long, and Mujio didn't even breathe. There is not even a bead of sweat on his face and body, and his physical fitness is too good. Thank you. Aiwan took the thing handed over by Mujio, followed her example, and directly opened it and poured it into his mouth. The sweet taste directly forced her tears out, and she almost didn't vomit for her. Ahem. Take it leisurely and drink it slowly. This is a glucose injection, and you can recover your strength after drinking it. You just exercised too much, and your body can't bear it. Now I'm going to have to pull the needle off your back, and I'm almost at the limit of how long I can suppress the pain. Until then, you'll have to drink all the bags in your hand, or I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Mujio watched Aiwan frown and drink the glucose before motioning her to turn around. In 2 clicks, he pulled off more than a dozen steel needles from her neck and threw them into the trash can next to her. The senses of the body that had been blurred were instantly cleared. The soreness all over Aiwan's body hit her, and directly made her collapse into Mujio's arms. Are you all right? Mujio laid the person flat on the table on the nurse's platform and let her adjust to the changes in her body. I feel the body. It's not your own. Evan said weakly. This is still the reaction after drinking the refill solution, and it is hard to imagine the situation of directly pulling out the needle if you don't drink it. Mujio flattened the arm of her right hand and quickly helped her take her pulse. You're fine, it's just that you exercise too much, and you don't usually exercise much, right? The constitution is too weak. Alright, now that the hall is clean, you can lie here and rest for a while. I'll leave the matter to me, okay to call you. Mujio thoughtfully put the 5 emperor coin in Aiwan's hand and held it tightly, just in case. Okay, Evan replied weakly, then slowly closed his eyes. Mujio then turned around and left the nurse's platform and went to all corners of the outpatient hall. Walk around the place, and use your eyes to collect all the tricky beads on the ground into the space. Several vending machines placed throughout the lobby and wheelchairs for rental services were also included in the space. Soon, she felt the upgrade changes from the space. According to her rough estimates, there can be at least tens of thousands of trick beads dropped by this wave of sickness. At this moment, in the space, outside the original 2,000 acres of black soil, a large area of surrounding hills has been raised, and the ups and downs are no more than 100 meters. But there is a clear difference with black soil, there is turf on the hills. Verdant turf. But it's just the turf. Beep, a familiar voice sounded. Space upgrade, increase the infinite lawn and hills by 8,000 acres. The hilly range can raise livestock, and the space provides the best quality nutritionally balanced grass food. The lawn can be multiplied indefinitely without decreasing, suitable for all herbivorous livestock to survive. This space lawn also appeared in the previous life. It took Mujio a lot of time and energy to collect trick beads everywhere. Unfortunately, it was already difficult to find phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme livestock at that time. A high-quality infinity lawn is not useful at all. Mujio never thought that this life could be so smooth. On the day of the arrival of the terrifying apocalypse, the space was upgraded to this point. Mujio looked at Aiwan, who was lying on the nurse's platform. This girl who didn't know the origin helped a lot. At least half of the pearls harvested today came from her. Although we have only known each other for a few hours, from the perspective of win-win cooperation, this girl is a suitable partner to stay. Thinking of this, Mujio used his consciousness to take out a bottle of mineral water from the vending machine that had just been put into the space. Unscrew the cap of the bottle, pour the water inside on the ground, and then pour most of the bottle of spatial spirit spring water. Mujio took the freshly filled mineral water bottle and walked in front of AI-1. "Avon, are you okay?" Didn't get an answer. Judging by the way her lips are white and her breathing is short, it's probably not good. Mujio checked the pulse again, and then slowly helped the person to sit up, and handed the mineral water bottle to AI-1's mouth. "Drink some water to moisten your throat." Gudong, half a bottle of spiritual spring water in her stomach. Mujio put the person back on the nurse's table, and she herself sat aside, silently watching, waiting for the person to wake up. Within 5 minutes, Avon's lip color had returned to pink at a rate visible to the naked eye. Breathing slowed, and even the frowning brow was slowly ironed. "Mujio. The water just now, it's so delicious, it's better than glucose." Iwan's voice came, and his eyes also opened, and his crystal eyes swept away all the tired feelings before. She sat up violently. "Have I rested for a long time? How do you feel that the strength of your whole body has been restored?" "No, it's more powerful and flexible than before." Mujio snorted and didn't explain too much. "Rest enough, let's go, there are still many important things to do in the future." "Okay." Renewed, Evan replied happily. Then he picked up the 2 peachwood swords beside him and followed Mujio out of the hall. She had never felt like this, full of energy. Is it related to Sister Mujio's needle? Indirectly opened up her second vein? Now the body is light, just like Sun Wukong, who can run 108,000 miles in one jump. Go up to the 50th floor in one breath without breathing. Mujio, wait for me, your peachwood sword will be returned to you. You are very talented at killing, and I gave you both. Oh. So where are we going next? Drug warehouse. Chapter 12. The two of them left the outpatient building and walked towards the separate medicine warehouse at the back. At this moment, the outside world, even the air is silent. Except for the occasional explosion from a distant place, the city seems to go into silent mode. Neon lights lit up everywhere, and there were many shadows floating around in the air, but everything was silent. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and walking to the door of the medicine warehouse. The doors are counted and locked when it comes to the end of work, but there is a special administrator duty room inside. The point where the terrible apocalypse erupted, there should have been someone here, because the door of the warehouse was locked from the inside. Mujio didn't want to waste time hiding and tucking it, so he directly moved out the electric wall cutter from the space. The lock aimed at the door of the warehouse was a fierce one. For Mujio to be able to put away and take out objects out of thin air, AI-1 was no longer surprised. There is no doubt that Mujio has the absolute power to crush her, and it is too late to hug her thighs. Mujio is what she says, and now AI-1 only admires and reveres her. She held a peachwood sword in both hands, like a special bodyguard, silently guarding the side. Wave your hand from time to time and accept 1 or 2 trick beads sent to the door. Beep knock, beep knock, beep knock, beep knock, beep knock. The moment the electric wall cutter touched the lock, the alarm on the door exploded above the door of the 2 people's heads. It scared Mujio and AI-1 hard. Like a beam of fireworks that suddenly burst out in the dark sky, it was too conspicuous in this quiet night. AI-1 had no experience. She looked around in a panic and muttered in a low voice, such a loud voice, will it be heard by the nearby police? Arrested and imprisoned. Mujio didn't seem to hear AI-1's panicked thoughts. She calmly took out the octagonal hammer from the space and smashed it at the alarm that flashed red and beeped. After a bang, silence returned to the front of the warehouse door. The alarm overhead was directly shattered into slag. Do you guess, is the police more powerful, or is it weird that is more powerful? Mujio continued to saw the lock without looking back. After listening to Mujio's words, AI-1 turned around thoughtfully. If it had been a few hours ago, she would have thought it was too weird and terrifying, but now. With a wave of her sword-holding hand, she instantly slashed off a long-haired red robe that rushed over. The police are human too, thought to Evan, and he regained his composure and continued to kill. The door of the warehouse was a grade F fire door, which was very sturdy, and it took Mujio some effort to open it. As soon as the door opened, a lot of strange familiar faces wafted out. All of them were pharmacist administrators of the medicine warehouse. Mujio was in the business of Chinese herbal medicines before, and he asked these seniors a lot of questions. It's a pity that weirdness has no feelings and memories, they only have obsessions that gnaw at the living. Senior, rest in peace. After finishing speaking, the peachwood sword between his hands had already split 2 weird heads each. The 4 fresh beads that fell were quickly put into the space by Mujio. There were also 2 smart ones, which flew directly over Mujio's head and flew outside. But he was cut off by AI-1, who was standing behind. AI-1, I'll leave it to you here. Okay. Mujio didn't linger too long at the door, he dodged the weirdness, rushed to the warehouse, and began to frantically absorb medicine and supplies into the space. This warehouse is 1,000 square meters, 8 meters high, and 8,000 square meters, which is more than 1 or 2 times more than the storage capacity of an outpatient pharmacy. Among them, 400 square meters belong to the Western Medicinal Materials Warehouse, and the other 600 square meters belong to the Chinese Herbal Medicine Warehouse. Mujio quickly walked between the tall iron shelves where the medicinal materials were placed, and put the entire rack of medicines into the space storage warehouse according to the type. These include a large number of disposable acupuncture steel needles, and if she saves a little, she should not be short of steel needles for many years. As for the various transportation equipment placed on the edge of the warehouse, for example, small cranes, forklifts, stackers, pulleys, trolleys, battery trucks, trailers, etc. She also included it in the space for future use. After collecting all the shelves and medicines in the warehouse hall, Mujio found a row of separately locked rooms in the middle of the warehouse. They are marked with the names of narcotic drug warehouse, toxic drug warehouse, radioactive drug warehouse, etc. Of course, Mujio knew that the storage of these drugs needed to be managed by double and double lock special accounts. After all, if special narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are lost or stolen in the hospital, they are all major matters that should be reported to the public security, and they must be held accountable. This time, Mujio Shue was obedient and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme and smashing the alarm installed on the door before he began to saw the lock. When she finished collecting several other separate drugstores, she found a living figure in the last narcotic drugstore house. A man who had fainted with fright, but was still alive. Next to him, at this moment, lay a dried corpse that had been sucked out of all its essence. He should be the commissioner who manages the special drugs with him. In the last days, living people like him are very common. They don't necessarily have much willpower on their own, and like Avon, they can overcome their fears. But they have strong enough foreign aid. For example, the acquaintance lying in the corner in front of him, Mujio saw the red rope around his neck at a glance. It was this big treasure that kept his life alive. So that he was not frightened to faint, and after fainting, he was invaded by a strange body. Mujio silently put all the medicines in this small warehouse into the space. Just as he was about to leave, the man woke up. One of them flinched, sat up directly, and looked around in horror. However, what entered his eyes was an empty warehouse, and Mujio, who was standing by the door and looking at him like this. How did you get in? Here, what about the medicines and shelves in this warehouse? Mujio didn't prepare to answer at all, his eyes glancing at the dried corpse lying next to him. The man really followed Mujio's gaze and looked at the acquaintance next to him. But this one next to him is different, he's been sucked dry. This is not something that a human can do. He suddenly remembered what he had seen before he fainted. Many of them pounced on him and wanted to bite him. But he is a medical worker, how can he be superstitious about those ghosts and gods? It's just that I've been under too much pressure lately, I'm tired, and I've hallucinated. It must be. But as soon as he turned his head, the body of his colleague was placed in front of him. In the entanglement, AI-1, who was originally standing outside the door, was attracted by his scream just now, and just ran in at this moment to check the situation inside. Mujio, are you okay? The man saw an unfamiliar face in the warehouse, and the occupational disease was committed instantly. He stood up strongly, pointed to the two people at the door, and said solemnly, "How did you and you two get in? Let me tell you, it is illegal to trespass into the hospital's medicine warehouse without permission. And did you steal this warehouse full of medicines? Stealing from the warehouse is even more punishable by imprisonment. I will call the police to deal with it now, you wait for me. Wait and don't move," the administrator said as he searched around for his phone, and finally found the phone on the ground where he was lying on the ground. AI1 was about to step forward to theorize, but was stopped by Mujoi. "Let him call the police. If calling the police is still useful." This person was probably stupid by the weirdness, and he was protected by Jade Pisho in a daze, and he didn't know the current situation. But the moment the man flipped the phone screen over. Chapter 13. Trick, there is trick in the phone. He jumped to his feet, trying to drive away the fear in his heart by talking loudly and shouting. In the terrifying apocalypse, weird nature is everywhere. There are mirror tricks in the mirror, there are sick tricks in the outpatient clinic, and there are naturally internet tricks in the mobile phone. Let's go. Mujio didn't bother to pay attention to this man, and whispered to AI1 on the side. Anyway, this person is protected by Jade Pisho, and the low-level weirdness can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his body at all. No matter how terrifying the weirdness is, as long as he is not so timid that he is scared to death on the spot, his life is not in danger. The Pisho administrator rushed forward with an arrow and blocked the door. You can't leave until you make it clear how the medicine in this warehouse is gone. I tell you, don't try to fool me with these superstitious things, I'm an absolute materialist. Stealing a drug warehouse is a prison sentence, don't want me to take the blame. There are monitors everywhere here, and you can't run away at all. Then the Pisho administrator shouted towards the empty warehouse hall outside, "Sister Wang, Sister Li, Xiaolu, Xiaosun, where are you? Come on, someone has broken in and stolen something." His shout swirled over the tall warehouse, reverberations and echoes, but he didn't wait for half a sentence for those people to respond. Mujio glanced at the monitors above his head that he said, "They are all in the end of the world, even if they are photographed?" Now the pictures on the computer screens all over the world are probably only terrifying faces, and bloody mouths that crawl out and bite people at every turn. Those are the resentful army that died by cyberbullying, and they are very murderous. Who would dare to go to the front of the computer and check the monitor screen? Probably even the official. In short, in her previous life, she lost her mobile phone in fear at the beginning of the last days, and she never dared to touch these electronic communication things again. Are those people you are looking for? Mujio saw that he did not give up, so he kindly stretched out a finger and pointed to the position near the door in the distance. On the ground, there were several fresh corpses lying on them, which should be the people in his mouth. The Pisho administrator trotted in the direction of the corpse. You not only steal, but also kill. I still don't believe that I can't call the police. Mobile phones don't work, I use landlines. After speaking, he turned around and entered the duty room at the door. Don't you want to run? Wait for me. Please. Mujio raised his eyebrows and said. He's sick, isn't he? Can't you see that those people were scared to death by the weirdness? Asked Avon, looking at the man's back. Probably my brain was scared silly. The warehouse full of medicines was suddenly gone, probably for fear of being held accountable for the lawsuit. Unfortunately, never. Immediately, Mujio and AI1 left the medicine warehouse. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard a scream of awe, coming from the duty room. Then there was the sound of things being swept to the ground. Mujio raised his eyebrows, forgetting to tell him that there was also a strange voice on the landline phone. The sound in the ears is as terrifying as the eyes can see. Don't try it lightly, the horror of the apocalypse, weirdness is everywhere. Mujio didn't want to waste any more time with this unscrewed person, so he took AI1 and walked straight towards the inpatient building. Didn't go far, and found that there was a big tail stumbling behind him, which was the big brother Pisho. Probably because there were all kinds of corpses on the road, and there were strange deaths in different forms. So from time to time, you can hear the frightened screams from Brother Pichio. He could hear that he was trying his best to suppress his screams, but it was a natural reflex of his body, and he couldn't control it at all. The man also fell on the road. I probably saw it clearly, and what tripped him was a woman who had died of masochism after being frightened by a strange fright, and the black and red all around him. He immediately screamed and got up, and quickly ran towards Mujio and the others. Seeing Mujio and AI when walking up the entrance steps of the inpatient building, Brother Pichio tried to grab one of them. "You wait for me, I tell you, don't think about leaving." Annoyed, Mujio didn't even bother to turn his head back, pulled AI away, and made way for this big Brother Pichio. When he was about to rush to the entrance of the inpatient building, the large number of sick people in the hall on the first floor were attracted by his voice and turned back in unison. The number of sick people in the inpatient building was no less than that in the outpatient building. Strange people with heads, kidneys, and thighs gathered at the door of the inpatient hall. Brother Pichio fell to the ground in an instant, and this time he couldn't even scream, and he was directly stunned. No one paid attention to this big Brother Pichio who suddenly appeared, and let him lie in place. "Sister Mujio, you also want to accept all the trick beads here, right?" Aiwan was already gearing up and eager to try at the moment, just waiting for Mujio to speak. "Sick, Mujio is definitely going to collect it, this deal is the most cost-effective. The rapid upgrade of the space is good for both her and Iwan, and if the space is strong enough, they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme longer. How is your body, can you withstand the limit again?" Mujio asked softly. "I don't think I'm fine, after resting before, I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Come here, I'll help you take the pulse." With the blessing of the spiritual spring water, the beating of the pulse is indeed different from before. Strong and powerful, I am afraid that ordinary endurance athletes cannot reach this physique. Okay, don't force it, do what you can. Mujio took out a pack of brand new acupuncture steel needles from the space and helped Aiwan tie it around his neck. In an instant, the nerves around the body are blunted. With a sword in each hand, Evan rushed into the strange army, killing all sides. Mujio didn't delay, he also pierced himself with a steel needle and joined the ranks of killing tricks. With the blessing of previous experience, this time the time to solve the problems in the inpatient hall on the first floor was reduced by half. It only took a quarter of an hour to clean up all the problems on the first floor. The sparkling beads resembled strings of black pearl necklaces, flying through the air. AI1, who has drunk half a bottle of spiritual spring water, is already qualitatively different from the last one. After killing weird this time, like Mujio, she didn't sweat, just a little panting, only to the intensity of doing warm-up exercises. In the hall on the first floor of the inpatient building, near the back door, there is a small department store and small supermarket, which is located in the hall. When the two of them cleaned up the weirdness just now, they cleaned up the supermarket owner's family who had just joined the weird ranks. Under the invasion of all treacherous people, it is difficult for anyone to survive. Mujio asked Aiwan to drink water and eat snacks in the small supermarket to replenish the physical strength consumed. Waiting for her to collect all the tricky beads on the first floor into the space. Similar to the outpatient hall, Mujio swept the entire floor, not even letting go of the men's and women's toilets. Smashed the mirror, and collected several more mirrors. There are more than 9,000 trick beads on the first floor. But this time, it failed to trigger the upgrade and change of the space, and the number is probably not enough. Chapter 14. Mujio went around and returned to the small supermarket. Evan was probably so scared that he didn't even bother to eat dinner, and now he would hold a few pieces of dry bread and eat them sweetly. Seeing Mujio coming in, his cheeks were bulging and asked, "Sister Mujio is hungry, do you want to come some?" Mujio waved his hand, "I have eaten in the cafeteria, you can eat." After saying that, he casually took down a large black backpack from the top of the shelf and handed it to Avon. "You can pack some food here and take it away, so that you can replenish your energy at any time when you are hungry." Okay. Hearing this, Evan quickly put down the instant noodles in his hand, took the backpack, and began to sweep the shelves. Of course, she understood what Mujio meant, and asked her to pick up the food she liked and bring some with her. Because Mujio wants to collect the entire supermarket. Aiwen gathered around the shelves and took 50 milk silky chocolates, 40 bags of biscuits of various flavors, 30 bags of instant noodles, 10 bags of beef jerky, and 6 large bags of golden monkey toffee. I also shyly stuffed 3 packs of sanitary napkins and a pack of toilet paper at the bottom, just in case. Sister Mujio, I'm fine. Okay. Mujio didn't say much, and in front of her, he started to collect the innermost daily necessities. Shampoo, shower gel, hand soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, toilet water, mosquito coils, etc. Toilet paper, wet wipes, adult diapers, sanitary napkins, disposable underwear, towels, sandals, etc. Large and small plastic basins, boiling water bottles, kettles, drying racks, etc. Then there are snacks and drinks. Instant noodles, biscuits, bread, lo mein, potato chips, sausages, chicken thighs, jelly, etc. Cola, Sprite, orange juice, coconut milk, sparkling water, milk, yogurt, etc. They are all swept into the space with the shelves. By the way, I also took the boxes of tissues, snacks, and drinks in the small warehouse. There are also rows of refrigerated beverage cabinets displayed at the entrance of the store, and freezers with various flavors of popsicle ice cream. As well as the sausage grill machine next to the counter, the Odin pot, and the microwave oven are also stored in the space. In the end, all that was left of the supermarket was the front desk fixed on the ground, and the few corpses that were lying there when they entered. The rest of the place was emptied, and there was nothing left. After emptying the supermarket, the two of them walked out of it and bumped into Brother Pisho, who had just woken up. As soon as the eldest brother entered the door, he was the first to see the corpses lying around in the inpatient hall. These are the sick and their families who were frightened to death by the invasion of the last days. You kill these people, said Big Brother Pisho with a shocked and frightened expression. Aiwen rolled his eyes directly. Which eye did you see that we killed someone? Brother Pisho said in a heartfelt voice, on the whole floor, there are only 2 of you alive left. Who else can you kill if you don't kill it? You are not a living person? Mujio's voice suddenly sounded behind Brother Pisho. When the words fell, the slender hand holding the peachwood sword slammed on the neck of Brother Pisho. In the next second, Brother Pisho fainted again, but this time, I am afraid that he will faint for a long time. The mouth is so broken, it's endless. If you can survive in the last days, you will be able to do it. Mujio was able to survive for 4 years in the last days in his last life, but he was really not a good person. As the saying goes, good people don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme long, and disasters last for thousands of years. She stretched out her hand and tore off the Hutyan jade Pisho on Brother Pisho's neck, and pulled off the rope and jade. Under the light, the mutton fat jade is warm and transparent, and it is indeed a finished product, so it can make the old brother so fearless. Sister Mujio, he seems to have one on his arm. Aiwen pulled up Brother Pisho's sleeve, and really revealed another smaller jade Pisho. Good guy, he showed off. One person wears 2 Pisho, it's amazing. Mujio unceremoniously pulled the jade Pisho on his arm down. 2 Pisho are placed together, one large and one small, one male and one female, which is very obvious. They are all good mutton fat jade. How much evil chi does this have to be blocked, so that she will wear 2 jade Pisho on her body? That's it, she is embarrassed to say that she is a materialist. She has never seen a materialist hang 2 big Pisho on her body. Aiwen, you put on this mother Pisho, and exchange the 5 emperor coin on your body for him. The level of the white jade is much higher than that of the 5 emperor money, and this critical moment can save your life. Mujio put the little Pisho in Aiwen's hand, obviously seeing the expectation in her eyes. Sister Mujio, is this really for me? Aiwen swallowed, and following his sister can be regarded as a person who has seen the world. My sister said that this thing is good and can save my life, so it must be not bad. Take it, you helped me a lot today. Although someone's life is not life, but Mujio's life is more precious. Aiwen took the jade Pisho and carefully put it on his wrist, for fear of losing it. Then, in distress, he took out the hot 5 emperor's coin. Sister Mujio, where should I put this for him? Mujio glanced at the man. Lest he lose his life because he has lost his coin, let him be stuffed in his sock, and he must not be lost. Okay. Aiwen Molly took off the man's shoes, and suddenly there was a domineering smell in the air. But after all, he took someone else's jade Pisho, and if he didn't do it, it would be really unkind. Evan held his breath and completed the daunting task. Sister Mujio, what are we going to do next? The two came to the staircase, and Aiwen asked Mujio in a low voice, Sister, shouldn't you be able to take the elevator? Mujio glanced at her and said thoughtfully, There is a strange building, and the stairs and elevators are as dangerous. Stairs are also dangerous? Evan was puzzled. If you drive a car, you will encounter a trick wall, and of course you can also encounter a trick wall when you climb the stairs. Which do you think is more miserable, being trapped in a staircase or being thrown to death in an elevator? If you really want to die, how can you not die miserably? Then if you really encounter a trick against the wall, can you crack it? Asked Evan. Of course you can, you just need. Before Mujio's words began, the two of them heard a faint cry for help in the quiet stairwell. Help! Help! Is the police coming to search and rescue? We are here, followed by the sound of a knock on the door. It came from the basement floor. It was the voice of a living person. And there should be more than one person. Mujio and Aiwen glanced at each other, from the cafeteria, to the outpatient department, to the warehouse, and finally to the inpatient department. Except for that Pisho brother, I really haven't met a living person again. The two couldn't help but be a little surprised. Meeting a living person in the terrifying apocalypse, isn't it just as exciting as working in a foreign country and meeting a fellow countryman? As soon as he ran 2 steps down the stairs on the negative floor, Mujio stopped. Wait, the negative floor of the inpatient department. Isn't it a morgue? Chapter 15-2, Morgue? Avon suddenly retracted his steps down the stairs. In peacetime, the morgue is filled with dead bodies. This is the end of the world. Can there be living people in the morgue? Sister Mujio, why don't we go upstairs directly, don't go down? Mujio was about to speak, when he heard a cry for help from downstairs. Anyone, help, help! The two looked at each other, which was clearer than the voice they had just heard. The presence of living people means that they have extraordinary abilities that can survive in the terrible apocalypse. What's more, this voice seems to have a lot of people. For Mujio, this kind of opportunity to seek strong teammates, she will not miss. At least go and see each other, and talk about whether you fall in love or not. Mujio followed the voice and walked slowly, while Aiwen followed closely behind. There were many corpses lying on the stairs, and the death was not peaceful. The light in the corridor was very dim, and the cold white light sprinkled on these corpses made it even more terrifying. From time to time, dark shadows floated on the walls on both sides, and something was about to move under your feet. Mujio held the peachwood sword in one hand, and whenever a black shadow floated over the wall on one side, she would stab the wall with the tip of the sword, drawing a deep pit. As the black smoke drifted away, a tricky bead would fall from between the scratches on the wall. Only the next layer, more than a dozen tricky beads were scratched. Mujio avoided the corpse under his feet and slowly walked to the fire door on the first floor. The door was ajar, and there was a sign hanging on the door: Medical Center, idlers are not allowed to enter. Mujio pushed the door in, and there was a large walkway more than 6 meters long leading to the back door of the morgue at the end. The aisle is not empty at the moment. A group of doctors in white coats turned their backs to the door, towards the morgue, squeezing the aisles. Mujio was about to ask, but when he lowered his eyes, he found that these white coats were empty under his feet, and they had no feet. Mujio took half a step back, approached Aiwen behind him, and said softly, "Be careful, those are all medical tricks, but they are fierce," but did not get any answer. Mujio turned his head vigilantly, just in time to meet a long-haired and treacherous face that was stitched together. Black mucus was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he was only 10 centimeters away from Mujio. Groove. I want to scare someone to death. The next second, a peachwood sword was plunged straight into the center of the eyebrows of the treacherous face. The treacherous face twitched for a while, and then scattered into a cloud of black smoke, and a treacherous bead fell. Behind the black smoke was an empty hallway, and there was nothing, let alone a big living man, Avon. Aiwen? Mujio whispered into the corridor. Didn't hear anything from Avon. Mujio's heart is not good. I am afraid that he has entered the trick of the building trick to hit the wall. But Mujio's voice just now immediately attracted the doctors who were originally facing the fire door of the corridor to turn their heads and reveal their hideous faces. At the same time, from the door at the end of the aisle, there was the same cry for help as before. It was really a living person. At this time, Mujio couldn't think too much. A large group of medical tricks rushed towards her, and Mujio directly pulled out his double swords and slashed. There are arm-length syringe needles, scalpels, dissecting scissors, hemostats, and double-ended retractors. There are also bone hammers, bone files, bone knives, bone scissors, meningeal scissors, skull saws, electric bone drills, bone rongs, and so on. Unlike high-level and bizarre horcruxes, these are bluffing hallucinations, but have no substance. But if it is pricked, it will also evoke nerve pain. Normal people instinctively get scared when they see something weird, and with the identity of a doctor and surgical instruments, it makes it easier for people to fall into the trap of terror. The medic moves fast, sly-weaving through the white walls on the sides and the ceiling on top. So much so that Mujio swung out a few swords in a row, but he couldn't touch any of the doctors' heads. Only one of the white coats and the hand holding the dissecting forceps were peeled off, and there was not even a trace of black smoke. I was almost pierced by the oversized needle thrown by the doctor. 5 or 6 rounds later, Mujio frowned. Even if this thing is still only rudimentary, its speed is too fast. In the terrifying apocalypse, it is most taboo to fight with the weird for a long time, which will consume the yang energy of the living. At this moment, in the corridor that was only a few meters long, dozens of doctors jumped up and down around her, trying to convince her. But Mujio has a jade wrench on her body, and they can't do substantial harm to her for the time being. The situation turned into a stalemate, which made Mujio unhappy. Soon, she discovered one thing: these weirdness could move around the walls, but there was one place they would deliberately avoid. And that was the door to the morgue at the end of the walkway on the basement level. Why? After Mujio shook a few swords, he avoided the attack of the doctor and stepped to the position of the gate of the morgue. She leaned her back against the door, sword in both hands, ready to fight the doctor. A few doctors with electric bone drills and injection needles chased Mujio over, wanting to sneak attack. But when it was still 3 centimeters away from the recessed doorframe of the morgue door, it was suddenly bounced back by an invisible wall. It's a pity that the end is the same as the situation just now, and it was bounced back, almost knocking the treacherous away from Huang. This scene shocked Mujio. She reached out and touched the invisible wall, and there was a ripple in the air like the surface of the water. Even the touch was somewhat similar to the surface of the water, separating the space in front of her. Obviously, the weird couldn't get into the wall. After 2 rounds of impact, the medic finally gave up and quickly fell silent. As if they could no longer perceive Mujio's existence, they returned to their original state. The white coats stood in a row, aimlessly guarding the door of the morgue. Seeing this miraculous scene, Mujio couldn't figure out the reason. Probably there was a master in this door. Mujio turned around and slammed his hand at the heavy iron door of the morgue behind him. "Open the door, please open the door." There was a quick response from inside the door. "Who is it? Is the rescue team coming?" "I'm not a rescue team, I'm a doctor in a hospital. There's too much dirt outside. Can you let me go in and hide?" Mujio said. "Get out. If it's not a rescue team, get out of here, roll as far as you can." A rude male voice rang out. "We're already full of people, and there's no place for you, so you'd better go," another shrill female voice. There were a few voices of disagreement mixed with a low young male voice. "Let her in, it's too dangerous outside." "You're sick, what kind of big lady are you pretending to be at this time? What if someone from outside brings those things in?" said a young woman. "You, and didn't you all come in from me? How can you talk like this now?" the young man's voice sounded again. This time, no one argued. Chapter 16. Immediately, the small glass window on the large iron door was opened a small slit, revealing the small half of the young man's cheek. Didn't wait for Mujio to speak. The next second, with a violent scream, the small window was slammed shut. Behind you, all." There was chaos inside the door. I fainted. They all told him not to open the door, not to listen. See if he is still breathing? But just now, will he have absorbed the dirt on his body? It's hard to say. Why don't we lock him in the refrigerator first, so as not to cause problems and harm these people outside of us? Okay, everyone come and help. When Mujio heard this, he turned his head to look behind him. Lying trough. This invisible wall, it is probably not soundproof. At this moment the doctors are like eels erected by listening to the sound. The entire invisible wall of water is densely plastered with tricky faces. The red eyeballs of each tricky face are gurgling. At first glance, it looks like the eyes on the wall are wandering, and it is really creepy to look at. However, when the people inside saw this scene, they fainted, but they did not lose their breath, which shows the power of this wall. It blocks the strange energy, so that the strange body that can really kill people outside cannot enter. This is stronger than the jade pendant. After all, the jade pendant cannot hide the breath of people. Even Mujio, holding the jade wrench, and the big syringes of the doctors, were correct. Mujio slapped the door again and explained, "Those dirty things are blocked by the invisible wall you have set up on the door, and they will not come in." The little brother just now should have just been stunned. "I am a Chinese medicine practitioner, and I am very good at acupuncture. Let me in, I can help save people." Don't freeze the living. The temperature inside is -16 to 18 C, and the living will freeze to death. If it weren't for the fear that forcibly breaking down the door would damage this protective wall, Mujio would definitely go straight to work. After all, this fainting little brother came out to open the door for her. Listening to the conversation just now, the boy who opened the small door for him should be from the morgue and took the others in. It would be too unconscionable to treat the people who saved them now. The air was suddenly silent, and 2 seconds later an unceremonious male voice was heard, "It's your business. There are many doctors in us, and you are not one of them. Don't be their Lao Tzu. What an invisible wall, without your uncle. Let you bring in the dirty, that's not to cause everyone to die together. You give Lao Tzu a hurry up, get away, otherwise I'm not polite to you." Hearing this, Mujio was silent. What do these people mean by these words? They don't know that there is an invisible wall outside? Are they pretending not to know how to drive her away, or do they really not understand? You know, without the protection of this wall, ordinary people would not be able to survive the terrible apocalypse. Thinking of this, Mujio didn't continue to talk, and she began to grope for the details of this door with her eyes. Maybe this matter has nothing to do with the people inside, but with this place or some parts. After all, the morgue is a special place, unusual, and understandable. Thinking like this, as soon as she looked up, Mujio suddenly saw a small relief totem on the top of the doorframe. This thing was obviously made when the doorframe was customized, but on the doors of other places in the hospital, she had never seen it. Mujio couldn't help but reach out and stroke this relief. The finger that stretched out was the one that had been engraved with the dragon mark. The moment it was touched, the fingertip tingled, and there was a faint red light, which slowly flowed from the fingertip into the dragon mark. Immediately, Mujio sensed the changes in the space. The first bright red totem appeared on one of the 33 wordless monuments, but it was obviously different from the pattern on the doorframe, and it was not something that was simply copied from above. Beep, a familiar voice sounds, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the first rune paper totem. This talisman is impregnable, an enchantment talisman that can resist external attacks. The inside of the barrier is a closed space, and the appearance and breath of everything in the barrier cannot be perceived outside the barrier." After hearing this, Mujio looked confused, and she accidentally found an enchantment talisman with explosive defensive power. This is one of the most powerful weapons in the last days, commonly known as the Go Wang talisman. Like the turtle shell of a turtle, it can prevent foreign attacks. The strange people who would have such a strange behavior just now turned out to be her human form and aura, which were blocked by the enchantment. As long as she is within the barrier, the weirdness outside will not be aware of her existence at all. Since the barrier is on the doorframe, it means that the morgue's barrier has nothing to do with the people inside. They probably really don't know that this totem protects them. Mujio has never been a person who repays grievances with virtue, but she has clear grievances. That boy was scared out of the crowd to let her in, and she would be responsible, but the others. Mujio took out the electric wall cutter from the space. Squeak, aligned the position of the door lock. It is a meal. The sound of sawing the door sounded in the hallway, and a chaotic scream instantly rang out from inside the door. The people inside were panicked, some swore and some pleaded. Mujio didn't hear it, why did he go earlier? They probably thought that the big sturdy iron door was protecting them, and that the door was broken, and the weirdness outside should rush in. As everyone knows, weird is an existence that can pass through walls and doors at will, and no matter how thick the iron door is, it can't stop them. It's time for them, the survivors who stumbled by mistake, to come out and see the world, otherwise they won't even know why they are alive. Hearing the strong sound of sawing the door, the group of creatures behind Mujio also began to be restless, wandering around frantically. Clang! As the big lock fell to the ground, the back door of the morgue was kicked open by Mujio in an instant. Everyone in the morgue hugged each other and shouted wildly, and all closed their eyes, for fear of seeing something unclean. Mujio didn't bother to pay attention, they had better never open their eyes, otherwise they would have to faint. Mujio looked around the morgue and didn't find anyone unconscious. This shows that their group really put the young man who opened the door for her and fainted into the refrigerator. She ran to the inner morgue, the walls full of cabinets. There are 3 floors in the upper, middle, and lower levels, with 12 horizontal rows and a total of 36 individual stainless steel refrigerator compartments. I don't know which compartment the boy is locked in. In the terrifying apocalypse, Mujio would definitely not be stupid enough to look at the corpses in the morgue casually. There are thousands of strange types, and the gains outweigh the losses if they are subject to strange plots. She returned to the outer hall, grabbed a man's back collar, and dragged it inside. The man trembled with fright, never dared to open his eyes, and kept muttering, "Amatba, don't kill me. I am old and young. Amatba, don't kill me." Dragged the man into the inner room and kicked him in front of the cabinet, Mujio said. "Which compartment have you locked people in? Hurry up and open it." Chapter 17. Hearing the voice, I felt the pain in my buttocks. This is not something that can be done. The man opened one eye timidly. Suddenly he found that the person standing in front of him was a young beautiful girl. Looking around, there was nothing in the morgue except Mujio. The fear in the man's heart was swept away in an instant. Isn't this okay? He rubbed his kicked buttocks, stood up with a smile and asked, "Beauty, who are you talking about?" The man's attitude reversed and almost made Mujio laugh angrily. When he walked over, and there was still a meter away, Mujio pulled out a sharp tang-hung short knife and put it directly on the man's neck. The ice-like blade shone silver, and when it rested lightly against the man's neck, a trace of blood was rubbed. The man probably felt a tingling sensation in his neck, so he reined in the tone he had just made and regained his initial timidity. "Beauty, there is something to say." "We have something to say, don't move the knife, it has scratched me." The next second, the knife in Mujio's hand was embedded a little more, and the pain came again. Mujio is familiar with the tendons and veins in various parts of his body, and the knife is cut in this place. No matter how deep it is, it will not kill him, but it will hurt, it hurts. This time, the man did not dare to move, and finally became honest, for fear that one of Mujio's hands would accidentally draw on the major artery and bleed him. He said in horror, "Beauty, you want to find the young male doctor who opened the door for you just now. I will point it out to you immediately. You remove the knife a little, it is bleeding." His pain. That person is locked in the ice grid at the bottom of the right. This time he finally said it all at once. Mujio directly accepted Tang Heng's short knife, pushed the man away, and walked towards the refrigerator, he said. The man was thrown aside, and this force made him doubt life as a big man. Obviously she was a slender and weak little girl, how could she have so much strength? The man didn't stop much, and quickly covered the painful wound on his neck and ran out of the morgue. He had to stay away from Mujio, so as not to be caught by the knife again. The refrigerator is locked, and each cabinet has a separate lock, but this is nothing to Mujio, who is extremely powerful. Mujio opened the refrigerator, and the lock fell directly. She then saw a handsome young man, dressed in the clothes of a hospital nurse. It should be the caretaker of the morgue, and the name on the badge is Su Yu. This is not a popular job. Doing this line of work is heavy, dealing with corpses all day long, others are unlucky, and it is difficult to find a partner when you reach the marriageable age. Mujio took the pulse with his hands, and the person was not dead, but because of the extremely cold temperature in the refrigerator, his lips were frozen and purple, his limbs were also cold, and his pulse was very weak. Mujio slipped the person out of the refrigerator with one hand and put it on the bed frame next to him for the autopsy. At this moment, the outside of the morgue was completely chaotic, with screams and the crash of falling to the ground. Obviously, it was under the influence of the man who ran out just now, so that everyone who was holding together with their eyes closed accidentally opened their eyes. Anyway, the back door of the morgue has been demolished by her, and the doctors and treaters in the aisle should all gather at the door at this moment, waiting for the prey to come to the door. Mujio didn't bother to care about the people outside. After all, when she was locked outside just now, these people didn't sympathize with her. However, this administrator named Suyu was blessed with his troubles today, allowing Mujio to get the enchantment charm. Mujio took out a set of steel needles from the space and began to prick Suyu seriously. After a few stitches, the bruised lips began to warm up, and the blood returned to a smooth state. After a while, Suyu's eyes slowly opened. "You're awake." Seeing that people opened their eyes, Mujio slowly collected the steel needles on his head and hands. "Who are you?" Suyu asked, rubbing his brows. "Thank you for your willingness to open the door." Mujio was straightforward. "I shouldn't have let you in, did I?" "Those behind you." "You are." Suyu recalled the picture just now, and his face turned white. "I'm not a trick, I'm a human. I don't believe you touch it, it's still hot." Mujio stretched out his palm and put it in front of Suyu. Suyu carefully held Mujio's palm. It was really hot. It was the delicate touch of human skin. "They still let you in, and people's hearts are not so indifferent," Suyu whispered. "Poof." Mujio smiled mockingly. "You know you fainted. Where did the people you rescued put you?" Suyu looked down at the autopsy shelf below him. "Friar, they were afraid that you would be possessed by the dirty stuff outside, so they locked you in one of the compartments and almost died, you know?" Suyu was surprised at first, but quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for saving me out." "What is your name? You said you were a doctor in the hospital before." Mujio pressed a few pumps of hand sanitizer from the shelf next to him. "No thanks, it can be regarded as a friendship for your willingness to open the door." "My name is Mujio, and I am from the Chinese medicine department. By the way, you'd better not leave the morgue. There is an enchantment set by the feng shui master to ward off the weirdness outside. It's safe to stay here, the dirty stuff can't get in." After Mujio finished speaking, he walked out. Suyu was stunned. Mujio, the inheritor of golden acupuncture and moxibustion, of course he knew. But he didn't expect it to be such a young girl. "Won't you continue to stay here?" Suyu sat up and asked. "I still have something to do, so I'll go first, take care." Mujio waved his hand and walked out. Suyu quickly jumped out of bed and followed Mujio to chase him out. Not that it was dangerous outside, so where was she going? But as soon as she walked out of the door, she saw a small hall outside, and there were people lying down all over the place. Was about to ask Mujio, when he looked up, he saw the open door of the morgue, and outside the door were the red eyes. He was so frightened that he staggered and almost sat on the ground. Fortunately, there are preventive shots that Mujio had done in advance. These things are really the same as she said, and she can't enter the gate. In addition, Suyu is engaged in the autopsy industry, and his courage is not small, so he did not faint directly this time. But what about these people on the ground? I woke up after a while, and it wasn't a big problem. It's just that there may be some repetition. Mujio stood in front of the door of the morgue, answering the doubts in Suyu's heart, while quickly driving his consciousness and grinding cinnabar with spiritual spring water in the space. On the yellow paper, draw the first rune paper in this life, the enchantment charm. Chapter 18. It's July and a half tonight, and there's still a lot to do, so I can't stay here for long. Now that she had the enchantment talisman, Mujio quickly had a set of methods in her heart to deal with these extremely fast-moving medical tricks outside. She held the drawn enchantment talisman tightly in her left hand, and held the sword in her right hand, and rushed directly out of the range of the morgue doorframe. As she expected, the piles of doctors did not notice Mujio's breath coming out of the door at all. On the contrary, it was a hemispherical enchantment with a radius of 1 meter that Mujio opened from head to toe at this moment, and squeezed a circle alive. Some of them were even squeezed directly into the wall, but they were indifferent. Mujio raised his peachwood sword and drew an arc towards the strangers with dull eyes around the enchantment. In an instant, more than a dozen of the brain doors of the medical tricks were cut, and a burst of black smoke filled the air, and a series of tricky beads fell. Interestingly, at the time of this scene, the other weirdos in the same aisle were like blind people, and they didn't care about themselves. Not a single glance was given to the marbles that had disappeared. This would be easier to do, or the enchantment charm would be a real cow. If you can't smell the breath of a living person, the doctors and tricksters can't even take action. In 3 minutes, solve all the tricks in the aisle. Put away the trick beads on the ground. Mujio was about to leave here. Suyu, who was hiding behind the door of the morgue, suddenly spoke. Dr. Mu, you were so amazing. It was so sassy to see her kill those terrifying things just now. Thank you. Mujio was about to leave after speaking. Dr. Mu, can you take me with you? You can do whatever you want, I try not to hold back. When this kind of weirdness is all over the world, probably no one will not want to hug their thighs, and Suyu is certainly no exception. What's more, the thigh is Mujio, the legendary young divine doctor. Mujio thought for 3 seconds and handed him the enchantment talisman he had just drawn. I accept your kindness today, but we are not all the way. This is a talisman paper, which can keep you safe. But before dawn, it's dangerous outside, and you have to stay in the morgue and don't leave. After dawn, go to a nearby temple, where there is no weirdness and will keep you safe. Take care. Suyu stiffly took the thing handed over by Mujio, and reluctantly watched her disappear into his field of vision. Mujio was delayed in the morgue for a long time, and he didn't know how AI1 was doing, so Mujio came out of the aisle and returned to the stairwell. Mujio put the cinnabar ink that had been ground before in a disposable paper cup purchased from a small supermarket for 0 yuan. Then take the big cotton swab stick of the pharmacy and dip it in cinnabar ink, and write a big 2-line text on the wall of the staircase on the negative floor. Use your own blood as a guide sign to break the tricky wall. Blood is a real staircase, and no blood is a fake staircase. Come to me on the 9th floor when you're done. It's kind of a special advice to Avon. Because when encountering the trick of hitting the wall, the person concerned can only come out by himself, otherwise he will run out of energy and be trapped in it. Even if Mujio was standing in front of him now, AI1 couldn't see her. You can only see the endless stairs and the horror and weirdness that shuttles through them. Cinnabar, as a thing to ward off evil spirits, cannot be hidden by Lu Wei. Therefore, every time Mujio walked up a floor, he would leave these 2 sentences on the wall. On the one hand, he will ensure that AI1 will definitely see it, and on the other hand, he can also break the tricks of the building from the outside world one by one, and strangle the tricks against the wall and the cradle. In this way, Mujio will definitely not encounter tricks against the wall. When he reached the 8th floor, Mujio ran into AI1 on the stairs. It's a pity that AI1 can't see her, and Mujio writes directly. In AI1's sight, on the side wall of the empty staircase, a line of weird small red characters suddenly appeared. AI1, who was holding the peachwood sword, was originally very vigilant, but after reading the content of the words, he instantly understood that this was Sister Mujio who was passing a message to her. She fell into the tricky wall of Lujio. She couldn't panic. The more panicked she was, the more she was finished. She shouted Mujio, but unfortunately she didn't get the slightest response. Up and down the stairs, only her voice was echoing. Mujio finished writing, and as soon as he turned around, he saw that AI1 began to run downstairs frantically, presumably because he saw her message. Thinking of this, Mujio climbed towards the 9th floor with confidence, pushed open the fire door of the stairs, and entered the inpatient area on the 9th floor. It's the same here as outside. It's quiet, but it's weird. It's very lively. For Mujio, it doesn't matter. No matter what trick it is, if you encounter it, you will kill it. There is nothing to hesitate about. After all, her space is to rely on these weird beads to improve her level. Mujio killed several fatal people in a row before he walked to the nurse's table facing the stairwell. I saw the bodies of 2 nurses' sisters, lying on the table in the nurse's table, unrecognizable. In front of them, there is also a mobile phone that is playing content. Mujio glanced at it and saw a hideous face on the screen of his mobile phone, smiling at her. The smile gradually cracked from softness, and the skin on his face was slowly stretched. It's like a torn cotton cloth, falling off little by little, revealing the red, rotting flesh inside. Mujio stared at the screen calmly, without any expression at all, until she watched all the weird performances in it. She even saw a slightly stunned expression on her weird face. A little suspicious. Is it not terrifying enough, or is the person in front of him blind? In the next second, Mujio stabbed the peachwood sword in his hand at the mobile phone screen on the table. A large hole is pierced through the screen, and a small bead rolls out of it. Such a little trick didn't scare her. After experiencing the previous life, Mujio's lower limit of fear has been raised to a level that ordinary people can't reach. This little gadget just now, for Mujio, is no different from watching the baby bus. Mujio walked into the nurse's duty room, looked around, and put all the items on the shelves inside, including medicines and daily necessities, into the space. Immediately, Mujio drew an enchantment talisman for himself and held it in his hand as a talisman. Then he shouted at the long inpatient ward on the 9th floor, "Xiao Huang, are you still alive?" With that, she fell silent, listening carefully to the sounds coming from all over the floor, and discerning whether there were any cries for help from Xiao Huang. At this moment, the strangers heard the voice and began to gather in large numbers in this direction. But there is an enchantment barrier, and the weird people rushing in, they can't even find where Mujio is, let alone attack. Soon, in the ward closest to the nurse's station, Xiao Huang's trembling response came, "Master, I'm here." Hearing the voice, the strangeness in the corridor was faster than Mujio's reaction. The large number of sick and medical tricks that originally surrounded Mujio's enchantment quickly crowded the outside of the ward where the sound was made. Chapter 19 There were slightly familiar screams in the ward, one after another, and it seemed that there were quite a few living people inside. I don't know how these people survived. Mujio was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the door of the ward. She was protected by an enchantment, and she cleaned it up silently all the tricksters outside the ward. It didn't take long for hundreds of trick beads to enter the space. Mujio reached out and twisted the lock on the door of the ward. The door was locked from the inside, and Mujio used all his strength, and with a bang, the lock was pulled down by her. Immediately, there was another scream inside, and only Xiao Huang asked in a trembling voice, "Master, is it you?" Mujio didn't speak, and opened the door of the ward. It was a slightly larger 6-person room, with a corpse that had been sucked dry lying in each hospital bed. The 6 heartbeat detectors, all of which turned into a straight line, emitted a thin beep sound. In the corner of the room, there are more than a dozen doctors and nurses huddled at the moment. Xiao Huang was squeezed out of the outermost by a group of people, his eyes closed, shivering. The ward was full of hungry people who were ready to pounce. It seems that these doctors with injection pinholes and big bone hammers have tortured them a lot. Seeing a doctor approaching Xiao Huang, they are about to snort twice at his head. Mujio shouted, "Xiao Huang!" Instantly attracted by the sound, he stopped his movements and turned around. Xiao Huang opened his eyes when he heard the sound and looked this way, just in time to meet the big bone tongs raised by the doctor, about to smash his head. In Xiao Huang's frightened expression, Mujio slashed this medical trick into 2 pieces with a single sword. The black smoke drifted away, and only a trick bead remained, smashing on Xiao Huang's brain. Smashed him to a spirit, and he couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his mouth for a long time. Everyone in the room was so called by this familiar Xiao Huang that they opened their eyes and looked at Mujio. The strangeness in the room had not been cleared, and was still flying in the sky, and several young female nurses were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. The rest of the people who were not stunned saw the strange scene of Mujio's killing just now, and they all looked at her in surprise and couldn't speak. In the eyes of a few people, Mujio, who is so spirited, is still so proud and annoying. But in the eyes of most people, she is like a god who came down from heaven to save them from fire and water. It's a pity that Mujio is not a god, and she ignored anyone. Although they are all colleagues, none of them treat her kindly on weekdays. Excluded her one by one, spread her yellow rumors, and even deliberately stumbled behind her back. Of course, a large part of the reason is due to age. Mujio is an outlier in this group of Chinese medicine uncles and aunts. Mujio is not a person who will wrong himself, and he can't fit into the circle, so it's better to stay away. Life is short for a few decades, there is no need for that. Mujio didn't even give anyone else a look. She picked up the beads that had fallen onto Xiao Huang's clothes, and reached out to pat Xiao Huang's cheek. Hey, wake up! Feeling the touch and temperature of the person, Xiao Huang regained some consciousness. The dilated pupils reunited, and Xiao Huang's eyes turned red. He struggled to stand up, hugged Mujio, and couldn't cry. Mujio was helpless, a big boy in his early 30s, a tall man of 1.9 meters, what was there to cry about? Patting him on the back was considered comforting. But at this moment, Mujio was surprised to find one thing. Being held in Xiao Huang's arms, probably because of physical contact, the enchantment range derived from the enchantment charm in her hand was significantly doubled. From the original 1 meter radius, it became a 2 meter radius. The weirdos who originally tried to attack Xiao Huang were all intercepted by the enchantment at this moment, and they couldn't get in at all. Mujio pushed Xiao Huang away, who was trembling all over, grabbed his wrist with one hand, and let him stand firm on his own. Obviously, the scope of the enchantment has not changed, and it still maintains the range after it became larger. What's the matter with you? Mujio held Xiao Huang's wrist, and could clearly feel that his pulse was weak, and his breath was short and urgent. There seemed to be signs of being eaten away by the weird essence. The cinnabar bracelet she gave him should be able to completely avoid the problem of being haunted by weirdness. Why? Leaving Mujio's embrace, Xiao Huang couldn't stand at all, powerless like a marionette. In the next second, Xiao Huang fell straight to the ground. Mujio simply laid Xiao Huang flat and lay on the ground to reduce the load on his heart. The actual condition of his body may be even worse than what he seems. Why didn't you wear the bracelet I gave you? Asked Mujio unceremoniously. Anyway, she deliberately went to the 9th floor for this matter. Xiao Huang slowly opened his left hand, which he had been clenching, and in his big palm, a soybean-sized cinnabar was revealed. Here. Mujio frowned. You know, a whole string of 18 cinnabar can protect a person from strange invasion at all. The 18 represent the 6 roots, the 6 dusts, and the 6 consciousnesses. Each of them corresponds to the 6 divine consciousnesses that guard the human eye, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. One less bead is a gap. But there is only one left in his hand. That would be tantamount to exposing all 6 of them to the weird face. And others' essence is exhausted, and they still have to die. This cinnabar bead can only hang people's lives, and they don't let people die so quickly. It took a long time before Xiao Huang spoke again. This is cinnabar, which can drive away evil spirits. I'll take the bracelet apart and give it to everyone here, one for each person, so that everyone can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. After hearing this, Mujio scolded, "You big fool," and then glanced up at the group of people who were still huddled in the corner. Among them is her sworn enemy Wang Dandan. As if she was afraid that Mujio would take back the remaining 17 beads, she said in a trembling voice, "If you give something to Xiao Huang, he has the right to dispose of this thing." Fortunately, Xiao Huang is kind. If it were you, he would definitely not save everyone, and he would only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone. Mujio smiled and replied with a smile. "You're right, but don't worry, I won't take back what I gave away, so enjoy the last fear of life with peace of mind. Even if you want to stay, it's a potential stock like Avon." As for Xiao Huang, he is an assistant who has been with her for a year, and he has done a lot of things for her on weekdays, and he is a good boy with a good heart. Mujio did not hesitate to take out the acupuncture steel needle from his bag and began to prick Xiao Huang with needles. His situation is not optimistic, and it will take a lot of work. Mujio has an enchantment body, but those who hide in the corners still have to bear the licking from the sick and the terrifying threat of the doctor. Screams rang out. Chapter 20. There were more than a dozen doctors and nurses, and after opening their eyes, the only ones who stood firm were only 5 or 6 experienced and knowledgeable senior doctors. Among them is Wang Dandan. She screamed and flailed her fists as she tried to chase away the disgusting filth. But she was stabbed again and again, and she screamed in pain. She cursed at the monsters who lunged at her. "You are blind, why don't you bite the 2 little hooves of Mujio and Huang's size? They are young, and they are much better than us people. Mujio turned his head and glanced at the woman who couldn't figure it out. If she doesn't speak, holds her breath, and remains calm, she may be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a little longer. It's a pity that it backfired. Because of her loud shouting, there were more and more weirdness attracted. Mujio sighed. After 10 minutes of acupuncture treatment, Xiao Huang's muscles, veins, blood and qi all over his body were adjusted to a smooth state. Life was picked up, but it was far from enough. As the inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine, Mujio is well aware of the loss of human essence, and with ordinary methods, she has to raise it for a year and a half to fully recover. This is the same as a woman giving birth to a child and having to be confined if she hurts her vitality. But she couldn't wait. Mujio used a disposable paper cup to scoop a small half cup of spiritual spring water from the space and poured it into his mouth. She is not a stingy person, but a little spiritual spring water. She has a large pool of endless water. 2 mouthfuls of spiritual spring water went down. Xiao Huang quickly recovered her vitality and slowly opened her eyes. Master. The first thing I saw was Mujio, and there was a guilt light shining in Xiao Huang's eyes. Xiao Huang immediately wanted to sit up. He felt that he was full of strength, but he was held down by Mujio. The needle hasn't been pulled out yet, you wait. Of course, Mujio wouldn't tell him about the cup of spiritual spring water just now. He probably thought that the recovery of his body was due to Mujio's acupuncture. Thank you, Master. Xiao Huang's gratitude was heartfelt. After pulling out the last steel needle on Xiao Huang's body, he heard Aiwen's voice coming from the corridor outside the door. Sister Mujio, are you there? Sister Mujio? Aiwen, I'm here in Ward 0901. 2 women who are rampant in the terrifying apocalypse have no scruples to talk on the 9th floor of the inpatient ward. Mujio's side was blocked by an invulnerable barrier, while Aiwen's side had a brave and invincible double sword attack. Let the strangeness in the building be frightened, and there is nothing to hide. And at this moment, Wang Dandan, who was dead, was exhausted by the large number of sieges by the doctors, and he couldn't even speak. Before Evan slayed the weird all the way into the hospital room, Mujio put a brand new cinnabar bracelet back on Xiao Huang's wrist. Staring into his eyes, he warned, "This is the last time, and if you give what I give you to someone else, you will break off your relationship." Xiao Huang was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had given the previous cinnabar bracelet that Mujio gave him to others, and he was a little at a loss. Of course, Mujio knew that Xiao Huang was a warm-hearted, sunny and kind big boy. But the good character before the end of the world will take his life in the terrible last days. Master and apprentice, send him a piece of advice, whether you listen to it or not depends on himself. The old rule, don't listen to explanations, look at actions. After Mujio finished speaking, he turned around to greet Aiwen. Evan had a lot of blood on his hands, and it seemed that he had paid a lot of price in order to get out of the treacherous wall. Mujio put his hand into his bag, but actually took out a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao in the space and handed it to Aiwen. This is for you, medicate yourself, sprinkle it on the wound, and you'll be fine tomorrow. Before, the outpatient pharmacy and warehouse were rounded, and the medicines in Mujio's space were piled up like a mountain, and basically everything that could be bought in the world was ready. Aiwen took the medicine bottle, thanked him gratefully, and then saw the tall Huang Sais with a red face behind Mujio. Let me introduce, this is the intern doctor in my hands before the end of the world, named Huang Sais. Mujio introduced Aiwen, and then introduced Aiwen to Xiao Huang. This is the twin swordsman I met in the cafeteria, Aiwen. After the two of them briefly greeted each other, Mujio got back to business and asked Xiao Huang, that lady in the morning, which ward have you received? Now take me to take a look. Of course, Mujio was talking about the family that slapped her in the morning. The old lady had been possessed by a strange person earlier, and was pulled back by Mujio in time, leaving a little weirdness on her body. Weird doesn't like to eat things with the same smell, so there's a good chance that the old lady will escape the erosion of weird tonight. But the old man is old, and his vitality is greatly damaged. This kind of thing can't even be endured by Sheng Chang's strong Xiao Huang, let alone an old man who is over 80 years old. There is a high possibility that I will be frightened again and fall into death, and in this case, there is also a great possibility of becoming a trickster. Xiao Huang replied. Immediately, Mujio handed Xiao Huang a peachwood sword. Oh. I've dissected so many general teachers, it shouldn't be difficult for you to kill a few tricks, right? Xiao Huang took the peachwood sword. He had seen Mujio kill tricks just now. It was extremely cool, it shouldn't be too difficult. He swallowed lightly, suppressed the fear in his heart beating wildly, and replied, yes, it should be fine, I'll try. Seeing that he was holding the peachwood sword, his right hand shaking too obviously, Evan couldn't help but snicker. A few hours ago, she was also like this, thanks to Sister Mujio's willingness to guide. Immediately, the three of them walked towards room 0922 together. Along the way, killing weirdos of different shapes along the way. Mujio was in front, trying his best to kill the difficult weirdness in the front, leaving the two people behind him with a slightly easier weirdness to deal with, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. In just 1 or 20 meters of the aisle, the three of them killed hundreds of weird ones, and the weird beads fell to the ground before they could reach the door of room 0922. Mujio directly pushed the door and walked inside. The strange gaze that filled the room instantly shifted from the only hospital bed in the room to Mujio. There is a long hair that is crawling out of the TV. There is a shadow hanging upside down on the light bulb, making the electric light flicker and flicker. There are also gray tricks who hide under the bed and only reveal a pair of ghost claws. And the flying slick that was printed on the glass outside the window and laughed silly. In short, it was very lively. But Mujio's gaze only fell on the hospital bed from beginning to end, and the strange figure with a special appearance. It was the body of the old lady he had seen during the day. But at this time, there was a half-transparent soul in this body, which broke away from the main body and floated in the air. This is exactly what Mujio had seen in his previous life, and he could do underworld transactions trick merchant. Mujio hurriedly turned around and asked the two people behind him to help clean up the weirdness in the ward. By the way, guard the door, don't let new weirdness come in, she has something very important to do in the room. After Mujio finished explaining, his gaze returned to the old lady floating in front of him. I saw her staring blankly at everything strange around her. His gaze finally fixed on the ground next to the hospital bed, on the only dried corpse lying there. Mujio recognized it at a glance. This dried corpse was the son of the old lady in front of him, Black Tiger. Chapter 21 The Old Lady's Son, the Frail Man. Probably when the terrifying apocalypse came, it was eaten up by these big tricks in this room. Looking at the peaceful and intact appearance of the corpse, he was probably so weak before his death that he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Weird doesn't cry. But at this moment, Mujio could feel a strong sadness from the old lady's wooden expression. Striking while the iron was hot, Mujio took out a piece of yellow paper from his bag and burned it with a lighter in front of the old lady's translucent soul. This is a skill that I learned from the rest of the base in my previous life. In doing so, I can communicate with the dying treacherous merchant and have a few words. Understand what they really want and what they don't want, so that they can prescribe the right medicine and complete the transaction efficiently. Old lady, do you have any other wishes? Can you tell me, try to satisfy you? Mujio said to the old lady with consciousness. The old lady obviously didn't expect someone to talk to her, and raised her head to look at Mujio. Can anything be? Of course. In the terrible apocalypse, is there anything more difficult than wanting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme in peace? I am young and widowed, raising this child alone, relying on each other for my life, who knew that he would die before me. He has never suffered in his life. Now that he has gone first, when he gets over there is no money to use, what should he do? I can't do anything for him anymore, I want you to burn some money for him for me. After speaking, the old lady bowed to Mujio with her half-suspended body. Mujio was silent. It was really a great mother's love. Handle your life for your son, and don't forget to seek a stable future for your son until he dies. But she knew that her son had been by her side and kept her life for her pension? It's all going to die, and of course the truth doesn't matter so much. Her purpose was to coax the tricksters so that she could make a deal with them. Okay, of course. Immediately, Mujio took out a complete set of paper bundles from the space. From large villas with garden pools, to private jets, cruises, motorhomes, sedans, off-road. And then to a cabinet of beautiful clothes, several large boxes of gold ingots, and several beauties in bikinis. The old lady's entire ward was filled. Old lady, give your son a full set, you can always rest assured. Come, report your son's name and birthday, and I'll burn it to him directly. Aiwen has already seen it, but the first time he saw Xiao Huang, his jaw was shocked. So many things suddenly appeared, he was blinded by the weirdness and spent it? Xiao Huang, plug the smoke alarm in the ward, I'm going to burn the paper on the balcony. Xiao Huang couldn't believe his ears when he was called, oh, okay. He stood in his chair and plugged the smoke alarms in the hospital room and bathroom with toilet paper. Then I saw that Mujio didn't know where to come from, and took out a big brass brazier. Evan hurriedly stepped forward to help move the realistically shaped villa plane to the balcony and burn it. The room was full of paper, which burned for half an hour, and the billowing smoke blackened the ceiling of the balcony of the ward. If it weren't for the time, Mujio wouldn't dare to risk burning paper indoors. This one was accidentally lit, everyone shouldn't think about it. I watched the soul of the old lady's whole body break away from her body and dissipate into the air. The dragon pattern buckle on Mujio's index finger glowed with a faint red light, and she immediately noticed the changes in the space. In one of the 33 wordless monuments, a second bright red totem appeared. Beep, a familiar voice sounded, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is Mother Earth Spirit rune, which can be used to make earth skills." Mujio listened to the voice in his head, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The ability charm. This is it. In his previous life, Mujio never awakened the ability, but fortunately, he was blessed by the Jade Wrench. In the eyes of those who are supernatural, Mujio is a muddle waste, although she kills tricks and does not lose to those people at all. It wasn't until the space was exploited that those people regarded her as a spatial powerhouse, and included her in the ranks of their own people. Sister Mujio, are you okay? Aiwen's voice sounded, pulling Mujio back to reality. Well, it's okay, is there anything wrong with you? Asked Mujio as she looked at her speechless appearance. My mother is in the hospital room upstairs, I want to go and see her. Silly girl, don't you say it earlier. Mujio put his arm around Aiwen's shoulders and walked towards the stairs. Mujio suddenly remembered something, turned around and said to Xiao Huang behind him, "Xiao Huang, you just stay here and wait, we will be back soon." Xiao Huang was frightened by Mujio's sudden turnaround and almost hit him. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the nurse's desk. Okay, but there's corpses at the nurse's desk, you can move them out of the way. Seeing Mujio enter the stairwell, Xiao Huang understood the meaning of Mujio's words. Inside the nurse's desk, there are dried corpses, and they are all colleagues who used to work together. Xiao Huang calmed himself for a long time before he held back the goosebumps all over his body and moved the body to a place where he couldn't see it. Mujio followed Aiwen to the top inpatient area on the 10th floor, knowing that Aiwen had something to say, so he deliberately let Xiao Huang wait in place. On the way, Aiwen Kai gave a general account of his situation. She originally had a happy family. Her father was a business executive, and her mother was a forensic doctor. 7 years ago, Mom helped the police solve a serial murder case. I don't know who I offended, I was retaliated against, and I got into a car accident and became a vegetative person. So much so that they are still lying in the hospital bed, unable to wake up. Then her family was scattered, and like Mujio, she was a child who grew up living in a relative's house. I just graduated from college, and today I came to the hospital to tell my mom that I had found a good job, but I didn't expect this to happen. Evan said as he killed the weirdness in front of him. Mujio didn't see the slightest sadness on her face, but it was different from ordinary people's calmness. Is another child who has been whipped too strong by life, and he is usually used to being alone, no wonder his endurance is so strong. Mujio didn't speak, and let Aiwen talk all the way to the door of her mother's hospital room. Unexpectedly, her mother's situation at the moment was the same as that of the old lady downstairs, half of her soul drifted out of her body. Her mother saw Aiwen's figure, her eyes showed joy, maybe she was just waiting for her to come. Mujio didn't delay for a moment, and hurriedly handed a piece of yellow paper and a lighter to Aiwen. One last chance to talk to your mom, to you. Light it and you'll be able to hear your mother's voice. I'll help you clean up the weirdness in your room and say goodbye. Chapter 22. After speaking, Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and entering the ward and chopped off more than a dozen weird heads inside as quickly as possible. Then he turned and walked out of the room, leaving Evan and her mother inside to say their final goodbyes. When we meet, the fastest way to communicate with each other is not to do something that is within our power and enough to move people's hearts for each other. Mujio stayed outside the door, attracting a lot of weird people to come and send strange beads. In just a quarter of an hour, hundreds of weird ones were killed. The door to the ward opened, and Evan walked out of it with red eyes. "Are you okay?" Mujio looked inside. Her mother's suspended soul was gone, and it had probably been sent away. "Sister Mujio, thank you for letting me see my mother for the last time, and for being able to talk to my mother. I haven't heard my mother's voice in years, thank you so much," said Evan's voice with a whimper. "Mom said you were a good person, and you were willing to rescue me in such a weird time. Without you, I wouldn't have survived, let alone come to see my mother for the last time. Sister Mujio, I don't have any relatives anymore, let me follow you in the future. I will go wherever you go, I will do whatever you ask me to do, and I promise that I will never betray you." Mujio stared at her eyes, and after a moment, squinted and smiled. Okay. That's what she thought when she first met Evan, and now she's got it. "Thank you, Sister Mujio," Aiwen said, hugging Mujio. This is closer than her own sister. "Let go of Mujio." Aiwen stretched out his hand, and a small dark green flame gathered in his palm. "Also, my mother gave this to me, Sister Mujio, do you know what this is? I feel that there is a force in my body that is rushing around, and it is difficult to be controlled. Fire ability. It turns out that after the end of the world, the ability was created so early. This is the ability your mother left you to protect yourself, the fire ability," Mujio explained. "Sister Mujio, are you serious? Is it like the kind of powerful ability in the movie?" Aiwen was surprised, and was a little puzzled, but why is this a dark green flame? It looks weird and scary at night. Well, this is a strange fire, and it is also a cold fire, which specializes in burning weird souls, and the house building can't be burned or anything. However, the ability should be more than that, and it will evolve into different abilities as the ability increases. After listening to Mujio's words, Aiwen's right hand that showed his ability trembled unconsciously. "It's a treacherous fire. But your pulse was a little confused by this sudden intrusion ability. Don't worry, listen to me, don't think about anything else, focus on your right hand. Try to drive the strength of all parts of your body towards your right hand, and finally gather it here." Mujio patiently guided. "This girl's ability has awakened so early, she is a good seedling, she has to be cultivated well, and she will be a good helper in the future." Aiwen closed his eyes and did so, and Mujio could clearly feel a faint green color around Aiwen. Slowly with the consciousness, it migrated towards the right hand. When he passed the index finger with the dragon tattoo held by Mujio, a faint red light flashed for a moment. Beep, a familiar voice sounded again. "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is the Sparkly Yuan Fire Spirit rune, which can be used to use the rune paper to use fire-based skills." In Mujio's consciousness, he could clearly feel the changes in the space. In one of the 33 wordless monuments, a third bright red totem appeared. What is this unlocking method? It's a bit bohemian and too casual. Thinking of this, Aiwen's palm suddenly lit up a palm-sized dark green flame, which made Mujioman come back to his senses. "I saw this strange fire swish, and flew towards a medical trick with bared teeth in the distance, and the speed was so fast that it brought a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wine slash phoneme. The medical trick in the distance was instantly surrounded by dark green tricky fire, and turned into ashes in the struggle, turning into a crystal bead of trickery." Aiwen was directly stunned in place. She couldn't believe that this was from her own hand. "Since you came up, let's collect this layer of trick beads before leaving. You've just awakened your ability now, and you can't control it stably, so take this opportunity to exercise it," Mujio said with a smile. "It's the first time I've had such magical powers, and I want to try how powerful this thing is." "Okay, then you clean up to the east, I'll clean up to the west, and we'll meet at the elevator on the north side." The two then went their separate ways. Before parting, Mujio gave AI1 a roll of garbage bags, which were very sturdy and durable, and he took them from the small supermarket downstairs. Each floor of the inpatient building is very large, and there are basically 50 rooms on the first floor. Small single, double, and triple rooms can harbor dozens of large weird ones. The big 4-, 5-, and 6-person rooms can hide hundreds of weird ones. After sweeping from room to room, how can there be thousands of trick beads? Now Mujio is holding 3 kinds of rune paper in his hand, and killing the junior weird is naturally handy. In order to avoid being attacked by doctors, the enchantment talisman on her body has never been removed. Now her rune paper level is not high enough, and the enchantment can only block the weird. I remember that in my previous life, I had seen a high-level enchantment ability that could block everything and hide herself directly. But the rune paper thing is like a super plugin. Because it is not the power of the body, no matter how long it is used, you will not feel tired. However, the pattern on the rune paper will fade over time. This is the biggest difference between runes and normal abilities. People have limited energy, and so does the amount of physical strength they can use. But the rune paper can't. It's a big deal to draw the totem again with cinnabar on the rune paper with lightened color. How much can it cost? Mujio took out a fire spirit talisman from the space and put it in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, an unfamiliar power surged in the palm of his hand, and in the next second, a dark green flame burst out. It's the same as the one in AI1's hand just now, but it's obviously much bigger than hers. And there is not just one, but 3 flames. This is probably because Mujio's energy level is much higher than AI1. After all, it's good to enjoy the cool with your back against the space. In just a few hours, the space has already eaten 20,000 trick beads, and of course the strength cannot be underestimated. Mujio easily threw the 3 super large treacherous fires in his hands into the first ward. These 3 strange fires are really like what the space said with the momentum of sparks burning the planes, from the 3 weird ones that were ignited, to the other weird bodies. And then it went out of control, igniting the weirdness of the entire ward. This weird fire ability, but the higher the density of weirdness, the better it is. The fire burned very violently, but except for weirdness, everything in the ward was completely unaffected. Mujio stood at the door, watching as the fire gradually extinguished after it burned out, leaving only the beads all over the ground. Sweep it at a glance, put it into the space, and move on to the next one. Chapter 23. Mujio lit a fire along the corridor of the ward, one ward after another. This is much faster than holding the peachwood sword before, killing the weird one by one. It's also much cleaner. It's almost effortless, solving a room of tricks in a minute, and then sweeping all the tricky beads into the space at a glance. In less than half an hour, all the rooms in the west corridor, including the bathroom, were cleaned by Mujio. Mujio didn't see AI1 in front of the elevator, so he began to continue to help clean up the east corridor. Iwan's side obviously didn't go as smoothly as Mujio. The unaccustomed use of the ability for the first time made her unable to let go of her hands and feet from the beginning, for fear that the strange fire would ignite something other than weird. As Mujio said, this trick fire is just a trick, and it can't ignite anything else. Then she let herself go and began to set fires with impunity. She used her palm as a machine gun and frantically threw treacherous fire at the passing room. Even if it's a small single room, she'll brush it, put more than a dozen fires in it. It's almost a flame against 1 or 2 tricks, and she doesn't have the concept of a spark in her heart at all. As soon as she reached the 8th ward, she felt exhausted. I can't use any more sparks. The number of weird people in the hospital ward was staggering, and when the flames in her hands were extinguished, the weirdos swarmed around her. Fortunately, there are also 2 peachwood swords given to her by Mujio. Now, I had to pick up my old job again, and use a sword to slash the weirdness of each room. Not to mention the slow speed, there is also a fast-moving doctor, which is difficult to deal with. Mujio held the fire spirit talisman in his hand, and went east to collect more than 10 wards in a row, only to find AI1 who was surrounded in the middle of a 6-person room. The disease has been killed, but the medical trick is really tricky. When I saw her gasping for air, I knew that the ability was overused. Mujio grabbed AI1's wrist and enveloped him in his own enchantment. Then he threw a gathering of treacherous fire towards the place where the doctors were concentrated. The doctors who were originally dancing arrogantly were instantly ignited by this fire. Some tried to escape from the fire, but with a little spark, they ignited other strange things. For a time, the whole room was set on fire. AI-1 leaned against Mujio's side and looked at him directly. Sister Mujio actually has a fire-based ability. Can she exert such a great power? What kind of god is this? Waiting for the flames to go out, Mujio swept around with a glance and put away all the trick beads. How are you mastering the ability? Are you still used to it? Mujio asked with a smile. The power is enough, but the physical strength is insufficient, and there is no spark at all at this time. Evan replied with a bitter face. It will be good to strengthen your physical exercise and improve your physical strength and endurance. I see. Sister Mujio, this is the trick bead I collected, said AI-1, pointing to the 4 full garbage bags placed at the door. Hard work. Mujio accepted the trick beads, and the two followed downstairs to find Xiao Huang to meet. As a result, I saw 2 large boxes at the top of the staircase, and the beads contained in a plastic box. Master, I saw that you hadn't come down for so long, so I helped clean up the weirdness on the 9th floor. You weren't hurt, right? Mujio looked at the person in front of him and smiled. This guy is still so caring, he will start doing things before she asks. Of course Mujio will not refuse. In the terrifying apocalypse, there are probably not a few ruthless people who want to act alone. Die like that quickly. No one will find out if they die. Now, Mujio's junior team can be regarded as being formed. Mujio was not ambiguous. She reissued Xiao Huang with an enchantment talisman paper as a benefit for the team members to ensure everyone's safety. By the way, she assigned the task in the second half of the night tonight to clear all the weirdness of the inpatient building. In addition to the 1st, 9th, and 10th floors that had been emptied, there were still 7 floors left. The 7th and 8th floors were given to Xiao Huang, the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were given to AI-1, and the remaining 2nd and 3rd floors were directly claimed by Mujio. Mainly because the internal pharmacy of the inpatient department is on the 2nd floor, and Mujio still needs to spend time collecting supplies. Most of the people in the hospital are sick, and there will be psychic sequelae for a second. Before leaving, Mujio helped everyone to prick a painless steel needle to avoid the pain in this regard. Everyone took a roll of garbage bags and set off separately. Mujio urged the fire spirit rune, and in just 1 hour, he turned all the weirdness on the 2 floors into trick beads and put them in his pocket. Avon has a fire-type ability, which is a little easier, but the number of 3 floors is also a chore. And Xiao Huang is bitter and slashing with a sword and a strange size. Although it is hard, this is definitely a good opportunity for everyone to exercise and improve their physical fitness. The road ahead will only be more difficult than tonight, and this process must be there. Mujio went straight to the internal pharmacy at the end of the inpatient area on the 2nd floor. Then he directly ripped off the security door on the side of the pharmacy window. The pharmacy in the inpatient department is about the same size as the outpatient department, and Mujio walked through it in turn, and even the medicine cabinet was put into the space warehouse. In this way, the medicine alone has tens of thousands of cubic meters of space. The task was completed, and Mujio sat at the staircase on the 2nd floor, waiting for the 3 upstairs to return victoriously. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt the changes in the space. The area of the surface land in the space seemed to have increased in his consciousness. Mujio immediately entered the space and found that beyond the large lawn hills, 8,000-meter-high mountains suddenly rose one after another. They were located on the 8 faces of the 5 elements Bagua, and the mountains were connected to each other. Among them, the 4 mountains located in the southeast, northwest direction, all have a stream rushing downward. It flows into the hills at the foot of the hill and converges into 4 irregularly shaped lakes that nourish the hilly lawns. The connected mountains enclose the entire space into a large circle, like a green basin. The mountain range has a perennial snow-capped roof, and below it grows a variety of tall trees and shrubs. There are many kinds of cedar, ginkgo, metasequoia, magnolia, camphor, birch, red poplar, dragon mulberry, etc. The scenery of the distant mountains looks full of color and life. Chapter 24. Beep. A familiar voice sounded again. Dear Master, the space has been upgraded, and the mountains and rivers have been added to a total of 20,000 acres. Mountain forests can multiply indefinitely, and will not be reduced by deforestation. The water source of rivers and lakes is the same as the spiritual spring water, which is a high-quality drinking water for strong livestock meat. After listening to the introduction of the space system, Mujio was secretly happy. In this life, because the space was developed early, all these resources were used in time. Immediately, she took out her mobile phone from her bag, placed it directly on the fire spirit talisman, and turned on the screen. A trickster followed the light of the phone, and whimpered, and crawled out violently. The dark green fire of the trickster swooped out of the screen at the same time, burning all the way into the screen along the fingertips of the trickler. Within a minute, puffs of black smoke were rising from the screen. Then 5 or 6 trick beads rolled down out of thin air. The mobile phone screen returned to its original appearance, revealing a number of apps that should have been. Mujio opened the map on his phone and began to carefully study the map of Hui City. The beginning of the end times, because of the extreme fear of the weird. Even among the survivors who survived the night of the mid-year festival of the 100 Tricks, few dared to go out at will. But in fact, in the daylight when there is sunlight, the initial weird mobility will be weakened, and they will not even dare to come out in the sunlight at all. Therefore, during this time, it will be the best time for the city to buy and collect materials for 0 yuan. It will not be disturbed by strange disturbances, and it is not easy to be disturbed by living people. The first task of the city's 0 yuan purchase is, of course, the survival materials, food and daily necessities. In the first step, Mujio used search software to quickly lock down all the shopping malls and large supermarkets in Huishur. Unexpectedly, the map was marked with red dots as high as 76 shopping malls and supermarkets. Has the city developed to the point where it is full of city centers? But Mujio will not go to every one, and she finally picked out the largest complex shopping malls in the 76 auditions. Small shopping malls and supermarkets are not in her first choice for the time being. She needs to collect as many supplies as possible in a short period of time to ensure a normal standard of living in the future. And these shopping malls are all with large warehouses and supermarkets, which just meet the 2 major needs of food and daily use at one time. The second step is the major breeding farms and planting bases distributed in the suburbs of the city. There are not many, there are 3 farms and 2 planting bases, all of which are located far away from the city center. There are 8,000 acres of infinite lawn and hills in her space, as well as 2,000 acres of black soil, as far as the eye can see. If she didn't take in the farm and planting base directly, then I'm really sorry to help her cut down a large number of weird aven tonight. But be quick, although weird doesn't coerce animals, she can't guarantee that it will be too long for those unattended poultry to survive. The third step is the wholesale markets scattered throughout the country. These include the grain and oil wholesale market, the small commodity wholesale market, and so on. After doing these 3 steps, Mujio's primary materials have basically been collected. This will allow her and them to eat and drink completely for decades to come. When Mujio decided on the place, he heard the footsteps of someone coming downstairs. It was AI when she had completed the task of cleaning up the weird 4th, 5th, 6th floors. Mujio looked up and saw AI when walking downstairs with 2 large bags of trick beads in each hand, and hurriedly got up to pick them up. Sister Mujio, I still have more than a dozen big bags on top of me that I haven't taken down. If you don't bother to go up with me, just take it, lest you have to make 2 more trips. Evan said with a smile. Ever since she had her own abilities, she had also classified Mujio as a supernatural. There is a feeling of sympathy for each other. She thought, probably Sister Mujio was a dual-line ability of space and fire. In short, she is a very good existence. Mujio put the phone and the bead into the space together, and then followed AI when upstairs. Avon's treacherous fire has roughly recovered to 70%. After watching Mujio deal with weirdness with tricky fire, she also learned to be obedient. It's really a lot easier to start using the tactics of treacherous fire, but there are so many weird that even if you use the method of copying the trail, you still can't use the ability to kill tricks from beginning to end. I still have to wait for a while, so I will assist the Peachwood Sword to rest for a while and recover his vitality. The floor that Evan is in charge of has retrieved nearly 7,000 trick beads. After Mujio took it all into the space, he and Aiwen sat on the stairs on the 6th floor to rest, waiting for Xiao Huang upstairs to finish his task. Evan took out a chocolate bar from his large backpack to eat and replenish his strength. Mujio, who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme replenishes spiritual spring water, naturally doesn't need to eat chocolate. The two of them took a break on the stairs for about 3 or 4 hours. When it was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to dawn, Xiao Huang upstairs finally dragged his tired body downstairs. Master, I'm cleaned up. Mujio stretched and stood up. I've worked hard, I'll invite you to breakfast. Later, I'll go up and get the rest of the beads myself, and you can rest in place for a few hours until dawn. Mujio said, and gave each of them a disposable paper bowl found from the small supermarket downstairs. From the space, I will sweep back from the cafeteria last night, and I will still share the hot shredded meat noodles with everyone. Coupled with the summer special drink in the canteen, mung bean soup, it is enough to have a breakfast. It was enough to make the two of them lose their big teeth. In the weird and fluttering apocalyptic night, you can still eat a bite of hot food. It's really not easy. Follow my sister well, and you will have a good life in the future. Mujio said like a gang boss, brainwashing his younger brothers. After saying that, even she couldn't help laughing, and then turned around and went upstairs in a joking. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has the intention. Mujio said casually, these two are hard-hearted. After seeing the corpses all over the floor upstairs that couldn't move their feet, they were so glad that they had met Mujio. Otherwise, they would be one of the vast corpses. What's more, I was already hungry and panicked, and I was tired and half dead, and the smell of the shredded meat noodles was like a superb delicacy. It's the end of the world, what kind of tractor do you want, and you will be done with Sister Mu in the future. Mujio didn't know what they were thinking, so she went up to the 6th floor first. Xiao Huang collected about 5,000 beads, neatly tied in a garbage bag, and placed at the top of the stairs. Mujio threw directly into the space. After including the trick beads that Aiwen and Xiao Huang killed, Mujio obviously felt that there was a new change in the space. Chapter 25. The space area has been upgraded and enlarged again. This time, Mujio can clearly smell the smell of the sea. In addition to the towering mountains on all sides, there is a whole circle of light yellow sand beaches, and the blue sea that cannot be seen. Looking down on the space from a high place, it looks like a beautiful island. Mujio flashed into the space, took off his shoes, stepped on the soft sand, and let the sea water soak his ankles. Beep, the familiar voice of the space system sounded in my ears. Dear Master, the space is upgraded, and the beach area will be increased by 4,000 acres and the ocean area by 6,000 acres, for a total of 10,000 acres. The seawater and the spiritual spring water are the same branch, and it is a high-quality survival water for the flesh of strong sea creatures. In this way, swimming in this sea area phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme can also enhance the physique. Thinking of this, Mujio glanced at his watch. It was 5:10 in the morning, and there was still some time before dawn. Mujio directly took off the clothes on her body and went into the water to swim naked. This is her consciousness space, and there is no one else. The main reason is that the time for rebirth is too rushed, and it is important to save her life, so she doesn't have time to think about preparing to change her clothes. Fortunately, after dawn, he was able to go out to search for supplies. Mujio played in the sea for nearly 2 hours. She is usually busy with work, and she has not been to the beach for several years, and she rarely even travels. Now her space has mountains, fields and seas, if you want to go, at any time. Mujio came out of the living area of the underground cave after taking a bath, and the sky outside was already bright. She went downstairs to meet the other two, but she didn't need to say anything more, and set off directly. In the terrifying apocalypse, if you want to go out, you have to rely on your feet. Not to mention that driving will encounter tricks against the wall, which is not safe. Last night, when the end of the world came, it was the end of work, the evening rush hour. Vehicles that are rear-ended or collide with each other on the street will block the city streets, and driving will definitely not be possible. Fortunately, the first stop mall selected by Mujio is not far from the Chinese medicine hospital, and it is only about 2 kilometers away on foot. At 8:00 in the morning, Mujio and his party set off from the Chinese medicine hospital. Last night, it was dark and they couldn't see clearly, but now the sun is shining, and when they stand at the door of the Chinese medicine hospital, they see the devastated city. The streets and alleys are full of car accident scenes. There are small car accidents where 2 or 3 cars collide, and there are also large car accidents where dozens of cars are seriously rear-ended. There was a police car parked on the side of the road dealing with a traffic accident, and it was re-involved in a new car accident and died. There are also people who try to break the trick wall, forcibly turn left and right, drive the car directly onto the sidewalk, drive into a small shop on the side of the road, and then die multiple corpses. There are also buses that directly roll onto the roof of the car, flattening several cars and the people in the car. Even more outrageous is the intersection that is about to pass in the distance. Because there is no traffic light guidance, hundreds of large cars and small cars collide into one piece. Even like arhats, they rushed to the center of the cross and erected a tall tower of cars. This is still the case for those who drive, not to mention the passers-by who walk all over the streets. In short, the corpses are strewn all over the field, and the misery is unbearable. Even if they weren't sent away by a serious car accident, there were still terrifying shadows waiting for them. How you want to die, choose for yourself. At this moment, the city is extremely lonely, the sun is shining, but there is not a living person in sight. Of course, there is no weird figure. Just like the situation in Mujio's memory, the junior weird can't come out to see the sun. So during the day, under the sun, human beings are safe. Let's go, hurry. Mujio walked in the front to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way. As soon as I walked 100 meters away, I stopped. The door of the back seat of a Bentley in front of it that was sandwiched by Santana and Wuling was suddenly opened, and a person jumped out of it. Help, save me, it's Tricky. I'm the president of Dongshin Group, you send me to a safe place, all this money will be given to you. When the man raised a few thick stacks of red bills towards Mujio, a sandalwood bracelet happened to be exposed on his wrist. This is something comparable to cinnabar to ward off evil spirits, no wonder it survived last night's disaster. Mujio didn't want to be recruited into the army when he saw a living person. She doesn't want the president of this kind of group. If she doesn't say anything, I'm afraid that he can turn around and become her uncle. Busy, I don't have time to help. And do you think money is still useful now? Mujio glanced at him like a fool, bypassed the man, and walked straight forward, without the slightest intention of rescuing. If this is to be placed before the end of the world, she will definitely be saved. After all, it is a big ticket of tens of thousands. If you smash her face, you won't be angry, after all, it's too difficult to make money. The man was choked on the spot, and when he saw that these 3 people ignored him, he quietly followed behind them. Mujio naturally felt the little tail behind him. But they went to the mall for 0 yuan to buy, it was indoors. There was no sunlight, and the sky was full of weirdness, and the big president was sure that he could eat it, and several people shuttled through the wreckage and corpses of the car accident. It was the middle of July, under the scorching sun. Because of the effect of the high temperature, the corpse accelerated its decomposition, and began to gradually emit a stench. Mujio took out a mask from his bag and handed it to everyone. Put it on, there are many microorganisms produced when the corpse is decomposed, and it is easy to spread germs. The 2 of them did it immediately, and finally saved their lives. Who would want to get sick? The journey was more rugged and difficult than expected, and it took more than half an hour for a few people to cross the flow of traffic and corpses and clearly see the building of the Far East Mall. This is a large commercial complex closest to the hospital, and it is also a shopping mall that Mujio phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme comes to and knows better. There are 36 floors above ground, with the lower 5 floors plus 1 basement floor being the scope of the shopping mall, and the 6th floor above is the scope of a high-end hotel. The end times happen after sunset, when supermarkets are bustling. So at this moment, the mall is still the same as last night, with the entrance door of the mall wide open. There are many corpses at the door, lying horizontally. There are young couples who go shopping and dating, old ladies who take a walk after dinner, office workers who socialize after work, and mothers and pregnant mothers who bring their children to enjoy the shade. Mujio stepped over the heads of many corpses and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme into the gate of the mall. A chill struck suddenly. I don't know if it's because the temperature of the air conditioner is too low, or if the EN is too heavy, and the difference from the outdoor temperature is at least 30 degrees. Mujio and the three of them each clenched the enchantment talisman in their hands and slowly moved in. Suddenly, from the cubicles on both sides of the entrance, two large rows of security guards in the same uniform rushed out. They were different from the weird ones I'd seen in the hospital before. In addition to their strange and vicious bodies, there is a black mist surrounding them. This is Level 2 Weird. Mujio immediately reacted. Chapter 26 The circle of black mist on their bodies was weird. In Mujio's opinion, the first level weirdness could only appear and be terrifying, just like the embroidered pillow of the treacherous world, which was useless. No matter how terrifying Rao is, there is nothing he can do in the face of a human like Mujio, whose courage is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the full level. She can even sit down with the first level weird, eat face to face, chat. But the second level is weird. This circle of black fog is a physical attack, which can actively invade people's bodies. The security guard moves very fast, and is even more agile than the doctor. The strange aura surrounding them was like a small snake, jumping towards Mujio's side flexibly and quickly. Attempts to penetrate a person's body through the ears, nose, or eyes. Fortunately, there was an enchantment to block it. Within a 1-meter radius of the three of them's bodies, an invisible air shield appeared, directly knocking away the strange aura that was sprinting at high speed. The big president who followed them quietly chased after them was not so lucky. Seeing the three people in front of him enter the gate of the mall, he also followed in. At the moment of entering the door, leaving the protection of the sun, the strange aura of random collision happened to get into his mouth that opened wide because of surprise. It was as if 1,000 swimming steel needle stingers had been swallowed in an instant, and they quickly rushed towards the rest of the body. The tall president was so painful that he fell directly backwards to the ground, convulsive. Until the black gas swims to the wrist. Suddenly, a faint purple light flashed. The filament-like black gas is like smelling a delicious delicacy, and whisked slowly invade the purple sandalwood with a faint fragrance. Inside the mall. More than 20 second-level security guards firmly surrounded Mujio and the three of them in the middle. They flutter up and down, as if looking for a weak spot to strike. It is true that the enchantment can block people's breath, but the power of the rune paper is based on the first-level trick bead. It's more than enough to deal with the first-level weird, but in the face of the second-level weird, it's a little difficult. Through the flying treacherous aura in the sky, these security guards slammed into the outer contours of the enchantment, locking on their existence. With the continuous impact of the treacherous aura, every time the enchantment vibrated violently, the cinnabar on the rune paper faded a little. The treacherous aura did not mean to decrease in the slightest, but more and more, and even the line of sight was gradually covered with a layer of black filter. Everyone tried to use the peachwood sword to dispel the evil spirit. But this black thing is the same as an earthworm, 1 into 2, 2 into 3. Master, the pattern on the barrier paper is about to disappear, and I can't resist it. Xiao Huang shouted, waving the peachwood sword in his hand, desperately resisting the strange aura that tried to penetrate into his barrier. Of course, Mujio knew that the rune paper would not be able to withstand it. It's only been a few minutes since I entered the door, and I could clearly feel that the barrier was being divided and disintegrated by these black guys. From the beginning, the enchantment was able to simply shatter the strange energy, but now it is gradually surrounded by dense strange energy. Don't worry, hold steady. Immediately, Mujio took out 2 fire spirit talismans from the space, and started work with his left and right hands. In an instant, 6 dark green flames lit up above her hands. The treacherous fire is as vigorous as a large peony blooming in spring, demonic and wild. Seeing Xiao Huang stunned, what kind of unique stunt has his master come up with? Too handsome. Mujio raised his hand and threw the treacherous fire quickly towards the treacherous chi that was trying to penetrate into the weak point of the enchantment. The strange fire instantly burst out of green ripples outside the barrier, and it was ignited, like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Mujio's surroundings were instantly cleared out of a clean space area, and then slowly spread around. But this thing is too difficult to deal with, and the clean place that has just been cleared will immediately be filled with treacherous aura. Sister Mujio, I'll help you. At this moment, the dark green treacherous fire in Iwan's hand was also much bigger than the previous one. She focused on her right hand, making her flame as loud as possible so that the throw would be more powerful. Xiao Huang. Even Avon has it. The treacherous fire in the sky has been entangled with this powerful treacherous aura for a long time. While cleaning up the weird energy, the second-level weird security guard is also constantly releasing weird energy. Mujio naturally noticed this, and it was not good for them to be in such a stalemate all the time. The horror of the apocalypse, and the weird is more durable than long-lasting, and whose energy will be exhausted first, it is self-evident. We must get rid of these treacherous security tricks as soon as possible and cut off the source. In this way, no matter whether it is chopped or burned, it will only cure the symptoms and not the root cause. She had to kill the source of this treachery, the security guard. Mujio handed over the matter of clearing the strange chi to AI-1 and Xiao Huang, and asked them to attract the attack power of the strange chi, while he went in the direction of the security guard. On his right hand, which was holding the talisman paper, Mujio broke the 6 clusters of treacherous fire into 12 groups and threw them towards the nearest security guard. It stands to reason that the fire-type ability, which is the direction of attack, is already a very rapid offensive. It's suppressed by the level, it's still a little bit away from touching those second-level weirdness. I tried several times in a row, and the result was still the same. Mujio thought that it would be nice if there was something to restrain them, just a little slower. Suddenly, Mujio remembered the talisman paper he had exchanged from the old lady's trickster, the Earth Spirit rune. Maybe it could come in handy. Mujio used his consciousness to quickly draw an Earth Spirit rune in space. When the rune paper was taken out of the space, the palm holding the rune paper immediately felt a new power, which seemed to resonate with something around it. Mujio concentrated his consciousness on the Earth Spirit rune paper, and suddenly in the palm of his hand, a cloud of wet sand and gravel particles gathered from the surroundings. Mujio knew that this was the microparticles with corpse gas in the air and on the ground in the surrounding places, with a strong smell of decay. Although the power of the first-level Earth-based ability was not large, it should be enough to use it at this moment. Mujio raised his head and fixed his gaze on the weird head of one of the security guards, while urging the Earth Spirit talisman in his hand. Soon, there was an extremely small movement around him, and he was absorbed towards the strange head. Like a stinging poisonous bee, from all directions, without dead ends, it wrapped its strange head into a big ball of earth. Along with the corpse particles, there was a palm-sized ball of strange fire, which quickly ignited the ball of earth. Squeak! Second level strange turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. A white tricky bead fell, shining like a pearl. If you succeed once, you will have a second time, a third time, until they are all killed. There are a total of 24 second-level trick beads, all of which were included in the space by Mujio at one time. Mujio instantly felt that there was a different change in the space. In the sinking cave pit, next to the water of the Linquan Pond, a small green shoot suddenly broke through the ground. The green shoots emitted a faint red glow around them. Chapter 27 Beep. The familiar voice of the spatial system sounded again. Dear Master, the space has unlocked the spirit gathering grass. Please continue to water the primary trick beads to help the spirit grass grow and improve the space level. Gathering spirit grass? This thing has not appeared in the space in the previous life. It's about the fact that the number of orbs is not collected enough, and it is far from the point of unlocking this thing. Human energy is limited, after all, he is not a god, and even if he has spiritual spring water, he will not become immortal. And the later you go to the end of the world, the higher the weird energy level, the more difficult it is to kill and get the tricky bead. But in this life, everything is still too late. AI Wen and Xiao Huang were both stunned by Mujio's operation. The horror of this group of security guards is something they have witnessed and experienced with their own eyes. In the short period of time, they were exhausted and had no power to resist. But Mujio can easily defeat it with her own strength, which is really powerful. Especially AI-1, just now she clearly saw the third ability in Mujio's body. So my sister turned out to be the chosen one's 3 life ability: space system, fire system, and earth system. Bring your enchantment rune paper, and I'll help you retrace it and deepen the imprint. Maybe there is something else in it. As Mujio spoke, he took out a paper cup and cotton swab filled with cinnabar ink from his bag, and began to ink the 2 of them, drawing carefully 1 stroke at a time. After finishing the matter, he handed the talisman paper to him, and the 3 of them walked straight inside. There are a lot of weirdness in the mall, and there are even more corpses, and there are blood stains everywhere. And most of the corpses at the scene died of masochistic suicide. Fortunately, the rest of the field is a level 1 weird, and the threat is obviously much smaller. Mujio's primary destination is a large warehouse-style supermarket on the first basement floor. The escalator has long been forcibly stopped because of the various corpses stuck all the way. The 3 of them walked down the escalator closest to the mall's gate, cleaning up the body and walking downstairs. This underground supermarket is one of the largest storage supermarkets in the city, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. As soon as Mujio entered the door of the supermarket, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and placing about 1,000 oversized shopping trolleys at the door and included them in the space. Regardless of whether it will come in handy in the future, the purpose of 0 yuan purchase is to be a Tunton rat, and everywhere you go, you won't leave a single one. Mujio also sent Xiao Huang a big backpack of the same style as AI1. Take whatever you need, and I'll take the rest. Everyone's needs are different, just the freedom of a backpack, Mujio doesn't want to interfere. But ordinary people's physical strength is limited, and not everyone has a space ring like Mujio, which can carry 40,000 acres of survival materials. After Mujio finished explaining, the 2 of them consciously went to their favorite item area. There are 8 large areas of warehousing: household appliances, daily necessities, food, fresh food, wine and beverages, clothing and home textiles, culture and sports, pet gardening. Everything here, Mujio wants. But it's only 10,000 square meters, only 15 acres, which takes up a fraction of the space area. There are not a few weird people in the supermarket. Mujio took out a fire spirit talisman and was about to release a few strange fires to clear the field, but the dark green flame ball in her hand turned into a flexible fire whip in the moment of consciousness concentration. It can reach a distance of up to 10 meters. And the shape and composition of the entire whip, as well as the path of travel, are changed by the consciousness of the person in control. Mujio tried to swing a whip casually, but without the strength of her hand at all. The whip had already followed her line of sight and slammed towards the weird slip in front of her. As before, it has no effect on the shelves or physical objects. But the weirdness of the place where the fire whip passed was directly cut into 2 sections, and then the upper and lower sections began to burn separately. This is no longer a spark burning the prairie fire, it has directly become a set fire to the forest. Whip it for a second, and kill all the weirdness within 10 seconds. Mujio raised his eyebrows. This power is not bad. Probably because at the entrance of the mall just now, the space absorbed the 2nd level trick beads. So now that the rune paper has also been upgraded to level 2, her fire-based ability can have such a big change. After cleaning up the weirdness around the shelves, Mujio no longer wasted his work, and directly began to receive goods into the space. She started in order, starting with the household appliances at the door. Refrigerators, freezers, household ice makers, smart rice cookers, automatic stir-fry machines, dishwashers, water purifiers, air fryers, electric steamers, electric ovens, induction cookers, microwave ovens, wall breakers, electric hot pots, electric kettles, stew cups, etc. There are also various styles and sizes of washing machines, dryers, water heaters, oil tins, air conditioners, electric fans, hair dryers, air purifiers, electric foot soaking buckets, small suns, electric blankets and so on. As well as power strips, desk lamps, flashlights, scales, batteries, hot water bags, and more. As far as the eye could see, one shelf after another was collected into the space. Even the steel ladder placed at the end of the shelf, she did not let go. The household appliances were all collected by Mujio, and the entrance part of the hypermarket was directly empty. Continuing inside, you will find the daily necessities area. The daily use of this piece is a consumable, and it will be discontinued directly after the end of the world, and these things will be used less and less. Now that he can find a way to stock up on a little more, Mujio will never refuse. This warehouse supermarket is also powerful enough. Just toilet paper, there are nearly 500 square meters. Pumping paper, roll paper, facial tissue, saliva tissue, wet toilet paper, etc., all kinds of different brands and different types of paper products, everything. There are also various types of sanitary napkins, tampons and sleeping pants, and several shelves. Even the brands of family planning supplies are staggering. Whether it is the size or the texture of the pattern, I am afraid that I will not find a more complete variety than here. This thing occupies a large shelf, and there are so many boxes that there are more than 100,000 of them. All in the space. Further back, it's about cleaning toiletries. Body soap, shampoo, hand soap, laundry detergent, toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, disinfectant, dish soap, fragrance, etc. Towels, bath bombs, hair dryers, slippers, hangers, wash basins, bathtubs, etc. There are also disposable items such as paper bowls, paper plates, paper cups, bamboo chopsticks, plastic wrap bags, garbage bags, gloves, etc. As well as kitchen knives, cutting boards, various porcelain bowls and plates, glass kitchenware, stainless steel kitchenware and so on. It is all in the space. As a result, 1/3 of the materials in the warehouse supermarket were collected by Mujio. Further down is the food section. The first is the rice flour oil that is just needed. Rice and grains from different countries are piled up on more than a dozen large shelves. There are also flour, pressed oil, dried noodles, vermicelli, and various seasonings. Chapter 28. The second is convenient fast food. Various brands of instant noodles, snail noodles, instant soups, freeze-dried porridge, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pots, and more. A total of tens of thousands of boxes. Ham sausages, cured meat, etc., all kinds of canned fruits, canned fish, canned meat, etc. A variety of pickles with garlic, sweet, sour, spicy, and salty flavors, etc. There are also dried goods such as shiitake mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, fungus, seaweed, and dried vegetables that are durable to eat and store. Further inside, there are snack foods. A dazzling array of puffed foods, a whole row of shelves stud. As well as seaweed, beef jerky, dried meat, sauced chicken and duck leg wings, gluten spicy strips, pickled pepper and chicken feet, jelly, chocolate, all kinds of candies, etc. There are also biscuits, cookies, cakes, bread, shikima, all kinds of dried fruits, cereals, sesame paste, bean curd, lotus root flour, honey, protein powder, milk powder, etc. I didn't see anything weird again. Mujio estimated that AI Win and a few people should have been here, and they had already cleaned up the weirdness. This is followed by the fresh food area. Vegetables are like vegetables, because they have run out of water overnight, and they look wilted, but Mujio didn't dislike it. After all, it is not a problem to have experienced the situation of gnawing the bark and eating grass roots in the previous life. Water spinach, baby cabbage, Chinese cabbage, carrots, corn, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, eggplants, pumpkins, winter melons, onions, shiitake mushrooms, and so on. As long as there is here, Mujio wants it. The fruit side is slightly better, pushing into a mountain of apples, pears, oranges, mangoes, bananas, strawberries, grapes, watermelons, dragon fruits, etc. There are also Mujio's favorite durians and jackfruit. Further inside, there are meat, eggs and aquatic products. The weather is hot, and the exposed pork and beef overnight are a little smelly, and many flies and mosquitoes stay here. The smell of corpses on the ground is mixed with the smell, which makes people sick to their stomachs. The meat in the refrigerator and the eggs next to it are not affected. Fresh eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, quail eggs, as well as pine-preserved eggs, salted duck eggs, etc., are not small, and they are all accepted. There are also a large number of frozen chicken thighs, duck wings, lamb thighs, steaks, chicken cutlets, all kinds of dumplings, buns, glutinous rice balls, finger cakes and so on. Mujio walked along the rows of cabinets, and put the large show ice cabinet and all the goods inside into the space. Further inside, there is a large aquatic area with glass cabinets, river fresh and seafood, and they are all alive. The glass cabinets are fixed, and Mujio can't move them, but she wants all kinds of aquatic products. There are lakes and oceans in the space, and I am worried about what to raise, so this is not the case. Crucian carp, black fish, grass carp, big-headed fish, turtles, eels, snails, small river shrimp, crayfish, hairy crabs, etc. Directly into the space lake. Lobster, Jiwe shrimp, oysters, clams, abalone, tamari king, large conch, pike crab, blue crab, grouper, turbot, sea phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals bispace/phoneme and many more. Then all of them are included in the ocean of space. Behind the fish area is a long refrigerated cabinet with a wide range of brands of yogurt and dairy products. Mujio didn't bother to take a closer look, and even took the refrigerated cabinet directly into the space warehouse. Then he went to the drinking area. Mujio opened a can of Coke and collected it while drinking. Thousands of cases of Coke, Sprite, mineral water, coffee, milk, sparkling water, juice, and more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to the space sweep. There are also thousands of cases of beer, pre-mixed wine, champagne, red wine, foreign wine, white wine, rice wine, etc. All kinds of liquor that I have never seen before are also swept into the space. In this way, the warehouse supermarket will be taken up by most of Mujio's space. Solid color underwear, swimsuits, swim trunks, slippers, socks, etc. 9-piece bed sets, latex pillows, air conditioning quilts, duvets, mosquito nets, etc., are full of shelves and stored in the space. After that, there is the cultural and sports area. Mujio finally found a large number of ink treasures, 2,000 inkstones, and tens of thousands of sheep and wolf brushes. Her cinnabar rune paper painting was finally able to get rid of the original simple disposable paper cups and cotton swabs. There were also a large number of white paper, notebooks, water-based pens, colored pens, paints, several large shelves of puzzle toys, Lego model toys, and so on. And thousands of yoga mats, tennis rackets, badminton rackets, table tennis rackets, basketballs, soccer balls, punching bags, and more for physical exercise. Well, a batch of adult carbon fiber electric scooters and flatbeds, 20 each, were also found. The last area is pet gardening. Mujio is a doctor, usually too busy with work and study, and has never raised small animals. But the pet feed, freeze-dried, canned, snacks, cat kennels, cat litter, climbing frames, bathtubs, not a single one will be left behind. There are also all kinds of fertilizers, showers, shovels, scissors, flower pots, nutrient soil and so on. When Mujio closed the last big shelf in the whole field, he saw the two guys sitting outside the cashier on the bench. One person is holding a box of self-heating hot pot, like a hungry wolf pounced on food. The previous battle with the second-level weird at the gate, everyone spent a lot of energy, and the noodles they ate in the morning had already been digested. Mujio is okay, there is a rune paper to help her, and it basically doesn't take much effort. But next to the feet of the two of them, the neat 10 large garbage bags full of trick beads are particularly conspicuous. There must be at least 1,000 trick beads. As Mujio thought, after these two guys took her backpack of supplies, they began to do their best to eliminate the weirdness. No wonder I haven't seen them all this time, and I haven't encountered them again. She really didn't see the wrong person. Before she could speak, everyone was already doing what they could, but it was in vain to take them in. Sister Mu, we have all soaked your share for you, just wait for you to come and eat. There are also the tricky beads in the garbage bag here, I roughly counted them just now, a total of 2003, all handed over to you. Mujio smiled and took the self-heating hot pot, sat next to AI1, and ate it one by one. I was still strange just now, why did I come all the way? I didn't see a few tricks, it turned out that you had already cleaned it up. It's really good, I have to add chicken legs to praise. Mujio said, with a wave of his hand. 2 chicken legs really appeared in the bowl of the two, reward you. Wow! Both of them were stunned by this trick, and it was still a hot chicken leg. This is the braised chicken leg collected in the cafeteria. Mujio thinks it's not bad, just to add a meal to them. After eating the meat, he has more strength to kill the trick. Sister Mu, thank you. Master, thank you. Thank you, a chicken leg moved you? Mujio said with a smile. Hurry up and finish eating, go upstairs to collect supplies, there are still many floors upstairs. Where is this? In this big shopping mall, the sun is not seen inside all year round, and the in-air is too heavy. It is very unsafe to wait for dark, and it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no more second-level weirdness encountered at the door in the morning. We need to hurry up and find a relatively safe place to settle down before it gets dark. Mujio said. Okay, but Sister Mu, this is a terrible end times. Where is the safe place? Asked AI Wen with a puzzled expression. Chapter 29 Ancestral Halls, Taoist Temples, Ancient Tombs, where these immortals phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live /phoneme, are safe for now. Mujio explained calmly. But these places are not completely safe. As the strange forces gradually become stronger, they are almost invulnerable, and they are almost invulnerable. Mujio had seen a 4th level strange with his own eyes, using its Horcrux venom to melt the main hall of a Taoist temple in 3 seconds. Like a toy corroded by sulfuric acid, the human reinforced concrete box was simply vulnerable in the face of high-level weirdness. What's more, even so far, even if there will not be such a terrifying 4th level weirdness immediately. But just the base is full of refugees and administrators, and it's hard enough to deal with it. After all, the human heart is not necessarily better to deal with than weird. Thinking of the unbearable suffering in the base in his previous life, Mujio's chest felt a faint pain. And before she died, she was strangely strangled by her neck and forcibly dragged out of the dragon-pattern space that she regarded as a shelter. That moment of death was too painful. Even the independent space was not safe, and where else could it be surpassed? But this made the reborn Mujio want to understand the truth. It must be impossible to hide in the terrifying apocalypse. You can only work hard to enhance your own strength before the high-level weirdness appears, and you can match it. Once you are passive, there will definitely be no good results. Ancestral Hall? Ancient Tomb? AI1 was directly stunned. If we want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme, we have to learn to rob tombs. Her words almost made Mujio laugh. Yes. Mujio replied solemnly. But we don't have to rob the tomb ourselves. Someone will dig the tomb and build a base, and when the time comes, you can go over and go to it. Built in an ancient tomb. Well, with the old ancestors helping you guard the door and the bed, you can sleep peacefully for a few days. Okay, you can eat quickly. Until the base is built, you still have to rely on yourself to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme. The materials that should be collected should not be less at all, otherwise they may not last until that time. Hurry up, there are still a lot of weird things waiting for us to kill. Mujio said with a smile, then stopped speaking, and turned around to collect the tricky beads on the ground. 10 minutes later, the trio set off again. Master, in the morning, you and AI1, that green flame coming out of the palm of your hand is too weird to kill. What is that? Is it a new trick-killing prop? After all, flames of that color are not common, but they are a bit like ghost fire, but ghost fire also has temperature. Today's fire, which burned all the weird energy, was clearly not hot at all, and even slightly chilled. Mujio said directly, she didn't want to hide it, there was no need. Ability? Said Xiao Huang, who was still a muggle for the time being, was surprised. Yes, in the terrifying apocalypse, some of the hidden potentials in the human body will be forcibly developed by strange forces to produce extraordinary abilities. Mujio explained. Sister Mu, in the last days, can everyone produce abilities? I saw that you have a 3rd ability today, the Earth System. You are so powerful. AI1 also sighed. Most people who can be stockpiled in the last days will have abilities. Of course, there are exceptions. But that doesn't stop her from using her abilities through runes. Xiao Huang was obviously a little excited. After all, it was such a cool thing for ordinary people to be able to have abilities. Master, how can I activate the abilities in my body as soon as possible? Mujio raised his eyebrows. You can ask Evan, she has killed nearly 20,000 weird creatures since the end of the world. Heaven rewards hard work, that's what it means. Really? Muggle Yellow looked at Evan for confirmation. Ha! Probably so. Evan smirked, you. Come on. Both Mujio and Evan knew that her ability would appear so early because before her mother died, she used the trading authority of the trickster to help her activate the potential in her body. In fact, no one can say when or where the ability will be activated. It's just that the children just asked like this, and the parents just answered like this, which inspired the mentality. After all, killing weird is not bad for everyone. Exercise and strengthen your body. The three of them returned to the first floor of the mall, where the lobby was mainly a counter selling gold, silver, and jade jewelry, as well as big-name makeup and skin care products. The old rule is that Mujio is responsible for collecting materials, and the other two are responsible for killing weirdness, each performing their own duties. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and went to the jewelry counter at the front. Although the end of the world is over, gold and silver jewelry is of little use, but the value of jade will rise sharply. Especially the white jade, this is the top treasure to ward off evil spirits and avoid disasters. When the end of the world happens, it is the business hours of the mall. So at this moment, all the jewelry goods are still placed in the glass display case in a regular manner, which saves a lot of trouble. Her space can be used to collect supplies with her eyes, but not through glass. Mujio turned over directly into the first row of display cases. In the cramped space, as soon as she landed, she stepped on a hand. I'm a salesman, and I still have bright red nail polish on my nails, but unfortunately my hands are dry. Mujio immediately raised his foot and avoided it. Suddenly, from under this hand, a piece of Hitan jade nothing happened plaque that was broken in half was revealed. Mujio kicked the woman's hand away, looked closer, and found that the crack of the jade plaque was actually black. And the crack is neat, not like it's cracked, but like. Mujio had never seen this situation before, but she was sure in her heart that this would definitely not be a good thing. Thinking of this, in order not to make any extraneous branches, Mujio took out a small steel hammer from the space. Her strength was so great that she used a steel hammer to hit this piece of broken jade, and with 2 clicks, it was hammered into powder. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the black that I saw just now turned into thousands of extremely fine and tiny black hairs, sprinting towards Mujio's eyes. Directly glued the black hair straight out of the barrier, like a hedgehog. Just in front of Mujio's eyes. In the next second, Mujio saw that these black spikes, from the head to the roots, faded to black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and slowly turned into a burst of white fly ash. Like a dead corpse on the ground, these black spikes were drained of the strange chi. This scene made Mujio stunned. Of course she knew, it was her enchantment. After the space absorbed the second-level trick bead and also rose to the second level, the enchantment actually took on a light red color. As far as she knew, the darker the color of the enchantment, the stronger the energy, and the stronger the defense. Her second-level enchantment has begun to have the ability to absorb strange energy on its own. Chapter 30. Happy to happy, Mujio didn't waste too much time. She turned and ripped open the locked row with her hand. The eye looks from one end to the other, sweeping the air at once. In an instant, Guanyin, Maitreya Buddha, Ping and Buckle, Pishio, etc., thousands of small jade objects were received. Change the glass display case next door and continue to collect, and there are hundreds of fine mutton fat white jade bracelets. Not to mention whether she can use it herself, these things have to be traded in the base, but they are all high-priced and sought-after goods. After all, her space is a big pearl eater. If she can exchange more tricks for more beads with lower time and labor costs, of course she will not refuse. There are many jewelry brands in this shopping mall, and there are 20 or 30 circular display cases of brands alone. The family is not to mention 2,000 or 3,000 pieces of white jade, and if they receive it on this trip today, there will be at least 50 or 60,000 pieces. How many ready-made pearls can these white jade be exchanged for? Thinking of this, Mujio's movements in his hands were faster. In addition to white jade, there are also a lot of gold and silver jewelry in the display case. These Mujio will not let go. As jewelry, these things have little value in the last days. But if it changes its form and makes it into gold needles and silver needles for acupuncture, it will be of great value to Mujio. After all, what she inherited was gold acupuncture, and the use of gold and silver needles would be several times more effective than the treatment effect of steel needles. Mujio also found a lot of large cut gold bars in the safe at each counter, presumably recycled gold bars, a lot of them. She didn't hesitate to enter the space. At the same time, the progress of Ai Wen and Xiao Huang's side was also very smooth. The two of them each occupy one side, bounded by the middle line, and each suicidal trick. With the set goal, it is also a lot easier to chop the weird, and a few are cut with a sword, tirelessly. The number of garbage bags containing beads on the floor has also increased. It's here to rescue us. In the originally quiet hall on the first floor, an unfamiliar female voice suddenly came. The weird little yellow who was slashing not far away was startled. At the same time, it also attracted everyone's attention. Mujio stood a little farther away and saw a cabinet sister in a black uniform with a hip skirt. She tossed her hair and slowly stood up from behind the counter. Mujio saw that her face was pale, obviously frightened, but there was no trace of weirdness on her body. Presumably another man with a patron god. As for the woman who was holding the nothing card just now, why was she sucked dry by the strange possession? Of course, it was because the quality of the jade in her hand was too poor and too weird, and the jade was not enough to save her life. For example, the wrench in Mujio's hand is the top-grade white jade mutton fat jade. And the idol card just now is green jade, which belongs to the most abundant ordinary jade species on the market, and naturally it is not as strong as white jade. There is no problem in resisting the first-level weirdness, but the wisps of black thorns just now are obviously the weird aura left by the second-level weirdness. This is a bit reluctant for Qingyu. She climbed out of the jewelry counter with her hands and feet, and pounced on Comrade Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, who was standing not far away, was concentrating on slashing and slashing. Hearing the woman scream, he frowned and said a warning, "Don't scream, the sound will attract strange gatherings nearby, do you want to die?" Because of the woman's scream, the weirdness in the hall was more than doubled in an instant. But in the next second, he was hugged by a woman. "Help! I'm afraid! Help!" The woman hugged Xiao Huang directly from behind, is like a person who is drowning and asks for help, and he uses all his strength to die in a trap, so that he can't get rid of it at all. Because of the strange approach, her whole body was almost coiled on him. You go down for me." Comrade Xiao Huang, the flower of Kalen, who has never been phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to women, was entangled like a snake by a woman at this moment, and his face instantly turned black. Even if he was entangled, the woman still closed her eyes and screamed loudly because of extreme fear. Ah! 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 Don't scream! I'm sick! Xiao Huang said irritably. Ah! 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 Shut up, don't scream! Xiao Huang couldn't hold back. Ah! 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 Damn, completely ignores Xiao Huang's life and death. The people who ate melons present were all stunned. It was terrifying. This woman was even more weird than weird. In the few seconds when everyone was stunned, the weirdness in the sky was like stabbing a hornet's nest, and they all rushed towards the source of the sound. The black pressed a piece, and in an instant, Xiao Huang and the woman wrapped around his back were directly covered. Although Xiao Huang has the enchantment charm given by Mujio, even if he can block the first-level weirdness, there is a limit to everything. In the face of the same level of weird, with the overwhelming absolute density of Mount Tai attack, Rao is the strongest defense, the enchantment, and it will not be able to withstand it. Hurry up and save people. Even if Mujio's energy level has reached the second level, her fire whip is only 10 meters long. Xiao Huang had to be at least 15 meters away from her. Ah! H! Just when Mujio led everyone to rush towards Xiao Huang desperately. The enchantment above Xiao Huang's head, boom, crushed. Xiao Huang felt the cold stuff that was all over the sky, pouring it from the sky to his heavenly spirit cover, and then drilling into every pore on his body. Xiao Huang! Don't! Mujio saw that the original hemispherical shape instantly collapsed and disintegrated. She chuckled in her heart and screamed. Because Mujio's voice attracted a lot of scattered weirdness around her. Mujio ran straight forward as if he hadn't heard or seen it. Her pale red enchantment began to take on color. All the weirdness that brushes through the enchantment is like being sucked away from the soul. Even if she just touches a corner of her clothes, it will instantly turn into black smoke and fall to the ground into a pearl. Wherever she passes, it is as if an invisible hand automatically opens the way for her, and running all the way is a tricky pearl. Just a second before Mujio was about to swing the long treacherous whip. The strange mountain that originally suppressed Xiao Huang seemed to have moved. From the top of the Black Mountain, a familiar black smoke gradually emerged. From a small strand, it gradually increased to 5 or 6, then 10, 20. Mujio was pleasantly surprised to see that there were about 1 or 20 white beads the size of soybeans. From the inside out, at an extremely fast speed, it penetrated every first-level weird head that was pressed on it. It turned into black smoke and dropped tricky beads. Mujio stopped moving forward and looked at the little yellow in front of him, which was strangely compacted by hundreds or thousands, and gradually revealed his brain. He was fine. He was still alive. At the moment of emergency and crisis just now, he forcibly activated his ability, the golden ability. Those white beads are made of the highest content of the corpse's ashes, metallic calcium. Chapter 31. Whoosh whoosh. White beads circled around Xiao Huang and the woman on his back at a very fast speed, shuttling and killing weird. It took only 3 minutes. Thousands of strange mountains were beaten cleanly, and gray strange beads fell all over the ground. After killing the last weird, Xiao Huang lay directly on the ground. Just now, he used all his strength to urge the ability, and the continuous blows were weird, and he had exhausted all his strength. He was so tired that he couldn't exert any strength at all. The woman who was originally on his back finally stopped screaming. A second before Xiao Huang fell weakly, she had already jumped half a meter away, probably thinking that he was dead. The woman stood beside her, looking at the two people who were rushing towards the side, at a loss. But no one pays attention to her at the moment, everyone cares about Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang! Mujio shouted. Yellow, are you okay? Asked Dave, and Xiao Huang closed his eyes and did not respond. Mujio quickly stepped forward and checked Xiao Huang's pulse. His body temperature was frighteningly low, as if he had just come out of the ice cellar. Moreover, at the moment when he was wearing it on his wrist, the second cinnabar bracelet Mujio gave him was also broken. Each one cracked into a standard 3-petal and fell off the red string. It should be to resist the big weirdness just now, and the cinnabar bracelet has also reached its limit. You can imagine how difficult and terrifying the battle just now was. If Xiao Huang was really a muggle with no powers, then he would definitely die today. Fortunately, his life is great, he is still alive. Today's battle can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Mujio was about to take a steel needle and acupuncture from his bag, only to see that the dragon pattern on his index finger lit up. A faint red shimmer was emitted. Beep, a familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is the ingenious workman golden spirit rune, and you can use rune paper to use gold skills. Mujio immediately felt the change in space. 33 wordless monuments, the fourth bright red totem appeared. Thinking of the golden ability in his impression, Mujio immediately used his consciousness to draw a golden spirit rune. When a brand new piece of rune paper appeared in the palm of her hand, she brought out a small gold bar that she had just collected on the counter. Mujio urged the rune paper, and instantly turned this small piece of gold bar into hundreds of golden needles the thickness of a hair. Without thinking too much, Mujio immediately used the golden needles condensed by his ability to acupuncture Xiao Huang. Dredge the muscles and veins, drive away the cold, and regulate the body. As the inheritor of golden acupuncture, high-purity golden needles can make her acupuncture effect the best. The scene just now was too thrilling, and Evan couldn't hold back his temperament, so he walked straight to the salesperson. Pushing the person back, the woman's back hit the glass counter directly, and her eyes turned red in an instant in pain. You woman, what the hell was there just now, and you almost killed him? Do you know? I'm afraid of tricks. At this moment, the woman's tears hung in the corners of her eyes, posing as a scared little woman. And the heart-rending perpetual motion machine just now, judging like two people. You seeing her, Evan wanted to explode. But behind the counter in front of her, suddenly 5 or 6 people woke up, one by one, from behind the glass. They were all living people who had not been invaded by weirdness and strange aura. Evan saw at a glance that each of them, the counter staff, was wearing a white jade bead necklace around their necks. Probably that thing protected them. Regarding the matter of the evil object, when Sister Mujio in the hospital asked her to hold the 5 emperor money, she understood it all. These things can really drive away evil spirits and avoid tricks. Xiaoli, who are they? A slightly majestic female voice sounded. Shelley, who was being bullied by AI1, heard a familiar voice, turned around, as if she had found an organization, and cried and said, Sister Jinjun, save me, they are going to beat me. AI1 looked at that Sister Jinjun. They were dressed similarly, and this woman was probably the foreman of their counter. What's going on? Asked the woman named Sister Jinjun. Sister Jinjun, the man lying there was killed in order to save me, and they blamed me for all the fault. This woman, she beat me just now, and I obviously didn't do anything. The surveillance there is all recorded, and I can testify, said the woman named Shelley. Before Sister Junjun could speak, Shelley continued to complain, and Sister Junjun, they are not members of the rescue team. They came in and rummaged through the counters, they were thieves. We have to call the police quickly and arrest them all. Shelley, don't worry, there are a lot of us, they don't dare to mess around. Sister Junjun was comforting Shelley. In the next second, Shelley's long hair in the back was suddenly grabbed and pulled back, dragged to the opposite counter, and popped 4 big mouths. It's too fast, too hard. Until this series of movements is completed, she is pinned against the counter by the neck, almost suffocating. Only then did she see clearly that this person was the woman who was squatting next to the dead man just now, not knowing what she was doing. This was Mu Jiao. Xiao Huang's acupuncture has been completed, and the person is laid flat on the side, and now it's time to clean up the culprit. What did she just say? She didn't do anything? Although Mu Jiao was a doctor and should have the obligation to save lives and help the wounded, she knew how to survive in the last days. To be merciful to such a woman who will take revenge is tantamount to stabbing herself in the body. What kind of peerless old goblin do you think you are, captivating the country and the city, and others have to rush to save you? Mu Jiao looked down at the swollen face that had been beaten into a pig's head, and stared at her with the eyes of a corpse. If you hadn't been lying on his back, crying and howling, where would you have attracted so much weirdness? It wouldn't have happened, and he wouldn't have been so badly injured. Not only are you not grateful, but you also want a slander, you really deserve to die. Shelley couldn't make a sound, and waved her arms desperately, asking Sister Jinjun and her colleagues to save her. Although the amount of information in the words was a bit large, everyone didn't expect Mu Jiao to be so ruthless. This is the rhythm of killing people to pay for their lives. You let her go. You're not a policeman, you're not a law, why are you killing people? Yes, if you don't let go, we'll call the police. Shelley's family has someone, and you can't eat and walk around when you turn around. You're thieves, what's in that black bag on the ground over there? Look at that round shape, isn't it the jewelry of each family? Sister Jinjun, hurry up and call the police to arrest them. The women behind him warned Mu Jiao in a gossiping voice. There are also people who want to take the opportunity to help Shelley. She is a distant relative of the store manager, and it is always good to help. But before I could take the first step, I found that my legs and feet couldn't move. I saw that it stretched from the ground to the height of the counter, and I don't know when, it was filled with dirt. Together with the thighs of everyone in the counter, they were buried in the soil. This soil is no ordinary soil. Chapter 32. If you look closely, you can see that it is mixed with all kinds of nail covers, small bone residues, rotten meat, and white and tender small maggots and small earthworms. These were all done by Mu Jiao with his earth-based abilities when the women were making noise just now. Specially summoned fresh rotten soil to make a nutritious spa for these people. As the saying goes, don't talk about the short and long with fools, and just do it directly if you are not used to it. Mu Jiao lifted Shelley's neckline and deliberately arranged a place for her in the gap between her colleagues. Like them, they buried the lower half of their body in the rotten soil. Mu Jiao used the earth-based ability to press the density of the soil very strongly. Although it is only half buried, unless there is an excavator to dig up the soil, it will definitely not be able to get out. You woman, you. You're crazy, you're sick, you're going crazy. The women are going crazy by this rotten soil, and they start cursing Mu Jiao loudly. Suddenly, Xiaoli screamed, "Ah! Something bites me. Something in this soil is biting my leg. Ah! 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 Ah!" The previous terrible screams began again. She screamed as she used all her strength to try to crawl out of the rotten dirt. Unfortunately, this is a rammed earth wall compacted by a secondary earth ability. Earthquake resistant, compressive, durable, and fireproof, but not so easy to break. Xiaoli used both hands and feet. Not only did she not crawl out of the soil. On the contrary, in this sharp scream, a large number of weirdness was attracted again, swooping straight towards this voice and this food. You scream, just scream loudly, let your colleagues take a good look at the truth. See how you killed them. Mujio said with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Then he grabbed Iwan's wrist and slowly retreated to the ground where Xiao Huang was lying. Stay away from the people in the half-earth. Since her ability level has increased to level 2, her enchantment range has expanded to a 2m radius. As long as Evan and Yellow stay by her side, they will be within her second-level barrier protection range. The first-level weirdness is increasing in Xioli's death cry. Mujio's words just now were also buried in the rotten soil, and Xioli's other colleagues finally understood. These terrifying things that suddenly appeared and flew over were attracted by Xioli's scream. Sister Junjun took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and slapping Xioli first. Stop screaming, call the soul. Xioli was stunned by this slap, and the screaming only stopped for a moment. But when a headless monster quickly climbed up her shoulder, the sharp cry sounded again, louder than the previous times. Stop screaming. Shut up. Shut up. Shut her up. In the place where many strange flies away, several women have already mingled. But basically, it was all the colleagues who beat Xiaoli won. Her position was placed right in the middle by Mujio. Xiao Huang had an accident just now, and the woman escaped intact. Mujio could see that the beads on Xioli's neck were unusual. The level of this thing is not low, it must be a good jade. She and her colleagues each have one, and it's likely to be an employee display for the brand. Therefore, there is a high probability that these first-level weirdness can't take their lives, but people's malice towards people can. Things in this world are like this, and if they don't involve their own interests, then they can say whatever they want. But once it comes to it, I can't say anything. Soon, the weirdness of the black pressure completely surrounded them, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, leaving no gaps. But outside, you can still hear those people scolding and tearing. The scolding is very dirty. Alright, let them make trouble, let's finish the original plan at hand first. Mujio turned to Aiwen and said. Then he squatted down and put a jade pishio on Xiao Huang's right wrist. This pishio was obtained from the hospital storekeeper, and the level of evil spirits should not be lower than the jade bead on Xioli's neck. By the way, you have to carry Xiao Huang to the entrance of the mall first, where there is the sun, and let him inhale yang energy. His ability is overused and needs to be slow. Wait until we finish collecting the supplies on the first floor, and then go and ask him to go upstairs together. Mujio commanded. Okay. After carrying Xiao Huang, Aiwen cooperated with Mujio, picking locks at various counters and collecting jewelry, gold bars, and ornaments from major brands. The display cabinet here is custom-made and fixed on the ground, so Mujio can't sweep it directly into the space, so he can only collect it manually. It took the two of them 2 hours to sweep the cabinets everywhere. In addition to jewelry, it also includes high-end watches, luxury cosmetics and skin care products that are also installed on this floor. The big black mass in the distance, surrounded by weirdness, gradually lost the screaming woman's voice. But the black group has not dispersed, indicating that there are still living people inside, and they are stalemate, to see whose energy is the first to run out. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walking towards the black mountain, and Aiwen followed closely behind her. The closer you get to the big black group, the more weird it is scattered around. Avon's palms were on fire, ready to fight at any moment. But she immediately discovered the change in Boss Mu's enchantment, and she actually had the ability to take the initiative to kill tricks. Any weirdness that approached would fall into a bead, and she didn't need to make a move at all. Mujio took out the fire spirit talisman while walking forward, and then a 10m treacherous fire whip appeared in front of the two. This can directly stun Avon's sister Mu is too strong, no matter which aspect, she is a peerless one, it is really an existence beyond the reach of the dust. Mujio gently swung out the long whip of treacherous fire, and with just one whip, he cut the super-large strange mass in front of him directly from the middle into two halves. Chapter 33. The huge black weird ball only took a few seconds before it was completely disintegrated by Mujio's dark green flames. The rest of the scattered weird things that escaped were handed over to AI Win to solve with the small weird fireball. The black smoke drifted away, and thousands of first-class trick beads were scattered on the ground. The flames gradually extinguished after burning the black monstrous mass. The scene in the black group made Mujio a little surprised. The original 6-person working small group, at this moment, the woman who everyone called Sister Junjun was still alive. Her hair and clothes were very messy, and she must have had a very fierce fight inside. On her hands, she held a total of 5 identical white jade bead necklaces, plus the one she wore around her neck, a total of 6. And everyone else except her has been turned into a dead corpse. In the extreme weird pressure just now, Xiang Xiaoyu died. Of course, Mujio would not think that those people were willing to contribute the necklace to save the life of this little leader. It can only be snatched by her. Taking advantage of the big fight among everyone, at the time of chaos, the Black Hand snatched everyone's life-saving necklace. And the culprit, Xiaoli, has been beaten by everyone so that she can't even distinguish the appearance of the corpse. It's hard to imagine what they did to her just now under the weird mountain. But Mujio didn't bother to dig deeper. This was her own evil fruit. This is not a civilized society governed by the rule of law, this is a strange and terrifying hell. "Help, save me," said the woman called Junjun in a hoarse voice towards Mujio. Mujio and AI Wen looked at her at the same time. "I have already helped you kill Xiaoli, she harmed your people, one life is worth one life. Now your anger will be gone, you can let me out," Du Junjun said. Mujio smiled and said, "Help us kill Xiaoli? It's you who have hurt too many people, and your conscience is uneasy. These white jade necklaces can keep you from dying when they appear strangely, you should have known this for a long time. I didn't let you kill anyone, don't force what you did to others." Du Junjun was stunned by Mujio's words, which ruthlessly debunked her careful thoughts. Du Junjun was a little panicked, and hurriedly expressed his determination. "I know that you are people who have the ability to survive this disaster, I beg you, let me join in." At this time, one more person is one more hope to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. I'm going to do my best to do things for the team. By the way, you're here to get supplies. I'm familiar with this place, I can take you there. Whatever you want to find, I can take you to find it quickly, and I guarantee that you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, Mujio was indifferent when she heard this. She didn't need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way, the supplies here would be hers. In terms of surviving in the last days, this woman can be regarded as a talent, and her ruthlessness is enough for her to gain a foothold in the last days. But Mujio's team has no shortage of such talents. She wouldn't let someone who would kill her companions in order to survive. In case it really comes to life and death one day, this woman is afraid that she will stab them with a knife non-stop. "I can let you out, but you have to leave this mall immediately, our team doesn't need you to join," Mujio said with a serious face. Du Junjun still wants to redeem it, after all, she still has a trump card in her hand. These 5 strings of white jade beads are good treasures that can resist the invasion of 100 tricks. She suddenly caught a glimpse of all the display cabinets around her, and they were all empty. You know, in the display cabinets, all the brand jewelry can be placed. It also includes other white jade of the same quality. So, these people in front of her will reject her, because they don't want to give her a piece of the pie. Du Junjun thought of this, opened his mouth, and the words he just wanted to say were swallowed back. Turned to nod, okay. Mujio waved his right hand, and the stinky soil that had originally buried Du Junjun immediately turned into small molecules and flew away, leaving nothing left. "Let's go." Du Junjun's legs suddenly lost their strong pressure and fell to the ground violently. Fell into the pile of her colleague's body. Many of the crushed bone slag directly pierced Du Junjun's exposed skin, hurting her teeth. But she didn't dare to scream like Xiaoli. Although Baiyu can protect her from the invasion of the strange, there is no way to kill the strange. She didn't want to go through what she had been like for more than 2 hours surrounded by thousands of terrifying faces. She struggled to get up and stumbled out of the gate. After all the supplies on the first floor were scavenged, Mujio took AI1 out of the door on the first floor to see Xiao Huang. He had just come to his senses. "Xiao Huang, are you better?" "Master, I'm fine, thank you for saving me again." "Everyone, we won't hold back," Xiao Huang said with difficulty. Mujio saw that Xiao Huang was fine. "Okay, the road is long and difficult, if you can stand up, let's go." Then the three of them walked towards the second floor. While walking, Mujio used his consciousness to count the various materials collected from the first floor. Thanks to that little girl's blessing, the number of beads has tripled. 6,666 in total. With the collection from the basement floor, there are 8,669. Mujio put all of them into the space, but the space did not change in any way, probably because the amount of recharge was insufficient. There were also various jade jewelry, handles and ornaments, a total of 28,000 pieces. Among them, there are about 8,000 pieces of high-grade sheep fat jade, and the rest are white-green jade and green jade level. Gold jewelry and gold bars, a total of 1,200 caddies. A total of 2,500 caddies of silver products. This is enough to supply Mujio's gold and silver acupuncture for a lifetime. Moreover, gold and silver molecules rely on supernatural energy to condense, purify, and decompose. Even disinfection can be saved, and she can be 100% assured that she will never carry viruses or cross-infection. As for the number of big-name skincare products and cosmetics, it is probably enough for her team to use it for several lifetimes. The second floor of the mall is the women's clothing area, which is divided into 3 sections: clothes, underwear, and shoes. Everyone did not delay too much, and the division of labor was still clear. Mujio was in charge of collecting supplies, and the other two were in charge of cleaning up the weirdness of this layer. Everyone cooperated tacitly, and with all the abilities, the second floor was completely emptied, and it only took half an hour. Regardless of the style, a total of 100,000 plus pieces of women's clothing, 100,000 plus pieces of underwear, and 100,000 plus pairs of women's shoes were seized. And about 2,800 beads. After finishing the matter, the three of them continued to walk up. The third floor of the mall is the men's clothing area, which is still divided into 3 sections: clothes, underwear, and shoes. But the number of spooky in the men's section is small. This probably has something to do with the number of people who usually come to shop for men's clothing, and there are not many visible to the naked eye. So this floor is easier to clean than the floors downstairs. It only took 20 minutes for the three of them to restore the dazzling men's clothing area to a rough state. A total of 80,000 plus pieces of men's clothing, 70,000 plus pieces of underwear and socks, and 60,000 plus pairs of men's shoes were seized. And about 1,200 beads. The fourth floor of the mall is a sports area, with only 2 large blocks: clothing and equipment. Chapter 34. There are so many weirdos on this level that it's almost weird. The three of them took a little time to clean up the weirdness first. I knew that it was so tricky, and I came to buy the new sneakers on the same day. And then they all died on this floor. A total of more than 5,800 beads were obtained here. Mujio did not rush to collect materials and enter the space, but took everyone around the entire clothing area. In the end, a complete set of unisex athleisure suits was selected as the uniforms of the three of them. The combination of the suits is very simple: short sleeves, long pants, and sneakers. Mainly to ensure that it is comfortable to wear on the body, convenient for strenuous exercise, and slashing weird. Everyone's clothes and shoes, in this scene and strange battle, will inevitably be a little dirty and damaged. In particular, the clothes on Xiao Huang's body are basically wet with sweat, dried out, dried and wet again. The white sweat stains on the clothes are layered on top of each other, piling up on the collar and back like ocean waves. When I got closer, I could already smell a little rancid. But there is no way for everyone. In this kind of apocalyptic world, living is already a luxury. Who cares if you were spoiled or not? Everyone find out the clothes and shoes that suit their size, and let's be unified. There is a star hotel upstairs, and later we will go there to wash up, change into clean clothes and set off. Mujio said to everyone. Although it is the end of the world, if her ability allows, she will not treat herself badly. After all, July and a half are the hottest time of the year. If it was still in a normal era of peace, Mujio would be able to take a bath sooner or later. At the end of the world, she has space, and of course she can do it, but others can't. She won't let anyone into the space for the time being. When they heard that they could take a shower and change their clothes, or that they were in a high-end hotel, everyone was excited. As the so-called disaster does not go alone, the end of the world has just begun, and this morning is just in time for her menstrual period. In this weird and chaotic time, I couldn't cry without tears. Fortunately, Sister Mu asked them to prepare a backpack of personal belongings, so she didn't bother her because of her aunt's towel. But it was really a great thing to be able to take a bath, and she was grateful to Mujio in her heart. Sister Mu, should we choose a hat together? The sky outside, the sun is quite poisonous. Evan proposed. Forget the hat, the horror of the last days should be more sun, increase yang, weird love to attack people with weak yang. Mujio raised his eyebrows and patiently explained. When Evan heard this, he immediately put down his hat, this. In this case, then you still don't need a hat. When I go out later, I will choose a place with a lot of sun to increase a little more yang. On such a hot day, I deliberately went to bask in the sun, but I can't let you suffer from heat stroke and peel off your skin. When the time comes, you will fall directly to the ground. Who do you expect to carry you away? Mujio joked with a smile. After laughing, Mujio asked the two of them to sit next to them and rest for a while, and she was responsible for putting the entire fourth floor into the space. The two obediently went to the side and sat down, and each took out mineral water and drinks from their bags and drank them. Dubao put his clothes and shoes in his backpack and waited for the shower upstairs later. AI sighed again. Sister Mu's spatial ability is really powerful. This is the first few layers, and the materials are all stored together with the shelves. How big must this be? Master, whether it was before or now, has always been very powerful, the kind that people can't reach. Xiao Huang sighed with emotion. Mujio's side swept quickly. This shopping mall has a complete range of sports brands, and there are a lot of material contents. Regardless of the size and style of men and women, a total of 300,000 plus tops, 200,000 plus pants, and 100,000 plus pairs of athleisure shoes were seized. As well as various styles of sports bags, bandanas, wrist guards, socks, gloves, etc., no less than 30,000 plus pieces. It took Mujio about 10 minutes to clear this side of the clothing area. In the rest of the sports equipment area, Mujio called the other two and went over with her. Of course, it is also to give everyone a benefit. Each person has a new travel tool. Among them, there are extremely light carbon fiber bicycles, scooters, balance bikes, and ice skates. Everyone can choose one according to their own needs as a means of travel in the future. After all, these things are not heavy, carry them with you, and they can be used indoors and outdoors. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme in choosing a black adult scooter, and AI1 was consistent with her. Xiao Huan chose mountain biking. After everyone finished choosing, Mujio collected all the materials in the equipment area on the fourth floor into the space one by one. These include a plethora of outdoor items such as tents, portable tables and chairs, inflatable mattresses, hammocks, and more. There are also many sports equipment, such as basketball, football, rugby, sandbags, boxing gloves, etc. When Mujio finished harvesting, the fourth floor also returned to a simple and rough state. The three of them continued to move to the fifth floor. On the fifth floor of the mall, there are a variety of restaurants, ranging from fast food to high-end restaurants. The number of weird people here is even more staggering, probably around the time of the end of the world, when the number of people in the restaurant is at its peak. It's all a crowd of people who have come for dinner, and they happen to be surrounded by a lot of weirdness, and become one of them. Mujio and the three of them consciously divided into three ways and scattered in different directions to kill the treacherous. Everyone is very positive. This is the last floor of the mall. After killing here, they can go upstairs to take a shower. It took about half an hour. AI1 and Xiao Huang each dragged more than a dozen garbage bags full of tricky beads, returned to the original point, and joined Mujio. Mujio waved at the big guy, and then went straight to one of the high-end restaurants. "What's wrong, Sister Moo?" asked Devon in a whisper as he approached. They tacitly agreed not to speak loudly, because louder voices would directly attract a large number of strange sieges. Today, the salespeople on the first floor have done enough demonstration work. AI Wen and the others followed Mu Jiao into the restaurant. Let's take a look first. Everyone walked through the dining hall full of corpses and entered the food preparation area, and there was a 10-meter-long thermostatic wine cabinet in the aisle. It was densely packed with all kinds of red wines. Lafite, Changyu, Jerkas, Red Devils, Montes, Penfolds, Great Wall, and so on. This is followed by a locked glass display case with a variety of liquors. Vodka, Remy Martin, Martell, Hennessy, Chivas Regal, etc., are all good goods. The two looked at Boss Moo, who was walking in front of her. She had to accept this directly. Chapter 35. Mu Jiao naturally would not let go of the opportunity to collect good wine. Wine is hard currency at all times. If you keep it properly, there is no such thing as expiration, and it will only become more and more mellow. Mu Jiao's eyes swept slightly, and the entire row of wine cabinets in front of the big guy, along with the red and foreign wine inside, were all collected into the space. The three of them continued to walk inside, and they saw a back kitchen the size of the dining hall outside. In the back kitchen of about 200 square meters, there are 8 oversized freezers and 6 fresh-keeping refrigerators. There are a variety of high-quality fresh ingredients, including Japanese beef, Australian abalone, German black pig, New Zealand lamb chops, Spanish ham, French foie gras, etc. There are also Chilean lobster, salmon, Russian cod, salmon, herring, whole bluefin tuna, sturgeon caviar, etc. As well as Alba white truffles, Yunnan matsutake mushrooms, Italian queen morels, and many morels. Everyone's eyes were opened. At least Mu Jiao had never been able to taste all these high-grade ingredients in his previous life. "Master, if time permits, I can cook a lunch for everyone here. Just half an hour is enough." Xiao Huang actually took the initiative to stand up and say at this moment. He looked at Mu Jiao with some uneasiness, asking for her opinion. When Mu Jiao heard this, he looked at his sudden cramped move, and asked with some puzzlement, "Why can't you?" Mu Jiao was not surprised that he could cook, but since he proposed to cook in a high-end restaurant, it meant that he was planning to cook these high-end ingredients. For Mu Jiao, it is no problem for her to simply cook noodles and make egg fried rice. But she can't do these things in the cabinet in front of her. Xiao Huang's clenched palms suddenly stretched. I've always lived alone, so I've privately studied the practice of these ingredients. There is also a food blogger's account, which posts some videos every week. He looked at Mu Jiao a little nervously. "Master shouldn't criticize me. Don't do your job." Mu Jiao looked at his appearance and sneered. "This is your life, whether it's cooking or embroidering, life and work should be separated, and they should both be taken seriously. After all, in private, in addition to practicing medicine, she also resells medicinal herbs for business. Who doesn't have a hobby outside of work? I'm worried about what I want you to eat at noon. Since you can, then we can all feast on it." When the two of them heard that Boss Mu agreed, they were also very happy. In the last days, being able to eat a bite of hot food is really a blessing that ordinary people can enjoy. Not to mention, what they are going to eat today is high-end ingredients. What they haven't eaten before the end of the world, who would have thought that they would eat it after the end of the world? It's too unexpected. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the two, Mu Jiao instructed, "Then you two are busy here, I'll go upstairs for a walk and explore the way. If it goes well, after eating, you can go upstairs to take a bath." Both of them were very excited. If they deliberately didn't think about it, didn't look at the corpses lying on the ground. Now it's like they're on a trip. Food, drink, and fun. They can use all the best things in the city. If you think it's delicious, you can pack more. My space has the function of keeping fresh, and the food can be kept as it is for a long time, and it will not be cold and rancid. Okay. Hearing Boss Mu say this, the two of them were completely excited. The boss is the boss, and he is strong in all aspects. Mu Jiao walked up the safe escape staircase alone, and arrived on the roof of the shopping mall, the 6th floor. The door to the roof on the stairs of the mall is locked, but this does not affect Mu Jiao in the slightest. She took out the octagonal hammer, and because of her excessive force, she knocked off the entire doorframe. Looking from the rooftop, the hotel is located on the south side of the mall, with a total of 31 floors. It looks like a chopstick stuck vertically on a cutting board. The stairs of the hotel and the mall are not shared. The hotel has a separate internal staircase and elevator, and the entrance and exit gate is also on the south side of the mall. The roof of the mall is almost covered with a large number of solar panels, and there are about 1,000 solar panels by site. Mujio didn't rush in the direction of the hotel. Instead, he shuttled under the solar panels and walked to the rooftop electronic control room on the north side of the roof. Mujio doesn't understand these things in terms of electrical machinery. But when the end of the world comes, most of humanity has died, and the water and electricity supply in the city will soon be stopped. These solar power generation devices will become a very rare power supply resource. Mujio space has electricity and water, and she is not lacking. But this chaotic period of the beginning of the last days was over. Humanity that is lucky enough to survive will spontaneously unite and establish Al-Qaeda in various places, large and small. When the time comes, she can sell these resources to the base at a high price in exchange for tricky beads. Thinking of this, she picked up the octagonal hammer in her hand and smashed open the door of the computer room. The machines in the entire computer room, even the solar panels on the roof, were all taken into the space by Mujio. The rooftop was empty, and Mujio slowly walked to the back door on the north side of the hotel. These were two glass doors, locked from the inside with a chain lock. Mujio stretched out his right hand, and a golden spirit rune appeared in his palm. She activated the gold ability, and the chain located inside the door disappeared completely. She pushed the door open, and a foul smell of rotting corpses immediately wafted from inside. Mujio walked in as if he couldn't smell anything. The back door is located in the staff office area of the hotel, and next to the door is the staff toilet. Mujio walked past the door of the bathroom, snickering at a strange face in the large mirror in the hallway. Just when those things were about to come out and wanted to rush towards Mujio, suddenly, several steel hammers appeared, rushing towards the mirror with all their strength, directly smashing the entire mirror to pieces. From the fragments of the mirror, dozens of round gray beads rolled out. Mujio continued to walk inside, passing by the office and the small conference room. On almost every table, there was a corpse in a hotel uniform. On the computer in front of their desk, the same image is projected. A long-haired woman in a red dress is standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window with her back to the computer screen. She tilted her head and looked out the window quietly. The furnishings in the house are very messy, as if something terrible has just happened, and underwear and socks are thrown everywhere. Chapter 36. When the red clothes in the screen catch someone approaching outside the computer screen, suddenly turned his head. There was no face. The other side of the long hair was still long hair. Mujio looked at the dirty thing on the screen in front of him indifferently, with a look of disgust. This red-clothed man is sure to die with grievances, but if he dies well, he will not become an evil trick. But as long as he does evil, he doesn't deserve sympathy here in Mujio. Mujio ignored the things on the screen, and she glanced around the office area. Except for the large desktop printers, the coffee machine, tea leaves, various snacks in the pantry, and a drink freezer that she put into the space, she didn't move. A second before she walked out of the office area, all the desktop computers were pierced through the screen at the same time by a steel cone the thickness of a finger. As the computer screen turned off, the red clothes immediately turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the screen. Mujio then walked forward, and on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme side of the aisle near the hotel's reception hall, there was a locked door. On the left is the linen room, and on the right is the hotel warehouse management office. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and using his gold-based ability to pry open the steel lock of the gate on the left. As far as the eye can see, there are mountains of used sheets, pillowcases, towels, etc. randomly thrown on the ground in the recycling area. Mujio bypassed the large pile at the door, walked inside, and saw 10 large cabinets 8 m long, arranged in turn on the side of the wall. The cabinet is neatly arranged with all kinds of bedding and sealed in sets of individual plastic bags. The plastic bags are printed with the words high temperature disinfection and are probably sent in batches by a cooperative laundry factory. Mujio Maizizi accepted all of them. Even if she didn't use them, she could sell them in the future. In the middle and late stages of the last days, any material can be a treasure. A standard white cloth bed sheet like this can not only be sold as a bed sheet, but also as a suppression talisman cloth covered on a corpse. In short, it is extremely useful. After collecting the linen room, Mujio withdrew and entered the hotel warehouse management office opposite. The equipment in the office is relatively simple, but the materials in it are real and material. They are all placed in glass and steel cabinets at the top. In the staff office supplies area, keyboards, mice, USB flash drives, hard disks, folders, pencils, erasers, pens, staplers, notebooks, paper clips, etc., occupy 2 full shelves. In the hotel's toiletries section, this hotel offers high-quality toiletries equipped with shampoos, shower gels, conditioners, toners, lotions, creams and essential oils from a major luxury brand. All of them are disposable products, and the bottles in the outer packaging are also delicate and small original product shrinks. These alone occupy 4 large cabinets, and it is estimated that there can be tens of thousands of bottles for each sample. Then there are the liquor products and the show ice cabinets in each room, all of which are customized in small bottles. All are 50 milliliters whiskey, rum, gin, tequila, vodka, brandy, Cointreau, Johnny Walker, Chivas Regal, Wild Grid, Bacardi, and many more. Occupy 3 large cabinets, and it is estimated that there can be thousands of bottles, which are also included in the space by Mujio. The last 8 large cabinets contain family planning supplies from major brands, as well as small toys. Mujio's eyes lit up. This is an out-of-print authentic good thing in the last days, and if you find a good home, you can sell it at a high price. It was also all included in the space by Mujio. Then Mujio walked out of the corridor, took a full circle in the reception hall outside, and collected hundreds of trick beads. Mujio stared at the floor of the hotel for a moment. According to the introduction, the 6th floor is the reception hall, the 7th floor is several conference halls and cafeterias, and the 7th floor and above are the various rooms of the hotel. On the top floor of the 36th floor, there is a gymnasium, plus a heated swimming pool. Mujio didn't go any further. She already understood the general situation, and when the big guys arrived, she went upstairs to clean up the weirdness, take a shower and change clothes. Returning to the 5th floor of the mall, Ai Wen and Xiao Huang had already arranged the same. In the dining hall, dozens of corpses that were originally lying on their backs were all moved outside the restaurant at this moment. The tables were carefully wiped and cleaned up, and 7 or 8 tables were put together in a long strip shape. Xiao Huang has already made 8 dishes, all of which are made according to the serving size of 50 people. There are grilled wagyu beef, red stewed abalone, pork knuckle and sauce, charcoal grilled lamb chops, pan-fried foie gras, steamed Australian prawns, braised chicken with morel mushrooms, and fried rice with matsutake mushrooms. All of them were packed on insulated dinner plates from the cafeteria next door, waiting for Mujio to come back. In the back kitchen, Xiao Huang was still working overtime to knock on the pot and spoon. Sister Mu, brother Xiao Huang said that it will take a little time. He will gather 10 big dishes, let you put them in the space, and take them away. In this way, we should not be short of hot dishes for the next half a month. Aiwen pinched a piece of well-grilled wagyu steak with his hand, and ate it with relish. After speaking, I took a big bite, and there was fatty fat oozing out of the meat, and the fragrance was overflowing. But Mujio was greedy, took out a bottle of hand sanitizer from the hospital from his pocket, and washed his hands. Following Iwan's example, he picked up a large piece of steak with his hands and feasted on it. The 2 of them ate happily, and no one cared. There were corpses all over here just now. By the time Xiao Huang brought the last 2 dishes, pressure cooker oysters and pan-fried fish steaks, the 2 people outside had already eaten until they were full of burps. Aiwen took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme and said, Brother Xiao Huang, the dishes you make are so delicious, you have to catch up with the professional chefs. We have all eaten too much. Sister Mu said just now that she is going to collect the refrigeration and freezing materials from other restaurants. Including these kitchen utensils and gas cans, it will be up to you for our team to improve food in the future. Really? Xiao Huang's eyes were full of light as if he had suddenly found his purpose in life. In terms of medical skills, I was not as good as master, but I finally made up for it in terms of cooking skills. The food was delicious, but everyone didn't dare to waste time. Taking advantage of Xiao Huang's time to eat, the duo hurriedly went to sweep the back kitchen of the restaurant on the entire floor. Not even a single green onion was left, all of them were taken away and put into Mujio's space. After eating and drinking, the three of them continued to climb up. According to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme that Mujio had explored before, he went all the way up to the guest room area on the 8th floor. With Mujio and Xiao Huang as the two golden powers, it didn't take a few minutes for the door of the guest room on the entire floor to be easily opened. There were many guests who died tragically in the room. Inside the open door, whenever there are guests, the room will be covered with blood stains all over the walls. In a place like a hotel, it is inevitable that something pickled will happen, and it is impossible to prevent it. So there are a lot of weird kinds that appear here, and the character is relatively tyrannical. Mujio asked everyone to fight quickly, not to fight. When you encounter a white trick crawling out of the TV, you will directly smash the TV, and when you encounter a black trick on the glass, you will directly break the glass, and so on. Otherwise, it will be endless. With Mujio's admonition, everyone's efficiency has obviously improved a lot. Soon, all the 32 rooms and corridors on the 8th floor were cleaned up. Mujio found 3 adjacent unmanned guest rooms and asked everyone to go in to take a bath and change clothes. Before you take a bath, I want to tell you. Don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door of the guest room. Don't take off the jade pendant on your body. If you have something to do, call someone quickly, just shout. I will only give you half an hour, everyone as soon as possible. Received. Boss, the two said in unison. The guest room has a full set of unopened hotel luxury toiletries, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Everyone scattered and left, and Mujio also entered one of the guest rooms. She locked herself in the bathroom, then pulled out an oversized tub filled with spiritual spring water from the space. The spiritual spring water has the effect of improving physical fitness and relieving fatigue. Of course, she will not give up the spiritual spring water and wash it with water outside. At the moment when her whole body was immersed in the spiritual spring water, she felt as if she had instantly connected her mobile phone with an electric plug, and even the screen lit up a little. But Mujio didn't dare to be too greedy, and after only soaking for 10 minutes, she came out and changed into a brand new teen uniform. It took another 5 minutes to dry her long, seaweed-like black hair and tie it up in a high ponytail at the back of her head. It looks heroic. Mujio's skin is very good, white and smooth, thanks to his relationship as the inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine. She has always paid attention to health on weekdays, and her life and rest are also very healthy, and she hardly stays up late. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme jokingly referred to by colleagues as the work and rest of the elderly. After packing up everything, Mujio just walked out of the bathroom, and heard an exclamation from the other 2 rooms at the same time. She quickly pushed the door and trotted out, but in the next second, she saw an embarrassing scene. Evan came out wearing a white hotel bathrobe. She didn't even wear slippers, and her hair was dripping with water beads, and she was so embarrassed. As for Xiao Huang, she only rushed out of the hotel bath towel, and even her upper body was naked, almost unobstructed. Ahem, what's the matter, let you panic like this together? Mujio tried not to let his eyes glance at Xiao Huang, and asked with a calm pretense. The water in it. Evan was visibly frightened, and judging by his previous performance, it was very undeserved. Master, all of a sudden, the bathroom turned red, and there was no way to continue washing. Xiao Huang, as a doctor, can analyze these things more rationally. When Mujio heard this, he followed Xiao Huang into his bathroom. This time, even Mujio was shocked. The shower inside was not closed at the moment, and he continued to spray hot water outside. But what is unusual is that the water that comes out of the shower head is actually bright red blood. At this moment, the entire bathroom is splashed with blood red all over the wall. Mujio turned on the faucet at hand, and it was no surprise that the water that flowed out was also red. Moreover, this is not a strange trick, it is real blood water. Master, I am a gold-based supernatural and can clearly sense a large amount of iron ions in this water flow. Xiao Huang stood behind Mujio and said solemnly. Chapter 37. Okay, I see. Mujio has a gold rune paper that is 1 level higher than Xiao Huang, so he naturally feels that this matter is unusual. There is indeed blood in the water, not an illusion created by a strange person, but real blood. But Mujio didn't feel the slightest weirdness in the water, indicating that someone had died just now. He died in the water tank of the hotel's secondary water supply. I had never heard of such a thing when I was in the hospital before. He killed or committed suicide, polluted the water tank, and made the whole building drink the water that had soaked the corpse. But this time, apparently there is more than one person. You know, the water tank of this kind of hotel is not small, and it is not easy to make the water have a color, and it is still such a deep red. I'm afraid that a lot of people will die. Mujio released 2 large barrels of 5L mineral water from the space and said, "This is for you, go and rinse your body again, especially where the blood is stained." Then we changed our clothes and came out, and we got out of here as soon as possible. Okay. Mujio is not a person who was afraid of things, but in the face of such a big hotel, there are too few of them. There are as many as 30 floors on top, and it takes too much time to search layer by layer. The high-rise elevator is unsafe to use in the last days, and it is all up the stairs to climb up, and it is not necessary to be afraid of being hit by the wall. There are no supplies in the hotel anymore, and it is not cost-effective for them to be so excited. Take advantage of everyone's bathing and dressing. Mujio took out his phone again and looked at the next roadmap. The next mall is in the north of the city, and they are now located in the center of the city, in the south of the city. If you want to get through, bicycles and scooters that rely purely on human pedals are probably too tiring. It is estimated that it will take 4 hours to go up, and when I get to the place, it will be almost dark. The night is not suitable for collecting supplies, and the strange energy will be more than twice as strong as the day. If it weren't for the search for a trickster in the hospital last night, Mujio wouldn't have taken the risk. What's more, there may be even stronger second-level weirdness, like the security trick that appeared this morning. It's still daytime, and if it's night, it's hard to imagine the consequences. Mujio's eyes wandered on the map. Maybe today he could go to the Nanchang suburban poultry breeding base that is not too far from here. If you ride a bicycle, it will be about an hour away. Poultry can't wait too long, otherwise they won't be able to get alive. Mujio made up his mind in his heart, and when the other 2 came out of their respective houses, he announced the next itinerary. They are all following Boss Mu, so naturally no one will object. Everyone went down the first floor from the escalator of the mall along the same road. As for why not go straight up the secure staircase from the hotel? Aiwan has personally experienced how desperate the tricky wall on the stairs is. There are 36 floors here. Even if everyone goes downstairs hand in hand, there is no guarantee that one of them will not disappear down the stairs with the trick. The 3 of them quickly walked out of the mall's gate. The entire 6th floor of the mall was collected by Mujio, and there was not a single hair left. When I went out, I saw the big president who had followed before, lying on the steps at the entrance of the mall, motionless. "What's wrong with him, basking in the sun here?" asked Avon, walking at the front. Xiao Huang stepped forward and took a look. "I'm not dead yet, my chest is still heaving." He looked back at Mujio, which means, "Do you want to save it?" Mujio was not interested in caring about the life or death of this president, but he saw the sandalwood bracelet he was wearing on his wrist from a distance. Each sandalwood bead cracked, and the bead fell in a circle along the black rope. Moreover, each bead is stained with black, just like the black blue jade card that I saw before. Thinking of this, Mujio immediately shouted, "Xiao Huang, be careful." Then there were hundreds of black capillary needles, from the edge of those cracked beads, flying straight towards Xiao Huang's eyes, caught off guard, and the speed was extremely fast. Exhaled. 6 small dark green fires skimmed in front of Xiao Huang's eyes, and burned all the black needles that were immediately inserted into his eyes. It was the same thing that attacked Mujio at that time. Thank you, thank you." Xiao Huang recovered from his shock and hurriedly thanked Aiwan. Those things almost pierced his eyes, and the ability didn't have time to react. "It's a small thing. Everyone is a team, you can save me next time," said Aiwan, pointing to the uniform icon on Xiao Huang's chest, which was the uniform logo that Mujio had chosen for them. In fact, it is the sign of a certain sports brand. The sandalwood beads in his hand have helped him suck up all the tricks. He is fine, but he was wandered around his body by the tricks, sucking away the young energy, and he was a little weak. Xiao Huang, put this in a prominent place on his body to ensure that he can see it when he wakes up. Mu Jio walked over and handed Xiao Huang a note, only to see that it was written in black and white: go to find the ancestral hall, temple, Taoist temple, or tombstone after dark, which can protect you from death. Xiao Huang did so, and clamped the note tightly on the president's double G belt. Next, it was up to the president to see his creation, pointing out a clear way for him to save his life. Mu Jio thought that he had done his duty. The three of them each took out their own means of transportation, a bicycle and 2 scooters, and officially set off. The wheels of the scooters are small, and the acceleration is indeed slower than that of mountain bikes. Scooters are clearly more agile than the big bikes that can be shuttled between the crash sites in the city. It was the hottest time of the afternoon in Huishur, and the city was even more silent. When the three of them walked south out of the city center, there were significantly fewer vehicles, but they encountered many large trucks that overturned on the side of the road. It's a courier, and the driver should have been tortured to death by beating the wall. Mu Jio easily received a few large truckloads of express delivery, and when he was free, he took them out and asked the big guys to help them open them to see if there would be anything good. As Mu Jio expected, the three of them arrived at the poultry breeding base in the suburbs at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As far as the eye can see, there are hundreds of acres of breeding greenhouses, which makes people excited to look at it. Mu Jio learned from the internet that this should be the village of a family with a certain surname. In response to the call of rural revitalization, it began to vigorously invest in the development of aquaculture. At this moment, it is much more lively than the center of the city, and you can hear all kinds of animals chirping and mooing from afar. Weird does not infringe on animals, it is like some kind of predetermined rule mechanism. They only kill humans and feed on humans. It's spectacular. Evan looked at the tall industrial park building in front of him and sighed. A super large meat processing and sales industrial park is located at the front of this breeding base, which should be the facade of this breeding village. At the front of the park, there is a plaque of Wang Zhongba Meat Processing Company, Limited. With a leading enterprise, drive the prosperity and development of the whole village's industry, and everyone make a fortune together, which is the development concept of many villages today. Xiao Huang walked in the front, consciously using the gold ability to conjure the electric sliding door at the door into a one-person wide gap for everyone. Everyone enters in turn. The park is very large, and as far as the eye can see, there are many corpses lying everywhere, wearing white production uniforms and hats. The zoning in the industrial park is very obvious, with a total of 3 areas. Fresh meat slaughterhouse area, warehouse area, and employee accommodation area. The old rule: Mu Jio collects supplies, and the others clean up the weirdness around them. The three of them went straight to the slaughterhouse at the front, where the butcher with the machete was quite strange. Fortunately, it is a first-level weird, and it looks bluffing, but in the face of 2 supernatural people, these things are not a problem at all. Mu Jio wandered around the workshop and collected thousands of sharp slaughtering knives. These knives are down to every critical part of the poultry and are dedicated to them. Then I went to the warehouse area. The area of the warehouse is very large, there are 6 in total. The area is not small, and it looks no different from the plant structure of the granary. It is divided into chicken, duck, goose, pig, cattle, sheep feed, 6 major pieces. Mu Jio swept one warehouse after another, and not a single grain of feed was dropped. As for the rest of the staff accommodation area, Mu Jio didn't have much interest in going in. Before dark, there were still a large number of breeding greenhouses to sweep one by one. She didn't want to waste time. The 3 of them came out of the industrial park and walked along the path that entered the village in the direction of the greenhouse. Chapter 38. I didn't go far, and I saw the magnificent ancient houses standing at the entrance of the village. Mu Jio smiled on his face. It seems that we have a safe place today, and we can spend the night. The other 2 didn't understand the meaning of Boss Mu's words. When I got closer, I saw that this magnificent house had a plaque of Wang's ancestral hall on the door. It was indeed a good place, and in the message written by the boss to the president, the ancestral hall was mentioned in the safe area to save his life. But at this moment, under the plaque, there is a little girl curled up with dirt and bruises everywhere. It is estimated that he is only 13 or 14 years old, and his whole body is so thin that he is out of shape. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes tightly, leaning against the gate of the ancestral hall. On a hot day, your body can't stop shivering. It should be a child from the village. Why don't you go in and hide from the ancestral hall? What are you doing outside? Little sister, are you okay? Hearing the voice, the little girl slowly opened her eyes, which startled Mujio and the others. This little girl turned out to be a different pupil. One with black pupils and the other with blue pupils. The little girl wanted to say something, but seemed too weak to speak. The color of the lips was also frighteningly white, and then I closed my eyes directly, and it seemed that I had fainted. Aiwan looked back at Mujio and asked what to do. Mujio frowned and stepped forward to check the little girl's pulse. This is the second time she has seen different pupils in the last days, and the last time she saw her, it was in the previous life. It is exactly the same as the little girl in front of him, one black and one blue. But it wasn't a human, it was a 4th level weird, and her Horcrux was very powerful and difficult. It was a horde of deformed birds with sharp knives, long beaks, and hard steel claws. With a single claw, they can tear ordinary people into several large pieces. Even if they scratch a superficial wound, the wound cannot be easily healed. Because it is a claw condensed by resentment, the treacherous energy will erode the skin and penetrate deep into the bone marrow until death. Many of the strangers also died under the claws of the birds, which can be regarded as a strange powerhouse of the near 5th level. Mujio looked at the chicken greenhouse not far away, and couldn't help but have a little more guess in his heart. Maybe. What is the connection between that 4th level weirdness and the little girl in front of him? Mujio's fingertips had just touched the little girl's wrist, and a warm current swam from the end of his index finger to the dragon tattoo at the root. Mujio saw that the tattoo on his finger was slightly red, and he immediately noticed the change in the space. In one of the 33 wordless monuments, a 5th bright red totem appeared. Deep a familiar voice sounded in his mind, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This talisman is a fiery Itric pupil talisman, which can see through the 2 worlds of yin and yang." After hearing this, Mujio was stunned. Mujio had never heard of anything about the end of the world, so he didn't know what use this thing could be. Driven by curiosity, she used her consciousness to draw a tricky pupil rune paper in the space and put it in her pants pocket. Urging the rune paper, Mujio was surprised to find that as long as she wanted to, she could see through all the internal body structures of the little girl in front of her. It was similar to the security X-ray machine, but it was more clear and concrete than the machine. The little girl in front of her was obviously hungry and fainted from hunger. This is exactly the same as the conclusion she came from taking the pulse from her wrist. Mujio let go of the little girl's wrist, took out a waterproof mat from the mall from the space, and spread it on the ground behind her. Xiao Huang, carry people. Xiao Huang is Mujio's intern, and she is used to it. This is something that Xiao Huang used to do, including carrying corpses. Okay. Xiao Huang replied briskly. Aiwan, who was standing on the side, also followed Xiao Huang to help. Mujio immediately took out 2 glucose injections received from the hospital pharmacy, intending to feed them to the little girl. Boss, let me come. Aiwan took the initiative to take the glucose. She had drunk this thing, and she had experience. By the way, she asked, what's wrong with her? Is she haunted by weirdness? Malnutrition. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I fainted with low blood sugar. Mujio said, knocking on the door of the ancestral hall. With her treacherous eyes, she could directly penetrate the gate in front of her and see the situation inside the ancestral hall. In the huge ancestral hall, there are clearly 50 or 60 plainly dressed men and women, all of whom should be from this village. Among them are many elderly people and children, and there are even babies who are held in the arms of women to nurse. After a little longer, people's consciousness will wake up and they will begin to make a living outside, and such an ancestral hall will become the origin of the development of the base. Why can't you tolerate this little girl outside the door? Don't knock on the soul. I told you everything, you broomstar who killed your father. Lao Tzu will not let you enter the ancestral hall and disturb the purity of your ancestors. Your own grandfather has spoken, you strange-eyed monster, you will not be surnamed Wang in the future, not from Lao Tzu's Wangjia village. Go as far as you can to Lao Tzu, Wangjia village doesn't welcome you, don't bring your bad luck in. Get out. Looks delicate, but loves to squirt feces all over his mouth. Who are you, Lao Tzu? Mujio squinted his eyes and said softly. Suddenly, a sharp tang knife blade plunged into the crack of the door, hitting the tip of the boy's nose, and scared him to sit directly on the ground. Then he screamed and crawled away. Cowardly. Mujio withdrew the tang knife and looked back at the little girl. After pouring 2 large tubes of glucose injection and ejaculation, the girl was directly woken up by the sweetness. At this moment, she was looking at Mujio, who was standing by the door, and she obviously heard what was in the door just now. The fragility in the girl's eyes almost overflowed, as if it was about to blow away in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme in the next second. I heard it, and the people inside said they didn't want you anymore. Immediately, Mujio took out a box lunch pack with 3 dishes, 1 soup and 1 meal on a plate in the canteen from the space and handed it to the little girl. Thinking of the 4th level weirdness he encountered in his previous life, Mujio unconsciously said, "If you want, you can go with me, and there will definitely be no shortage of your food, drink and clothing in the future. I can also help you teach the people in it, you can do whatever you want them to do." This is the first time Mujio has handed out an invitation since he was reborn. Or for a 13 or 14-year-old child who was so thin that his chest is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to his back. She looked worthless, and even Xiao Huang and AI Wen were stunned, thinking to herself, what is so good about this child? Could it be that just because her eyes are different, she can get Boss Mu's special favor? After listening to Mujio, the little girl looked at Mujio with a pair of different pupils, as if she was examining the woman in front of her. For a long time, she looked away, did not speak, and did not take her food. This surprised Xiao Huang and AI Wen, who was obviously a very hungry child, and would refuse Boss Mu's overtures. Incredible! I don't understand. I don't want to leave here, all the animals here are the work of my parents. The little girl said softly, her eyes stubbornly drifting towards the greenhouse not far away. Chapter 39. In the previous life, Mujio had fought with that 4th level strange person with different pupils. Defeat miserably. And flee in the wilderness. That one is really too powerful, whether it is her murderous trickster bird or herself. If Mujio didn't have that eye of spatial spiritual spring water to save his life, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme for 4 years. At this moment, Mujio experienced the primary power of a tricky pupil. She was already basically sure that the little girl in front of her was the strange life of the other life. As for how she died tragically. As far as the scene inside the ancestral hall door is concerned, can't you clearly foresee it? Your chickens, ducks, and goslings, how about I take them all away for you? Let's go to another place to feed? Mujio is not stupid, since he has the opportunity to keep this future 4th level weird by his side, why can't he coax it? Aren't all children like to coax that set? This is also to leave a way out for himself in the future. Hearing this, the girl suddenly raised her head and stared at Mujio's eyes tightly, as if she was exploring something. After a long time, he spat out a sentence, "What you said. Is it fed in your space grass?" As soon as the girl's words came out, everyone present immediately looked at each other. How did she know that the boss had space? Could it be because Boss Mu had conjured a boxed lunch just now? Mujio sneered, "Then do you think it's okay?" The girl's alien pupil power is much stronger than she imagined, and it is in existence far beyond her spatial level. After all, she could see through it at a glance, about the fact that the space in her mind existed. Listening to the meaning of those people in the ancestral hall, the girl's different pupils are innate. This ability had been with her for years, and it wouldn't be too strange how far it had evolved. Therefore, she must incorporate people into her own team, and must not stand on the opposite side of her and become an enemy. The key is that apart from co-opting her, Mujio can't think of a better way for the time being. I can't kill her with a knife, and all human beings who die unnaturally will become a strange member. Mujio didn't want to make trouble for herself. But the girl was silent again. Mujio couldn't, and said patiently, "If you follow me, I can give you special permission to take care of them yourself. But these poultry must ensure that my people have a normal diet, including eggs, milk and meat every day." After all, your village is also produced by processing fresh meat, so you can't eat it or touch it. Her space lawn can definitely give these poultry the best living environment, better than being trapped in the greenhouse forever. Since the girl in front of her can see through all of herself at a glance, in front of her, there is no secret at all. Then she simply put all the conditions on the surface and explained them all at once. Hearing Mujio talk about this, the girl slowly spoke, I can go with you, but you're still thinking about those people, they don't think about you. Evan also persuaded, he simply hated iron but not steel. Since it was the person the boss wanted to keep, they naturally would not object, and for a while, the three of them also followed to persuade the little girl. The girl looked in the direction of the ancestral hall gate and said, the boy who scolded me just now is my cousin, the one who smokes is my uncle, the one who breastfeeds the child is my aunt, and the one who feeds the child is my nephew. But they scolded her for being a broom star, and in the middle of the night of the invasion of all kinds of tricks, they didn't even let her go in the ancestral hall to avoid it. Well, let's spend the night at the entrance of this ancestral hall in the village tonight, so that our new member. What's your name? Mujio asked instead. Ding Dang. Mujio paused for 2 seconds. Okay, let our new member Ding Dang stay here for one night to get used to it and say goodbye here. Mujio said, taking out a can of liquefied gas from the back kitchen of the restaurant, as well as a full set of kitchenware and fresh dishes. She gave Xiao Huang a look, you're in charge of cooking today's dinner. Xiao Huang has been working with Mujio for more than a year, and the two have always cooperated tacitly, and he immediately received the meaning of Master's words, make incense for dinner, let the people inside smell it. After all, at noon, I have already made a lot of big meals in the mall, and there is no need to recook it all, Master said so, but that's not what it means. You know, the terrible end times came suddenly, and it was already very good to be able to save your life, and who had prepared food for the prophet. The people in the ancestral hall can at most offer a little tribute in front of the ancestral tablet. How dare they eat those things? If the ancestor gets angry and doesn't bless them anymore, won't it be all over the game? No problem, Master. Mujio immediately took out 2 sets of family tents, as well as 2 inflatable mattresses. They were all swept from the sports goods area on the 4th floor of the mall, handed them to Avon, and instructed her, tie these under the big tree over there, men and women on both sides, and we'll spend the night here tonight. Then he whispered to Xiao Huang and asked him to protect some Ding Dang, maybe the relatives in the ancestral hall were going to come out to find trouble. After arranging the things here, Mujio walked alone towards the distant border of the breeding greenhouse. Huang and Avon were carrying tents and cooking things, and were about to move to the tree. Ding Dang suddenly took the initiative to speak, my brother is a gold-based ability, and my sister is a fire-type ability, where are you going to go in the future? Xiao Huang and Aiwen glanced at each other, how did she know? They shouldn't have introduced these things just now, so she guessed it? Xiao Huang replied honestly. Ding Dang didn't say anything after listening, just looked at the door of the ancestral hall in a daze. Xiao Huang stared at Ding Dang's different pupils, and seemed to understand why his master tried his best to keep the girl in front of him. Mujio here, she planned to collect it from far away in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, just after collecting it, she came back for dinner. Kept at the farthest distance are sheep, black goats, and white goats. Everyone is fat, and it seems that they usually eat very well, but they lack exercise, and they are all fat. Mujio glanced at it, and the big round lump that was originally locked in the railing of the greenhouse, with a clear black and white distinction, immediately appeared in the space at this moment, on the vast lawn. They hesitated for a moment, but quickly adapted to what was in front of them, and began to run wild on the lawn. If their physical fitness allows, they can run up the hill to play. There are about 200 goats in a greenhouse, and goats occupy 10 greenhouses, a total of about 2,000 goats. Among them are 100 little goats, bleating, standing on the top of the hill, overlooking this strange world. Inside, there are greenhouses for dairy cows and beef cattle. The cows are kept in separate cubicles, and in addition to grazing and feeding, they are milking. The main job of beef cattle is to eat. Their goal is to grow up and grow strong as quickly as possible, and they can't have any other ideas. Mujio collected a total of 2,800 head of cattle, of which 300 were dairy cows, and the remaining 2,500 were beef cattle. Then there are the hogs, which are in huge demand every day for the urban population. Therefore, the proportion of pigs in the farm is also extremely high, accounting for almost 7% of the area of the greenhouse. Piglets, medium pigs, and adult pigs are fed separately. In order for the pigs to grow fatter, they are not allowed to exercise at all. The pigs who are lazy by nature eat, sleep, and eat, without worries, and are also happy to be idle. Mujio paddled a skateboard, and it took more than half an hour to collect nearly 20,000 pigs, all of which were collected into the space. This time, you can see pigs all over the mountains, white and plump. Chapter 40. Further inside, there is the chicken shed. Tens of thousands of old hens and hundreds of hard-working old roosters were all accepted into the space by Mujio. The pantry has already collected the eggs, plus the eggs in the slot that have not yet been collected. A total of 40,000 fresh eggs were also stored in the space. If 1 egg per person is guaranteed per day, just these eggs can be eaten until they die of old age. This is not counting the next output of hens. Mujio feels that selling fresh eggs in the last days will also be a good livelihood. Mujio also found an incubation greenhouse, and the hatching machines for chickens, ducks and geese were placed in 3 greenhouses. The chatter in the shed was endless, and the hatching machine continued to run, and there were already many chicks, ducks, and geese that had hatched. Mujio did not count them carefully, and directly put the newborn chicks into the space hills and placed them with other roosters and hens. Machine-hatched cuties, it's probably hard to find their biological mother, but that's not important. There are no natural enemies in the space, and there are many large and small bushes on the hills, which are enough for them to survive safely. And all the hatching machines have also been taken over by Muju Tongtong. The last 2 are ducks and big white geese, which are not very numerous, about 4,000 ducks and only about 1,000 geese. Was also accepted by Mujio into the space lawn. They are placed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the lake, which makes it easier for them to play in the water. In this way, all the small animals in the entire farm are included in the space by Mujio. Feeling the small figures running all over the mountains in the space, Mujio felt very relieved. At least in the future, he would definitely not be hungry. Mujio stepped on the scooter and walked back, and from a distance of several hundred meters, he heard the commotion from the other side of the ancestral hall. At this moment, the door of the ancestral hall has been wide open. The villagers that Mujio had seen through the gate through the tricky pupil charm were pouring out at this moment, confronting Xiao Huangaiwan and the others. A strong man tried to grab food in the pot by robbing, but he was pierced back again and again by Xiao Huang's special bone calcium needle. This is also the reason why Mujio left Xiao Huang there. Only his ability can be hurt by anyone. Even Avon's ability can't do it for the time being, let alone the weak ding-dang that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme can blow down. If you want to take away this little nemesis, then give us enough food, otherwise don't even think about it. If you have to use force, then we have to call the police to arrest you, accuse you of child abduction, and let the police arrest you all," said one of the middle-aged men, with a fierce expression. "You are a breeding farm here, there are so many chickens, ducks and pork to eat, why do you care about us asking for food?" Aiwen complained as he was protected by Xiao Huang's ability steel needle. "What do you outsiders know? There are terrible things in every shed now, and you can't get in at all. Even if our people force their way in, they won't come back. Now only the ancestral hall is a safe and clean place," said another man. Listening to the words of the villagers, Mujio thought of the number of beads he received in the greenhouse. After walking around, there are only a few hundred trick beads in the huge farm, and the courage of these people is just a little bit. If we give you food, then aren't you just selling children? What's the essential difference? And this child was picked up by us on the road before. How do you prove her relationship with you? I asked, and she is not surnamed Wang. If she is really your person, how can she leave her alone outside and not let her enter the door, knowing that there is danger outside, and only the ancestral hall is safe? Why don't you ask her, are you willing to admit your so-called relatives? Mujio smiled and put away the scooter on his feet, and said as he walked forward. Immediately, Mujio's gaze matched the pair of different pupils that were looking at her, as if they were penetrated in an instant. Mujio felt that he was in front of Ding Dang, like a naked swimmer. It only took her 2 seconds before she retracted her gaze, obviously seeing the scene full of mountains in Mujio's space. Her parents' hard work was all safely in an extremely comfortable environment at the moment. Seeing them running happily and frolicking, Ding Dang's heart seemed to let go in an instant. I don't know them. Ding Dang lowered his eyes and did not look at those relatives. Ding Dang's words gave Mujio a reassuring pill, and she finally figured it out. Then, if she wants to deal with these people, it will be much easier. If you want to call the police, you can report it. We don't have any extra food for you. If you want food, go to the chicken pen and catch it yourself. Mujio said, looking back at the pot. The fragrant quail egg braised pork has been harvested, just waiting to eat the bibimbap. It's so fragrant. With Chef Huang here, it will really take it orally in the future. You. The people in the village were choked by Mujio's words. There are smart people, seeing that this group of people can't get in the oil and salt, so they began to hit Ding Dang's side. Ding Dang, this is your house. Do you really want to follow a group of strangers? You don't want your grandparents anymore? Don't you want everyone here? This time, it was the young man who was inside the ancestral hall door before, and told Ding Dang to hurry up. Do you think this is good? You let them leave the food, and we will let you go to the ancestral hall to avoid the dirty things at night. You also know that there is no so-called safe place except for the ancestral hall of the Wang family. These people are all lying to you. Ding Dang looked at the young boy with his strange eyes. What can they deceive me? If I didn't meet your requirements, I won't be allowed to enter the door, saying that I am not from the Wang family, but my grandfather himself spoke. The people in the village present were stunned. This dead girl had never spoken up like she did now. Whose power was this? Immediately, a strong young man who couldn't hold his breath wanted to step forward and use tough means to do it. You must know that there were only 4 people on Mujio's side. There are only strong men over there, but there are dozens of them. Mujio saw Ding Dang's palms clenched slightly, and seemed to be a little nervous. Was she worried about herself? Thinking of this, the corners of Mujio's mouth hooked up a slight smile. Unhurriedly, she took out an earth-based ability rune paper from the space and urged the rune paper. In an instant, all the villagers who stepped out of the gate of the ancestral hall were buried by a small mound like a mound, and only a panting head remained. On the cement avenue, dozens of small dirt bags grew out of thin air, and they were so strong that they could not move at all. This frightened all the villagers present. Even Ding Dang, who thinks he can see through everything, is a little unbelievable. This sister who was called the boss has no special abilities on her body except for the super large carry-on space. She can easily use the trick of the unearthed ability? At this moment, the villagers who have not yet stepped out of the gate of the ancestral hall do not dare to move easily. Alright, the annoying people are all solved, we can have dinner. Chapter 41 Mu Jiufeng said lightly, and then sat on the waterproof mat without care, waiting for dinner. She pulled out a low round table, similar to a coffee table, from the space and placed it on a waterproof mat. Motioned for everyone to sit down and be casual. Originally, it was to make a show for the people in the ancestral hall, so Xiao Huang only made a big pot of 10-mile fragrant quail egg braised pork. Mujio directly took out the boss's pot of rice from the space, as well as the garlic baby cabbage that was swept back from the cafeteria. With a combination of meat and vegetables, being able to eat these during the end of the world is already the ultimate enjoyment, and it is too difficult. You should eat more. Aiwen, who was in charge of serving food to everyone, saw Ding Dang, who was skinny, and specially pressed the rice for her to be firm. Hearing what happened to this little girl, she had to have some compassion. She also has no parents, but fortunately, she is an adult, and she no longer has to suffer from other people's idleness. But how did these strange relatives of Ding Dang abuse her? If her parents were still there, how sad it should be. Mujio scooped a spoonful of toppings from the pot of braised pork and poured it on top of Ding Dang's rice. What I am saying is, eat more, children are growing their bodies, and malnutrition will affect their height and development. Ding Dang carefully picked up the rice bowl that looked like a hill, and put a small piece of braised pork in his mouth. A domineering smell of fresh meat rushed straight to the brain, and the whole piece of meat melted in the mouth, just like eating the Queen Mother's peach. Growing so big, she had never eaten such delicious braised pork, let alone received such good treatment. It's all because of her eyes that are different from ordinary people. The fortune teller said that she had yin and yang eyes, and she could see things that ordinary people couldn't see. Sly. The people in the same village regarded her as an outlier, and even ordinary schools refused to accept her and let her transfer to special schools. For this reason, my mother hugged her and cried more than once. But even in the hospital, there is no way to take her eyes. She even saw that behind a famous doctor, there was a sick and dead monster sucking his young energy. Expecting that he was not far from death, he kindly reminded him, perhaps in a straightforward manner, which caused the doctor to be furious. Of course, the doctor didn't believe it, saying that he was a doctor, but he didn't know his physical health. He felt that she shouldn't look at her eyes, but her brain. As a result, the next second after speaking, the doctor went into shock, and just after being sent to the emergency room, he died with a whimper. The story was spread by the hospital. Then she was blacklisted by ophthalmology experts in major hospitals. Later, her parents were gone. As her cousin said, even her grandparents, who are related by blood, think she is bad luck and an ominous person. Ding dang, what are you thinking? Is it because the food doesn't match your appetite? Mujio couldn't help but ask when he saw her holding the bowl and not moving for a long time, as if she had fallen into some kind of self-thinking realm. Ding Dang's thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality. As soon as she looked up, Mujio saw her reddish eyes, surrounded by those pairs of different pupils, which looked particularly ghostly. I saw her shake her head desperately, and it took a long time to spit out a sentence, "It's so delicious." Silly girl, it's getting dark, hurry up and eat, go to sleep in the tent after eating, and the dirty things should come out later. He could even clearly hear the sound of dry saliva coming from the side. An elderly old man stood by the door of the ancestral hall, beckoned to Ding Dang, and begged, "Ding Dang, I am your own grandfather, good granddaughter, come here, give your grandfather 2 bites of food, and I will let you enter the ancestral hall." "Those people are lying to you, how dangerous it is to sleep in a tent at night. I am afraid that you will be eaten by those strange monsters to the point that there are no bones left. Only our ancestral hall is safe." Obedient. Ah. Come here. Ding Dang, who was originally immersed in eating, suddenly raised his head and looked at the person who spoke, with surprise in his eyes. Grandpa had never spoken to her in such a tone. Even when her parents were still around, Grandpa looked cold. Ding Dang didn't move, but looked at Mujio, and said with some worry, "Sister, why don't you catch a chicken and kill it?" Mujio thought that she had a kind heart and wanted to regret and pity those people. The grandfather in the ancestral hall obviously heard Ding Dang's words, and hurriedly shouted happily, "Good granddaughter, don't kill chickens, just give the meat in your bowl to Grandpa." Before Mujio could speak, Ding Dang hurriedly explained, "Sister, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about killing a chicken and sprinkling chicken blood around the 2 tents. This can ward off evil spirits and drive away tricks, so that those dirty things can't enter the circle." "I see." Mujio breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a smile, "Safety issues, don't worry, we have the protection of the enchantment, and we won't let those things hurt you in the slightest." Knowing Ding Dang's determination and intentions, Mujio mocked the people in the door, "Old man, your cheeks are getting thicker and thicker with age. It's a pity, I'm only here to beg your granddaughter now, it's too late. If you want people to enter the ancestral hall, why did you go early, as for locking a teenage girl out alone? How embarrassed are you to call yourself Grandpa, I'm ashamed of you." After Mujio finished speaking, he stuffed a big spoonful of braised pork into his mouth, chewing it very hard. The grandfather in the door was very angry, and pointed at Mujio and scolded, "You group of liars, goblins. Coax my good granddaughter not to listen to the adults in the family. Trick her into doing bad things. I want to call the police to arrest you. Go and get your mobile phone." Hearing this, Mujio just swallowed a chewed quail egg and burped before replying, "Being bullied like this by you, a life is almost gone, this is not a good granddaughter. Do you want to call the police to arrest yourself? Sentence a child abuse crime? With your old body, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a few years if you go in." Xiao Huang listened to it next to him, very happy, this is the master he is familiar with. On weekdays, in the hospital, Master is afraid of being said to be young, which does not conform to the steady image of a Chinese medicine expert. so I always pretend to be deep and don't dare to play with everyone. But in fact she is a lively, very clever little girl. If it weren't for the fact that she had a gifted medical talent, she would have enjoyed it every day. Xiao Huang has to regret that it is the profession of traditional Chinese medicine with inherent impressions that has ruined his master's lifelong happiness. These bastard things, the grandfather in the door stomped the cane in his hand with a clattering sound, and he was so angry that he couldn't do anything about them, for fear that as soon as he went out, he would end up like the people buried in the grave outside. Mujio was full, then he glanced at the door and said, "Uncle, seeing that your cheeks are crimson, your liver is hot, and you are panting and anxious, I would like to remind you that when you are old, don't be angry. Be careful and you will fall down directly after a while. It's like this, but there is no ambulance to drag you to the hospital." The old man was so angry that he trembled so much that he almost collapsed, and was helped by the others inside and went back to the back room. Finally stopped, Mujio looked at everyone, and said seriously, "Let's spend the night outside tonight. In addition to preventing strange invasions, we also have to prevent human sneak attacks, so we have to take turns keeping vigils. From 8 o'clock tonight to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, a total of 10 hours. We work in 2 shifts, one group of 5 hours, and the shift changes around 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. This ensures that each group has a time segment of deep sleep. On the girls' tent side, watch the first half of the night, and Xiao Huang's tent, watch the second half of the night. Do you have any different opinions?" Boss Mu's words, how could anyone object? Everyone said neatly, "Okay, no problem." When it was over, Mujio added 2 more sentences, "If Xiao Huang is too sleepy to hold on, you can come to me for 2 stitches to refresh your mind. Of course, if you can't sleep or your sleep quality is not good, you can also come to me with 2 stitches to ensure that you fall asleep when you fall into bed." Chapter 42. The night slowly fell, and Mujio's dinner was over. Several people helped clean up, and Mujio directly threw the finished dishes and chopsticks into the space. In the warehouse supermarket of the mall before, there were a lot of oversized dishwashers, so Mujio directly threw all the used pots and pans into it. After washing, these items will be automatically stored in the underground storage warehouse of the space, which is convenient for long-term storage. The last bit of the golden light of the sun fell, and without the protection of the sun, Wangjia village was gradually shrouded in an eerie cold, not at all like a midsummer night. Perhaps because there is a slaughterhouse at the entrance of the village, the smell of rust can be smelled in the air at this moment. But there was no one in the slaughterhouse for a long time. How could there still be the smell of fresh blood? It is not difficult to think that this is a strange method used to confuse people, just like those terrifying tricks. Mujio urged everyone to hurry into the tent, because she had stuffed each air mattress bed with second-level enchantment rune paper. The pale red barrier was completely open, enough to cover the entire tent, and it was protected from the strange invasion below level 2. And outside the ancestral hall of Wangjia village. Those villagers in their 30s who wanted to come forward to find them unhappy were also trapped outside the door by the grave pile that Mujio had built with his earth-based ability. The strong men who were fierce and bold as cattle during the day began to change their complexions as soon as they smelled this smell of blood. Someone began to lower his body and begged in a sincere tone to enter the tent. "Good niece, those things are coming, please, help us intercede, let us go into the ancestral hall. Please, it's good, it's our mistake, let us in." Ding Dang looked at Mujio, but did not speak. Of course, Mujio will not make decisions for others. Since the injured parties did not speak, let those who had suffered on their own side stay there. Seeing that Ding Dang had entered the tent, the stinky grave that had been imprisoned on his body had not been loosened at all, and the people who were left to dry outside were anxious. They were divided into 2 factions, some continued to cry and beg for mercy, and some directly scolded their mothers. In short, they have committed the taboo of the last night's sound. On the main road in the village, it was originally empty, and there was nothing. As the night deepened, dark shadows began to appear, from transparent to clear. They're mostly dressed in white. Some are swimming on the ground, some are walking on the concrete floor with their knees, and some are holding their heads in their arms, fluttering straight in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Without exception, these white-clothed people stared at the villagers who only showed their heads and had no protection. The dozen or so people who were still in the ancestral hall at this moment. Seeing the scene of crying and shouting and ghosts crying wolves outside, He wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door quickly, for fear that a trace of treachery would invade it. But in the next second, the door of the ancestral hall fell off directly. Boom! 2 loud bangs, 2 heavy ebony carved doors, fell into the ancestral hall together. Fortunately, the young man who closed the door inside ran fast, otherwise he would have been crushed directly under the door. Everyone in the room took a closer look and found that it was actually an iron bearing hanging on the doorframe. Suddenly, it disappeared. And the person who made it disappear was Mujio, who was sitting in the tent and looking out with a smile. At the moment she was smiling like a demon in hell. Whether it was in the past or now, the most unseemly thing for Mujio is that the evildoer can die a good death. Why? If a good person does not pay for his life, will the wicked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme for 1,000 years? But even if there is no door, within the ancestral hall, the weird cannot enter, and this kind of place has its own enchantment protection. But the people inside the ancestral hall can see the weirdness of the flowers blooming everywhere outside. That's enough. After all, the scene outside is too bloody. It is unconsciously reminiscent of a traditional forbidden dish, cold monkey brain. So when the heads in the grave outside were weirdly hud, the spectators in the ancestral hall also fainted one after another. Only the young man who spoke wildly was left, that is, Ding Dang's cousin. He didn't faint with him, but he was scared to pee. The dark color of the blue cargo pants flowed down the inner wall of the trouser legs, all the way down to the flip-flops, and then converged on the floor of the ancestral hall. Mujio didn't know if urinating in the ancestral hall was considered an offense to his ancestors. But in the next second, Xiao Xiao's whole body trembled like that, and he fell straight to the ground. At this moment, the whole village fell silent, and the weirdos began to wander around the village aimlessly. For the first level weird, as long as there is no sound to guide them, they will not feel the existence of the enchantment at all. According to the discussion, the girls' tent side was in charge of the first half of the night, so Mujio simply took out a deck of playing cards. She was the first to ask the youngest Ding Dang, "Do you know how to fight the landlord?" But after asking this sentence, she felt that she was an idiot. "Do you want to play the cards? Or do you form a team with Ding Dang and go to the pit AI one, who doesn't know anything?" Without waiting for Ding Dang to answer, Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, "Forget it, let's play solitaire, purely by luck." AI1 didn't know the reason, and said with a smile, "Sister Mu, do you want rewards and punishments?" "Yes." Mujio said, taking out a piece of paper and a piece of mutton fat jade safety buckle from the space. "The one who wins, you can put a note on the other two's faces, and the person with the least sticker tonight will get this evil exorcism and peace buckle. What do you think?" "Okay. Okay." Of course AI1 is happy. She knows the value of the jade pendant in front of her. Ding Dang leaned closer and looked at the jade pendant carefully. "Sister wants to take out such a good thing to play cards?" Mujio smiled. "Isn't this way you can drive away the fatigue and keep a good vigil?" In the tent, the three of them tacitly did not make any sound, but they still had a good time until 12 o'clock in the morning, and there was still an hour to change shifts. At this moment, Mujio suddenly found that in the direction of the entrance of the village, there were 2 long rows of dotted lights moving towards this direction. The three of them immediately stopped the cards in their hands and stared at the road outside the tent together. I saw that the point of light was gradually approaching, and the white-clothed strangeness that had been scattered at the entrance of the village all fled in all directions, as if they were afraid of some monster. Mujio looked closely, and it turned out to be 2 rows of leading tricks with purple treacherous fires burning on their heads. Their bodies collapsed straight, like zombies with broken joints, and their heads were empty skulls, and the treacherous fire ignited in the skulls. Through the 3 large orifices in the eyes and nostrils, you can see the flames that are constantly swaying in the night. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. There are a total of 16 skull tricks leading the way. Behind was a long convoy of 10 vehicles. Well, it's still a fleet of luxury cars, just like the paper team in Mujio's space. Luxurious and beautiful, but as thin as paper. In the luxury car at the front, there is a woman in a wedding dress. Although the woman was wearing a white veil, there were 2 deep black gasses around her neck and waist. When Mujio saw this, his brows furrowed suddenly. This black aura was exactly the same as the security guard he saw at the entrance of the mall. This is a second-level weird. No wonder those first-level white-clothed weird people want to scatter and escape. AI1 obviously saw it too, turned around and looked at Mujio, asking what to do. Mujio shook his head and motioned for her not to move, but to wait and see first. I saw that the light that led the way suddenly stopped when he walked to the dirt slopes in front, and then it also affected the progress of the convoy. The white gauze girl sensed something unusual in front of her, and suddenly rose into the air and flew forward. The black chi surrounding her body fluttered slowly like a fairy streamer. She jumped to the top of those mounds, and when she saw the blood all over the ground, she seemed to be extremely excited. Mujio seemed to be able to see her lips under the white veil, tearing her ears with laughter. In an instant, the strange aura surrounding her body was like a bloodthirsty monster, quickly pounced on the bloodstains on the ground. Lick all the dark red on the ground. Chapter 43. Mujio could almost hear those black weird aura, the shrill laughter after licking the blood. In the next second, I saw the white gauze girl stretching out a pair of long black claws. The right hand, which had only 4 fingers, was stuck into a head that had been opened. Evan watched, gasped, and instantly covered his mouth. Then, I saw that the man who was originally buried in the small grave was violently pulled by this claw. It was like pulling out the black head on the skin, and with a slop, a complete spooky skeleton was easily pulled out by the white gauze female terrorist. Mujio and the others could see clearly that they had pulled out a strange one. It was the villager who had died, because there was a big hole in the place of the head. This white gauze girl seems to have a unique taste, and loves skulls. All of the people who followed it were skeletons. Her name is Wang Zhizhi. Ding Dang suddenly spoke, and a soft voice came. Mujio and AI1 glanced at each other and asked in a low voice, "Do you know this monster?" "She is from this village, and she died 3 years ago, but she comes back every year on the mid-year festival and takes a few people with her," Ding Dang said softly. Her voice was calm, as if she hadn't seen anything strange. Mujio naturally knew that Ding Dang was able to see those things because of his different pupils. But to her surprise, this turned out to be a trick from 3 years ago. It turns out that these things have always existed, but in the terrifying apocalypse, ordinary people can see them. Looking outside the tent, a white gauze woman pulling a skeleton in one hand laughed wildly. Mujio didn't rush to make a move, but asked, "How did she die?" There must be a reason why she refused to dissipate for so long. And it's not an ordinary first-level weirdness, but a second-level weirdness riddled with weirdness. You know, the weird energy carried by the second-level weird body is an existence that can shatter low-grade jade pendants and sandalwood beads. Ding Dang saw that Mujio had been staring at her eyes and looking at her, and couldn't help blushing and picking his fingers. In the past 10 years, except for her parents, no one dares to look at her for more than 3 seconds. Her dad was a big gambler. I heard that someone once made a game and lost a lot of money, and she wanted to mortgage the house left by her mother. As a result, Sister Zhizhi refused. That was the only thought left by her mother. "Well, it's the front one, the top floor," Ding Dang said, pointing to the old small 6-story buildings behind the ancestral hall, which were small property rights houses raised by the village. She went to an underground casino and cut off a finger on the table to pay off her father's debt. When Mujio heard this, he looked at his right hand, which only had 4 fingers. Avenson swallowed and glanced at his own hands. Did her dad change it? At that time, Sister Gigi cut off her finger, probably watching the blood flow nonstop. She couldn't stop it, and she directly fainted. So her father cried in that room for 3 days and 3 nights. He also came to the ancestral hall to swear a poisonous oath, saying that he would never gamble again in the future, otherwise he would not die well. Most of the people in the village heard it. As a result, after only 3 months of improvement, the gambling addiction was committed again. Ding Dang said inside, very unlike the mature style that she should have at her age, like a master who has seen through the red dust. "So the house is gone?" Evan asked. The owner of the casino didn't ask for a house for the second time, saying that a boss had a crush on Sister Gigi, who had a spicy personality. Directly let her father sell his daughter, no, marry his daughter. In addition to writing off the arrears, she can also give her father another bride price. Her dad agreed? Said Avon, gossiping. There are no relatives and oaths in the eyes of gamblers, and if they are red-eyed, what can't be done? But Sister Gigi disagreed. That boss is a little old man in his 50s, Sister Gigi is only 18 years old, is she a wife or a daughter in the past? Ding Dang said angrily. She cut her wrists at that time, and everyone in the village knew about it, and she was sent to the hospital for stitches. But when she got home, before she woke up from the anesthetic, she was stuffed into the back seat of the boss by her father. Taken away. Hearing this, Mujio frowned. Didn't she call the police? Gambling is illegal. People in the village say that the arms can't carry the thighs, and those bosses can open underground casinos, and they all have umbrellas on them. It is useless to call the police, and the police will not be able to catch any evidence when they come. Moreover, the people in the village are afraid of retaliation from those on the road, so they also turn a blind eye and will not meddle in her family's affairs. Then Sister Gigi was forcibly taken away. I heard that she was raised by her boss in a big villa in good condition. There is just no freedom, the boss doesn't like her to go out, and he also installed surveillance cameras everywhere in the whole villa. Once, she sneaked back, and I saw it behind the door. She came to beg my grandfather, who was the village chief at the time, to save her and get her out of misery. She said that the boss has violent tendencies and likes to use very perverted methods to toss people. However, before he could finish speaking, he was taken away by the thugs sent by the boss. And did your grandfather save her? Evan asked. Ding Dang shook his head. Grandpa is an old feudal, how can he help? In the eyes of the older generation in the village, her father took the dowry from others, and Sister Gigi was the woman who married in the past. Life is the people over there, and death is the ghosts over there. If he is saved, he will be breaking up other people's families and marriages, and he will lose his life. When Sister Gigi left, he was still persuading Sister Gigi to settle down and follow her husband. If she serves her husband well, she will be fine, don't think about divorce and run away all day long. Whose life is not like this, who has no idea to rub their mouths? Patience is over. These words came out of the mouth of a 13 or 14-year-old girl, making Mujio feel indescribable when he heard it. In short, mixed feelings. What about later? Aiwen hated to take the picture in Ding's mind and directly speed up the projection. Half a year later, she came back in the winter, and the boss personally sent her back. To pay tribute to her deceased mother, I watched from afar. She was probably pregnant, and she was still a formed male fetus. At that time, the people in the village said that Sister Gigi was so blessed, she married into a rich man's family, and now that she has a child, the position of the proprietress is secure. I saw that Sister Gigi was also very happy at that time, and having a child as sustenance. However, after returning to the village to pay respects, within 3 days of the villa, Sister Gigi's body was sent back to the village. Dead? Even Mujio felt sudden. Well, I heard that someone in the village told me. The boss who paid for her originally had a wife. And he is a door-to-door son-in-law, who has been pressed by his wife for 10 years, and he is unhappy. Usually likes to play with women outside, and Sister Gigi is just one of his golden house treasures. The boss's wife originally turned a blind eye, but Sister Gigi was pregnant. He also went out and was seen by his wife's acquaintances, so he brought someone to the door on the same day. I heard that I was forcibly taken to the hospital to have a fetus, but because I was a month old, I was directly killed on the operating table. When the body was carried back to the village, I saw that she didn't even have a knife on her body, and there was no surgery at all. She was suffocated to death, and it was those people who killed her. That night, her father died, and he died in the middle of the night at the entrance of the village for no reason, right at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Then, the boss's family also died in their villa, and I heard that it was an evil spirit. I know that she did it, and she hated it. Was originally such a gentle and kind person, but he was forced to become a resentment that harmed one party. Obviously, she is not wrong. Ding Dang said this, a hint of hatred flashed in his blue eyes, and Mujio could see it clearly. Didn't wait for Mujio to speak. Suddenly, there was a loud thud in the barrier outside their tent. Chapter 44. What's going on? Mujio hurriedly stood up from the inflatable mattress and looked out. On the ground outside, there was a ball of flesh surrounded by a strange aura, like a miniature version of Jupiter. I don't know where it came from, and how it crashed into Mujio's open barrier. At this moment, it seemed to be scalded by boiling water, and it was jumping on the spot as if it were convulsing, and it looked like it was in pain. Mujio looked at the basketball-sized meatball in front of him, and couldn't help frowning. What is this? This is Sister Gigi's unborn child, and it has been following Sister Gigi's side. Because he died without being born, even if he became weird, he still had fetal membranes, amniotic fluid, and umbilical cord. Ding Dang said softly. Mujio and AI-1 huddled at the small window of the tent, looking out. Faintly, I can really distinguish the little arms and legs, as well as the umbilical cord around the little skull's head. The fetus is weird. It's still a second level weird with a weird aura. One second level is tricky enough, and now there are two at once. The meatballs seem to have been annoyed by the fact that they have been knocked into the enchantment. The black strange aura that had originally been loosely wrapped around the outside instantly turned into countless small black beads, like bullets, shooting towards the enchantment. The pale red enchantment was hit and vibrated nonstop, like a bubble that could be punctured at any moment. However, Mujio's second-level enchantment has its own function of absorbing strange energy, and all the strange chi that touches the enchantment will be absorbed. So no matter how much weirdness this little ball of meat projected, it was so tired and out of breath that it didn't see the slightest change in the enchantment. It seems to get angry and starts slamming its body towards the barrier. In the next second, he was directly bounced away by the enchantment and flew to the big tree next door, almost knocking Huang apart. It was gnawing on it with relish at the moment, the pure spooky meat that was still left in the soil. This reminded Mujio of a dish-boned fish. Sensing the movement on her son's side, the white gauze girl suddenly turned around to check. I saw that the corners of its mouth were dripping with gray liquid, and even the snow-white wedding dress was stained with a large area of gray, like a splattered sesame paste. Obviously, it was a tricky bead. It belonged to the first-level weird gray tricky bead, and it was being chewed by it. Mujio instantly realized that the second-level weirdness could gnaw at the first-level weirdness. The more you eat, the more weird energy you have, and the level increases. Seeing that her son was being bullied, the white gauze female trick immediately dropped the fresh tricky meat in her hand and ran towards Mujio's enchantment. The tricky chi surrounding its neck and stomach was like two sprinting poisonous snakes. Spitting out a black poisonous snake letter, he was hit by a meatball on the plate first. These two strange chi seemed to want to entangle the entire barrier, squeezing it to pieces. But the enchantment didn't move at all. Not only that, starting from the side where the treacherous chi came into contact with the enchantment, the black color of the treacherous aura was gradually absorbed by the enchantment until it disappeared completely. It had the same effect as the treacherous attack of the meatball just now, but it only added a little bit of color to Mujio's enchantment. This seemed to make the white gauze girl very unhappy. It grew its large, cracked mouth to the extreme, and swung its right hand, which had only 4 fingers left, and clawed it towards the barrier with all its might. The enchantment was really scratched by her and made 3 claw marks, and it was quickly repaired by the enchantment. But Mujio clearly felt that the cinnabar on the enchantment talisman had become half shallower. As long as this white gauze female trick had a few more claws, the enchantment would collapse. Avon, get ready to fight. As he spoke, Mujio took out his peachwood sword, and there were several more pieces of rune paper in his pocket. Okay. Here's a new barrier for you. Mujio stuffed a newly drawn rune paper into AI-1's hand, and then admonished, you go and deal with that meatball. Without the treacherous energy, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. I'll come, this girl. And then looked at Ding Dang, you can stay in the tent in peace, nothing can come in except that 4-fingered claw. Then he took out a new peachwood sword from the space and handed it to her, you keep this for self-defense. I know. Be careful. Ding Dang held the peachwood sword tightly and watched the 2 sisters out of the tent. Although her alien pupils can see through the essence of things, they have no attack power at all, and can only be protected by others. But Ding Dang secretly made up his mind to become stronger and become a person who is in charge of himself. Just like Sister Mujio. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Mujio immediately used a long whip of treachery to throw it at the white gauze girl, stopping it from trying to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the meatball's strange movements. Although Mujio listened to Sister Gigi's story and sympathized with her experience, it was after all a matter before her death. Once a person dies, the story ends completely. Weird is weird, there is no good or evil, they have no thoughts at all, only grudges that accumulate more and more. On Mujio's side, with a wave of his hand, he turned the treacherous fire whip into a fire dragon and flew into the sky. In an instant, the white gauze female trick who wanted to sprint again was tied up in midair and unable to move. Just as Mujio was about to swing the peachwood sword in his hand and pierce the head of the white gauze female trick with a sword, it suddenly became furious. Fiercely bared its fangs and threatened it in the other direction. Mujio's afterglow saw that at this moment, Aiwan had surrounded the baby trickster with fireballs, so that it had nowhere to hide. Although it was not at the same level, the meatball was bounced off the tree by the power of the second-level enchantment just now, and the injury was not light. And Aiwan still holds the second-level enchantment talisman in his hand now. Without the meatball of treacherous energy to assist the attack, it is like a tiger with its teeth extracted. Except for bluffing and burying its head in the impact, it is not a threat at all. After all, it's just a little meatball with a lot of grievances, and it's its mother who is deeply resentful. It is also a second level, but the white gauze female trick under the rage, with one claw, suddenly cut off one of Mujio's trick whips. At the same time, the finger that grabbed the fire whip was also burned to the point of melting, and now there are only 3 left. Regardless of it, it jumped out of the way in an instant, and rushed straight to Aiwan's side to save its meatball. The speed is not something that can be achieved by human beings, only a weightless weirdness. Aiwan, be careful! Mujio shouted over there. Just as the white gauze girl straightened her 3 fingers and made a steel cone, trying to drill through the barrier behind Aiwan. Suddenly, a mutton fat jade safety buckle flew over, hitting and penetrating the entire right hand of the white gauze woman. The mutton fat jade pinion buckle is like a sharp hidden weapon, directly cutting off the right hand of the female trick along the wrist. This is exactly the jade pendant that Mujio and the 3 of them used as a poker bet in the first half of the night. At this moment, it happened to be thrown out by Ding Dang fiercely, saving people. Bang dang! Pinion was shattered in half, and there was a shiny white trick bead that landed with the jade pendant. Immediately, Ding Dang's subtle voice sounded in the tent. Sister Mujio, quickly cut off its head, it has 2 trick beads. Chapter 45. Mujio was already very surprised when he saw the tricky beads falling from the hands of the white gauze female tricks, but he didn't expect that there was still one in his head. This must be how many first-level weird things he has eaten and how much energy he has condensed to have them. Only Ding Dang's high-level different pupils can see the subtleties in it, otherwise they will be much more passive. The white gauze girl, who is sensitive to sound, instantly changed direction and rushed towards Ding Dang. Mujio waved the treacherous fire whip in his hand again, binding the female treacherous in the air. Then, with his other hand, he activates the gold ability. The calcium element in the skeleton that piled up the female trick just now gathered and became a sharp long knife. Controlled it with an ability, slashing at the female trick's head. It's a pity that Mujio doesn't have a wood ability, it's too far away, and she can't control the peachwood sword to cut its head. But it doesn't matter, she has a treacherous long knife. Treacherous bones are more powerful and mysterious than the power of real bones. When the second white trick bead hit the ground, the female trick that was cut in 2 turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted into the night. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Aiwan, on his side, also ended the battle at the same moment. She handed over a second-level trick bead that was not white enough to Mujio, and then looked at Ding Dang standing in the tent. Said solemnly, "Thank you." What happened? Xiao Huang rushed out of the tent. Because of the weird battle, making a noise is taboo, so Xiao Huang fell asleep and didn't know what was going on outside. It wasn't until Elder Mu shouted to Aiwan to be careful just now that he broke the silence of the night and woke up Xiao Huang in the tent. "It's okay, it's all settled," Mujio said indifferently. She picked up the 2 white beads on the ground and put them into the space. Beep's voice instantly sounded in his mind, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This talisman is a tricky talisman that can be used to generate tricky chi and confuse the public. Mujio immediately felt the change in space. Among the 33 wordless tablets, a sixth bright red totem appeared. And this totem came from the tricky bead that was cut down by Ding Dang with a peace buckle. At the same time, in the big pit of the cave, next to the Linquan pond, the small green shoot that had not moved for a long time was the gathering spirit grass that the voice said. Suddenly, the thin buds stretched in the direction of the sky, and in an instant, they suddenly grew up to a height of 2 meters. Even the thickness and diameter of the rhizome have changed from a woman's little finger to a man's muscular arm. But it is not yet clear what the use of this thick little grass is. At this moment, on the main road at the entrance of the village, as the white gauze girl dissipated, the headlamp tricks who had come with her before all fell one by one. They turned into black smoke, leaving not a single bead of trickery. According to the meaning of Ding Dang's words, the white gauze girl has to come to the village every year to take people away, so these skeletons should be from Wangjia village. It's really like a lighted object, and it's not even a weird identity. You can imagine how much she hates the people of this village. And those villagers who were trapped on the road by Mujio's grave soil could no longer distinguish their human forms after being stirred and gnawed by the treacherous aura. All that's left is a pile of rotten meat that hasn't been gnawed on. It's like a mass grave. Mujio stretched out his hand, urged the earth spirit talisman, summoned more graves to come over, and buried everything here. Like a hill, the oversized tomb is piled up in front of the ancestral hall of the Wang family. Mujio turned around and asked Ding Dang, "Can you write?" Ding Dang shook his head. "I haven't been to school for a few days, so I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red phoneme." These words surprised everyone present. 9 years of compulsory education have been popularized for so many years, and a 13 or 14-year-old child has never been to school. Everyone didn't dare to say more, for fear of hurting the little girl's self-esteem. As a result, in the next second, Ding Dang was hugged by AI Wen's shoulder. "It's okay if you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red phoneme before. I'll teach you to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red phoneme and write in the future. How about it, benefactor?" Ding Dang's cheeks turned crimson again. No outsider had ever made such an intimate gesture to her. The children in the village were afraid of touching her, thinking that she was an alien, and if she touched her, she would be cursed. "This team is so warm. She likes it." Mujio looked at the two people in his arms, and couldn't help but smile on his face. This is really different from the previous life, when she was alone every day. "Even if I went to the base, I didn't even have a person who could speak, and I was alone all day long, no different from a lonely ghost. Now, not only are chefs cooking, but everyone is also playing cards and having fun together." This made Mujio's heart very warm, and most of the haze of the terrifying apocalypse was swept away. "Master, do you need my help?" Xiao Huang, who was ignored, asked voluntarily. "Just now the boss asked if he could write, and he would." "Well, I remember that you can write well with a brush, so it's up to you to write the inscription," Mujio said, opening his right hand to urge the earth spirit rune, summoning a stone from a little farther away. Then, in the form of a wordless tablet in space, use the earth-based ability to cut out the shape of a tombstone. Mujio took out cinnabar ink and a brush from the space and handed them to Xiao Huang. "You come to write, Wang Jiazuan." "Master, why do you want to erect a monument for them?" Xiao Huang was puzzled. "These are not good people. People die and settle their accounts, erect a monument, and write off everything in the past." After Mujio finished speaking, he glanced at Ding Dang, and saw that her face had not changed much, so he urged Xiao Huang and said, "Hurry up, it's going to be 1 o'clock in the morning. After writing and plugging in, it's time to change people to keep vigil." Okay. After the handover, the girls' tent went to sleep peacefully, leaving Xiao Huang to open the tent and look up at the starry sky. In less than half an hour, Xiao Huang, who was sitting, almost crashed through the center of the earth with the brain door full of sleepy insects. He patted his cheek. He was indeed tired of killing everywhere in the past 2 days. "After going to work, I haven't exercised so much for many years." Xiao Huang took out a bottle of coffee from his bag and knocked on most of it. After drinking, he still felt that it was not enough. Xiao Huang pointed to the slaughterhouse at the entrance of the village, which was like a jumping hall at the moment, flashing with various black shadows. Early the next morning, Mujio opened the tent curtain and saw that on the ground outside the tent, there were 10 garbage bags neatly placed on the ground. I'm afraid there will be 2,000 of them going up. Mujio looked up at Xiao Huang, who was sitting under the tree and had already started to make breakfast. What's going on? Asked Mujio. Xiao Huang smiled embarrassedly. Master, in the second half of last night, I was really sleepy and couldn't hold on. Just go to the factory at the entrance of the village to kill weird, see the horror and disgusting things, you won't be sleepy, and you are still in good spirits. Chapter 46. Mujio stretched out his thumb and praised him. He was really a good young man who combined work and rest. He immediately accepted more than 2,000 first-class trick beads. Mujio got up and went to see Xiao Huang's breakfast: green vegetables and lean pork porridge and pancakes. As for this pot and pan, there are some eyes. Master, these kitchen utensils and supplies were all found in the staff dormitory building over there. There is a small cafeteria inside, and there are a lot of things, so we have all moved them over, and they are all piled up next to the tent. You can imagine how active Xiao Huang was in the second half of the night. Mujio glanced at the supplies he brought back and put all the things into the space. Then he took out 10 eggs from the space, put them next to him, and said, add these, add a little protein to everyone, or fry or boil, you can do it, in short, 2 per person. The eggs in the space, duck eggs, all kinds of eggs, just can't be too much. After only one night, Mujio used his consciousness to scan around the hills of the space, and there were at least a few thousand larger eggs. Ding Dang and AI1 also got up and came out of the tent. Sister Mu, Ding Dang said that she wanted to go to the ancestral hall to have a look. Do you want to go with you? Asked AI1. Mujio thought that most of the people in the ancestral hall were probably still alive, and he was afraid that the 2 little girls would be bullied in the past, so he said, let's go together. Bypassing the Wangjia mound, there is a quiet place in the ancestral hall at this moment. But you can still see your chests rising and falling, and you must have been scared by the images from last night. Mujio swept over Ding Dang's annoying cousin. The urine stains on his pants should not be too obvious, it was really a coward. Ding Dang bypassed the people in the ancestral hall and walked towards the old man in the innermost part. The old man lay down on the futon on the ground, his face was white and his lips were purple, and he looked like he was about to come to the end. Mujio and AI1 stood a little farther away, waiting for Ding Dang to say his final goodbye to her grandfather. Ding Dang didn't speak, just reached out and grabbed his grandfather's crutch and wanted to pick it up. But she couldn't pull it out. In the next second, Grandpa suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ding Dang with red eyes. You, Tianxia, Lone Star. You're going to destroy Wangjia village. Cough, cough. Grandpa's irritable voice sounded, but with a few coughs in succession, a mouthful of old blood directly blocked Grandpa's throat. I can't go up or down, and I can't suffocate an old face. Neither Mujio nor AI1 moved. Mujio knew that the old man was in a moment of rejuvenation, and it didn't make a difference whether he could be saved or not. Let him go. Evan is a cynical young man. After hearing about what happened to Ding Dang, and the story of that sister Gigi, Ding Dang's grandfather, the old village chief, is already an unforgivable character in AI1's heart. She couldn't resist kicking him, which was the greatest kindness. The scene was deadlocked, but Ding Dang didn't speak, and he didn't let Mujio and the others go over to help. Grandpa finally couldn't get up in one breath, and was directly blocked by a mouthful of blood stasis and suffocated to death. Died too quickly to even become a traitor. Ding Dang always held the crutches tightly, used all his strength, and pulled out of his grandfather's hand. She brushed the dust that could not be seen on the crutches with her hand, and then got up and walked towards Mujio. Ding Dang handed over the wooden cane in his hand with both hands and gave it to Mujio. Sister Mujio, this is an heirloom passed down from generation to generation by the Wang family. Thank you for helping me and saving me. This is for you, it is a little bit of my insignificant heart. Mujio heard that it was the heirloom of other families, so he naturally didn't want to accept it, but Ding Dang insisted on sending it. Sister Mujio, I only have this thing I can handle. Ding Dang said pitifully. AI1 couldn't see such a scene the most, boss, or you can accept it. Ding Dang also wants to express a little sincerity. Like her, who has nothing, and wants to give the boss an heirloom, then she can't do it. She can understand Ding Dang's feeling of wanting to repay the boss. The two of them sang and harmonized, which made Mujio embarrassed not to answer. Mujio stretched out her hand to take it, and as soon as she held it in her hand, she felt that something was wrong. This wood was clearly peachwood, she had thousands of peachwood swords, and a crutch was just that, and it would never be this weight. Seeing that Mujio accepted the cane, Ding Dang opened his mouth to introduce this family heirloom. Sister Mujio, there is a bulge at the end of this cane, and if you press it, you can separate the wood outside. Mujio did so, and under the brown wood, a white jade short sword appeared out of thin air. It could probably be the length of an adult's arm. No wonder the weight is wrong, it turns out that the trick is here. Mujio brushed it with his hand. This jade sword with cool tentacles was carved with a majestic coiling dragon on the front, and a golden phoenix soaring into the sky on the back. A piece of the best mutton fat jade that is so big and so moist is already rare, plus exquisite and lifelike carvings. Even in peacetime, it is something that can be sold for a lot of money. In the weird and rampant horror of the last days, this can definitely be called the best weapon of killing tricks. It is such a valuable thought. Wow! Even the bystander AI was shocked, there was such a beautiful weapon. Yes, it was a weapon. Thank you for your kindness. I like it very much. Mujio smiled and withdrew the jade sword into the peachwood cane, put it into the space, and kept it alive. Immediately, he took out a white jade peace buckle that was exactly the same as last night from the space, plus an enchantment rune paper, and put it in Ding Dang's hand. Last night's Bai Yuping buckle was originally intended to be given to you to save your life, so that your sister AI1 didn't dare to win the card. As a result, you used it to save AI1. You did a good job. The team just wants to support each other like this, and continue to maintain it in the future. There is also an enchantment rune paper you hold, by you can save your life, but it is difficult to block the invasion of the body, and there is an enchantment can be a double insurance. When the three of them came out of the ancestral hall, Xiao Huang happened to be serving porridge, and the table and cushions had been cleaned up, waiting for everyone to come over for dinner. Mujio took out a large wooden plate from the space and asked Xiao Huang to put 4 bowls full of porridge on top and serve the bowls to everyone in person. Everyone was flattered. But only Ding Dang, a girl with different pupils, saw it, and Mujio took advantage of everyone's inattention, took out some spring water with a slight golden light from the space, and dripped it into every bowl. Of course, this kind of golden light can only be seen by her eyes. Ding Dang was silent, and like everyone, he took his bowl of porridge and drank it directly. She suddenly felt a warm current running through her body, and it was with that warm current of golden light. It seemed that this was some kind of magical energy substance in Sister Mujio's space. Unfortunately, she could see her entire space, except for the one in the center, which was shrouded in a large white mist. She thought, this liquid glowing with golden light probably came from that mysterious white area. Brother Xiao Wang, I think the porridge you made is also so delicious, it's just refreshing. After drinking such a bowl, I feel that the fatigue of my whole body is relieved, as if I have slept for 10 hours, and the whole person is fully charged. Well, I also think it's delicious, and I'm refreshed after drinking it. Mujio seconded. Xiao Huang was praised by everyone and blushed. Only Ding Dang didn't say a word, his eyes glanced at Mujio, and he also put down the bowl that he had drunk cleanly. Mujio was hairy by her. Thinking weakly, she shouldn't even be able to see the spiritual spring water. There really is no secret in front of her. Think about how terrible it must be for such a person to become an enemy. Chapter 47 Master, where are we going next? Asked Xiao Huang. Mujio took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the city map and put it on the table for everyone to see. The original plan was to go to the next mall to collect daily necessities. However, judging from the current road traffic situation, it may be difficult to proceed as planned. Two-wheeled transportation is a bit difficult and time-consuming for crossing the city. Since it is inconvenient to walk too far, let's simply sweep from the southern suburbs of the city where we are now and sweep northward in a carpet style. Gather as many supplies as you can to plan for the future. But we have to speed up, and once we are preempted by the other survivors, we will be passive. Mujio is telling the truth. Even if the terrible apocalypse eliminated 90% of the world's population, only 1% remained. But in the future, because human beings have completely lost the conditions for production, all the existing living materials will become non-renewable resources. Use a little less and run out of it. And it is predictable whether these materials will last people for several years. On the one hand, it is a question of the time of preservation, and on the other hand, it is a question of the quantity of materials. Conventional food and medicine can be stored for about 3 years at most, and basic daily necessities rarely last for more than 5 years. In short, the more difficult it is to survive in the future, and Mujio has an infinite fresh warehouse. No matter how many materials she collects, there will be no expiration and waste. As for the amount of supplies, it was that all the survivors were trying to get more. Therefore, the survivors will soon unite and form bases in ancestral halls, temples, Taoist temples, and other places. Take the base as the origin, enclose the surrounding area, and sweep up the supplies. In the previous life, there were also several years of prosperous and glorious base survival. After all, if you want to survive in the terrifying apocalypse, ordinary people can't leave the base at all, otherwise they will think that their lives are too long. The city and the countryside are divided into many blocks by various large and small temples and Taoist temple bases, and they operate and expand aggressively on their own. It is precisely because of the special attributes of temples and Taoist temples. In the early 2 years of the apocalypse, the primary weird couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at all, which lowered the consciousness of human beings to fight back and kill tricks. Thought that it could be clearly distinguished from weird, and the two compartments were fine, hiding in the base and resting on their laurels. But the weird is constantly devouring each other and evolving, eating big and small, eating more and less, and strong eating weak, so that the level of weirdness is getting higher and higher, just like raising goo. In the end, the strange energy will exceed the limit of the defense power of temples, Taoist temples and other places, and it will also be the limit of human beings. However, in the terrifying apocalypse, no one can be left alone. Mujio, who has been relived for a lifetime, is unwilling to die as tragically as in the previous life, so that mankind will surrender to the strange again. So she was ready to hire from the start. Find a group of like-minded people and form a team that will become more courageous and stronger the more you fight. Collect more food and supplies, kill more weird, get more weird orbs, become a stronger warrior, and fight weird to the end. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll be able to make a living. Master, if you don't go to the mall in the north of the city, where will we go next? Xiao Huang asked, and the question returned to square one. No matter how far or near, there has to be a specific place. Without waiting for Mujio to speak, Ding Dangxian whispered, Gaojia village next door to us is also a big farmer, and they mainly breed all kinds of fish. Do you want to collect fish? If you want, I can take you there. I used to bring meat with my parents, and they had a lot of big fish ponds. Hearing the fish, almost everyone's eyes lit up, and there was no one here who didn't like to eat fish. Mujio was especially so. Although he had collected some from the warehouse supermarket before, the quantity was always limited, and he didn't dare to let go of his hands and feet to eat. But if it's a big farmer? Just think about it, this group of people is almost so excited that their saliva is going to fall. It seems that I have already smelled the aroma of grilled fish, fried fish, stewed fish, dried fried fish, sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, etc. Okay, then let's go to Gaojia village's Ding Dang said to collect fish first. Mujio directly clapped the board. Ding Dang doesn't ride a two-wheeled bike or ride a scooter because no one has ever taught her that. Mujio found a children's bicycle with 2 auxiliary wheels from the space for her, so that she could slowly get used to it. The 4 of them continued to the south, that is, on the outskirts of the city, for a distance of about 2 kilometers, and they saw the Gaojia village described by Ding Dang. Walking from the entrance of the village, there were 2 long rows of 2-story buildings on both sides of the road, which belonged to the homestead buildings of the local residents after they had migrated. At the end of the cement road, there is a large and small lattice fish pond that cannot be seen. Everyone can see that the fish pond will not be less than 100 acres. However, the death toll in this village was even worse than in Wangjia village. The only way to enter the village was blocked by corpses of all sizes, and it was impossible to get off at all. In a short stretch of the fishing village road, thousands of corpses lay densely there. This place, on the night of the end times, seems to be holding some very grand event. In the wild parking lot across the road, dozens of small cars were parked, as well as several buses carrying 30 or 40 people. Not to mention the messy pedal three-wheelers, small electric donkeys and bicycles on the side of the road. Before entering the village, Mujio gave everyone a medical mask and a pair of rain rubber shoes of their own size. With so many corpses, it has been almost 2 days since they were exposed to the heat, and the stench is palpable. Mosquitoes and flies circled over the corpses and cheered, and many corpses had maggots. In short, walking through this section of concrete road is an absolute destruction to the minds of normal people. It is a complete purgatory on earth. But for Mujio, who has already experienced the end of the world, the misery here is not the worst. The primary weird killing, so as to leave a whole corpse for people, at most, it is just like last night's white gauze female trick, tearing people's souls apart. But the high-level weird killers in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse are different, and their horcruxes can dismantle people into 80 pieces. At the end of a battle, all that is left of the dead is a corpse, and it is difficult to put together even a whole corpse. And Mujio in the previous life died like that, and there was no one to collect the body. Thinking of this, Mujio took out an earth spirit talisman from the space. "You wait for me for a moment." Mujio asked everyone to stop where they were, and stepped forward alone, urging the earth ability with all his might. She broke the plain cement pavement that had been under the corpse of the road into stone. Let the corpse sink and merge with the cement and stone, roughly forming a horizontal state. Then summon the earth from all directions, covering and tamping on the mixture of corpses and cement and stones in front of you. In just 10 minutes, Mujio had renovated the path. She dared to use her abilities so unscrupulously, also because she relied on the relationship of rune paper, and it was not she who contributed to it. If it were her own ability, which was only a second-level earth system, it would take more than half a day to break the cement on this road. It had to be broken in pieces, to recover his strength, and to replenish a meal of rice. When everything in front of him was completed, Mujio patted the dust on his body, turned around and waved his hand to let everyone follow. At this moment, the 3 people waiting at the entrance of the village were already dumbfounded. Boss Mu was too strong. This has to be placed before the end of the world. What kind of engineering team do you need? And Boss Mu alone is enough. Chapter 48. The road surface was cleared, and the crowd walked along the solid dirt road. I saw that the first floor of the self-built small buildings on both sides of the road was almost all small restaurants. In front of several small restaurants, there are signs of today's special dishes, and the name of pufferfish is written on them. The feeling is to hold a puffer fish feast, no wonder so many people gather here. A simple round table with wooden stools is placed from the doorway to the backyard, so there is no waste of space at all. And in the museum, there are also a lot of corpses. Some of their heads were buried in moldy soup bowls, some were pierced through their throats by chopsticks, and some were overturned and pressed underneath. How lively it was at the time, how miserable it is at the moment. Mujio didn't waste any more time, and ordered everyone to scatter and go to various small restaurants to collect useful materials. Try to seal the kind as much as possible, for fear that maggots and rats will crawl over. The corpses outside have begun to decompose, and the fresh dishes and the like must not be eaten. However, for this kind of event, there will be a lot of alcoholic beverages, disposable tableware, paper towels, etc. Fly legs are also meat. Collect a little more now, and it will always come in handy later. Before dispersing, Mujio also gave Ding Dang a brand new peachwood sword to defend himself. Mujio himself walked straight to the end of the path, a lonely room. From the time when the road was paved just now, Mujio had already noticed that this small room was not inhabited. The number of corpses on this side of the road has also decreased significantly, and even the corpses are gone on to the fish pond. Probably at the moment of the end of the world, people from outside the village gathered in the small restaurant in front of the village to taste the delicious puffer fish feast. In the fish pond in the distance, there will be such a small room every other section. Probably a fisherman's tool room. Mujio kicked open the door with her foot, and it was really the same as she expected. There were 4 large bamboo baskets in front of him, and a large net was placed in each of them. Mujio took all 4 nets into the space and completely unfolded them with his consciousness. For nets, 2 sizes of the model are just on the top of the fish ponds of different sizes. Mujio then looked into the small room, and all kinds of fishing gear such as scooping nets, fishing rods, and buoys were randomly placed in a small cabinet. There are also 2 pumps and several barrels of diesel, and inside the wall, there are piles of fish food and bait, and there are many phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme red earthworms. All of them were included in the space by Mujio. Mujio came out of the hut, walked to the edge of the nearest fish pond, and took out a tricky pupil talisman, wanting to see if he could see clearly under the water. Good fellow, she can see the whole situation in the water clearly. On the edge of this fish pond, there are probably thousands of fish swimming happily. The species of fish are polycultured, grass carp, herring, crucian carp, carp and so on, and they are all large. Looking at the distance, there can be about 100 such large fish ponds. This time she really met it. She won't have to worry about the fish to eat in the future. The pumping water is too time-consuming. Mujio is too busy now, she can't afford to wait. Mujio took the fishing net out of the space and looked up how to use the big fishing net on his mobile phone. After a while, the trio who were collecting supplies for the small restaurant all came, and there were a lot of drinks alone. All of them were piled up on the renovated road, and a hill was forcibly piled up. But with the naked eye, it can be seen that whether it is alcohol, disposables and tissues, they are the cheapest and inferior goods. Mujio has good things to sweep from the supermarket, of course. These are kept for trading with the base in the future. Mujio swept these materials into the space warehouse, and then showed the fishing nets in the basket to everyone. By the way, I will teach you how to use these big fishing nets. Immediately after the assignment of tasks, a group of 2, Xiaohuang with Ding Dang, Mujio with AI1, a group of fish ponds. Mujio was in charge of collecting the fish in the end. In the morning, everyone present drank the spiritual spring water in Mujio's space, so not only did they not feel the slightest tiredness at this time. Women can be men can be livestock, and even the weak Ding Dang is working hard at the moment, and he is not inferior to others at all. When the first fish came out of the water, everyone was excited. In order to cheer everyone up, Mujio took out a large bath bucket from the space and picked out a bucket of various fish. Let Xiaohuang make it for everyone later, and eat fresh together. As a result, everyone's morale has risen a little more. Several people were busy until 12 noon, and they efficiently and quickly fished out nearly 40 fish ponds. There are 2 see-through eyes of Mujio and Ding Dang, and there is not a single fish in the pond that has slipped through the net. All of them have entered Mujio's space and gone to the big lake with the same route as the spiritual spring water. Of course, there are also special existences, such as encountering a pond that specializes in feeding puffer fish. Mujio will arrange for them to cross over directly. Anyway, Xiaohuang said that he would not be able to take care of this thing. Mujio thought that the internal organs, blood, or skin of this thing were highly poisonous, and if she couldn't eat it, she simply didn't want it. She is a pragmatic person who does not like to waste time on things that are not worth it. After all, the nets that have been netted by the puffer fish may be poisonous. It's almost time for dinner, let's get here in the morning, eat first. Mujio spoke, and the 2 groups of people each fished out the fishing nets from the water and put them back into the bamboo building for use in the afternoon. Master, there are so many fish, why don't we eat grilled fish at noon? Everyone agreed. Of course Mujio did not object. She used her consciousness to search the space, and found 2 large grills from the warehouse, and a pile of smokeless charcoal. These are all found in the supermarket, camping supplies, bamboo skewers and iron clips, and all kinds of barbecue seasonings. Xiaohuang stayed behind to disembowel the big fish and prepare for the fire, and he didn't let the girls do it. Mujio and the 3 of them walked around to understand the surrounding situation. Sister Mu, there is an ancestral hall here. AI1 suddenly shouted loudly to this side, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The house was built in a relatively secluded place, and it was not as imposing as the Royal Ancestral Hall. On the contrary, it looks a little shabby, so I haven't noticed it before. The door to the Ancestral Hall was closed, and Yuan stepped forward to knock on the door, which seemed to be locked from the inside, and no one answered her. There were 5 people inside, 3 men and 2 women, who were supposed to be survivors, and those 2 women were so weak that they were probably dying. Ding Dang suddenly spoke up and stated the situation in the house. Avon was taken aback. Ding Dang, how do you know? Can you see inside? Ding Dang nodded. Alvin. No wonder the boss likes this kid so much. Knock knock. Mujio knocked on the door again, and then said loudly to the people inside, "We are passing survivors. If we want to avoid here, can we open the door?" Mujio estimated that it would be very late after fishing the remaining fish ponds in the afternoon. It is not safe to continue to hurry. It is better to borrow it for one night in the ancestral hall of the Gao family, and it is a big deal to help kill the trick as a reward. It took a long time before there was movement inside, and the door was gently opened a small crack. A boy of 17 or 18 years old looked at them with his eyes, and only after seeing their shadows imprinted on the ground did he slowly open the door. "Come in, there's something unclean outside," the boy whispered, and looked closely behind them to see if anything was following. In the ancestral hall, as Ding Dang said, two long-haired women slept on the ground, pillowing on the futon, and two older men stood by their side. Seeing Mujio and them coming in, they were suddenly a little cramped. Because Mujio, who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walking, was too beautiful, a kind of aggressive beauty, beautiful and imposing, not angry and arrogant. "Sister, where did you come from?" the young man asked. "We came out of the city center and walked all the way here," Mujio replied. "How is the city? Is it the same as ours here? Will the officials come to our rescue?" "The city is the same as yours here, it's basically empty, there aren't many people alive. As for the official, we didn't hear anything official all the way, so it was probably difficult. After all, officials are also human beings, and when facing the strangeness of a sudden attack on the same side, they may not be more resilient than ordinary people." In his previous life, Mujio had never heard official news. Of course, maybe it's just because the phone is no longer usable, and the information is blocked. But at this time, it is more reliable to choose to save oneself than to wait for official rescue. The young man glanced at the two people lying down in the room, lowered his head, and said in a slightly choked voice, "Then what should my mother and sister do?" Chapter 49. Mujio looked at the two people lying on the ground. His face was blue and black, similar to the frightened people in the Wang family ancestral hall. But the woman's young qi is weak, and she hasn't eaten for 2 days, and the body's resistance is getting lower and lower, so that she can't wake up. Gu grun. Gu grunt. The men of the family covered their stomachs in unison, and embarrassed red crept up their cheeks. Mujio smiled and said, "Thank you for letting us avoid here. One of our people is cooking lunch not far away, let's eat some casually together." Mujio would say this, of course, so that everyone could move in smoothly after a while. After all, it's eating other people's fish and living in other people's ancestral halls, so it's a little uneasy. The young man asked in some shock, "Cooking outside? There are so many corpses, and there may be dirty things at any time, aren't you afraid?" Mujio's laughter sounded like a silver bell in the young man's ears. "If you're scared, you can't get this far from the city center." Immediately, Mujio asked AI1 to go and tell Xiao Huang about the situation here. By the way, let them move the barbecue grill here, and grill it at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and the people here are probably reluctant to go out of the ancestral hall gate. The young man's father rubbed his hands embarrassedly. "Wouldn't this be too abrupt? I just got to know you and have to take away your food." Mujio waved his hand casually. It's not abrupt, we didn't bring food in the first place. When I passed by in the morning, I saw a fish pond outside, so I caught a few of them, and it was said that we were naked." After hearing her, the faces of the father and son instantly became a little strange, but they did not mean to blame. "You said you came up from the fish pond. Then you haven't encountered anything, have you?" Mujio was made to laugh and cry by this pair of suspicious father and son. "What should we encounter?" Mujio looked at it with the tricky pupil talisman, and there was nothing at the bottom of the pond except for fish. Ding Dang, who was following behind Mujio, suddenly leaned into her ear and whispered, "They should be referring to those weird things that sink at the bottom of the fish pond, and I see that there are dense gray beads under each pond. By the way, there are white beads in those puffer fish ponds." Mujio was stunned by these words, including those fish ponds where puffer fish are raised. She really didn't see it. Probably the level was too low. In those fish ponds, there will be many, many dark shadows gushing out at night. There are green eyes and a big red mouth, and there are hundreds of open mouths, all of which are fangs. The windows over there, and the windows over there, they'll be stuck here all night looking in. Yesterday we were hiding with two uncles. In broad daylight, seeing that there is nothing outside, it is very safe, so I want to go to the pond to catch a few fish and come back to satisfy my hunger. But when I went to the fishing gear house opposite to get the tools, I heard two screams, and the two of them never came out. The young man shuddered as he recalled the details. So we didn't dare to go out fishing, so we had to stay here and starve, and we wanted to wait for the authorities to come to the rescue, but you said no. Ah. H. Then, the girl next to her also began to cry. But they all have one thing in common, they can't open their eyes. They had no strength left, and they struggled to wake up from their terrible nightmares. The boy and his father and grandfather were too busy to comfort the mother and daughter, and they didn't care about saying anything more. Master, we've moved things over. Xiao Huang happened to come in and report the situation outside to Mujio. Mujio beckoned to Xiao Huang, and when he got closer, he pulled down his arm and whispered in his ear, "You have been learning acupuncture with me for a long time, now the two people here will be handed over to you. It's all cases of evil qi invading the body, and what I've taught you is not complicated, let you practice your hands." Xiao Huang was a little surprised when he heard this. "Boss, I can't." He instinctively wanted to refuse. If in the hospital, he found that the intern doctor was alone to stick the needle to the patient, that would be punished. After all, the depth of the needle and the position of the acupuncture points are very particular, sometimes a little bit, it may cause serious consequences. What are you afraid of? And I am staring at it. Acupuncture is a practical medicine, and only by using it more can it be truly accomplished. Otherwise, what's the use of memorizing the theoretical knowledge in those books again? This is your internship exam, complete it well, and even if you complete it with a full score in my place. Mujio really wanted to push him, and to survive in the last days, there must always be some means to save his life. As a doctor of medicine in traditional Chinese medicine, Xiao Huang's theories have been learned very well, and he just lacks some opportunities. After curing the hostess and children of the house, they can go outside in the afternoon to catch fresh fish from the fish pond. Mujio is happy to do it. Mujio handed 2 packs of disposable acupuncture steel needles to Xiao Huang. For beginners, the steel needles are hard, and it will be easier to grasp than gold and silver soft needles. Xiao Huang nervously took the steel needle, and Mujio approached the ear that had spoken just now, and at this moment it spread an inexplicable red. Let me introduce, this eldest brother is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the city hospital. If you can trust him, you can ask him to help the two of you with acupuncture treatment, and maybe you can save a life. Mujio put his arm around Xiao Huang and introduced to the family in the ancestral hall. The 3 generations looked at each other a few times, and finally the grandfather nodded. There is no way to drag it out like this, they have been trapped for 2 days, and seeing that people are dying, let's become a dead horse doctor. This group of people is capable at a glance, otherwise they will not be able to easily and freely enter and leave the village. The young man looked at Xiao Huang and solemnly asked, "Please help save my mother and sister." After that, the 2 dying patients were laid flat on the ground in front of the tablet. For the first time, Xiao Huang started to take the pulse and prick the needle alone. Mujio, Ai Wen, and Ding Dang stood aside and watched, and Mujio was the only one in the audience with a confident and relaxed expression on his face. After the last needle in Xiao Huang's hand pricked down, the middle-aged woman spit out a mouthful of black blood, and then slowly opened her eyes. "Wife! Mom!" The 2 men pounced on the sober woman, and they almost lost her. Mujio took out a pack of tissues from his bag and wiped the beads of sweat from Xiao Huang's forehead that were about to slip into his eyes. "Great job! There's another one, come on!" Mujio whispered again. Xiao Huang felt his heart jump in his chest at the moment. Chapter 50. Fortunately, everything went well. Both mother and daughter were in danger and opened their eyes. The girl hugged her father, tears flowing. She said that in the dream, she was trapped in a bed with many pairs of bloody hands under the bed, trying to come up and grab her. They left blood-red marks on the sides of the white sheets. She curled up on the bed and didn't dare to move, constantly screaming and calling for help. But there was nothing around, and not the slightest sound answered her. She was scared out several times, but every time she woke up, she was still trapped in that bed. Not long ago, an old woman appeared on the ground a little far from the bed. Gray hair, a white wetsuit, clinging to the thin body. She crawled slowly on all fours, towards the end of the bed, looking very weak. The girl thought that she had found a human who was sympathetic to the same disease, and called out to the old grandmother. In the next second, the old grandmother raised her head violently. Because the range of movement was too large, a bloody eyeball clicked and was thrown directly to the ground. It's like a mouthful of old phlegm. The girl clearly saw that in the eyeless eye socket, a few maggots crawled out wriggling and slipped into the old woman's gray hair. An old face that was pale and dry as a fossil appeared in front of the girl. The corners of its mouth rose to the cheekbones, showing a strange arc, but there was no half-tooth under the lips, but the white bones of the face were directly seen. And its other eyeball actually turned back and forth around 360, as if looking for the dropped eyeball. The girl screamed for her to go away and not come. But the old woman couldn't hear it, and groped for its eyeballs on the ground. It wasn't until she touched the soft thing that it calmly picked it up from the ground and put it back in its sockets. This time, her crawling speed suddenly increased, and her limbs rushed towards the end of the girl's bed as if they were wound up. The girl stepped back desperately, leaning on the headboard. The old woman climbed to the end of her bed, but she couldn't get into bed. Suddenly, it rolled its eyes and lowered its right hand, which was as black as a braised chicken claw, on the bed. Then the hand, as if with a mind of its own, stood up and crawled forward quickly. Everywhere he went, the white sheets were wet, and then slowly spread out in all directions. The girl realized that it was not a water stain, but a kind of mucus, like the mucus on a slug. The grandmother's body was still in place, blocked at the end of the bed, but her arms were infinitely extended. Let his fingers rush to the girl's feet, and he was about to grab her feet. Then she opened her eyes. After listening to the dream of her precious daughter who had been in a coma for 2 days, the old father also cried. He remembered that there was indeed a tricky old woman outside the window, and he not only saw it, but also recognized it. It was the old mother of the Gao family who had died in their village 2 years ago. The son is not filial, and the old mother has worked hard all her life to marry a daughter-in-law for him. Within a month, he drove his mother to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in a shed next to the small building. The old mother has inconvenient legs and feet, and the lights are blind at night, but she wants to go to the public latrine in the village to go to the toilet, but she falls directly into the dung pit and drowns. The son felt unlucky, and he was afraid of being poked in the back, so he stopped living in the village and took his daughter-in-law out to work. I haven't heard from me for years, and I haven't been back to the village, but there are all kinds of rumors in the village. The girl's mother also dreamed of a similar scene, all trapped in one place for 2 whole days. Just a little more at night, and the consequences were unimaginable. Poof, the girl and her mother knelt on the ground in front of Xiao Huang. You. Don't be like this. The first time I saw a doctor independently, I was thanked for my first success, but the result was to kneel. Xiao Huang was overwhelmed. He looked at Mujio for help. Mujio only replied with a satisfied smile and congratulated him on his successful assessment. The girl's family came around. Divine Doctor, thank you. Thank you very much. Without you, our family would be scattered. Let's kowtow to the Divine Doctor 3 times. Thank you for saving your life. Mujio didn't let them really knock, and before the first ring, he opened his mouth and said, "Your benefactor doesn't want you to kowtow. He is still young, he is a junior, and being kowtowed by the elderly will break his young life. In fact, he just wants to stay in your village ancestral hall for 1 night, and by the way, catch some fish from the fish pond and take them away as dry food." As soon as Mujio's words came out, the family all looked at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang smiled bitterly and nodded, "Master, let's be tactful, don't say this request so nakedly." The girl's father quickly reacted, "Fish. As long as the benefactor wants, catch as much as he wants. Take it all away. Anyway, the people in the village are dead, and this fish pond has long been ownerless. The girl's mother is also busy helping. Yes, yes, yes. Several fish ponds in our own house are also nearby, feeding tens of thousands of puffer fish. The meat quality of this puffer fish is 100 times more tender and delicious than ordinary fish, and I guarantee that after eating it once, I will not be able to eat any other species. It just so happens that my son can cook puffer fish meat, which he learned from the most powerful master in the village. Otherwise, let him cook a puffer fish feast and entertain everyone. Xiao Huang scratched his head, looked at Mujio, and asked her opinion. Mujio directly made a decision for everyone. Thank you for your kindness, we won't eat the puffer fish feast, our people have already prepared lunch, let's use some together. Mujio is a life-saving person, she doesn't like to gamble with her life to enjoy food. The end times weirdly failed to kill her, and if the burp was on the uncleaned puffer fish poison, it would really be worth the loss. As he spoke, let everyone help set the table and utensils, using locally sourced items so as not to show off his wealth in front of outsiders. Master, have you ever eaten puffer fish meat? Xiao Huang followed Mujio to serve the plate and asked casually. No, but I've studied tetrodotoxin. Xiao Huang was directly choked by Mujio's words, and held back for a long time before continuing. Master, aren't you curious, what is the taste of the most delicious fish in the legend? Mujio turned his head to look at Xiao Huang, raised his eyebrows and replied, at light, it can be nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain and diarrhea. In the middle, the nerves are paralyzed and the muscles are paralyzed. In severe cases, it is difficult to breathe, blood pressure drops sharply, and finally dies of respiratory and reflux failure. In a word, it's delicious. Xiao Huang. Okay, I know you're a foodie, but it's the end of the world, even if you're curious, hold back. In case that kid is an intern, then he is practicing with all our lives. Xiao Huang pouted and said, I'm not also an intern. Mujio stretched out a hand and stood on tiptoe to touch her big head. You have the master present, and if something goes wrong, I can still help you save the scene. He is a child, if something goes wrong, let's just lie down on the board together. Chapter 51 No. Got it. Xiao Huang watched Mujio walk away, and suddenly felt that the place where the melon seeds had been touched just now was extremely hot. So, Xiao Huang thoughtfully made 2 forms of fish for everyone. One is a refreshing and spicy grilled fish, and the other is a light and mild braised fish with many flavors. There are a lot of fish, and the amount is enough, and just smelling it will make saliva flow out. Evan handed out disposable dishes and chopsticks from the cafeteria. Ding Dang sat on the side, silently bowing his head and drinking the soup in his bowl, trying not to let the strangers of this family notice him and see her pair of different eyes. 9 people sit around a spliced table to eat. Benefactor, where are you going next? Can you take us with you? You see, this whole village is dead, and now we are the only one left. It's still noisy day and night, and I can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well at all. As the pillar of the family, the middle-aged father asked helplessly. If he hadn't been cornered, he wouldn't have been willing to leave the village where he had lived for most of his life. Xiao Huang glanced at Mujio and said to his middle-aged father, where are you going next, and whether you can go together, it depends on our boss. This is the boss of our team. Xiao Huang stretched out his palm to Mujio and solemnly introduced. Boss? The family looked at in amazement. Although this girl was indeed beautiful, she did not look very old, and she was estimated to be in her 20s. How did she become the boss of these people? And everyone seems to be very respectful to her, and they don't listen to everything she says. Even their family's life-saving benefactor obeys her. What is the origin of this girl? Harm, it doesn't matter. Mujio waved his hand. We're a group of people, and we're going to have a lot of places to go next, and it's easy to encounter dirty things along the way. There are old and young people in your family, and it is inconvenient and unsafe to trek with us, and it is difficult to be secure. But I don't think it's a problem for you to stay in this little ancestral hall like this. There are too few of you, and there is almost no ability to defend against the weird. But there are more corpses here, which means more dirt. I suggest that you leave here tomorrow when the sun is bright and look for a temple or Taoist temple with people. In this way, although life may not be very good, at least it can ensure that the whole family is alive. Mujio said a lot of words, as if he was tired, and quickly drank a large mouthful of fish soup, and then ate a few large mouthfuls of fish meat in a row. Xiao Huang knows that his master always likes to eat fish in his throat, but he likes to eat it, and he belongs to the kind that loves to eat water and food. So before making fish, I specially helped Mujio pick up a few large pieces of fish belly and left them for her. Our family never believed in these things, and we didn't know where these places were. Now that this phone is not working, where are we going to find it? Said the old father with a frown. That's easy to say. Mujio put his hand into the bag he was carrying, took out a map of Hui City from the space that had been swept back from the warehouse supermarket, and handed it to the middle-aged man. This is a map of Hui City. The small house pattern represents the temple Taoism. Find the location of this pattern on the map, and this is where you can go. But you must make sure that you can reach the place you choose before dark, otherwise you should know the consequences. Therefore, the time of migration can only be during the day, when there is sun, so that you will not encounter dirty things. Where to go is up to your family. At this point, Mujio didn't say anything more, and began to bury his head in eating fish, returning the decision to the family themselves. Everyone's path will eventually have to go their own way. As a provincial-level city, there are no less than 10 large and small temples and Taoist temples in the suburbs of the city. In just a few months, these lands will be transformed into the only habitat of post-apocalyptic humanity, the base. All the family has to decide is whether to go farther away or settle nearby. It mainly depends on how far the family is able to hike during the daytime. At this point, Mujio couldn't make a decision for them. After all, they were old and young, and it was difficult to estimate. The meal was eaten for about 20 minutes before it was over, and Mujio's group began to devote themselves to the intense fishing work again. The family continued to stay in the ancestral hall of the Gao family, discussing which temple to go to and where to go. After a full meal, the senses of taste, smell, and sight were satisfied, and Xiao Huang and the others became more active in cleaning the fish ponds, which can be related to the problem of good fortune in the future. I heard the family in the ancestral hall say that there are a total of 128 acres of fish ponds in the entire Gaojia fishing village, of which 40 acres are used to raise puffer fish. The remaining 88 acres of fish ponds are used to feed common species of fish. Boss Mu said that they only need the ordinary fish in the 88 acres of fish ponds, and as for the puffer fish, they will leave it to the destined people to catch them. When it was getting dark, and the black shadows began to appear on the fish ponds, a few people were able to collect the net and complete the sweep of the fish in the last acre of fish ponds. The entire 88 acres of fish, about a dozen varieties, all entered Mujio's space lake. Mujio roughly estimated with his consciousness that an acre of fish pond can produce about 3,000 catties on average, and today he collected nearly 260,000 catties of freshwater fish a day. Enough for a group of them. They eat a lot of food willfully. Mujio is not a desperate person, and he also gave about 200 catties of ordinary fish to the family in the ancestral hall and asked them to take them to the temple. This is not Mujio's stinginess. Not everyone has room to carry around. Just carrying these 200 catties of fish on their backs may be a little difficult for the family. When it was completely dark, Mujio and his group returned to the ancestral hall. Immediately, I saw that the family was all huddled in the corner of the ancestral hall, hugging together, trembling with fright. Mujio turned his head and looked around in the ancestral hall, only to see that the windows on both sides were already crawling with the weirdness of looking inside. With their mung bean-sized eyes, they were turning and scanning everything in the window. There are also a few old tricks with green moss on their heads, and they keep licking the outer glass with their big yellow tongues covered with rotten sores and pus. As if this was some kind of peerless delicacy, leaving behind patches of disgusting yellow-green pus. Mujio was disgusted for a while. As a result, when I turned around, I saw Xiao Huang starting to clean up the pots and pans, preparing to kill fish for dinner. Mujio, you Chapter 52. Having these things staring at you outside should affect your appetite a lot. Rao is used to seeing the weird Mujio, and he can't face these disgusting and moldy green water tricks. Eat meat and drink soup. Avon, exercise before meals. Mujio said and walked out of the gate of the ancestral hall. Okay, Sister Mu. Aiwan took the peachwood sword and lit a treacherous fire in his hand. Since killing that second-level weird with his own hands, Aiwan obviously felt that his strange ability had become a lot stronger. Not only has the number of flames lit doubled, but the size of the flames has also increased a lot. The key is that the staying power of the ability has been strengthened a lot, and now she can continue to use the ability for about half an hour. Before she left the gate of the ancestral hall, the spherical enchantment around the two of them was hit by the first-level weirdos who flew over to commit suicide and find death by listening to the sound, and it showed its shape. As wisps of black smoke rose into the sky, the barrier gradually glowed a faint red light in the night. Enchanting and beautiful, it attracts more weird floats. Xiao Huang chased him out. Master, don't you need me to help? Mujio glanced back at him, suddenly remembered something, and instructed, I don't need you outside, it's enough to have AI Win's help, but I have other things I want you to help me do. Master, you say? Mujio pursed at the family who were nested inside, and said, it's not time to go to bed yet, what are you doing curled up in the corner? You are the great benefactor of their family, and you are responsible for calling that family up to help. Everyone is tired from fishing all afternoon, and the dinner is too hard for you to prepare alone. You call the family and help with the food. Didn't the young man say that he could make pufferfish, but he must also make other fish, so that he could show his hands at night? Otherwise, we won't be doing charity, saving people, guiding the way, and cooking for others after finishing things, it's a big loss. Aiwan listened beside him, scratching his nose. Sister Mu, didn't we collect hundreds of thousands of caddies of fish from others? We don't lose anything. They raise puffer fish, I don't want any of them, I keep them all for the puffer fish feast. Mujio replied without changing his face. Xiao Huang agreed to go in. Aiwan said with a smile, the boss just said that he was losing, and in the blink of an eye, he helped people make plans, and he was hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. In fact, the boss wants those people to adapt to the life of the last days. After all, in the days to come, these things will be faced every day, and there is no escape at all. It's easy to lose, it's not good. Mujio said. No. I think such a boss is a flesh-and-blood hero, and it is reassuring to follow you. When helping people, moisturizing things silently and not asking for anything in return. At that time, it helped me get rid of my fear of weirdness, and let me say my last goodbye to my mother, and that's it. When facing the wicked, they will not drag the mud and water at all, and they will be buried when they should be buried. This is the case when you kill the villains who bullied Ding Dang in Wang's village, and when you kill the vicious woman who pestered Xiao Huang in the shopping mall. I think it's good. I like it. Ahem. Mujio was embarrassed by this sudden confession of true feelings, and directly changed the topic. Okay, hurry up and solve these disgusting things outside, and go back to dinner, I'm hungry. Okay, my boss. The two were divided into two sides, Mujio to the right and Aiwan to the left, starting from the outer wall of the ancestral hall, and killing way outward. Seeing the red light moving, there were many water-treacherous people who spit green saliva at Mujio's side. As a part of the weird body, those thick green bubbling liquids were directly absorbed by Mujio's second-level enchantment, and there was nothing left. This made Mujio feel sick again. The enchantment swallowed a strange green saliva, and it felt like its own treasure had fallen into a dung pit. Mujio unhappily gathered dozens of strange fires in her hands and threw them at the monsters who spat on her. In an instant, they ignited the group of ugly saliva monsters, and none of them could escape. Looking at the fire that gradually burned their upper bodies, the water-treacherous people nervously began to spit on the treacherous fire on their bodies, trying to extinguish the flames. However, those green saliva were like gasoline poured into the fire, and the fire burned even more vigorously. It really added fuel to the fire. Cleaning up the nasty things, Mujio lit the treacherous whip and threw it at the disgusting thing that was lying on the window mouth. Dozens of moldy green tongues were cut off by the flame whip. Flames burned out all traces of the glass smeared by the water monster, including the filthy slime. The severed tongue of the water trick crackled and burned like a lit fuse, and jumped from the fire incision into the weird open mouth. Bang! Crystal pearls were blown up, falling into the wet mud outside the window, like shining pearls. Behind these long-tongued tricks, the other tricksters who were ignited by Mars scattered and fled in an instant. Like a loach that has fallen into boiling water, it beats in an extremely twisted position, trying to extinguish that little bit of spark. However, the strange fire is not afraid of cold or heat, but it will not extinguish itself if it does not burn out the strange fire that it bites. So when the weird people slapped the sparks in the corners of their clothes with their hands, then their hands would definitely be ignited. Mujio saw the Mars running away, and then from near to far, layer by layer, the weird groups near and far all ignited. From a twinkle and a sparkle to a large green Milky Way. It is a beautiful scenery in the treacherous world. In the distance, there were many clever water treacherous tricks who hid in the fish pond and hid in their own lair. Clever, but not much, because the fire is not afraid of water and can burn anywhere. At this moment, it directly ignited a lot of strange nests. Just under the fish pond, a burst of dark green fire was ignited. With the sparkling in the water, it has the feeling of a fountain pool in the park. At this moment, inside the window of the ancestral hall, the 5 members of the Gao family were all huddled behind the glass, trembling to watch Mujio's wonderful killing action just now. Although they were very scared in their hearts. The little sister of the Gao family was full of tears, and Gao's mother was so weak that she couldn't stand up several times, and was helped up by her son and husband, but she still continued to stay by the window. Because this is their family's great benefactor, Xiao Huang's request. Xiao Huang has been studying with Mujio for so long, working together day and night in the hospital. Of course he can understand the meaning of Master's words. You have to exercise the courage of that family, otherwise it will be in vain if you save it. So he painstakingly persuaded the family to come to the window and watch the battle. The effect is obvious, at least the mother and daughter didn't faint anymore. Xiao Huang is very satisfied with his ability to do things. Then, it's time for the family to help out. Yellow is like a hypnotic pendulum. He told the family that if they were busy, they would not be entangled by the fear in their hearts. Then, Gao's mother took her daughter to help sort out the side dishes, and Gao's father took her old father to help kill the fish and remove the scales. Gao Yuan, a young man from the Gao family, began to help make a fire, ready to show his hand, make a whole fish feast. Chapter 53. Someone helped kill fish and cook, and Xiao Huang was certainly willing. As Mujio said, everyone is tired after a day of fishing, and now that there are 5 more members of the Gao family, they should be allowed to do some work. Even if he is the chef of the restaurant, there are still 2 sous chefs. But this Gao Yuan, the first time he cut the fish with a knife, Xiao Huang felt that something was wrong. This kid hasn't practiced knife skills, right? The thin fish fillets are cut like winter melon pieces, and those who don't know think they are chopping the preserved fish pieces. The key is that there are potholes, and the thickness is different. In this way, whether it is frying or frying, it will affect the heat and taste of the fish, resulting in some places being old and some places being undercooked. But Xiao Huang has heard that the most important thing to do as a puffer fish is knife work. If you can't remove the poisonous parts skillfully, then the fish can't be eaten at all. Xiao Huang was suddenly very glad to have Master's domineering strength and wisdom and decisiveness. While rejecting the most delicious fish feast in the legend, he saved the lives of everyone present. Xiao Huang really couldn't stand it. Ahem, Xiao Gao, why don't I cut the fish fillet? You match the sauce of this steamed fish. What kind of flavor do you make like a puffer fish? Is it a secret recipe? Ordinary fish meat should also be usable. This comrade Xiao Gao cut the fish fillet like that, and he simply failed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme up to such a delicious fish. Xiao Gao took the condiment carefully, looked left and right, and then brought a little bit of everything. Xiao Huang couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Gao, adding baking soda to the fish sauce is your specialty here? Xiao Gao sniffed and replied vaguely, Yes. Alas. Baking soda was added, and no more vinegar could be added. But before Xiao Huang finished speaking, the sound of Psy- frightened the little hand, and the small half bottle of aged vinegar went down. The whole bowl of sauce instantly bubbled up, and quickly rose and overflowed the mouth of the bowl, like a volcanic eruption, and sprinkled the table. This. Xiao Gao was so frightened that he was incoherent and at a loss, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. It's okay. Xiao Huang hurriedly stepped forward with a rag to help. In the past, when he was learning to cook, he also made such a mistake, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme made a mess of the house. Xiao Huang leaned in front of Xiao Gao and asked in a low voice, to be honest with my brother, have you really learned to cook? Xiao Gao's whole body suddenly froze. Learn. Have you learned? Xiao Huang raised a frown. How many days have you learned? This chopping and seasoning are all basic. Don't tell me, you don't need to be a puffer fish. If my master really agrees to let you cook a puffer fish feast, then you can't poison us. You kid will take revenge. Xiao Gao hurriedly waved his hand and retorted, No, I didn't want to poison you. Brother, I really learned how to make puffer fish, and I even studied with the most skilled chef in the village. Then he glanced at his mother, and saw that his mother was washing the vegetables carefully, so he explained in a low voice, "It's my mother, I have to learn from the master who makes puffer fish in the village." Also used the relationship of the village chief to come forward to make peace, and my master reluctantly agreed. But you also know that this craft of making puffer fish is the secret skill of other chefs. It is the apprentice of the church starving the master, and it is not anyone else. Why should they teach you? So, I am at the master's place. Washing vegetables and serving dishes, I worked odd jobs for 2 years. Master was so busy that he didn't even say a few words for 2 years. In the end, I didn't learn anything, but I washed the dishes and washed the chilblains on my hands. My mother thought that I had learned the master's craft, and 2 days ago she was clamoring to open a separate puffer fish restaurant for me. Now the study is completely out of play. Alright, I got it. In this case, you can help me by the side, and I will teach you 2 tricks. I don't have any secrets in this craft, I think about it myself, make some home-cooked meals to eat, there is no problem at all. Xiao Gao said gratefully, "Thank you, brother. You are a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future." "Okay, you kid, hurry up and clean up this place." Mu Jiu and Ai Wen waited for the large area of treacherous fire to be extinguished, and the entire village, from the entrance of the village to the fish pond, was scattered with tricky beads everywhere. The two spent more than half an hour picking up the fallen beads in the dirt. The tricky beads are crystal clear, and they are very bright even in the dark night, but the tricky fires that burn to the distant fish pond are a little troublesome. The orb of trickery phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme fell into the water or went directly underwater. The ponds were several meters deep, and neither of them could think of an easy way to get so many beads out of the water quickly. Not even a fishing net for fishing. There are no such fine nets here, and you can pick up marble-sized beads. "Master, Iwan, it's time for dinner. Kill it after eating." Xiao Huang shouted as he stood at the door of the ancestral hall and looked outside. At this moment, the area around the ancestral hall has finally been cleaned, and the peace that should have been restored at night has been restored, and all the disgusting tricks have been cleared. Let's go to dinner first, and ask them what they think at the table, for there is always a way to get those beads up. Mu Jiu was really hungry, and beckoned Ai Wen to go eat first. Tonight, most of the beads have fallen into the water. Looking at the layers of light and shadow under the water, it is estimated that tens of thousands of tricky beads can sink into this 100 acres of fish pond. As soon as Mu Jiu and Ai Wen entered the door, they saw that the spliced table was full of vegetables, except for fish. For example, vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, pigs, beef, and even stacked egg cakes. Just now, when the two of them were out to kill tricks, Xiao Huang heard Gao's mother say that their village was far away from the market. Therefore, they all have the habit of hoarding vegetables, and every household has a large refrigerator and refrigerator. The key is that the people in the village raise fish and puffer fish, which are better than the office workers in the city, and they are not short of money. If this is the ordinary last days, their village is probably the place where they can survive for the longest time. After all, there is no shortage of food, there is water, there is fish, and this alone is better than other places. Xiao Huang took Xiao Gao to their house, emptied the refrigerator and brought them all, which was considered a casual meal, which could be made hearty. They also have a few tricks at home, but for the long-standing tricky Xiao Huang, it's a piece of cake. It only took a quarter of an hour to bring things back. Mu Jiu was not much surprised when he saw it. At the beginning of the terrible apocalypse, the last thing that was lacking was food. After all, not everyone had been able to overcome their fear and go out to forage for food. As soon as she picked up the chopsticks and was about to eat, Gao Yuan opened her mouth and asked, "Big sister, what is that fire whip you threw out of the window earlier?" Mu Jiu looked up at him, and did not mean to hide it, but instead stretched out his hand and showed a long whip the thickness of a finger. The ghostly dark green whip was like a long tongue in the room, and with a snort, it swung at the whole table of food. When everyone was exclaiming that they were about to knock over the table, the long whip passed directly through the food and the table, fell to the ground, and raised a burst of sparks. Mu Jiu put away the treacherous fire whip and said calmly, "This is an ability." Chapter 54 Ability, the Gao family asked with a look of surprise. Big sister, are you talking about abilities like in science fiction movies? Asked Gao Yuan. Mujio nodded. Almost, in the last days, most humans will have special abilities. This is a latent energy hidden in the human body that may be activated in case of an emergency or accident to protect itself. You and your family may all appear. As for the type of ability. Before Mujio finished speaking, Gao Yuan suddenly stretched out his right hand and spread it out on the table. I saw that in the palm of his hand, a blood bead the size of a soybean gradually condensed, like a pigeon egg gem, but there was a fishy smell. It's fish blood? Xiao Huang said first. The gills and scales of the fish they had killed earlier were still piled up outside the door, and this bead of blood was the smell. That's right, brother. This is the fish blood outside the door. Big sister, since last night. I looked at a water monster outside the window, and suddenly there was a slight change in my body. I can't tell you what it felt, but maybe I was scared. I felt a little chill all over my body, and then I fell asleep. As a result, when I woke up this morning, I noticed that my right hand seemed to have become a little different and swollen. Well, it seems that you can take the liquid around you, whether it's blood or urine, can be condensed into such a bead of water. Big sister, do you think I have produced an ability? This. Gao Yuan said and glanced at his father and his mother. His face was a little frightened, and then he continued, I was afraid that my parents would worry and say that I had fallen into evil spirits, so I never dared to say it. Today, there is a big sister and a benefactor here. You have seen a lot. I dare to say it and ask. Is it considered an ability to be stimulated? Mujio raised his eyebrows, but did not speak. He was undoubtedly an ability, but Level 1 abilities have limited control, and can basically only control elements related to weirdness. So like I once treacherous fire, Xiao Huang's bone calcium, if you want to urge something else, it's very difficult. But this little high energy controls urine condensation. Is it verified? The boy's urine and chicken blood to ward off evil spirits have the same effect. Gao Yuan saw that Mujio didn't speak, and he instantly became anxious. He thought that he really didn't have a strange ability, but was evil. His eyes were slightly flushed, and he swept helplessly over everyone's faces, asking for help. You're a water-based powerhouse. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence in the room. It turned out to be Ding Dang, who was sitting on Mujio's side and had been silently bowing his head to eat, spoke. The idea was verified, and Xiao Gao was a little excited. Really, little sister, what you said is true. Do you also have special abilities? You are also the same as me. Xiao Gao saying before he could say anything, he looked at Ding Dang, who raised his head. The ghostly black and blue eyes made Xiao Gao directly frightened off the chopsticks in his hand. Those eyes have a sharp feeling that can shoot through people's hearts, and people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. I see it. Ding Dang replied without being salty, and then lowered her head again and ate the vegetables silently. She liked the taste of brother Xiao Wang's cooking. Hearing this, Mujio couldn't help but ask Ding Dang in a low voice, can you see through everyone's abilities? I remember last time, you can still see through the tricky beads hidden in the weird head and body. Ding Dang swallowed a mouthful of meatballs. Yes, I can see it in ordinary people. For example, Sister Iwan, brother Xiao Huang, and Xiao Gao opposite. Mujio was stunned. Ding Dang flashed a pair of big eyes and continued, I have the ability to see through the essence of things, and my sister also said that ability is a potential hidden in the human body. In my eyes, people with abilities will follow their ability attributes and emit different lights, and the brighter the light, the stronger the energy. And those who do not have powers have no light. But only you, sister, I can't see through it. You don't have any light on you, but you can use a variety of abilities. Ding Dang whispered, and then looked at Mujio with a smile. Mujio was so frightened by Ding Dang's words that he didn't know how to answer for a while. Ding Dang didn't continue to entangle, and began to eat fish by himself. While Mujio and Ding Dang were talking, Xiao Gao's family was already overjoyed. Their son has come out, and he has actually stimulated his ability, and in their eyes, he is already the same character as Boss Mu. Good son, then we don't have to be afraid to go all the way to the base tomorrow. Good son, the safety of the whole family at the base in the future will also depend on you, Gao's mother said. Yao Yuan said that the pressure was so great, even greater than the pressure of being an apprentice in the chef's restaurant. He looked at Xiao Huang helplessly. Xiao Huang had already known all about him, put down his chopsticks, and said, "Uncle and Aunt, Gao Yuan's ability is still in the initial stage, the energy is still very low, and the lethality is also small, Benefactor, since you said that he is in the primary stage, there must be an advanced stage. You boss Mu should be in the advanced stage. That whip can kill a piece of weirdness, it is simply a god." Mujio picked up a bowl of fish soup, and then said indifferently, "I am also a beginner." Gao's mother was stunned in place. It's only a beginner if it's so powerful. This ability is too powerful, isn't it? Then, how can we do it to become as powerful as you? There is always a way. You can do it well, teach us Gao Yuan, he learns things very quickly. Like the craft of making puffer fish, it is difficult for ordinary people to learn it for 5 or 6 years, but our family Gao Yuan only took 2 years to learn. Saying that, Gao's mother seemed to remember something, and turned to teach Gao Yuan a lesson. "You kid, you are really ignorant. You were cooking just now, and you obviously have all the kitchenware and ingredients. Why don't you make your proudest puffer fish meat and give it to everyone to taste? Let your brothers and sisters know your talent, so that you can learn this ability to improve your abilities." Ahem, Xiao Huang was directly choked by the fish soup in the bowl. Chapter 55 Mother Gao, it's not a bad thing to want your son to become a Chan, but pulling out seedlings to help you may lose your son's life. Mujio is not stupid. The eye contact between Gao Yuan and Xiao Huang before, she saw the door at a glance. Coupled with Ding Dang, a PHS, Gao Yuan would not do a puffer fish banquet at all, and it had already spread in the team. Mujio just reminded him, as for whether he listened or not, it was the fate of their family. Gao's mother didn't think so, glanced at her son, and said confidently, "Harm little girl, you don't know, this child is different from adults, his potential is unlimited, it depends on whether you are willing to develop. If you don't force him, he doesn't know how good he can do. Take the matter of him learning to make puffer fish as an example. I let him go away, saying that the master chef doesn't teach him. Hey, I'm still going to die or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme to force him to stay with other chefs. No, I've only been back from school in 2 years. Doesn't this mean that our family Yuan is a talented child?" The people in the know who were present all understood Gao Yuan's distress in an instant. Why did he deceive people? They are all forced to die. What can he do with such a suffocating mother's love? Then have you ever tasted the puffer fish meat he made yourself? Mujio asked. On the day our family returned from school, we brought back the finished product he made. Ouch, that's delicious. To tell you the truth, we who raise puffer fish haven't really eaten puffer fish much. After all, the processing fee of this craft is much more expensive than the fish itself. Gao's mother seemed to be reminiscing about the taste of the first part, and she still remembered it vividly. This is probably her confidence. Ding Dang suddenly pulled the hem of Lamujio's clothes and whispered, "Sister, I heard that the puffer fish meat was bought by Gao Yuan himself. Because he broke a stack of plates and was kicked out by the master, he pretended to be his own and returned. In order to let his mother stop letting him suffer from that idleness." Mujio heard this, and understood everything, but this matter had nothing to do with her, and she didn't bother to care. Anyway, if we say goodbye tomorrow, the chances of meeting again will probably be slim. It's no secret that you can improve your abilities, you just need to go out and kill the weirdness outside. After listening to Mujio, Gao's mother seemed to have picked up a treasure, and told his son, "Have you heard, the boss of the family, such a powerful person has said that as long as you kill more tricks, you can improve your ability. You have to fight for your mother, the life of our whole family." Mujio also wanted to add that with her son's current ability level, she had to be cautious and careful. But people didn't give her a chance to interject at all. Mujio is too lazy to entangle with this family anymore, so let's ask for more blessings. The meal was almost finished. Mujio waved to a few other people, "Have a meeting next to you." Mujio took out a water barrier mat and spread it on the ground, letting everyone sit together. "Boss, what's the matter?" I said simply, there were 2 things. The first is to arrange for tonight's vigil, set a rule, and decide the order of the lot in the future, and I have all the notes ready. The second is that I win and I killed a batch of weird beads outside just now, but a large half of the weird beads fell into the fish pond. Let's think of a way to catch the beads together. Ding Dang asked first, Sister, can't you just look at it with your eyes and put the beads under the water into the space? Mujio shook his head. The fish pond is too muddy, there is too much sediment, and I can barely see what is swimming in the clear water, but I can't see the bottom of the water several meters deep. Xiao Huang was sitting facing the east window, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed out the window. Master, you don't have to think of a way, it's all been fished out. Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Huang was pointing. I saw the fish pond outside the window, I don't know when, suddenly there were dozens of round super large puffer fish. Like hot air balloons, floating on the fish pond, flying at a low altitude, glowing with an earthy yellow glow. The epidermis of each sphere is covered with small yellow thorns, like goosebumps on the skin, densely covered with the entire ball. On the round belly, there is a black strange aura around the boss. It's a second level weird. There can be 40 or 50 of them, said Avon exclaimed. From the mouths of these balls, large transparent bubbles are spit out. These bubbles seem to be alive, forcibly submerged into the fish pond. After a while, the bubbles floated from the bottom of the fish pond again, and I saw that they were filled with gray beads full of bubbles. My stomach was rising and falling, and I seemed to be chewing on these beads seriously. A big bubble can hold thousands of gray tricky beads, so if you spit out a bubble like this, I'm afraid the beads in the water won't be enough. Is that also weird? Doesn't it mean that weirdness is changed after a person dies? How can a fish become weird? Xiao Huang was puzzled. Ding Dang corrected, you can see clearly, that is, a man is not a fish. After Ding Dang's reminder, everyone realized that it was actually a naked person. A large round ball with an average diameter of 2 meters is supported by a person's belly. So much so that only the small head, hands, and feet are still exposed. It is no different from a turtle shrunk in a tortoiseshell, except that one has a hard shell and the other has a soft shell. Like the belly of a pregnant woman with multiple births, the belly is forcibly stretched to the limit, and you can see large cracked stretch marks distributed on the epidermis. Through the thin skin, you can faintly see the strange skeleton of the human inside. And the whole process of how the gray trick beads that I ate in my mouth just now were devoured and absorbed. Mujio would definitely not let go of these second-level tricks, after all, they had eaten tens of thousands of her first-level trick beads at once. This account must be calculated carefully. Ding Dang, where are the tricky beads of those big guys outside, can you see them? Asked Mujio. Everyone immediately understood that Boss Mu was planning to go out to cook and exercise. Ding Dang looked out the window carefully and said, in the middle of the stomach, you can see a white bead. The skin of this thing is very thick, the beads can be a meter away from the outer skin, so you should go as deep as possible when slashing. But the structure inside seems to be complicated, and the stomach is full of. I'm not sure, but there's something that looks like an intestine circulating in that round belly, so be careful. Okay, got it, let's go. Mujio said to the other two. Mujio had just gotten up when he was stopped by Mother Gao. Miss Mu, are you going to go outside to kill those big men, right? If you're not afraid he's dead, come on. Mujio doesn't talk much nonsense, for those who pretend to be asleep, they can't wake up. Die, it's not that serious. Isn't there a few of you? Please take care of him more, after all, he is still a child. Gao's mother said the most domineering words with the most pitiful expression. Then, as a matter of course, she unilaterally forcibly entrusted her eldest baby son to Mujio and her gang. Chapter 56. This can make Mujio laugh, picking up an eldest son for nothing, and protecting the child while killing tricks, when she is wronged. Did the trick bead that he killed still score half of him, because of his strength? What, do you plan to pass Gao Yuan to me as a son? This made Gao's mother ask inexplicably, and she didn't understand the meaning of Mujio's words at all, or that people didn't think about it at all. I didn't. I'm just asking you to help take care of it, Miss Mu, don't think about it. You see that you are so powerful, you must be able to. Mujio didn't wait for Mother Gao to finish speaking, and had already walked straight out of the ancestral hall gate. Aiwen followed closely behind, and he didn't bother to deal with this tall mother at all. Only when Xiao Huang passed by Gao Yuan's side, he whispered, "Don't go out of the ancestral hall gate. The things outside are not something that the mortal body can fight against, and they will really die." It's a pity that Gao Yuan didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Huang's words. He thought, weren't the people who had just gone out also mortal in the flesh, and what was the difference between them and himself? But Xiao Huang had disappeared into the night, and there was no one to be seen, and no one could answer his question. In fact, what Xiao Huang wants to say is actually that he has the enchantment charm given by his master to protect his life, and with his physical body, the mortal fetus will be invaded by treacherous energy, and his life will be over. Mujio, who was walking in front, took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and attacking the fish trick closest to her, wanting to probe the depth of the other party. Probably because he was so fat that he moved slowly, like a fat airship, floating slowly above the fish pond. A large ball of treacherous fire was born in Mujio's palm, and it was thrown straight in the direction of the fish trick. Instead of dodging because of the proximity of the fire, the fish monster let the large ball of fire smash directly on its fat ball body. And then in the next second, not only did the treacherous fire not burn as expected, but it seemed to have encountered fireproof materials, so that the treacherous fire was ignited immediately. This made Mujio and the others a little surprised. The treacherous fire that could not be extinguished in the water was actually extinguished by the skin of the treacherous fish. The appearance of the treacherous fire immediately attracted the attention of other fish tricks around. For a while, the strange chi that originally surrounded the belly of the fish monster all rushed towards Mujio and the others. Mujio and the others stood in place and did not move, protected by an enchantment. These strange chi would only become a pile of nourishment, and could not create any threat. It's just that the number of people that has suddenly accumulated is a bit too much. Dozens of thick black lines surrounded the three of them, and the surroundings were suddenly pitch black. But fortunately, the enchantment was powerful, and it only took 5 minutes to absorb all these strange chi. The red color of the enchantment became a little more obvious. This situation was probably not expected by the fish tricks, and there was originally a pair of tricky pants around them, but now they could run completely naked. The big fish tricks were all on guard, and the small yellow thorns on the ball were instantly swollen and turned into long and sharp spikes. Like a fried hedgehog, he glared angrily at Mujio and them. Suddenly, the fish monster closest to them, with a long body full of spines, swayed back and forth twice, and gradually spun through inertia. Instantly accelerated and slammed towards Mujio. Bang! The pale red enchantment hemisphere and the earthy yellow round hedgehog collided head-on. Mujio deliberately didn't dodge, she wanted to test the strength of the enchantment. As a result, the barrier was slammed into a violent sway, and the sprinting hedgehog was knocked into the distance at the same speed. The second-level enchantment shield narrowly beat Bancheng. Why is it Bancheng? Because Mujio clearly felt just now that the cinnabar on the rune paper has become much shallower. If it goes on like this, it will definitely be done if it hits too much. Everyone be careful. It seems that the weird person on the other side noticed the fluctuation of the enchantment, and they all began to imitate the action of the fish trick just now. I saw more than 40 fish monsters in front of me, and they all spun in an instant, ready to sprint and crash towards Mujio. As the army of fish treacherous moved forward quickly, it suddenly touched a soft black wall. Then, all the fish monsters immediately stopped spinning and returned to their original mild static, turning from attacking projectiles to floating balloons. It's like a casserole-sized fist hitting cotton, completely losing its strength. The people in the enchantment felt incredible. Everything that was thrilling just now was frozen in the air, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Mujio's palms were slightly sweaty, so dangerous, she was almost knocked out of the barrier. It was hard to imagine the consequences. But fortunately, at the critical moment, she remembered that on the space wordless tablet, there was a rune paper totem that had never been used, the strange chi talisman. This thing can create enough fantasies and smells to confuse the weird, so that the weirdos think it's their own kind and give up the attack. Then more than 40 fat balls lost their target and began to float around the periphery of Mujio's enchantment. AI1 asked anxiously, "Boss, what should we do?" Everyone tried it just now. The skin of those things is abnormally strong, and it can't be burned with fire or pricked with needles. Mujio frowned. They were here to kill tricks. What is the matter of being trapped in a circle? Don't worry, no matter how strong the copper wall is, there will be weak points, you can't be strong everywhere, then it won't go to the sky. Mujio comforted everyone, and at the same time hinted that he should not worry. If only Ding Dang came over with her, then she would definitely be able to see the weakness of this trick. Xiao Huang sighed. Hearing this, Mujio's heart moved, and he immediately took out a tricky pupil talisman from the space to investigate these fish tricks surrounded by the outer circle. With the blessing of the tricky pupil, Mujio's eyes immediately turned into a probing machine integrating CT, the ultrasound, and magnetic resonance. The fish in front of him is like a translucent image printed on film paper, and the thickness of the fish skin is immediately visible. As Ding Dang said, it was a group of cheeky fish. Mujio's eyes carefully swept over the entire fish trick, and finally found an abnormality. After all, this is the weirdness that people have become. Even if they transform into the appearance of a fish, the original things in the body are not missing at all, such as the navel eye. Mujio found that each fish monster has a bulge at the bottom of the ball, about the size of a fist. Like a pregnant woman, this is the navel that is pushed out from the inside. The skin in this place is very thin. Mujio immediately used his gold-based ability to urge the surrounding bones to form a bone needle the thickness of his thumb. Straight and stabbed straight at the navel of one of the fish. Bang! Suddenly, the fish monster exploded on the spot like a balloon. The weird explosion made no sound, and it didn't alarm the other weird. But with a huge round explosion, a large amount of thick yellow gas burst out from its body, sinking like water on the muddy ground, flowing in all directions, covering the earth. By the way, a white orb is dropped. Mujio put the trick bead into the space, and she didn't care what the yellow gas on the ground was. She quickly told the other two about the methods of killing the trick. Knowing the method of cracking, it was much easier, and the three of them scattered to kill the trick. Aiwan stared at the navel of the fish, concentrated his firepower, and shot the treacherous fire. 1 cluster of treacherous fire charred, 2 clusters of treacherous fire pierced, and 3 clusters of treacherous fire ignited. Xiao Huang gathered 12 weird bone beads, launched them continuously, and hit the navel of the fish, and the weird bone beads went in and out from the ball, and instantly penetrated. Chapter 57. As everyone breaks through the huge fish monsters one by one, their big bellies are detonated. More and more yellow gas came out of the fish's stomach and landed on the fish pond and mud floor, covering almost the entire village. Smoky. Mujio and the others are protected by an enchantment, and this strange gas can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, so it doesn't have much impact. But soon, Mujio sensed that something was wrong. Evergreens are planted on both sides of the main road in the village. In the darkness, with the blessing of the mysterious pupils, Mujio clearly saw that the leaves of those trees were withering and withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most likely it's poisonous. As we all know, puffer fish are poisonous, and these weirdos who mutate into the form of puffer fish must be humans who have been poisoned by eating puffer fish. These toxins accumulated in the body were transformed into strange poisons after death, doubling their toxicity and increasing their penetration and spreading power by 100-fold. Mujio was very fortunate at this moment that he could obtain the enchantment charm in the hospital's morgue, otherwise he would not be able to escape tonight. After all, tetrodotoxin is one of the most toxic neurotoxins found in nature. Only 0.5 milligrams can kill people, and so far there is no specific antidote. As for this poison that is more toxic, several of them had been standing in the midst of the poisonous yellow gas for about half an hour. This poison slowly erodes from the skin inward, and by the time something is wrong, the poison is already deep. Mujio sped up the speed of killing the fish. She thought about waiting for the battle to be over and then cleaning up the battlefield, because there were no living people in the village anyway. Until the last big fish trick was penetrated with his own hands, the crystal white trick beads flew out of the fat round ball and were included in the space by Mujio. In the quiet night, a woman's earth-shattering cry suddenly came from the side of the ancestral hall. Gao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Mujio looked towards the ancestral hall, only to see that the Gao family was all blocked at the gate of the ancestral hall, looking not far away, crying and screaming. At the end of everyone's sight, there was a person lying there. It was Gao Yuan. Mujio rolled his eyes in the direction of the ancestral hall, then turned his head and admonished, AI1, you are responsible for cleaning up the battlefield, burn it all clean, and don't leave any treachery behind. I know, don't worry, boss. AI Wen responded. Xiao Huang, you come with me. Then the two of them walked towards the ancestral hall together. Xiao Huang quickly stepped forward and scooped up Gao Yuan, who had been completely buried in the yellow poison. Mujio walked straight to the gate of the ancestral hall and scolded sharply, "It's a big night, don't scream, you invite the lonely souls and wild monsters around you, do you want to die?" and then asked the family to hurry in, "Don't block the door, so as to carry the poisonous Gao Yuan into the ancestral hall. Dr. Huang, please hurry up and show our family Gao Yuan, what's wrong with him? Please." Gao's mother grabbed her snot in tears, hugged Xiao Huang's arm, and almost knelt down for him again. Xiao Huang looked at Mujio and asked for his master's opinion. Mujio nodded and motioned for him to take a pulse first. Even Mujio was not sure about the matter of poison. The toxins of the human world, she can still use gold and silver acupuncture to detoxify, try her best, and maybe there will be a rescue. But this is a poisonous poison. Even the spatial spiritual spring water can only heal ordinary wounds and broken bones, strengthen the body, and cannot detoxify. From the moment Xiao Huang put on Gao Yuan's wrist, his frowning brows became deeper and deeper. After a few moments, Huang withdrew her fingers and stood up. Gao's mother hurriedly asked, "Dr. Huang, how is Gao Yuan in our family? Is there still a rescue, right? It should just be the same as me yesterday, I was trapped in a dream, just get 2 stitches, right?" Xiao Huang ignored it, walked straight to Mujio, and said softly, "Master, I can't feel his pulse anymore." Although his voice was already very soft, in the absolutely quiet night, it was like a bomb, directly stunning the Gao family. Gao's mother instantly turned red in her eyes, fell to the ground, as if she had lost her soul, and kept muttering, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Ding Dang, who had been following his hands and feet since Mujio entered the door, suddenly spoke. It attracted everyone's attention for a while. Mujio glanced at the little girl, and walked straight forward to check. She knew that Xiao Huang's business ability was not bad, so that she couldn't even feel her pulse. But when it comes to the deterioration, it is beyond the scope of human medicine. There are too many things that are not explained by science, but they are common in the world of treachery. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in taking the pulse of Gao Yuan's follow-up. The index finger of her right hand had just touched Gao Yuan's wrist, and a warm current flowed straight from her fingertips to the root of her fingers, lighting up the circle of dragon tattoos. Mujio immediately felt the change in space. 33 wordless tablets, a 7th bright red totem appeared. Mujio didn't have any expression on his face, and continued to check the pulse with his hands, and the bad guy provided her with a kind of rune paper, which can be saved. Of course, she will be saved, but she will also depend on her fate. Since Avon's time, she has already faintly felt that the way to obtain the rune paper totem in space seems to be to touch the wrist with the ability with the index finger with the dragon pattern. This has been proven time and time again since then. I thought that this matter needed to be done by herself, but it turned out that as long as she gave people a pulse, she could copy her abilities. In this way, she would do a lot of good deeds in the future, and maybe she would be able to collect all 33 totems soon. Mujio probed both of Gao Yuan's wrists, and indeed he couldn't feel the slightest beating, and his fingers even began to turn white, and he couldn't see a little blood. She reached for the pulse on her neck, checked his pupils, and then leaned on Gao Yuan's chest to listen carefully. After a while, Mujio turned back to Xiao Huang and said, "Come and help take off his shirt and pants." Xiao Huang was overjoyed. The master did not directly announce death, which means that this person is still saved. You. Dr. Huang, what are you bosses going to do? Seeing that her son was stripped naked and dragged to only boxers, Gao's mother stopped crying, wiped a handful of tears, got up and asked. Our boss is going to get a needle, maybe there is still a rescue, you can wait by the side first. Xiao Huang explained. Really, there is still salvation. Old man, did you hear, our son is still saved. Gao's mother cried with joy and said to her husband Gao's father. Then he thought about something wrong. Dr. Gao, why shouldn't you be here to prick the needle, your master? She looks so young, she will pierce. Mujio raised his head and looked at her coldly. Do you still want to save your son? Gao's mother was suddenly stunned by Mujio's momentum and cold eyes, and nodded her head in a wooden voice. If you want to save it, shut up, I'll just say the next words. Your family has listened to me. Your son has been out there for too long, and he has been poisoned. The poison has slowly penetrated into the bloodstream from the skin of the feet and legs, paralyzing the nerves and even hitting the heart and brain. To put it bluntly, it's hopeless. But because he's awakened to the water ability, he protects his brain and heart until his body runs out of energy. I'm going to give you a needle to help you forcibly wake him up and let you say goodbye. It's the same as going back, it won't take long, and whatever you want to say, be quick. Eating people with a soft mouth and short hands, Mujio can be regarded as selling him a favor to Gao Yuan before he died. After all, it's just a matter of piercing a few golden needles, which is a piece of cake for her, but for his family, it is an eternal separation. Chapter 58. Gao's mother wanted to say something, but was stopped by Gao's father, held her in his arms, and asked Mujio to give their son an injection. Mujio reached into his bag and took out a pure gold bar wrapped in a golden spirit talisman from the space. The moment it was opened, it turned into hundreds of soft gold needles. Everyone gathered around and watched Mujio prick the needle. Seeing that she quickly pierced hundreds of golden needles as soft as hair, all of them into the body that was smooth and sleek with only panties left. From the head to the neck, chest, navel, then wrists, thighs, and feet. The speed of her needle piercing is so fast, people who don't understand it will think that she is piercing indiscriminately. Gao's mother was forcibly hugged by Gao's father, so she didn't step forward and pouted Mujio directly. Then, in the midst of the Gao family's doubts, Gao Yuan gradually opened his eyes, and a bean-sized tear was the first to flow out of the corner of his eye. But he couldn't move, because the venom had invaded his whole body, and all the body machines had stopped, and it was already rare to be able to wake him up. Mujio got up, stepped aside, and gave up the place beside him. Okay, if you have anything to say, you can say it quickly, he only has about 5 minutes. It's only been 5 minutes, then you can't. Gao's mother still wanted to ask Mujio for more time, she never thought of her son to die. Mother Gao, time is pressing, you better hurry up and say goodbye, otherwise it will be a real pity. Mujio stood in the corner of the ancestral hall, carefully disinfected his hands with hand sanitizer, and asked Ding Dang, who came with him, what is the situation with them? Before leaving, they said that they would die, why did that kid still run out? Ding Dang knocked the melon seeds and said slowly, it's not the mother, she saw in the window that you killed easily, one by one, and thought that her son must be okay too. One of them flew towards her, and she wanted her son to pick up a ready-made one to hone his courage and improve his abilities. Her son really didn't want to go, but brother Xiao Huang told him when he left. His mother's mouth was too powerful, he couldn't fight, so he forced people out alive and dead. And then... oh, that's it. After hearing her, Mujio stared at the melon seeds in her hand and asked, where did you come from? Ding Dang grabbed a handful from his pocket and put it in Mujio's hand. When Mujio also swallowed, she raised her chin towards the ancestral tablet, it's on the plate over there. Ahem, cough. Mujio really regretted the gluttony just now. Auntie, there is a tribute for people's ancestors, you take it to eat? That is the ancestor of their Gao family, and it does not bless us with foreign surnames. Ding Dang disagreed. And everyone is going to leave tomorrow, if you don't eat the things here, they will be eaten by mice, what a waste, then you will be condemned by your ancestors. There are no taboos. Thinking about it in the previous life, the 4th level alien pupil Weird would let go of the tricky bird she raised and dig people's ancestral graves, probably because of these thoughts during her lifetime. After all, she is a girl who grew up watching these weird and dirty things, and she is inevitably different from ordinary people. Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, wake up. Look at your mother again. How can you leave your mother and go first? Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan. Gao's mother burst into tears, shaking her son's body desperately, trying to get him to open his eyes again. It's a pity that 5 minutes have arrived, and Gao Yuan quickly closed his eyes. The young man who was still alive just now was gone, and he became a cold corpse. Mujio instructed Xiao Huang to pull out the silver needle from Gao Yuan's body, so that he could put on his clothes and die a dignified death. Xiao Huang was about to step forward, but Gao's mother stopped him. You are not allowed to pull out the needle, if you pull it out, he will really die, and you are not allowed to pull it out. Then he turned to face Mujio, knelt down straight, and was so frightened that Mujio hurriedly stood on the side. Mother Gao grabbed her snot in tears and pleaded with Mujio, "Boss, you must still have a way to bring him back to life, right? Maybe I can be awake for a few more minutes. Please." Mujio replied indifferently, "The underworld is not opened by my family, let him come when he wants, leave when he wants, we have done our best, you mourn." Mujio did not sympathize with Gao's mother who lost her son in old age, it was her own benevolence and fruit. "I don't sympathize with Gao Yuan's good youth, which is a pit that he, as a mother, will step on sooner or later." But Mujio's expression was too cold, which seemed to stimulate Gao's mother. She stood up in despair, pointed at Mujio's nose and reproached, "You people are so powerful, you can obviously bring Gao Yuan with you to protect him from harm, but you don't bring it. Now it's okay. He is dead, you are satisfied, peace of mind? Can your conscience be at ease? You." Mujio was about to urge the earth spirit rune and stuff her with a mouthful of stinky mud. "This woman is endless, and her head is going to be big by her. Did she drink monkey urine in her last life, so she can beep?" As a result, someone moved faster than her, and I saw Gao's father rushing forward and slapping Gao's mother hard, and the person was directly knocked away. Gao's father pointed at Gao's mother who was stunned and scolded, "You are still finished. As a result, you have intensified your efforts to toss in question these benefactors. Do they owe us to our family, do they owe you Gao Lily? How many times have you forced your son to die all these years for your bottomless vanity? Now it's okay, you forced your son to death, you're satisfied. You have to push him out of the door to improve some bullshit ability, and when you're dead, you're so satisfied, happy, and you've met your requirements. The benefactors have repeatedly emphasized, don't go out, your son's ability is too weak, he can't protect himself at all, and he will die if he goes out." Gao Yuan was crying at that time. He almost knelt down and begged you. But what about you? If you don't listen to anyone's advice, you are the best in the world, rain or shine. Then why don't you go out by yourself first, why don't you die first? You die. After a violent roar, Gao's father calmed down, and Gao's mother instantly hid her face and cried bitterly. In short, make a mess. This is someone else's family matter. Mujio is too lazy to meddle again. She beckons to everyone, motioning for everyone to come over and draw lots, and prepare for the vigil. Mujio caught it in the second half of the night. She could finally go to rest. She was not tired of killing, but she was too tired to face this family. It was Xiao Huang who caught the first half of the night, and the girls kept watch for the second half of the night. The weirdness outside has been almost cleaned up, and the weirdness is gone. Mujio took the girls to Swagger and went to the richest house in the village to take a bath. Chapter 59. The Gao family cried all night, but under the crying, Mujio and the others slept unusually peacefully. It's probably a human voice, but in the terrifying apocalypse, it makes people feel at ease. The next day, when Mujio and a group of people gathered around for breakfast, the Gao family was arguing. Father Gao thinks that people can't be resurrected after death, and those who are alive should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well. He was going to burn his son's body on fire, turn it into ashes and take it with him, and take advantage of the dawn to go to the nearest temple according to the original plan. Gao's mother naturally refused. She felt that Gao's father had no heart, his son had just died, and he was going to abandon his son and leave, but she refused to leave. Quarrels. Mujio and the others calmly finished breakfast and said goodbye to the family. After all, they were not all the way, and they were benevolent and righteous to the family. Last night, while there was nothing to do at the vigil, Mujio had already studied the next phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme. The next target location is the largest vegetable planting base in the southeastern suburbs of Huishur. It was learned from the internet that there are thousands of acres of planting greenhouses, which are one of the main channels for the supply of vegetables in the urban area of Huishur. After that, there are also large fruit forests, and judging from the map, I am afraid that the area is wider than the area of the planting greenhouse. Mujio and a few people rode bicycles and skateboards, and it took a whole morning to walk along the outer ring road and find the planting base. Standing on the cement road that extends to the base, looking into the distance from a high place, it is really a super greenhouse that cannot be seen at a glance. On both sides of the greenhouse, there is a large warehouse. Xiao Huang used his gold ability to open all the doors of the warehouses on both sides, and instantly floated out a strange way. However, in broad daylight, Xiao Wei had just jumped out of one hand, or half of his head, and was instantly scorched into a wisp of black smoke by the scorching sun. Mujio took the peachwood sword, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and walking inside while slashing the weird. The large warehouse on the left is filled with a variety of agricultural machinery, such as automatic seeding machine, pesticide sprayer, vegetable harvester, automatic cultivator, automatic ditching machine and so on. Each kind of equipment has dozens of large pieces, accounting for hundreds of square meters, for large-scale farming. There are also the most primitive shovels, sickles, long and short scissors and other iron tools. All of them were taken into the space by Mujio. In the large warehouse on the right, there are seeds of various vegetables and fruits, all of which are packed in large wooden boxes and stacked together, such as turnips, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, beans, onions, and so on. The seeds are very small, and just such a box can sow dozens or hundreds of acres of fields, and this warehouse is estimated to have tens of thousands of boxes of seeds. There should be no shortage of seeds in Mujio's space in this life, let alone vegetables to eat. What's more, when I expanded the space before, there was a reminder that the space can be planted automatically, so I don't have to worry about it at all. After collecting the two large warehouses in front, Mujio walked into the area of the vegetable greenhouse behind with the big guy. Su is a vast land and sparsely populated, and has basically realized the modernization of sowing and harvesting, and there are not many corpses on this side of the vegetable base. At a glance, there were only a few vegetable base managers in white uniforms, lying horizontally on the dirt between the greenhouses. Mujio opened the door of the first greenhouse, only to see that a large piece of Chinese cabbage was planted on the ground inside, and it bloomed into the shape of a big flower. The light transmittance of the greenhouse is not bad, but after all, it is not completely transmitted, so you can vaguely see a lot of translucent weirdness floating in the greenhouse. Some of them have no arms, some have no legs, some have no jaws, and they wander around with long tongues. Mujio was too lazy to care, everyone was protected by an enchantment talisman, and they couldn't be seen at all. Mujio took out the cabbage harvester that had been collected from the warehouse from the space and gave one to each of the other 4 people. Everyone only needs to be responsible for harvesting the vegetables and putting them in place, waiting for Mujio to go over and collect them into the space, and they don't have to work hard to carry them. Almost everyone is a city child, and they don't know how to use these farm tools, but as they explore, they gradually become much easier. The harvester walked around the vegetable field, and the cabbage was all harvested and laid down, which was very convenient. On average, there are 4,000 Chinese cabbages per acre of land. Mujio and the 4 of them relied on the harvesting machine, and it only took one morning to harvest the entire cabbage greenhouse of about 100 acres. About 400,000 Chinese cabbages were obtained, all of which were stored in the space warehouse by Mujio. This amount, their group of people eat 10 cabbages every day, and they can eat them for 100 years before they can finish them. Mujio's meals have always been suitable for the occasion, since they have so many Chinese cabbages. Xiao Huang proposed to make cabbage for lunch. No one objected, after all, it was made by Chef Huang, and everything was delicious. So Xiao Huang asked Mujio for a large piece of pork belly. On the muddy ground between the greenhouses and the greenhouses, the stove was set up and the boss made a pot of pork belly and roasted cabbage. That fragrance can be smelled from a few miles away. With big white rice, it's absolutely amazing. In the terrifying apocalypse, everyone is doing some manual work, and Mujio must try his best to satisfy his own and everyone's stomachs at this point. At present, there is already a lot of food in the space, and there will definitely be no problem with meat, eggs and rice. But the only thing that troubles Mujio is that this vegetable base is too big, and there is a mountain of fruit groves behind it. At their current speed, even with the blessing of mechanization, it is not fast enough. Of course, the main reason is that there are too few people in the team. In this way, I am afraid that it will take several days in this vegetable base to completely harvest here. But there is no way to do this. After all, solving the problem of eating is by far the most important thing. Mujio thought like this, and some small voices suddenly sounded around him. A moment later, Mujio and the others were surrounded by the boss and a group of base fruit farmers in white uniforms. I was probably attracted by the smoke of Xiao Huang's cooking and the aroma of cabbage and pork belly. I saw that each of them had a shovel or sickle, axe, or other tools in his hand, and there were about 50 of them. Fence off a dirt path to the brim. Who are you, trespassing on the vegetable base, and cooking vegetables over an open flame next to the vegetable greenhouse? Get out of here, or we'll call the police! Shouted the uncle. Mujio glanced at those people, didn't move, and pulled the rice into his mouth. However, Comrade Xiao Huan, the eldest in the team, was the first to stand up and said in a good voice, "Are you the owners of this vegetable base? When I came here, I saw that there were vegetables, and I was so hungry that I pulled out 2 of them, stewed them, and ate them, but I was really embarrassed." Mujio silently raised his head and glanced at Xiao Huan. This guy is also bad at learning now, and he lies without blinking. It is true to eat vegetables when you are hungry, but instead of pulling out 2, you have pulled out more than 400,000 trees. The men were obviously a little surprised, and after looking at each other, one of them asked, "Is this really what you pulled out of the greenhouse?" Chapter 60. Yes, we pulled it out, and if you want to receive money, I can transfer it to you immediately. Xiao Huan gestured to take out his mobile phone to pay. The group of people hurriedly stopped. No need to pay, there is dirty stuff in the mobile phone. AI Wen and the others all laughed secretly. Xiao Huang is too bad. It's terrifying to the end of the world. Can the mobile phone be opened casually, and the weird phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme up I to I, face to face? That is really exciting. Then there is no way, people rarely use cash now. Xiao Huan looked innocent. Don't talk nonsense, the planting base does not allow the use of open flames, it will ignite the plastic film on the greenhouse, you get out of here quickly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man's stomach was gurgling, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. As if it had caused a chain reaction, several people's stomachs also gurgled together, and the voice was called an imposing voice. Like a chorus. Mujio smiled unkindly, swallowed a large piece of pork belly in his mouth, looked up at the gang and said, "The people in your planting base are so conscientious. They are all hungry, and they still refuse to pull a cabbage from the greenhouse to eat and fill their stomachs. Your boss is too bad, he should add money to you." After everyone heard what she said, their eyes looked at a handsome man led by her. "This is our boss." Ahem. Boss Chi obviously didn't pay attention to Mujio's words just now. He frowned and asked, "You said you pulled cabbage from the greenhouse?" Boss Chi, you have so many vegetables here, you shouldn't care if we eat 1 or 2. Can't you see what's in there? Xin Yan didn't care about those 2 cabbages at all. What is it? Mujio wanted to tease him when he saw that this person was too serious. She suddenly put down her chopsticks, walked to the door of the shed behind her, and opened the door with a snort. Quickly dodged and hid behind their boss Chi, forming a group. Mujio raised his eyebrows, deliberately put his head into the door of the greenhouse to take a look, and then turned around and said, "I didn't see it." This group of people almost dropped their jaws in shock. They were all right. How is this possible? Their people also tried to force their way in, but none of them came out alive. Otherwise, how could they guard this huge pile of vegetables and starve? Who is not a fool? In fact, the terrifying face behind the door, with its tongue hanging long, almost hit Mujio's face. She just pretended not to see it lightly, and turned her head calmly. After all, she has seen too much, and this bit of dirt is nothing to her at all. There's really nothing in there? The men looked at each other, a little incredulous. So Boss Chi sent 2 people who were more bold to go into the door that Mujio opened just now to check. He was lucky, thinking that maybe not every greenhouse was tricky. So that they can go in and pluck some cabbage and stew it. Boss Chi was anxious and asked Mujio, "Didn't you say that there was nothing in it? How could they still be scared to death? You are responsible." Saying that, Xin Yan's brothers were about to step forward directly wielding a sickle and hoe. Mujio waved his hand, and in just an instant, all the iron tools in the hands of these people turned into powder, and fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The people on Xin Yan's side looked suspicious, and their eyes widened as they looked at the iron powder on the ground. Harm! Your people are too timid, they just fainted by fright, and they didn't die. What responsibility do you want me to take and be responsible for burying them? Mujio calmly stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth and said, "You." I'm really a little curious, why are your people so timid and scared, and they can survive? How have you been living these days? Mujio estimated that there should also be a small shelter in this place. Otherwise, this group of people was even afraid of the first-level weirdness in the greenhouse. How did they survive? Mujio estimated that he would have to stay here for several days, collect vegetables and fruits, and ask them how many nights they would stay. It's a big deal to talk about conditions, and businessmen had better talk about conditions. Qin Yan was unhappy. It was obviously the little girl in front of him who was teasing them and testing them just now. It's okay not to say it. In this way, I have a deal I want to talk to you about. It's about your people's eating. Do you want to hear it? Qin Yan originally wanted to refuse, but seeing that the brothers under his hands were all hungry and dizzy, he had to bow his head. Let's talk about it first. I want to hire your people to do things for me, to go to the mountains to pick fruit. 1,000 caddies per person per day, regardless of what kind of fruit it is, as long as it is not rotten or bad. What do you think of bringing it to me in exchange for 3 meals a day, ensuring that there are meat and vegetarian dishes, and you are full? Mujio smiled and narrowed his eyes. This fruit forest was originally mine. Qin Yan almost laughed angrily. What is the difference between this and Ming robbing? That's right, that's what I mean, 1,000 caddies of fruit per person per day, for 3 meals a day. I think I should make it clear enough. After all, people can't make a living by eating fruits, and there is not enough protein and fat in fruits for human survival. You can probably phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a week if you eat fruits. Mujio knows how to grasp the human nature in the last days. It was too tempting to have meat and vegetarian food for 3 meals a day, and soon someone stood up, boss, or you can agree. There are tens of thousands of acres of fruit forests in our planting base, and we can't pick them all. The second person stood up, yes, boss, we haven't eaten for 3 days, and if we eat fruit again, I shouldn't be able to stand up. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth all came forward to advise the boss. Shut up! Boss Chi scolded, turning to look at Mujio. You said that 1,000 caddies of fruit for one person's 3 meals a day. What guarantee do you get? How can I trust you? You don't have to worry about this. Let's pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. If you think I can't take it out to eat, you cannot give me the fruit. Well, there are 52 people in total, that is, 52,000 caddies of fruit. Come to me for 3 meals of food. This is interesting enough. Mujio said with a smile. Qin Yan was silent for a long time before he asked, then how many days can you manage the food? Mujio estimated in her heart that if her people kept harvesting vegetables and fruits day and night, they would probably be able to get 300 acres in 1 day and 1 night, and the 1,000 acres or so of greenhouses should be able to be done within 4 days. Mujio didn't answer directly. Qin Yan. What about after that? 52,000 caddies of fruit a day, 780,000 in half a month. With so many fruits, aren't you going to give me some compensation? Mujio thought for a while. You have a point. How can such a small amount of fruit be enough for such a large group of them to eat? Let's do it. Let's have a performance system, 1,000 caddies per person per day to manage 3 meals, and for every 500 caddies, 2 more eggs will be rewarded. Qin Yan. Chapter 61. Mujio calculated in his heart that this idea might not be enough. When the time comes, we have to transplant a few fruit trees to the hillside lawn in the space to ensure a sustainable supply of fruit. With such a total, Mujio's heart can be regarded as a lot more stable. To Shang Qin Yan's gaze staring at him, he was still waiting for Mujio's answer about his person's way out and compensation after half a month. Qin Yan, the agricultural product boss in the dignified city, when has he ever been so humble? Although the entire planting base is Qin Yan, this group of people dare not go into the greenhouse to pick vegetables. After a few days of exploration after the end of the world, they probably all summed up their experience. These weird people are afraid of sunlight. They can go out during the day, under the sun, human beings are basically safe, but they can't enter the room without sunlight. When it comes to night, you will never dare to run around again, and if you are not careful, you will become one of the 10,000 tricks. The big trucks that go to and from the planting base on weekdays did not come back on the night of the end of the world. Now you can't even use communication tools such as mobile phones. Qin Yan and the others also tried to exchange the fruit for food, but those who went out never came back. Presumably something happened. If you can really exchange it for food, then you will definitely find a way to come back and continue to transport the fruit out. The remaining people, like headless flies, wandered outside the greenhouse for days, and they were hungry for days. The effort was fruitless, which meant that they had nothing to eat but the fruit from the fruit groves on the mountain. The way out of life has all been blocked, and there is only one survival rope like Mujio right now, so the right to set the rules is on Mujio's side. Mujio is not a person who eats meat by himself and doesn't even leave soup. Although we are in the last days, we can't be soft-hearted about seizing resources. But the real enemy, after all, is an alternative species, weird, not human beings. The most important thing for human beings to do is to unite with the outside world. There are thousands of acres of greenhouses here, not to mention that there can be 300 to 4 million caddies of vegetables, leaving a little food for these people, not too much. Well, I can promise you that after the deal is completed, I will show you a clear way to save your lives. Then help you pick 2,000 caddies of vegetables and bring them. What do you think? Mujio said. I want 10,000 caddies. Qin Yan said. Mujio raised his eyebrows. If he was really not polite to her, he would negotiate the price. If these people were smart, they could knock down the greenhouse and let the shed get the sun, so weird and impossible to survive. It's a pity that these people don't understand, and Mujio naturally won't take the initiative to mention it. Mujio was not surprised, because this was originally the owner's industry. 10,000 caddies is 10,000 caddies. However, she has conditions. I can promise you 10,000 caddies, but your people must guarantee the type and quality of my fruits. Of the 1,000 caddies handed in by each person every day, 500 caddies of apples, 300 caddies of oranges, and the rest are all in this proportion. There are many kinds of fruits in the mountains and forests, but for daily consumption, you have to look at apples and oranges, which have enough water, vitamins, and dietary fiber. Then I also have requirements for 10,000 caddies, 5,000 caddies of beans, 3,000 caddies of potatoes, and 2,000 caddies of Chinese cabbage. Seeing Mujio's attitude, Qin Yan was not polite, and continued to add. As a doctor, Mujio knew that Boss Chi was trying his best to balance nutrition. Beans and potatoes have a lot of protein and vitamins in them, so that they will not be eaten by a small amount for the time being, choking the throat of fate. Okay, for the sake of you're a connoisseur, you're satisfied. You can go now, and get the fruit over before dark. Mujio said and continued to sit back in his place, pulling the rice and meat in the bowl. Mujio and his group finished harvesting Chinese cabbage in the morning, and in the afternoon, they began to pick tomatoes along the arrangement of the greenhouse. This is a large, juicy pink phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals team to tomato/phoneme in the area. The average mass production of one mu is 1 to 18,000 caddies, a total of about 100 acres. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals lead/phoneme, picking and eating at the same time. It couldn't be too pleasant. After picking in the afternoon, Mujio's space warehouse had about 1.5 million caddies of tomatoes. When it was about to get dark, Qin Yan sent a little brother who was a noodle student to come over to pass the word, and this person did not follow Qin Yan at noon. Boss Mu, Boss Chi, please go to the land temple at the foot of the mountain to inspect the transaction. Land temple? Mujio didn't speak immediately when she heard this. It seems that she thinks well, and she really has a shelter god. Xiao Huang asked, didn't you say that you would send it over? Why did you let us go over again? The little brother glanced around and wondered, I'm sorry, Boss Mu, it's getting dark this day, and those things should come out in a while. Boss Chi said that he couldn't run around anymore, so he sent me over to inform you. He said that the fruit has been prepared, but tens of thousands of caddies of fruit are large, and it takes a lot of time to carry them. You must be looking for a place to spend the night here. Boss Chi asked me to come over and invite your people to come over. There is a protective barrier around the perimeter of the land temple to prevent those things from approaching. Boss Mu doesn't dislike it. Please go over there for the night. Help them settle today's accounts. The last sentence of the little brother stumbled, and he sniffed after speaking, like a thin monkey, with a pitiful appearance. Everyone looked at Mujio, waiting for her decision. Mujio patted the dust on his body, stood up from the mud, and said with a smile, let's go, there is a safe place, why don't you go? Immediately, he packed his bags and followed his little brother towards the foot of the mountain. The place where Mujio and the others stood just now was not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the land temple. The distance from west to east has to be at least 10 minutes by foot, and this is still in the case of speeding up the pace. Boss Mu, let's go quickly. It's going to be dark, the little brother was anxious and kept urging. But no one can stand the sun, it will go down. Visible to the naked eye, the sky will go straight to dark. The little brother, who had quickened his pace and walked forward desperately, gradually slowed down his pace, trying to get his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme as possible to Mujio and them, so bold. Mujio followed behind unhurriedly. Anyway, it was already dark, so let's go slowly. She looked at the little brother who led the way, although his skin was a little rough because of the perennial sun, but he didn't seem to be very old. Especially those big eyes, clean and clear, like a miner. Made her can't help but ask, "How old are you?" Mujio's voice made the little brother startled, and he took the opportunity to walk in a row with Mujio, no longer rushing in front alone. Because on the road not far ahead, I can already faintly see some shadows shaking. Boss Mu, I'm 17 into 18 this year, and as soon as November passes, I'll be 18. Mujio was stunned. Your planting base still recruits child labor? No. The little brother waved his hand hurriedly. Boss Mu, don't get me wrong, our boss Chi, he is a good person. If he hadn't paid for the fields in our village, built greenhouses to develop planting bases, and let the people in the village come together to help do things, everyone's life would not be as good as it is now. My sister and I are orphans in the village, and Boss Chi sees that we are pitiful, so he usually takes care of our 2 meals in the cafeteria. I don't want to go, so I have to come here to help. I'm not a worker here. Chapter 62. The kid has a strong sense of the law. What's your name? Asked Mujio with a smile. She just asked casually. Why was she so nervous? The child said proudly, no way, who made Boss Chi too good? But everyone in our village knows that except for him, no one will treat these old, weak, sick and disabled people in the village, so everyone must protect him. And my name is Healy, I am no longer a child. After he finished speaking, as soon as he looked up, he saw the white dress that appeared on top of Mujio's head. Healy's mouth was so frightened that he couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme it. His teeth began to tremble unconsciously, and his gaze slowly went up. Soon she was confronted by the female who had only half of her cheek left, so that her teeth and nose bones were exposed, and there was even an unknown soft and glutinous thing that came in and out of the black hole in her back molars. Trick, ah! Trick! Healy shouted a few times in succession, and then hugged Mujio's arm violently, closed his eyes tightly, and still had words in his mouth. Mujio didn't move, but in the quiet night, what Healy said in his mouth made everyone present laugh. Maka, baka, aka waka, mika, maka, yo. Cough, cough. Healy, the dirty things are gone, you can let go. Mujio stretched out a finger and pointed at Healy's arm. This guy is afraid that he is an ostrich, and he probably believes in the principle that if you don't listen or watch, you won't die. However, it was Healy's sudden pounce just now, hugging her, and doubling the enchantment. The weirdness around them was all killed in an instant, and several tricky beads were dropped at once. But this guy didn't seem to feel it, and he still sang in Makabaka, driving away the fear in his heart. Xiao Huang couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward to pull Healy away. Okay, it's already ashes, let go of my sister. Come on, let go. Healy didn't believe it, hugged Mujio's arm tightly, and slowly opened one eye. Oh, good, said Healy, touching the back of his head. If you're scared again, just hold my arm, don't bother my master. In fact, that's what Healy did. Xiao Huang was tall, he couldn't wait to hide in Xiao Huang's arms and let him carry him forward. The outside was really terrifying. Ding Dang followed behind, and couldn't help but tease, keep singing, don't stop, it's pretty good. The 5 of them whispered and laughed all the way to the land temple where the fire was burning. However, the land temple here is not quite the same as the land temple in the mines of Mujio. The land god who manages a piece of land is sitting in a small house that has no door and is only as tall as a person. In Mujio's imagination, no matter how bad the land god is, he should sit in a big house with a courtyard like the ancestral hall of the Wang family. Even the plain line painted on the brick wall at the door was deducted by the unlucky child, and the nail marks could still be faintly seen. The earth god sitting inside is even more unpleasant, and the color of the god's clothes is about to fall. The incense burner placed in front of the earth god was filled with incense sticks of all sizes, and the ashes of the burned incense overflowed from the incense burner and fell to the ground. It seems that the land god in this place is very busy on weekdays. It is too rare to attract people. It is precisely because of the prosperity of incense that even if it is just such a simple and short small ruined temple, a small hemisphere enchantment with a radius of about 30 meters has been opened up to protect the people here. But what made Mu Jiao even more surprised was that at this moment, the area around the land temple was full of men, women, young and old. Within the hemisphere of the land temple enchantment, there were large fires burning in each of the 4 directions of the southeast, south, and northwest, and each fire was surrounded by people. In addition to the more than 50 strong men who surrounded Mu Jiao and them in the middle of the shed at noon, there were also many women, old people, and children here. At a glance, there should be no less than 100 people. This is the first time since the terrifying apocalypse that he has seen so many living people. Seeing Mu Jiao and the others coming, Xin Yan didn't seem surprised. He had already guessed that these people were capable, otherwise how could they run to their realm? When Mu Jiao and the others walked into the enchantment circle of the land temple, Xin Yan immediately asked his subordinates to bring bags of fruit over. In front of Mu Jiao. He also had the weighbridges brought and weighed them one by one. Fortunately, these commonly used tools happened to be used on the day of the end of the world, and they were too lazy to clean up, so they were scribbled outside, which was convenient for use after the end of the world. Mu Jiao asked Xiao Huang to come over and stare at the weighbridge and count it. By the way, randomly check the appearance of the fruit. After all, this is something to be left for them to eat, and they can't be sloppy. A total of 100,100 caddies, excluding the burlap bag, is about 100,000 caddies of fruit. After checking, except for a few indentations, they are basically big and beautiful. These include apples, oranges, pears, peaches, cherries, dates, blueberries, pomegranates, and so on. According to the previous agreement with Boss Chi, 100,000 caddies of fruit are exchanged for a day's rations for 100 people. With a wave of his hand, Mu Jiao directly released rice, pork, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, and eggs from the space. Boss Chi also came to some quantity. Here are 20 caddies of pig thighs, 50 cabbages, 50 caddies of rice, 100 tomatoes, and 100 eggs. Sincerity enough, it's up to you how to arrange the food. After Mu Jiao and the others swept Wangjia village, all the meat was free. The tens of thousands of chickens that were harvested now produce at least 8,000 eggs a day, and they can't eat all the eggs. Chinese cabbage and tomatoes were just picked today, and they can't be eaten until they get tired of eating. Only the rice, Mu Jiao hadn't stocked up yet, so she was in a hurry to finish sweeping this place and hurry to the next destination. She could feel that the space had begun to automatically sow crops such as rice, wheat, and corn, but she didn't know how long she would have to wait before she could eat them. Seeing Mu Jiao turn into a pile of items out of thin air, the people here didn't react much. After all, I've seen it, what else is impossible? Deal, I hope the cooperation will be happy in the next few days. Xin Yan stretched out his right hand towards Mu Jiao. The corners of Mu Jiao's mouth hooked, and he also stretched out his right hand and gently held Xin Yan. Happy cooperation. Immediately, the dragon tattoo on the index finger of Mu Jiao's right hand was instantly lit up, emitting a light that only she could see. Chapter 63. Although the space senses the ability fluctuation, there is no change in the space. Just when Mu Jiao was puzzled, that familiar voice sounded in his mind again. The system space senses an Earth-based ability, and its ability level is level 1. Mu Jiao looked up at Xin Yan. It turned out that he was also an alien. No wonder he could behave so indifferently in the last days. If the space doesn't change, it means that the space doesn't stack when it encounters the same type of ability. New runes can only be spawned when you encounter a new ability. And the level of the rune paper increases with the level of space. As for how the ability level of other people should be increased, Mu Jiao is not clear. After the transaction was completed, the people on Xin Yan's side began to let people boil water and cook rice on one of the fires. His brothers were also active, asking people to work with cabbage, tomatoes, and pork. I haven't eaten a serious meal for several days, and I gnaw apples every day, and the more I bite, the more hungry I become, which not only hurts my stomach, but also has no strength. Although he wanted to eat a big meal to fill up all the hunger in the past few days, Qin Yan didn't let everyone give all the food to this batch of food. What Mujio promised was 3 meals, and a part of this batch of grain had to be kept for tomorrow's breakfast and lunch. Qin Yan's appeal in this group of people is very great, and Mujio can see it. A large number of survivors here may have been rescued by this business-minded boss. Mujio and the 4 of them didn't compete with the people in the planting base for food, and Xiao Huang made a stove alone to cook for the small team. Mujio specially instructed that where there are many people, don't be overly public, otherwise it will be easy to be jealous. So Xiao Huang made 2 dishes according to the ingredients given by Mujio: stewed cabbage with pork belly and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Everyone eats the same thing, so that they will not be remembered. The group of 4 people sat at the back of the land temple, in a place where there were few people, and one person held a large bowl, eating fragrant meals. Suddenly, a woman in a flower skirt walked over with a chubby boy of 7 or 8 years old. The little boy held a bowl of boiled rice, topped with a layer of cabbage and meat foam, and a small half-spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a small piece or 2 of scrambled eggs could be seen sporadically. The grain that Qin Yan and Mujio traded was only eaten by the 50 or so people under his command. That's more than enough, and maybe some of it will survive. But it's really not easy to take care of the more than 100 people here, and everyone can get very little meat. Mujio respected Qin Yan in his heart as a doomsday hero. Before Mujio could speak, the wife first asked the little boy to kowtow to Mujio. Mujio was inexplicable, and he almost choked on the rice he had just stuffed with a mouthful. The land god is in front, what are you doing with me? The woman smiled and said, we are here to thank the life-saving benefactor. Thank you for sending life-saving food in time, otherwise our family will starve to death on this mountain. Mujio glanced at the little boy who looked at the big piece of meat in her bowl, and his eyes were about to fall into her bowl, and smiled. I think you misunderstood, I'm not your savior, Boss Chi is, you should thank him, not me. It was he who exchanged 100,000 caddies of fruit for your meal, and for me, this is a deal. As soon as Mujio's words came out, he directly blocked the wife's next words, wanting to beg for meat for the child who was buttoned up the hat openly. The wife blushed, but she was at the end of the world, so what face do you need? That's. The child is growing up and has not eaten properly for several days. There are not many eggs and pork traded by Boss Chi. Can you ask the bosses to be kind and reward our eldest grandson with 2 pieces of meat to eat? On weekdays, he can't do without meat for a meal, otherwise he won't eat, you see he's hungry and thin. 2 grains of rice fell on Xiao Huang's shoulder. Xiao Huang frowned and said, eat, be restrained, you almost fell into my bowl. Aiwen quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hold back. I didn't hold back. Mujio glanced at the 2 people watching the play, met the eyes of the grandmother, and said word by word, no. The lady obviously didn't expect that the beautiful little girl in front of her would refuse so simply, and there was no room for maneuver at all. You are doing well, you see that I am all a handful of years old, come and lick my face and beg you, don't let my grandson see jokes. You have so much meat in your bowl, give my eldest grandson 2 pieces of meat, just 2 pieces, just moisten your throat. The grandmother said, pushing her grandson's small hand holding the bowl forward, and almost clasped the bowl on Mujio's face. People's hearts are so insatiable, when there is no food to eat, they look forward to having something to eat, and they are looking forward to eating a good meal, in short, there is no end. There were gradually a lot of people around to watch the excitement, but Mujio was not angry. She asked calmly, did your eldest grandson participate in the fruit picking this afternoon? The wife didn't understand what Mujio meant, and shook her head, no. Then are you involved? The lady shook her head again, but quickly reacted to what Mujio was asking, and hurriedly defended, the people here, except for the regular employees under Boss Chi, are not involved in today's picking. Mujio raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and glanced at Qin Yan's direction. Is really a responsible man, but in the last days, I don't know how long he can maintain such an original intention? That's right, this meal in your hands was exchanged by Boss Chi for picking fruits. You people didn't even participate in the picking, and you can eat a mouthful of hot rice and hot dishes for nothing, which is already Boss Chi's great kindness. Even Qin Yan himself didn't ask to eat meat alone, your eldest grandson didn't do anything, why should he eat 2 more mouthfuls of meat? He is a Tang monk, and he is more expensive than others. And you, the first time you met in your life, why did you want me, a stranger, to give you face? Who are you? If it is given, it will be unfair to Boss Chi, who exchange labor for food. Encourage everyone to pretend to be pitiful and sympathetic. Who wants to make a deal with her? Won't she become a philanthropist? And if you give this, you have to give that, and if you give it once, you will have a second time. There are more than a dozen children here. Could it be that Shi Mujio is their biological parents, and they have to take care of each of them? These foods are also obtained by them at the risk of their lives, so there is no need to pretend to be a good person and be a fortune boy. After listening to Mujio's words, the old woman's face turned red. I wanted to rely on the old man to ask for a few pieces of meat to eat, but I was trained by this sharp-toothed little girl. She was surrounded by neighbors from the township, and now her face was completely gone. Simply didn't do anything, sat on the ground with her buttocks, pulled her eldest grandson, and left it alone. While watching them eat, seeing how embarrassed they were to eat. At the same time, he cried loudly in his mouth, shouting, "Oh, it's because Grandma is useless, she is old, and she can't work, so she will be disliked." Searching for the source of the sound, it is hitting the dome of the temple enchantment one after another. This is the first time I've seen people inside the barrier. Since hiding in this barrier, the dirty things outside seem to be invisible, just floating outside, with no intention of entering, but now. The eldest grandson who saw this scene was also instantly frightened, and cried violently, which was deafening for a while. Chapter 64. The little boy screaming and crying on the side almost deafened Mujio's ears. She glanced up at the top of her head. Good fellow, the power of these grandparents and grandchildren is really extraordinary. The little boy was stunned by the screams and collapsed to the ground. Nothing, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Grandma. The woman hurriedly took the little boy on the ground into her arms. The little boy fainted because of the fright, and his body was still shaking. As soon as the woman looked up slightly, she saw something terrifying on it. In an instant, he fell to the ground. Sue has seen a lot of weirdness at night in the past few days, but the wife did not fall to the ground like her grandson. But the pot where her grandson fainted was dumped on Mujio's body by her. She sat down and cried to the surrounding villagers in a louder voice, "Everyone comes to judge and judge the good things they have done. My grandson is already weak, just begging for a piece of meat to eat, so they deliberately found so many dirty things to kill my grandson. Before they came here, we didn't have so many dirty things here, they are not good people." Mujio turned his head to glance at her, and indifferently admonished, "I advise you to be quiet." Then he went to eat his own supper. Ai and Xiao Wang and a few, seeing that the boss did not move, they naturally did not act without permission, and each ate the food in the bowl. Seeing that this group of people did not react, the wife deliberately raised her voice, accusing her of not saying anything, and she was bound to let everyone hear. As a result, the woman's voice attracted more weirdness, and the enchantment shook even more. Who knew that he couldn't say that he could move Mujio, but he was the first to scare the others in the enchantment. At this moment, outside the barrier, it is almost surrounded by all kinds of weirdness. With the scream of a female doll, it seemed to tear a hole in the calm of the night. Suddenly, there were many screams one after another, all from the villagers within the barrier. They simply can't control their fears. As the screams increase and increase, the more weirdness is attracted, and the more frightened people become, falling into a vicious circle. Red-eyed, skinless, tongue-hanging, half-amputated, skulls, etc., gathered in large numbers above the heads of the people. Just like the stars hitting the earth, they violently hit the land temple enchantment, and it looked like they would not stop if they didn't hit the enchantment, making the enchantment tremble violently. At this moment, the wife was finally so frightened that she fainted. Mujio didn't know what the level of the enchantment of this land temple was. But it can be seen that this enchantment only has a defensive function, not a function of absorbing energy, and it is obviously not of a high level. Nothing good will happen if this place continues to develop. Once the weird load is overloaded and the barrier collapses to the limit, all ordinary people here will have to die. Mujio looked at Qin Yan. At this moment he was leading the people under his hands to reassure the villagers one by one and make them quiet. But there are too many weirdness on the top of the head, and this kind of appeasement obviously has little effect. Press this head and start that. and Mu Jio and the four of them calmly continued to eat dinner amid the screams. This matter has nothing to do with them, they just came to borrow the land temple, and they have the same identity as the villagers here. Mu Jio doesn't have a hero dream, and she doesn't have this hero's heart. After a while, the villagers in front of the land temple were stunned. All of them were old and weak in the village, as well as women. The screams were much quieter. But there are only a lot more weirdness outside the enchantment. They are attracted by the sound, and the enchantment of the land temple has been bumped into its original form by the weirdness in front of it, so naturally they will not leave easily. Sister Mu, there is a crack in the right wall of the land temple. Ding Dang's voice sounded coldly on Mujio's dinner table. Mujioi looked up, and really saw a slender crack in the corner of the wall. The crack seemed to be alive, slowly crawling upward, and seemed to have a tendency to pierce through the entire wall. It's the crack in the enchantment of the land temple, and there are too many weird things that are forced from the outside. Mujio said after swallowing a large mouthful of cabbage. Shall we help, then? Asked Avon. Aren't they busy over there? Just wait and see. Mujio said, looking at Qin Yan, who also found cracks in the land temple in front of him. At this moment, the hopes of all the villagers and workers in the enchantment are all pinned on the great boss Qi, who is their backbone. Probably because of its own earth-based ability, it sensed a rift in the sidewall of the land temple. I saw Qin Yan take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and stretching out his right hand, gathering a halo of light and replenishing it at the crack in the sidewall of the land temple. Then, the grave on the ground is condensed into 3 small beads the size of a projectile in the palm of his hand and sent into the air. The 3 beads each pierce through the barrier, quickly piercing through the monsters that surrounded the barrier. Seeing this scene, the screaming voices around them gradually weakened and disappeared. They were saved. Boss Qi has always had great magical powers, and he will definitely be able to ensure everyone's safety. Su has no experience in killing tricks, or he has insufficient control over his abilities. The 3 earth-based beads controlled by Qin Yan split a lot of weird, but few of them penetrated the weird head, dropped the weird beads, and killed the weird. After working for a long time, there are still so many weirdness outside the enchantment. However, the Tier 1 ability had limited time to continue using the ability, and soon gasped for breath and crouched on the ground, exhausted of energy. Boss! Qin Yan's group of subordinates hurriedly gathered around to see the situation of their family boss. Seeing that the boss was so weak, the hot-blooded young man immediately pulled out a kitchen knife and said ruthlessly to the weirdness outside the barrier, "Ma Dan, if you dirty things dare to come in, Lao Tzu will cut you all." They thought, it's over, even Boss Qi has fallen, and they're afraid they're going to die here tonight. There were villagers who couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Mu Jio and her group were still calmly sitting and place eating, they couldn't balance their hearts, and said agitatedly, they are all to blame for this, relying on their own large number of people. They bullied sister-in-law He and her grandson. It was a big commotion that attracted so many dirty things. A poor old mother was taking care of her children at home, and her sons and daughters-in-law were all working outside to earn money, and life was so difficult. But they don't have any sympathy at all. They have to force people to death. It's just a piece of meat, and when this thing in front of them is over, even if you return a pig, what is it? Mujio looked at the person who spoke, and there was a matchmaker mole on his chin, which was easy to forget. Mujio said loudly to Xiao Huang next to him, "Tell Boss Qi that if tomorrow's rations are distributed to this man with a black mole on his chin, then all future transactions will be cancelled." Well, she just said it to that person on purpose. "Okay, boss," the man didn't care. "Cut, what do you think you are? We will divide the rations tomorrow, and today everyone will have to die here because of them. Everyone take a good look, remember the woman's face, and when everyone becomes a treacher, they will all come to her for revenge." Chapter 65. As soon as the man finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Click, click, click. Left side of the outer wall of the land temple suddenly cracked out a larger and longer opening than the original right side. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to that wall. I saw a centipede-like crack on the earthen wall. The crack is the thickness of an adult's thumb, and it feels like it is going to collapse in the next second. Then the people who stayed on the left side of the land temple began a new round of screaming. The enchantment on the left, the weirdos who were obviously slammed into it, poked a big hole. All of a sudden, hundreds of strange ones poured into the enchantment from that opening, and fluttered towards the faces and bodies of the people in the enchantment. Those who cried and shouted were directly stunned, and suddenly there was chaos. And the man with the black mole who was still angrily accusing Mujio of his crime just now was screaming desperately and shuttling through the crowd at this moment. He tried to push the others in the way to get rid of the female trick who was rushing at him. However, the one that blocked the back soon collided with other weirdness in front. A few wisps of black smoke penetrated through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and fear poured in from sight, smell, taste, and hearing. The man with the mole struggled for only 3 seconds before he lay flat and burped. The other sturdy men in the enchantment picked up the kitchen knives and scissors in their hands, and desperately pulled at the oncoming weird. It's a pity that to no avail, the knives of reality can't touch these weirdness at all. On the contrary, there are many cases where they hurt others because their movements are too big and their strength cannot be contained. And Qin Yan, who had originally overused his abilities, was also struggling at the moment, trying to reactivate his abilities and drive out the strangeness in the enchantment. But the palm of his hand is open, and he can't even exert his strength to condense even half a bead of earth. Suddenly, a big red apple was placed on the palm of Qin Yan's outstretched right hand. "Okay, Boss Qi, let's rest. Eat an apple and recover your strength." As soon as Qin Yan raised his head, he met Mujio's good-looking face. A righteous eldest brother like Qin Yan, Mujio had seen a few in his previous life, and he had become good friends. But then they all died. After all, the greater the kindness, the greater the responsibility. If Qin Yan hadn't pitted and taken in the villagers, he would have been able to survive well with his earth-based abilities so early. But now Mujio is still useful for keeping Qin Yan and his brothers, and the fruits of the fruit forest have to be picked by them. Qin Yan didn't react yet, only to see a dark green treacherous long whip like a swimming dragon, which was easily waved by Mujio, and danced out of the sky. It's round, and instantly kills all the weirdness within a radius of 10 meters. A sea of green fire fell within the barrier, slowly spreading out within a radius of 10 meters, and the glittering beads fell to the ground. The people who were still alive at the scene were stunned, including Qin Yan, who was also. The battle situation was directly reversed, from the original human purgatory to the purgatory of the underworld. Rushing into the enchantment, the arrogant and terrifying weirdos began to flee frantically at this moment. I'm afraid that if I run a step slower, I will be provoked by this treacherous fire. But the heavens did not fulfill their wishes, and the treacherous sparks followed the fleeing strangers towards the outside of the barrier. In an instant, it ignited a large area of weirdness outside the barrier. Like a wildfire in spring, it burns and spreads upwards from the bottom left side of the land temple enchantment, and the enchantment is gradually flooded with green. The ignition turned into a large cloud of black smoke, and a rain of strange beads fell. All the living people in the barrier watched the fire silently, burning for nearly 10 minutes before it gradually decreased and extinguished. The starry sky under the fire at night has regained its original tranquility. "Xiao Huang, clear the field." Mujio turned around and said. "Okay." The style of painting changed abruptly, and Xiao Huang took everyone and began to pick up tricky beads on the ground with a large roll of garbage bags. Can crush the land temple, and the weirdness above the enchantment is tens of thousands. It takes a lot of effort to pick up the beads scattered all over the ground, but it can be regarded as a big job. At this moment, the people who were shocked gradually came to their senses and gathered towards Qin Yan's side. Qin Yan asked his subordinates to help him up, slowly walked towards Mujio, and bowed solemnly to Mujio. "Thank you, Boss Mu, for being willing to come to the rescue. Count me Qin Yan owing you a life. If there is anything in the future, just ask." Mujio raised her eyebrows. Her current needs are very simple, that is, to quickly get the accumulation of raw materials in a short period of time. "Well, my biggest request now is to keep the deal going," Mujio said and looked at the people who had fallen around him. "Boss Qi, you'd better clean up and count your people as soon as possible. It seems that there are a lot of casualties today. The weather in July is hot, and the corpse decomposes quickly, which is easy to multiply bacteria, so cremate as soon as possible to avoid harming the rest of the people." After hearing this, Boss Qi motioned to the people next to him to hurry up and count the living people and put the corpses together as much as possible. Of course, he understood the meaning of Mujio's words, and the number of people working under him was reduced, and the number of fruits traded would probably decrease. Qin Yan's subordinates quickly counted the living people and reported them to Qin Yan. Boss Qi, there were 55 employees in our original planting base, plus 71 people from the villagers, a total of 126 people. Now there are still 42 base workers and 23 villagers, a total of 65 people. Qin Yan frowned, half of them died in such a while. The people under his hand nodded slightly, most of the dead are old people and children, and they were all scared to death on the spot. Mrs. Qin Yan looked at Mu Jiao and asked her to speak directly. If you want to eat, you have to work, and the villagers here, young and old, have to do the same thing as your staff, otherwise they won't be allowed to eat. Qin Yan lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, looked up at Mu Jiao, and asked, wouldn't it be unfair to the elderly and children if it is so strict? Boss Qi, you shouldn't know why this incident happened just now, right? You are taking care of the elderly and children in the village, so you have to give them an equal share of the materials you get. But some people have insatiable desires, and they have to rely on the identity of the vulnerable group to spill, just for a piece of meat, killing half of the people here. Today's trouble, you should also understand that those weirdness are moved by listening to the sound. The old man deliberately made a loud noise, which was the cause of a large number of strange inducements. I'm not a nosy man, but it's all in front of my eyes, and if I don't say a word, I'm slapping myself in the face. Boss Qi knew how difficult it was to get decent food now, but they didn't know it. They were all protected too well by Boss Qi, and sooner or later they would have to do something in the future. It would be unfair to your workers to let them continue to work so hard, right? Maybe the next person to be killed will be the boss yourself. Mu Jiao looked at Qin Yan's eyes and said. She intuitively felt that this was someone who could understand people's words, and should not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to her painstaking words. After all, there were still several days of work to be entrusted to him. Chapter 66. After hearing this, Qin Yan no longer hesitated. Boss Mu, rest assured, today's incident will not happen again in the future. On behalf of all the villagers here, I sincerely apologize to Boss Mu. Then he bowed to Mu Jioshan and sincerely begged for forgiveness. Yes, I don't annoy you, what do you apologize for them? Mu Jiao waved his hand, and then glanced at the direction of the pair of grandchildren, who were still lying in his grandmother's arms, looking scared. But judging from the color of the fingers and the ups and downs of the body, the grandparents are most likely gone. There is also the black mole man who deliberately slandered. Mu Jiao watched him being sucked dry by the weird with his own eyes. There is nothing to forgive and not forgive. Mu Jiao turned his head just in time to see the huge crack on the side wall of the land temple, and turned to ask Qin Yan, do you still have the strength to mend that wall? Qin Yan, who was standing in front of Mu Jiao with the support of two subordinates, coughed twice in embarrassment. Forget it, when I didn't ask. Mu Jiao didn't want to say anything more to Qin Yan, so he turned around and walked towards the land temple. Qin Yan was stunned for a long time. Mu Jiao looked young, but he understood a lot of things, and he could see many things clearly. What's more, there is such an amazing ability, the whip just now, it should be a fire-based ability. And the whip's ability form alone is significantly higher than his level. After all, even if he used all his strength, he can only condense 3 beads the size of beans, and that long whip could be nearly 10 meters long. Is it far more energy than herself? Then what is she going to do in the land temple right now? Qin Yan actually wanted to say just now, wait for him to rest and regain some strength, and then come to mend the wall. But Mu Jiao didn't give him a chance to explain at all. I guess I think that if I don't repair the barrier quickly, there will be strange rushes in, and it will be unsafe. Qin Yan asked his subordinates to help him walk towards the land temple. He had to tell Mu Jiao that it was useless to manually paste the wall, and that he had to fill in the same elements as the earthen wall in order to restore the gap in the enchantment. In other words, he can only lose the rift, and it doesn't work with it. This is also what he perceives from the perception of the supernatural self, and his intuition has always been good, so. Before he could wait for him to walk slowly to Mu Jiao. I saw her stretch out her right hand, and from outside the side wall, from top to bottom, the finger-wide crack actually seemed to come to life, and closed on its own. Qin Yan rubbed his eyes, and then looked carefully. The earthen wall is now intact, and the big hole on the left side of the earth temple is gradually closing and disappearing, returning to its previous appearance. Isn't she a fire-based ability? How can she also mend the earth wall? Qin Yan's head is full of big question marks. Is she a dual-line ability? No, she still has space, or a spatial ability. This. Qin Yan asked his subordinates not to continue to move forward. That was clearly a role he couldn't provoke. Thinking of this, Qin Yan hurriedly instructed the people under his command to do things one by one according to Mu Zhou's requirements, and do their best to meet her requirements. And told his subordinates, spread a word to the big guy, today it was Boss Mu who saved everyone's lives, and everything Boss Mu said in the future will be my words. Who dares to go to Boss Mu's unhappiness again, I will be the first to spare him. All of a sudden, everyone in the patched barrier was busy. Mu Zhou's people were picking up trick beads everywhere, while Qin Yan's people were busy digging holes, preparing to burn the bodies of the dead in a centralized manner. Mu Zhou's side went very smoothly. It took the four of them more than an hour to send all the beads that had fallen inside and outside the barrier, about 28,000 trick beads, to Mu Zhou. Mu Zhou was satisfied and put all the beads into the space. This time, she could clearly feel that the gathering spirit grass in the space, which had not grown for a long time, suddenly soared 5 or 6 meters higher. The branches are also a lot thicker, and I'm afraid that Mu Zhou will have to open his arms to embrace it. But Qin Yan's side is obviously not so smooth. Most of the dead were from the village, and many of them cried for their fathers and mothers to prevent the workers from throwing the bodies directly into the pit. Because it was So-and-so's father and mother, or So-and-so's son and daughter, they were reluctant. Qin Yan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in coaxing and persuading everyone to explain the reason. It means that the corpse should be disposed of quickly, so that the living people can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme well without being affected by the epidemic. But the villagers didn't listen. Their relatives were gone, and they went crazy and snatched the corpses back and held them in their arms, reluctant to give up. Also scolded Qin Yan for being a selfish ghost who had no relatives in his eyes, only caring about himself and ignoring their feelings. What's more, they are so emotional that they want to fight. In short, a mess. Fortunately, with the previous experience of tricks, this time the big guy didn't dare to make too much noise even if he was arguing, lest it attract a large number of strange sieges and crush the enchantment. Xiao Huang and the others collected the beads and came back, and Mu Zhou had already set up 2 family tents for the big guy, which were on the back of the land temple. Although it is protected by a double enchantment, it will not be disturbed by strange invasions. However, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, the way of sleeping with the sky as the quilt and the earth as the bed is easy to damage people's vitality and induce diseases. It is better to place the human body in a relatively closed small space to rest, which can better ensure a good sleep and help restore energy. Then several people drew lots to determine the order of the night vigil. Mu Zhou and Xiao Huang were responsible for the first half of the night, and the others were responsible for the second half of the night. Mu Zhou couldn't see those scenes of argument the most. She didn't stay in the tent, but walked out of the enchantment and walked towards the nearest greenhouse. Mu Zhou planned to take advantage of those people who were pulling strings and tendons, and they couldn't sleep tonight, just to be her sentinel. In this way, she can leave with peace of mind and go to harvest the vegetables in the greenhouse, and once something happens, the sentinels will alarm her as soon as possible. Xiao Huang is Mu Zhou's #1 fan, and it has always been Mu Zhou who says where to fight, so he naturally followed. In addition to the Auto Reaper, the two also activated their own gold abilities to aid in harvesting. Therefore, in the first 5 hours of the night, the two of them harvested about 200 acres of beans. One mu can produce about 4,000 caddies of beans, and the beans that Mu Zhou put into the space warehouse can only be about 800,000 caddies. In one night, about 100 acres of potatoes were dried. Early in the morning, when Mu Zhou got up, he was called by AI when to collect the potatoes all over the ground. One mu can produce about 6,000 caddies of potatoes, and the potatoes that Mu Zhou put into the space warehouse can only be about 600,000 caddies. Chapter 67. Qin Yan side-tossed all night and waited until dawn before throwing all the corpses into the dug pit. Workers spread thick layers of firewood and straw at the bottom of the pit so that the bodies could be fully burned. The 61 corpses were stacked together, like a mountain of corpses, and the burning black smoke billowed up large clouds of smoke and poured into the sky, and the scene was quite amazing. The corpse pit burned for a whole day, and Qin Yan only left 2 of his subordinates, watching from here, and all the corpses must be burned. Then bury it on the spot and build a grave. Before dawn, Mujio and the others packed up the tent where they were sleeping, went to the greenhouse area, and started to work. Qin Yan followed Mujio's instructions and brought all the people in front of the land temple and went up the mountain to pick. Practice makes perfect, and the picking speed of Mujio is gradually accelerating, and the efficiency is steadily improving. On this day, except for lunchtime, the big guys are working hard. Before sunset, the set target was exceeded, and about 300 acres of greenhouse vegetable fields were harvested. A total of about 500,000 caddies of fresh lettuce, 1.5 million caddies of fresh cucumbers, and 1 million caddies of fresh carrots were harvested. At this point, there is no shortage of vegetables stored in Mujio's space warehouse. Even if you don't plant them, you can eat them for a few lifetimes. As for the remaining 200 acres of land, Mujio went to see it, and all the plants were watermelons, which were the holy products of midsummer heat relief. This was much earlier than Mujio's scheduled time, so he was not in a hurry to work. She plans to wait until tomorrow to finish picking the watermelons here, and the day after tomorrow she will go up the mountain to dig the trees, and when she has dug enough, she will leave the planting base and go to the next place to sweep. The 10,000 caddies of vegetables promised to Qin Yan had already been prepared in the space warehouse and placed in one place. Today, Mujio and the others ended relatively early, and when they returned to the land temple, the sun would be half submerged into the ground. Huang was in charge of making dinner, while the rest of the group began to set up their tents again and prepare for the night's rest. The people on Qin Yan's side were nervously carrying the results of today's battle to the foot of the mountain. Looking at that posture, the weight of the fruit today is only a lot more than yesterday. Finally, before the last ray of light of the sun disappeared on the surface, the fruits were all moved by Qin Yan's people into the enchantment circle of the land temple. With a total of 230,000 caddies of fruit, you can imagine how much pressure Qin Yan put on everyone. So much so that almost all of them fell to the ground from exhaustion. The white crystals on their clothes were layer after layer, indicating that the sweat had wet the clothes again and again, and it was really hard. After passing the scales, according to the agreement, Mujio had to give 230 servings of food. According to the approximate proportion before, Mujio took out 50 caddies of pork, 100 caddies of beans, 100 caddies of potatoes, 100 caddies of rice, and 230 eggs from the space. There are only 61 people left on Qin Yan's side, and the number of people has been halved, but the food has doubled, and the food is obviously a grade higher than yesterday. Dinner was a bowl of white rice, a slice of bean meat, a sour and spicy shredded potato, and a whole fried egg. Compared with yesterday's meat foam and egg foam, the large pieces of meat in everyone's bowl today made them feel like they had returned to the level before the end of the world. Probably everyone present was involved in the labor relationship, and knew how uncomfortable it was to work under the scorching sun, and no one complained out loud. During the meal, it was quiet in front of the land temple, and only the sound of spoons scraping the bottom of the bowl could be heard. This meeting was unexpected by Qin Yan. After all, his planting base had never treated women as men. Among the survivors, the remaining 20 or so villagers are basically women. Mujio had just finished eating when Qin Yan came over. "Boss Mu, thank you for your advice yesterday." Of course, Mujio didn't think that he just came over to thank him. "Boss Chi is looking for me for something?" Qin Yan coughed lightly in embarrassment. That day, Boss Mu said that when the deal was over, he would show me a way out. Regarding this matter, Boss Mu conveniently informed me in advance, which made me a little mentally prepared. It turned out to be this. Mujio quipped, "What? Boss Chi doesn't plan to continue the transaction and is ready to leave early?" "That's not it. After all, the 10,000 caddies of vegetables that I agreed with Boss Mu haven't arrived yet, so we'll just leave. So won't we just run out of food?" Qin Yan said. Mujio said, "The safe way out of the last days, this is not a secret." Boss Chi also saw that the land temple in this village, which was only half a person high, could derive such a large enchantment safe space to resist tens of thousands of weirdness. So if the buildings are more magnificent and solid, and the incense is more prosperous, can the serious temples and Taoist temples be more secure and solid? So what does Boss Mu mean, "Let me take people to the temple or Taoist temple"? Of course. Does Boss Namu have any reliable temple recommendations? No, but on the whole, the big ones may be safer than the small ones. Boss Chi. Mujio is telling the truth. The base of the end times, no matter which one it is a small society that eats people. Ordinary people face a strange world, and going to the base to survive is the only way out at the moment, otherwise they can only wait for death. The so-called reciprocating the peach for the plum, after all, he received the entire planting base of this Boss Chi, millions of caddies of vegetables and fruits, and Mujio was willing to sell him well. This is for you. While there is still time before departure, study carefully. There are so many people in your team, where is suitable to go to? Mujio took out a map of the city from his bag, which was exactly the same as the one given to the Gao family's parents. At that time, in the warehouse supermarket, Mujio collected several large boxes of city travel maps, including single sheets and brochures, which could add up to thousands of copies, and she was not short of resources in this area. Looking at the exquisite and complete map, Qin Yan was stunned for a few seconds, then took it with both hands and opened it immediately. The planting base is located on the outskirts of Huisher, and then you go out of the boundary of Huisher, so it is relatively far away from the city center. Looking at this map, Qin Yan was puzzled. Then why didn't Boss Mu take your team to defect, but came here? Mujio sneered, isn't this obvious? Boss Chi is also asking too knowingly. To go to the few safe realms in the last days, and it is not an official charity, you can't let you go empty-handed, and you still have to eat and drink. Delivering food and working, no one can escape. If it weren't a last resort, who would want to lose their autonomy? But the people in Boss Chi's team had no ability to deal with weirdness at all, and there was no other way out except to seek shelter from the base. Mujio broke Qin Yan's current predicament. Of the more than 60 people here, he is the only one who has awakened his ability. And his level is too low, although he seems to be the boss of this group, but in fact, for strange attacks, he can't fight for a few minutes, which is basically equivalent to having no ability to resist. I wonder if Boss Chi is interested in joining my team. Mujio said suddenly. Qin Yan is a strong executive and has one of the basic elemental abilities, the earth ability. It was only a matter of time before he became the same level of ability strength as Evan and Yellow, and it was definitely the right choice to let him join the team. Qin Yan was obviously stunned by this question, and he couldn't cry or laugh for a while, digging into the wall and digging into the team boss. It was really. Chapter 68. Just as Qin Yan was hesitating about how to refuse, he was suddenly slapped on the shoulder. I'm kidding you. Don't take it to heart. Mujio's hand was on Qin Yan's shoulder. Qin Yan was taken aback just now. He never knew that a young girl's palm could be so heavy that he almost slapped him down. But there are many people in your team, and a small temple or Taoist temple may not be able to eat it, but what if? Qin Yan listened carefully and couldn't help asking. Nothing. However, there are a lot of women in your team, so you should be cautious in your choice. Boss Chi, you are the backbone of your team, and listening to too many other people's opinions can easily affect your judgment. It's better for your team to go back and study it yourself. We are going to rest, and we have to get up early tomorrow to work. Boss Chi will not send it away. Seeing off Qin Yan, Xiao Huang and a few people came forward and couldn't help but say, it's a pity. Boss Chi is a good person, but he was dragged down by such a large group of people. Mujio glanced at him. Everyone has their own ambitions. He refuses to come, and I will respect him as a man. Why? His team, without him, may soon be wiped out. With him, I can stabilize everyone and save their lives. In the last days, as long as you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, it is more important than anything else. Boss, what was half of what you said to Boss Chi just now? The small temple can't eat his people, but if. What if? Asked Xiao Huang. Aiwen patted Xiao Huang's arm. What, you also want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the team alone? How come? I just want to follow my master in my life. Xiao Huang's mouth was fast, and he couldn't help but red his ears after speaking. But Mujio's attention was not on the side of their jokes. His eyes glanced in the direction of Qin Yan, and said leisurely, if you have enough ability, you can consider occupying a temple and developing your own base. After Mujio finished speaking, seeing that Xiao Huang and the others were silent, he added with a smile, it's because I can't do it with Boss Chi's ability now, and I'm afraid that he will be stupid, so I didn't say it. You too, just listen to it, don't take it seriously. This matter is too difficult, and in those temples and Taoist temples, it is not as clean and simple as you think. That kind of place, the water is deep and muddy. The three of them all nodded and said yes, but what Mujio said just now entered the hearts of the three of them. They can even be 100% sure that this is the boss's wish. Otherwise, with the boss's ability, even she will not have a bad life alone. But cultivating them so wholeheartedly is not just starting to build a strong team in the last days. Immediately, Mujio took out the paper ball from his bag and drew lots, preparing for the order of the vigil. Mujio, Aiwen, and Ding Dang guarded the first half of the night, and Xiao Huang watched the second half of the night. But tonight it is not easy for them to wander around, because the people on Qin Yan's side have all laid down after a full meal after a long day's work. There are those who fall asleep and snore, and there are those who lie down and chat quietly. In short, it is not good to use them as natural sentinels. After all, humans who are asleep are the weakest in their body's defenses, and they may accidentally die without even knowing it. In order to drive away the sleepiness and keep vigil easily, Mujio took out the playing cards again and started playing. After cleaning up a large number of weird things last night, there were almost no white clothes around, so there was no movement in the first half of the night, but occasionally people got up at night to go to the toilet. Because it was difficult to run out of the enchantment range, Qin Yan's gang didn't know where to get a small open-air shed, so they built it on the edge of the enchantment and used it as a temporary toilet. A large pit was dug in the soil, similar to an aqua toilet in ancient times. Although the conditions are simple, they are all in the last days, and it is good to have this functional condition. After all, no one dares to easily run out of the enchantment range and hide in a hidden place to solve the problem. When it was just midnight, everyone was sleeping soundly, and Mujio's cards were also playing white hot. Suddenly, I heard a female voice from the other end of the toilet, as if she was whispering to another person. But for the late night when it was so quiet that there was only the sound of insects, no matter how soft the sound was, Mujio and the three of them could hear it clearly. Woman 1, it's not a human life every day. My husband used to be at home and never let me do a little heavy work, but now my husband has just died, so he forced me to go up the mountain to pick fruits. What a trampling man. Woman 2, no, you see, I just went to the city, and I just made a week's nails, and the corners were broken. Forget it, let me be a woman, carry half a bag of apples down the mountain, even if it can be several pounds, so heavy, tired to death. Even the heels are worn out. Woman 1, when you talk about apples, I'm going to be angry. In the past, although there was only fruit to eat, there was no need for everyone to work hard. It's not that you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme if you eat some fruit. You see, when our sisters lose weight, isn't that just the fruit they eat? It's good now, there is a young girl who doesn't know the height of the sky, and Brother Chi is so confused that she listens to her everything, saying that she doesn't dare to go west. If she hadn't come, we would have killed so many people at once last night. Woman 2, another girl snorted, you whisper, how good it is to be heard by those people. I heard that last night, after we fainted, it was that little girl who drove away a large number of strange people. Woman 1, you are a person, you listen to them, they are all Brother Chi's subordinates, naturally towards Brother Chi, can they tell you the truth? It's just such a thin little girl like a monkey, I'm afraid that her small waist is not as thick as one of our legs, she can kill all the weirdness by herself? It must have been killed by Brother Chi, but if she wanted to keep that beautiful little goblin, she deliberately told us that it was the credit of the little girl. In this way, we can protect her, otherwise we, the dead family members, will not pounce on her and tear her up. It's a pity that Brother Chi, who is the first generation of Yingming, why did he die in the hands of such a scourge? Woman 2, another voice paused and echoed, hearing you say this, I also think it makes sense. Now Brother Chi listens to that girl for everything, I'm afraid it's not in broad daylight, over there in the greenhouse. After all, her face has to fall under her skirt if she is a man. Woman 1, oh it's disgusting, maybe it's true, what can a young girl do for the sake of wealth and glory? We actually contribute to such a bitch in the fruit picked, I really can't stand my dead husband. But no, it's not even to think about it, why should we be led by the nose by a slut? You are like this, don't be angry, we will pretend to be sick as soon as we go up the mountain tomorrow, and Brother Chi can't do anything about us. As long as you don't get watched by that slut, find a place to hide and sleep. Wait until the sun goes down, and then come back with the team. She can't control us. Woman 1, good idea, you're right, we don't serve the sluts. If she is not angry, she will come and kill us, she must have that ability. Ah. Help. Woman 2, ah. Then he looked up and said to the two of them, come, keep playing cards. Chapter 69. The cries for help of the two women immediately alarmed the people praying for the new year. When a group of them rushed over, they found two bare-chested women who had fallen into the pit and were covered in the gas that had been fermented in the pit had been smoked to death. The men looked disgusted and used twigs, sticks, and other objects, and it took a lot of effort to get people up. I can't help but get on my body and make everyone nauseous. In the big night, no one dared to go out of the land temple enchantment and go to the river to bathe. The men who helped could only barely use the mud on the ground to clean the filth from their hands. When my clothes got dirty, I simply took them off and went back to sleep shirtless. The two women were like marinated bacon, lying on the edge of the pit as they were, and no one cared about them. Everyone hid far away, for fear that the stench would touch them. Early the next morning, Mujio came out of the tent and saw the two warriors from last night. At the foot of the mountain, not far from the land temple, there is a small stream that comes down from the top of the mountain and converges into a small river. They had probably bathed in the river, and now their hair was scattered, and they were shivering and drying their clothes by the fire. The two of them had a fire to themselves, and no one wanted to get near them, and they all hated that the two of them were too smelly and disgusting. So much so that they can't tell others about the pain in their hearts. Xin Yan, who happened to be passing by, was intercepted by the two. Xin Yan is a good person with no temper, and the people under him have already told him about last night's incident, so he stopped to say hello. The two said that it was not they who accidentally stepped on the air and fell into it last night, but that the pit moved on its own. Obviously, the two of them were still talking and chatting 1 second, and the next second the place where they stepped on their feet suddenly sank and slipped directly into the pit. But when I woke up this morning and went to see the pit again, it was still fine, and it didn't look like it had collapsed at all. It's really weird. It's a weird time, and it's not an unusual thing to see a weird. So Qin Yan comforted a few words, and didn't take it to heart, just asked them to be more careful in the future. The two were even more aggrieved, complaining and sprinkling their anger on the morning star mentioned last night. Boss Mu was about to scold, just in front of Mujio's eyes. Looking at the sharp sight she was carrying on her shoulder, the words of the two were swallowed alive. Mujio was too lazy to entangle with these two women who were chewing the root of their tongues behind their backs. It used to be like this in the hospital, because of inexplicable jealousy. I don't know how many such yellow rumors have been made. She's used to it. But who can wake up the person who is pretending to be asleep? Even if many people saw her killing her in person yesterday, these people who don't believe will only believe what they want to believe. Refuting rumors or something, especially in an environment like the end times, it is better to do it directly to be quick and effective. After Mujio and the others had breakfast, they started a new day's harvesting task. Xin Yan's side still let everyone up the mountain to pick the more than 200 acres of big watermelons in the greenhouse. Mujio and the others basically picked them in half a day, and there was no one left. Watermelons are evenly plump, big, red and sweet, almost reaching about 8 to 10 caddies each. There are about 900 watermelons that can grow in 1 acre of land, and Mujio collected about 220,000 watermelons, about 2 million caddies, and entered the space warehouse. The work here in the greenhouse is over perfectly, and you can start digging trees in the fruit forest in the afternoon, and the large tree diggers that come along are all ready. Mujio asked everyone to rest for a while, and at this moment, he was holding half a big watermelon and scooping it with a big soup spoon to eat. Suddenly, from the end of the greenhouse, a familiar figure ran over. It was Healy, the little brother who spoke for Qin Yan that day. Far away, he didn't dare to shout. Boss Chi held a meeting earlier and told everyone not to make loud noises, so as not to attract strange life. It wasn't until he got closer that he gasped and said, "Oh no, Chi, Boss Chi is gone." Mujio just scooped a large spoonful of watermelon, paused in the air. Say it well, what does it mean to be gone? There was a sudden fog in the fruit forest. I couldn't see anything clearly, everyone was scattered, and Boss Chi was gone. Healy explained anxiously. Then how did you get out? Mujio finished speaking, stuffing the watermelon into his mouth. Healy saw that Mujio was not in a hurry, so he was even more anxious. Boss Chi asked our group of people to send the fruits picked in the morning down the mountain first, place them in front of the land temple, and then return. As a result, we had just come down the mountain, and the mountain was foggy, and many dark shadows could be faintly seen in the fog. We were afraid that it would be dirty, so we stood in a sunny place and didn't dare to rush in, and those dark shadows couldn't come out. We all know that Boss Mu is very powerful at killing, so I sent me to find you, and I want to ask you to come over and help. Please, save our Boss Chi. He is a very good person. This is trapped in the fog. I'm afraid it will not work. Aren't you still going to do business with Boss Chi, please? Mujio looked at him and continued to bow his head to eat melons. You don't dare to go in, just let me in, this calculation is loud enough. Healy hurriedly explained, Boss Mu, I didn't mean that, you misunderstood. It's just that those of us don't know how to kill, and rushing in won't work. If you are willing to take us in, we won't flinch even a step. How long has it been foggy in the mountains? Healy saw Mujio start to ask, and hope ignited in his heart again. It won't take more than 5 minutes. The fog rose very quickly, and in only half a minute, the side of the mountain could only see within a distance of 1 or 2 meters. So I'm trotting over to look for you. Mujio looked up at the fiery sun in the sky. At this time, at this temperature, the fog on the mountain, it must not be normal. There is a high possibility that it is a strange haunt, and judging from the experience of the previous life, it is very likely that those fogs are intensified strange chi. Mujio thought, patted the dust on his buttocks, stood up, and looked in the direction of the mountains and forests. But the view was blocked by the high greenhouse. Mujio put his hand in his pocket and took out an earth spirit talisman. Gently urge the rune paper, and let the ground under your feet gradually rise, slowly exceeding the height of the greenhouse. This can directly make Healy stunned. This is the ability mentioned by Boss Chi, and it is too powerful. Mujio stood on the solid rammed earth wall and looked at the mountains and forests in the distance. The trees are dense, and the vegetation blocks each other, and there is no trace of fog in the sun. But the abundance of trees means that there is less sunlight that can reach the mountains, and it is not surprising that there are strange presences. Mujio was suspicious, and took out a tricky pupil talisman from the space. With the blessing of the pupil filter in both eyes, and looking ahead again, the mountains and forests instantly became no longer the same. I saw that the mountains were surrounded by a black strange aura, and their resentment was so great that it could cover the scope of this 10,000-acre mountain forest. Chapter 70. Mujio's rammed earth wall slowly descended, returning to a state that was at eye level with everyone. Xiao Huang hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Boss, how is the situation above? Mujio glanced at him. The mountain is full of weirdness, and it is not clear how many weirdness there are, but the number of second level will definitely not be less. Let's get ready, let's go up the mountain together. When Healy, who came to ask for help, heard this, he was directly stupid and almost sat on the ground. Then their Boss Chi is not more than lucky. Xiao Huang and Ai Wen glanced at each other, but the two of them were excited. Because as the number of weird kills increases, so does the ability cap, which means they keep getting stronger. Immediately, Mujio looked at Healy. Let's go, I hope your family boss still has a life. Mujio and his party returned to the land temple. The fruits that had been carried down the mountain were piled up in the shape of a hill in front of the temple. As Healy said, there were about 12 or 13 people who sent the picked fruits down the mountain together, and they were all guarding in front of the land temple at the moment, waiting for him to bring the rescue soldiers back. Mujio glanced over and saw the two women who were hiding in the pit last night and said bad things about her. Ding Dang suddenly approached Mujio and motioned for her to look at the things wrapped around the hands of the two bad women. Those were two faint wisps of treacherous aura. Mujio naturally saw it, and the tricky pupil rune paper she had used just now was still in her palm. That wisp of weirdness is quietly sucking the essence of a woman under the sun. They don't have anything on them that can carry the evil spirit to ward off disasters and evil spirits, and it is only a matter of time before they are consumed. Mujio didn't have the compassion to repay grievances with virtue to save these two ants who thought highly of themselves. After all, people's nails are freshly made, so how good is it if they are broken? Healy led the way up the mountain, and the rest of the people stood by. After Mujio spoke, no one refuted. Because there is no one at all, they want to run to the mountain full of dense fog, and they may not come back. Only the two women snorted coldly, "Cut. I really thought I was a root vegetable. It's like whoever she wants to take, someone will follow her. I want to see what kind of thing she is without Brother Chi's support. It's not a show. If she can really go up the mountain to save people, the sow can go up the tree." The voices of the two women were not loud, but the mountains were empty, and everyone present heard them. The atmosphere was a little awkward in an instant, and everyone tacitly chose to remain silent and look at Mujio. In the next second, the screams of the two women suddenly resounded through the valley, startling a flock of birds. Except for the people on Mujio's side, everyone present was stunned in place. I saw two women as if they were standing in the swamp, sinking directly from the flat ground, and their whole bodies were buried in the soil, leaving only their heads and seeds. When it was done, the surrounding land was so flat that there was no trace of it. Mujio walked up to the two heads, looked down at them and said, "It seems that I haven't eaten enough last night, and this stinky mouth hasn't changed at all. In that case, you will stay down there, and when I come back, I will let you out when I am in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, stay in it and be the nourishment of this field." Hearing this, everyone gasped, so it was no wonder that last night's ghost affair was actually from this person. They deserved to be owed. Among those who were left behind, some people made a flattering remark, "Boss Mu, you can go up the mountain with peace of mind, we will take care of them for you, and we will never let them run away while they are in chaos. Please be careful all the way up the mountain, and bring our boss Chi back safely." Mujio didn't bother to pay attention, turned around and pulled up Healy's collar, whose teeth trembled slightly, and his hands and feet trembled slightly, and walked towards the mountain. A few people slowly entered the forest, and the fruit trees went from sparse to dense. The higher you go, the taller the tree becomes, the larger the canopy, and the more shade it gets. Just like Healy described earlier, the further you go inside, the thicker the white mist becomes, and you almost can't see the faces of the people around you. Fortunately, Mujio and several people have enchantment charms. The pale red barrier took on its original form in the friction with the white mist. This made Healy's jaw drop again. He originally thought that only a place like the Land Temple could produce an enchantment, but it turned out that these powerful bigwigs could have an enchantment with them, and they still had one for each person. Healy followed closely by Mujio's side, for fear that he would be forgotten outside the enchantment and lose his life. The strange aura in the white mist was gradually absorbed by the red enchantment, but it was not as black as before. Instead, the corpse of a small moth fell to the ground. Everyone's feet walked on the moth, but they could directly penetrate the moth's body and step on the fallen leaves below. So, this is actually an illusion. The white fog is actually a strange illusion, which together creates a new thing that confuses people. The six of them walked up the hill for a while, and Ding Dang suddenly said, "Sister, there's something ahead." As she spoke, the others didn't see anything in front of their eyes, only a white patch. In this white mist, everyone's eyes seemed to be covered with a thick white cloth. Hearing, smell, and vision are not so sensitive anymore, just like an old man who was about to die, and the feeling of being powerless. Mujio decisively asked everyone to stop. Just now, she drove the tricky pupil talisman, and she also noticed that something was approaching nearby, but the distance was too far, and the tricky aura was too thick for her to see clearly. In the case that he didn't know what the enemy was and how many there were, Mujio did not easily launch an armed attack, for fear that he would startle the snake. Mujio asked everyone to gather together as much as possible, and took out a treacherous talisman as a double cover. Several people waited in place for several minutes, and a short figure suddenly appeared in front of the white mist. Is slowly walking towards them with a more peculiar step, like a long and short leg, or a cripple. Mujio motioned to everyone not to move, to reduce their sense of existence as much as possible, and to wait until the situation was clear. Soon, an old man in black rags appeared in front of everyone, and walked slowly in front of everyone. It is missing a foot, so it looks lame, but it is actually because it is walking with the end of the leg bone of the calf directly touching the ground. The old man's fingers were extraordinarily long, and when they hung down, they even covered the knees, and unknown liquid dripped from between the fingernails. Looking up, it was the old man with his long hair that was broken in knots. It was crawling with small white moths that I had just seen. The hair is covered, but it's a pity that I can't see the face. Mujio was thinking like this, and the old man turned his head violently as if he suddenly sensed something. The spot that should have been the face was filled with various forms of worms and eggs. It forms a large and small black hole eye, as if it were a human-shaped hatching shelf. Chapter 71. Lee's legs were so weak that he was about to fall to the ground, but he was stopped by Mujio's hand. By the way, cover his mouth and don't let him make a sound. Judging from the experience of Mujio's previous life, these white mist are undoubtedly treacherous. If there is a weirdness, that is the level of the second level or above. But how can an ordinary second-level person have a treacherous aura that can spread all over the mountain, even if it is already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the third level? Once it becomes a third-level weird, it can wander in the sunlight unscrupulously. On the other hand, they will lose the protection of the sun. Therefore, the weirdness in this mountain, they must clean it up before it is upgraded. The faceless and terrifying face stayed in front of Mujio and the others for nearly 10 seconds, as if they were determining something. On this side of the enchantment, everyone was face to face with the weird, and the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. The dense phobia made everyone present, including Mujio, goosebumps stand upside down all over their bodies. The feeling of nausea almost overflowed my throat. But in the next second, this strange one seemed to detect something unusual. What was originally the position of the mouth gradually cracked a large slit, from the left earlobe to the right earlobe. Between the cracks covered with slime, countless green worms instantly gushed out from the inside, spurting towards Mujio's enchantment. The green worm was unsurprisingly blocked out of the barrier, but the green slime blocked everyone's view, thicker than the white mist. After a while, Mujio's brows furrowed, and the corners where the ground and the enchantment came into contact were piled up with slime, and it seemed to melt. The enchantment was slowly corroded by the slime, from the bottom to the top. Boss! AI Wen and the others were also a little panicked at the moment. They could directly break through the weirdness of the boss's red enchantment, and this was the first one so far. Seeing that the slime was about to flow into the enchantment, AI Wen gathered all the strange fire in his hand and threw it towards the ground. It's a pity that it didn't work. The slime was like an incombustible, unmoved by the small flames of the first level, and slowly flowed forward. Xiao Huang also urged the surrounding calcium bones at the same time, trying to block the mucus from moving forward. But the green mucus is like sulfuric acid, directly devouring and melting the bones, and there is nothing left. Sure enough, there was a wall between the different levels of abilities, and they didn't even have the power to fight back. Just when the green slime flew into everyone's faces, and everyone was terrified. Suddenly a large granular small red bead condensed in the space. Like a beaded curtain, it was blocked in front of everyone, emitting a pungent fishy smell. The green slime slammed into the bead curtain, instantly slammed into thousands of small particles, bouncing off the worm beyond the barrier. Smashed many insects into white ash and scattered them in the air. In the next second, the fishy red bead curtain turned into a huge golden bell jar iron cage. Countless moths, worms, disgusting slime, and the old man's humanoid worm cup were all trapped in it. This operation directly made the old man irritable, opened his mouth wide, and roared silently, thus spewing out more bugs and slime. But the red bead curtain cover completely blocked the flow of those things. As a result, it gradually accumulated, and after a while, the old man's figure was submerged in it. It's like a full bottle of kiwi juice. Everyone present looked at Mujio, who stretched out his right hand to control the cover, with an incredulous face. Boss, that's... What? So powerful? Evan asked. Chicken blood, I killed 2 old hens in the space just now to save the emergency. Mujio said, and then looked at Ding Dang. Ding Dang stared at the hood in front of him and didn't speak, as if it had nothing to do with him. While everyone was talking, they saw that inside the bead curtain, a sharp claw slashed into the cover, leaving a black mark. But everyone could clearly see that the moment that long claw touched the red blood beads, it was dissolved. This thing is afraid of chicken blood. Mujio took the opportunity to urge the water spirit rune, compressing the space of the cover, and gradually narrowing the gap between the blood beads and the blood beads. As time passed, everything in front of him gradually turned into a pool of tangible blood, and the fishy smell became thicker. In the blood water, a snow-white bead lay quietly in it, not stained by chicken blood. Mujio put the bead into the space. Then the chicken blood that fell on the muddy ground again condensed into thousands of blood beads and projected them in all directions. The blood beads flew as far as 10 meters away, instantly dispelling the thick colored fog in front of everyone. A clean space with a radius of 10 meters is created. After everyone's eyes cleared, they realized that they were standing on a flat ground halfway up the mountain. A few meters further back, there is a steep cliff, and in the white mist, you can't see the bottom at a glance. It's so dangerous, it's almost like it's falling. Healy, who had only recovered for a long time, suddenly struggled and ran to the edge of the cliff, as if looking for something. "What's wrong?" Mujio asked softly. Healy turned around, pointed to a sunken muddy ground, and said anxiously, "Jinshan stone, the Jinshan stone that was originally placed here for many years is gone." "What does the Jinshan stone you said look like?" asked Mujio calmly. Healy thought for a while and said, "It's a pure natural blood-red Shoshan stone, about half a person tall and a slender round stone. Legend has it that many years ago, when the ancestors were in their ancestral years, there was a powerful Taoist priest who went out to travel and passed by here. Because the stone blocked him from going forward, he did not fall off the cliff. In order to thank the heavens, earth, mountains and forests, the Taoist priest deliberately used the blood of his fingertips to carve a talisman on the stone. Since then, it has become the town stone in this mountain, and it has been passed down from generation to generation to the present." Speaking of this, Mujio suddenly thought that it seemed that before noon today, he had not heard of a heavy fog. Then he asked, "Then today, before the fog on the mountain, have you seen that stone?" Healy nodded. "We will stop here when we go up and down the mountain to transport fruits, and this mud road on the side is the only way to go up and down." Ding Dang, who was listening to the voice, suddenly spoke, "Sister, could it be because of those two women? Look at the piece of soil where the stones were originally placed. There were wisps of black smoke slowly rising out of the dirt. It was the same as the two women's hands." Mujio stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down, turned around and asked Healy, "What is under this cliff? Have you locals gone down to see it?" "Oh, there's a valley down there, and it's quite big, with a small pool. But because we don't see much sun all year round, the surroundings are damp and gloomy, and our boss Chi uses it to grow mushrooms." "Boss Mu, don't you think that someone pushed the Jinshan stone down, right? This is the Jinshan treasure of our village, and no one dares to touch it for many years, otherwise it will affect the luck of the village." Healy doesn't believe that this is man-made. Because only their group of people went up the mountain today, how could the people in the village move this? Didn't that make everyone unlucky? Chapter 72. Of course, Mujio knew that normal people in the village would definitely not touch this piece of Jinshan stone, which might affect the luck of the village. But what if it's a person who is quite malicious to everyone, bent on revenge, and wishes everyone would die quickly? The two women who slandered Mujio had a motive. After all, after the two fell into the pit last night and were pulled out, they were squeezed out by the whole village. Listening to the words of those two women, after the death of their husbands, they probably have nothing to rely on in this world. If you can't think about it, it's not impossible to deliberately make it bad. What's more, the wisp of treachery in their hands is the best evidence. Therefore, it is very likely that this Jinshan stone was artificially knocked down and released something bad. Thinking of this, Mujio burned away the few traces of weird energy left on the soil. Mujio turned his head and said to Healy, "Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way in front, let's go down to the valley to find Jinshan stone." Healy Gung wanted to say, what should he do with Boss Chi? Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and said, "You have also seen that these mists are difficult to dispel by relying on abilities. No one knows how much dirt like this is still hidden in the mist. But now that it's confirmed, that stone has something to do with today's events. Finding the stone and resetting it may be the key to solving the problem." After Healy listened, he pursed his lips and nodded. He hoped in his heart that Boss Chi would be able to hold on, waiting for them to come to the rescue. Mujio continued to urge the chicken blood to open the way in front. With the second level of space, her development range can reach up to 10 meters, which is also the line of sight of everyone in the white mist. The 6 of them followed Healy's footsteps for more than 20 minutes in the white mist. During this period, I encountered the same old man on the mountainside 3 times. They are much the same, but they are all suffering from stubborn diseases and inconvenient hands and feet. The whole body was occupied by maggots and turned into insect shells. Seeing too much of it will make Mujio feel inexplicably desolate and pitiful. These old tricks are very fierce, which shows how much resentment and unwillingness there is in their hearts before they die. Mujio had to use chicken blood again and again to forcibly cover and suppress it. Fortunately, there is still the lore of chicken blood, otherwise everyone will not be able to escape today. As the group walked into the valley, the surroundings became darker and darker. Even the air became sticky and damp, making people hairy. But fortunately, the white fog gradually thinned and dissipated. Instead, there was a trace of black gas, the same as in the dirt where the Jinshan rocks were placed on the mountainside. Is this it? Mujio listened to the echo coming from the surrounding mountain walls and asked Healy, "It's..." "Yes." Healy was frightened by the scene in front of him, his legs were weak, his voice trembled, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he could faint to death at any time. At this moment, in the valley, there are all kinds of strange shadows. This group of them seems to have broken into a nest. Squeezed in the weird. And the weirdness located here has a characteristic, that is, it is all skeletons. Through the blessing of the weird pupil talisman, Mujio can clearly see the white tricky beads located in those weird bones. Obviously, the second level weirdness here in the valley is not very powerful. Even this strange aura is filamentous, and it can't even form a bigger and heavier shape. It is conceivable that the weirdness here is probably suppressed by something, and it is far less fat than those things in the fog of the mountains, forests. Mujio didn't say anything more, she threw the treacherous fire whip upwards heavily. The long whip resembled a nimble dark green fire dragon, forming an oversized circle above everyone's heads. In an instant, it ignited the slightest wisp of weird aura in the air, illuminating the entire valley. Hands on. With Mujio's order, Ai Wen and the others began to frantically kill in their respective directions. Mujio looked for the Jinshan stone in his mouth on the ground with a trembling Healy Mu, "Boss Mu. Aren't you afraid?" Healy asked with a sudden twitch of teeth as he searched for the stone. Mujio's eyes didn't look at Healy, and he snorted lightly, "I'm afraid." But Healy didn't see the slightest fear on Boss Mu's face under the halo of treacherous fire above his head. Healy thought in his heart, she looks so beautiful, but is this really a woman? It's terrifying. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly heard Mujio speak, "Is it the stone that emits a faint red light?" Healy looked in the direction of Mujio's finger, it was the Jinshan stone baby. But where is the red light? Yes, this is it. Immediately, Healy was grabbed by Mujio's collar and trotted towards the stone. The heels of Healy's shoes were in the wet mud, dragging out 2 train tracks. He felt more and more that this beautiful woman was so terrifying. When he got closer, Mujio saw that the oval stone had been broken into 3 halves. After all, it fell from such a high place. Healy collapsed and squatted in place. "What can I do? The luck of their village is about to end. What about Boss Chi? How can I save it?" Mujio didn't care about him, and squatted down directly beside the stone. "Look at the broken stones, one of which is different from the others. I saw an ancient totem carved on it, and it was carefully painted red with cinnabar. It seems that the Taoist priest Healy is talking about, but there are others." The stone glowing red seemed to be calling Mujio to go over. Mujio stretched out his right hand, and the moment his index finger with the dragon tattoo touched the stone, that red light immediately turned into a wisp of red smoke and flew into the tattoo ring strongly. Mujio immediately felt the change in space. 33 wordless tablets, the 8th bright red totem appeared. Deep a familiar voice sounded in my mind again, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is a life and death delivery style rune, which can be used to summon and order low-level spiritual objects to do things for oneself." Mujio seems to have heard something incredible, the style rune? This is an ancient powerful power. The energy of the legendary god is strong enough, and it can command thousands of troops and horses to do things for themselves. And these low-level spiritual creatures can become their own eyes, and even clones. And with rune paper as a control medium, no matter what kind of damage the doppelganger encounters when released, it will not harm the body. Thinking of this, Mujio immediately used his consciousness to draw a piece of rune paper in the space and held it in his hand. Urging the rune paper, Mujio couldn't wait to try, with her current spatial energy, what kind of things could be urged to do things for herself. Seeing something standing in front of you in a military posture, Mujio was directly stunned. Chapter 73. I saw a second-level skeleton standing in front of Mujio, forming a 10 by 10 square team. They stand straight with their heads held high, in stark contrast to the crooked creatures next to them. It's like a group of soldiers who strictly follow orders. Mujio was holding the rune paper in his hand, and he unconsciously wanted to see these guys laugh. Then, a strange scene happened. A full 100 skeletons clicked in unison, grinning their jaws. Then as soon as it opened and closed, the chick pecked at the whole skull, trembling up and down. Mujio. What kind of terrifying giggle scene is this? Then, Healy, who was standing behind Mujio, was horrified to see that these strange things would raise their right hands in unison, squat down in unison, and backflip all of them. These movements of theirs were all commands issued by Mujio's runes. As far as the current situation is concerned, the rune paper drawn by her second-level space can completely control 100 second-level weird of the same level. These weirdness are at the mercy of Mujio's consciousness and action. Mujio ordered by Wei to turn on the killing mode and quickly solve all the weird things of the same kind in the valley. These 100 weird eyes were instantly lit up, like monsters that had been injected with energy, and the ferocity of righteous annihilation pounced on their kind. They bite, they beat each other, and do whatever they can, like mad dogs. Soon, the weirdness of Mujio's part was completely annihilated by the 100 Tricks army. Each of them used their skeletal hands to present the strange beads they had killed and put them in front of Mujio. The snow-white beads gradually piled up into a small mountain, no less than 1,000. At this moment, AI Wen and the others have also killed a lot of weirdness. But because the valley is all second-level weird, it is a bit difficult for everyone to kill, and there are a lot of them. The ability assists the Peachwood sword to slash, and the physical strength is exhausted, and the ability gradually weakens. The weird people under the Mujio-style god will not feel the slightest sense of exhaustion. Even if the hand and leg bones are shattered in the bite, or even the skull is shattered, as long as the bead is not taken away, it will not be affected at all, and you can fight for another 5,000 rounds. Under the gods, even if the weird who obeys the order is killed, there will be the next weird one to be a substitute immediately, and there is no need to worry about attrition. In short, if the energy of the space is there, then the style god is there, and if the style god is there, then the 100 Trick Legion is there. Mujio saw that the energy of AI Wen and the others was gradually losing ground, so he took a waterproof mat and asked everyone to sit down and rest. With an enchantment in the way, there is no danger. The next task of killing treachery will be handed over to the 100 treacherous legions under Shikami. The battle in the valley lasted for nearly half an hour, sweeping away the entire weirdos hidden in the darkness and dampness. There are no less than 10,000 beads obtained. AI Wen and the others also got a moment to rest and take the opportunity to recover their physical strength and energy. In the end, only the 100 Tricks army under the Mujio-style god remained. I'm afraid that in the past 100 years, all the old tricks of the ancestors who died in this mountain have been found out and cleaned up. Mujio collected all these trick beads into the space, and instantly felt that the spirit-gathering grass had changed a lot. It suddenly thickened to a radius of 2 meters, and jumped into the sky in one breath. After taking care of everything in the valley, Mujio grabbed Healy's collar and left this dark realm with everyone non-stop. Reascend the mountain and find the flat land on the mountainside where the town rocks were housed earlier. The entire mountain covers an area of no less than 10,000 acres, and it is not something that Mujio and a few of them can walk through in half a day. But weirdness can, after all, they don't move by walking, but by floating. As long as the energy is sufficient, for weirdness, traveling thousands of miles a day is not a dream. Mujio asked everyone to wait here, and then sent out all the weirdness under the gods, and asked them to look for Qin Yan and the others in the mountains and forests. With the departure of the 100 Trick Legion, the general outline of this mountain forest gradually appeared in Mujio's mind, from vague to clear. When any strange walk through the land, Mujio's consciousness can leave an impression. It's like sending out 100 pairs of eyes to go out to inquire about the news. And her consciousness can switch freely between these 100 pairs of eyes. Mujio estimated that if it weren't for the obstruction of the sun, the second-level weird would not be able to see the sun's light. Not only from a human perspective, even if you want to switch to a perspective overlooking the whole mountain, Shirshin can do it at any time. Soon, Mujio found Qin Yan's whereabouts behind a white mist. On the other side of the mountain, on the same mountainside, there was another barrier. It was strange that he couldn't enter the sage barrier, even if he was under the control of Shikigami. But Mujio, who is also a human being, can clearly see Qin Yan within the enchantment through a strange sight. Not only Qin Yan, but also about a dozen of his subordinates, all of them are inside, and they are all alive. The place where the enchantment was created seemed to be an unnamed grave, with dozens of dirt slopes, but not half a tombstone. Retracting his gaze, Mujio said to the people who were lying on the ground resting, "The person has found it. But it's not safe, because there are a lot of third-level old people around that barrier." She didn't say the rest of the words. After all, her second-level enchantment was easily broken by those slimes, and you can imagine how powerful those third-level weird and powerful energy is. Immediately, several people got on the road and walked towards the place where Qin Yan was. Mujio tried to use other weirdness under Shikishin to fight against the old man's trick, but several of them couldn't win one. On the contrary, it will be directly devoured by the other party, and the trick bead will be collected as already there. Therefore, Mujio still urged the chicken blood to clean up the old man's tricks. 10 minutes later, Mujio's group finally entered the barrier of the nameless tomb. "Boss Chi, it's great that you're still alive," Healy cried, like a child, and pounced on Qin Yan. Qin Yan was not surprised at all when he saw Mujio. With the strength to kill Wan Wei that night, it was normal for her to come here. Mujio stared at the grave mound in a circle and asked, "The nameless mound here has something to do with you?" The small mound is different from the family ancestral hall. Its energy is weak and scattered, and it is generally difficult to form a blessing. But to be able to produce such a strong enchantment, it must be someone who is strongly related to him during his lifetime, and if it is an unrelated person, he can't summon the enchantment at all. They are all left behind elderly people in the village, and many of them are lonely old people who died at home, and no one sent them to their deaths. I am a businessman, and I have contracted the land of the whole village, so that I can accumulate more wealth. Therefore, they will ask someone to burn it, and then help them do a simple burial ceremony, and slowly there will be more grave bags. I am not their relative, I have no identity to erect a monument for them, and over time I have become a group of nameless graves. But every year Qingming and Zhongyuan will come over to worship for their children and burn some paper money, which can be regarded as my gratitude to this land and give me a bite to eat," Qin Yan said, looking outside the barrier, because he heard the movement and gradually surrounded the many weirdness. Chapter 74. At this moment, even a few people around Mujio were not calm. The 100 Tricks Legion, which originally escorted several of them all the way up the mountain, was not the opponent of the old man at all. On the one hand, there are too many old man tricks, far more than skeletons, not to mention hundreds of them. On the other hand, the skeleton trick is not very adaptable to the bright environment, and its mobility is greatly reduced, and it can't avoid the large amount of mucus that is overwhelming and gushing out from the old man. One after another, the skulls melted beneath the slime and turned into shiny white beads. Mujio guessed that the weird should be through some way to devour the same kind of tricky beads to achieve evolutionary upgrades. The scene in front of him was the process of the second-level old man devouring the second-level skeleton trick and thus evolving towards the third level. And these nutrients needed for evolution were precisely sent to the door by Mujio Young's runes. Of course, Mujio couldn't let this matter succeed, so she ordered the remaining Shikjins to evacuate quickly as soon as possible. "You can't wipe out the whole army here, and send trickery energy to the enemy army. Even if there are only half of the skeletons left, it's better than nothing. Without the skeleton trick to stop it, hundreds of old people trick the enchantment and can't get through." Mujio was also in trouble. The circle of the nameless mound enchantment was a bit big, and she was standing in the middle, unable to let the chicken blood cover the entire range. In this way, she can only carry a curtain of chicken blood beads and wander on the edge of the enchantment, deterring the old people who try to break into the enchantment. But at the same time, Mujio discovered a problem: in some places where the direct sunlight came down, there was never a weird stay. This means that even a third-level weird can't stand in the sunlight to survive, and they are also avoiding direct sunlight. Xiao Huang, find a way to cut off the branches or trunks at and around the top of the enchantment. These weird are afraid of light. Mujio said immediately. Okay. Immediately, Xiao Huang followed Mujio's instructions and took everyone here to start cutting down trees and digging trees. First of all, we must ensure the safety of the enchantment, so the 8 big fruit trees within the enchantment must be removed, even if it is Boss Chi's industry. Otherwise, once the old man adopted a policy of forcible attack and broke through the barrier, Mujio would not be able to guarantee that everyone present would be alive. Mujio took out a lot of tools from the space that he had collected in the warehouse before, including saws and the like. Distribute to the people of Qingyan, assign the fruit trees in the enchantment to people, and be sure to cut down all of them within a short time. Mujio continued to walk along the edge of the barrier to buy time for everyone to cut down trees. About an hour later, the last fruit tree in the area was cut down. The sun shone down from the top, and the gloomy feeling in the forest instantly dissipated. The originally arrogant old treacherous, after seeing the light, began to move slowly, and the weird body began to become transparent. Mujio took advantage of this gap to quickly solve the old people who were outside the enchantment one by one. More than 300 slightly yellowed white beads were collected into the space, and Mujio immediately felt the significant changes in the space-gathering spirit grass. On the torso of the spirit grass that reached straight into the sky, a spiral staircase spiraled upward, coiling all the way to the clouds. But Mujio didn't care about carefully checking the spatial changes at the moment, and killing these old people was only temporarily safe. With the wandering and probing of the 100 Tricks army under the previous Sure God, Mujio knew that there were no less than 5,000 old people hiding in this 10,000-acre mountain forest. The hundreds of people he had killed before were just the tip of the iceberg. Cutting down trees to bask in the sun was only temporary, and these muggles didn't leave the grove quickly, and the weird power would be stronger at night than it was now. But there are nearly 30 people here, and it is not easy to get down the mountain safely. After all, a large amount of human breath will attract weirdness in itself. Boss Chi. This. Is it an ability? He Li's voice echoed over the jungle. Everyone looked at him. I saw that his right hand was shining with a faint yellow light at this moment, and there was a small bean sprout that broke out of the shell in the light. And a fruit tree outside the barrier, the originally stretched canopy of branches and leaves, is now like a long-handled umbrella. The umbrella cover is retracted, and it becomes a constricted branch. And the folding of these branches is the initiative of the tree itself, so there is no crease or damage. This is a wood-based ability, and it has awakened at such a time. Mujio has a joy on his face that cannot be concealed. With this, if everyone wants to go down the mountain, it may not be so difficult. Mujio walked straight over, pretending to be surprised and holding He Li's palm with his right hand to take a closer look, and the red dragon pattern on his index finger was instantly lit up. Deep a familiar voice echoed in my mind, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is the growth of all things, the wood spirit rune, which can be used to use the rune paper to use wood-based skills." Mujio immediately felt the change in space. 33 wordless monuments, the 9th bright red totem appeared. He Li, everyone here is handed over to you, and you are responsible for opening the way down the mountain and sending everyone down the mountain safely. Mujio ordered. Boss, what about us? Asked Davin, because Boss Mu was talking about everyone. You also come down the mountain with you, and make dinner ready and wait for me to come back. Mujio couldn't help but say, and immediately drove people away, asking them to leave the mountains and forests before the sun went down. Of course, she also kept a hand, and took out a wood spirit talisman and secretly stuffed it to Xiao Huang in case of emergency. What if He Li ran out of energy and trapped them in the mountains and forests? But she concluded that these old people who died in the mountains could not leave the mountains and forests and go to the flat shed under the mountains, so they would be safe there. What's more, even if they stay, they won't be able to help much in the face of the old man's tricks. But Mujio thought of one more thing and told AI when a few people, after you go down, be careful of those 2 women, the Jinshan stone on the mountainside should be pushed down by them. So they have a trick on them, and they probably won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme long, but beware of their sudden attacks. Seeing a large number of people leaving, Mujio took out the rune paper again and summoned her 100 Tricks army back. Although the skeleton trick can't kill the old man, it's not too much of a problem to be an errand runner. She had to take advantage of the remaining hours of the day to wipe out all the thousands of third-level monsters on the mountain. Just now, Mujio used his consciousness to check the gathering spirit grass in some space, and at the end of the spiraling staircase, there was nothing. But it wasn't until today that after absorbing a large number of third-level trick beads, the gathering spirit grass had undergone a big change, which showed that the old man's power was far beyond all the weirdness he had encountered before. If the old people in this mountain are all squeezed, there may be something amazing in the space. When he thought like this, the strange skeletons under Shirshin had already been assembled, surrounding Mujio, and obeying orders. In the right hand of each skeleton, Mujio issued a wood spirit talisman. Then use your consciousness to order, let all the skeletons scatter, use the wood spirit rune, and make the fruit tree collect the umbrella. Therefore, taking advantage of the convenience of the sun's rays, they drove the old people on the whole mountain from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain, and all of them rushed to the top of the mountain to gather. Mujio himself killed chickens on the top of the mountain, prepared a large amount of chicken blood, and waited for the group to go up the mountain. Chapter 75. Within an hour, more than 5,000 old people slowly gathered at the top of the mountain. All the trees under this mountain, from a distance, have all turned into toothpicks. The roots tightened the canopy, and they willingly let the rays of sunlight illuminate every inch of the mountain forest, completely making the weird nowhere to hide. Mujio stood at the top of the mountain, a bare mountain. There were originally more than a dozen 100-year-old jujube trees growing there, but they were all transplanted into the space by Mujio with a tree digger in the strange time they had just waited. It is planted on the surrounding mountains so that it can be harvested and eaten later. Standing in the sun, Mujio seemed to be wearing a layer of golden bellhood iron cloth shirt, making it impossible for the old people to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. They could not return to wandering in the mountains, so they could only be trapped in the last remaining shade of the trees, and let Mujio slaughter them. Mujio killed 10 chickens in one breath to get 5 caddies of chicken blood, but for the water ability, this is enough to exert its power. Mujio urged the water spirit talisman to form a leaf-sized flake of water like chicken blood, and slashed the old man in the shade of the tree in the form of a boomerang. With the slightly yellowed milky white beads, they fell to the ground, and the yin chi in the mountain also dispersed. It wasn't until Mujio finished killing the last old man that she immediately noticed the drastic changes in the space. Mujio decisively entered the space, and as his mind rose to the end of the cloud of gathering spirit grass. In the space, above 100 meters in the sky, another suspended continent actually appeared. Space upgrade increased the medicinal spirit continent by 10,000 acres, and the Hall of Eternal Life. All the lands in the medicine spirit continent have unique nutrients for the growth of medicinal herbs, and supply special treacherous plants for growth. Mujio found that the land here was white powdery, like a white sandy beach, pure and flawless. But it's also unconsciously reminiscent of ashes. And the plants that grow on this white land, as an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, Mujio is no stranger. These include ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Cordyceps sinensis, snow lotus, Polygonum multiflori, Polygonatum polygonatum, saffron, clematis, chonglu, dendrobium, American ginseng, and other precious medicinal materials. There are about 5,000 kinds of precious Chinese medicinal materials in 10,000 acres. But all the herbs turned out to be translucent. Or there is only the soul of a plant, but there is no entity of a plant. But when Mujio reached out and touched these translucent substances, she was able to pluck the translucent snow lotus steadily. How to use it? The master wants to know the usage of the treacherous plant. Please go to the Hall of Eternal Life. Mujio glanced at the precious snow lotus that was mistakenly picked by himself just now, and it was a pity. I don't know if the underground fresh-keeping warehouse can preserve the strange plant. At the moment when Mujio regretted it, the snow lotus in her hand instantly turned into 1,000,000 microparticles and disappeared in front of her eyes. At the same time, she was surprised to find that the same snow lotus had regrown in the place where it had been picked in the land. Can the treacherous plants here be picked and restored according to her thoughts? or can the treacherous plants be multiplied indefinitely? All the treacherous plants in the medicine spirit continent can be multiplied indefinitely, and the treacherous plants that the owner does not need after picking will be turned into soul power and returned to the space for circulation and supply. When Mujio entered the Hall of Eternal Life, the first thing he saw was the huge gossip alchemy furnace placed in the middle of the palace. There are many embedded squares around the wall, and in each grid there is a small bottle of gourd medicine, which is very similar to the alchemy room of Taishan Laojun. Mujio curiously picked up the small gourd closest to her. I saw that after the gourd was taken away, the inside of the lattice was carved with cinnabar and some words in red. Recipe for increasing the attack speed of level 1 ability: 10 level 1 trick beads, 2 tricky cordyceps sinensis, 2 worm root beads, 8 dragon's eyes, trick fire quenching for 10 seconds, can be eaten immediately, no backlash. After reading it, Mujio instantly understood the use of those tricky plants outside, which turned out to be red and blue buffs used to increase abilities. Recipe for increasing the defense strength of level 2 ability: 8 level 2 trick beads, 1 trick ginseng, for dendrobium, 8 saffron, quenching for 20 seconds, can be eaten immediately, no counter-devouring effect. Mujio's eyes lit up after reading it, which means that without increasing the level of her ability, she can use these prescriptions to enhance her existing strength by stacking the effects of the medicine. With the prescription for increasing her defense, the color of her enchantment can be deepened again. Mujio didn't stay in the space for a long time, and now she didn't have any ready-made trick beads at hand, so she couldn't test whether these prescriptions were useful. Just go down the mountain to meet Xiao Huang and the others first, and talk about other things later. Mujio stepped out of the space and once again ordered the skeletons to restore the mountain forest that had been turned into toothpicks to its original state, while she herself walked towards the land temple at the bottom of the mountain. When Mujio arrived at the bottom of the mountain, it was already approaching dusk. I saw that everyone who had just descended the mountain, including Xiao Huang Iwan and them, were all outside the barrier of the land temple, not daring to step further. Inside the barrier, a group of monsters with strange postures and covered in blood are trapped, and they are tearing and biting each other. "Sister Mu, you're back safely." Iwan ran over and hugged Mujio. Mujio patted her on the back. "What's going on here?" "When we went down the mountain, this group of people was desperately digging up those two girls with their hands, as if they were being controlled, and they didn't listen to what we said. We all know that those two girls are the boss and you buried them in order to suppress those treacherous spirits. So Xiao Huang used his abilities to converge into bone needles, trying to force those people back. As a result, those people seem to have lost their minds, and they didn't care about it at all. Even if a bone needle pierced his body, he still dug the dirt on the ground with his hands, and he didn't even know that his hands were full of blood. It was useless for Boss Chi to call them, and even deliberately sent a few people under him to go in and pull them, but the people who went in became like that. So many people dug until their fingers were boneless, and then they pulled the two women out of the soil. As a result, they began to frantically pounce on these people who dug them. And then it became what it is now. Evans said. That's why they all stand outside the enchantment. In other words, as long as they enter the enchantment, they will be invaded by the elusive wisp of treacherous aura, and those who are haunted by the treacherous aura will not be able to break through the enchantment and come out. Those two women are already dead. Mujio stared at the enchantment and said affirmatively. Dead, but their bodies are so flexible. Iwan couldn't believe it, although he was acting strangely, but after all, he was moving. How could he still move when he died? Mujio said indifferently, these things had also appeared in the previous life. The strange aura on her body is not enough to expose herself to the sun now. It is necessary to seek some newly dead corpses as carriers to move during the day, so as to find new human beings to start with, and to enhance their own energy. The people who went in, weren't they all stricken? Then can they still be saved? Healy is also among them. Iwan looked at the enchantment, the fierce and unusually fierce Healy who was frantically biting other people's arms. Mujio looked up and saw Healy's bare skin, starting from his limbs, the black veins that spread densely towards his heart. Chapter 76 Boss Mu, do you have a way to save those people inside? Xin Yan also quickly walked in front of Mujio at this moment, and now Mujio was the last straw for the group of brothers inside. Mujio looked at Xin Yan with a smile. If I say that there is a way, then what does Boss Chi plan to use to trade with me? Inside are Boss Chi's people, a total of 22 people, which will take a lot of work. Boss Chi has to show sincerity. I am not a good person like Boss Chi, and I will save strangers without asking for anything in return. Qin Yan was stunned for a moment, and was silent in an instant. What else could he exchange for? Mujio saw that he didn't speak, so he said bluntly, if Boss Chi thinks that there is really nothing to do, then give yourself to me. As soon as Mujio's words came out, both Qin Yan's people and Mujio's own people looked at her in surprise. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Xiao Huang was the first to sit still. Master, you like Boss Chi? Mujio gave him a roll of his eyes, didn't bother to pay attention to it, and continued to say to Qin Yan, I want you to serve me wholeheartedly. Ahem, this doesn't get darker and darker. Qin Yan's subordinates thought in their hearts, although the boss of his family is quite handsome, he can't take advantage of people's danger like this, take advantage of the fire to rob and force Liang to become a prostitute at this juncture of saving people. Qin Yan's face is not very good looking, he has grown so big, and it is the first time that he has been put forward such a condition by a little girl. Then what do you want me to do? Qin Yan asked as calmly as possible. Mujio raised his eyebrows. You only say yes or no. If you agree, I will save people immediately, and the specific things will be discussed in detail when people are saved. Then Qin Yan nodded solemnly under the condition that everyone ate melons, and responded to Mujio's conditions. She was sure he would say yes. Immediately, Mujio smiled and took out 22 cinnabar bracelets from the space, as well as a piece of earth spirit rune paper. As she stepped forward and entered the enchantment, she drove the earth spirit rune and quickly put the 22 cinnabar bracelets on the left hands of the 22 living people in the enchantment. The people who were wearing cinnabar bracelets were silent for an instant, and in just a second, they collapsed to the ground as if they had been pulled out of their souls. The cinnabar in everyone's hands has a different number of pieces and different degrees of cracking and collapse. Mujio didn't pay attention to these people who fell to the ground, but pulled out Tang Heng's short knife and quickly slashed off the heads of the two crazy women. The moment the head flew out, everyone outside the barrier gasped. Except for a very thin black silk flying up, not even a drop of blood came out of the woman's neck. So these two women were already two dried corpses. The black silk-like strange aura fled frantically within the enchantment, like a shark on the shore, under the sun, before exhausting its last breath, looking for the next place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. The speed of the escape is too fast for the naked eye to keep up with its pace. But at this moment, everyone in the enchantment was put on a cinnabar bracelet by Mujio, and Mujio himself had a red enchantment, and it couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at all. The wisps of black probed at the edge of the barrier, striking ripples. How could Mujio leave a way out for this wisp of murderous treachery? She took out a fire spirit talisman and urged the treacherous fire. The energy of the space, after absorbing the mountain-like third-level weirdness, has obviously risen a lot. At this moment, the treacherous fire formed a piece on the inner wall of the enchantment, gradually covering the entire enchantment, forming a super-large curtain wall of the treacherous fire dome. There was no place for the treacherous chi to escape, and finally after hitting the treacherous fire curtain wall twice, it was completely disillusioned. At the same time as the treacherous fire was extinguished, the group of people who had fallen to the ground before slowly regained their consciousness. Healy looked at the blood on his hands, and he didn't know what to do in horror. What's wrong with me? Why are my hands full of blood? Qin Yan's people looked at each other, and under the instructions of the boss, they entered the enchantment to clean up the scene. Qin Yan walked towards Mujio with heavy steps. Thank you for saving their lives. What do you want me to do? I can say it now. Mujio Xiao narrowed his eyes, and under the gaze of everyone, he took out a table and map from the space, and pulled Qin Yan to sit on the ground. Now that you are my person, you have to do things for me. I want you to help me occupy a Taoist temple and use it as a base for development. After hearing this, everyone present was very stunned, feeling that this beautiful sister did not fall in love with Boss Chi, but asked him to be a thug for her. Occupy a Taoist temple? Qin Yan, who was suspicious, he thought he had heard it wrong, and remembered that 2 days ago she also asked her to take people to the big base. Yes. Mujio looked at the map on the table. A group of you will go to this place, defect, take root, and occupy, and we will go there to meet you later. Bamboo Forest View? Qin Yan looked at the place where Mujio pointed his finger. which was located on the mountain north of the outskirts of the city, and the distance was not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The population there is not more than 100, it will be easier to occupy it than elsewhere, and the environment there is beautiful, suitable for the development of agriculture. Boss Chi should understand what I mean. Mujio asked him to change places and return to his old business. After all, the vegetable base and fruit forest were built by him, and he had the experience and ability, and if he wanted to copy, he could do it. After all, the end of the world is not a 1-year or 2-year survival game, it may be 10 or 20 years, and even death cannot restore the death journey of human society. Therefore, making food sustainable is the most important thing at the moment. As for Mujio and her team, of course, they must continue to collect more materials and prepare enough materials for the formation of the base. The matter of occupying the Taoist temple is very suitable for Qin Yan. There are a few people in this world, like Qin Yan, who can send a grave for the lonely and widowed elderly, or even be willing to sacrifice themselves for their brothers. Qin Yan has great love in his heart and will be a good leader. I will give you the batch of vegetables that I promised you, and at the same time, I will give you another batch of grain seeds. Tomorrow morning we will set off together, you go north, and we go to the city center. Can Boss Chi do what I say? I am afraid that only Mujio can say this. After all, the vegetables and seeds given out are all New Year's prayers. She only played the role of a porter, and these things were all surnamed Mu. Qin Yan is obviously a little hesitant. He is good at growing vegetables, but he is not sure if he wants to occupy other people's territory. Open your mouth. He didn't know why, so he let Mujio stuff a pill with a strong medicinal flavor into his mouth, followed by a cup of cold water with a mellow taste. Before Qin Yan could figure out what was in front of him, Mujio lightly hooked his chin, forcibly raised his neck, and entered his throat with a grunt. This is exactly the new upgrade pill obtained by Mujio Space, and when combined with spiritual spring water, it can quickly improve its ability and physical fitness. Mujio's strength is amazing. Qin Yan is like a chick who is easily pinched in her hands, and she has no strength to resist at all. Chapter 77 Boss, we're going to leave tomorrow too, didn't you say we had to dig up a tree and take it away? Asked Xiao Huang. The god of digging trees is already doing it, you don't need to do it yourself, you guys have a good rest tonight, you've been working hard lately. Mujio took out a lot of food from the space, and the food that Xiao Huang made in the high-end restaurant of the mall before treated everyone. After dinner, Mujio went up the mountain alone. After clearing the old man's tricks, only Shikijin wandered on the mountain. At this moment, the skeleton gods are like serious tree diggers, operating tree diggers to dig trees. Thousands of fruit trees have already been uprooted, just waiting for Mujio to take them into the space. This night, Shikijin dug in front and Mujio followed behind, harvesting a total of nearly 80,000 different types of fruit trees. Then Mujio used spatial consciousness to plant these fruit trees on several high mountains in the space. From then on, the space can realize the unlimited supply of fruits. Early the next morning, Mujio and his party of 4 people, plus Qin Yan and his party of 25 people, left the vegetable and fruit planting base together. In the plan, everyone walked towards the city center together, and Mujio and the 4 people stayed in the city to sweep up supplies. Qin Yan and his entourage continued to the north and went directly to the bamboo forest temple. Get ready, wait for Mujio and the others to gather enough supplies and come to converge. This group of people, who had only walked in the direction of the city center for half a day, had just entered the location of the city's 3rd ring road when they realized that something was wrong. The sun was shining overhead, but in the city, it was like being covered with a glass cover, and the fog was thick, and you couldn't see your fingers. Mujio took out a tricky eye talisman, and after devouring the 3rd level trick beads, the effectiveness of the tricky eye was greatly enhanced. At this moment, she could faintly see something moving rapidly in the fog a little farther away, rushing towards them. Everyone back off! Mujio shouted in a low voice to everyone. Mujio's voice fell, and a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme swept through the fog with stones and city garbage. The violent impact was on the huge barrier held up by Mujio. As the demonic rose-red barrier was struck by the fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, it rubbed into lightning like sparks. Mujio is sure that this is a strange masterpiece. But what can be used under the sun to exert this demonic phoneme? Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme must be weird above the third level. Mujio frowned. This seemed to be too far from the time when the third level of weirdness appeared in the previous life. Could it be that these things originally existed in a specific area? In the previous life, because she hid in the temple to avoid danger, she never took the initiative to attack. That's why I always thought that the third level weirdness would not appear until 2 years later. In fact, 2 years later, it was the third level weird who had enough energy to roam around. Began to take the initiative to invade the temple and Taoist base on which human beings depended. Perhaps, humans could clear those things in place before they had enough energy. As for now, Mujio slowly withdrew everyone from the scope of the mist, placing the barrier and everyone here completely under the sun. As she had guessed, the winds that entangled the barrier faded before disappearing into the sunlight. Mujio frowned, and asked the people who came with her to sit on the lawn of the city park under the sun. Have a small meeting. Aiwen, Xiao Huang, Ding Dang, the three of you follow Qin Yan to the bamboo forest temple. As soon as Mujio spoke, everyone was stunned. Sister Mu. Everyone saw the blow just now, even I had a lot of trouble coping with it, and Mujio said and looked at Ding Dang, verifying his conjecture. It's poisonous in that fog. Ding Dang followed Mujio's eyes and added, your ability level is too low, and you will only be sent to death if you enter. Yes, the fog is full of treacherous poison, and only high-level treacherous eyes can see the secrets. Ordinary people who go in, even if they are not torn apart by the strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, will be poisoned to death without knowing it. AI Win and the others still wanted to stay with the boss, but they were directly blocked back by Mujio. Mujio took out a batch of food and daily necessities, as well as shopping carts, from the space, and advised, these materials are left for you. From outside the third ring road, take a detour to the northern suburbs. Everyone is united, strive to win the bamboo forest view as soon as possible, support Qin Yan to resume production and planting, and wait for me to go back and meet you. Under the apocalypse, these words sounded like the last words of AI Win and the others, which made some people cry. But Mujio didn't want to die, the experience of her previous life told her. Taking the initiative may have a glimmer of life, but there is definitely no way to survive by evading and waiting for death. While the higher level weirdness has not yet appeared, the matter of hoarding materials cannot be delayed at all. After all, the third level weird and the fourth, 5, and 6th level weird are not a species of magnitude at all. At the end of the meeting, the 30 men redivided into 2 lines and marched in opposite directions. Mujio entered the fog alone. In order not to be entangled by the strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme all the time, Mujio simply took out the treacherous chi talisman and attached a thick treacherous aura outside the enchantment to hide his aura. The situation in the city center is worse than expected. I wanted to use a scooter or bicycle to move forward, but every few steps, whether on the sidewalk or on the main road, there were 1 or 2 corpses lying sideways. In the air, in addition to the poison, is the smell of the corpse of this rotting maggot. Mujio used the earth spirit talisman to summon a large amount of grave soil to cover the corpses lying on the hard concrete floor of the city. The soil created by the ability contains a lot of corrupting microorganisms, which can quickly decompose these corpses and become nutrients in the dirt. Mujio walked in the fog for about 2 hours before arriving at his intended destination, the grain and oil wholesale market. This is the largest market in Hui City, storing the most grain and oil materials in the city's circulation links. The fly in the ointment is that the entire market is covered by huge plastic greenhouses. Even during the day, sunlight does not enter. Mujio stood outside the greenhouse, and he could clearly feel that in the market, resentful spirits were everywhere, whistling and wandering. But these were all trivial to Mujio, and she walked in without care. Fortunately, those fogs did not enter the greenhouse of the market, presumably some kind of territorial mechanism in the underworld restricted the movement. On the day of the end of the world, it was the time when the grain and oil market was closed. So at the moment all the storefronts are closed, locked with steel roller blinds. Mujio took out the golden spirit rune paper and broke the outermost stores one by one. The store is stacked to the top of the wall, and the bags full of rice, flour, etc., are completely exposed. Most of the weird people are moved by the sound, and since there has been no living person in the market for a long time, most of the weirdos are hungry. Hearing the sound of the curtain breaking, he immediately gathered towards Mujio's side. Floating in the sky and crawling on the ground, hundreds of strange ones, carrying the black strange aura in the sky, all rushed towards the roller blinds. Chapter 78. Before the many weirdness and weirdness approached. Within a 10-meter radius centered on Mujio, the rose-red barrier appeared again. This is the maximum protection range of the enchantment after the space is upgraded. But this time, the enchantment no longer directly hits the weird into ashes. The moment the strange touches the rose-red enchantment, the enchantment is like blowing bubbles, and a new enchantment is quickly derived. It wraps the fallen beads in it, resembling a vessel containing them. Automatically sweep away all the tricky beads that come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Then the barrier gradually shrinks, and the air is cleaned, and only the orb remains. Then Mujio put the enchantment containing the trick bead into the alchemy furnace in the immortal hall of the Space Medicine Spirit Continent. Mujio knew that since the appearance of the Hall of Eternal Life, all the trick beads in the income space would no longer disappear. Instead, it's used to craft power-boosting pills. And the matter of refining, Mujio doesn't need to worry about it at all. The Hall of Eternal Life will automatically replenish the pills in each gourd bottle. Mujio had already tried it, and this pill had no side effects. It could only be regarded as a special energy. She has included pills and spring water in her daily morning and evening routine. In this way, the space energy is enhanced, and the energy is strove to get back on the ground where you fell in your previous life. Mujio looked back at the grain store in front of him. In just 1 second, dozens of tons of bags of grain entered the space warehouse. Then came the grain from the second store, the third, the fourth. In one go, hundreds of tons of grain, barreled oil, seasonings, and so on were collected. At the same time, the enchantment is constantly collecting tricky beads automatically. Behind Mujio, an oversized trick bead bag was formed, waiting for her to be put into the space. Until dark, the entire grain and oil market stores had been opened by the Golden Spirit Rune. All the materials inside, even a hemp rope with a belt, could not escape Mujio's eyes and were all collected into the space. These grains, not to mention that Mujio eats them alone for a lifetime, even the people under Boss Chi can manage enough for a lifetime without any pressure. But this was clearly not all she had received. Because in addition to the grain and oil trading market, there are 10 million square grain storage warehouses. Including rice, soybeans, salt, sugar, hot pot materials, all kinds of dry goods, etc., dozens of super large warehouses are for the grain and oil market to supply services. But when the sun goes down, whether it is inside or outside the market, the strange power will be significantly stronger than during the day. Mujio didn't plan to venture out at night in this foggy city. She found a detailed map of the city and found that just 1,000 meters from the grain and oil market, there was a temple of the city god. She can go there and rest. Mujio is not a person who will wrong herself. There is food in the space, and there are dozens of rune papers to protect her. She doesn't feel panicked wherever she goes. Immediately, he reused the tricky charm to wrap the periphery of the enchantment, and set off towards the city god temple. The city god temple has a golden body city god sitting in the town, and there are many years of incense supply. The strength of its enchantment is far from being comparable to that of the small earth temple in the planting base. It was precisely because of this confidence that when Mujio went to knock on the door, the gate of the city god temple quickly opened. There are 6 Taoist priests, 2 holding peachwood swords, 2 holding magic whips, and 2 holding brooms. They all looked at Mujio, who came to knock on the door with a vigilant face. Mujio simply explained his intentions, saying that he had no way to go and wanted to go to the city god temple. The 4 of them glanced at each other and said, "Little girl, the city god temple is not an official refuge, and there is a threshold for entering and taking refuge. 5 caddies of rice per person, which is the basic entrance fee." Mujio heard these words and sighed in his heart. The water in the temple is very deep, and it is no different from the places she went to in her previous life. There is a basic entrance fee, which means that there are a series of fees to follow. Only you can't think of it, there is nothing they can't want. Those who fled had limited supplies with them, and there was always a day when they ran out. At that time, it was probably time to let these outsiders suffer from mermaid meat. I don't know if Xiao Huang and AI went smoothly to the bamboo forest. Mujio unloaded the hiking bag behind his back and reached into the bag. In fact, he took out a 5-pound package of rice in the space and handed it to the Taoist priest. When the Taoist priest saw the rice, their attitudes immediately changed. Probably saw her bulging mountaineering bag, and felt that there was oil and water to squeeze, so he immediately welcomed her in politely. "Little girl, I see that your bag is strangely heavy, why don't I carry it for you?" one of the stronger Taoist priests took the initiative to ask. In fact, Mujio's hiking bag was indeed very heavy, containing 3 large stones, and they were all covered with woven bags containing rice. These were prepared at the moment before Mujio rang the city god temple, and the main thing was to confuse people's hearts. There are some pits, and one fall is enough. After all the supplies have space to escort, and Mujio doesn't have to bring them to the surface at all. "It's really heavy, thank you, you Taoist people are weird." With that, Mujio handed over the mountaineering bag on his body to the Taoist priest next to him. The Taoist priest stumbled and almost didn't crush anyone to death. There are hundreds of pounds of stones in this bag. But for Mujio, who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme drinks spiritual spring water, it is no different from carrying a bag of fluttering cotton. Fortunately, the quality of the bag is first class and durable. "Little girl, what are you carrying in this bag, so heavy? Can you walk on your back?" The Taoist priest who took the initiative to give Mujio a backpack was a little skeptical of life at the moment. "This is really something that a little girl can afford?" Mujio said with an embarrassed face, Master, who can bring any extra things except for necessary food when this person is out of the house? It's just that I used to be a weightlifter, so this bag is a little heavier, or I'd better do it myself." Hearing that it was a necessity of life, Mujio's eyes lit up when he saw the Taoist priests. Several other Taoist priests immediately stepped forward and carried 100 pounds of mountaineering bags inside. The attitude is a few degrees better. Through the introduction of the Taoist priest, Mujio knew that this city god temple had a total of 3 courtyards, namely the front courtyard, the middle courtyard and the back courtyard. They took Mujio directly into the front yard. It is neat and atmospheric, and in front of the temple, there is an arm-thick incense burner in the huge incense burner. A sense of peace and tranquility. In order to facilitate management, but also to protect the safety of residents, the front yard is now where Taoist priests phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme. Then several Taoist priests carried Mujio's mountaineering bag and took her to the middle courtyard. It means that this was originally a temporary room for pilgrims. However, you need to pay an extra 5 caddies of rice every month to have a separate bed. This kind of progressive trick of stealing customers, Mujio understands, and it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme found in the last days, so it is not strange. Mujio pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Then if you don't want to pay for additional food, where do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme?" "Backyard, little girl, you made it so clean, you shouldn't want to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in that kind of place," one of the Taoist priests said with a smile. "Why?" "Because there's a pigsty and a chicken coop in the backyard, that's not a place for people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme." Ha ha ha. Chapter 79 Mujio pretended to be surprised and asked, "There are pigsty and chicken coops in the backyard, I remember that the masters of the temple should all be vegetarians, how can they raise pigs and chickens?" "Of course, we fed these things to take care of the food of the defectors. After all, the people who can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme in the middle courtyard are all distinguished guests, how can you stay slow? But your bag is really heavy, and our little Taoist priests have worked hard to carry it." "Well, I'll take care of it for you. It's dangerous out there right now, and there's nowhere else you can go. I'll take your bag and keep you here for a month. If you behave well, you may want to stay, but if you don't behave well, After the Taoist priest at the head finished speaking, several other Taoist priests smiled and surrounded Mujio. These people instantly lost the feeling of purity and lack of desire brought by the robe, and were replaced by a disgusting oiliness. They relied on the large number of people, and it was their own territory, they forced them to buy and sell, and they had no intention of returning the bag to Mujio. However, in the next second, Mujio also laughed, but he smiled but did not speak. "What are you laughing at?" The Taoist priest was very unhappy, and ordinary little girls were directly scared to cry when they came to this job. "Laugh at you, stupid. Occupy the right position at the right time and place, but don't do personnel. If you waste the protection of the city god for you, sooner or later you will not be able to defend it. Why don't you hand over the city god temple to me? I can take you in for a few more months, how about it?" As soon as Mujio's words came out, the Taoist priests laughed even more wildly. A little girl, I'm afraid that she was frightened by the supernatural events outside, and she began to talk nonsense arrogantly. "It's just a matter of being alone, and teaching them on their turf really doesn't know how high the sky is. Don't be serious, she just thinks she's just teasing her. Let the distinguished guests who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in the middle courtyard watch and play for free, and see if she can laugh so arrogantly." After the Taoist priest at the head finished speaking, several little Taoist priests put Mujio's heavy mountaineering bag on the ground and were about to get started. In the next second, several small holes suddenly opened under the feet of the little Taoists, and all 5 people fell into the holes. Most of his body was buried in the earth, and only his head was outside. As soon as they wanted to shout for help, Mujio summoned them with the earth spirit talisman, and the feces of the little pigs and pigs in the mouths of these Taoist priests in the backyard filled their mouths mercilessly. Now, even if you brush your teeth 100 times, you can still get the feeling of lips and teeth. The Taoist priest at the head was stunned in place, so frightened that he couldn't speak, and his legs trembled like chaff. It's an ability, an earth-based ability. However, at this moment, in front of him, there was also a tang-hung short knife that flashed with cold light, and the whole knife was suspended in the air, against his neck. The blade seems to be controlled by an invisible force, carrying 100,000 ghosts in the night light. Mujio turned his head to look at the person in front of him, put his hands behind his back, and walked forward step by step, approaching the only Taoist priest who was still standing on the ground. He shuddered and stepped back, but the knife was clung to his neck. Even inadvertently rubbed the fine skin on the neck, stinging slightly, losing a trace of blood. "This knife can't be shaken off, it can't be shaken off at all." When the Taoist priest's eyes were staring nervously at the blade, Mujio opened his mouth and asked, "What did you just say you wanted them to do?" As Mujio's voice sounded, the blade penetrated a few points deeper into the skin of the Taoist priest's neck. Hiss! Immediately he felt a warm liquid slowly flowing out of his neck. No. You said you were going to requisition my bag? No, you're going to strip me of my clothes and hang me on a tree? No. Sister. No, Grandma, I don't dare, I really don't dare. Please, let me go. The blood on his neck gradually gathered into a trickle, soaking the placket of the Taoist priest's chest, which made him tremble even more. Then do I still have to pay 5 caddies of grain to stay? Aunt, Grandma, you don't need anything. The 5 caddies of rice just now will be returned to you. Please put down the knife. I will take you to the best room to rest. Mujio clearly saw the tears that were scared out of the corners of the Taoist priest's eyes, so he was a little sincere. Mujio waved his hand and withdrew the dangling tang-hung short knife and held it in his hand. The moment the short knife was withdrawn, there was a gurgling stream of blood. Frightened, the Taoist priest hurriedly covered the wound with his hand, for fear that if it was a second late, the blood would drain. It's not a major artery, it won't bleed to death, and the wound will heal in a while. Hurry up, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way ahead, sleepy. Mujio said and yawned. The Taoist priest looked up at her cautiously, and only then did he realize slightly that they had accepted what Lord Yama had brought in. I saw the little girl holding a bloodstained knife in one hand and carrying a hiking bag that they needed 5 people to lift in the other. Stand there easily, effortlessly. This way, please. The Taoist priest covered the wound on his neck, and took Mujio to the room at the end of the middle courtyard in fear. Aunt, we only have this one room left now, and it's all full. You're here to make up. Let's take a break. The Taoist priest's voice became smaller and quieter. He was afraid that Mujio would be unhappy, so he slashed over. He didn't have the slightest strength to fight back, this little girl was too strong. Mujio said, throwing the bag of stones on his shoulder onto the table. Bang dang! The wooden table facing the door was directly wiped out by her bag. The four-legged table with thick arms was folded 3 at once. The Taoist priest standing on the side saw this scene, and his jaw almost fell in shock. Aunt, I'll have someone get you a new one right away. No, I'll go and bring you the table in my room right away, said the Taoist priest, hurriedly turning around and running to the front yard. Was stopped by Mujio. Okay, you are not needed here, don't come and disturb at night, otherwise you will know the consequences. By the way, go dig up your brothers and wash them as soon as possible, or else it's time to pickle them. After Mujio finished speaking, he smiled evilly at the Taoist priest, pushed the person out of the room, and closed the door. She only needs to borrow the enchantment here at night, and she naturally doesn't care about anything else. After all, in the last days, no matter which temple base it is, the urine of the managers is also very different. Mujio took out the golden spirit talisman and created a hard steel cage for the whole room to ensure that he could sleep safely at night. Then he took out an inflatable bed from the space, put it on the slightly damp bed in the temple, and then flashed into the space to take a bath. There was no dream all night, and Mujio got up early the next day. The door had been pried into, but it had never been successful. After all, how could this kind of overall prison style, which was connected by abilities, get in? She didn't pay much attention to it, and sat down on the wooden table that she had repaired with the wood spirit talisman in the morning and ate breakfast. Today there is still a task to complete in the warehouse. Chapter 80. Mujio didn't waste too much time, and after breakfast, she still went out with her huge mountaineering bag. When I left, I didn't forget to hang a big copper lock with a golden spirit talisman card in the room. After all, it is a temple in the center of the city, and it will be more convenient to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here, and collect the surrounding materials. So in the evening, she still plans to go back here to rest. The people in the temple, if they are not convinced, it is good if they are not convinced one by one, and the law of survival in the last days is not like this. Only the strong have the right to speak. When she walked through the courtyard, several little Taoist priests were still surrounding the person who was buried in the ground by Mujio last night, and kept digging. There are a lot of people watching the excitement. Mujio admitted that after his earth-based ability was enhanced, he was a bit overbearing. This kind of reinforced rammed earth is not much different from cement filling. So the difficulty of digging up is not small at all. These people dug all night, and only then did they barely dig out 3 people. And the Taoist priest who was stabbed in the neck by her was standing on the sidelines at the moment, watching, and commanding. Mujio passed by with a mountaineering bag, and when the little leader saw this, he hurried to her and asked flatteringly, "Auntie, you are you going to leave?" The attitude was deferential and good, and the feeling of expecting Mujio to leave quickly could almost be formed into words and engraved on his face. "I'm going out for a while, you can help me keep the room, come back in the afternoon, remember to open the door for me," Mujio said, patting the Taoist leader twice on the shoulder, almost slapping someone into the soil. Okay. I'll keep the door open for your aunt and grandmother. You go out and pay attention to safety." Mujio didn't have to think about it, he knew how wrong this person was when he said it. But she doesn't care, she is reborn, she is not here to make others comfortable. The important thing is whether she can be comfortable or not. Out of the gate of the city god temple, the sun has come out. But outside the temple is still a white mist, and in it, I can't see my fingers. Mujio, like yesterday, wrapped the strange aura outside the barrier, let him hide his breath, and walked straight towards the warehouse area outside the grain and oil wholesale market. The situation in the warehouse is similar to that in the greenhouse of the grain and oil market. Weird hordes. But there are plenty of rice, cooking oil, grains, flour, pasta, packaged pastries, edible salt and sugar, canned food, dried goods, condiments, and so on. The entire 100,000 square grain storage warehouse was all collected into the space by Mujio. By the way, he received tens of thousands of first and second level trick beads and entered the Space Immortal Hall to refine pills that increased the energy level. While the sky was still bright, Mujio returned to the gate of the city god temple at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. as she expected, no matter how much she knocked on the door, it was pretending to be dead and there was no response. It's about keeping her out. On the map, there is no second temple within 10 kilometers of the surrounding area, so the city god temple is the only safe place to stay in this area. Mujio didn't bother to knock on the door anymore. She took out a piece of golden spirit rune paper from the space and effortlessly unloaded all the copper latches from the gate of the city god temple. Bang dang when! Entire gate fell outward and smashed in front of Mujio. Dozens of little Taoist priests inside who tried their best to save the gate were frightened. At this moment, they all looked at Mujio with a bewildered expression. You! How dare you remove the gate of the city god temple? Senior brother is right. This is really a female devil. Mujio patted the dust on his hands that did not exist at all, stepped on the door panel of the gate, and slowly walked into the temple. I knocked on the door for so long, and I feel that everyone in your view is deaf, so I have to find a way to get in by myself. The Taoist priests were in a hurry, but they didn't dare to step out of the threshold of the city god temple. Because at this moment, the fog outside is full, and it is all bounded by the threshold of the gate of the city god temple. You woman, don't respect the ancestor of the city god. How can the person who plays tricks under the nose of the ancestor be embarrassed to scold others for being disrespectful? Mujio was about to go to the temple as he spoke, just when he bumped into the abbot and led dozens of Taoist priests to rush over when he heard the sound. What's the situation? The abbot frowned as he looked at the fallen temple door. The little Taoist priest who was guarding the door immediately leaned into the abbot's ear and said a lot. Mujio doesn't have to think about it to know, there must be no good words about her. After listening to the description of the little Taoist priest, the abbot understood the cause and effect from yesterday to today, and looked at Mujio. This guest, our Taoist temple is kind enough to take you in, why do you want to take revenge? Not only did you injure several Taoist priests in the temple, but also demolished the gate of the city god temple? Shouldn't the abbot ask your little Taoist priest why? Isn't it because they want to snatch my bag and luggage, and hang me naked on a tree? Hearing the voice, at this moment, many onlookers who lived in the middle courtyard and wandered around came over. The abbot glanced at the little Taoist priest next to him and refused to admit it. How can such a thing happen in the city god temple? I am afraid that the guests deliberately arranged it in order to escape responsibility, and the guests must have no evidence to prove the fault of the Taoist priest in the temple. There was no one else in the yard last night, I was a victim, and I can only prove myself. I think that if there were bystanders last night, this would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme not have happened, or she would have buried it all. The little Taoist priest said with a smug face, can your own proof be counted? Mujio hooked his lips slightly. In this way, those injured little Taoist priests can't prove that I hurt people. After all, except for the two victims who have their own opinions, no one else has seen it. You, the little Taoist priest, was dumbfounded. In front of everyone, the abbot couldn't hold back his face, and spoke again. You said that there is no evidence to prove what happened last night. Then today's incident of you tearing down the gate of my city god temple is always seen by everyone, right? Do you still want to rely on this? Mujio raised his eyebrows. When I entered the door last night, I handed over 5 caddies of rice as the entrance fee for defecting to the city god temple. Today is just a trip, so I won't be allowed to enter the door. What is the reason why a dozen people are inside the gate, but they don't open the door for me? After receiving the food, they drive people away? Now that there is no policeman outside, I can't even find a policeman, so of course I have to come in by myself. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wronged? Abbot, do you look like me? After speaking, Mujio showed a standard smile towards the abbot. The abbot was completely unable to hold his breath now, and he was going to be angry with the sharp-toothed little girl in front of him. You! How can a mere 5 caddies of rice be compared to the gate of the city god temple? This gate is to protect everyone's lives, and if you break the door now, you are going to cause everyone to ignore it, and you are killing people. The abbot said, turned around, and explained to the big men who were watching the excitement behind him, this little girl is infringing on the interests of all the refugees living in the city god temple, don't blame me for being ruthless, it's really. But before he finished setting up the character, the crowd of onlookers looked at the direction behind him and exclaimed. The abbot looked back suspiciously, and saw that the solid wood gate of the city god's temple, which was several hundred caddies large, was pushed by an invisible force and began to stand up slowly. Chapter 81. No matter how heavy the wooden door is, it is also wooden, and it must be guided by the wood ability. Mujio held a wood spirit talisman in his hand, stood in place, and easily restored the gate of the city god temple to its original position. Supplemented by a golden spirit rune, the copper latch is restored and even reinforced. Except for the 2 white footprints left by his shoes on the door when Mujio entered the door, everything was back to normal. Mujio looked at the abbot with a smile. The door has been repaired, everyone is safe, now I can go back to rest. You. The abbot couldn't find a reason to drive her away for a while. And this little girl has an ability. It is the wood ability that shakes the door, and the gold ability that reshapes the copper latch, and she actually has a double ability. These actions are completed with great ease, and you can imagine how strong this girl's ability is. No wonder she dares to be so arrogant in the city god temple. Even he, the abbot, did not dare to easily confront it, lest he fall into a disadvantage. At worst, he lost face, and at worst, he lost his life. The abbot almost crushed the backmolars. But he is not tough, and in front of all the distinguished guests in the middle court, he is not good at attacking. Even if you can't do anything about her at the moment, as long as she is still in the temple, you can always cure her. After figuring it out, the abbot generously said, "The monks are compassionate, and since the matter of the door has been settled, then the guests are invited to check in. All the things that happened before will be written off." Then he looked at the Taoist priest who was hiding behind him, wrapped around his neck with a bandage, and said, "Xianji, this guest you received yesterday is more familiar, and you will bring it back to the guest room of the middle courtyard today." For a while, all eyes were on this Taoist priest named Xuanji. "Huh, master." Xianji had an aggrieved expression on his face that a father sold his daughter to pay off his debts, and walked slowly towards Mujio. In the next second, Mujio's heavy palm beckoned. Xuanji subconsciously closed his eyes and beat a drum in his heart. This crazy woman shouldn't dare to slap him to death in front of so many people. But the palm of her hand fell on his shoulder, the same position as in the morning, and the force resonated with every bone in his body. "No one has ever entered my room, right?" As if he had been kidnapped, the Xianjisher looked at the abbot master and the brothers with open eyes for help. But the abbot avoided his gaze and looked away. And the senior brothers watched sympathetically as he gradually walked out of everyone's field of vision. Xianji didn't dare to look up at Mujio, he was ashamed, and he didn't dare to speak, answering Mujio's question just now. Mujio thought that he was overly afraid that she would retaliate against him, so he didn't dare to answer. But the two of them hadn't reached the door of the room where Mujio had stayed last night. I saw the door suddenly opened, and out of it came a young girl in her 20s dressed in black. Mujio was directly stunned. Xianji looked at Mujio cautiously, for fear that she would get angry and bury him directly in the ground. But Mujio's focus was different, and she glanced at the big broken lock on the door. It was clearly not smashed open, but dissolved by something unknown. Auntie, aunt, and grandmother. The panic of the occult is palpable. Mujio understood that they probably thought that she was locked out and shouldn't be able to enter, so there was no need to keep the room. Before Xianji could explain, the girl who came out of the house opened her mouth first. "I said that you Taoist priests are really too greedy. Knowing that this city god temple is full, why do you still let people in? Is it possible to let me, a person who has produced double the grain, be crammed into one room with others who have been wronged?" Mujio couldn't help but laugh. This person was used as pig feed, and he didn't know it at all, but he was angry. It's the end of the world, who cares how you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme comfortably. This is just a place of refuge that eats people and doesn't spit out bones, and it's not a hotel. When the supplies on hand are exhausted, it is time to make room for people. If the Changhuang temple does not accept new people because it is full, then how can the pigs in the backyard grow fat? After all, the grain and oil markets are so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to each other, and there is no trace of human invasion. This is enough to show that the people in the city god temple have never stepped out of the gate to collect supplies. As in most bases in previous lives, refugees waiting for escape were brought food and all kinds of necessities to their mouths. Last night's clash was not accidental, they were habitual offenders, and the entire middle courtyard was their pig-killing farm. The smell of blood and other strange smells in the courtyard of the house, even if they had been deliberately cleaned up, were still clear and obvious to Mujio, the doctor. Mujio looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "You opened the lock on this door?" The girl glanced at the lock hanging on the door, which was too broken to make out the shape, and looked at Mujio with disdain. "What's the matter? What does it have to do with you? Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me, tell you, I don't eat this set. The room is on a first come, first served basis, from childhood to adulthood, I never share a room with anyone." Mujio chuckled, "You said it was on a first come, first served basis? I locked the lock on this door, I laid the white double sheet inside, I covered this blanket last night, I put the flip-flops in front of the bed, and everything in the room was left by me. You don't think that these personal items are provided to you by the city god temple, right? Is this really a hotel?" Mujio walked straight into the room and sat directly at the table in the middle of the room. Glancing at it, she was very unhappy, and she saw that the girl's dirty suitcase was placed right on the white sheet in the middle, and her flower blanket was pressed against a corner. The girl was not oppressed by Mujio's words at all, but defended, "You are talking nonsense. The little Taoist priest who brought me in said that no one has lived here for a while, and the last guest left a long time ago because he couldn't pay the food. The things in the house were all left over from the previous one, and I saw that it was still relatively new, so I didn't throw it out immediately. As for the lock, it was the little Taoist priest who couldn't find the key to open it, and he cried urgently for fear of being scolded, so I used my ability to help open it. What is called not being able to pay food, the sister next to him does not beat them to call them mother, it is already considered merciful. But these two are existences that he cannot afford to offend." Mujio's mood was stable, he looked at the girl in front of him, and asked with a mocking smile, "You call it leaving when you go out of the temple gate? Then should I call it a burglary by deliberately destroying the lock I hung on the door?" Mujio's gaze turned back to Xuanji beside him. "You go and call that little Taoist priest over, let's settle the ledger and see which little Taoist priest is crying to drive me out." "Ha! This." Xianji was a little embarrassed, of course he knew about this matter, not only did he know, but he also witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Chapter 82 What, that little Taoist priest shouldn't be you, right? Mujio's eyes could almost burn Xuanji's brain. When of course not. Xianji, who was originally a little weak-legged, heard Mujio's words, and immediately pulled out his legs and ran. "It's terrible, the wound on his neck is still painful at the moment. I didn't want to betray my fellow disciple and brother, but today no one cares about his life or death, and he can't care about anything else, it's better to have someone to share it with than to bear the ordeal alone." As soon as Xianji left, the girl immediately changed her face in front of Mujio, and she no longer defended herself, she said arrogantly, "This sister, don't you really think that in the last days, there is still a set of etiquette in order? Then you are too naive. Now the sky is full of weirdness, even the official has fallen, and there is no police and legal constraints, so it is natural to see who is strong and who is reasonable. Although I only came to the city god temple today, I have relied on my own strength to break through the dangers outside. Even if everything in this house is yours, but if I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, everyone has to make way for me. Even if you call that little Taoist priest, do you dare to stand on your side and speak for you? It's up to you," the girl said, looking Mujio up and down. "Weak, except for a slightly better face, what else is worth saying? I advise you, while it's still dark, leave quickly and go to find the next home, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to sleep in the courtyard outside tonight." "Ha ha ha. Then what if I don't leave? What are you going to do?" Mujio looked at the girl with interest. "Why don't you toast and don't eat and drink?" The girl's eyes widened round and wide, the last person who spoke to her like this had already turned into a pool of pus and blood and volatilized. "I have to let you learn a little lesson and suffer a little before you will come to your senses and leave on your own, right? Okay, I'll fulfill you, don't blame me for being ruthless." As the words fell, the girl's right hand turned upward, and a red and black mist condensed in her palm. The mist constantly changes its form, as if it has an independent life, flowing in the palm of the hand. Mujio frowned, "This is. It has the same root and origin as the fog in the city, and this kind of ability has appeared among the top managers of the base where Mujio was in the previous life. This kind of poison is so mysterious and terrifying that almost no one in the base dares to mess with the manager. There are hundreds of poisons hidden in the mist, which can corrode everything, not only can easily dissolve low-level weirdness, but also kill people invisibly. Ordinary abilities simply can't compete with it, let alone ordinary muggles without abilities. And the strange stranger himself will not be hurt by the strange poison. No wonder this girl can freely walk through the poisonous fog of the city. Mujio thought of the copper lock he hung on the door, the ghost that was dissolved like pickles, probably dissolved by this strange poison. In the next second, the girl raised her hand and threw the treacherous poison at Mujio's face. Obviously, her purpose was to ruin Mujio's beautiful face. Mujio sat in place and didn't move. She clearly saw the corners of her lips slightly hooked on the girl's face, and smiled darkly and viciously. The girl thought that Mujio didn't have time to react, and was stunned and couldn't dodge in place. But as soon as the red and black poisonous mist sprinted in front of Mujio, which was 1 meter away from Mujio, it was blocked by an invisible wall. Immediately, a bewitching rose-red color slowly appeared in the air from nothing, which was Mujio's enchantment. The enchantment locked the flexible poisonous mist at great speed. The poisonous mist is like a monkey with a mind, smashing around within the barrier, looking for a way out. But the enchantment had no weakness in the face of low-level venom, and it gradually compressed, and finally condensed into a red bean, which fell in Mujio's palm. The girl was shocked by what had just happened, and so far, no one had ever been able to restrain her abilities, and all of them were passively beaten. She didn't believe that there could be anything in this world that could be dissolved by treacherous poison. It must be that the amount of treacherous poison just now was not enough. She immediately opened her right hand and used all the strength of her body to gather a cloud of treacherous mist that had reached the limit. It was about the size of an adult's head, and it was thrown in the direction of Mujio. After doing this, the girl sat down weakly on the edge of the bed. She thought that even if Mujio's woman didn't die, she would definitely be seriously injured. However, the rose-red enchantment quickly engulfed this large cloud of mist without any suspense, compressed it into a red bean as usual, and sent it to Mujio's palm. The girl was completely off at this moment. She couldn't use the slightest ability, and a trace of fear finally appeared on her face. Seeing that the girl couldn't move, Mujio slowly got up and walked towards the girl. With each step, the fear on the girl's face visibly deepened. Until Mujio stood half a meter away from the girl and brought the 2 red beans in his palm to the girl. The girl thought that Mujio was going to feed herself and eat it, and she was just about to reach out and cover her mouth. In the next second, I saw Mujio clenching his fists, clicking, and then raising the crushed red bean powder towards the girl's face. Directly frightened the girl to cover her cheeks and shout for help. Mujio chuckled lightly, and said cowardice in his heart. Then, taking advantage of the gap between the girl's closed eyes, he touched her right wrist with the index finger of her right hand with a dragon pattern. The tattoo is instantly lit up. There are 33 wordless tablets in the space, and the 10th bright red totem has appeared. Deep, a familiar voice sounded in my mind again. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is pervasive trick poison charm, which can be used to generate trick poison. Mujio looked down at the girl in front of him. Funny, it's just a taste of my own abilities. I'm afraid of being like this. How can I be embarrassed to say such things as who is strong and who is reasonable? I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I'm sorry. The girl was really scared this time. Her whole body was trembling. She looked up at Mujio from between her fingers, thinking about what kind of monster she was in front of, and she wasn't even afraid of the poison. Mujio indifferently took out a golden spirit rune from the space, urged the rune paper, gathered the calcium bones around her, and gradually trapped the girl in it, forming a ball-shaped cage. Without waiting for the girl to react, Mujio kicked towards the skeleton cage, kicked the girl out of the door of the room, and slammed it into the 100-year-old tree in the middle of the yard. The entire cage was shattered into slag, and the person was directly knocked unconscious. I'm sorry now, it's too late. If there is no enchantment, I should be the one who dies. Mujio turned her head to look at the oversized suitcase on the bed, and she threw it out of the door of the room with the stained bed 3-piece suit, and landed next to the girl. The suitcase was smashed and cracked, and the large bags of vacuum rice, sausages, instant noodles, beef jerky and other foods inside were scattered out in an instant. It seems that before coming to the city god temple, he swept the small supermarket. The huge impact sound in the courtyard attracted many onlookers, and they opened the door to watch, but at this moment, no one dared to step forward to grab food, and those with long eyes could see that the scene in the courtyard was a fight. The white bone fragments all over the ground looked particularly terrifying, like the corrupted remains of a mass grave. As soon as Mujio finished cleaning up all the garbage in the room, he saw Xuanji supporting a mummy brother and walking slowly towards her. Chapter 83. The two little Taoist priests were shocked when they saw the scene in the middle of the courtyard. The mummified Taoist priest, who originally had to be supported by Xuanji to move, saw the little girl being smashed and lying down under the tree. His legs were no longer lame, and his body was not weak, but he trotted down the tree, trying to see if he was dead. Xuanji walked quickly towards Mujio. "Auntie, why did you start a fight without saying a word?" Mujio looked at Xuanji with a smile. "Isn't this what you city god temple most want to see? She may be arrogant and unreasonable, but you are not a good thing. Now that I've thrown people out, I don't care what you want to do. Just one point, don't let people die. Her ability is good. If it becomes weird in vain, you will be happy. Also, don't mess with me with things like this today in the future, or the next time you lie under the tree outside, it may be who will be you." After Mujio finished speaking, he opened his mountaineering bag, reached out and took out a brand new 3-piece bed set from the space and began to make the bed. Xian knew that he was wrong, and cold sweat broke out in his palms, but fortunately, this sister did not pursue it. But if you really want to talk about it, it's still this sister cow. The little girl outside made a lot of noise in the audience during the day. That ability was too rebellious, and just a few clouds of black red mist injured several Taoist priests. There was no way to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her, and even the abbot couldn't do anything about her, so he let her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here. As a result, he was cured by this sister, beaten into a pig's head, and lay down outside unconscious. Xuanji touched his neck, and he didn't even dare to refute and escape, for fear that this sister would take his life. He quickly turned his mind around, stood behind Mujio and said fearfully and respectfully, "Grandma, you don't remember the villain, this time we really know it's wrong. In order to show our apologies and sincerity, if you stay here for 1 day, we will provide you with 3 meals a day. It's all meat and vegetables, and the nutrition is guaranteed." Hearing him say this, Mujio turned around. In the last days, eating is a big deal, and if you can eat 3 meals, you do have sincerity, but I don't know if you can do it. Can you be the master of this? Mujio glanced at Xuanji and continued to make the bed. "Don't say one thing to my face and do another behind my back." Xuanji stood up 3 fingers. "This time I will do what I say, I will satisfy you." Mujio waved his hand to signal him to go out. She was going to rest after a tiring day. Xuanji exited the room with interest, closed the door for Mujio again, and then walked towards the girl in the courtyard. Even through the door, Mujio has a tricky pupil rune, and it is easy to know the situation outside. In a short time, more than a dozen Taoist priests gathered in the middle courtyard, each with bandages wrapped around their bodies. It seems that the girl has offended a lot of people when she entered the city god temple, and now they all come to her to seek revenge. One of the bold Taoist priests walked over and kicked the girl in the chest to make sure she passed out completely. The girl, who was already hit and was dying, spit out a mouthful of blood directly. The person was still unconscious, and there was no sign of resistance, which showed how badly the injury was. But the girl is still far from death. After all, after the ability awakens, it will be more durable than ordinary people. Mujio will not be ruthless to the supernatural person easily. At most he will give a lesson and punish him. After all, the dead adeptus have become weird, and they are much more difficult to deal with than the living. Seeing that the people were not moving, the 2 Taoist priests lifted the girl up together and walked towards the backyard. There were also 3 Taoist priests who followed, including Xuanji. The rest of the people stayed in the courtyard to pack up the materials scattered all over the place, and then moved all of them to the front yard, the residence of the Taoist priests. Mujio inside the door silently withdrew the rune paper into the space. If she was defeated by that girl today, the inhuman treatment outside at the moment would fall on her. In her last life, she was bullied like this. Mujio went back to the space to take a bath, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the bed to take a nap. When it was just dark, Xianji came to knock on the door, and just as he promised, he brought dinner to Mujio. When I opened the door, the yard had been cleaned up so that there were no traces of the day's fights, and it was clean and tidy. The dinner that Xianji brought to Mujio was a large plate similar to that used in the cafeteria. Potato stewed pork ribs, stir-fried bok choy and mountains of white rice. Mujio asked him to put it on the table in the middle of the room. Then Wu took out a set of disposable tableware collected from the fishing village from his bag, sandwiched a little of each of them, and handed it to Xianji. Xianji took the dishes and chopsticks embarrassedly. "Sister, don't be so polite, this is what I should do." Mujio tapped his fingers on the table, stopping him from continuing to say words of thanks. Xianji looked embarrassed. Oh. Okay, he glanced at the food in the bowl, took all the food in one gulp, chewed it heavily, then swallowed it completely, and opened his mouth wide to show her. "My aunt, this food is absolutely not poisonous." "How dare I poison you, don't die." Mujio sneered. What else did they dare not do as a group of unscrupulous Taoist priests? "I'm afraid that I wish she would die quickly, so that she could seize all her things, just like she did with that strange girl. You can go, and when breakfast is delivered tomorrow, come back and get the plate." Mujio drove people directly. Xianji nodded and exited the room. Closing the door, Mujio put the verified meal into the space, and instead took out the big meal made by Xiao Huang before. Matsutake fried rice, charcoal grilled lamb chops, sauce-flavored pork knuckles, steamed Australian shrimp, etc., filled with a pot of bosses. After eating, I will have half a unicorn ice watermelon. After eating a little, Mujio opened the door of the room and walked around the courtyard. There are guest rooms on both sides of the courtyard, with 2 floors, a total of 50 rooms, and the decoration is in the style of second-hand wood. Most of the people who can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here are 1 or 2 or 3 families, and according to the exploitation methods of the Taoist priests, these people should have a very solid family background. It was already nightfall, and the city had already lost its electricity supply earlier, so at the moment, the temple was lit only by lit candles. At this moment, looking at the flickering candles and swaying figures in the house, it is so lively, as if I have seen a vacation scene before the end of the world. Although the city god temple is safe, it is dark at the moment, and except for Mujio in the courtyard, even the noisy little Taoist priest can't see it. Everyone closed the door and stayed in their room for fear of seeing something unclean outside. The gate adjacent to the front yard in the middle courtyard was securely closed. Mujio could sense through the golden spirit talisman that on the side of the front yard, there were a total of 5 big locks locked up and down. All of them were used to prevent the guests living in the middle courtyard from taking advantage of the Taoist priest's rest in the middle of the night to break over and steal materials. After all, even a little Taoist priest like Xuanji can promise 3 meals to guests at will. This is enough to prove how rich the materials of the city god temple are, at least in terms of food. It is definitely not bad. Mujio walked half a circle in the courtyard, and when he happened to pass by the gate of the backyard, he faintly heard a painful wail coming from the door. Chapter 84. She thought of the girl who was carried to the backyard by the Taoist priests, and this was probably her voice. In the mouths of the Taoist priests, Mujio felt that the backyard seemed to be the garbage recycling plant of the city god temple. Whether it's people, animals, or objects, anything that is not good or clean will be thrown away in the backyard. From the middle courtyard to the gate of the backyard, there are also locks, 3 large locks of different styles. Mujio didn't open the lock rashly, but instead took out the tricky pupil talisman paper, stood outside the door, and looked towards the backyard. The scene in the backyard surprised Mujio. The city god temple in the center of the city could have such a large backyard. It was roughly estimated that it could be tens of thousands of square meters. On the right-hand side of the fence is a long cement pigsty house, each of which feeds 6 or 7 white pigs. There are probably more than a dozen small houses divided in hundreds of pigs. At this moment, he is lying on the straw laid out inside, sleeping peacefully. On the left-hand side, against the fence, there is a long mesh chicken pen with a warm chicken coop inside. Even after nightfall, there were still a few chickens hanging outside. The chicken pen is not small, and Mujio conservatively estimates that there are probably hundreds of chickens here. In the middle of the courtyard is a transparent glass greenhouse with high arches, and the inside is a pure steel skeleton structure, which looks very strong and resistant. There are 10 kinds of vegetables and fruits in total, and each grows more than 10 different kinds of fruits and vegetables, and from the outside, it looks like it is full of fruits. Before the end of the world, this was a place where incense was flourishing and was worshipped by many wealthy people. Presumably, in the past, people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme came to save merit and eat a green, organic and pollution-free meal by the way. Accepting the baptism of Taoism from the heart to the body, there are these in the backyard. It is conceivable how much energy the rich people behind this city god temple have to build such a natural farmhouse in the middle of the city. Therefore, after the end of the world, the Taoist priests in the city god temple can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme so carefree, thanks to this backyard and these rich people. Of course, this is the good part of the temple. And what makes people chill is that among the long rows of pigsty, there are many hungry men, women and children lying in each room. Most of them spread dirty sheets or clothes on the ground, huddled together and leaned together, making more room for the fat pigs to move. Mujio felt that everyone inside was weak, but he only dared to sit and sleep. Probably because I was afraid of lying down, I didn't have enough strength, I didn't have time to turn over, and I was trampled to death by pigs. Mujio also saw all of them, even children of a few years old, with large and small scars on their bodies. Some are knife wounds, some are whip marks, and there are burns. This is to be beaten and frightened, tortured and subdued, so hungry that he no longer has the strength to resist, so that he can lie in the pigsty so peacefully. Mujio has been here for 2 days, and through a door, he hasn't even heard the child's crying. How bitter it must be, he doesn't even dare to cry. Obviously, these are the refugees who came to the temple to join the temple. Looking at the set of grain collection methods of the Taoist priests, it is likely that these people were looted and used for value before they were thrown here. After all, the city god temple costs 5 caddies of rice to enter the door, and no one will be allowed to come in if there is no food. These dog things, sitting on the innate advantages of Taoism, do not go out to clean up the weird, but they are very good at embarrassing their own people. Mujio frowned, took out a golden spirit talisman from the space, turned around and walked towards the courtyard gate leading to the front yard. As she approached, 5 large locks of different shapes opened the door one after another, levitating in the air. When she entered, the 5 large locks were automatically locked again, leaving them untouched. The pupil talisman paper was still in use, and Mujio entered the front hall where the Taoist priests were without any scruples. At night, the hall was lit with candles, and the little Taoist priest who kept vigil was drowsy. Mujio followed the dark place that the candlelight couldn't find, and quietly went to the side hall on the left. Under the treacherous pupils, Mujio clearly saw that the huge side hall on the left side seemed to be a treasure trove of materials. It can have an area of nearly 500 square meters, and the high shelves in it are filled with all kinds of food and daily necessities in an orderly manner. Probably because the previous days were too stable, and I didn't think that anyone would come to steal things in the temple, so no one was arranged to come to the side hall to keep vigil. Just hung 2 big locks, and it felt like it was done once and for all. But for Mujio, the lock is equivalent to nothing. She quietly entered the side hall. There were mountains of materials in the house, but Mujio was not prepared to startle the snakes. She just collected 10 bags of 20 caddies of vacuum-packed northeast rice into the space in the tall grain pile. After all, people who have been hungry for a long time can only eat some rice porridge and talk about it slowly, but this account has to come out of the view. Find out the place, and then she can come whenever she needs it. Then Mujio returned to the middle courtyard the same way, and all the door locks in the front yard were restored to their original state, and there was no appearance that someone had come in at all. This time, Mujio used the golden spirit talisman to open the 3 big locks in the backyard and calmly entered the darkness. It was so far away from the front yard and locked so many floors, Mujio was sure that the Taoist priests in the front yard would definitely not come over at night. But the stench here is. After all, there are more than 100 pigs and hundreds of chickens, as well as vegetables and fruits that are sown with farm manure, so that the stench of the sky cannot be dissipated at all. Mujio was once again surprised by what these people who slept in the pigsty had experienced. The white porridge used to restore physical strength, Mujio was already in the space, and she had already stewed it in a large saucepan from the hospital cafeteria. Before the porridge was cooked, Mujio walked past the pigsty house in turn, trying to find the girl who had grabbed the room with him during the day. She can't die. Mujio taught her a lesson. She was unreasonable first, and if she couldn't be reasonable, she had to do it. But if the girl dies, it is no longer a lesson, but a harm to others and to herself. After all, there is no weirdness with supernatural abilities, and there is no one that does not hurt much. Now that Mujio has possessed the evil talisman, the girl is no longer a threat to her. Therefore, leaving her, or even curing her, and letting her use her for her own use is the most correct choice under the terrifying apocalypse. Mujio walked from one end of the pigsty to the other, and finally in the pigsty house at the back, he saw the girl who had been beaten to a blur of flesh and blood, and there was no human appearance. Like a rag, she lay limply at the door of the pigsty with her limbs in an extremely twisted position. There were originally people in this pigsty, but in this kind of time when it is difficult to even protect herself, no one will care about her life or death. Mujio used the golden spirit talisman to open the bolt and lock of the pigsty, his brows furrowed into Sichuan characters, and slowly moved into the pigsty. When I got closer, I realized that the girl's limbs were all crushed. Even each bone was broken into more than 3 pieces, to the point of a comminuted fracture, and the bone slag was embedded in the flesh, and it was no longer possible to move normally. Naturally, the ability of the right hand can no longer be activated. Chapter 85. In the terrifying apocalypse, the abilities generated by people are essentially not much different from the sense of smell and touch, and they are originally things that people themselves have. Once the carrier is paralyzed, these things will disappear with them and can no longer be born. Mujio squatted in front of the girl, first touched and looked for the pulse everywhere, and then checked her pupils. The girl's forehead was hot and her limbs were cold. The broken wrist had begun to swell and turn purple with coldness, and Mujio couldn't feel his pulse, which meant that the bones had broken and damaged the blood vessels. Looking at these, Mujio couldn't bear it in her heart. She thought that the little Taoist priests would beat her up at most, but she didn't expect to be so ruthless. The constant pain of shattering the bones of the limbs is more unbearable than dying. Mujio sighed, and the corners of his eyes swept over the other refugees who were also in the pigsty. However, in the next second, Mujio was directly stunned in place. These refugees all had the same experience as the girl. Everyone's legs were knocked off. How much hatred should this be to be able to make such a heavy, ruthless hand? Mujio was outside just now through the gate in the backyard, and he didn't look carefully at the muscles and bones, but only saw the wound on the epidermis. At this moment, when I got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to these people, I realized the secret. No wonder they were willing to stay in the pigsty, even if they were hungry, they didn't dare to resist. It turned out that it was because they couldn't move. They couldn't resist at all. The places where most of them were knocked off were red, swollen, and bruised, and they were in pain that pierced their hearts and bones at every turn. There are also people who die directly with their whole legs, and they are already hovering on the verge of death. In such a serious situation as a girl, if you let it go, it is the latter, and she will not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme for a few days at all. This is not what Mujio wants to see. As a doctor, Mujio did not hesitate. She took out a small gold bar from the space and used the golden spirit talisman to form a thin needle. Mujio first used a golden needle to relieve the girl's pain and help her stabilize her vital signs. The Taoist priests had smashed her bones to pieces, and a large number of bone slag with sharp horns were embedded in the veins and muscles. Even experienced orthopedic surgeons in Western medicine need to perform debridement and take a lot of effort to clean up. But the damage to nerves and blood vessels is permanent and irreversible. Mujio didn't plan to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques to recuperate, it was too slow, and there were too many bone residues, which was not easy to operate. She indifferently held the golden spirit talisman and the tricky pupil talisman in her hands. Since she had divine assistance, of course she would not be reluctant to seek the near and far. In the next second, Mujio used the tricky pupil as a human ICT, and manipulated the gold ability to slowly extract all the broken bones in the girl's limbs and regather them in her body. According to the standard humerus, ulnar and radius, femur, tibia, etc., a new limb skeleton is shaped. As for irreversible injuries such as muscles and veins, medical skills can't save them, but the space spirit spring water can. Mujio scooped out a small half cup of spirit spring water from the space without hesitation, directly pinched the girl's mouth, and forcibly poured it down. Now her life will definitely be saved, and as for how much she can recover, it depends on the efficacy of the spiritual spring water. After finishing this, Mujio put the person flat on the ground. She glanced at the refugees next to her who had been in the same situation, and some plans began to sprout in her heart. Mujio is not a hesitant person. With space and dozens of ability runes in hand, many things are not so difficult, or even extremely easy. Having made up his mind, Mujio slowly moved towards the side, the refugees who had the same experience as the girl. According to the method of treating the girl just now, Mujio spent a lot of time rectifying everyone in the backyard. The refugees were all frightened when they saw Mujio approaching. But because of the inconvenience of leg movement, he could only beg Mujio, who was afraid in the same place, to let Mujio go. "Do you want to get back on your feet?" Mujio asked softly as he got closer. The refugees nodded uncertainly. They had been tortured for too long, and they had long lost hope of life. The beautiful girl who appeared in front of me was more like a beautiful hallucination before death. "My name is Mujio and I am a doctor. I can get your legs back to their original shape and give you something to eat. But you have to promise me one condition: you will obey my command in the future. Can you do it?" Mujio's words were more like hypnosis and demagoguery. Her words made these refugees, who were tortured by pain so much that they couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die, almost didn't have time to think about it, and agreed. Mujio didn't say anything more, and directly handed over a bowl of plastic bowls full of white porridge to fulfill his promise. Then while they were drinking porridge, they pricked needles to relieve pain, and they could shape their bones in one go. The power of the ability is powerful, and the skeleton remodeled according to the standard is even more perfect than the original. Most people have a heart-piercing pain that disappears, most of them immediately after bone shaping. As for the white porridge, Mujio had already added the spiritual spring water used for healing to it to ensure the effect of this treatment. As the spiritual spring water in the white porridge gradually took effect in the body, some people even stood up on the spot. However, the body was empty for a long time, so they could not stand for long, and they quickly fell back to their original position. Even so, it was enough to make everyone here happy. They sat on the floor, holding plastic bowls, and weptily thanked Dr. Mu for saving his life. They are all people who have gone through the ghost gate, and the gratitude and reverence in their hearts for Mujio is from the heart. They knew in their hearts that the evil spirits in the city god temple all ate people and did not spit out bones. Those Taoist priests were never as weak as they appeared on the surface. Even if they got back on their feet, they still couldn't compete with those Taoist priests. It's just fish on a chopping board, otherwise it wouldn't be left in a pigsty and tortured. But the little girl in front of her has some ability. Rushed to her to treat everyone's injuries and diseases, and distributed rice porridge. This is definitely a person who is more worthy of relying on and trusting than the Taoist priest of Chenghuang Temple. "Dr. Mu, you are our life-saving benefactor. Whatever you say in the future, we will listen to you. Listen, don't let those Taoist priests know about the healing of your legs and feet for the time being. What everyone needs most at present is to recharge their energy and regulate their bodies. In the days that followed, I would come and bring food to everyone once a night, and we would wait for the opportunity together. Put away the plastic bowl that everyone has eaten and put it into the space to avoid discarding it at will and revealing the filling." Before dawn, Mujio quietly returned to his room to rest. However, as soon as it was dawn, the courtyard was lively. Many little Taoist priests shuttled between the small doors in the front, middle, and backyards, and it seemed that something big had happened. As soon as Mujio opened the door of the room, he saw the Xianji who was standing at the door, hesitating to knock on the door. "Something?" Mujio glanced at him and asked expressionlessly. Xianji laughed dryly, rubbing his hands nervously. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It was last night that a batch of rice suddenly disappeared from the front yard supply warehouse. Because it is an important material, the abbot is now asking us to search around. I know that you will not be the one who did this, and you will not be able to look down on the little food. So I dare not knock on the door and disturb your rest. However, it is time to eat early, otherwise it will be time to let it cool." You see. It's convenient for me to send it in for you, and by the way, in front of you, try the poison one by one. Xianji finished speaking, lifted the thermos box placed on the ground, and swept his eyes towards Mujio's room. Chapter 86. How could Mujio not understand the meaning of Xianji's words? These little Taoist priests were asked by the abbot to search for thieves from room to room. The little Taoist priest Xuanji said that he didn't dare to check her Mujio, but in the name of delivering breakfast, he still had to go in and scan the door. After all, the 200 caddies of rice she took away occupied a lot of land. There are no cabinets in the rooms here, everything has to be laid out in the open, so a lot of food can be found at a glance. Mujio didn't care, even if the little Taoist priests turned her room upside down, they wouldn't be able to find that batch of grain. Come in. After the little Taoist priest of Xuanji tasted all the dishes in front of her, Mujio said, I have to go out today, you can help me guard the door. If yesterday's events happen again, you're the one lying there. Mujio smiled and pointed to the big tree outside the courtyard. At this moment there were already many guests getting up to do morning exercises. You can go out with confidence, I will use my life to guard the room for my aunt. Immediately, Mujio asked Xianji to go out, phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme the door, and he should also see the furnishings in the house clearly. Even if he had tried poison, Mujio would not eat what he sent. After all, this was not a group of people to be trusted. Mujio had eaten the food in his own space, and then left the city god temple with the big bag full of stones. According to the predetermined plan, today I will go to the small commodity wholesale market located nearby, to collect clothing and daily necessities. The fog outside the temple was still there, and it was impossible to see anything a meter away. This made Mujio have to carry the trick pupil with him, so as not to encounter danger and not know it. The small commodity wholesale market is located in the south of the Chenghuang Temple, about 5 kilometers along the River Avenue, covering a large area, are formed by a small shopping mall wholesale building. Mujio had a clear goal and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead slash phoneme in going to the clothing market. Mujio entered the first clothing building alone, and like the grain and oil market, the fog inside could not be entered. But there was a secret quiet. Because of the power outage, there were no lights in the building, so it was pitch black inside the windowless mall. Only at the entrance of the gate, you can faintly see the inside, between the doors and the lattices. And merchants and customers lying on the ground, rotting and stinking corpses. Thinking of this, Mujio's heart sank. This situation has only been encountered in the mountains of the vegetable planting base. If there is no trick, it means that the trick bead has been absorbed, and raising goo has become a higher level weird. Mujio pulled out a fire spirit talisman from the space, waved his hand and threw a 50-meter long whip of treacherous fire, suspended in the aisle of the shop at the front. The inside was instantly illuminated by the fire, like daylight outside. In the next second, the things that were originally hidden in the darkness suddenly invaded Mujio, who was standing at the entrance of the mall, as if they had been disturbed from sleep. Wow! I saw 5 or 6 strips of rotten meat covered with black barbs, stretching out from a certain lattice shop dozens of meters away in an instant. It only took 0.1 seconds to hit the barrier in front of Mujio. Knock the bewildering rose red out of the ripples that fill the screen. Mujio clearly saw the black barb, and directly pierced into the enchantment. Mujio quickly retreated, concentrating the treacherous fire in his hand to repel the black thorn. The level 3 enchantment was powerless against it. Mujio frowned. No, what the hell is this? It can stretch such a long distance, and the energy can be so strong. Now that it can easily invade the weirdness of the enchantment, it must be above the 3rd level. Mujio quickly urged the long treacherous whip that was originally suspended above the aisle between the lattices, trying to wrap around the elongated strip of rotten flesh. The dark green flaming whip tightened like a fiery serpent. But the rotten strip of meat was one step faster than the fire, and shrank back into the shop between the lattices. Before Mujio could react, the meat strip rushed out again, like a sharp sword, crashing into the huddled monster fire, and shattered the entire monster fire. The treacherous fire scattered into countless stars, falling on the aisle floor of the shop, like the Milky Way in the night, and there was no threat to it. Then the rotten strip of meat turned on the irritable mode, twitching frantically, and sprinted towards Mujio's enchantment. It was then brought out a white-collar man wearing a white shirt and tie, a suit, and leather shoes. The man had no head, but his legs were moving slowly forward. The strips of rotten flesh tens of meters long stretched out directly from the man's neck, as if controlling the man's bar-shaped brain. Mujio did not hesitate, and immediately took out all the rune papers. Outside of the barrier, create a grave wall, a calcium bone net, a mysterious mist, a chicken blood array, and a strange aura layer to block them. Unsurprisingly, 6 strips of rotten meat resemble 6 reinforcing bars. Easily and quickly broke through the grave wall and the calcium bone net, breaking through the oversized hole, which was convenient for the body to follow in. To it, these things are like a piece of toilet paper, which doesn't need to be strained to shreds. Then he rushed into a poisonous mist that could dissolve everything. There was no movement for 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds, and the strange movements seemed to be restricted. But just as Mujio vigilantly looked into the mist with his tricky pupils, there was a faint tremor in the air. Only 10 seconds later, the originally thick poisonous poison gradually dissipated around the rotten meat slices. It wasn't until the black and red mist completely disappeared that Mujio saw that on the meat slices, black barbs were trembling at a high frequency. It is like the wings of a fan, so that the poisonous gas cannot contaminate the body of the meat strips, so that it is blown away by the instigated air current. Immediately followed by the chicken blood array, this is a sharp weapon to kill tricks, but if it is evil, there is no taboo against it. In the next second, the rotten meat strips rushed straight into the chicken blood array. Mujio saw that the black barbs and the rotten strips of meat were eroded by the black and red chicken blood beads, gnawing into potholes and holes. The speed at which the strip sprints forward is noticeably slower. But before Mujio could let go of her heartstrings and take a deep breath, she found that this ghost thing, after being eroded by chicken blood, could be quickly restored to its original condition. It actually had the ability to regenerate. It was like a stream of water that had been chopped by a sharp knife, and it was completely cut and to no avail. The last layer is the weird aura layer that can confuse weirdness. Mujio stood within the enchantment, his fists gradually clenched. Not being nervous is fake, the living and the weird confrontation, never completely sure, accidentally reduced to their kind. Fortunately, the rotten strip of meat stopped moving in a thick layer of weirdness, as if it was wondering, as if it was thinking. Its human body followed crookedly, and walked up to Mujio step by step. Mujio stood only a meter away from this thing, and could clearly see the metallic luster on its barbs. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to come out, which reminded her of the long-haired bun that had torn her apart in her previous life. Its hair also has this metallic sheen, it is a sharper presence than metal, and it is as sharp as paper. If this thing is similar to the bun, I'm afraid it can reach level 4 or 5. Wow! Just as Mujio was stunned, one of the strips of rotten flesh broke through the strange chi layer and directly hit the rose-colored enchantment, almost knocking Mujio to the ground. Chapter 87. What's the situation? Why does this weird pierce through weird energy? Weird has always been disliked and unwilling to pay attention to its own kind. Is it? Do you smoke the same kind? Mujio's heart sank, and he felt a chill to the bone. Yes, it is precisely because of its ability to suck its own kind that its level can be upgraded to this level in such a short period of time. And the level of the strange chi released by himself at this moment was originally in the category of Class 3, but in the past few days, he has been taking the space enhancement pill continuously, and he should have reached the position of positive level 3. But it's also lower than the level of the thing in front of you. The next level is like a mountain, and his own strange aura in front of it is probably no different from putting a delicious meal on the table. When Mujio realized this, the strange 6 carrion strips had already wrapped the entire enchantment. The whole process took no more than 5 seconds. Outside the barrier, all the strange energy released by the treacherous rune paper was sucked up. Within the enchantment, Mujio clearly saw that when all the 6 pieces of carrion were opened, hundreds of wolf-like teeth were growing in a mess at the strange neck, from the end of the meat strip to the depths of the throat. And the slender tongue like a snake letter, sticking out of the deep stomach, licking the delicious and strange remains of the teeth with satisfaction. At this moment, Mujio's talisman hole cards had basically been used up, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from her back. She saw the extra-long strip of rotting flesh clinging to the outer wall of the barrier, and its black barbs had all pierced into the inner wall of the barrier. Traces of purple pus were slowly spitting out from the end of the spike, intending to dissolve Mujio's entire enchantment. Could it be that everything is going to happen again, and I have to die at the hands of this disgusting thing today? Mujio took out a new enchantment talisman again for double protection. If the soft one doesn't work, then come to the hard one. Mujio took out 7 more peachwood swords, and with the manipulation technique of the wood spirit rune, he quickly slashed at the 6 strips of rotten flesh of this ugly thing, as well as the heart of its body. The result was somewhat surprising, and the 6 sticks of carrion were cut to the sloppy strip, which did not do anything for it. At the moment when the peachwood sword sank into the carrion strip, it was immediately charred into ashes and disappeared. And the peachwood sword that stabbed at its humanoid body was blocked back by 6 other strips of carrion that had arrived in time to support before it could touch the material of the clothes. This completely different reaction made Mujio's heart feel a burst of secret joy. Since the humanoid body needs to be protected by a rotten flesh strip, then it means that it is its weakness. Focusing on attacking the opponent's weakness, he may still be able to fight today. Thinking of this, Mujio didn't dare to delay at all, and took out 30 enchantment charms from the space at once, forming a superimposed blessing physically. Reborn once, Mujio cherished his life very much. Even if a rune paper can only protect herself for 10 seconds, those 30 can protect herself for 300 seconds, and if she can fight for a little chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblib/phoneme, she will fight for a little more. If the time is enough, she can't draw 1 billion pieces to protect herself. Immediately, she rearranged the chicken blood array with a water spirit rune, increasing the original chicken blood by 10 times, dense, like a hornet in the sky ready to attack. When he was testing just now, Mujio found that chicken blood could trap the carrion strips and slow down their movements. She wanted to take a gamble. In the end, there were 100 peachwood swords, controlled by the wood spirit rune, all of which pierced the weird humanoid body, trying to suppress it in all directions with numbers. Things went relatively smoothly. The thick chicken blood array did give the peachwood sword an attack a chance of about 1.5 seconds. The peachwood sword almost pierced the humanoid body into a hedgehog. The only pity, the strength of the peachwood sword is not enough. It can't penetrate this weird body at all, and it is conservatively estimated that it can reach level 4. As a result, Mujio's enchantment was wrapped in black thorns again, and he watched the mouth full of fangs gnaw towards the enchantment. At this moment, Mujio unconsciously took out a knife from the space and stabbed it towards the fangs with fear. Woo! Let out a sharp wail. The weirdness that had firmly trapped Mujio's enchantment suddenly twitched violently, and threw Mujio within the enchantment together. Fortunately, Mujio held the hilt of the sword in his hand tightly and did not let go even if he died. He even used all his strength to insert the sword inward to the end. Its body, from the hundreds of fangs on the hilt of the sword, began to shatter into flying smoke, gradually dissipating towards the surrounding body. Until the huge distorted body completely disappeared in front of Mujio. A black and shiny bead rolled down to Mujio's feet. The black trick bead, a proper rank 4 trick bead. And the rotten flesh strip that is invulnerable to all poisons just now is this rank 4 weird Horcrux, which is far stronger than the existence of the body. Is like the group of strange birds under Ding Dang's hands in his previous life, full of destructive power. Mujio put the black trick bead into the space, and the enchantment, which was originally pierced by thousands of barbs, was repaired in an instant. And the previous demonic rose red immediately deepened, and was replaced by the noble red. Mujio touched the inner wall of the enchantment that was red at the moment with his hand, and found that this thing seemed to be a non-Newtonian body. When touched, it is like silk, soft and smooth, and when it is fierce, it is like steel, and it is hard and piercing. What's worse is that the outer wall of the enchantment actually grows the same barbs as the weird body just now. This barb is the same color as the inner wall of the enchantment, but it has a metallic luster, like a steel hedgehog. Now it can be resisted by both soft and hard. Mujio breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at the jade sword in his hand that saved her life at a critical moment. It was the heirloom that Ding Dang gave her in the ancestral hall of the Wine family, the dragon and phoenix white jade sword. Ding Dang, thank you. Mujio muttered softly. Then he put away his belongings and walked towards the interior of the building. The energy consumption of forming a 4th level weird is extremely high, so after this weird one was cleared by Mujio, there was not a single little trick in the entire building. Even the chill in the building disappeared and turned into a stuffy heat. And the smell of corpses coming from everywhere. When Mujio took out an Earth Spirit talisman and activated the talisman paper, she was surprised to find that she seemed to be able to sense the ground and walls of the entire building. Mujio ordered in her consciousness, integrate all the corpses in the building into the concrete floor of the floor. In the next second, the corpse at Mujio's feet instantly turned into mud, and was quickly engulfed by the ground under his feet, merging into one. The floor of the walkway seems to have been raised by a few centimeters. The corpses were all gone, but the smell of rancid smell remained in the indoor mall. Mujio immediately took out a treacherous talisman, and countless treacherous mist were like sweeping robots, obeying orders to corrode and absorb all the air filth in the room. When the fog disappears, the air inside returns to a clean and fresh level. The high level of rune paper is remarkable, and it is simply not too convenient to act. After solving these basic problems, Mujio will start collecting materials. She picked up a piece of fire spirit rune paper and wanted to illuminate herself. Before she could stretch out her hand to give orders, a large area of strange fire naturally grew under her feet, which automatically spread to a range of 100 meters, igniting everything she could see. Chapter 88. Mujio didn't waste time, and went straight to the small wholesale store in the lattice, sweeping the clothes here one by one. Cotton white t-shirts, shirts, cotton and linen tops, trendy printed t-shirts, etc. Jeans, slacks, suit pants, cargo pants, tight stretch pants, etc. Casual suits, sports suits, all kinds of pajama sets, etc. Denim jackets, leather jackets, trench coats, tweed jackets, cotton jackets, down jackets, etc. Sweatshirts, sweaters, warm clothes, autumn clothes and pants, etc. Underwear, long and short socks, scarves, hats, gloves, etc. From the bottom to the top, he swept all the lattice shops and harvested millions of single items. Then proceed to the next garment building. The wholesale market has a total of 10 garment buildings, which is also the set goal that Mujio wants to complete today. There are 10 costume buildings, and a total of 9 4th level weird ones are hidden. And a 3rd level weird that failed to upgrade to level 4 because the building's business was too poor and its popularity was insufficient. It was busy until dark, and a total of 16 million clothing items were harvested. Among them, women's clothing accounted for 70%, men's clothing accounted for 20%, and children accounted for 10%. Mujio dragged his slightly tired body back to the city god temple. Before he knocked on the door, the little Taoist priest who had the vision to see the child opened the door and waited in the door. "Grandma, you're back. Are you hungry, thirsty, tired? I've prepared the food, the mung bean soup, and the boiling hot water. As soon as you come back, I will be able to send it to your room immediately." After he finished speaking, he beckoned the 4 little Taoist priests on the side to come forward to help Mujio carry her hiking bag. Mujio followed behind the little Taoist priest of Xuanji and walked towards the view, with a feeling of being courteous and stealing without anything. "Shenji, shouldn't you have done something sorry for me behind my back again, right? You are so attentive today. Auntie, how dare I? This little life of mine is in your hands." A few people said and entered the middle courtyard. Mujio saw a lot of suitcases in the courtyard, and it seemed that there were new guests moving in. But isn't the room in the courtyard already full? What's the situation? Mujio couldn't help but wonder. She saw that the little priests were helping to move the suitcases in the courtyard to the room next to her. She remembered that there was not a family of 7 living in the next room, a couple with a child, plus 4 old people. "Grandma, I was about to tell you that you moved in next door with a few eldest brothers, who just moved in today. You can rest assured that it will never move to the location of your room." Xianji deliberately emphasized this point. Then he lowered his voice and said, "It's just. They will move tonight. It will be a little noisy, aunt and grandmother, don't mind. If you have any needs, just tell me, and I will try my best to help you do it." Hearing this, Mujio did not speak. At this point, I naturally figured out where the original family in the next room had gone. Where else to go, of course, is the pigsty in the backyard. Probably because there are many people in the family, and they are all old and weak, women and children, all of them are only a man in the prime of life, and they will slowly not be able to pay the rent of the room in the city god temple. In the face of a group of young and powerful little Taoist priests who tend to be inflammatory, of course, they will fall behind. I wonder if they will have the same experience as the refugees in the pigsty who are missing arms and legs. But a violent beating will definitely not be able to escape. Mujio followed the little Taoist priests past the room next to her and saw the group of flower-armed brothers in Xuanji's mouth. There are 5 in total, all wearing tank tops and shorts, as well as a pair of flip-flops, and tattoos of coiling dragons and tigers crawling all over the upper body, standard gangster dress. More than a dozen of the largest suitcases were placed at the door, and the house was already full of all kinds of large and small bags, and at a glance it was clear that this was a rich man. It's no wonder that the city god temple wants to drive out the original residents, and such a person with sufficient supplies is the target customer of the Taoist priests. The next second, Mujio clearly saw that one of the strong men with a golden light in his right hand had created a sturdy steel frame out of thin air against the wall in the house, which was used to place those small packages. It turned out to be the one with the ability, the gold ability. Then another strong man was seen holding a broken willow branch and pointing at the heavy suitcase on the ground. I saw that the willow branches suddenly thickened and grew rapidly, as if they had life and thoughts, wrapped and tied the suitcase, and then placed it at the bottom of the shelf. To be able to use the ability to this extent, I must have killed a lot of weird people in practice, and I almost touched the boundary of the second level ability. The more you move into the late apocalypse, the more common it becomes. The increase in the number of supernatural people is a good thing for the survival of mankind. Mujio didn't bother to look at it anymore, so he wanted to walk towards his room. At this moment, one of the big brothers with muscles and arms suddenly shouted from the room to the little Taoist priest of Xuanji, "Hey, you little Taoist priests haven't come to help. I didn't see that your grandfather has a lot of things, and he has worked hard to move." Mujio saw that the scolded Xianjisher's face was pale for a while, but he didn't dare to fight back, but instead comforted the eldest brother and said, "I'm sorry, guest, I'll send this lady back to the room first, and then bring someone over to help you carry your luggage. Please wait a moment." Seeing that the little Taoist priest was about to leave, the eldest brother walked out unhappily and stopped Xianji. "Lao Tzu donated so much food to the city god temple, doesn't he deserve a little priority?" This. Xianji looked at Mujio in embarrassment. He didn't dare to come forward. On both sides are big brothers and sisters with explosive force values, and he is a crispy little minion on both sides, and he doesn't dare to offend easily. Brother Flowerarm followed Xianji's gaze for help and looked at Mujio. Yo, it turned out to be a big beauty, no wonder the little Taoist priests are so attentive. Brother Huaji's eyes swept over Mujio's face for 3 seconds, and his attitude changed instantly. He gently pulled aside the little Taoist priest who was blocking the front with his hand, and Xuanji instantly felt a fierce force, and he was directly knocked to the ground and fell to the butt. Brother Huajian didn't care about the Xianji behind him, but stared at Mujio with a wicked smile. Does the beautiful woman phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme next door to us? Big brother has a lot of food and fun here. The beautiful woman can come over tonight to play together, and my brother promises to let you take off. As long as you are willing to follow your brother, how about your food, clothing, housing and transportation in the future? How about your brother wrap it for you? In front of everyone, he boldly stretched out his right hand, which was stuffed with black dirt in his nails, to Mujio's cheek. The little Taoist priests who were watching gasped. Everyone who had seen the picture of this ant beating people was very nervous in their hearts, but they were a little looking forward to the next picture. I want to see which side of this ruthless wild cat can be better against the ferocious Tibetan Mastiff. Chapter 89. A second before the dirty, smelly hand was about to touch the soft cheek, someone easily grabbed the wrist. Mujio felt the dragon tattoo on his index finger light up, and a familiar voice immediately sounded in his ears. "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune is infinitely powerful giant god rune, which can be used to use rune paper to have the power to shake the heavens and the earth." The 33 wordless monuments in the space immediately appeared. The 11th bright red totem. The corners of Mujio's mouth hooked slightly. This turned out to be a supernatural person. Yo, the beauty has a lot of strength. Brother likes it. The skin of this palm is as delicate as the one on his face. Brother Huajian was dissatisfied with Mu Jiu grabbing his wrist, and wanted to continue to move forward forcefully to caress her face. Only to find out I couldn't move at all. Instead, the little white hand suddenly increased its strength. Hiss. Pain, pain, pain. Brother Flower's face suddenly turned red from the severe pain of this hanging. He let out a yell, mobilizing his whole body abilities in trying to pull his wrist back. Only to find that the little hand, like a mouse splint, clamped his wrist tightly. The harder he pushed, the tighter his wrist was clamped, and it hurt to the point that his whole hand was numb. Until the crisp sound of wrist bones shattering sounded in the ears of the onlookers. Everyone vaguely realized the painful and distorted face of Brother Flowerarm. Mujio threw the broken wrist of the eldest brother with the Flowerarm aside, and the eldest brother immediately jumped to his feet to hold his deformed right hand, crying and running towards the house. Seek refuge from his eldest brothers. Made Mujio a little stunned, as if she had bullied a young man from a good family. But after thinking about it, she smiled and shouted at the big brother with a smile, "This kind of hand strength, big brother, do you still like it, big brother? If you want to experience it with your left hand, I can also serve it myself." After saying that, she put the palm that had just pinched the wrist of the big brother with the Flowerarm under her nose and sniffed it, and said with a disgusted face, I haven't taken a bath for a few days, it's so naughty. It's disgusting. Isn't it just a power ability? Who hasn't had it? Show what? What's the show? I'm sick. Then she kicked at the mysterious priest who was still sitting on the ground, looking stupid. Gone, what are you doing sitting here, waiting for someone to beat you? Oh. Okay. Auntie. Xianji immediately got up, patted the mud on his buttocks, and asked the little Taoist priests carrying the mountaineering bags to follow in the footsteps of this sister. He had seen the horror of this sister once again today, and even Brother Huajian was not her opponent. Mujio just took out the golden spirit talisman and dissolved the non-perforated lock hanging on the door of his room. Just as he was about to open the door, he was suddenly blocked by several steel bars that were rapidly inserted horizontally, blocking the way. Little girl, you hurt my brother just now? There are several tall figures approaching on the right hand, and the patterns on the back of the hand are indeed lifelike when seen closely, and there is a bit of horror in the momentum. Xianji and a few little Taoist priests immediately retreated a little farther away, for fear of harming themselves. Mujio was a little impatient. So, you want to ask for an explanation for him? You know, he provoked me first. When I went out today and encountered a 4th level weirdness, I was tired enough to deal with it. When I came back, I had to be entangled by these conspicuous dog-wrapped men who had awakened their abilities and provoked them everywhere. Little girl, your tone is very dragged. Do you know who your eldest brother is? Do you dare to speak like that? Said the eldest brother with a Flowerarm, and a sharp steel knife with a cold light was suspended in his right hand. The blade has only a double-sided blade and no handle, so it can be used as a boomerang. Everyone present is not afraid, and if this thing is not controlled well, it will kill people indiscriminately. This is not the original society ruled by law, and even if they kill someone, they will not be punished, and they can only consider themselves unlucky. Mujio grinned without smiling. She doesn't care who he is. What does Tianwang Laotsu have to do with herself? She just wants to go back to her room and lie down and sleep. Her fearless expression instantly aroused the anger of her eldest brother. Little girl, don't be ashamed. Now in this world, it's your blessing that Brother Laotsu wants to sleep with you. You still dare to put on such an expression and break my brother's arm. Who gave you the guts? As he spoke, the blade in his eldest brother's hand almost touched the skin of Mujio's neck. Seeing that Mujio didn't move, she thought she was scared and didn't dare to move. But no matter how strong she is, if she can crush people's wrists with her bare hands, then she can still crush steel knives. He, a second-level supernatural being, can take her life in minutes. He smiled lewdly and said to the brothers behind him, second and third, strip this girl naked and tie it to the trunk of the old banyan tree in the middle of the yard with an old rattan. Fourth, go and tell all the men in this yard that as long as you give us 2 or 2 tails of rice tonight, you can enjoy this chick at will. You can play it however you want, don't just play to death. By the way, of course, the first game should be reserved for the fifth child who has been wronged today and has his arm broken first. If this girl dares to resist, Lao Tzu will directly scratch her face, so that she will not be able to see anyone in the future. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Brother Hua's words fell, his body was suddenly hooked by a powerful force towards the big banyan tree in the courtyard. 2 finger-thick rings, respectively around the eldest brother's neck and waist, around the trunk of a 1-meter diameter banyan tree, forming a metal closed loop. Then tighten it quickly, until its neck and waist are choked to the point of suffocation, and then stop. All this happened so fast that everyone only blinked an eye, and Brother Huajian had already flown from the door of Mujio's room to the banyan tree. Brother Flowerarm is trying to shout for help. Mujio waved his hand, and saw that the outer lips of the eldest brother's upper and lower flaps were quickly sewn up by a soft silver silk thread, and he could no longer open and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. My mouth is so stinky, I don't have any morals at all, since I can't speak well, don't talk about it in the future. It's the same gold ability, Mujio's control is at level 4, and this big brother's control is at level 2. Even if it's just a very thin soft silver wire sewn on his mouth, because the energy given is different, even if the eldest brother uses up the ability of his whole body, he can't unravel the slightest. Mujio turned his head and said to the little Taoist priest of Xuanji, "Go, according to the request of this eldest brother, take off all his clothes, and then notify all the men in the courtyard to come out and enjoy it. But tonight the person who sees him has a share, you don't need to hand over the rice, don't let others play to death. Oh, by the way, remember to let the fifth child of his family go first." Although he knew that this sister must be joking. But, when the eldest sister was cutting people, could you not cue him? He was timid and scared. Standing next to him at this moment, the second, third and fourth children who witnessed the scene where the boss was easily cleaned up just now were so angry that their faces turned red. You! This vicious woman! It's a pity that she didn't dare to make a sound in the latter sentence. They showed a cowardly and tangled posture that they wanted to fight with Mujio, but they didn't dare to move forward. Mujio suddenly smiled. Do you guys have any other opinions? Chapter 90. The second, third, and fourth looked at each other cautiously, and then lowered their heads. This woman can easily bring down their boss, and killing the 3 of them is like a joke. You know, the boss is the strongest among them. Mujio saw that they didn't speak, so he didn't pay attention to it, waved his hand and swept away the steel bars that were stuck in front of the door, opened the door, and went straight into the room. Xianji commanded the little Taoist priests who carried the bags to follow into the room. The next room moved, and it was late in the morning, and Mujio was overwhelmed. But because I was too tired during the day, I barely managed to sleep for a few hours. Mujio set an alarm clock at 3 o'clock in the morning to get up, which she should do, and every night she had to deliver food to those refugees in the backyard. Quietly opened the door, and in the yard as usual, there was no one else except for the flower-armed brother who was forcibly encircled under the tree by her. With sharp eyes, she found that Brother Huajian became incontinent at some point. The black pants were soaked, half clinging to the inner thighs, and there were large droplets of water slowly dripping down the legs. Even the humidity on the muddy ground under your feet is layer by layer. This is obviously more than one time. It is really a touching brotherhood. The eldest brother stands out for the younger brother, and when something happens, they will break up with each other, and they will be able to take Hot Wheels with them even if they run away. Without even looking at it, the brothers closed the door and went back to their rooms to sleep, as if nothing happened. I don't know what the eldest brother thinks in his heart. Anyway, Mujio, a bystander, is not worth it for him. But one thing to say, the eldest brother is not a good person, and Mujio didn't plan to put him down from the tree in a short time. Gotta let him stay here enough and learn a long lesson. Of course, Mujio also knows the measure in the last days, but anyone with extraordinary abilities will not kill if he can. I'd rather let him survive than let him join the weird team to attack humans. Therefore, Mujio had loosened the steel rings around the neck and waist of the eldest brother with flower arms earlier, so that this buddy could breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the eldest brother is in a semi-comatose state, and he doesn't know if he is frightened or sleepy. Mujio didn't bother to care about him, so he quietly opened the backyard door and distributed today's food to the refugees. Today's diet is still porridge. But Mujio added fresh lettuce picked from the backyard greenhouse. By the way, he killed 4 chickens in the chicken shed in the backyard and chopped them into diced chicken to increase the nutrition of the white porridge. Of course, a little spiritual spring water was added. Everyone's complexion looks much better than yesterday. There are many young people with good recovery ability who have been able to help Mujio distribute green vegetables and lean porridge with a bowl. The girl with the ability was awake too, but she couldn't sit up yet. The shattering of the muscles and bones in her limbs made her vitality so hard that she couldn't even speak. Mujio came over to check her pulse, and the girl stared at Mujio's eyes, trying to see through her. When her limbs were broken, she fainted in pain, but her mind was always awake. Mujio saw her for a doctor, she knew from beginning to end. She couldn't understand this sister's mind. Obviously she has done it, but now she personally sees herself and even sends food. What is it for? Thinking so, the girl opened her mouth with difficulty, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you? Save me?" Mujio's gaze moved from the pulse of her wrist before she slowly spoke, "Don't worry about it, I saved you because the awakened ability in your body is naturally domineering, and you must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. If you die, humanity will have one more strange enemy, and it will be more troublesome to solve it when the time comes than to save you now. Girl. As for the personal vendetta between us, you did it to me that day, and I returned it on the spot. Young people, it's normal to take a little detour and make a mistake. As long as you sincerely change it, you can still be saved. Our account is written off, and no one owes anyone," Mujio said indifferently. The girl was a little surprised. You really don't blame me? Want to disfigure you?" Mujio just chuckled. "Do you think you can really do it? Girl. Ahem, ahem. Now that you're alive, you don't have to thank me too much, because I have something I want you to do." Mujio said his request bluntly. The girl frowned, her eyes suddenly dimmed. "What else can I do now?" Mujio lifted one of her legs. "Look, the bones have helped you completely reshape now, and it's only a matter of time before they return to their original state. As long as you take good nutrition, it won't be long before you're a little girl who can run and jump again, and your abilities can be used again. But you need to know who made you like this. The abbots and Taoist priests in this city god temple are not good people, and their conscience has been eaten by dogs, and it is completely bad. You've been in the pigsty for a few days, so you should know who you're lying with and what they've been through. My request is very simple. I want you to work with me to overthrow the coercion of these Taoist priests. Build the city god temple into a thorough survival base, so that the people here can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme well in the last days." After listening to Mujio's words, the girl's eyes went from blank to clear. She looked at Mujio's beautiful seductive eyes and nodded solemnly. "What's your name?" asked Mujio before getting up. "Yi Z." "Okay, little leaf, you come on to recover. I'll come back to see you tomorrow," Mujio said and walked towards the others. As expected, Mujio found the family who originally lived next door to her in a pigsty in the middle. But here are only the middle-aged couple, and the children and the elderly are all gone. When Mujio tried to wake up the couple and ask about the situation, he found that both of them had soft limbs, and the ribs on their bodies were basically broken, and they were already out of breath. The enthusiastic eldest sister who was locked up in the same pigsty explained the situation to Mujio, saying that they were originally a family who were pulled over today. When they entered the backyard, they would all be crippled, in order to prevent them from running around and hurting people. But the woman pleaded with the Taoist priest, saying that the child was still young and begged to be spared. As soon as the Taoist priests heard this, they pulled the little girl up and looked at it. She was only 14 years old and was born beautifully. As a result, he was taken away directly by the Taoist priests, and I don't know where he went. But I also want to understand that judging from the urine nature of those people, there will be no good place. Then the Taoist priests beat the rest of the family to death. The 4 old men were too old to stand it and died on the spot. The couple was beaten even worse because they resisted, and they kicked and stepped on it after the beating, but they didn't take human life as human life. The enthusiastic eldest sister sighed, and said that this day, when will it be ahead? The outside is terrifying, and the inside is even more terrifying, and it doesn't give ordinary people a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme at all. Chapter 91 Mujio couldn't answer Auntie's question. The end times are difficult, even Mujio, who has lived a lifetime, doesn't know how long he can last. You can only try your best. The struggle between humans and the strange is far more intense and terrifying than the scene now. This is only the beginning of the last days. Humans are even indulged in racial infighting, fearlessly competing for food in the hands of their own kind, without knowing what their situation really is. There are even stirring sticks like the big brother next door, and the future is really worrying. Mujio left the backyard before dawn and returned to his house. Before she could lie down and get some sleep, there was a knock on the door. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the tall and big brother with the flower arm next door. At this moment, the sky was just dawning, the door in the front yard was still locked, and the courtyard was quiet, except for the eldest brother who was still tied under the tree. There was no superfluous person. As soon as Mujio opened the door, the second, third, fourth, and the fifth who was broken by her wrist, the four of them stood outside the door together and bowed to Mujio-shin. This can't fix Mujio. What are you going to do? The second child hurriedly waved his hand. Eldest sister, you misunderstood. We are sincere to admit our mistakes to you today. Our brothers have been reflecting all night, and it was all our fault yesterday. We have our eyes and do not know Taishan, and we have offended the eldest sister. In the future, we will change it, and we will definitely change it. No, it's going to change right away, and I'll never dare to flirt with the girl again. I beg you to raise your noble hand and let our eldest brother go. Several of our brothers came out of the orphanage. They didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme any books, and they lived as coolies on the construction site before the end of the world. In order not to be bullied, everyone went to get this tattoo together. We are not people who are mixed up on the road, we are all to bluff people. It's just that in the last days of this dog's day, luckily, a few of our brothers awakened together, and we survived. Along the way, I didn't meet a few living people, so I received a lot of supplies, and my heart was raised. In order to show our sincerity, we are willing to give you half of the materials we have received in exchange for our eldest brother. Our eldest brother is the backbone of our family. Without him, we really can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Before the second brother finished speaking, Mujio saw the dozen or so huge suitcases piled up outside the door by them. No wonder he came to apologize and sue for peace before dawn. It turned out to be for this. Underestimate the brotherhood of this group of people. Forgive her for mocking too loudly. These days, there are indeed not many people who are willing to exchange life-saving food for the friendship of the eldest brother. Mujio was not a person who was unforgiving, and besides, she didn't really plan to trap that gold-based powerhouse under a tree. Now people come to the door with sincerity, borrow a staircase and go down. What do you have for half of your supplies? Won't they all be in broken iron? Asked Mujio casually. The third child couldn't hide his words, so he quickly dragged an oversized suitcase from the side and opened it. Sister, this is the freshest northeast rice, fully vacuum-packed, a box of 400 caddies, you can put it for a long time without mold. Then he opened the second box. Sister, this is Cantonese sausage, full vacuum, 600 caddies in a box. Then came the third box. This is all kinds of old salted fish, all of which are dry to the bottom, 200 caddies per box. After that, there was the fourth box. This is all kinds of canned fruits. Sister, you girls love to eat fruits, and they will be given to you. The 15 large boxes full of food surprised Mujio, and this was only half of their supplies. The brothers are united, and their profits are broken, and it is just a few of them. Sister, these are all things we collected all the way from supermarkets and stores, and it is very hard to drag such a long distance here. For the sake of the materials, let our eldest brother go. The brothers bowed again. Mujio waved his hand. Okay, I know your intentions, I can let your eldest brother go. Thank you, big sister. They have discussed, as long as the eldest brother is there, they are afraid that they will not be able to get more supplies back in the future. If there is no big brother's gold ability, it will be tantamount to killing chickens and taking eggs, and the remaining 4 of them will basically be scattered. However, I have other conditions. Mujio's words made the excitement of this group of strong men stop abruptly. and they became nervous again in an instant. You say, we will do what we can do. They instantly thought of the bad words of the sister last night, such as some things that were shared. Mujio couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw the change in the expressions on their faces. It's very simple, I want all 5 of you to listen to me in the future. Ha! The faces of the 4 flower arms were even more stunned. What did the sister say just now? Mujio looked at them, and didn't say good things a second time. The 4 brothers looked at each other for a second, and nodded together. Okay, sister. This is the condition proposed by the sister, which is obviously to give them a chance to find a stronger backer. Seeing that they agreed, Mujio waved his hand to take back the 2 thin rings in the courtyard, and then the 4 brothers ran towards their eldest brother. Immediately, they took their eldest brother to Mujuman and listened to the training together. The eldest brother's neck was strangled with a purple one, and it was difficult to disappear in a short time. Sister, we will all listen to you in the future, just say it, what do you want us to do? Mujio thought for a while, I have to go out during the day, you just stay in the house, don't come out and make trouble. The owner of this city god temple cannot be a good person, don't be taken hold. When I come back, I'll look for you again in the evening, and now I'll all go back and rest. Mujio is not afraid that they will regret it, after all, she now has absolute strength, and if she wants to clean up these people, she can do it at any time. When the brothers next door carried the eldest brother into the house, Mujio had already swept the 15 large suitcases placed at the door of the room into the space. Don't be in vain. The left and right sides had just reconciled, and the gate of the front yard was opened by the little Taoists, and it was time to deliver breakfast to the distinguished guests. Xianji came in with a thermos bucket for breakfast, and asked Mujio cautiously, Grandma, why are the people tied up in the yard gone? Did they let those big brothers next door rob them? Mujio glanced at Xianji. I put it. Xianji looked surprised. Grandma, those people can insult you in front of everyone, let's just let it go? Yes, didn't I already pay it back on the spot? Isn't it enough to relieve my anger? What do you think should be done to kill him? Mujio deliberately asked back. If it weren't for the fact that Xuanji took the little Taoist priest to help her carry the package into the door yesterday and swaggered past the door of the next room, those things would not have happened. Like Mujio's habit of going out early and returning late, where can you meet these flower arms? It's just that they were pushed out by the city god temple again and used as thugs for them. But now, it's not a bad thing to take in a group of supernatural people. The little Taoist priest of Xuanji approached Mujio and whispered, Grandma, I just complained for you. You see that it is not a society under the rule of law now, even if you are unhappy, it is not a matter if you move a little. As long as you are willing to make a move, the few next door are nothing, aren't they just cowards with a body of tendon meat? If you are really afraid of getting your hands dirty, when you are out of breath, our little Taoist priest will help you deal with the aftermath, and it will not take you to solve it yourself. Chapter 92. After listening to the words of the little Taoist priest of Xuanji, Mujio looked at him meaningfully. Chenghuang Temple really has this idea, use her as a gunman, and raise it wherever it is needed. She also followed Xuanji's words and said, okay, if you really want to cry out for me, let someone tie up those people and bring them to me now. You personally beat people for me until I am relieved. But you have to be faster, I have to go out today. Xianji is dumbfounded now, how dare he? At most, he can take 2 mouths, if he really has the ability to arrest people by himself, he will be in the morning. Where is the turn to be scolded by a few fools? Grandma, this. I thought about it carefully, and I think what you said is right. It is not easy to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in this world, and you have to be forgiving and forgiving. Anyway, your revenge was avenged on the spot, and those who should be scolded back were also scolded, and those who should be beaten were also beaten. Those people must not dare to provoke their aunt and grandmother in the future. Xianji is a person who understands current affairs, and he understands what his sister means, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blows in his ears and burns directly to himself. He hurriedly found a conversation for himself, and found a staircase to run. Auntie, you have to go out today, then you have to pay attention to safety, go early and come back early. I won't disturb your breakfast, I'll go out and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door for you. After speaking, he left Mujio's room with a cigarette. Mujio didn't care much about the behavior and words of these jumping clowns. But to be able to maintain this huge city god temple, the forces behind them should not be underestimated, and she has no intention of letting her guard down. After eating breakfast, Mujio went out with a big bag. Today's destination is still the small commodity market, and the wholesale store for clothing has been looted by her, and the next thing is daily life. Daily necessities occupy 4 streets, 20 large and small shopping malls, and thousands of storefronts. Mujio first started to sweep from the shops on the street to sweep from house to house, but fortunately, the doors of each store were wide open, which was a lot more convenient. Shampoo, shower gel, dish soap, laundry detergent, disinfectant, insect repellent, detergent, toothpaste, toothbrush, hand sanitizer, etc. Pillows, blankets, mattresses, throw pillows, blankets, mops, carpets, garbage bags, slippers, hangers, bath bombs, towels, basins, sanitary napkins, paper towels, etc. Bowls, chopsticks, spoons, knives and forks, cups, teapots, woks, cutting boards, crisper boxes, scissors, kettles, etc. Since the spatial level had been upgraded to the 4th level, Mujio could clearly feel that his body's perception of the outside world had risen more than a little. Originally, the fog outside was charming and her eyes were charming, but now Mujio walked in it. In addition to her eyes, she could feel that all her 5 senses could be mobilized and used as looking. This made Mujio's sense of security rise a lot in action. After sweeping the shops on the street, the mall is next. As was the case yesterday, the wholesale market is far more crowded than any other mall in the city. Therefore, almost every building here is sleeping with a pervert of the same type from level 3 to level 4. Inevitably, it will be another bitter battle after another. Finally, when it was about to fall into the night, today's battle ended. Mujio has harvested nearly 50 million pieces of daily commodities of various categories into the space. I don't know if her words stabbed Shinji in the morning, but when Mujio returned to the city god temple, he didn't come to pick her up like last night. The little Taoist priests guarding the door sat on the steps on the side to fight the landlord, handing a few peanuts as chips, and having a great time. Mujio's reputation was well known as early as the first night she entered the city god temple, so no one would dare to stop her at all. When she walked to the entrance of the middle courtyard, she found that it was very lively. But the excitement happened on the 2nd floor, and since he moved in, Mujio hadn't gone up to the 2nd floor. The shouting and scolding upstairs continued, but Mujio never heard a clue. Maybe he came back late, approaching the end of the quarrel. Mujio simply didn't bother to listen, bypassed the lively crowd, and walked towards his house. Passing by the next room, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th children were holding a handful of melon seeds in their hands, watching the excitement while snorting. Seeing Mujio coming back, he hurriedly greeted, "Hello, eldest sister." "Oh, what are you looking at here?" Mujio was a little curious when he saw them like this. The 3rd child is a flexible brain, and quickly handed the remaining half of the bag of sunflower seeds in his pocket to Mujio, leaned closer and said, "Sister, didn't you come earlier than us? Don't you know that there is an orange service in this city god temple?" Mujio took the melon seeds from the 3rd child, confused. What is the orange service? The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th look at each other. The 4th child couldn't help it. "Sister, you." "I really don't know. This little Taoist priest started selling yesterday as soon as we entered the door." "Oh. I must be because my sister is a woman, so I don't know about this." Mujio didn't want to take his melon seeds, but Death stared at him, and patiently asked one last time, "What is the matter?" Of course, it's those fake little Taoist priests, stealing the old bustard. Old bustard? Mujio narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes slightly. She suddenly remembered the whereabouts of the little girl in the original resident next door that the enthusiastic eldest sister in the backyard said last night. "Yes, sister, you came back late. I don't know about the farce upstairs just now. Those old bustard priests will sell orange and yellow signs to the room every night. Limited edition female dolls, 3 per day, traded with food supplies, with prices vary. I also handed a sign to our house tonight, but sister, didn't you say that you would have something to do with us at night, so let's be honest, so you kicked out the people who came to deliver the sign. But I heard that tonight there is a sign of the newcomer on the brand, the asking price is very high." 120 pounds of rice in one night, or the first, cough 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 cough. When the fourth child said this, he was slammed by his second child on the waist. Mujio glanced sideways at their brothers, and then? The fourth elder swallowed his saliva, and in the terrifying gaze of the brothers, he continued in fear, "Our uncle upstairs is amazing. I heard that my wife just died, and I asked for comfort. Let the little Taoist priest give a package price, tonight's 3 limited editions, he will pack them all. If you want me to say, at such an old age, you still play with such flowers, and you are not afraid to give that old life here." Cough cough cough. Mujio swept around the faces of several of his brothers. "You guys get away, let him talk well, don't get in the way." The fourth child smiled, "There is the eldest sister as a guarantor, this time you don't have to look at the faces of the brothers. It seems to be the owner of a nearby department store, and there are too many materials in the upstairs room to pile up. Of course, the little Taoist priest is willing to sell the favor of the big guy." When the two sides were negotiating the price, the eldest brother in the next room came out and wanted to take one person. The uncle was unwilling, but the eldest brother offered double the price to let the uncle give up a place, and the uncle was relieved. As a result, you know how to drop, and when the 3 female dolls are sent over, the eldest brother wants the newcomer. The uncle refuses, and then they quarrel. Chapter 93. What is this, which makes Mujio feel a chill and nausea? In the last days, this kind of transaction is not uncommon, but the Taoist priest in the temple is really the introducer. She walked out a little and looked upstairs, where there were many people standing on it at the moment, including the little Taoist priests who had come to mediate the conflict. The sound of the quarrel gradually faded, and it seemed that the discussion had been completed. There are several familiar Taoist faces, laughing together, so that the uncle and the eldest brother can calm down. Mujio looked at the fourth child. "Where did the girls used for trading come from? Do you know the situation?" This made the fourth child stunned, and his eyes turned to his brothers for help. How should he answer? "Sister, I've just come here, I don't know the market. Why don't I go up and find out?" Mujio stared at him for 3 seconds. "What are you waiting for?" "Oh, okay, go right away." Then, the group of people downstairs watched the fourth child go upstairs and join the melon-eating team upstairs. After a period of inexplicable negotiations, I saw the fourth child happily coming downstairs. The brothers saw at a glance the orange sign that the fourth brother was holding in his hand. Wasn't it the one that the old bastard Taoist priest had come to sell at night? The brothers cautiously glanced at Mujio, who was standing behind, and hurriedly excused the fourth child. "Sister, the fourth child is still young and ignorant, don't worry about him, we must educate him well when we go back. How can this be in the same league with those people?" Mujio didn't speak, just looked forward and looked at the oncoming fourth child. As a result, in the next second, the fourth child handed the orange sign to Mujio, and said excitedly, "Sister, I have found a breakthrough." The 3 people, including Mujio, stared at him. "So who is the girl?" This is a direct question, and people don't say it. Don't I want to help my sister go and see it myself? The fourth brother pointed to the orange sign in Mujio's hand and said, "Because the uncle and the eldest brother do not give in to each other, those old bastard Taoist priests have decided to have no limit tonight for the sake of harmony in the view. As long as they are willing to give 100 caddies of rice, everyone can go to the library to pick and choose, and the whole night is a crazy buffet. So I also asked for a sign, and I just had to carry the rice to the front yard to trade later. I heard that the scene is very interesting, and when I go over and see it in person, I will know everything." The brothers looked at Mujio again, waiting for the eldest sister to fall. As a result, Mujio just said lightly, "Pay attention to safety." Then handed the fourth child a piece of yellow paper drawn with cinnabar. "Remember to bring this with you when you go." Then he went back to his room. The brothers gathered around and carefully examined the rune paper that Mujio handed over to the fourth child. At this moment, it was more attractive to them than the orange brand. Because last night, when the elder brother and younger brother were fighting with this sister, several of them saw the sister holding the talisman paper in her hand. I didn't think there was anything at the time, but now that I think about it, my sister can be so powerful. Does it have anything to do with this rune paper? But they took it and studied it for a long time, but they didn't see any tricks. Then he began to clean up, get 100 caddies of rice for the fourth child, and let him go to the front yard to trade and complete the things that his sister explained. Mujio, who was in the next room, had already washed up and lay on the bed when the fourth child set off to the front yard. The rune paper just given is the Shikishin rune. Since the space had been raised to the fourth level, Mujio had discovered that the rune paper could be used alone even if there were no controlled weird individuals. Wherever the rune paper goes, Mujio's perception can reach it, just like having an extra pair of eyes. So when the fourth child passed through the gate of the middle courtyard and entered the independent courtyard on the right side of the front yard, where the big and small Taoist priests lived, Mujio's vision suddenly opened up. I saw that there were mountains and rivers in the yard, rockeries and small bridges, and a group of black ducks with a pinch of green feathers were raised in the water. Surrounded by a circle of antique buildings, a small 3-story walled building, and a Taoist dormitory, there can be more than 100 rooms up and down. You know, this is the city center. Even if it is a high-end hotel, it may not be willing to use such a large piece of land to do such a unique landscape. At the moment, most of the rooms are lit up, obviously not in the same electricity system as outside, and there is a separate power generation here. Mujio suddenly felt a little envious, knowing that surviving in the last days was a difficult thing. The natural protection of the city god temple made these Taoist priests feel like they had received a doomsday preparation. You can also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a stable life on par with the pre-apocalyptic times, or even better than before the end of the world. There are many people who go to choose a concubine with the fourth child, and follow the footsteps of the fourth child to go inside, go down from the stairs on the side of the building, and enter the range of the negative floor. At the end of the staircase there is a large iron door, and inside is a long walkway, and on both sides of the walkway are rooms one after the other. When I got to the door, I could hear bursts of girls crying from inside the door. The number seems to be quite large. The fourth child handed over the rice with a little excitement, and was led into the big iron gate by one of the little Taoist priests. Mujio, who was at the other end of the rune paper, could clearly hear the heartbeat of the fourth child's chest gradually speeding up to the point where it was almost popping out. But when his eyes entered the iron gate, what came to Mujio's mind was a picture like a prison. I saw that the doors of the rooms on both sides of the aisle were replaced by hollow anti-theft iron doors, and everything inside could be clearly seen from the outside. There were 6 or 7 girls huddled in a room the size of a steamer lattice. All barefoot, black vest and black shorts, bare skin, all kinds of dazzling red and purple traces. In the corner of the room is a small plastic bucket with a lid, presumably used to solve the most basic physiological problems. There was no light in the eyes of all the girls, only despair. Everyone knows in their hearts that if you enter here, there will be no future. Outside the city god temple the sky is full of weirdness, similar to the underworld, but inside the city god temple is also a miasma, equivalent to hell. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you will die at the hands of a trick or you will die at the hands of men. For these girls who are powerless, they have the same goal. But where would the Taoist priests let them die so easily? After all, it is a tool for collecting money that can be exchanged for a large amount of survival materials at no great cost. They only need to be hungry, and when they are hungry and faint, the Taoist priests give them a steamed bun and say whatever they want. It's no different from training livestock. From this point of view, from the beginning of the last days to the present, in the past month or so, there have been many survivors who have come to the city god temple. After all, in the center of the city within a radius of dozens of miles, there is only this one safe place. Just in this densely arranged grid, if you count it, there can be hundreds of little girls locked up in it. Big brother, room 1 to 20, the girls here are up to you to choose, said the little Taoist priest who led the way in front. Chapter 94. The fourth child looked at the long aisle in front of him, and couldn't help asking, I see that your place is so big, why is there more than 20 small grids, right? Let you pay 100 caddies of grain, don't you want to fool your uncle? The little Taoist priest hurriedly explained, Big brother, of course I don't mean to fool you. It's just that this is stipulated by the senior brother above, and the girls in the 20 rooms in front of them have all been trained and obedient. As for the ones in the back, most of them are diggers, very fierce, and they will beat people and commit suicide at every turn. Maybe it will hurt the guests, so don't come to us for trouble. So don't embarrass me, big brother, you also know how scary that woman can be in this last world. Said the little Taoist priest, getting closer to the fourth child and said, didn't you also see it last night, just the aunt who lives next door to you? Don't look at the little girl who looks delicate and pretty, like a fairy, harmless to humans and animals. But if you really want to fight people, you can be even more ruthless than the dominatrix who killed pigs. Not only did she hurt several brothers and sisters in Guanli just after she came, but she also unloaded the gate of the city god temple without saying a word. A little girl came a few days ago and wanted to share a room with her, but she was crippled by the little girl. All the limbs and bones were shattered, and they were thrown away in the backyard. That is called a miserable one. There is a high probability that he will not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme long. At this end of the rune, Mujio couldn't help but raise his eyes when he heard the little Taoist priest's comment, and smiled sarcastically. I really dare to say it, and I'm not afraid that Lord Chunhuang will wake up and give him 2 ears. She doesn't resent others portraying her like this. It is not easy to survive in the last days. If you are not ruthless, it will become a dish that these stinky Taoist priests put out to clearly mark the price. As a result, in the next second, I heard the little Taoist priest leaning phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the fourth child's ear and saying, however, no matter how spicy this woman is, she is just a woman. No matter how powerful she is, she has to hide under the protection of the city god temple to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and can she still lift the ceiling of the city god temple? My senior brother said that he will take it down for her in half a month at most, and ensure that she will not be able to turn over the flowers again. When the time comes, it will not be reduced to the plaything of the big brothers in the yard. You see, in the corner of the house on the 20th, there is a girl with a beautiful mole in the corner of her eye. When I first came to Guanli, it was a ruthless character, who could fight 10 with 1, and I heard my brother say that he had awakened the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme ability. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme made. TSK, you can use the leaves that fall from the tree as a blade. You see, the scar on the left side of my face was scratched by this girl. At that time, it took a lot of effort and hurt a lot of people, but now I am not here. I can serve the 3 of you in one night, and I can do whatever I want her to do, and she is obedient. Mujio listened to the sound and narrowed his eyes on the end of the rune paper. It seems that your senior brother has a lot of means. Then what method did you use to bring down this little girl? I am curious. Could it be that your senior brother's ability level is extremely high and strong? The fourth asked curiously, pulling the fingers of his right hand in the palm of his hand. Well, of course not. My brother is a muggle and has no powers. But he has been smart and flexible since he was a child, and he has a lot of ideas, and even the abbot values his abilities. And to deal with these supernatural people, how can they be forced? Isn't that asking for hardship? Of course, you have to use some special means, such as the next. Brother, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red/phoneme at all once, but is there a girl who catches your eye? The little Taoist priest felt that the fourth child had asked too many and too deeply, so he didn't bother to answer directly. The fourth child is in a hurry. He came with the eldest sister's task today. How can he go back to the errand without asking the reason? Harm, big brother, you didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme around here before, did you? Our reputation is loud enough in this industry. Before the end of the world, many upper-class society, and even celebrity big brothers, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme patronized us. Look at the land instructions and the decoration in the courtyard. Not all of them can be made up by the sponsorship of those big brothers. Otherwise, it's our little Taoist temple. You have to drink the northwest phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The little Taoist priest sighed as he opened the cell door of number 20. Then walked in, dragged out the ruthless character in his mouth, and handed it over to the fourth child. The moment he took over the little girl, the fourth child could be regarded as knowing why a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme powerhouse could be obedient and well-behaved like this. The little girl's right hand that was urging the ability was no longer conscious, and it hung softly, probably because the tendons had been broken, was pulled out. There was no way to stand firm on his own, and he didn't know how long he was hungry, so he fell into the arms of the fourth child when he went out. Look, this girl now knows how to take the initiative to give her employer a hug. Brother, if you have picked someone, you can take it away now. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, We will come to the door on time to collect the girl. I wish you a happy night." The little Taoist priest sent off the guest with a smile. The question is generally clear, and it is not good for the fourth child to continue to stay. Seeing that the girl was so weak, she simply carried the person on her shoulders, swaggered out of the front yard, and walked directly towards Mujio's room. Presumably, that sister should have a lot of questions and want to know from this girl. The situation in the front yard, Mujio had roughly understood it from the style rune at this moment. She had thought that the city god temple was very chaotic, but the information she had now was a bit out of line. Who would have thought that such a sacred place of pilgrimage would be carrying out extremely dirty business before the end of the world? There is no doubt that the little girl who used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme next door was put in a basement cell on the right side of the front yard. Knock knock. Mujio's door rang. Her thoughts were drifting. She thought that it was the fourth child next door who knocked on the door to report the situation, but it turned out to be the little Taoist priest of Xuanji. "Grandma, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry that I was late for dinner today. In order to make up for today's mistake, I specially added 2 more dishes for you, tubular bone soup and braised chicken feet. Come and try it. This is a brand new dish specially customized for guests in our view. The quantity is limited, but there are not many." Xuanji little Taoist took out a small plate from the insulated box, and helped Mujio on the table one by one. According to the previous practice, I tasted the dishes on the plate first, and then gave it to Mujio. Seeing him taste the dishes, Mujio's gaze was fixed on the plate of braised chicken feet and couldn't take it off. Judging from her experience in studying medicine for so many years, can a chicken's feet be so big? Chapter 95. Seeing Mujio staring at the plate of braised chicken feet, the little Taoist priest of Xuanji smiled and said, "Grandma, this is a hybrid broiler that we fed ourselves in our backyard. The size is large, so the claws of the chicken are also larger than the normal ones. Auntie, don't worry, this must be no problem with Lome." "No, I'll taste it for you first." When I picked it up, I took a heavy amount of soup and stuffed it directly into my mouth. But the sharp-eyed Mujio found that in the entire plate, there seemed to be only the chicken feet that were eaten by Xuanji, which was slightly normal. Mujio didn't say anything more, pretended to be extremely hungry, asked Xuanji to go out, and closed the door. In the next second, I heard the voice of the fourth elder next door sound, "Little Taoist, what are you doing standing at the door of the eldest sister? Do you want to peep?" Then came Xuanji's calm voice, "How come? I brought something to the guest just now, and now I am about to leave." "Guest, Did you change the orange card from the front yard?" Xuanji's voice suddenly became smaller, and he seemed to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the ear of the fourth child next door. But because of the existence of the style rune, Mujio could hear the content of his speech very clearly. "We have special small toys and small umbrellas for sale. Do you need them? It's going to be a bit high. But it's not a lot for you." The fourth asked, "Oh, what's the price?" "An umbrella is 10 caddies of rice, and the size is optional. After all, this is a thing to ensure personal safety. The chicks are experienced, and the big brother still has to be cautious if he has the conditions. Small toys are much cheaper, 5 caddies of rice. Of course, you can also rent, are carefully cleaned, to ensure clean, 2 caddies of rice, 10 caddies of rice can be rented a complete set." Mujio listened. But I didn't hear the fourth answer for a long time. Then there was a knock on my door. Mujio got up and opened the door, and was a little surprised to see the scene outside the door. I saw that the little Taoist priest of Xuanji was knocked to the ground by the fourth fist of the flower arm, and he was unconscious at the moment. What's wrong?" Mujio wondered. She was sure that she hadn't missed any words. "What kind of situation? If you don't agree with each other, that's it. Sister, he is standing outside your door and eavesdropping. I will teach him a lesson, lest he do it again next time." Mujio saw that he was carrying the little girl, and he was so tired that he let the person into the room sideways, and asked casually, "Everything is clear?" The fourth child put the little girl on the chair in front of Mujio's table, and the girl was carried by him half upside down, and the whole person was not very good at the moment. Her brain was a little purple because of congestion, and the key was that she was still very dizzy. The extremely hungry girl, as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw the dinner sent by Xuanji on Mujio's table, and her eyes lit up. The pain and sanity of the memory limited the hand she reached for the meal. She didn't dare to move. She stayed in the front yard cell for a long time and was tortured, and she had completely pulled out her backbone. Only soulless, well-behaved and obedient remain. She didn't dare to say that she was hungry and wanted to eat, so she could only swallow dryly, but her eyes never took her eyes off the food for a moment. Ever since she was plotted and imprisoned in that dark place, how long has it been since she had eaten a normal meal? So much so that she regretted all the time how she made a mistake in the first place, and entered the city god temple to avoid danger. The fourth child is a delicate person. Of course he also saw the fresh food on Mujo's table, and said, "Sister, am I disturbing you for dinner, or you will eat first? I'll get someone over to report the situation later." Mujo glanced at the food on the table and waved his hand. "You tell me first, what's the situation over there?" The fourth child had no choice but to bite the bullet and speed up his speech, and told his sister about the basement in the front yard concisely. It took only 5 minutes. Of course, the fourth child also mentioned the girl sitting in front of him, which is why he will bring her back. Those who are also capable will inevitably have a feeling of sympathy. Abilities are abilities that are different from ordinary people, and this is something to be proud of for ordinary people. In the description of the little Taoist priest in the front yard, the original girl should be such a sassy and wanton person. And the feeling of being able to have it but no longer be able to condense the energy, how powerless and desperate it should be. Mujo listened to the whole description of the fourth child and looked back at the girl. She had heard these things as early as in the Shikishin rune, and she brought the rune paper with her, not because she was worried that he would not tell the truth. After all, it's just a stranger I just met, and I can't talk about trust. But this young man is not bad, and the meaning of what he reported to her today is not far from what he heard in the Shiki. Even because of his kindness, he deliberately brought the girl back and sent it to her. Mujo sensed the girl's extreme desire for food in front of her, and thought of what happened to her. Mujo was a little moved. "Eat some when you're hungry, I don't want it anyway." The girl was obviously stunned by Mujo's words. "Such a good meal, don't you want it?" The girl hesitated for 3 seconds and looked at the fourth child who brought her back. "Sister has spoken, you can eat." Sister doesn't like to say it a second time. Receiving an affirmative answer, the girl immediately picked up the white porcelain soup spoon on the table and began to stuff it into her mouth in large gulps. "Eat a pair of the tragic feeling that you are going to die after eating this meal." Mujo was telling the truth. She never planned to ask for the food sent by Shinji. What kind of mind Shinji is, she can guess it with her toes. Aren't those previous behaviors just staring at her and wishing she was going to die quickly? What's more, I heard with my own ears today that the little Taoist priest said that he wanted to take her down within half a month. The people of this city god temple really have no bottom line. Now they have dared to send her this secret special braised chicken feet and tube bone soup. Is it true that she is a little girl who doesn't understand, and can't see that it is made from children's hands and adult leg bones? What's more, the materials in the space are enough for her to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for thousands of years, and she doesn't care about this thing at all. Except for the chicken feet and bone broth, the rest of the meals were the same as the previous days, and there were no problems. After all, it was the little Taoist priest who personally tried the poison. Thinking of this, Mujo saw that the little girl was choking because of too much rice, and was about to scoop up a scoop of bone broth into her throat slowly. Mujo didn't think about it, and directly reached out and knocked off the soup spoon, which startled the little girl. Because of the broken right hand, the left hand, which was not very convenient at the moment, shook, and the white porcelain spoon fell to the ground and shattered. This really scared the girl. She can't afford to break the guests' things, and the Taoist priest in the temple knows about it, and I'm afraid there will be another good fight tomorrow. I'm sorry, the girl apologized vigorously, not daring to mention that it was Mujo who knocked her spoon off. "It's none of your business, don't eat these 2 dishes. Mujo pointed to the braised chicken feet and bone broth. As if he had discovered a new continent, the fourth child licked and said, "Sister, these are the 2 dishes you like, right? If you like it, we have a lot of them, so I'll send some to my sister later." Mujo said indifferently. The fourth. Ha! Girl. Chapter 96. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a little weird, and the fourth child and the panicked girl looked at Mujio together. Mujio calmly took out a brand new steel spoon from the bag on the side and handed it to the girl. "What's your name?" The girl was stunned for 3 seconds, and then took the steel spoon with her inconvenient left hand. "MOU. Okay, MOU, you go on eating, and by the way, tell me what you know about the inside of the city god temple." Mujio pulled a chair from the side and sat next to MOU, while the fourth child stood behind her and straightened his ears. The girl instantly became a little nervous and vigilant. Nothing is known. I'm only responsible for spending the night with people, I don't know anything else." Although the girl's tone was cold, Mujio could clearly see that her whole body was trembling. She was scared. Mujio wanted to appease MOU's emotions, and his hand just touched her shoulder. Hiss! MOU gasped for a while, as if he had been electrocuted. "You." Mujio frowned, quietly took out a tricky pupil talisman paper from the space, and scanned it all over MOU's body. To her surprise, the entire right part of MOU, from her fingers to her arm, to her collarbone and shoulder blades, was broken and damaged to varying degrees. It's the same with most people in the backyard pigsty. Presumably because the awakened ability was relatively strong. So when you get hurt, the ability naturally blocks most of the damage. Letter phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme like a half-normal person in this situation. In addition to this, there is almost no clean and normal place for the skin under the clothes. In addition to the scabs and scars that were hit with sharp weapons, there were all kinds of scratches and bite marks and other bruises. This is not the worst Mujio has ever seen in the last days, but it is the most resolute and tenacious woman she has ever seen. Mujio understood her concerns. Presumably before that, she had struggled to ask for help from the guests. Probably backfired. Not only did the guest not help her get out of the sea of suffering, but instead complained to the little Taoist priest and gave her a beating. "Don't worry, not a word of what you said here today will be passed on, I promise you." Then Mujio turned back to the fourth child and said, "Leave people here with me, you go back first, and I'll look for you later. Oh, by the way, help me get the guy at the door away, don't tell him to lie in the doorway." The fourth child didn't want to leave. He was also very curious about MOU's affairs. Such a cold beauty, what happened to her that made her what she is now? But he didn't dare to annoy Mujio, so he had to withdraw from Mujio's room with a little grievance. Waiting for the door to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, Mujio didn't rush to urge MOU to speak. Because the moment he used the tricky pupil rune paper just now, Mujio suddenly saw a faint blue smoke from MOU's right arm. It's very similar to the ability body described by Ding Dang in the past. Now, after Mujio's space is upgraded to level 4, she seems to be able to see it too. But because MOU's right hand is useless, she can't gather abilities at all. So much so that even if Mujio touched the wisp of smoke, the dragon pattern imprint could not be sensed and absorbed, forming a rune paper. Now there is no one else. Tell me what you know about the city god temple, people, or things. In exchange, I can help you heal the wound in your right arm. MOU seemed to have heard a joke, and asked rhetorically, "Did the eldest brother just now want me tonight, or did you want me?" Explain in advance, I don't serve female guests. Don't try to draw me cakes, guest, my arm I know myself, it's long gone. I'm a wreck now, I don't know anything, so don't embarrass me. Mujio stared at her, "Do you not believe me? Or do you not want us to get involved, but in the end you end up being like you?" Mujio asked. MOU's slightly open lips closed silently, and even his eyes drifted to other places. It took a long time before he slowly spoke. Their methods are too insidious, ordinary people are not their opponents at all. If you have another choice, get out of here as soon as possible. After hearing her say this, the corners of Mujio's lips hooked slightly, got up and walked behind her, and used his fingers to pick up her long hair scattered behind her. Mujio's cold fingertips touched the warm back of MOU's neck. This action made MOU shrink into a hurry, and almost knocked over the plate on the table. "You. What are you going to do? Don't move." As he spoke, Mujio already had dozens of golden needles in his hand. Before MOU could speak, the golden needle had been quickly pierced into the back of her neck by Mujio. MOU was stunned, just between the few needle punctures just now, the pain from the entire shoulder to the arm on the right side miraculously disappeared. No, not only the right arm, but even the pain in the flesh and skin of the whole body disappeared, as if the pain had been lost. But her left hand was still free to move, and she just lost the sensation of pain. Who are you? Someone who can save your life. Mu Jiu replied indifferently. Immediately, Mou stopped talking, and let Mu Jiu finish piercing all the golden needles in his hand. Then he began to turn up and down against her right shoulder, arm, and fingers, and pounded. Mou didn't feel any pain, but she could clearly feel the bone in her right arm moving, and it felt indescribably weird. About half an hour later, Mu Jiu pulled out the gold needle on the back of Mou's neck, allowing the gold needle to recover into a gold bar and retract into space. The pain of flesh and skin all over his body recovered, and Mou instantly frowned in pain. But the strange thing is that the feeling on the right side that was originally painful and numb is completely gone at this moment. Mou was about to ask, but Mu Jiu first took out a glass of spiritual spring water and handed it to her. Drink some water. The direction in which Mu Jiu handed the cup was very subtle, and Mou subconsciously stretched out his right hand to take the cup. Looking at his unconsciously raised right hand, Mou was stunned for a moment, looking incredulous. It's... I drank the water first, and then moved to see if it was suitable. Mu Jiu said with a smile. Mou's eyes were slightly red. Life and death were fateful, she struggled, but to no avail. She thought that this life would probably be like this. But who would have thought that her right hand would have a day of recovery? She drank all the water in her hand, and suddenly felt a sense of relaxation, as if she had been injected with energy. Moving her right arm, she felt as if she had come back to life. Mou stood up excitedly and held Mu Jiu's right hand with both hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, Mu Jiu saw with her own eyes that the wisps of blue smoke on Mou's body slowly flowed from her heart to the palm of her hand. Instantly lit up the dragon tattoo on Mu Jiu's right index finger. The 12th bright red totem appeared on the 33 wordless tablets in the space. Deep a familiar voice sounded in my mind again. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. This rune dances for all things. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme spirit rune, and you can use the rune paper to use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme ability. Mu Jiu raised her eyebrows. Mou's ability had been restored, and she turned out to be a second-level phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme system. Your abilities are not weak. What did they do to make you like that? Can you always say it now? Chapter 97. Mou, who was accumulating the ability into the palm of his hand, was stunned. How do you know that I have an ability? Suddenly realized that he was laughing. The Taoist priests of the city god temple regarded being able to domesticate her as a capital to show off and publicized it everywhere. There is no one else in the view who does not know. In order to maintain their absolute leadership in the city god temple in the last days, the Taoist priests here are very repulsive to those who are stronger than them, especially the supernatural. Speaking of this, Mou let out a long sigh. When I came to the temple with me, there were 12 colleagues from our work team, 8 women and 4 men. 3 of them were awakened, including me and 2 other male colleagues. We protected everyone and escaped here after killing all the way. I thought I would be relieved to get rid of the weird, but who knew that this was hell on earth? The Taoist priests would change their methods to collect food from us for various reasons, and at the beginning we had surplus food, which was considered to be able to cope with it. But later, the Taoist priests intensified their demands, and the people in our team couldn't help it, and there was a conflict between the two sides, and there was a big fight. Thanks to the cooperation of the 3 abilities, our side won. At that time, the temple relented, saying that it would no longer collect food, and was willing to provide us with 3 meals a day free of charge. That night, a very sumptuous banquet was set up in the front yard, and everyone in our team was invited to dinner, which was regarded as an apology and a resolution of the conflict. It was also our stupidity that believed in the sincerity of those stinky Taoist priests and relaxed our vigilance. Who knew they would have drugged the drinks that night? After the abbot raised our first glass to our stomach, we all fainted. By the time we woke up, all the women in our team were in that cell, naked and dirty. Outside the cell, there were a large number of fake Taoist priests waiting in line to enter the door. When I tried to activate the ability to teach the beasts a lesson, I realized that my entire right arm was completely gone. Not to mention the urging ability, I can't even move my right hand, and the pain is deep to the bones. There was no day or night in the cell, and I don't know how long I was in that cage. I only remember biting off the ears of 2 Taoist priests and kicking the lower bodies of 3 Taoist priests. As a result, I was beaten again and again until I was so exhausted that I could no longer move. The scars on my body were all from that time. After that time, there were only 5 women left in our team, and 3 died of massive hemorrhage. The other 4 male colleagues, as I heard, were chopped up and cooked, and fed to the backyard pigs. I only believed it later when I saw with my own eyes how those Taoist priests dealt with other rebels. After Mou said this, he cautiously looked up at Mujio. Thank you for helping me recover my right arm, and in return, I am willing to help you get out of this cannibalistic place. When Mujio heard her say this, he smiled and asked, then where do you think it will be safe at this time? Mou's mouth opened slightly, and after thinking about it, he closed his mouth again. Mujio asked tentatively, since you have the blessing of the ability, haven't you thought about opposing the guest and occupying the city god temple? Mou subconsciously shook his head. During my time here, I've seen many adepts try to resist, but they all fail. The Taoist priests here have been so bad that those Yin tricks can't be prevented at all, and almost no one can escape the cage. And that's just one of them. Second, and most importantly, there are also masters of supernatural abilities among the Taoist priests of the city god temple. I heard that those 2 colleagues of mine had resisted with their abilities, but they were easily suppressed in an instant, and they didn't even have the power to fight back. Haven't you seen the magic master of the city god temple? Asked Mujio. Mou shook his head. No, I heard that I have used it so far, and I am usually in the dark, and no one even knows what that ability is. Then what kind of ability is your colleague? Listening to the meaning of your previous words, he can break through the weird array outside, and he should not be weak. How could it be easily killed? Mujio wondered. Those 2 are ice and thunder, and their attack power is very strong, and I don't know why they just can't do it. Mou replied. Mujio fell directly into contemplation at this time. Ice and thunder, which are elemental abilities, are indeed strong. The ability to kill an opponent in seconds is not only the crush of the ability level, but also the crush of the ability type. But Mou's colleagues are already at the level of second-level abilities. According to Mujio's experience in his previous life, at the beginning of the last days, being able to reach the second level was already considered a high level. It must reach level 3 and above in order to achieve a spike. However, there is no sign of the third-level weirdness outside the city god temple being cleaned up, and the surrounding materials have not been visited. So Mujio concluded that this was the crushing of the ability in terms of type. For example, Mujio once used an enchantment charm to resist the poison that could melt all things. She guessed that the ability masters in the city god temple were most likely people with special abilities. In this way, the management of the Taoist priests who want to overthrow the city god temple really needs to be cautious so as not to put themselves in a passive situation. Seeing that Mujio didn't speak, Mou thought that Mujio acquiesced to her words, thinking about how to escape, and immediately showed his sincerity. If you want to get out of here, I can help create a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and blind those Taoist priests so that you can take the opportunity to walk through the front yard. But the gates of the temple are up to you to open them. There has always been a large group of Taoist priests guarding there, and it is difficult to say whether that master will hide in it. Also, my energy is limited, and the squall only lasts for about a minute. After this, my abilities will enter a dormant period and I will not be able to use them. Stop. Mujio listened to her complicated plan and felt his brain hurt. Isn't it just to walk out of the gate of the city god temple? What's so difficult about this? Mujio swaggers out every day. There is no need for Mou to sacrifice herself to make her escape. As long as she wants to go out, it's just a matter of words. The problem is that she doesn't want to at the moment. I'm helping you heal your arm and restore your abilities, not to send you to death. Then he got up and put his hand into his bag, took out an ordinary sports suit from the space, and handed it to Mou. I want you to listen to me in the future, do things for me, as a reward, and have enough food and shelter. When Mou heard this, he didn't know how to answer for a while, and he didn't dare to reach out to pick up the clothes in Mujio's hand. But it's not a free body, there will be a Taoist priest from the front yard coming to take me back early tomorrow morning. Mujio smiled, it all depends on what you mean, do you want to go back to that tiger and wolf's den, or stay? This time, Mou didn't hesitate at all, I want to stay, and then took the full set of clothes that Mujio handed her. The girl in front of her, since she has the ability to heal her arm, means that she is a person with 2 brushes. Anyway, if you don't go back, you may die, it's better to fight with them, than if there is a miracle, it will be successful. Mujio heard Mou's affirmative reply, and patted her on the shoulder, you eat first, and I'll take you to a place later. Okay. Mou picked up the bowl in front of him and ate it in a big gulp, not caring if it was already cold. Mujio turned his head to look out, because the tricky pupil rune paper was not put away, so through the door, the scene in the courtyard was clear at a glance. Before I knew it, I had been talking for so long, and it was late at night outside, and the gate leading to the front yard had been locked, and the middle courtyard was empty. The men with the arms next door were sitting boredly around the square table fighting the landlord, probably waiting for Mujio's call. Inadvertently glancing upstairs, Uncle is in the arms of several beautiful little girls, drunk and dreaming of death. Mujio rolled his eyes in his heart, and then withdrew his gaze. After looking around, Mou had already swept the food in front of him, and even licked the plate clean, he was really hungry. You change your clothes and come with me. Mujio opened the door and said to Mou. Chapter 98 Knock knock knock. Come out and do something. Mujio went to the next room and knocked on the door, and called the 5 Huajian brothers together. The wounds on the mouth and neck of the eldest have completely scabbed over and are fine. The old man's broken arm has also been bandaged and hung on his chest with gauze. Sister, the 4th child, was the first to rush out. Sister, we're here. Immediately, the 5 of them quickly gathered outside the door of the room. Mujio waved her hand in motion for everyone to follow in her footsteps. She planned to take their group of supernatural people to the backyard to have a look tonight. Let them recognize the current situation and the true face of the city god temple. After all, ordinary people prefer to see as believing. Ask them to help cook and distribute tonight's meal. If all goes well, she plans to hand over the stall to these guys in the future. Mujio walked at the forefront, waved his hand and dissipated the 3 oversized locks hanging on the backyard gate, and the courtyard door opened immediately. The other 6 people followed Mujio into the backyard. It's the first time they've come in, and of course, I've heard the little Taoist priest mention the backyard before, but they don't have the impression that it's a good place. When I see it now, I am very surprised. I saw hundreds of people huddled in the pigsty, and many of them slept soundly. But there are also people who are pulling their heads and looking forward to Mujio coming to distribute food. But as soon as he saw the group of Big Brother Flower Arms who came in after Mujio, all their heads instantly retracted. They were nervous, for fear that this Miss Mu would be exposed, and they would be caught by Guanli when they brought them food. Then they are afraid that they will have to suffer the pain of broken bones again. Sister, the people here are. Just what he saw in the past few hours tonight was enough to subvert his previous 3 views. First of all, there is a kiln in the front yard of the Taoist priest of the city god temple. Secondly, there is the pigsty in the backyard, where so many living people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Like you, they were all guests in the rooms of the middle courtyard. It's just that when the rations in his hand ran out, he was expelled from the middle courtyard by the group of fake Taoist priests and lived in the backyard. In order to keep them in the pigsty in the backyard, he broke their legs one by one. Because I have a little bit of a relationship with some people here, I came to take a look and found out about the situation here. So far, I've been in charge of their 1 meal a day diet. If you want to help me do this, you're more than welcome. Of course, if you want to stay out of it, I won't stop you. But if one day you also fall into this situation, I am afraid that you may not be better off than them. Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme in saying these words of admonition. Lest they do not know what they are doing, and if they have any rebellious feelings, it will do her badly. After listening to Mujio's words, Mou was the first to stand up. I'm willing to help you, but I don't have food on hand. What can I do to help? The corners of Mujio's lips were slightly imperceptible. Mou had the same experience as the people here, or even worse than the people here. But now that she has recovered her ability, she can be regarded as regaining a sense of self, so she will agree, and Mujio is not surprised at all. As for the other 5. Sister, of course I'm fine. The 4th child has seen the world tonight, and he is still the first to agree. Immediately, the other 4 flower arms who came back to their senses just now also answered in unison. At this moment, the boss who was hurt by Mujio's lips spoke. Our 5 brothers are willing to sponsor 500 caddies of rice, which can be regarded as a little bit of our sincerity. Mujio replied with a smile, you don't have to worry too much about food. After all, it was the city god temple that planted the cause, and of course it was the city god temple that came to receive this fruit. In my case, the matter of eating is always counted on the head of the city god temple. Mujio said, waving his hand and placing the rice from the front yard on the ground. This is the rice in the temple. Do any of you know how to cook? Wait a minute, I'll kill a pig and eat meat tonight. Mujio was busy with Mou's affairs at night, and he hadn't had time to eat yet. Suddenly, she missed the braised pork made by Xiao Huang, so she asked very sincerely. The 4th child stood up, I will. After that, several people got busy under Mujio's arrangement. There are also a few ants who have recovered similarly, and they also came over to help. Mujio, who has a tricky pupil rune paper, can instantly penetrate the entire pig, and the muscles and bones inside are clear. So for her, killing pigs has become incredibly easy. Coupled with the control of the change of the knife shape of the opponent of the golden spirit rune, each knife can be cut to the point. Mou took a few ants into the locked greenhouse to pick some vegetables and fruits. The remaining eldest brother is under the leadership of the 4th child, lighting a fire, steaming rice, cutting meat pieces, choosing vegetables, and so on. Soon, white rice, braised pork, beans and eggplant and egg loofah soup were out of the pot. Meat and vegetables are fragrant. After the end of the world, everyone present, except for Mujio, I am afraid that no one has ever eaten such a luxurious meal. When the food was distributed, everyone squatted in the stinky pigsty and began to eat it. Mujio gave herself a bowl of rice, put it into the space, and waited for her to go back to her room later to taste it carefully. She really couldn't eat in the pigsty. Mou and brother Huajian have all had dinner, but they are not greedy. At this moment, they all followed behind Mujio's ass and went to the innermost lattice of the pigsty. I saw a pale girl half leaning inside. How are you feeling today? Mujio handed over the loaded food plate, and was a little relieved to see that Yi Zi could reach out and catch the plate inside. It seems that the recovery is almost complete. I'm much better. After the strength of my hand is restored, my abilities can be regathered. Thank you, sister. Listening to Yi Zi's words, the 6 people who followed him glanced at each other. She turned out to be a supernatural person. But why did she become like this? It's so miserable. When she came out of the backyard and locked the door, the 4th child finally couldn't help but ask, Sister, what kind of ability was the girl who was lying in the pigsty just now, and it turned out to be like this? Mujio looked at the boss next door, smiled and said, because she, like you, was first taught by me, and then was picked up by the little Taoist priest of the city god temple, that's why she became like this. Everyone. By the way, Mou sighed, the 4th child, you will talk to the little Taoist priest who came to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme the people tomorrow. I want a ransom or something, just let them come to my room and find me. After Mujio finished speaking, he led the people into his house, leaving a group of flower arms messy in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals win-win / phoneme. Eldest sister, she. Like Mou? Asked the 4th with a puzzled expression. He really didn't feel sorry for his 100 caddies of rice, he was just curious. Chapter 99. Mou, who followed Mujio into the room, couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart when he heard the 4th child's question. After all, what she did before was to receive guests, and now she can't guess Mujio's attitude, so she can't help but think about it. Was about to ask, but Mujio turned around and handed her a set of inflatable mattresses and an air conditioner quilt. I'm sleeping on the bed. You should have no problem sleeping on the ground with this, right? Mou was stunned for a moment, and immediately took the things that Mujio handed her with both hands. When, of course, there is no problem. This is already better. Mujio glanced at her slightly weird look and said seriously, I don't like women. When is it time? These people are still thinking only about the filthy things of these men and women. If you really have this idle time, you should go outside, kill a few weird ones, and get rid of the fire on your body. Immediately, Mujio sat down at the table, opened the lunchbox, and began to taste the braised pork that night. Early the next morning, Mujio, who was still lying on the bed, heard movement outside. Guest, we have always been a knight in this business, and there is no such thing as redemption. Don't embarrass me, the price of this package of knights is here, less than 100 caddies of rice a night. If you really want to redeem yourself, MOU's worth is not a small amount, you say yes. And this MOU's appearance and temperament are really likable, and he has been booked at a high price today and tomorrow. We've got to get them back, freshen them up, get them ready, and send them over. If you really like it here, wouldn't it be nice to ask her to come over after 3 days? Of course, MOU also heard this. She sat up and looked at Mujio on the bed with a slightly anxious expression. Mujio didn't move. She felt that the voice of the person outside sounded a little familiar. Is it Xuanji? What age is this? You are still engaged in slavery. Did the girl Mo sign a deed of sale with you? We proposed to redeem ourselves, but we just gave the city god temple a step down, and we refused. That is your mistake. Miss Mo was originally free, but she was just a refugee who came to defect. You have no right to imprison her and do things she doesn't want to do. It's the voice of the fourth child next door. The familiar voice retorted unflinchingly, this guest, to put it mildly, the city god temple is not a charity. Since you have come to take refuge, you must abide by the rules here, and no matter who it is, everyone must hand in their rations. Before, she and her companions picked quarrels and provoked trouble, and damaged many objects in the temple. They have no food to pay and no materials to compensate, so they naturally have to use other means to remedy it. Fortunately, Shiomou still has that beautiful face and body left, and she can earn some food. Otherwise, she would have been thrown out and fed the weirdness outside. And how much she owes, can she always figure it out? Guest, I won't say how much she owes. In the next 3 days and 3 nights, the materials prepaid by other guests were also sky high. 600 caddies of rice plus 200 caddies of frozen mutton. I think you'd better hurry up and return the people to us. The women in this dungeon, thousands of people riding thousands of pillows, are just a pair of broken shoes, or is it worth your attention? If you like this kind of sister, tonight, I will send you 2 more. Those are all fresh first-hand goods, and they are guaranteed to be clean. Xianjishir just approached a few flower-armed brothers, and finished with a wink. In the next second, the whole mouth was sewn by a flexible steel wire, and there was no gap left. Unlike that night, the flower-arm boss was in a different situation. This time his tongue was sewn along with his lips. He screamed in pain and wanted to curse, but the more he opened his mouth, the more it hurt, and his tongue was about to tear into a snake letter. Xuanji, little Taoist, did you eat for breakfast, and your mouth stinks? Since you can't speak, don't talk about it in the future. With the sound of this female voice, Mujio's door was opened, and she walked out slowly, followed by Mou. The group of little Taoist priests who were originally extremely arrogant saw this scene, and their faces turned white in an instant, and they didn't dare to come out again. Even Xianju was so frightened that the moment he saw Mujio, he felt no pain in his mouth. Obviously, it was his aunt's gold-based ability that he shot just now. But last night he obviously saw with his own eyes that it was Hua Arm who came back with Mou, and he liked him very much. Why did this little hoof come out of my aunt's room today? Could it be that my aunt ran to the next room last night and snatched her love with a knife? In order to save his face, Brother Flowerarm didn't want everyone to know that the girl he brought back was snatched away by the dominatrix next door. So he deliberately concealed that he didn't want to pay it back and wanted to redeem someone? Today he really made a mistake. If he knew earlier, he would have come to ask for someone later, which made his aunt unhappy, and he didn't have any good fruit to eat today. Woo 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 woo. Xianji endured the pain, ran to Mujio, folded his hands and rubbed her hands, and begged his aunt and grandmother to let her go. Mou, who was standing behind Mujio, was stunned. The domineering nature of the priest in the dungeon in the front yard is well known, and it is the nightmare of all the suffering girls. Who would have thought that such a demon who tortured the girls to death would have such a humble side in front of Mujio? Mujio stared at the Xianji in front of her for a moment, and she suddenly remembered what she heard from the Shirshin rune last night. Their senior brother will turn her into a plaything of the big brothers in the courtyard in half a month at the latest. Mujio sneered, waved her hand, and removed the steel wire sewn from Xianji's mouth. She wanted to see how they would subdue her. In an instant, the blood on the tip of the tongue could not be stopped, mixed with a large amount of saliva and gushing out. Xian knew that Shirmang vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, followed by a wave of uncomfortable retching. His lips, along with his tongue, quickly swelled and soon turned into a pig's mouth. The corners of Mujio's lips hooked slightly. When she was synthesizing the steel wire just now, she just let the whole strand of silk go to the pig manure and pull it twice. Nausea and vomiting are normal, and it is even more normal for this mouth to be inflamed and infected. After all, how could she let go of these people who knew they were going to harm her? If you have anything to say, you can say it. Mujio looked at Xianji condescendingly. Ahem, ahem. Auntie, I was wrong. Since it's the person you want. Ahem. You're here to stay. Ahem. I personally went to coordinate the solution. Ahem. Ahem. Xian Jishir struggled to please Mujio and beg for forgiveness while enduring the vomiting and pain. As long as he is still alive, there will always be a day when he will turn over. Lao Tzu disagreed. At this moment, an inopportune shout suddenly came from the opposite building. Chapter 100. Everyone's eyes looked at the second floor opposite. I saw a bald man in a dark gray linen short-sleeved suit, leaning against the railing of the corridor with his 7-month pregnant belly, looking down. Ahem. Ding, ding, boss Ding, why did you come out? Ahem. The Xianjishir, who was caught red-handed, was terrified. What kind of auspicious day is this zodiac today? But the two masters who we can't afford to offend are right. I'm afraid I'm going to be unlucky. Xianjishir, you are a little bold. I have paid MOU's deposit, and you plan to release my pigeon for the sake of a little girl? Everyone knew that the greasy old man opposite was the rich man who bought MOU. MOU stood next to Mujio, his fists clenched, his nails pinched his palms painfully, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly because of hatred. This old man will play very well, and the torture is really good, and the girls in the dungeon in the front yard are afraid of him, and every time he goes back, he is covered with wounds. He is still very interested in MOU's royal sister type, and he will play for several days at every turn. MOU, as a food-earning tool of the city god temple, has no right to refuse at all. Mujio saw MOU's reaction in his eyes, and then glanced at Xianji, not knowing what he planned to do. But no matter what, this person today, she is going to decide. No matter what kind of amazing old thing the other party is, and what it has to do with her, Mujio is the most afraid of things in her life. This. Cough cough cough. Xianji was really stumped. His aunt and grandmother were pinching his life, but Boss Ding couldn't be easily offended. This is one of the wealthy people of the city god temple, and the Taoist dormitory building in the front yard was invested and built by him. Originally, if this matter was not a big deal, he could have handed over MOU to his aunt and grandmother. Then find an excuse to tell Boss Ding that MOU is sick, and it will be perfunctory to change him to two similar people and send them over. But now. Seeing that Shin knew that Shirjio didn't dare to speak, Mujio spoke first and made a decision. MOU, the sun is too big outside, let's go inside. Mujio doesn't care about Xianji's life. It's his fault that a good Taoist priest goes to be an old bastard, and under the nose of the city god. What kind of punishment he receives is not exaggerated. But before Mujio could enter the door, a strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme suddenly blew and slammed the door of her room shut. Little girl, who allowed you to take my woman away? Stop for Lao Tzu. The old bald hair standing on the second floor opposite became angry, pointed at Mujio and shouted, and then ran downstairs in a hurry. When Mujio turned around, he saw the 4 black-clothed bodyguards following behind the old bald head. With the blessing of the 4th-level tricky pupil talisman, Mujio clearly saw the picture of the abilities on these 4 people, flowing from the heart to the palm of the right hand. the armor King Kong of the defense system, the high-pressure restraint of the control system, and the invincible giant god of the power system. And the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme ability that just shot at her and closed the door to her room. But the old bald head who dragged to the sky had no special ability. As this group of uninvited guests gradually approached, Mujio did not move, but the flower-armed brothers who were originally standing on the side were all in front of her in MOU at this moment. I only know how to bully women, what kind of hero is it? Of course, the flower arms know that the eldest sister is most likely not afraid of the other party's battle, but since they have vowed to follow the sister, they have to show sincerity. The 5 of them stood in a row, and they released their abilities in turn to deter the other party's black-clothed bodyguards. The eldest brother is golden, and his right hand is suspended in the air and spins 3 whirling metal darts. The second wood is the old man, and the right hand controls the ground to quickly grow a century-old vine, which can be arbitrarily lengthened and shortened. The dirt and gravel on the soles of his feet trembled as he moved with his right hand. The old 4 winds, the fallen leaves in the courtyard have gathered in the direction of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and towards the right hand. As for the old man, because his right hand was discounted by Mujio, he couldn't use his ability for the time being, so he had to stand in place and make up the numbers. Originally, he was still worried about which side to hand over MOU to, and he couldn't care about the pain in his mouth. With the little Taoist priests under his command, he began to run in the direction of the front yard, for fear of affecting his own life. Mujio, who was standing in the back and watching the battle idly, saw that the group of little Taoist priests, including Xianji, wanted to sneak away and then enjoy the benefits of the fisherman. Unhurriedly, she took out a piece of Earth Spirit rune paper from the space, and trapped the group of Taoist priests who had already stepped into the front yard with 1 foot, all in place, unable to move. As soon as Mujio waved his hand, he took the small dirt bag of the little Taoist priest's legs and feet under his feet, and then took the whole body of the Taoist priests and moved back to the center of the battle just now. The dirt bags on his feet were not scattered, and the Taoist priests could only stay where they were, and they couldn't go anywhere. Instructed the power-based supernatural to come forward, and first gave the trapped Xianji 2 punches, and instantly broke off 2 front teeth. The old bald head watched Xianji being beaten, and there were words in his mouth, "I don't know what to do. Let you run faster than a rabbit." Then Xianji Shi was beaten with a crooked nose and mouth, bleeding thick blood, and fainted in pain. Several other little Taoist priests who couldn't move were also beaten in the same way. The strength is a shot, and the fist is not covered, and basically everyone is beaten to a state that even their mother can't recognize. After solving the Taoist priests, the 4 black-clothed bodyguards protected the old bald head and walked towards the flower arm. Seeing the bodyguards' reckless and deadly way of beating people, the 5 big brothers with flower arms couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, it's not really a gangster, and it's inevitable that you can't let go. But at this juncture, as the boss of the team, the metal dart in his hand was the first to be thrown. His goal is to scratch the right arm of several opponents and affect the play of their abilities. But the first boomerang was cracked by the opponent's defensive armor, King Kong. The high-speed spinning metal dart was originally an extremely powerful weapon for injuring people. But the black-clothed bodyguard who was able to hit the right arm of King Kong's body was like an itch, and there was no scar. And its skin is like a spring with a high elasticity, and the metal dart is ejected back intact. The second boomerang was suppressed by the high-pressure restraint of the opponent's control system. Under the high-pressure air, the spinning metal dart plummeted from 0.5 centimeters in thickness to 0.001 cm in thinness, turning into metal foil and completely losing its threat. The third whirling dart saw that it was about to hit the ears of the bodyguard of the power system, but the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme type ability next to it helped to change the flight rotation trajectory of the dart, so that the dart flew somewhere else. Not once did it work. After defending against this wave of attacks, the bodyguard team also launched an active attack on the big brother of the flower arm under the command of the old bald head. Chapter 101. The opposite bodyguard team has its own set of matching plays. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme bodyguards protect the boss with long-range defense, and armor King Kong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme range defense protects the boss. The control system is responsible for high-pressure restrictions on the opponent's movements, and the power system is responsible for melee attacks on the opponent whose actions are restricted. The flower arm boss was the one who bore the brunt of the beating. But the Huajian brothers can come from afar and cross half of the city to join the city god temple, and they are not vegetarians. The third elder of the Earth Department learned Mujio's method of trapping the little Taoists, and trapped the power-based abilities who rushed over to beat people into the land to help the boss. The fourth elder of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme system stirred the fallen leaves of the entire courtyard and confused the opponent's sight. The second child of the wood department took the opportunity to use the 100-year-old vine to tie up the old bald man hiding from behind to save the country. The old man cheered excitedly on the side. 4 on 4, the two sides are of equal rank, and it is difficult to distinguish for a while. However, even if the ability level is the same, the energy consumption of the ability is different. Soon, in the process of continuous struggle between the two sides, the opponent's high-pressure control system ability was the first to be unable to support it. Control is widely known to be the most energy-intensive ability. Seeing that the other party was starting to weaken, the strength bodyguard lost its restriction protection, and gradually lost to the long-range attack of the Gold Brother, and was defeated. After all, the defensive armor King Kong focuses on defense, so after all, it is also tied like a callus by the rattan of the second wooden system. In the end, only the confrontation between the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme system and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-wine/phoneme system remained. Two swirling winds swirling in different directions stirred from the ground to the top of the head, and from the top of the head to the roof. For a while, in the middle courtyard, people's vision was cloudy. Fallen leaves, sediment, and stones are stirred up like a larger version of a drum washing machine, quickly rising and sinking. The doors and windows in the yard were all hit by these seemingly light objects, and the sound of glass breaking and the sound of ornaments in the house falling to the ground were heard from time to time. In the end, he even overturned some of the roof tiles. The scene got out of control for a while. Seeing that the bodyguard team on the opposite side was about to be defeated and surrendered, a few cold lights flew out of the front yard door, quickly breaking the situation. Those few cold rays of light suddenly fell on everyone who was fighting in the middle courtyard. Including the old bald head opposite, no one was spared. The person who was hit by the cold light, except for the hot head, the whole body was as if it had been quick frozen, with a layer of white frost, and he could no longer move. All abilities also stopped in this cold light like a meteor shower. Those cold lights also flew towards Mujio's side, but they were all blocked by the enchantment, and they were knocked out of the red image. It's like raindrops falling on a transparent umbrella, creating ripples. Mujio raised his eyebrows. This is an ice-based ability. It seems that there is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon in the city god temple. Mou, who had been staying by Mujio's side, was still so scared that he tried to dodge, but now he was directly stunned. What kind of magical barrier is this, which can actually block such a powerful attack? As this chaotic battle stopped, a group of older Taoist priests walked in at the gate of the courtyard connecting the front yard. This group of Taoist priests is definitely not good at stubble. Mujio clearly saw the abundant supernatural energy circulating in the hands of these people. The golden ice line flying in the sky just now was from the hand of the leader. I'm afraid this is what Mou said, those abilities hidden in the city god temple. However, these people seem to be familiar, and she seems. I saw it when I unloaded the gate of the city god temple last time. It's no wonder that at that time, the level of the rune paper was not high enough, and the tricky pupil couldn't tell who the ability was at all, but now it was clear at a glance. Who allowed you to fight privately in the city god temple, and what kind of ruin has this courtyard become? The Taoist priest at the head scolded. Mujio followed the words of the Taoist priest and glanced around the middle courtyard. It's like a typhoon passing through and the yard is in shambles. Xianjin. Michichi. Did you come here? I'm Lao Ding. At the other end of the courtyard, there was a sudden cry of extreme difficulty, and it was the old bald head who was speaking. But he was on his side, his neck frozen by the ice line, unable to turn, and only out of the corner of his eye could look in the direction of the front yard door. The exposed head was covered with mud, and the grievance looked extremely funny. The Xianjin Taoist priest who was the leader walked to this side when he heard the sound. His gaze swept over Mujio and Mou, who had never been frozen, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. But it quickly disappeared, making people feel that the glance just now seemed to be an illusion. His gaze turned away, and he walked towards Boss Ding's side. "Boss Ding, how did you get like this?" Taoist Qianjin waved his hand to untie the ice line that froze Boss Ding, and Boss Ding, who had softened, sat directly in the mud. Obviously, he was frightened by the scene of the brawl just now. At this moment, he can't care about the prestige of the big boss. These people beat his team of abnormal bodyguards to the bumble. How can he bear it? "Taoist Qianjin, you quickly make the decision for me and take care of them. All the things here are caused by that group of people. They want to forcibly snatch away the woman I have ordered. My deposit has already been moved to the front yard to register. Now they want to pull Xuanji Shi to fight against the water, and refuse to return the woman to me. They also joined forces to beat my people. It's almost the opposite, and they don't pay attention to the rules of the city god temple at all." After hearing this, Taoist Qianjin frowned. Is Xuanji also there? What about the others? Immediately, his gaze swept over the middle courtyard for a while, but he didn't see anyone. In the end, the other Taoist priests who came with him found the figure of the Xianji in the corner of the middle courtyard. Probably swept over here by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme that was fighting in the courtyard before. He had already hit the wall and passed out. His head was broken, his arm was broken, his leg was lame, and his face was beaten to the point that he looked like no human being. Who did this? Come out. Xianjin Dao Chief, who was originally calm, was completely furious after seeing Xuanji's tragic situation. His come out startled everyone present. Even the old bald Boss Ding didn't dare to open his mouth again. He knew the Xianjin Dao Master's ability, but it was the first time that he had made such a big fire. The Dao Master's gaze swept over the faces of the group of people who were fighting just now, and finally stopped at Mujio. Seeing his expression of almost cannibalism, Mujio smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed at Boss Ding. He commanded his bodyguards to fight. Of course she wouldn't say that she caught the person and put it here to beat him. After all, when Boss Ding scolded the quintessence of the country and instructed the bodyguards to beat people, everyone saw it, and he couldn't shirk it. Everyone's eyes turned to Boss Ding. I. Seeing the unkind Xianjin Daoist approaching him step by step, Boss Ding was so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly. Dao Chief, it's all their gang of people who have bad rules first. It's all because of the little Mou girl standing over there. They all blame her, seduce that group of men, and let them persecute the little Taoist priest of Xuanji. I paid the food I had ordered, and waited for the little ladies to come and serve, but they refused to return it. He couldn't figure it out, so he was standing on their side, so I paid a deposit, and it didn't make sense for them. However, Xianjin Dao Chief's right hand instantly turned into a crystal ice sword and pressed it against Boss Ding's neck. So you hit it? The cold ice bubbled with wisps of cool air, freezing the skin on Boss Ding's neck red, and the white frost gradually spread around the neck. No. It's not me, it's him. Chapter 102. Boss Ding was in a hurry, and pointed to the one next to him, was first tied up by the old vine, and then frozen by the cold black-clothed bodyguard. He hit it, it's him. Everyone present saw it. Daoist Xuanjin's gaze turned to the black-clothed bodyguard of the power department. At this moment, the cold ice on the bodyguard quickly thickened, and the face that was originally isolated from the outside also became bruised. It is a felony to seriously injure a Taoist priest in the city god temple, and Boss Ding should know this. The old Taoist priest's words were gloomy. Ha! Yes, Daoist Qianjin is right, beating people should be punished. Boss Ding was scared into a cold sweat. In the next second, the heavy ice attached to the bodyguard of the power system shattered. The cracked ice turned into thousands of sharp knives, burrowing deep into the body's body from all directions. In an instant, the person in front of him was pierced into a hornet's nest of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Except for the bruised head, there was no good place on the body. Because it was an ice-based sharp knife, not a single drop of blood from the bodyguard had ever flowed out, and the whole person left in the endless cold. Handled. The old Taoist priest said to the Taoist priest who was following him, and withdrew the ability of the bodyguard. The body that made people look numb was so soft in place, and the black and red blood immediately spread like a waterfall, spreading over a large area of land. Looking at the scene of the old Taoist priest killing people, no one at the scene dared to say anything, and it was very quiet. Everyone knows that after the end times, there are no legal restrictions for a long time. The strong is king. The reason why the city god temple looks like it can still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme as peacefully as before the end of the world is precisely because there are powerful old Taoist elders above who suppress it with a tough attitude. Otherwise, the strangers who came to defect from all directions, relying on their own abilities, would easily hurt people at every turn, and the city god temple would have been split up long ago. And today's first one, it is the city god temple that is reminding all the defectors, killing chickens and monkeys, so that everyone should not be too arrogant. Boss Ding. After packing up the bodyguards, the old Taoist's gaze returned to Boss Ding's body. This sound directly scared Boss Ding to pee, and Lao Ding, who was sitting on the ground, instantly got wet under him. Xianjin Dao Chief. We are old acquaintances. Think about how many good things I have done for Guanli before the end of the world. For that sake, please don't kill me, spare my life, I can give you whatever you want. The old Taoist priest stood still and thought for 3 seconds, but did not speak. In the past 3 seconds, Boss Ding seemed to be roasted on the fire, with anxiety and fear mixed. Snot and tears converged on his face into a paddy field. He regretted it, he really regretted it. Isn't it just a woman? Without a Moyu, there are more Luyu and Zhangyu. Why is he so confused? He shouldn't have been strong in the city god temple. This is not the era when money could make ghosts grind. In the last days, there is food and supplies, and you can only be remembered by demons, and when the time is right, they will come and take your life. Boss Ding is the one who contributed to the city god temple. Xianjin, I am not an ungrateful person, how could I kill you? Hearing the old Taoist's words, Boss Ding felt like he had taken a reassuring pill, and said thank you, thank you, thank you. But this hurtful bodyguard is your person, although he is dead, but you, the boss, must also be held responsible. Boss Ding's heart twitched, but he still replied solemnly, as long as you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, you must bear it. Boss Ding will hand over all your food and materials to the treasury of the city god temple for confiscation. Then move out of your room and move to the backyard. When the old Taoist priest said this, everyone present, including Mujio, was dumbfounded. Don't you say that you are a meritorious person in the city god temple? I've been driven to the pigsty. The world's masters really don't care about human feelings, and this is a desperate eater. This. Taoist Xianjin, how can you cross the river and tear down the bridge? My bodyguards are all dead. Don't you say that you will let me go? Boss Ding, who was forcibly dragged by other Taoist priests to the backyard, called out, how could these stinky Taoist priests treat him like this? Maz, now turn your face ruthlessly. Xianjin Dao Chief said leisurely, I only promised to spare your life, but I didn't promise anything else. Everyone listened to Boss Ding's scolding, and scolding gradually drifted away, and finally with a few wails, the sound disappeared completely. As Mujio and the others have seen, everyone who lives in the backyard is a disabled person who can't walk on their own, and Boss Ding probably ended up like that. After dealing with the people who injured Xuanji, Taoist Xuanjin's gaze swept over the rest of the people one by one, and finally his gaze fell on Mou. The eagle-like eyes stared at Mou and made her hairy all over. Killing chickens is obviously very effective, and at this moment everyone wants to find a crack in the ground to hide, for fear of being seen by the old Taoist. You're Mou, come here. The old Taoist said expressionlessly. No one knows what the old Taoist is going to do, but it won't be anything good to think about. Mou glanced at Mujio slightly, but saw that she didn't react. Everyone has seen it, the ability of the old Taoist priest of Xianjin is so powerful, I'm afraid there is no one in the city god temple who can defeat him. Mou nervously wrenched his hands, with fear in his body and mind, and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a slender and white arm blocked in front of Mou unhurriedly. Xianjin Taoist, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, there is no need to cherish words like gold, and make it the same as an escape room. Mujio spoke easily, as usual, I am afraid that in this whole courtyard, she is the only one who has such a good attitude. Xianjin Dao Chang narrowed his eyes. Little girl, don't rely on your strong dual-line ability to come out of the way everywhere. I heard the little Taoist priest say just now, you didn't participate in the fight, so it doesn't have much to do with you. Therefore I will not be angry with you because of the fault of others. Now please go back to your room and have a good rest. Let her go back, it has nothing to do with her. Mu Jiao almost laughed out loud. Isn't this incident caused by her forcibly redeeming MOU? Why does it have nothing to do with her? If Boss Ding is still here, I'm afraid I'm going to vomit blood directly. Mu Jiao responded to the old Taoist priest with a smile, but MOU spent the night in my room last night. Just now, the little Taoist priest of Xuanji had already promised me, saying that he would leave people for me, and a few of them here heard it. It's just that Boss Ding didn't accept the words of the little Taoist priest of Xuanji, so he started to beat people like this. Then what is the Xianjin Taoist going to do about this matter? Is he trying to take my people away? Mu Jiao said that MOU spent the night in her room last night, and it was very subtle to everyone's ears. On the one hand, it is to show the position of this piece, but on the other hand, it is to tell everyone what kind of intimate relationship MOU has with himself. After listening to Mu Jiao's words, the old Taoist priest of Xianjin changed his face and changed again. Chapter 103. He wasn't at all ignorant of the whole thing. It's just to give Mu Jiao and the entire city god temple a step down. It is the same as Mu Jiao, who let go of the gate of the city god temple at that time. Because even if he is a Xianjin Taoist, he is not completely sure that he can easily take down the girl in front of him. Just what she did in the middle courtyard, the ability that she injured casually, and the strength she showed, no one in the entire city god temple knew about it. They didn't intend to be tough with her at all. What's more, when he used that golden light ice line just now, he used 90% of his ability energy. In order to completely suppress the scene in an instant, it is an indiscriminate attack below his limit. As long as the people in the middle courtyard are attacked, they will be instantly frozen. But when he entered the door just now, the little girl was not damaged at all. Not even within a radius of 2 or 3 meters around her, there was not the slightest trace of cold air invasion. Of course, it wasn't that his ability attack was off, but that his attack didn't have any effect on her at all. The person who knows the times is Junjie, and without knowing the details of the other party, Xianjin Taoist does not want to joke with his life. It turns out that this is the case. These little girls were originally managed and deployed by the little Taoist priest of Xuanji. Now that he is disgusted with you, the Taoist master will not interfere too much. It's rare to meet a few confidants in the last days, and if you like it, it doesn't hurt to stay for a few more days. The old Tao master's words made everyone present, including the other Tao masters who came in after him, also feel a little surprised. What's the matter? This little girl said a few words, and the old Taoist chief stopped pursuing it? Mou looked at Mu Jiao gratefully, and breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like he was going to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for the rest of his life. She originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but Mu Jiao spoke. But before they could last 3 seconds, the old Taoist said, the matter of robbing people can be negotiated, but those who fight here today and damage the buildings and facilities of the city god temple still have to be punished accordingly. The 5 flower-armed brothers who were still frozen in the courtyard and the 3 remaining bodyguards opposite were instantly frightened and trembled. As the old Taoist priest spoke, a group of young Taoist priests immediately reported to him the situation of checking the extent of the damage to the house. The damage to the middle courtyard is visible to the naked eye, but when you actually look at it, it is even more serious than what you see. Everyone was terrified. There was no construction team here, and there were no building materials, and it would be even more difficult to renovate it. In this way, with the old Taoists' usual punishment methods, these people who are frozen in the courtyard are afraid that they will not end well. At this point, the eldest bodyguard of the control department was the first to defend himself. Dao Chief, we bodyguards are all under the orders of Boss Ding, and everything is under his command. Although I participated in the fight, the door and window tiles in the yard were definitely not broken by me. Blame him, he is a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme ability. He fought fiercely with those abilities on the other side, so he made the yard like this. the eldest brother of the control bodyguard said as he glanced at the phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine slash phoneme bodyguard on the left with his eyes, and motioned for everyone to look over there. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him, he is just a tool man, and he can save his life by reducing his responsibilities to a minimum. He doesn't want to become the kind of strength bodyguard, poked into a hornet's nest by the tip of ice. The face of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme type ability who was carried out by his companion turned white with fright. His eyes changed from disbelief to hatred, and he hated to pounce on him and bite him to death. The Huajin brothers had a bitter look on their faces, pretending to be calm. After all, they were also men, and men didn't flick their tears. The old Taoist priest didn't seem to hear everyone's noise, glanced at everyone, and said, "The strangers who participated in the fight today, I can spare your life. But for the sake of small punishments and big commandments, you must all break your tendons, so that you will not be able to commit crimes in the city god temple in the future." And in order to compensate for the loss of the city god temple, each person handed over 500 caddies of grain, and if you can't do it, you should know the consequences. The words of the old Taoist priest made the hearts of these 8 people cold by half. Pick out the Tsuji, let alone have any special abilities, even if you are a normal person, I am afraid you can't do it. Let alone take out 500 caddies of food per person. The bodyguards are all living with Boss Ding, and now that the boss's materials have all been confiscated, where can they go to get grain to hand in? Even if it is the Huajin brothers, the 5 of them have to take out 2,500 caddies of grain, and they have previously divided half of the materials to the eldest sister, but now where can they get so much to hand over? I am afraid that this punishment will be more painful than killing them directly. At this moment, the bodyguard brother also did not care about his face, and directly cried and pleaded with the old Taoist chief. And brother Huaji's side finally couldn't help it and began to call. But the object of their intercession was not the old Taoist, but Mu Jiao, who was standing behind them. The 4th child was the first to shout, "Sister, my sister, save us. I don't want to become disabled yet." Seeing the eldest brothers who saved them suffering, even Mou couldn't help but look at Mu Jiao, hoping that she could help plead. However, the Taoist priest ignored everyone's cries and pleadings, and had already prepared tools such as hooks, daggers, and pliers according to the old Taoist priest's instructions. In a group of 2, a group of more than a dozen people came from the front yard. Just as these people entered the arena and were about to make a move, Mu Jiao said lazily, "Xianjin Dao Chief. Little girl, if you have anything to say, wait until the old Wei finishes picking their tendons. Today, the old Taoist has given enough face to the little girl, and you still have to know how to be happy. This good middle courtyard has been made like this. If you let it go easily, I am afraid that the city god temple will not be able to maintain it in the future. Little girl, you still don't interfere too much in the internal affairs of our temple, hurry up and take your friends into the house." After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Mu Jiao, and began to arrange for the little Taoist priests behind him to enter the middle courtyard and do their work. But in the next second, these dozen or so little Taoist priests who poured into the middle courtyard and held tendon-picking tools in their hands were trapped by a burst of reinforced concrete that surged from the ground, trapping all the lower half of their bodies. Then, finger-thick steel bars emerged from the concrete, forming a shape like a diamond claw, reaching the entire circle of heads of the trapped people. The end of the steel bar is pointed, like a steel cone, and a little further up can penetrate directly through the skull. This made the little Taoist priests trapped in it, like red children sitting on the Guanyin lotus platform, not daring to move at all, not even opening their mouths to call for help. For a while, everyone's eyes turned to Mu Jiao. She simply raised her right hand, and then produced such a powerful steel claw array. If she refused to take the initiative to let go, others would not be able to rescue people at all. "Little girl, you have a bit of an inch in this way. If you really hurt these little Taoist priests today, you will not have good fruits to eat." This time, the face of the Xianjin Taoist was completely down, and he looked at Mu Jiao coldly and warned. Mu Jiao smiled lightly, "Old Taoist, I just want to propose a compromise plan to Taoist chief. After all, the eldest brother of the flower arm here is my friend, and he will take action today to protect me, and the Taoist chief is actually clear about the whole thing. But the Taoist didn't give me a chance to finish my sentence just now, so I had no choice but to use coercive means. Look, the Taoist chief, are you willing to be quiet and listen to me? Chapter 104. Although the Taoist chief was unhappy, his face collapsed to the extreme. But he still retained the last bit of patience, gritted his teeth and asked, then, tell me, what compromise plan do you have? Mu Jio heard the old Taoist's compromise, and the corners of his lips hooked. It seems that it is effective with force. My plan is very simple, make up for it. Today, these people have made a mess of the intermediate court, and it is indeed their fault. But at this point, even if they were severely punished, there was no way to repair the building of the middle courtyard immediately. Now in the last days, it is not easy to go out and find repair tools and a large number of building materials. But as far as I know, among these powers, there are gold and earth, two elemental powers. They can use the gold-earth ability to repair the original building materials. Other control and power abilities will help carry and restore the buildings in the courtyard. In a short period of time, the courtyard can be renovated and restored to its original state. It's fast and trouble-free, isn't it the best of both worlds? Although it consumes more energy from the ability, it is still 100 times stronger than picking off the tendons and no longer being able to use the ability. After listening to Mu Jio's proposal, the Xianjin Taoist just sneered and replied. The little girl said that she laughed. If you can make up for everything you do, then the city god temple will already be out of order. In the future, even if they kill people and set fires, they will be able to rely on their merits to make up for their forgiveness. As I have already said, punishing these people according to the rules of the city god temple is an internal affair in our view. They were punished for their wrongdoing, but they were only to abolish their abilities so that they could not do it again, and they didn't want their lives. However, the little girl's proposal to repair the house just now is good. Among the Taoist priests in our view, there are several people with gold and earth powers, and it is very good to rely on their abilities to restore the middle courtyard. As far as I know, little girl, you are a dual-line ability of gold and wood, and your level is not low. If you are willing to join the repair team, I can give you the corresponding food as a reward on behalf of the city god temple. What do you think? The old Taoist priest's position has been made very clear. Today, no matter what, the hands of the wrongdoer will be broken as a punishment. But at the same time, he gave Mu Jio a step down, and the Pishio Taoist temple was unprecedentedly willing to pay a reward to recruit Mu Jio as his own. This couldn't help but make Mu Jio think of the Hongmen banquet about the supernatural that Mou mentioned. Don't believe them. It's all painted cakes, and these old guys don't have a word of truth in their mouths. Mou, who was standing next to him at this moment, pulled the corner of Lama Jio's clothes and reminded in a low voice. Mu Jio snorted softly in his snort, which was regarded as a response to her, and then said to the old Taoist with a serious face, does the Xianjin Taoist have to do things to such a desperate point today? Pick off the tendons of the abilities, not to mention that they can't use the abilities, their actions are all problems. This is the end of the world. How can they phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live / phoneme? What is the difference between this and taking their lives directly, but let them die more slowly? Speaking of this, Mu Jio's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was a little ruthless, and then said, I am a person who protects my shortcomings, and the Taoist is such a person to my people. Aren't you afraid that I will let these little Taoist priests behind you also become living dead with broken hands and feet? Hearing this, the Xianjin Taoist priest was not moved, but the Taoist priests who entered the middle courtyard with him looked at each other. The 1 or 20 little Taoist priests who were trapped by reinforced concrete in the back suddenly panicked, and everyone didn't care about being stabbed in the chin and bleeding, and they had to beg for mercy loudly. Some begged Mu Jio to let them go, but more begged Master Xianjin to save them. For a while, the cry was like thunder, resounding through the middle courtyard. Quiet, shut up for me. Xianjin Dao Chang's scolding instantly controlled the entire scene. But then, an astonishing remark popped out of the old Taoist's mouth. There are no rules, there is no circle, the girl should not rely on that little ability to do whatever she wants. Vainly trying to use the lives of the little Taoist priests to force the old Taoist to break the principle, I tell you, that can't be. You dare to use their lives to blackmail me into letting people go, and in the future, you will dare to take these strange people to lift the roof of the city god temple. Even if I confess the lives of these 18 little apprentices here today, I will abolish these people and eliminate future troubles forever. For the long-term development and survival of the city god temple, even if the Taoist priests sacrifice, it is a merit. As soon as these words were finished, I saw the old Taoist priest raise his hands, and the entire 8 golden rays of light quickly attacked towards the 8 supernatural beings in the courtyard. The 8 strong men who were frozen and couldn't move were so frightened that they couldn't even make a shouting sound, and they all closed their eyes in horror. Waiting to become the bodyguard who beat people, he was pierced by an ice pick and turned into a pool of blood. However, after waiting for a long time, I didn't wait for the painful pain I imagined. On the contrary, even the extreme cold that had been before had faded. Someone was so puzzled that he opened one eye to look outside, only to find that his whole body was burning. Wrapped in a dark green strange flame, burning. This magical flame not only cleared away the white frost that had been frozen, but also blocked the golden light that flew from the old Taoist leader. But they couldn't feel the slightest heat, and they couldn't even touch the flames that floated on the surface of their bodies. Have they died painlessly? Is this a treacherous fire? What is this, little slut? What have you done to the old way? Suddenly, the irritable voice of the old Taoist elder on the other side came, completely losing the demeanor and steadiness of the elder. The Huajian people looked up, only to see that this dark green flame started from the feet of the sister behind them and spread to cover the ground of the entire middle courtyard. The place that used to be white and frosty has now been completely replaced by flames. And that Xianjin Dao master, his whole body was like them, and he was also wrapped in this flame. This kind of flame, which has no temperature, seems to be able to completely restrain the existence of the opponent's ice ability. No matter how much the Xianjin Dao leader used his ice ability with both hands, the golden light all over his body was gathering everywhere, but he was never able to break through this flame. The old Taoist priest was dressed roughly, he used up all the ice energy, but the flames were never extinguished, and he was so tired that he directly softened in place. Looking at this scene, the dozens of Dao masters who came with the Xianjin Dao masters used their abilities together to attack Mujio's side. There are earth, wood, water, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, thunder, control, etc., but unfortunately, so many abilities combined, they are not as good as Mujio's enchantment. A large tentacle-like spike protruded from the periphery of the bright red barrier, instantly piercing and absorbing the energy emitted by the adept. Like an object thrown into a black hole, there is no return. The Taoist priests continued to attack without giving up, and they were bound to die with Mujio to the end. But Mujio didn't have the leisure to play with them. If it weren't for the inhumanity of the Taoist priests, she would have been extremely reluctant to aim her cannons at humans. Mujio stretched out his hand and quickly moved the enchantment that was originally located around him to the side of the group of Taoist priests. The big red enchantment quickly contracted, forming a hemispherical dome, enveloping dozens of old Dao masters and the 18 little Dao priests in it, like a cage-trapped beast. The various abilities that the old Dao elders had just emitted with all their might didn't have time to retract them, and they were bounced back by this red dome wall. It fell evenly on all the Taoist priests in the dome, and the rain and dew were wet. Abilities are immune to attacks from their own abilities, but they cannot escape attacks from other abilities. Among them, the physical attacks with the most obvious pain, such as thunder-based electric light, earth-based stone formation, water-based throwing knife, wood-based rattan whip, etc. Seriously injured in an instant, flesh and blood flew sideways. Outside the connection realm, the 8 strong men who were rescued by Mujio were also stunned. I only heard Mujio behind him whisper softly, self-inflicted, don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Chapter 105. Seeing that all the Taoist priests in front of him fell to the ground, Mujio withdrew the enchantment. Mujio looked sideways at the remaining 3 bodyguards. Her careless eyes made the 3 strong men hairy. Sister, sister, sister. We were all deceived by Bosting before, and we were so disrespectful to you, sister, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again. I really don't dare. The big man led by the Defense Department of King Kong knelt down in front of Mujio and begged her for forgiveness with a cry. They are all people who know the times, and the little girl in front of them doesn't look very old, but her strength is absolutely strong. In the last days, if you can follow such a strong person, you must not lose money. With the first one, there will be the second, and the other 2 big men will also kneel. At this moment, no dignity or face is as important as life. Mujio didn't speak, slowly walked in front of the 3 of them, and stretched out his right hand towards the big brother of King Kong's bodyguard. The eldest brother of the bodyguard was so frightened by Mujio's move that he hurriedly hugged his head with his hand, for fear of being beaten. Suddenly, two streams of energy lit up the dragon tattoo on Mujio's index finger, and a voice sounded in his ears, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 13th rune is indestructible Vajra rune, which can be used to shape an invincible golden body. The 14th talisman is a pressure mountain, a bondage talisman, which can be used to restrict the enemy's movements." Then the two bodyguards were easily lifted by Mujio and thrown in front of the Flower Arm brothers. "I fought just now, these three will be handed over to you to deal with. There is revenge and revenge, just don't kill people." Mujio's words scared the strong men into a miserable face. How arrogant they were before, how cowardly they are now. In addition to kneeling and begging Mujio for forgiveness, he also had to beg for mercy from the next leader. He couldn't be too busy. However, Mujio didn't bother to pay attention to it at all, knowing why bother now. She kicked away the bodyguard's eldest brother's hand trying to hold her feet, and walked towards the group of Taoist priests trapped by the enchantment. But she had just walked 3 steps away, and suddenly felt that her hands and feet had become heavier, and then her whole body could not move. What is the situation? It feels like being immobilized. Even if she had drunk the spiritual spring water, her body whose strength had been strengthened could not compete with it. When she was puzzled, the big brothers behind her shouted at the same time, "Sister, we can't move. Can you do it?" Mujio didn't answer. At this moment, she was 100% sure in her heart that this was a miracle. But what it was, she couldn't tell. Or in other words, she had never seen what kind of ability could have such a powerful immobilization effect. And can completely override her 4th level rune paper, directly break through the enchantment, and attack herself. The city god temple really has a master. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared in front of the gate of the middle courtyard, which was the head of the city god temple, the former abbot. He was followed by a group of small Taoist priests in the front yard, and they blocked the courtyard gate until the water was impassable. Mujio's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tricky pupils swept over. She was shocked to find that on the old abbot's right arm, there was a large cloud of black energy circulating. This energy is different from normal abilities, it has no physical body, and only the tricky pupil can barely catch it. As for the faint fluorescence on the hands of other Taoist priests, it was simply insignificant. What is this? Mujio couldn't even guess for a while. But it was certain that it was this kind of ability that had never been seen before that restricted the actions of everyone in the middle court. The abbot took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and walked towards the Tao elders who had fallen to the ground, with an unbelievable expression. These people were hit one after another by the abilities of other Taoist priests, and at this moment they were basically completely unconscious and unconscious. No matter how much the abbot called, no one answered him. The abbot asked the people who came with him to clean up the tragic situation at the scene, and he walked slowly towards Mujio's side. Extreme displeasure hung on his face. As the abbot approached, Mujio clearly saw that the black energy substance collected in his hand became larger and stronger. And the sense of oppression that is confined in my body is becoming more and more intense. It was as if the gravitational pull of the earth had increased, and her legs were almost sinking into the ground. "You did everything here." The abbot had anger hidden in his eyes, and he stared at Mujio closely, almost wanting to break her into pieces. Suddenly, the dark matter in the abbot's hand condensed into the shape of a dagger and stabbed towards Mujio's side. Mujio watched as the pure black dagger flew towards her, instantly penetrating her heart. But there was no imaginary pain, as if it was an illusion. Just when Mujio was puzzled, the extreme pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow from the skin, and gradually spread to her entire body. Only then did she see that the black strange dagger was actually stuck straight on the ground, her shadow. A mouthful of fishy salt surged into her mouth, and Mujio realized that the abbot's ability was probably related to dark matter. Then the black dagger was pulled out by the abbot and turned into a thin rope, which was about to be strangled around Mujio's neck. Just as Mujio was about to enter the space to dodge a wave of damage, in the next second, the dark matter that was originally hovering over Mujio's shadow disappeared violently. Mujio raised his eyes and saw a black-red poisonous mist biting the old abbot's right hand. No matter how hard he shook his arm, he couldn't get rid of the poisonous mist. This is. The old host's right hand was eroded by the poisonous mist, and his face was almost distorted. Mujio suddenly felt that the suppression on her body was slightly loosened. She quickly pulled out a piece of fire spirit rune paper, urging the rune paper to form 6 firewalls in the entire middle courtyard. Let the shadow disappear from view. All the people in the middle courtyard who are controlled by that dark energy will be able to move freely in an instant. Mujio then took out the binding talisman paper he had just obtained, and used atmospheric high pressure to quickly suppress the old host. The old host couldn't restrict Mujio's activities because of the treacherous firelight source, and because of the treacherous poison, he couldn't use all his abilities. Under the extreme pressure of the atmospheric high pressure of the control system, most of the body was pressed into the soil by Mujio. This old bone probably won't be able to stand up again. It can be regarded as completing the part he wanted to do to Mujio just now, the gravitational force of the earth, but he didn't finish it. Mujio quickly ran in the direction of the old host, and shouted loudly to the flower-armed brothers behind him, "Open the backyard gate and occupy the front yard." After Mujio's words, the entire city god temple was busy. The boss waved his hand and used the gold ability to unlock the 3 large locks on the backyard gate. The 4th child took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushing to the front yard, and after seeing the inhumanity of the city god temple, he felt that he was full of strength and bravery. With the blessing of the whirlwind, the bamboo blade in one hand opened the way for everyone and rushed forward. MOU, who was also a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme ability, followed closely, and for a while, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme was blowing in the courtyard, and the little Taoist priests who were originally going to desperately resist a wave were overturned. There was chaos for a while. Between Mujio and the old host is the only quiet corner of the entire view. The old host was still grinning and suffering from the vicious torture. Mujio bent down indifferently, slowly stretched his hand into the poison, and held the old host's right hand. The poison could not erode Mujio, but the dark ability on the old host's body instantly lit up the tattoo on Mujio's index finger. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 15th rune is a ghostly, shadow spirit rune, which can be used to control the enemy with dark rune paper. While absorbing the rune paper, a golden spirit rune appeared out of thin air in Mujio's hand. After the rune paper was urged, all the bones in the old master's right arm were broken down into powder and fell into the dirt in front of him. When Mujio let go, the mist disappeared, but only a pair of skins remained in the old host's right hand. Ah! Old host was instantly stunned. But of course Mujio would not let such a powerful person die. It was no different from being amputated, but it would not bleed. Mujio can guarantee that he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme smoothly for 100 years, and then die a natural death. He will not bring the slightest burden to this world. After all, he deserves to repay and repay again. Chapter 106. The people in the city god temple shuttled and were busy all day. A huge city god temple was swept away clearly, including the pigsty and chicken shed in the backyard, as well as a large planting greenhouse, as well as the material warehouse in the front yard and the Taoist courtyard with rockery and flowing water. The Taoist priests who originally lived in the dormitory to enjoy happiness were all locked in the basement where the little girls were originally locked by Mujio's people. With the cruel method of suppressing the ability that the Taoist priests researched, Mujio also did the same. Break off all the abilities in the Taoist priesthood, and cancel the ability operation. Prevent these people from making a riot again and causing trouble to the peace of the city god temple. At the same time, he also obtained several new ability runes from the hands of the little Taoist. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 16th rune is a beautiful frozen man ice spirit rune, which can be used to use the rune paper to use ice-based abilities. The 17th talisman is an earth-shattering thunder spirit rune, which can be used to use rune paper to cast a thunder ability. After cleaning up the Taoist dormitory, Mujio immediately asked people to notify everyone in the city god temple. Including the girls who were locked up underground, as well as the refugees in the pigsty in the backyard and the wealthy people in the middle yard, all moved into the dormitory building in the front yard. All materials were handed over, and everything in the city god temple was distributed and managed in the future, including accommodation, food, and labor. If you are reluctant or disobedient to management, you can leave on your own. Keeping the clouds open and seeing the moon, no one is not grateful to Mujio and her people, except for those rich people who originally lived in the middle courtyard. Mujio's practice of imprisoning Taoist priests and liberating refugees seriously infringed on their vital interests. After all, no matter what happens on weekdays, there are little Taoist priests who are also waiters to come and solve it. There are also different young ladies to choose from every night, warm the bed, and serve the daily life. Now that everyone is equal, their advantages are gone, how can they not be angry? I have to let them move out of the big single room where they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, move to the collective dormitory in the front yard, and crowd the group house with those lowly people. It's just too much. It's easy to go from thrift to luxury, and it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. The guests in the middle courtyard gathered together and became more and more angry and excited, and a group of big men came to Mujio to discuss the law. But when everyone ran in front of her, they happened to see the scene where Mujio personally broke one of the little Taoist's arms. The basement was full of terrible screams and distorted faces, and the arrogance of the rich people was extinguished in an instant. Everyone look at me, I look at you, I don't know how to speak. For fear of saying the wrong thing, it will provoke this little ancestor who hurts people and doesn't blink, and one of them will be unhappy, so he will get them too. What's the matter? Mujio didn't speak when he saw this group of people coming, wiped a handful of blood splashed on his forehead with his hand, and said suspiciously. The rich man gasped, "No. It's nothing. Hey. We're here to see if there's anything we need help with." Mujio thought for a moment, "Oh, you just need to move to the front yard as soon as possible and vacate the room on the other side of the middle yard, I have other uses." The man who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme immediately responded enthusiastically, "Of course there is no problem with this, you have spoken, we have no objections, move immediately." In the following time, Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and organized all the refugees in the city god temple to divide labor and cooperate. The damaged building in the courtyard was repaired, and the original habitable room was transformed into a warehouse suitable for storing supplies. All the materials in the city god temple were transported to the middle courtyard and the backyard for storage. Separating the residential area from the material management area is more conducive to the statistics of materials and the distribution of them evenly. After a small half a month, the entire city god temple has been completely renewed, and there is no longer the gloomy chaos under the rule of the previous Taoist priests. Mujio selected a new group of administrators for the city god temple to implement a new distribution policy. In the terrifying apocalypse, force is worth subduing the public, and the manager must be a person with extraordinary abilities stronger than ordinary people. Mujio's requirements are not high, as long as the city god temple can maintain a state of self-sufficiency for a long time in the last days. The role of managers is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the masses to work, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme smoothly, and not to oppress ordinary people as managers. After all, survival in the last days is already difficult enough, and the civil strife of human beings may become the culprit of human extinction and weird hegemony. According to the list of refugees in the city god temple, excluding Taoist priests, there are a total of 122 people. Mujio divided these people into 6 groups, each group of about 20 people, and handed them over to the 5 Huajian brothers and MOU to manage. What kind of subordinates they choose to do is their freedom, and Mujio will not interfere. Each team is responsible for contracting a task in the temple, such as farming, feeding pigs, raising chickens, ducks, etc., and if you want to eat, you have to do your own work. These 6 people are under the command of Mujio, and Mujio is the boss. But Mujio handed over the supervision and management of the city god temple to Yizi, and when she was away, she acted on behalf of her and was regarded as the boss. If nothing else, in terms of abilities alone, in the city god temple, except for Mujio himself, there are almost no abilities that can be stronger than the poison. After these days of careful recuperation, the injuries on Yizi's body have basically healed. The muscles and bones of the whole body that were reshaped by Mujio were more perfect and easy to use than the original. So in the battle with the old abbot during the day, there was Yi Zi's key poisonous mist at the critical moment, which hindered the abbot from striking a heavy blow. People like Yi Zi, who have experienced extreme physical and mental pain, know that happiness is not easy to come by. Reborn in a lifetime, Mu Jiu knew very well in his heart that if he wanted to be a lonely hero in the last days, he would die sooner or later. No matter how much she has 3 heads and 6 arms, there will always be times when she can't help it, and only win-win cooperation can have a little way out. So from a long time ago, she was in the layout. But being able to control the city god temple was completely an unexpected move by Mu Jiu unintentionally. After all, Mu Jiu's previous expectation was only to occupy a small bamboo forest temple and use it as the initial gathering point. Now it is possible to occupy the huge territory of the city center in one step. In addition, within the scope of the enchantment protection of the city god temple, there are also fields and breeding greenhouses that can be used for sustainable development, which is simply not too ideal. Mu Jiu is bound to manage it carefully. Chapter 107. The first thing is to improve the overall strength of all the residents of the temple. Mu Jiu asked the small leaders of each group to take the masses to exercise every morning and evening after work. Whether it is playing military physical boxing or square dancing, the form is not limited, but every day is required to punch in, and no one is bound to lag behind in physical strength. Secondly, supplement balanced nutrition to enhance the body's resistance. Although the city god temple said that it could not stop serving big fish and meat. However, each meal of meat and vegetables is matched to ensure that each person has eggs to supplement protein and vegetables to ensure that vitamins are no problem. Moreover, in order to quickly strengthen everyone's survival physical strength in the last days, Mu Jiu added a small amount of spiritual spring water to the white rice porridge every morning as an adjunct. Finally, and most importantly, Mu Jiu distributed the pills refined from the trick bead and trick spirit grass in the space medicine spirit continent to the strangers. Aimed to quickly increase the energy limit of those who already have abilities. Mu Jiu even solemnly established the Doomsday Base in the city god temple, named Chiang Base, and she was the base chief. At the same time, Mu Jiu began to try to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the strangers under his command to go out of the gate and go to the vicinity to kill and clean up the weird. Collect more orbs for medicine. Mu Jiu naturally didn't forget the hidden crisis outside the Chaoyang base, the large area of treacherous fog and hurricanes. So on a sunny morning, Mu Jiu led her new team to sweep the third-level weird nest. A batch of pure yellow beads was seized, and the city center was restored to its site. So that outdoors in the sun during the day, you will no longer bump into the weirdness of running around. The team's large-scale cleanup has almost restored the level of stability before the end of the world within 1 kilometer of the Chaoyang base as the center. Under Mu Jiu's strong pressure, 3 months after resolutely implementing the established plan, all the residents in the base have undergone qualitative changes. From the initial complaints, to the later everyone competing for the 30 places out of the base to kill treacherous. Because of the person who turns in the trick bead, Mu Jiu will have an additional reward. So far, the overall ability of the residents of Chaoyang Base has improved more than a little. The abilities of Yi Zi's several core management personnel have gradually improved, and they are infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the level of 3 levels. The management of the base is gradually approaching the daily routine, and there are no more outrageous incidents of chickens flying and dogs jumping in the past. The enthusiasm of all the people in the temple is focused on how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a better life in the last days. During this period, there were also newcomers coming to join the temple, and more people were staying in, and the newcomers were basically strangers. At the welcome ceremony held for the newlyweds, Mu Jiu shook hands one by one to express his friendship and attention. But no one knew the nature of her space, which could form the associated ability runes. Therefore, the space tombstone has repeatedly expanded the pattern. In addition to being the same as Mu Jiu's original ability, there were many surprises. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 18th rune is teleportation charm, which can be used to teleport a few meters with rune paper. The 19th talisman is a vanishing talisman and invisibility talisman, which can be used to hide the main body with rune paper. The 20th talisman is a 1,000-mile turtle shrinkage, a teleportation talisman, which can be used to go to the place you have been. The 21st symbol is a mirror image of the pot drawing scoop, which can be used to control the main body to follow the action. The 22nd talisman is a sea of rivers, space talismans, which can be used to store materials on talisman paper. The 23rd talisman is two illusory illusion talisman, which can use rune paper to control the main body to produce illusions. Due to the increase in the number of people, Mujio asked the gold system to cooperate with the earth system to make use of the entire front yard. As reasonable as possible, the vacant land in the front yard is made into a dormitory for the newlyweds to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. The underground part has even been fully developed for larger group gatherings. This life continued until the beginning of spring next year. The sows in the pigsty gave birth to a large number of piglets, and the chickens and ducks grew into several batches. In short, there has been a significant expansion of meat. The courtyard of the middle courtyard was transformed into a fruit grove by Mujio, and the saplings were transplanted from the space. In order to ensure the absolute survival rate of fruit trees, Mujio even contracted each tree here to a wood-based ability. No way, who will let the base have more people? Let them use their abilities to ensure the normal growth of each tree, so that the residents of the base can realize the freedom of fruits in a short period of time. The planting greenhouse in the backyard, Mujio arranged it even more carefully. The digital soil adept is responsible for the soil nutrient ratio. The water adept is responsible for stabilizing the water content. The wood adept is responsible for meeting the production target. The fire type adequacy is responsible for supplementing the illumination. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme adeptus is responsible for flowering and pollination. In short, make the best use of it. There are even gold-based abilities to join in and create a three-dimensional planting space in the greenhouse. In the limited space of the base enchantment, the crop yield can be further increased. In short, all efforts are made to achieve one thing: to let the base fundamentally solve the food crisis in the last days. In fact, from the very beginning of the use of the Adeptus into production, this is already on the road to success. After all, the ability is one of the potentials of people, and the more you use it, the stronger it becomes. It can not only benefit production, but also increase the durability of abilities, killing two birds with one stone. After solving the problem of food and clothing, Mujio began to focus on taking the initiative to attack and clean up the weird thing in the city. Reborn in a lifetime, of course Mujio will not step into the old path of his previous life. She didn't want to die again under the strange tricks of the Bunluo. At present, their Chaoyang base has the ability to take the initiative to a certain extent. After half a year of active construction, the number of people at the base has expanded to 208. Among them, the number of supernatural beings has already exceeded half, and the number of supernatural people above the second level has reached 50, which is strong. To this end, Mujio convened a formal meeting of the base's management to put the strange things of cleaning up the city on the agenda. There are many careerists among the adepts. After Mujio fully explained why he wanted to take the initiative and the benefits and disadvantages of attacking the base, the agenda was almost unanimously approved. But before launching a full-scale attack, Mujio hopes to lobby other bases in the surrounding area to act together. In any case, the more powerhouses with abilities involved in clearing out the weird, the higher the chance of victory in this counteroffensive. Mujio took out a map that he had previously swept back from the mall and studied it with the other leaders in the base. In fact, there are many temples and Taoist temples throughout the city, but most of them are in the Third Ring Road, which is far away from the city center, or even in the suburbs. The larger ones are Guiyuan Temple and Baiyun Temple, and the rest such as the God of Wealth Temple, the Dragon King Temple, the Laojun Temple, the Xiandao Temple, etc., as well as the little-known Bamboo Forest Temple. Mujio discussed with everyone and made a relatively reasonable plan. The Chaoyang base sent a total of 2 teams of people to take different routes to lobby. The first passerby was led by the boss of Mujio, and walked north along the city center, first to lobby the 2 big bases, and then to visit the base of the boss's deceased, the Bamboo Forest View. The second passerby, led by Deputy Base Chief Yizi, walked directly to the south to lobby the small bases surrounding the suburbs of the city. Regarding going out to lobby, Mujio did not hide it, and reminded everyone bluntly, when you go out, protect yourself. If you can lobby other bases to jointly counterattack, it is naturally good. But if you can't, and you're beaten by the opponent's base, don't be soft, just do it. If you win, you will fight. If you can't win, you will run. In short, be flexible. Chapter 108. The two teams of people sent by the base have a relatively balanced arrangement of abilities. A team of 20 people, the offensive and defensive departments are divided in half. The defense department is automatically teamed up with the attack ability to team up in pairs, and the defense department is responsible for protecting the security of the attack department. Mujio gave everyone who was going to travel an enchantment charm to use when everyone was saving their lives. After arranging the team candidates, they collectively bowed in front of the city god, which was regarded as a peace of mind, and the two teams set off separately. Before going out, Mujio handed Yizi a rune, so that she could grasp her whereabouts. Mujio led people to the north, on foot, in order to walk along the way, while sweeping all kinds of shops along the way. After the terrible apocalypse, for nearly a year, human outdoor activities were almost nil. In addition to the early days, there will also be adepts who go out to forage for food. In the future, people are more willing to struggle to survive in their own small bases. The huge reinforced concrete city is almost deserted at the moment because of the lack of human management and maintenance. The inchi carried by the weirdness made the whole city drown in cold and damp. This environment is ideal for the growth and reproduction of shade-loving plants and animals. So much so that in just 1 year, the original scenery of the city's high-rise buildings, as well as the city roads full of abandoned vehicles and corpses, were all crawled with vines. The original corpse stench has long been completely decomposed by those microorganisms that like to carrion. A large number of mushrooms grew in the building, rats and cockroaches scurried around, and bats and the like hung all over the ceiling. Is the same as the scene in Mujio's impression of his previous life. I am afraid that if he waits for another 3 and 5 years, the Earth will be able to completely erase the traces of human beings. FYI, most of Mujio's subordinates are young people in their early 20s, and when facing these scenes, there is more excitement and excitement similar to that of a haunted house. They work well together. Attack the supernatural first kill the sick treacherous in the pharmacy, the worker treacherous hanging on the wall in the hardware store, the starvation treacherous in the convenience store, the scared death treacherous in the clothing store, and so on. Then the earth-based abilities will remove the dust. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme-based abilities will blow cobwebs, and the gold-based and other control abilities will put up rats, cockroaches, or bats in cages and hand them over to Bossmu for medicine. Mujio only needs to put the clean materials into the space. Of course, this is also a way to train and improve the abilities. The stop and go delayed a while, but for a group of people walking, the straight-line distance of nearly 30 kilometers from the Chenghuang Temple to the Guiyuan Temple is still a bit far. The actual journey will inevitably require a long detour for various reasons. After all, you can't judge the distance by the walking speed before the end of the world. So when the meeting was held, everyone didn't set the travel time too rigidly. The best time to lobby is a month, so the team is ready to camp at any time. Mujio led everyone to find a relatively empty venue, and the site around was clear and unobstructed. Take out 4 family tents, 2 men and 2 women, in groups of 5. The evening time is divided into 4 parts, from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. of the next morning, for a total of 9 hours. On average, a group of team members only needs to be on duty for 2.5 hours, with time left in between to change shifts. In this way, everyone can basically get enough sleep. In order for everyone to sleep peacefully, Mujio placed an enchantment charm in the mezzanine of each tent, which would not be visible unless it was triggered by a high-level weirdness. This night, except for a few tricks, it was easily solved by the strangers, and there were basically no major mistakes. Early in the morning, Mujio distributed a full breakfast to everyone in the team, and after eating, he continued to march in the direction of Guiyuan Temple. Guiyuan Temple is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the Huijiang River, and Mujio can see from the map that not too far from the temple is the port freight warehouse of Huishur. A little further away there are logistics transshipment warehouses and large cold storage. Mujio made a plan, and when he came out of Guiyuan Temple, he would take all these places by the way. Muzhou's team arrived at the Huijiang River on the morning of the third day of going out, and collected a lot of unopened daily necessities along the way. Guiyuan Temple is located on a hill nearly 100 meters high by the river, with wide stone steps leading to the top. This place is located in the third ring road of the city, which is different from the city center, where every inch of land is expensive. So when you look at it from the outside, the whole temple is magnificent. I heard that before the end of the world, the incense here was very prosperous, and people came to visit every day, whether it was a holiday or not. Judging from the map alone, the area of this temple can be the size of 5 or 6 city god temples. Therefore, after the end of the world, the refugees that can be accommodated must be more than several times that of the city god temple. Before he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the edge of the hill, Muzhou saw a lot of fishermen sitting on the edge of the Huijiang River. There are quite a few people, roughly speaking, there can be 40 or 50. Everyone has stationary gear, a small folding chair, a fishing rod and a plastic bucket. If this scene was placed before the end of the world, Muzhou would not be too lazy to watch it, but after the end of the world, it was a little strange. After all the way over, outside the temple, there was no one at all. But even if she took out the pupil talisman paper and tried to find something wrong with these people, it was not abnormal at all. These fishermen are just ordinary people, and they don't even have any special abilities. But Muzhou can be sure that there is a drowning trick in the water, and it is extremely easy to drag ordinary people down to dig their hearts and lungs. Why don't these people seem to be scared at all? Muzhou thought about it, so he stepped forward and asked the uncle next to him. "Excuse me, are you from this Guiyuan temple?" The uncle was startled by the sudden voice, turned his head, and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Harm, of course it's the people here, you suddenly made a noise, and scared my fish away." Muzhou couldn't help asking, "Can you still catch fish now?" The uncle opened the plastic bucket placed next to it and showed it to Muzhou, and there were already 2 crushing carp as long as palms in it, which were very fat. When the uncle saw that they were all carrying mountaineering bags, he introduced, "You have also come to the Guiyuan base. Let me tell you, the food here is so good that there are fish and meat in every meal, but there is no such treatment elsewhere. You see, the fish we caught will be handed over to the kitchen when we go back at night, and we can also stew it and add a fish soup to drink. It's better here than in a nursing home." Muzhou stared at the uncle's skinny body and pale and bloodless face, and asked quietly, "Then aren't you afraid of fishing outside the temple?" The uncle looked at Muzhou like a fool. "What are you afraid of?" "Little girl, I can tell you, it's not me who bragging. Since half a year ago, the abbot master of Guiyuan Temple had an epiphany. The big killing ring drove away the strange army that suddenly overwhelmed the black clouds at that time, and this Guiyuan Temple should have been gone a long time ago. So since then, within a kilometer or 2 of the base perimeter, there is no weird person who dares to come to make trouble and ask for his life. This strange thing in the Huijiang River naturally ran far away. We have the opportunity to go fishing, and the inhabitants here are grateful to the abbot. If you go here, then of course you can eat and drink spicy food, and have nothing to do with fishing and tea. What bullshit apocalypse, I stay here, but it's much less stressful than the previous life with a mortgage and car loan." Chapter 109. Seeing the happy look on the uncle's face, Muzhou couldn't say anything more. If she said that she had come to persuade the war to fight a joint counterattack, I was afraid that she would be driven out by the uncle with a stick. Bidding farewell to the uncle, Muzhou took her people straight to the gate of Guiyuan Temple. Inside the door stood 2 rows of little monks who had awakened a first-level ability. The faces of the little monks did not look much better than the uncle's outside. The original wheat-colored skin, with pale to flaky lips, plus that touch of bare brain melon seeds. And refugees from poor tribes in Africa, probably a little bit of color difference. This kind of general anemia, malnutrition, and ghost appearance like an overdose of drugs, the uncle wants to say that they have a lot of fish and meat every day. It's really not very credible. But this is a problem of other people's bases after all, and Muzhou is too lazy to delve into it. She explained her intention to the little monk at the door, saying that she was the representative of the Chaoyang base, and she wanted to visit the base chief of the Guiyuan base in person. The little monks immediately introduced their large group into the monastery. As expected when I came, the Guiyuan temple inside the gate can be described as magnificent. The main hall at the front is a golden roof, and the door pillars and beams are also made of gold strokes. The little monk took them to a reception hall in the side hall. A large round table that can accommodate 20 or 30 people to eat, coupled with 2 electric mahjong tables and 2 sets of mahogany chairs. Mujio had to wonder if he had returned to the high-end hotel box before the end of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a sumptuous lunch, which will be delivered soon. If you are bored, you can play a few games on the mahjong table over there to pass the time. We have prepared a room for you to rest, and after lunch, we will take you there to rest. While the little monk introduced the process arrangement to Mujio, other little monks sent the dishes and chopsticks to set them up. Mujio couldn't help frowning. Then when can we meet your base master? The little monk responded with a smile, our base master is now in retreat. It may take a few more days to get out of the country, so if you don't dislike it, you can stay here first. Our base is very large, and the range of activities is not small, so I can take you around the temple these days. In the front of the Huijiang River, you can fish, and in the temple, you can taste tea, watch plays, play ball, play cards, and watch movies. There is a large peach forest planted outside the backyard of Guiyuan Temple, and now is the season of fruit. If you like to eat yellow peaches, you can pick them at any time, they are all a big bag of sweet varieties. When the base grows out of the customs, I will immediately come over to inform you that we will meet in the past. Mujio raised his eyebrows, the activities of this Guiyuan base are really rich. No wonder the uncle is so happy that he can even blurt out the words that he likes the end times. It's a pity that she didn't come to this place in her previous life, and she was lonely and unheard. But Mujio is not a retired uncle, she can't wait. In case the director of this base is going to retreat for half a month and a month, then her lobbying plan will not be in vain. She was even a little suspicious that the boss of the Guiyuan base had guessed the purpose of their visit. Deliberately procrastinating for time is in fact a silent refusal. If there is still a long time, then we will leave first, go to do other things, and wait for your base chief to come out and visit. Hearing Mujio say that he was leaving, the little monk's face changed slightly, but he instantly returned to normal. He clasped his fingers and said, actually, the base chief asked me to keep you here. If you leave like this, I will not be able to deal with me, and master should say that I have treated the guests slowly, and he will punish me. I'll tell you the truth, but this matter must not be publicized to the outside world. Mujio nodded, of course, you say. Actually, it's because of the special abilities of our base chief. As you can see, there is a radius of 10 miles outside the base, and guests in the temple can come and go at will without being disturbed by strange incursions. It's all thanks to the base captain's continued efforts to nudge his abilities. However, this consumes a lot of energy on the body, so most of the time it is in a state of retreat. If you are really in a hurry, I can help you ask the base manager again. Mujio listened to the little monk's words, and the curiosity in his heart was a little more. What kind of ability can deter all the weirdness within a radius of 10 miles, and she doesn't dare to approach? Even if it's her level 4 passive rune paper, the enchantment talisman. If it is fully opened, it can control a radius of 500 meters at most, and at best it is a radius of 1 mile. What kind of domineering ability is this, which can actually deter 10 miles? Then she still wants to meet this base commander anyway, shake hands, and learn from the experience of base governance. Then trouble little master, this is a little bit of our base's heart, and it can be regarded as a meeting gift to your base. Mujio said, reaching into the mountaineering bag he was carrying, taking out a box of mutai from the space, and handing it to the little monk. The Guiyuan base invited their group of people to eat, play cards and sleep, and she returned a box of doomsday mutai. After all, it is something that has been out of print, and a little less, it should be able to offset the favor. This can make the young people who came with Mujio look stupid, and give the monk mutai, what does their boss think? But the little monk on the other side seems much calmer than them. The little monk did not refuse, the smile on his face was obviously much larger, and he handed the wine box to the other monks who followed behind. Don't worry, I'll report to the head of the base later, and arrange a meeting time as soon as possible. Then everyone, please enjoy the food specially made by the chef of the temple for the guests. Immediately, many monks carried huge plates, like flowing water, and put the best dishes on the table. The little brother under Mujio's hand didn't understand the boss's behavior of giving wine just now, and quietly approached her to ask what was going on. In the last year, even the Guiyuan temple has been renamed the Guiyuan base, where is there any so-called monks and Taoists? It's just that he relied on the original temple and hung the name of a monk and Taoist priest to consolidate his leadership position in the base. In fact, the habits of life have long been no different from ordinary people. In addition, relying on the identity of the master, they are in charge of the base, they can do whatever they want, and they will not be left behind if they eat meat, drink wine, and pick up girls. After all, after the ability is awakened, if you only eat vegetables and not meat, where can you maintain and improve the ability energy? In exchange for you, the most expensive control system, can you stand it without eating meat? Mujio looked at the curious little brother and asked rhetorically. Chapter 110. The lunch was very rich, with a total of 20 people in the Mujio team, and nearly 30 dishes were placed on the huge round table. They are all hard dishes, such as crispy braised soft-shelled turtle with bamboo shoots, steamed sea phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals bispace / phoneme, garlic prawns, stir-fried eel, braised pork knuckle, stewed chicken with mushrooms, red dates and duck soup. Even Mujio, who has the space of the island, is envious. It is good to eat by the river, the materials are abundant, and the variety is complete. This is a natural benefit that the city god temple located in the center of the city cannot enjoy, so it has a significant advantage in the matter of eating. After eating, the little monk who had been specially commissioned by Mujio came back with good news. The abbot has already left the customs, and I heard that he is the representative of the Chaoyang base, so he asked Mujio to come over. Whether it was the abbot who left the customs ahead of schedule, or the box of mitai played a role, no one would say how to break it. Originally, the people under Mujio's hands were going to go over to visit with them, but they were stopped by the little monk. The base chief is very quiet. I only ordered to see your captain, please ask the rest of you to rest here for a while. If you are interested, you can play 2 mahjong games to pass the time. Our temple has its own independent power generation device, so the electric mahjong table can be used. After settling his subordinates, Mujio followed the little Taoist. Walk through the antechamber, walk through the corridors, step through the meadows, and go around a bamboo forest. In short, after walking for a while, I arrived at the place where the head of the Guiyuan base was. Mujio was introduced by the little monk to a tea room located in the middle of the small lotus pond, and there was no half of a figure around the lotus pond. It should have been a unique scenery, but the closer he got to this place, the more Mujio felt that the yin qi was getting heavier. The door of the tea room opened, and Mujio saw a monk wearing a white mask, sitting opposite the tea table. On the wall behind him hangs a scroll of Guanyin Bodhisattva woven with gold thread. On the tea table, there is a set of pure gold tea sets, and the monk is making tea. It seems that this master likes gold utensils. Mujio looked at the hands that made tea, and it seemed that the so-called abbot was just a man in his 30s, far from the stereotypical old abbot. Please take a seat. I heard that it is a distinguished guest from the city god temple, and you want to discuss something with me in person. Mujio sat down, didn't say what he meant directly, and asked, why does the master wear a mask to speak? Is there any hidden meaning? Mujio is not an impolite young lady. But before entering the door just now, he felt that the yin qi was too heavy, so he took out a tricky pupil talisman paper from the space to check the surrounding conditions. I don't know if I don't see it, but this look scared Mujio out of a cold sweat. I saw blood stains on the outer wall of the entire tea house and around it. In the middle of the lotus pond, it is no longer a clear spring, but black and red blood. Even the roof eaves of the tea house are still dripping with bright red blood at that moment. Mujio could almost smell the seeping fishy smell in the space. But the strange thing is that when Mujio put away his pupils, everything here returned to normal. The breeze floats, the lotus leaves are fragrant, the fish jumps on the water, and the footsteps can startle the sound of frogs. Mujio urged the tricky pupil again, and then saw that terrifying scene again. She was sure that it wasn't a visual distraction, it could only mean that there was something wrong with the place, or the person inside. Puzzled like this, Mujio asked directly without any scruples. The abbot bowed his head slightly and said, in the previous battle with the weird, I was injured a lot on my face, so I put on a mask. It's not a short time to wear, you shouldn't mind me talking to you like this, right? Mujio stared at his face for 2 seconds, and said with a smile, before the end of the world, I was a Chinese medicine practitioner in the city hospital, and if there was a need, I could help the master take a look for free. If you prescribe the right medicine, you might be able to get rid of the scars. Mujio would say this, of course, because her 4th level tricky pupils didn't even see through the face behind the mask. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. This is a 4th level or above supernatural ability, or this is higher than her level. Uncanny. Mujio's fists clenched. But she checked it carefully, and there was no change in the enchantment of Gueyuan Temple. What was the problem? Cultivators don't care about their appearance, they don't need to bother with the guests, they wear masks just so as not to scare the guests. The master said, pushing the freshly poured cup of marigold filled with tea in front of Mujio. Distinguished guests, take a taste. This is the unique red hair tip of the temple, and it is the black tea planted by the disciples in the temple themselves. Getting back to the point, what do you have to say to you to negotiate with me face to face? Mujio looked at the human blood in the cup of marigold. The gold lining red was particularly dazzling, and there were constantly white maggots moving up and down. And really lives up to its name. Her brows furrowed slightly and quickly flattened, calmly picked it up and sniffed it, and said with a smile, "It's so fragrant, it deserves to be a specialty of Gueyuan Temple," and then slowly put down the marigold. I came to discuss with the base chief about the major bases in Hui City to unite and jointly clean up the strange things in the city. In the past year, in addition to the continuous enhancement of human abilities, strange powers have also gradually merged to form a more powerful trick. And the speed at which the strange devours merge is faster than the rate at which the human ability increases. In less than 3 years, the strange forces will reach a point where humans can no longer compete with them, and perhaps sooner than expected. After careful research, our Chiang base has decided to destroy the strange forces before they merge and mature. Give human beings a little head start in survival. I heard that the Gueyuan base experienced a strange impact half a year ago, and I think the master will have more experience in fighting against the strange pressure realm. The Gueyuan base is the first one we visited, which also fully represents our sincerity. After all, with the addition of the largest and most powerful temple in Hui City, the success rate of the joint counteroffensive will also increase significantly. Listening to Mujio's words, the master's eyes looked at the marigold in his hand, as if he was thinking about something. It took a long time to raise his head and say with a smile, "I still need to think about this matter and ask the other people in the base to make a decision. After all, if you go out, you may die at any time. However, why don't you taste our red hair, don't you like it?" said the masked master, his eyes suddenly looking at the marigold in front of Mujio. Mujio was stunned by the question, and when she looked down, there was a small white glutinous maggot crawling out of the marigold, trying to drill into the skin of her tiger's mouth. Probably a substance like weird energy, her skin didn't feel half a thing. Suddenly, a large area of dark green weird fire ignited around Mujio's body, surrounding the entire tea room, and the maggot that crawled on her hand instantly turned into ashes. The walls of the tea room, which were originally wood-colored, immediately looked like human skin had been burned. Cracks were opened, and black and red pus and blood flowed from within, as well as finger-thick worms. These things were obviously not subject to Mujio's 4th level treacherous fire. They rolled around in the fire twice, and then rushed straight towards her. Chapter 111 Knock knock. It's like a toothpick skewer in Odin, but the appearance is very appetizing. Just as Mujio was breathing a sigh of relief, the master at the table opposite, the white mask on his face, opened his mouth violently and smiled. From that open mouth, a large mouthful of black mucus flowed, but inside was boundless darkness. Ah, I originally thought it was a muggle with no abilities, and when the corpse worm finished sucking blood, he threw it into the lotus pond to feed the fish. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be a hidden offensive and defensive ability. Okay, very good. Look at the range of this flame, it's still a high level, and the face is beautiful. It said, and a long, thick tongue full of suckers stretched out from its mouth. Licked its entire mask, as if Mujio in front of him was nothing more than a dish. Mujio looked disgusted, and immediately urged the golden spirit rune paper to transform into a 2-meter-long sharp big knife and slash towards the mask. But the speed of the mask moved faster than the big knife, and it quickly avoided it, and the monk's body was split in half diagonally by Mujio from the neck to the waist. A large amount of foul rot fluid suddenly flowed out of the body, and even the internal organs had been decomposed. It shows that this abbot has actually been dead for a long time, maybe. He died in the Great War half a year ago. It's such a thing that came back. In the next second, the strange mask snorted away from the abbot's face. The abbot's body was like an oxidized 1,000-year-old rotting corpse, which immediately turned into flying ashes and scattered in front of Mujio. The mask rushed towards Mujio's face and said, "This body of your guest is much better than the sick and crooked dead monk." Mujio continued to slash with a big knife, but unfortunately the mask dodged left and right, and it was always a little bit worse. So much so that the thing smiled lewdly, rolled its eyes wildly, and stuck to the edge of the barrier. Squeezing the red barrier, trying to rush into the barrier. The spikes that pierced the worm were originally helpless against this strange thing. Even the part that gets on the mask will be melted away. Mujio's heart is not good, today is a ruthless character. Immediately, she took out all the attack rune papers in the space and launched an all-out attack on the treacherous mask. Flying dragons and fires, steel cages, landslides and ground cracks, blood droplets and flying needles, giant vine cages, bamboo leaf flying knives, mysterious mist giant snakes, atmospheric pressure, thunder and bone explosion, etc. Countless abilities rained down on the tiny mask. To the surprise of the mask, he saw the strange mask's mouth open wide. The small mask, which was originally only the size of a palm, opened a mouth bigger than a wok, and the mouth was endless darkness. The treacherous mask made an inhalation motion, and in just a moment, all of Mujio's ability attacks were swallowed by this bloody mouth. It even makes chewing motions, laughing while chewing, as if it is eating some peerless delicacy. After eating, lick the entire mask with your tongue as usual, as if it were an aftertaste. Mujio was a little panicked. This thing can devour abilities, it doesn't seem to have any taboos. After all, he was not even afraid of chicken blood that could ward off evil spirits, but swallowed it in one bite and ate it happily. What kind of weirdness is this? Seeing that this strange thing was about to forcibly squeeze into the enchantment in front of him, Mujio pulled out the dragon and phoenix white jade sword from the space and stabbed it towards the mask. The white jade sword that Ding Dang gave her had already saved her life several times. The mask of treachery opened its mouth to take on the attack. It swallowed the sword in one gulp, and then struggled forward against the enchantment, trying to swallow Mujio's hand holding the hilt of the sword as well. Forced Mujio to ruthlessly let go of his right hand holding the sword. The tricky mask made a swallowing gesture proudly, and then shouted, "Give me everything, give me everything. Your body and face are also given to me. Give it to me. It's all mine." Mujio urged the teleportation rune paper and teleported to the back of the Wei mask, trying to dodge the impact. But the trick mask's reaction speed was faster, and it immediately turned its rudder and swooped towards Mujio at the speed of a pistol bullet. Mujio's whole person was hit by this huge impact and flew on the wall behind him, and his back hurt for a while. The tricky mask leaned against the barrier, forcibly pulling the tension of the barrier to the maximum, like a needle piercing a balloon. Extremely phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme to the critical value. At this moment, separated by a membrane-like enchantment, the strange face mask was only 1 centimeter away from Mujio's cheeks. Mujio was terrified and could clearly see the dark matter that was constantly circulating in the structure of the strange mask. Then I saw the strange mask with my own eyes, and opened a bigger mouth in front of her eyes, half a meter. It's going to be. Swallow Mujio and the enchantment together. At this moment, Mujio suddenly felt a warm current flowing in his right index finger. This familiar feeling. Then a kind and familiar voice sounded in my head, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 24th rune is the source of hope, the light spirit rune, which can be used to use the rune paper to use the light ability." Only then did Mujio realize that the rune paper totem he accidentally obtained was the golden-bodied guanine scroll that hung on the wall when he entered the tea room just now. However, just a second after this voice sounded, the endless darkness enveloped Mujio entirely, and he couldn't see his 5 fingers. The body fell violently, as if falling into a bottomless cliff. The speed of her descent gradually increased, so that her soul almost detached from her body, and her voice lost the ability to make sounds. Immediately after, countless sharp cries and mournful cries sounded in Mujio's ears, including men, women, old and young. The sound was so loud that it almost pierced her eardrums and shattered her skull. But there was still boundless darkness all around, and nothing could be seen. Mujio was so painful that he covered his ears with his palms to resist those sounds, but unfortunately it didn't work. It didn't seem to be a sound, but conscious. When Mujio was almost fainting, the dragon pattern ring on the index finger on the side of his ear lit up. In the darkness, countless tiny golden rays flew out from the crimson ring, like countless flying knives. In the darkness, Mujio was surrounded like a silkworm cocoon woven with light. In an instant, all the deadly noises that surrounded her head disappeared. Even the fall stopped. Mujio felt like he was in a vacuum of space, drifting. There was no south, west, and north, and he couldn't even distinguish between up and down. 3 seconds later, the light source flying knife that was originally wrapped around Mujio's body converged into a crescent-shaped super-large scythe, which was presented in front of Mujio. It seemed to be motioning for Mujio to grab it. Mujio subconsciously held it with his right hand, and the scythe was immediately added by the power and rushed towards a certain direction in the darkness. After flying for a while, the scythe suddenly stopped somewhere, as if directing Mujio to swing the knife and slash at the darkness in front of him. Mujio did so, and the light sickle was swung out with a huge crescent moon, which slammed into the darkness in front of him. In an instant, a knife cut out. Mujio sensitively heard the sound of fish jumping into the water and frogs coming from outside the knife. Chapter 112. Mujio exerted all his strength and swam towards that exit. The moment she left the darkness, she heard the sound of something cracking. Looking back, she had just flown out from behind the wall of the tea room where the Bodhisattva scroll was hung. But the treacherous mask that originally swallowed her here stopped in mid-air as if it had been pointed. At this moment, he stared at the pair of beady eyes wide, and looked at Mujio in horror with a look of disbelief. "How are you?" In the next second, the tricky mask clicked a small hole from the center of the eyebrows. The tricky mask was trying to repair it with energy, and suddenly a burst of black gas rose around the mask. Click, 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 click. Crack in the center of the brow was shaken by the newly intervening energy, causing the entire mask to split vertically and shatter in half. Then, starting from the crack in the middle, the mask gradually spread to both ends, and finally dissipated into powder. With the disappearance of the trick mask, a trick bead glowing with a bright red light appeared in front of Mujio. Even in his previous life, Mujio had never seen a trick bead of this color. The color of the crimson is pure and full of energy, like the sun burning violently in the sky. This is probably the 5th level red trick bead, and legend has it that this thing contains the power to control a city. No wonder the realm of this trick mask can cover the entire Gueyuan temple, as well as the parts beyond that. Mujio stretched out his right hand and caught the tricky bead. At the same time that the bead disappeared into Mujio's palm, the tea room she was in turned into powder and disappeared. Followed by the lotus pond outside the tea room, the water in the pond and the fish roaming freely, the willow trees and lawn fluttering by the pond, and the green bamboo forest outside the lawn. It's all gone. In its place were devastated ruins, stinking pools of mud filled with corpses. The withered branches of the trees are also covered with various human organs, such as rotting intestines. The originally gorgeous Gueyuan temple, with the absorption of the red beads, completely disappeared and became a ruin. Mujio was about to go out, and as soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt that his whole body was filled with strength. An idea came to her mind to try the newly upgraded rune paper energy. She took out 2 pieces of rune paper from the space, and the rune patterns originally drawn with cinnabar emitted a red light the moment they touched her palm. This light followed Mujio's line of sight and flew to the ruined silt pond in front of him. In the next second, a majestic Chinese-style palace rose from the mud. Like 3D printing, from bottom to top. From the large blue brick paving, to the white marble railing, to the stone cornerstone, and then to the nanmu beams and columns with intricate carved patterns. According to the general impression that had only existed in Mujio's mind for a few seconds, it was perfectly presented in front of her in an instant. The volume is huge, and it can accommodate 1,000 people, and every detail is impeccable. FYI, as Mujio withdrew his right hand and retracted his consciousness energy, the palace immediately collapsed and dissipated, and all summon elements returned to their original places. Mujio finished this whole thing, the corners of his lips hooked slightly. Interesting. If the energy of the rune paper can do this, and it can turn what you think into a reality at any time. What is the difference between it and the magic pen Ma Liang? After all, she has the 10 major elemental rune paper in her hand: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, thunder, ice, light and shadow. She can't do anything she wants. Even if it is according to her idea, a city is now built. Mu Jiao turned around and left this money pool and walked out. Originally, he came to lobby the base to jointly counterattack, who knew that there would be an unexpected gain of room for upgrading. This is simply the experience value sent to the door. As soon as Mu Jiao walked out of the wall of the small courtyard where the base chief lived, he saw a large number of monks lying outside the courtyard gate. These are the monks waiting outside the tea room when I was talking to the master just now. Among them is also the little monk who accepted her Matai and brought her to see the master. Probably seeing a big fight in the house, trying to escape from the ability attack. It's a pity that this is a 5th level weird after all, and there is no way to avoid it at all. I'm afraid that everyone within the scope of the Guiyuan base will be affected. Mu Jiao swept around the monks on the ground, looking at the ups and downs of his chest. He should not be dead. But it seems to be a little painful. Mu Jiao instantly had an extra tricky pupil rune paper in her hand, and a reduced version of a 3-dimensional city map with a radius of 10 kilometers immediately appeared in her mind. The Guiyuan base only exists in a certain section of the map. Her consciousness could keenly detect that on the critical line within a range of 10 kilometers, a stupid big mouse passing by was dragging a human foot and struggling to pull it into its nest. The corners of her eyes narrowed slightly, and the mouse was shattered. Mu Jiao's gaze fell back on the 40-odd monks in front of her, and she saw the maggots in each of them and the marigold handed over by the treacherous mask. It didn't even dissipate with the demise of the treacherous mask. The tricky mask seems to call this thing a corpse worm, presumably an existence used to suck the blood of human sperm. It is no wonder that the people in this temple, although the food is excellent, are all skinny, weak and haggard. Every moment is sucked by the essence blood of the treacherous thing. It is strange if you are not anemic, sooner or later you will be sucked into a dry corpse. Mu Jiao took out the fire spirit talisman and waved his right hand into the air, instantly igniting a 100-meter-high flame tsunami and sweeping towards the north. With another wave of his hand, a 100-meter-high flaming tsunami roared towards the south. This fire does not burn people, but it can turn all the weird creatures within a 10-kilometer radius, including corpse worms, into ashes. After doing this, Mu Jiao walked in the direction of his own person who was playing mahjong without looking back. Before parting, Mu Jiao specially told them not to act without permission and stay in place no matter what happened outside. With the enchantment runes she'd handed out, those people were hardly threatened. So when she turned around and finally returned to the side hall, this group of young supernatural beings were struggling to rescue in place. Because in the chaotic battle just now, the entire building of Guiyuan Temple has almost completely collapsed. Coupled with the invasion of corpse insects, the people in the temple could not resist the sudden change regardless of whether they had any special abilities or not. Mu Jiao gathered his own people, looked at them carefully, and after making sure that none of them had corpse worms on them, he divided these people into 2 teams. One team is responsible for using abilities to clean up the rubble and dig out the victims, and the other pair is responsible for carrying the living or corpses to the practice square in the front yard and handing them over to Mu Jiao to deal with. When the crowd answered, they dispersed and took action. For a whole day and night, the huge Guiyuan temple was turned over by the strangers brought by Mu Jiao. A total of 1,262 injured living people and 3,896 bodies were recovered. The living lay on the ground, and the dead were piled up into a mountain of corpses. Those who survive are basically strong people who have awakened their abilities, and those who die are ordinary muggles who cannot protect themselves, following the cruel principle of natural selection. Mu Jiao asked his subordinates to dig a big hole in the back mountain. All the corpses were placed in it, burned to ashes by fire, and buried. On top of the huge mound of earth, Mu Jiao erected a wordless monument for these people. And for those who are still alive, Mu Jiao put on a white coat and rectified them one by one. The light ones are pricked with needles and take medicine, and the heavy ones are reshaped. In short, they don't give up on one person. Because the Guiyuan base is now in her Mu Jiao's bag, and it belongs to part of the Chaoyang base. Then the residents here are naturally the reserve army of the Chaoyang base, the reserve of the supernatural. Chapter 113. Mujio took the pulse of many of the abilities in the base, but he gained a lot. The voice kept ringing in his ears, "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 25th rune is Immovable Fixing Talisman, which can be used to suppress stronger opponents. The 26th talisman is a Pure Land and Phoneme Alphabet equals IPAPH equals Invalid/Phoneme Talisman, which can be used to purify the opponent's trickery with rune paper. The 27th talisman is a Stealing Beam for a Pillar, a Fake Death Talisman, which can be temporarily suspended by using rune paper. The 28th talisman is the Ghost Crying Wolf Howl, the Rhythm Note, which can use the sound to assassinate and bewitch the opponent. The 29th talisman is the Source of Evil Spirits, the Terror Talisman, which can be used to control the opponent's upper limit of guts. The 30th talisman is a Marionette, a Hypnotic Talisman, which can be used to hypnosis the opponent with rune paper hypnosis. While saving people, Mujio's men also found that there were a large number of warehouses in the backyard of Guiyuan Temple. There is even an underground warehouse underneath, which is a staggering size. There are mountains and seas of food and daily necessities stored. Just like the riverside uncle said, there is no shortage of grain at all. Looking at the amount of grain, Mujio used his tricky pupils to investigate, and the people of Guiyuan Temple had already moved all the materials in the freight warehouses and logistics transfer warehouses in the surrounding ports into the temple. This saved Mujio the time to sweep again. Looking at the entire ruins in the Guiyuan Temple, Mujio asked his subordinates to gather and discuss the reconstruction. Guiyuan Temple covers an area of not small, but considering the life and survival of the remaining more than 1,000 people, farming and breeding are indispensable. Similar to the layout structure of the city god temple, Mujio still divided the layout of the temple into three major parts. That is, the living area at the front, the warehouse area in the middle, and the production area at the rear. Among them, the residential area, Mujio also continued the original hierarchical management method. The more than 1,000 people were divided into 10 groups, each with about 120 people. Mujio divided the men he brought with him into 10 people, each of whom managed a group. Each group contracts a production and operation matter within the base, and the more work is more. Because of the level suppression of the ability, Mujio was not worried about any danger they would have. She also handed out a piece of rune paper to each new leader, so that she, as the largest leader, can keep abreast of the situation of the affiliated bases at any time. Mujio is within the scope of the planned residential area, using Earth Spirit rune paper and Gold Spirit rune paper. According to the architectural sketches drawn by the brainstorming of the people, 10 improved courtyard houses were built, forming 10 independent small communities. For reference only, the front yard is a small canteen, which provides food and beverages in a unified manner, but the team with excellent community production efficiency has additional meals. The middle courtyard is an activity area, and every morning and evening requires collective jumping and boxing exercises. The wings on both sides of the courtyard are arranged with mahjong rooms, table tennis rooms, billiard rooms, and other entertainment areas. Finally, there are dormitory rooms, which are shared by 4 people, each with its own shower room and toilet. The warehouse area is a large square bungalow with 1 floor above ground and 2 floors underground, and a lifting platform is set up to carry materials. Mujio used his abilities to build a full 20 such storage warehouses in the base, and storing them separately would help avoid problems such as fires burning all the materials. In the production area located in the rear, Mujio set up planting greenhouses and breeding greenhouses. Mujio took out a batch of chicks, ducklings, piglets, and calves from the space and put them in the breeding area. And the land was evenly divided among the 10 large groups. After the announcement, the use of food and materials will be linked to labor, and more work will be rewarded, and no work will be rewarded. Ordinary supernatural people have no big objections because they finally picked up a small life. But the surviving monks are different. They were originally the administrators here. How could they be willing to go to the jurisdiction of outsiders? Soon, the group of monks, with their injuries, quickly formed a small team and tried to fight against Mujio and her people. There are about 300 monks here, all of whom are supernatural, and if you really want to count them, you still need to pay attention to them. It's this woman. After I went to meet our abbot master, something like this happened. This woman is a demon Dao. It was she who killed the abbot, ruined the Guiyuan base, and ruined everyone's happy life. Everyone went up together, killed this demon Dao, and avenged the abbot. The great monk who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme fanned the flames and shouted loudly, trying to provoke everyone's anger and attack him in groups. But except for the monk, no one moved. Mujio, a famous Chinese medicine doctor in the city hospital, many of them have heard of it, and there are even patients who have been cured by Mujio before. Watching her personally prick needles and prescribe medicine for each patient, the patients who passed by her hands now feel much better. And the beautiful doctor said that they were weak and that there were corpses sucking their bodies. Therefore, no matter how much good food they eat every day, they have no strength, and they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme walk with a dark look in front of them, which turns out to be caused by excessive blood loss. If Dr. Mu does not come, they are still kept in the dark by this group of monks, and it is only a matter of time before they are sucked dry. She is now the desire of the people, and it is the bottom line for her to take in refugees, although it is a little simple and rude. So when the monks rushed towards this side, Mujio's eyes drooped, and these people were frozen in place by the shadow spirit rune. She said mercilessly, "Take off their arms, and since you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life, then assign them to various teams to do coolies. That they may redeem the sins they have committed by helping strange and evil in the past." As Mujio's words fell, the supernatural beings under her command had already poured out. Skillfully removed the arms of the 300 monks, and suddenly there was a wail in the base. Then, according to their respective ability attributes, Mujio tried his best to distribute each type of ability equally among these 10 groups to ensure labor fairness. Mujio stayed here for about a week, arranging all the personnel and affairs of the entire subsidiary base. By the time everything was on track, the residents of the base had largely recovered. She buried 3 5th-level enchantment rune papers under the warehouse of Guiyuan Temple to ensure the safety of this affiliated base. After that, he left Guiyuan Temple with the remaining 10 supernatural beings and went to the next lobbying location, Baiyun Temple. Everything is as usual. On the way, Mujio let her subordinates kill Weird and clean up the storefront, and she is only responsible for sweeping up supplies. It took a day and a half for Mujio's group to walk near Baiyun Temple. But the scene in front of them made the group stunned. Chapter 114. I saw that in front of the gate of Baiyun Temple, it was very lively. The two sides are lined with a dazzling array of storefronts, with a variety of flavor snacks, as well as a variety of interesting small goods, etc., forming a characteristic street. There are many people coming and going here, old and young, women and children, and strong men passing by with heavy loads. It seems to be a famous tourist attraction before the end of the world, bustling. They are all on the periphery of the temple, and this situation is similar to the long row of anglers at the gate of Guiyuan Temple. The anglers of Guiyuan Temple are a trick to attract outsiders to take the bait, as for here. But the obvious difference is that there is no sign that the people here have been sucked into the essence chi, and Mujio has used his tricky pupils to investigate from afar. At least on the surface, there are no clues, everything is normal. Mujio and the 10 of them walked on the road together, smelling the smell of food wafting from both sides. There are spicy fragrant pots, casserole skewers, spicy hot, Sichuan-style steamed vegetables, barbecue, fried chicken, lo mein, and so on. The team is full of young people, and after the end of the world, they haven't touched these delicious junk foods for more than a year. Every time they took a step forward, it was a huge taste torment. Mujio said to Chang'ong, a 3rd-level gold-based powerhouse walking on her side, "You go and ask what is traded here. If it is suitable, the lunch will be eaten outside." Hearing the boss's words, several young people became excited, urging Chang'ong to inquire about the situation, and hurry to starve to death. After asking, I found out that the common coin for trading here turned out to be a trick bead. The 1st-level trick bead is equivalent to 1 yuan before the end of the world, the 2nd-level trick bead is 100 yuan, the 3rd-level trick bead is 10,000 yuan, and the 4th-level trick bead is 1 million yuan. And so on at a multiplier of 100. After more than a year of accumulation, excluding the loss of refining pills, a large number of trick beads had accumulated in the immortal hall of Mujio space. Even the number of 4th-level trick beads is not a few. "Let's vote, which one to eat?" Mujio said. "Thank you, boss." In the end, Mujio and a group of people entered the Maokai restaurant, and by the way, they also ordered a lot of food from the fried chicken restaurant and barbecue restaurant next door. The young people in the team phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme follow Mujio out hunting and have known each other for a long time. It's rare for the boss to break the bill once, but it's not fun. This taste is so good that as soon as all kinds of dishes are served, a full table is full, and it will be divided up in 10 minutes. But just after eating, when Mujio was about to get up and go to the counter to settle the bill, someone in the team vomited. It's definitely not a stretch, because the first person vomited, and then the rest of the team started to vomit. Mujio's meal was not large, but she didn't eat much, but she also began to faintly notice the discomfort in her stomach. Seeing what the young people under his hands spit out, Mujio was startled. Where is this still some delicious fried chicken barbecue, which is clearly rotten maggots with bloody raw flesh and bones? Mujio also forcibly joined in, but the difference was that she was inducing vomiting to herself. After that, she quickly took out a large bag of steel needles and pricked needles for herself and the others under her hands to stop the pain from worsening in time. Just when the group of them vomited into the dark, the decoration of the store and the other customers quietly changed. The originally enthusiastic and kind proprietress has now directly turned into a skull with even her eyes hanging outside, holding a kitchen knife, and a bow tie to her head. Some of the other guests who ate silently put the head of black blood on the table back to their necks, and some took out the large blood claws that had been chewed with a crunchy sound from their mouths. Without exception, they surrounded Mujio and them, making a gesture to suck their souls. When Mujio, who had quickly finished piercing the needle, wanted to take out the rune paper and sweep away this piece of first-level miscellaneous and weird with one blow, she suddenly discovered the power of space, and it seemed that she could not endow the rune paper. Of course, other adepts have discovered this problem. In other words, all of them couldn't use their abilities, as if they were sealed. Seeing that he was surrounded by many weirdness, Mujio calmly took out 10 peachwood swords from the space, and threw 9 of them in front of everyone. If you can't use your abilities, then use your sword, and usually exercise your fists and feet, not for the sake of good looks. As she spoke, she swung her sword and stabbed the strange head that had come to the place. Between the neat draws of the sword, a gray trick bead was brought out, and the weirdness disappeared in an instant. The boss began to get started with hand-to-hand combat, and the others naturally had nothing to say, so they all endured the discomfort in their stomachs and joined in the strange struggle. A large number of strange people kept pouring in from outside the store, smelling people, and they were all excited. Mujio took out 9 pieces of mutton fat jade guanine from the space and handed them to everyone. Even if you are too weak to have the strength to kill the weird, you can't be killed by the weird. Several people killed wave after wave in this small store, and nearly 2 hours passed, and the strangeness of entering the door was visibly reduced. Before the next wave of weirdness rushed into the door, Mujio hurriedly stopped everyone and ran out, leaving this weird realm first to recover his abilities. Everyone responded and rushed out of the store together. Mujio was stunned. The scene outside was completely different from what he had seen before. The originally lively street market is now only a desolate and miserable mass grave. The white bones and tombs are one in the east and one in the west, blocking the gate of the entire Bayun temple so that you can't even see a decent path. The barren grass was almost waist-high, and on the dead branches not far away stood 2 vultures staring at Mujio's side without blinking. Everyone be careful, this place. Before Mujio's words were finished, Yuguang looked to both sides. Where were there still people? Even the doors and shops that had just come out of the shop had completely disappeared. As far as the eye could see, there were all strange-looking, vigorous and powerful dead trees, as well as mass graves as far as the eye could see. Mujio knew in her heart that she had most likely entered some strange maze, and her body had been poisoned by the phantom poison as early as she didn't know when. So when I used the trick pupil to investigate before, I didn't notice any abnormalities. This is because the ability energy has long been suppressed, and the opponent is a stronger existence than her. She had to find a way to break the ban here and get out quickly, otherwise it was hard to say that she wouldn't be one of the people lying in the mass grave. Mujio took out the Tang Hung knife from the space, raised his spirit, and walked towards the gate of Bayungwan with a wooden knife in one hand and a steel knife in the other. She hadn't taken 2 steps before she keenly felt something approaching behind her, and it was fast. Mujio's hand turned around faster than his brain, and split the sneak attack in half with a knife, and it turned out to be a vulture taller than a human. The vulture's blood splattered on Mujio's face and body, looking no different from a murderer. She used Tang Heng's knife to pull out the internal organs of the big vulture and threw it aside, scattering blood and internal organs all over the ground. Then she ran quickly towards the gate. Just a second after she left, several vultures flew towards the dead thing that had been split in half by Mujio, devouring it all. Chapter 115. Mugiato ran to the gate without looking back, and with a slight push, the door opened by itself. I didn't feel any enchantment protection, which means that this place has long been under a strange and powerful attack. Like the Ean Street outside, it is already the territory of the underworld. Sure enough, inside the Baiyun Temple, there was a large collapsed Taoist temple, and the air was filled with the smell of decay, but there was no one in sight, or a single creature. Mujio clenched the knife and sword in his hand and slowly walked towards Guanyi. Suddenly, fiery red rose petals began to float in the air, coming from a distant place. But when the petals touch anything, such as a half-collapsed wall, a dead tree, or Mujio's fingers, it will burn up in an instant, turn into flying ashes and fall down, and fall on the ground, on Mujio's shoulders and head. So Mujio walked forward for a short time, his whole body was covered by these burning rose ashes, and his feet were also submerged in it. Gradually, the dust that weighed on her became more and more heavy. But she couldn't swing it to the ground with all her might, because it would touch more roses and drop more ash. The dust pressing on Mujio's body was like a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme plate weighing thousands of pounds, making it difficult for Mujio to lift his feet. Mujio frowned, and when he looked up again, he saw a woman sleeping on the ruins of the Taoist temple in front of him. The long black straight hair fell to the ground, and the long white dress with a girdle only revealed a pair of delicate and pale bare feet, which had the beauty of sinking fish and geese, enclosing the moon and shy flowers. She was lying loosely on the remains of a wyvern's roof cornice, unusually beautiful. Like in a fairy tale, the sleeping princess. Mujio stood up to the heavy dust on his body, and with all his strength, he threw the peachwood sword in his hand at the beautiful woman. The peachwood sword pierced the air, igniting several rose petals along the way, and it was about to reach the center of the woman's eyebrows. In the next second, it opened its eyes violently, and Mujio felt as if he was shocked by his soul, and his whole body could no longer move. She could clearly see that the woman's eyes were pitch black, and there was no whites of them. The moment it opened its eyes, the peachwood sword turned to ashes like rose petals. Suddenly, the woman stretched out a white, bony hand with long nails painted in a bewitching rose red. In the direction of Mujio, he shook it out of thin air. Mujio was suddenly choked by the neck and couldn't breathe. Without the blessing of abilities, she has little ability to resist. I could only let the invisible hand pull her up and off the ground. When Mujio's brain was starved of oxygen, a picture appeared in front of her eyes, from blurry to clear. The streets on both sides were rapidly retreating, and two strange and familiar voices appeared behind them. Xiaojiao, come back quickly, the road is dangerous, come back quickly. Xiaojiao, don't be so willful, get things back, was the voice of Mom and Dad. As soon as Mujio turned around, he really saw his parents standing across the road waving to this side. Mujio was about to respond loudly, but in the next second, a burst of hot and humid liquid splashed on her cheeks. She wiped her eyes with her hand, and it was slimy, it turned out to be blood. When she looked up, she saw her parents lying in a pool of blood in front of the big truck, staring at her with their eyes wide open. That mouth is still calling her name, Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao, Mujio, you were the one who killed your parents back then. An unfamiliar female voice resounded throughout Mujio's entire head. Let this picture of the crash continue to be repeated in Mujio's mind. No, it's not me, I didn't. This can't be. Mujio shook her head and refused, she didn't have this paragraph in her memory. Of course, you don't remember, at that time, it was because you stole things from the house, and you had to run away willfully. Your parents came to chase you and told you to go home and have a good talk, but you kept running and insisted on running forward. In order to chase you, they were finally hit by a large truck that suddenly rushed out and killed you on the spot. You were too frightened because you saw the terrifying picture, and your brain selectively forgot the car accident caused by you. So many people don't like you because you are a murderer, the murderer who killed your parents yourself. Why don't you think about it again? The bewitching voice continued to sound, and the woman who was leaning on the ruins just now had quickly floated behind Mujio at this moment. Mujio's mind at this moment was full of images of his parents lying in that pool of blood. The picture is too real. Mujio has a splitting headache, and he feels that those things are about to break out of his shell. This is probably true. Her memory of her parents before and after the car accident is blank. The family told her that she forgot about it because it had affected her too much when she was a child. So that's the truth? Because she killed her parents. So she was so scared that she forgot. Mujio was reborn for the first time, and his tenacious heart collapsed for the first time. She felt that the energy in her body was passing little by little. I killed my parents. It was I who killed them. It's me. Mujio's consciousness was already deeply immersed in it, and he didn't feel at all that his body was surrounded by the snake-like body of this woman in white. The long black and shiny hair tightly strangled Mujio's neck, and his legs turned into two slender snow-white snake tails, tightly coiling Mujio's waist and legs. A long red snake letter spat out of the woman's mouth, licking Mujio's beautiful cheek. Pain, Dr. Mu, the famous doctor who treated the sick and saved people, turned out to be the culprit who killed his parents. Not only that, but there are also the 9 young people you were traveling with, and you don't mean to treat them as family. But they all died in mass graves outside because of your selfish desire to rule one side. Dr. Mu, Boss Mu, what kind of face and qualifications do you have to continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this world? Ha! When Mujio was in deep pain, she vaguely saw the dragon pattern on her index finger light up, and another familiar figure walked towards her. Xiaojio, you are a good boy. It was not your fault what happened back then. It is a good thing to forget. Everyone has a life, and you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well for yourself. Mujio looked up. He was his grandfather, the only person who cared for him after his parents left. Back then, it was your parents who wanted to divorce, forcing you to choose who you wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with. You don't want to lose any of them, so you secretly took the family's household registration book and your parents' marriage certificate and ran out. Grandpa knows that you are kind and doesn't want your parents to divorce. I ran to my grandfather's house with all my heart, and I wanted my grandfather to help you persuade them. But I happened to run into an unscrupulous truck driver who was drunk early in the morning, and knocked my parents, who chased you out to find you a few meters away. 2 people died on the spot. Xiaojio, this can be counted as your parents' fault. It can be the fault of the drunk driver, but it is not your fault. You are the most innocent victim of this whole accident. Grandpa told you that you should never phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with self-blame and resentment. You have to believe that they love you very much, and your grandfather loves you too, and you should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a full and serious life for yourself. Over the years, my grandfather has looked at the lively and active little girl since she was a child, and she has become more and more silent, and she has never seen a smile on her face. Grandpa regretted that he shouldn't have forced those 2 people with incompatible personalities to be together in the first place. It's my grandfather who can't stand you. But my grandfather still hopes that you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. At least if you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, you will have the hope of being happy. Chapter 116. Under the embrace of his grandfather, Mujio's body gradually regained some warmth. The woman who was originally hovering over Mujio's body and using the long snake letter to absorb Mujio's essence was suddenly bounced away by a burst of red light. In the next second, the red light transformed into a red flying fork, stabbing straight into the woman's heart, inserting the woman right above the gate of the White Cloud Temple. How is this possible? The body is already trapped. How can it be possible to activate the ability? The woman muttered in disbelief. The Flower Emperor's snooping and pollen bewitchment have always been unbeatable. No human being can escape the pain of dreams. How is this possible? Because I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this troubled world. Mujio opened his eyes and looked at the woman indifferently. It's not a super ability, I've never had one. It's a blessing that my grandfather left me, just as you're going through now. The woman still wanted to struggle. Mujio stretched out his hand, learned the woman's previous movements, and shook her neck hard. The woman's expression was shocked, because the red light that had been tied to her neck turned into a snake letter and pierced her brain. The strange world instantly froze, including the rose petals that had been floating in the air. As the red bead disappeared into Mujio's palm. The eerie flower emperor is gone, the rose petals are gone, the ashes are gone, and even the mass graves outside the gate are gone. Everything here turned into wisps of red energy molecules, and together with the essence that had been sucked by the flower emperor, they were all in Mujio's hands. When the supernatural energy filled the space and was transmitted to Mujio's whole body, she felt as if she had been reborn. But this time, the energy is thicker and more powerful than the last time it absorbed the trick mask. The illusion disappeared, and what attracted Mujio's eyes was the corpses in the sky and the Baiyun temple full of maggots. Thinking of what the flower emperor had said, Mujio eagerly used his tricky pupils to find the whereabouts of the 9 young men under him. The new energy infusion made her rune paper use, and the range increased several times. Within a 50-kilometer radius, she could detect everything clearly. It only took 0.1 seconds for Mujio to lock onto the target in the group of corpses outside the door. People are still alive and have already stepped into the underworld with half their lives, but the mutton fat jade left by Mujio bought time for their lives. Mujio hurried over and poured a large bowl of spiritual spring water on the unconscious people to continue their lives. She took out the tent from the space and placed it in the open space a little farther away, allowing them to rest. She herself urged the earth spirit rune paper and buried a large number of corpses in the ground. It can be imagined what kind of war has been experienced here before, and such a large-scale Taoist temple has not left a single living mouth. Mujio found a lot of materials in the ruins of the large buildings, which were saved by the Taoist priests of Baiyun Temple. She packed all the supplies into the space. In this way, the planned time for going out has not yet passed halfway, and the lobbying trip has been completed by 2/3. Who could have known that this good lobbying coalition turned out to be all incorporated into the army? In the end, there was only one place left, the Bamboo Forest Temple. Mujio asked the big guy to recuperate in place at the location of Baiyun Temple for 2 days, replenish his spirits, and then get back on the road. The Bamboo Forest View is located on the outskirts of the city, far away from Huishar in the mountains, and it is definitely a good place to meditate and practice. It took a group of them 3 full days to reach the foot of the mountain where the Bamboo Forest Temple is located. It can be seen with the naked eye that the mountains and forests are filled with a thick strange fog, which is a poisonous fog, which is similar to that in the center of the city at the beginning, and belongs to the category of third-level weirdness. There are many strange eyes hidden in the mist, waiting for an opportunity to move. But these little minions, of course, don't need Mujio to take action in person. She had the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and would adepts in the team clear the way in front, while the other adepts prepared for battle, and a group of people slowly walked up the mountain. After killing nearly 50 third-level monsters, they finally arrived outside the mountain gate of the Bamboo Forest Temple at noon. Shenong, as the first brother of the team, stepped forward and knocked on the door, and the door opened, only to see dozens of strong men standing on the steps on both sides of the mountain gate. It's not a Taoist priest, it's an ordinary person. Mujio felt a secret luck in his heart. It seemed that Qin Yen and they should have succeeded in occupying the base. Before the people on Mujio's side could speak, the strong man led by the mountain gate took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and said, "The guest room of the Bamboo Forest Temple is full. If so many of you have to stay in, then 100 caddies of food per person, and you can only enter the door after handing it over." The man said and glanced at the mountaineering bags carried by Mujio's group. Just by looking at them, you can know where they have so much food. The strong man waved his hand again and said, "I tell you, if you don't have food, get out of here. Our Zilingwan is not an official refuge, don't engage in those charities." Shenong, who was standing at the front, waved his hand, and just like Mujio back then, the entire door of the Bamboo Forest Guanshan gate collapsed with a bang, and pressed towards the dozens of strong men inside the door. 7 or 8 people were directly pressed under the door, screaming in pain. There are also some clever ones, who run up desperately, shouting and scolding to go back and shake people, and make them wait. But before he could run far, he was directly swept back by the hurricane by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme powerhouse who opened the way. Knock knock, smashed on the door panel, and almost crushed the companions who were already crushing their heads into meatloaf, and for a while the scolding came and went. Mujio stepped forward with a smile and patted Chun Ang's shoulder. Okay, other people's territory, be polite to the master's family. Then she stepped on the door panel, 1,000 pounds of foot, and directly fainted the 7 or 8 strong men who were pressed under the door. Then Mujio used his white right hand to pull up a strong man sitting on the door panel and covering his buttocks and asked, "Is there a person named Qin Yan in your view?" As soon as the strong man heard Qin Yan's name, he even stopped screaming like a pig, and then he immediately shook his head. "No, there is no such person." Mujio stared at his eyes. This lie was not clever. What about Huang Sai's, AI1, and Ding Dang? These 3. Also, no. You know the name of the refugee without even thinking about it, then you are so powerful. No is no, I don't believe you ask others. Mujio glanced down at the strong man's arm. Oh, the defensive Vajra ability, no wonder you're not afraid. Think no one else can hurt you? Chenong, take off his arm. In the next second, the strong man's cry of pain resounded through the mountains and forests. Sister, I told you everything I knew. Chapter 117 Eldest Sister, this Qin Yan is the former base chief of our Spark base. What Huang Sai's AI when Ding Dang is, they are all his right-hand men. But now that Boss Xiao is in charge, those people in the past don't let everyone mention it. Sister, let me go, I have old and young. If I die, there is no one to hand over materials to support my family, then they will all be expelled from the base. After listening to the words of the strong man guarding the door, Mujio took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked towards the mountain view. The rest of the adepts followed, ignoring the crowd at the door. Mujio and the others went straight inside, and someone inside heard the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme and rushed out with a group of supernatural people to reinforce them. Dozens of people, all with big knives, iron rods and axes, blocked the way of Mujio and the others. What a bold man, dare to go straight into the base, brothers hold their homes, don't let these people pass. But as soon as this sentence was finished, all the weapons in everyone's hands disappeared. Mujio waved his hand, and a round sculpture of a small steel pig appeared in front of everyone, looking very cute. Get out of the way, I don't want to hurt the powerless muggles. Mujio said expressionlessly. As Mujio said, these people in front of him are ordinary people without special abilities. They looked at each other, but they didn't dare to easily get out of the way. After all, behind them was the main hall of the Bamboo Forest Temple, and it was also the location of the head of the Xingho base. Mujio sighed, waved his hand again, and dozens of big trees in the view stretched out their branches together. The dozens of muggles on the ground were hung upside down, rolled up on the tree, and hung on the branches, like adult ginseng fruits. Hanging upside down with brain congestion, making it difficult for them to scream, except for dizziness is dizziness. After clearing the barricades, Mujio walked straight forward. She saw that the original hard square in front of the main hall gate had been shattered and turned open, and large tomatoes were planted. At this moment, it has come to fruition, and a large piece of red and glamorous color makes people have an appetite just by looking at it. She remembered that Qin Yan was a soil powerhouse, and she was afraid that he was the only one who would change the facade into a vegetable field, which was not a waste of land that could grow vegetables. Mujio strode towards the main hall, and suddenly a large sharp noise rushed towards her eardrums, and she waved her hand to block the impact with an phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid slash phoneme talisman. Looking back at the strangers under her behind her, they all covered their ears and crouched down in pain. What kind of ability is so powerful, even the third-level ability in her hand can't resist it? Suddenly, she heard a strange woman's voice in her head. Who are you? You dare to break into the Xingho base and spread wild? If I count 3 seconds and don't go out by myself, then I will let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and die. Hearing this, Mujio smiled. I haven't seen such an arrogant person for a long time. This is probably the usurper Xiao boss in the mouth of the previous one. The voice in piercing screams just now, this should be a psychic ability that can control people's consciousness. It's true that ordinary people can't match, no wonder even Xiao Huang and their wave of people have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Mujio stuffed 9 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid slash phoneme talismans into Chen Ang's hand and asked him to send them to everyone to relieve their pain. Then he walked straight into the main hall gate. I saw a beautiful young woman sitting on a chair in the main hall, elegantly eating fruit from a fruit bowl. And the person who served the fruit was Mujio's good apprentice, Dr. Xiao Huang. I saw that his eyes were dull and his expression was stupid, which was obviously his consciousness was controlled. Mujio was about to call Xiao Huang out, and the supernatural beings who were originally sitting on both sides of the hall were attacking in groups at this moment. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, thunder, etc., all come together. In the next second, a shadow spirit talisman rose in Mujio's hand, and a large bottomless black hole appeared in her palm. The black hole has a huge suction, and the ability attack that originally came towards Mujio was completely absorbed by the black hole in an instant. The anti-guest is the main one, not only absorbing the ability that comes from the attack, but even the main energy that comes to take the ability is also absorbed. Just like the legendary star absorbing Dafa, he absorbed all the supernatural energy of everyone present into his own hands and used it for his own use. So much so that all the people who emitted the ability just now suddenly felt a burst of emptiness in their bodies, and they were so weak that they almost fainted. Because the black hole just now absorbed all the existing energy in their bodies, it was like blood being sucked dry, and they were powerless to resist. These are all benefits of high ability levels. In fact, any ability that reaches the extreme is invincible. Mujio waved his hand and used a strong charm to press the people in the hall into the walls on all sides, and he couldn't pick them off. Then step by step towards the woman in the upper seat. The woman tried to use the spirit system to control Mujio's footsteps, but unfortunately she couldn't. The woman panicked. She felt that there was an impenetrable membrane on Mujio's body, and her consciousness could not penetrate, let alone control. But women are not easy to admit defeat. When Mujio entered the door just now, she looked at Xiao Huang with a strange look. Obviously someone who knows Xiao Huang well, she just took advantage of this. So Xiao Huang, who was already mentally controlled, was pushed out by the woman to block the gun. She controlled Xiao Huang to stretch out her right hand, gathered dozens of steel knives, and stabbed towards Mujio. Mujio came to Xiao Huang's side with a teleportation talisman and pasted in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid / phoneme talisman paper on his chest. Xiao Huang instantly regained consciousness and looked around blankly. When Mujio's delicate face appeared in his eyes, he thought that he had hallucinated again. Mujio slammed Xiao Huang on the back of the head. "Dog, even your master dares to fight." Xiao Huang looked stunned, looked up at the pillar and wall in front of him, and there were dozens of big steel knives stuck straight and upright. This is the product of his ability, yes. Did he just use his ability on master? What happened to him? When Xiao Huang was puzzled, Mujio took out a few golden needles from the space and quickly pierced them at Xiao Huang's slender neck. A burst of pain struck, and Mujio pulled out a small black hairy goo worm from the skin of Xiao Huang's neck. A small one, but a mouth full of sharp teeth. A cluster of strange fire on Mujio's fingertips instantly burned the goo worm to ashes. Needless to say, for those who can control a third-level ability like Xiao Huang all the time, it is obviously not enough to rely on the spiritual ability alone, and they have to make some crooked ways. The woman in the seat saw the series of actions Mujio had just made, and she was stunned and hurriedly wanted to escape. But before he could get up, he was plunged into the wall behind him by dozens of knives from Xiao Huang. It was made in the shape of a cross, and immediately blood flowed down from the limbs. "Xiao Yu, you vicious woman. Xinyan saved your life, but you treated him like that. Are you still a person?" The woman forcibly resisted the pain in her limbs, looked up with difficulty, looked at Xiao Huang, but just smiled. "This woman is the master you have always refused to give in to me, your heart." Ahem, ahem. Chapter 118. Mujio is not stupid, of course he can hear that there is a story in the words of the two. But Mujio has always only cared about what he cares about, and as for other things, he doesn't listen to them. She bypassed Xiao Huang, who was holding the woman, walked straight to the woman, and reached out to pinch her right wrist. In an instant, two streams of energy lit up Mujio's index finger dragon pattern, and a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 31st rune is a fascination, a charm, which can use the rune paper spirit to control the opponent. The 32nd talisman is a non-moving talisman, synesthesia talisman, which can be used to explore past memories. Immediately, Mujio took out a synesthesia talisman paper and urged the woman to activate the ability. Suddenly, a strange memory appeared in Mujio's mind. The perspective is that Xiao Yu, who was seriously injured, fled all the way to the foot of the mountain, and was rescued by a man before falling into a coma. That man is Qin Yan, a good old man who went out to pioneer. Xiao Yu woke up and was already lying in the bamboo forest, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Huang who was prick her with needles. It was almost love at first sight, and from then on, except for Xiao Huang, everyone else in Xiao Yu's eyes was automatically blurred. Well, even the life-saving benefactor is no match for the little yellow who carefully healed her injuries and took care of her. So much so that the opposite sex who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appears next to Xiao Huang, AI Wen, and Ding Dang, have become the objects of her disgust and defense. Xiao Yu is a spiritual powerhouse, and it stands to reason that she will be a good hand in managing the team. For Qin Yan, who knows people and is good at his duties, of course he will reuse such a high-level ability. At the beginning, Xiao Yu did a good job, and did a lot of work that was conducive to the development of the team for the sake of the Spark base. Under the cooperation of her and Qin Yan, the fields in the base ushered in 3 bumper harvests one after another, solving the food crisis of the base at one time. This made Xiao Yu's status in the base higher and higher, and even reached the position of the second in command of the base, second only to Qin Yan. Gradually, she began to be dissatisfied with Xiao Huang's attitude towards her, and she tried everywhere, but hit a wall everywhere. Originally, she thought that the opponent was AI Win or Ding Dang, and she deliberately found fault to make things difficult for them. But she slowly found that Xiao Huang didn't seem to care about these two people very much, but she was just a little more familiar with them than others. No one in the base knew that Xiao Yu was actually a dual-line ability, and she also had the ability to synesthesia. So inadvertently, she quietly probed Xiao Huang's memory. Almost every night, he dreamed of an unfamiliar face, and in his sleep, he was chanting her name. In the past, she only thought that the woman's name was Shifu, an old lover who had been separated in the last days. So in the dead of night, she sneaked into Xiao Huang's house and tried to cook raw rice directly. In Xiao Yu's eyes, what is Bai Yue Guang? This is the end of the world, and the ghost knows if the woman is still alive. Only what you have in your hands is what you really have. But Xiao Huang is a supernatural of the same level after all, where is it so easy to subdue? That night, the matter was so big that the whole base came to watch. Xiao Huang had a black face, and in a big battle with Xiao Yu, the house was made into a hornet's nest by all kinds of cold weapons made by the gold ability. It's a pity that I couldn't hurt Xiao Yu for half a minute. If you want to say that the control ability of the spirit system is indeed better than other abilities of the same level. Qin Yan and AI Wen all came forward to persuade them, but Xiao Yu, the woman, rebelled directly. Even Qin Yan was very surprised, why the original descendants were all facing Xiao Yu's side. There was an almost overwhelming demand for a change of base commander within the base. Then, that night, except for Xiao Huang alone, the rest of the Qi faction was restricted by Xiao Yu and imprisoned in the basement of Guanli. Since then, the temple has clearly stipulated that no one is allowed to mention the names of those people again, and violators will be severely punished. The disobedient Xiao Huang, Xiao Yu, used the mutant of the ability, the goo worm, to forcibly control it. Even if it's a soulless shell, she's going to stay around. Later, Mujio was too lazy to look at it again. It was nothing more than the married life of the puppet Xiao Huang. The gaze returned to the woman in front of her, Xiao Yu. In fact, she was good-looking and in good shape, but she was too unscrupulous for her own selfish desires. It's like this kind of forcible robbery of a big man. Mujio has only seen it in novels. Mujio will definitely not let it go easily. Such a dangerous person, with his ability, is too much of a threat to the future development of the base. So in the next second, Mujio mercilessly shattered Xiao Yu's entire right arm with the giant rune, and the ability disappeared. The woman's cry instantly resounded throughout the base, and Chen Ang's subordinates rushed in quickly. "Boss, are you okay?" Mujio waved his hand at them, and by the way, he put away the several knives that Xiao Huang had inserted into Xiao Yu's body earlier, and the woman's body immediately slipped and fell to the ground. "Xiao Huang, bring your people back. She has lost her abilities, and you can take care of the injuries that should be healed. Be careful not to let people die, or the weirdness of the psychic system will be difficult to deal with." Master, I. Xiao Huang had countless words in his heart that he wanted to say to Mujio, which he had accumulated for more than a year. But she was directly interrupted by Mujio's direct ignorance, and she commanded the people under her command and said, Chenong, you asked people to clean up these people on the wall of the main hall, and if you don't accept it, you directly break your arms and lock them up. By the way, Chenong, you come with me to the backyard dungeon. Xiao Huang looked at the little boy who was 180 years behind Mujio, and his face was depressed. Before the end of the world, he had always cooperated behind his master, but now he has become this young brother named Chenong. Mujio walked to the door of the main hall, suddenly remembered something, and turned to look at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's depressed mood instantly shone into a ray of sunshine. Master, is there anything else to tell me? By the way, Xiao Huang, I touched the girl's pulse just now, like a happy pulse. Please go back to the follow-up to see. If it's true, then congratulations, you're going to be a father. After Mujio finished speaking, he took Chenong to the backyard without looking back, leaving Xiao Huang in the same place with 5 thunderbolts and a landslide in the ground cracked. Chenong followed behind Mujio, gossiping on his face. Boss, what happened in there just now? That handsome guy's expression, is it your former boyfriend, boss? I just heard you say that he got someone else pregnant. Boss, do you want me to help you beat that scumbag up, and then break his arm to vent your anger? Mujio glanced at him. That's just a former colleague in the hospital. What boyfriend is not a boyfriend? What are you little kids thinking about all day? Now you come with me to find people in the dungeon in the backyard and hope they're still alive. Chapter 119. The backyard of Zulingwen is not small, just as agreed with Mujio at the beginning. Qin Yan turned all this place into a vegetable garden, full of grain and vegetables. There is a long row of low enclosures near the backyard wall, and below it is probably the underground warehouse that Qin Yan had people dig to store grain. The men who had been built wide and sturdy, but were now used to imprison their descendants. Mujio asked Chenong to go down and tear down the locked big iron gate, and then carried the people inside on his back in turn. Looking at this group of people, they are not ghosts, they are dirty, and they are missing arms and legs. Chenong took out 2 large balls of toilet paper from the carry-on bag he had left aside and stuffed them into his nostrils. He looked aggrieved. It was so smelly underneath. I was afraid that 3 meals a day in urine were carried out in it. Mujio carefully distinguished, at the beginning, Qin Yan's lineage, and now there are 12 people left. The other 20 or so people probably followed him when they came to Zulingwen later. In the end, Chenong took out 2 girls wrapped in his white clothes and couldn't distinguish their appearances from inside. It was the badly injured Evan and the unconscious Ding Dang. Boss, when I went in, their hands were chained in the corner, naked. It stinks so badly down there, so I didn't let you go down. I put on my clothes for both of them, and then I took them out. But don't worry, it's dark down there, and I don't see anything. Chenong put the person down and hid far away, for fear that the boss would trouble him. He is not stupid, he can naturally see the relationship between these people and the boss. Mujio was not in the mood to discuss these with him at the moment, because the scene in front of him was too dazzling, and it made her eyes hurt. Her gaze swept over Evan and Dindown's bare skin. The originally delicate little girl was covered with burns, whiplashes, bites, scratches. Bruised. Iwan's face was even slapped and swollen. One side of her scalp was torn off, and it was hard to imagine how much torture she had suffered. The ghost girl who was in high spirits at the beginning has now become like this. Some unspeakable words choked in Mujio's heart. Aiwen's eyes turned red at the first sight of Mujio, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. Her light, her savior, finally stepped on the colorful clouds to pick her up. Evan wanted to get up and hug Mujio tightly, asking her why she came. But she didn't dare. Because she is too dirty, and Sister Mu's clean clothes and white and good-looking face, she is afraid that she will be dirty and disliked by her sister. As a result, in the next second, Mujio directly hugged her, stroked her back, and comforted her in a low voice, "Don't cry, I'm coming, I'm coming." Aiwen's emotions completely collapsed at this moment, and she cried to Mujio about the fear and pain in her heart. Sister Mu, those people are so terrible, they hurt all over their bodies, they are even more terrible than the weirdness outside. That's why they were arranged to follow Qin Yan's people together to form a whole team, thinking that they would be able to escape such a tragedy. As a result, I didn't expect that the original idea would be broken apart and completely disintegrated by a woman picked up on the road. Mujio looked at Ding Dang lying next to her. Her face was red, and her whole body trembled slightly. Mujio reached out and touched her pulse, and frowned instantly. "Shannon, let the people in front come over and deal with the situation here. In addition, tell the tall man I saw in the main hall before, Xiao Huang, and ask him to come over and help too." Mujio said, took out a large tent from the space, and took Ai Wen and Ding Dang into it first, ready to treat the whole body. Ding Dang was in a high fever and convulsions at the moment, probably caused by an infection in the wound on his body. She has to help them with needles and debridement administration, and she may not be able to take care of others for the time being. This group of people went in and out all night, and no one rested until the next morning, when the wounds on everyone's bodies were treated and bandaged. Mujio poured a lot of spiritual spring water on Ai Wen, Ding Dang, and Qin Yan to help the body recover quickly. Xiao Huang saw that the brothers and sisters who fought the world had become like this, but he didn't know anything about it, and he regretted it so much that he knelt down for Ai Wen on the spot. "When I was studying, I heard about the troubled water, but I didn't expect that when I came to him, a man could become a disaster." No one blamed him. If you really want to talk about it, everyone is a victim, but Xiao Huang was mentally tortured, and others were physically tortured. After dealing with the wounds on the bodies of the people, everyone is tired. Qin Yan, as the host of the Xingho base, should have invited guests to dinner, but at this moment, he was covered in gauze and couldn't move at all, so the matter of treating guests was postponed. There is no livestock breeding in the Xingho base, so during this year, I basically rely on vegetarian food. This directly leads to the physical fitness and energy of the supernatural people in the base, and it is difficult to greatly improve. After all, even eating enough is a problem. Since Mujio came, she personally took out a 500-pound fat pig from the space and slaughtered it, and then dozens of chickens were stewed for everyone to replenish their bodies. After all, after more than a year of crazy breeding, the little cuties in the space have been flooded, and they have long reached the point of freedom to eat meat. There are 158 people in the entire Xingho base. Among them, there were 62 villains who followed Xiaoyu's misdeeds, and all of them were put in prisons. The rest of the 96 people, all of them were blessed with a meal of meat. Most of them are ordinary villagers around the mountain, dragging their families up the mountain to seek the blessing of Taoism. In the past, when Qin Yan was in charge, although this day was poor, it was still good. But since the woman surnamed Xiao took charge of the house, in addition to the farm work she had to do every day, she also asked everyone to hand over rations as protection money. It's been so long, but if everyone still has a little food, where can they be hungry? Not only did that woman not have the slightest sympathy, but as long as anyone was half dissatisfied in their hearts, even if they didn't declare it, she could know it. On the same day, people will come to the door and beat up the complainant. In this way, the people in the base did not dare to be angry at all, and they became numb over time. These words were asked by Chen Ong to his brothers from the mouths of the residents of the base. Almost all of them kept their mouths shut, for fear of offending the living Yama King Xiao. Until Xiao Huang dragged the woman to the tent in the backyard, the blood under the woman's crotch flowed all over the ground. Only then did everyone gradually open their hearts. "Xiao Huang, who are you?" Mujio was holding a bowl of white porridge and was about to rest when he saw Xiao Huang dragging someone over. "Master, the child has been killed. With such a vicious mother, the child will be condemned and cursed by everyone as soon as he is born, then I would rather he not come into this world to suffer. The whole thing started because of me, and I will keep this woman in prison in the house for the rest of my life. I won't let her come out to make trouble again, and I won't let her die and become a weird scourge that will harm more people. I'm sorry," said Huang with a deep bow in the direction of the tent. Chapter 120. Evan and Ding Dang have already slept after drinking the medicine. When they are healed, take this woman to apologize to everyone one by one. Although it is useless to apologize, all this has already happened and one can only look forward. I still have a lot of things to do next, so it should be no problem to leave all the wounded here to you to take care of, right? Mujio said as he looked at Xiao Huang in front of him. Of course. No problem. Xiao Huang wanted to speak and stopped. Mujio sighed lightly. I heard from Ai Wen last night, you have experienced a lot of things in this year. From the very beginning, I went up the mountain and struggled against the bullies in the view. When it was finally possible to stand still, there was another epidemic in the view, and most of the people died. And then helped Qin Yan occupy the bamboo forest temple, set up a spark base, and assist the development and growth of the base. You, Xiao Huang, are the strongest gold-type offensive ability on the team, and the only doctor. Evan said, if it weren't for you, they would have died hundreds of times, so don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Huang's eyes were slightly red, staring at Mujio's eyes. Master, don't you blame me? Mujio smiled gently, looked at Xiao Huang without hesitation, and said, there is a debtor and a debtor, what do I blame you for? There is always a limit to everything. It is a human being, not a god. You have done a good job. Now that there are no people outside, it is a blessing and misfortune that you are still alive. And this time, I brought people across half the city, just to come to you. I need your help. Hearing a few words that he came to look for, Xiao Huang's eyes were lit up again. Subsequently, Mujio briefly described the joint plan and the experience of coming all the way from Guiyuan Temple and Baiyun Temple to Xiao Huang. After hearing this, Xiao Huang clenched his fists and swore to Mujio, Master, rest assured, if there are any requirements, the spark base will definitely go all out. Okay, I'll leave it to you. After Mujio finished speaking, he got up and called Chenong, take all the more than 60 loyal dogs under the woman surnamed Xiao to the main hall. They were stripped of their clothes, tied them one by one with wooden stakes, and lined up in 2 rows facing each other. Then let all the ordinary refugees in the temple line up outside the main hall. As she spoke, a thumb-thick thorn vine whip appeared in her palm and handed it to Chenong. Every refugee can take a whip into the main hall and take revenge. Tell them that you don't have to be polite. Xiao Yu's ability has been abolished, and Qin Yan will still be in charge in the future, and no one will dare to mess with them. Okay. Chenong took the order, and he also wanted to swing a few whips. The person was carried by him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really didn't know how bad the human performance would be, and he wouldn't even let go of the 2 little girls. In the next 3 days, Mujio was busy everywhere in the bamboo forest temple, leading a small team to transform the overall environment of the spark base with his abilities. Including the accommodation building, canteen, storage warehouse, activity area, etc., have been completely planned and reshaped. Although the bamboo forest view is a shelter for the terrible apocalypse, the arrangement of the buildings is obviously not suitable for too many people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Most people don't even have a bed, and they just sleep on a tattered bunk on a dirty stone floor. Not to mention other basic needs of life, such as dressing, bathing, and so on. Except that he doesn't have to go out to beg for food, he lives no different from a beggar. Therefore, Mujio drastically knocked down all the original palaces everywhere, leaving only the front main hall. All other places have been converted into small reinforced concrete buildings, which fundamentally solves the basic living difficulties of the refugees. When doing these things, almost all the residents in the base came to watch the big guy build the building. Seeing Mujio wave his hand, a small building rose from the ground, and no one was not shocked. After all, there are many supernatural people among the people, and they are only to the extent that they can produce 1 small gold bead and 2 small water beads. When Mujio was busy with the infrastructure renovation of the spark base, the bodies of AI Win's group basically recovered. Mujio asked Chenong to send a sharp dagger to AI Win and Ding Dang. Then take them to the dungeon and let them recognize people. Physically castrate those who have violated them. It's a break with the past, and then start a new life. On the 8th day after Mujio arrived at Zulingwan, the representatives of Chaoyang Base and Xingho Base officially sat down at the negotiating table to discuss the major matter of the union of the base. This is also the first official union of the Mujio team. Mujio single-handedly rectified the bamboo forest concept, making the entire base look new. Originally, Qin Yan wanted to give up the position of base chief to Mujio, but Mujio refused. She doesn't know how to clone, and she prefers to unite compared to the base chief. Mujio's greatest wish is to end this terrifying end times, not to be obsessed with being the boss in the last days. Therefore, in this association, the 2 sides reached an agreement to jointly fight back against the strangeness of the city and return the city to a clean place. On the 2nd day of the joint agreement, Mujio took people back to the Chaoyang base. AI Wen and Ding Dang followed Mujio. Qin Yan stayed in the spark base to prepare for the counterattack, and Xiao Huang assisted Qin Yan as the deputy base leader. After returning to the Chaoyang base, Mu Jiu handed over AI Wen and Ding Dang to MOU, asked her to take good care of them, and took them into the new collective. Another team led by Yi Zi arrived a week late after Mu Jiu arrived at the base. Unlike the situation in the north, the development of several small bases in the south is good. So far, there has been no high-level weirdness or large-scale weird oppression invasion. Therefore, their life in the base is very comfortable, and they don't want to ask for trouble and take the initiative to provoke weirdness. As was the case with the vast majority of bases in the previous life, the request for union was rejected outright. Among them, the base chief of one of the bases even cheekily told Yi Zi that if the Chaoyang base was willing to pay them a sum of relief food every month, he could select a group of death squads from the people and hand them over to the Chaoyang base, which would be counted as a joint transaction. Yi Zi is a short-tempered little girl, and she used a large cloud of poison to melt down the roof of the entire negotiation room on the spot. Pointing to the old man's nose, he told him not to daydream and be delusional. Don't look at her young age, she knows a lot. Didn't this person not only want the food subsidy of the Chaoyang base, but also plan to send the old, weak, sick and disabled who were not wanted in the base to the Chaoyang base to raise? It's also a beautiful deal, and it would be good to directly say that it would be nice to refuse to unite, and it would be a waste of her time to engage in so many famous halls. In the end, only one base agreed to unite, the Xiandao Temple, which is now called the Ideal Base. And as soon as he agreed, the base chief took a large number of elites from his team and followed Yi Zi back. Chapter 121. There were a lot of people from the Ideal Base, and when the mighty group of people entered the door with large bags and small bags, Mu Jiu almost thought that the other party's entire base had poured out. There are 128 people, all of whom are superpowers, and their sincerity is 100% full. Dents will be surprised, because the total population of the entire Chaoyang base in the city god temple is only about 200 people. Later, I learned that all the people at their base had really come. The location of the Ideal Base was the high-tech economic development zone in Huishur, where a large number of high-level intellectuals had gathered. Out of politeness and respect, Mu Jiu personally went to the door to greet him, and let the chefs of the base rush to make a hearty meal for the guests. The base manager of the Ideal Base is a man in his 30s, who is good-looking, and looks like he has a shrewd smell all over his body. Mu Jiu looked at him, and he looked at Mu Jiu as well. I heard Miss Yi say that the boss of the Chaoyang base intends to unite with other bases to clean up the weirdness of Hui City and expand the scope of human activities. This is not an easy task, after all. Hui City was once a large city with a population of 10 million. But for this matter, Li Guang raised his hands in agreement. Judging from the current situation, the strange power is gradually increasing, and there is a tendency that it cannot be contained. But the range of human movement has become smaller and smaller, almost to the point where it is impossible to leave the base yard. The resources hoarded at each base are limited, and there will always be a day when they run out. If you don't move, you will die sooner or later, but if you take the initiative, you may be able to have a chance of survival. It's just that what I didn't expect was that the head of the base who put forward this advanced concept turned out to be a woman. Don't get me wrong, I'm not discriminating against women, I'm just emotional. After all, among all the supernatural people in the Ideal Base, there are no women at all men. Mu Jiu smiled generously. Thank you, Captain Li, for looking at it. I won't tell you, my people have traveled all over the large and small bases in Hui City, and only the Ideal Base and the Spark Base are willing to join this alliance. As far as I know, the people in charge of these bases are all men. They all rejected the offer of union on the grounds that they were doing well now and did not want to kill themselves. Now only Captain Li is refreshing, and he will bring the team over immediately, and he will not drag the mud and water at all. Li Guang was directly choked by Mu Jiu's words, laughed dryly, and did not continue to speak. Mu Jiu smiled and invited people inside. Since Captain Li came with sincerity, we are naturally very welcome. The restaurant has already prepared a reception banquet, especially to treat the brothers who have come so far to come over. Everyone eat and drink well. I will go to prepare a place to stay for the people brought by Captain Li, so that everyone can rest. The Xingho base will arrive in about 2 days, and Captain Li will take people here to repair it in the next 2 days. When the people from the 3 bases have arrived, we will discuss the specific matters of the joint counterattack together. Captain Lee was a little flattered when he heard that he was going to prepare a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for his people. Captain Mu, I'm afraid this is too troublesome. The people in our base are rough men, so you don't need to be too particular about where you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Just give us an open space, like this square in the front yard. My people have tents with them, so it's good to stay here. Captain Lee, to be honest, the open space in the front yard is for exercise. Our base requires everyone to have aerobics and military physical boxing every morning and evening, and no one can be absent. As for where to stay, no hassle at all. Long before your team arrived, our base was in the process of redesigning the accommodation area and trying to rationalize the living environment. Now my people have all been placed in the small courtyard on the right side of the main hall. The courtyard on the left side of the main hall was deliberately set aside for the base of the alliance. After all, a joint counterattack is a long-term action, and it is still necessary for the construction of gathering places. I don't know if Captain Lee has any opinions on living in a room for 4 people, said this, and the base chief of the ideal base was puzzled for a while. What a huge infrastructure project. When it comes to the mouth of this beautiful beauty base chief, it becomes like a building block game playing. Captain Mu is polite. It's good to have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. We are not picky. Mu Jiao arranged for the former brothers with flower arms to receive guests from afar. Today, they are one of the main leaders of the base, and they are very good at dealing with people. After greeting her, Mu Jiao took her assistants to the courtyard on the left. Since there are only 2 bases, the courtyard on the left does not need to be divided hard, just build a wall in the middle and divide it into temporary plots for the bases on both sides. Like the courtyard planned in Guiyuan Temple before, there is a canteen in the front yard, activities and accommodation in the backyard. Each base is within the protection of the sunrise substrate and has its own private domain. It's relatively free to move, which is good for everyone. So when Captain Lee came to check in with more than 100 of his people, he was directly stunned. Obviously, this was the second time that a Taoist temple was built by later generations, and how could a Taoist temple have such a place? A 6-story Chinese-style building, with a room for 4 people, has a toilet and a balcony, and a small vegetable garden on the roof for the wood system to play. And the Xiandao temple where they were located before was located in the suburbs, which can be described as dilapidated. Even sleeping in the house, you have to hang up your tent so that you don't get caught up by the sudden rain that falls at night. Not to mention eating or something, the food and daily necessities that can be found around are almost exhausted. Otherwise, how could they respond so positively, and the city of Chaoyang base would have counterattacked? What is the difference between this and carrying a person's head to death, although they say it's so high-sounding? As soon as the people of the ideal base moved in, they were already happy, and they were unwilling to go back to that broken Taoist temple. Xin Yan's team arrived at the Chaoyang base 2 days later, and there were quite a few people, including Xiao Huang, a total of 63 people with extraordinary abilities. Stayed next to the ideal base. The members of the Grand Alliance arrived, and Mu Jiao had a meeting arranged that night, but the meeting itself was held at the dinner table. The main purpose of the urban counteroffensive is to survive, and the fundamental purpose of survival is, of course, to eat. After a few days of exchanges, Mu Jiao already had a general idea of the strength of the 2 bases. Although there are many supernatural people in the ideal base, in terms of food reserves alone, they can be abused into slag by Qin Yan's spark base in minutes. However, the number of abilities in the ideal base is large, and the structure is strong, and the number of abilities above level 2 is almost twice that of the Starfire base. If you make good use of it, it can be regarded as a good help in the counterattack alliance. After understanding these things clearly, Mu Jiao also has a bottom in his heart about the acquisition and distribution of materials and trick beads in the later stage. Chapter 122 Captain Mu, since it is a big alliance, the 3 bases will jointly counterattack. Should we elect a leader of the alliance to be in charge? After 2 glasses of wine, Li Guang's true thoughts could no longer be hidden. Mu Jiao nodded. Then what does Captain Lee suggest? Li Guang stood up and carefully analyzed. Although the idea of a joint counteroffensive was put forward by Chaoyang base, the ultimate actual leadership still has to speak by strength. After all, what he is about to face is extremely vicious, killing people in an invisible weirdness. You can't make the slightest joke, and if you're not careful, you'll die. Now that our 3 bases are here, it is obvious that we are going to choose one of our 3 base leaders. I think it's better for the 3 of us to play fair. Hearing this, Xinyan almost laughed out loud. He had already seen that sister's strength a year ago, let alone now. It's not the rhythm of being turned into slag by the minute, it's also competitive. I'm afraid that the loss is not the worst, only worse. But Mujio was very calm. She took a sip of red date old chicken soup unhurriedly, and then said slowly, "The competition is good. How does Captain Li want to compare?" "I believe that Captain Chi will not object, right?" Mujio had a smile on his face, and that smile was extraordinarily sincere. After all, if you want to make people obedient, you have to make him lose convincingly. If you are not convinced, sooner or later you will have to make a stumbling block behind your back. Seeing that the 2 base commanders agreed, Li Guang was very proud. It's very simple. First and foremost, is to compare the overall strength of the abilities in their respective bases. In the last days, the capable is king, and the 3 bases make a comprehensive judgment together. What do the 2 captains think of this? Xinyan looked at Mujio. He had no opinion, and he was all up to Boss Mu's arrangement. "Well, I don't have any opinions on my side, Captain Li, please continue." Mujio continued to drink the soup. Li Guang saw that Mujio drank the soup calmly, and he didn't look like he was going to compete with him for the position of power, so he was relieved. He naturally felt that such a large group of big men were led by a little hairy girl, which was somewhat unreasonable. Although she took good care of the Chaoyang base, she must have relied on the credit of her subordinates. In his opinion, the Chenong and those flower-armed brothers under Mujio's hands were not bad. The hard power is there, and people have to be convinced. But this Mujio girl, he really didn't see anything different about her. If it weren't for the fact that everyone at the Chaoyang base called her the boss, he would have thought that this was a good-looking muggle. But he really didn't sense the slightest trace of her ability. This gave him more confidence to fight for the position of the joint base boss. Let me first introduce the overall strength of our base. There are a total of 128 abilities in the ideal base, and they are all excellent abilities selected through the last elimination system. We don't have muggles on our base, and at worst they're ability awakeners. There are 5 level 3 abilities, 52 level 2 abilities, and the rest are level 1 abilities. After Li Guang finished speaking, he looked at Mujio and Xinyan, and motioned for everyone to introduce the situation of their respective bases in turn. He is confident, and under his selection of survival of the fittest, the overall strength must be the strongest. Xinyan glanced at Mujio and reported, "In our Spark base, there are a total of 80 extraordinary beings, but there are a total of 63 who have come over this time. There are 6 level 3 abilities, 24 level 2 abilities, and the rest are level 1 abilities." In such a comparison, the advantages of Li Guang's ideal base are very obvious, and in the end, only Mujio's Chaoyang base remains. Mujio finished pouring the chicken soup in one gulp. The total number of supernatural beings on this side of the city god temple is 188. As soon as Mujio's words came out, Li Guang immediately looked at her in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Mujio looked at him. "Why is it impossible? Does Captain Li think that Chaoyang base is lying to the truth?" Li Guang said bluntly, "Captain Mu, as far as I know, the total number of people in Chaoyang base is 200 people. Most of them are old people and women. How can there be 9%, such a large proportion of abnormal people? It's not scientific. Is Captain Li prejudiced against women and the elderly?" Mujio put away the smile on his face, and without waiting for Li Guang to argue, he turned his head and said to Mou, "Call the women's legion you are bringing in your hand and open Captain Li's eyes." "Okay." Mou took the order and went down to prepare. Mujio then called Chenong, who was standing aside. "The people from Guiyuan Temple should also come back today, right? Let Shaolin come over and report on the recent situation over there." "Yes." Immediately, the girl named Shaolin was called over from the backyard. Recently, the fishing momentum of Guiyuan Temple has developed very well, and she came here this time to send phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme fish back to the Chenghuang Temple. At this moment, he is urging his subordinates to open up a vacant space in the backyard to dig a pit and raise fish. Boss, I'm back. Shaolin is a third-level water and ice dual-line ability, and was appointed by Mujio as the director of Guiyuan Temple, overseeing the big and small things of Guiyuan Temple. The 10 people left behind in charge of the abilities all acted on her orders. Boss, everything is fine in Guiyuan Temple. The total number of people living in the house is 1,290, of which the number of people with abilities is 886. Li Guang was a little stunned. It's not that only our 3 bases are involved. How can there be another Guiyuan Temple? It's still the base of such a large population. Mujio disagreed. I forgot to tell you that in the process of lobbying for various bases, I encountered some difficulties on the road. The abbot of Guiyuan Temple was possessed by a strange, so we killed the strangeness and took over the Guiyuan base. Well, now the Guiyuan base is a subsidiary area of the Chaoyang base, and it can be regarded as a person from this base. The sauerkraut boiled fish in front of Captain Li was sent from Huijiang. So the strength of the base that Captain Li said, does our Chaoyang base have an overwhelming advantage? Li Guang also argued, saying, then, what about the hierarchical structure? You must know that 1 second-level ability is worth 10 first-level ability, and it doesn't work if you have a number and no level. Shaolin continued his words and said, Captain Li, among the 886 people in Guiyuan Temple alone, there are 345 second-level and 18 third-level. It shouldn't be worse than the strength of your base, right? Mujio smiled and took Shaolin's words. As for the Chaoyang base's level of the stranger in the city god temple, 56 at the second level, 48 at the third level, and the third level ability must be able to defeat 100 with 1, right? When the 48th third level exits, everyone present, including Qin Yan, was stunned in place. Only the managers themselves know how much resources the adepts will have to pay if they want to reach the third level. From this point of view, the strength of the Chaoyang base is undoubtedly absolutely strong. Li Guang still didn't give up and wanted to fight for the end. Wait a minute, even if the strength of the Chaoyang base is the strongest, it does not mean that the strength of the base leader is the strongest. To select the person in charge of the joint base, the personal strength of the base leader is the most important, and this must be compared. Chapter 123. As soon as Li Guang's words came out, except for the large group of unwitting supernatural beings in the ideal base, everyone else took a sharp breath. Is this man serious? If you want to compete with Boss Mu, can you still have a life? I'm afraid this person has never seen the fate of those monks and Taoists who have provoked Boss Mu in the dungeon. Mujio didn't speak immediately, and unhurriedly poured another bowl of chicken soup for himself. Listening to Li Guang continue, 2 captains, let me introduce, I myself am a third-level ability of the Spirit Department in the Thunder System, and I am good at team management and checks and balances. I think I'm a good fit for the position of the head of the joint base. If Captain Mu and Captain Chi have an opinion, I suggest that they can learn about their abilities on the spot. The winner is king, and the loser obeys the command. Compete in front of the big guys, so that no one will question again, and it is also good for teamwork. What do you 2 think? Li Guang's gaze wandered over Mujio and Qin Yan, and what he wanted to see most in the eyes of these 2 people was worry and fear. Unfortunately not. Qin Yan's eyes always looked at Mujio, and he didn't look at him at all. It was clearly the eyes of his subordinates looking at his boss. Okay, why don't you use Captain Li to use the spiritual ability to show us the so-called team management and checks and balances? As Captain Li said, the winner is king, and the loser obeys the command. How about it? After Mujio finished speaking, Li Guang had already raised his right hand eagerly, and a cloud of white light converged. A word is a certainty. The power of a psychic ability is its ability to control the minds and minds of others. Just like Xiao Huang, who was controlled by Xiao Yu in the bamboo forest view at that time. In the case of a large difference in ability levels, such as Li Guang's third-level spiritual system, it is enough to control the actions of all the first-level abilities under his hands. It is only a matter of time. And to be able to issue attacks or retreats to the 128 abilities under his command in his mind, without even having to speak. However, just as he was about to spread the energy of his ability and issue the simple task of stand up to everyone in the courtyard, his ability seemed to be trapped and could not be used. However, in the next second, Li Guang heard a familiar voice in his head. How is it, Captain Li, are you ready? Li Guang subconsciously looked up at Mujio, but saw that she was drinking soup, and he didn't look at him at all. Don't look at it, I didn't speak, now you are in my consciousness, you can't do anything. Dawn doesn't believe in evil and tries to summon his lightning ability. But I found that my whole body was bound by something intangible, and I couldn't move at all, and I couldn't even open my mouth to reply. Captain Li, I am willing to gamble and lose, for the sake of your voluntary joining the alliance. Oh, no, you came with Yi because you had no food. In the southern realm, there is a high probability that the materials and abilities have been divided among several other large bases. So much so that as soon as you heard that the base chief of the Chaoyang base was a woman, you packed your luggage overnight and followed Yi over. The little Jojo in your heart, from the moment you stepped into the gate of my Chaoyang base, I was already clear and clear. It doesn't matter much if you leave something on your face, but it is your fault to provoke trouble again and again. I'm a person who likes to share, and when the cake is bigger, everyone has a chance to eat at the table, otherwise don't blame me for flipping the table. It's all adults, and it's up to you to decide what to do. Mujio's voice fell, and then the restraints on Li Guang's body were also released. He fell to the ground like a lost dog. Captain Li, are you okay? Xin Yan's voice sounded. In fact, everyone present had been waiting in place for 10 minutes. I lost, and I admit that the leader of the alliance is Captain Mu. All the abilities of the ideal base obey the orders, and all future actions must obey the command of Captain Mu, and those who violate it will leave the team on their own. As soon as his words came out, everyone looked at Mujio. In the next second, a domineering female voice invaded the brains of the 391 supernatural people within the protection of the city god temple. The farce is over. From now on, all the supernatural listen to me. Starting tomorrow, we will divide into 4 routes and launch a cleanup operation in the southeast, northwest, and northwest directions of Hui City. Take the city god temple as the starting point and diverge outward. I make 3 requirements for this purge, and the others are not within my limit. You can play as you please. First, all the weirdness along the way was cleaned up, and no one was left. Bring back the orb, and I will set up an exchange point in the main hall of the city god temple. A certain number of beads can be exchanged for food and supplies here. Second, all the materials along the way were brought back, and the alliance planned and used them as a whole. As for how much loot you are willing to hand over, I don't make any rules. You can get more for your work, that's your freedom. Thirdly, all buildings and structures along the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme were torn down and razed to the ground. Among the strangers here, there are a large number of Earth-based abilities, and this matter is mainly entrusted to you. Attention, I want a flat river, not a mess of ruins. After Mujio's intracranial baptism, all the strangers were shocked. Except for the paranormal at the Chaoyang base, it was the first time that the others knew how strong the boss of their future alliance was. Next, Mujio divided the abilities into 4 groups. Yi is the captain of a team, leading the existing 188 abilities of the city god temple to clear the south. Li Guang was the captain of the second team, leading his 128 warriors to the west. Xin Yan was the captain of the third team, leading 65 people with abilities, including Xiao Huan, Ai Wen, and Ding Dang, to clear the east. Mujio and Shaolin went to the north, leading the 886 strangers of Guiyuan Temple to quickly clear the north, and then formed reinforcements to support other teams. Early the next morning, Mujio handed over 4 large buckets of spiritual spring water to the kitchen and asked them to use them to cook breakfast, in order to fill up the energy for everyone before they set off. Starting from the city god temple, according to Mujio's 3 major requirements, the buildings on all sides began to be gradually bulldozed outward. The center of Huishur, which was originally lined with high-rise buildings, is like a middle-aged and elderly bald man, slowly spreading out from the top of his head. From the commercial streets, medium and large shopping malls, hotels, office buildings, etc., to schools, companies, residential buildings, parks, etc., to the peripheral grain factories, flour mills, food factories, beverage factories, garment factories, shoe factories, building materials factories, timber factories, chemical plants, electric vehicle factories, machinery factories, and so on. The attacking abilities take control of the field and destroy the strange, while the rest of the abilities enter the field to collect the trick orbs and materials, and finally the earth abilities destroy the entire building. Chapter 124. Mujio's side advanced the fastest, and it only took 3 months to completely flatten the entire great north of the city. The ruins of the city were almost completely cleaned up, and all the exposed corpses were cremated and buried. More than 1 million of them were collected, and all of them were stored in the space, just to be slowly refined into pills and distributed to other abilities in the Alliance to increase the energy of their abilities. Every time Mujio cleared an area, he would build a 100-meter-high octagonal tower with earth, wood, and gold rune paper in the closest place to the outskirts of the city. Place an enchantment charm and a rune on the ground mezzanine on the first floor to mark the Alliance's clearance boundary. Leave 30 more abilities and enough supplies behind to stay in the tower. The maximum effective protection range of Mujio's enchantment charm is a radius of 50 kilometers. She set up 3 octagonal towers in the north of Hui City, located in the northwest corner, due north and northeast corners. The water of the Hui River, which flows through Hui City, is included in the enchantment. She used 3 enchantment charms to overlap the 50-kilometer radius of the 3 circles. Then used the power of earth and metal to build an uninterrupted reinforced concrete wall with an average height of 6 meters between the 2 adjacent octagonal towers as a double protection. Within the city walls is a flat river, a safe area without any line of sight. Outside the city walls are corpses strewn all over the field, a depressed and apocalyptic scene. A total of 90 adepts were left to guard the north. Then she took the rest of the abilities and began to support from the east, mainly because Qin Yan had few people under him. But in this dangerous environment of ambush on all sides, it is even more unsafe to carry a person with a person who does not trust enough. Therefore, Mujio did not separate the personnel of any team to act. This will also be more conducive to their efforts to strive for more benefits for their own base. Mujio's purpose is to clean up the weirdness of the city, and as for the materials, it has little impact on her. If she can arouse the strange enthusiasm of killing in various bases, there are some small benefits, and she is happy to give them away. After all, what she wants is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/live/phoneme, humans can suppress the weird, and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/live/phoneme for a long time. Mujio spent more than a month helping Qin Yan's team clear the east side of the city. 2 octagonal towers were set up on the east side so that their coverage coincided with the enchantment radius in the northeast corner. As with the setting on the north side, in addition to the energy barrier, Mujio also used a reinforced concrete wall to connect a physical defensive wall between the octagonal towers. In the eastern area, there are just more than 60 abilities left by Qin Yan's team to guard these 2 towers. The supernatural in Mujio's hands continued to march westward, outflanking the city from the outskirts of the city, and helping Yi Ziqing to suppress the strangeness in the south. The terrain in the south is more complicated, and the basic materials have long been divided among the major bases, but there are a large number of mountains and forests, fish ponds, and fields. Mujio took Yi Zi and others to knock down the buildings in the south one by one. 3 octagonal towers were erected on the south side, along with a high reinforced concrete wall, which was connected to the east side, and left 90 adepts to guard it. However, Mujio deliberately pushed the outer wall of the city's clearance area to the direction of the city to the north. Let the enchantment border be exactly the same as the protection range of the few large and small bases that Yi Zi came to lobby before, but had not joined the alliance. Mujio's enchantment talisman is a 5th-level ability product, and its deterrent power is of course much greater than that of the temple's Taoist temple. She also set up the main gate of the entire border wall in the south direction facing these bases. The purpose is self-evident. She doesn't want anyone who doesn't put in the effort to get rid of it, but she doesn't want to do it anyway. If those fools want to turn around and hug their thighs, she is willing to give them a chance, but when the time comes, the qualifications to join will be much stricter than at the beginning. After all, clearing Hui City is only the first step in Mujio's plan to fight against the terrifying apocalypse. There's still a long way to go, and there's no doubt that she's going to need more adepts. There is a lot of strength in numbers. This is not just a battle for a few, not a battle for her Mujio alone, but a battle for the defense of all mankind. It took more than half a month to clean up the southern boundary, and Mujio took Yi Zi and a group of people to continue to march west. I have to praise Li Guang's subordinates for all the abilities. They are good, and they are eager for supplies, which makes them work harder than anyone else. When Mujio's people rushed over, the plot to the west of Hui City had almost been razed to the ground. It was the octagonal tower in the fence that Mujio used as the finishing touches. In this way, it took nearly half a year in total, and the entire Hui city was restored to purity by the three alliances of the last days. The ruined city has been transformed into grassy wasteland and rivers in the blink of an eye. Not only have the tall buildings disappeared, but even the original hard roads have been completely buried in the dirt. The remnants of the old buildings, with a black treachery and a colorless resentment, were buried in the ground for a long time. A total of 10,000 trick beads were harvested in this battle, including a large number of first and second grades, and a small number of third and fourth grades. In this city, which can accommodate tens of millions of people, all the useful materials will eventually be owned by this group of cleaners. But in fact, there are only more than 2,000 people in the entire eschatological alliance, including the supernatural and ordinary people. Mujio fairly and justly distributed the materials to the two base commanders according to the degree of contribution of each base. Because the total number of materials is quite large, just the official granaries of the cities that have been swept back are all at the level of 10,000 tons. In the future, even if they don't farm, they will never be short of food. Everyone sighed at the wonderfulness of this urban counterattack battle, and no one was not grateful to Mujio, who was the leader of the alliance. So within the alliance, she now has absolute authority to say nothing. Unlike the absolute authority suppressed by force in the past, after this battle, everyone revered this person in power from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Guang, who has always been above the top, has changed his attitude towards Mujio 180 degrees. Even though the big problem of the alliance's survival has been solved, Mujio's footsteps have not stopped at all. On the day of the return of all the abilities, Mujio proposed the idea of establishing a joint base, as well as a plan for rebuilding within the alliance. Naturally, no one will disagree with her opinion. The idea of establishing a joint base was adopted as soon as it was proposed, and it was approved by the two major base chiefs of Qin Yan and Li Kuang with raised their hands. When it comes to this situation, everyone knows what it means to leave Mujio and go out to fight alone. The base chief of the joint base is undoubtedly Mujio, and it is named Chaoyang Joint Base. As for the reconstruction plan of the base, which was completely surrounded by Mujio with the city wall, it was also implemented according to Mujio's ideas. Mujio is the inheritor of traditional Chinese medicine, and she likes the Chinese set of things, including architecture. There are many pre-apocalyptic architects in the base, and Mujio asked everyone to express their opinions and finalize the part of the basic function of the construction. Then he started construction with a large number of earth, wood, and metal abilities in the base. Chapter 125. Within the enclosure wall of the Chaoyang Joint Base, there are a total of 15,000 square kilometers, which are basically standard square rectangles. According to the basic needs plan, it is divided into three major areas on the floor plan: core, residential, and production. At the same time, it is divided into three forms on the facade layout: underground storage, ground transportation, and above-ground building. In order to facilitate the use of water, Mujio dug a long canal for the Huijiang River located in the north and circled it around the wall. In addition, a large artificial lake and greenery were built in the very center of the joint base to enhance the environment of the base. There are abilities involved in construction, which is much more efficient and faster than the pre-apocalyptic national engineering team. The key is that many imaginative design ideas can also be easily made, and if they are not good-looking, they will be demolished and rebuilt. There is no such thing as waste. At most, it takes a little energy from the supernatural, and 2 meals of meat can be replenished. It took about 3 months for the Chaoyang base to build a building system that combines the ancient city with modern transportation according to the boundaries of the land within the walls according to the people's ideal country. FYI, ordinary people within the walls have begun to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a normal pre-apocalyptic life. In addition to encouraging farming and breeding, and increasing grain reserves. Mujio's leadership team is also a strong supporter of industrialization and modernization. In the past, because of the strange relationship, the means of transportation were almost abandoned by humans, but now it is different within the walls. Even the train can drive. Cars, three-wheelers, and so on are not a problem. But there are no ready-made things, and almost all modern products have to rely on the brains and hands of the adepts to reinvent themselves. Because of the small number of people and the abundance of materials, it has almost achieved the kind of world that Datong society expects, without material hierarchy. There is no difference between the rich and the poor, everything is based on the needs of all people. Previously, in the process of clearing out the weirdness of Hui City, the joint base harvested a large number of tricky beads. Mujio used these trick beads to combine the tricky plants in the space to refine a large number of pills that increased the energy of his abilities. Pills below level 5 have little effect on her now. She didn't hide her secrets, and generously distributed these pills and gave them to the corresponding level of abilities. It also sends a certain amount of spiritual spring water to the large kitchen of the joint base every day to improve the physical fitness of all people. This makes the energy of all the adepts in the joint base take a big leap forward in just a few months of construction and repair. The number of level 3 abilities has increased a lot, and the original level 3 abilities, such as Yizi, Mou, Qinyan, Xiaohuang, and Li Guan, have begun to break through to level 4. The joint base is blessed by Mujio space, and its strength is increasing day by day, and it does not worry about eating, drinking, and wearing everything. Life is getting better inside the walls, but outside the walls are not so lucky. Reported by the Guardian Adeptus stationed in the octagonal tower to the south. In the year when the Chaoyang base began to be cleared and encircled, several large bases, which had previously refused to participate in joint operations, had already suffered several rounds of strange large-scale attacks. As time passed, the intensity of this invasion became more and more powerful each time, just as Mujio said when he lobbied at the beginning. There is a slightly weaker base that can no longer withstand it, and it has begun to mend the wall. Every time Mujio heard this, he just listened to it, and did not take action or instructions. Until the first base that was breached by the Eerie appeared. The base captain took the only remaining high-level abilities in his base and rushed towards the Chaoyang United base. A rush rushed into the protective range of the enchantment talisman set up by Mujio on the margin, dodging the strange attack. The consequences of the stupid 4th-level weird impact on the 5th-level enchantment are naturally self-evident. The defense mechanism of the enchantment has been improved to the point where it can automatically absorb energy, which is the same as that of a black hole. Any weirdness that is lower than its own level, the enchantment charm will directly absorb it, and the energy will be transmitted back to the space, which will be automatically strengthened. Therefore, the 10 octagonal towers set up by Mujio almost let her lie down and earn strange energy from the outside world. When the powerhouses guarding the gates sent back the news that the Laojun base was going to defect to the Chaoyang United base, Mujiozheng and several other leaders were discussing the next step of the cleanup plan. For a while, everyone looked at Mujio. "Boss, how did these people rightly refuse to act together in the first place? Now that Hui City has been cleaned up, let them enjoy the results, it's too cheap for them." The person who said this is Li Guang, and now he only has the charismatic Mujiomu boss in his eyes. At the beginning, his ideal base was not less suppressed by those big bases. As a pre-apocalyptic veteran of a large factory, he is now mainly responsible for directing modern industries in the base. For example, unmanned rail transit within the joint base, fully intelligent homes in residential areas, and so on. Mujio completely handed over the development of the base to him, and gave him full support, spirit, and materials. But all the bases in the south still have to be incorporated back, it's just a matter of time. Isn't what we are talking about now about continuing to purge and expand outward? Outwardly, the larger the area, the more abilities we need. In addition to attacking, we also need to garrison. In this way, if you feel unhappy, this wave of supernatural people who came to join the Laojun base will be handed over to you and incorporated into your modernization construction team. I see, those people are probably also the talents of your high-tech zone, and they just want to help you. Mujio said with a smile. What anyone was thinking in his heart couldn't escape her eyes. She is not an arbitrary king who was bent on excluding dissent. A long time ago, she put herself in the right place. Otherwise, when Lu Kuang tried in vain to control the joint base, she would have taken action. Now is far from the time for human beings to fight for power and profit within themselves, and there are unimaginable terrifying enemies entrenched everywhere outside, and they need to be uprooted one by one. Lu Kuang no longer objected. But Mujio has the conditions to say that he is ahead. If you want to join the joint base, you can, but now the Chaoyang joint base has stopped absorbing the entire base. All outsiders can only join as an individual with the ability, otherwise they will refuse to be contained and find their own way. The guards told Mujio's words to the people who came to the Laojun base as they were. The base chief of Laojuan's base collapsed on the spot, stood at the door and scolded Mujio for being ruthless and taking advantage of the fire to rob. In the next second, he was blown out by a powerful tornado current, a distance of miles outside the base barrier, and he probably couldn't come back. After seeing this scene, the other defectors nodded their heads like garlic. It means that they are willing to join the joint base in their personal capacity, and they will be subject to any arrangements within the base, and there is no other word. Mujio was very satisfied with this result. Over the next few months, the bases south of the joint base came and defected, but none of them were breached. This has led to a qualitative increase in the number of people at the Chaoyang joint base, from 2,000 to 2,500. Chapter 126. Soon, Mujio painlessly regained the large and small bases in the south of Hui City. At the same time, Mujio's plan to clear the surrounding cities of Hui City is also progressing steadily. Mujio formed a team of 1,000 people in the joint base, led by Mujio himself, and the assembled people were all level 3 and above. They are centered on the Chaoyang joint base, with 100 kilometers as an offensive unit stronghold. Following the principle of 3 cleans originally set by Mujio, that is, to remove the strange, clear the materials and clear the wreckage of the building, and quickly expand to the outside. Along the way, while killing weird and collecting weird beads, you can rescue the major temple bases that are being overwhelmed by weird rings. Every 100 kilometers outward, a 100-meter-high octagonal tower is built, and 2 runes are placed to guard it, which has become a common practice for the United Base. As a result, the population of the Chaoyang joint base is growing day by day, and the territory swept away is getting wider and wider. It took Mujio more than 2 years to unify the great southern region of the entire Huagua. She has enchanted everywhere in the area, all within the protection of the Chaoyang joint base. The land is active and wide, and the number of strange people killed is hundreds of millions. The collected supplies are so abundant that they can supply the inhabitants of the base, and they will not be used up for hundreds of lifetimes for generations. After all, in the unified Great South, there are no more than 80,000 surviving human beings. Without exception, all of them are supernatural. Before the end of the world, at least 800 million people in the entire Great South were gathered, and there were food and materials to feed and drink for 800 million people. The arrival of the Chaoyang base has given hope to every person who is struggling to survive. Although all of this is according to Mujio's thoughts, it is being realized one by one, through the efforts of the past few years. It is a race against the strange devouring speed. At least let the Great South of Huagua not have any big tricks that are strong enough to compete with Mujio's strength. But her heart was still worried. Because at this time, it is already 4 years after the end of the world, and the time when she died in the previous life is getting closer and closer. Although her strength is far from being comparable to the cowardly bag who hid in space in her previous life. The daily nourishment of the spiritual spring water, coupled with the increase in the power of the infinite beads, has made her ability infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to level 6. And the weirdness that killed her in her previous life was level 5. But the ability of that treacherous one, those who have not personally experienced that kind of bone-piercing pain, will not know how difficult that thing can be. Recently, the people around Mujio have also discovered her abnormality and anxiety, thinking that the boss is sick. After all, now that the Chaoyang joint base has occupied most of China, it is not a problem whether it survives or fights out. Why is the boss still suffering from gains and losses? Soon, they understood Boss Mu's mood. Huagui 2048-08-24, the mid-year festival of the Wuchen year, early in the morning. Mujio woke up from his dream, and his right index finger burned for a while, emitting a faint red light. What's the situation? Mujio's consciousness flowed within the scope of his rule, and hundreds of thousands of Shirshan rune papers placed under the octagonal tower were looking for the source of uneasiness. Suddenly, it was discovered that in the northernmost part of the area of the joint base, 2 octagonal towers had been cut off for no reason. Even the dozens of supernatural people stationed in it were also divided by the 5 horses and died tragically in the tower. To be able to break through her barrier, she still killed people in this cruel way. Except for Bun Luo, she couldn't think of a second trick. After all, the kind of death that was dismantled in 8 pieces is unforgettable for Mujio. Boss, it's not good, something happened. Chen Ang's cry appeared outside Mujio's door. Mujio rolled over and got out of bed. What's the matter? Is there an accident in the siege of the base? Boss, the guards from all over the north keep coming in at night that there are waves of unidentified creatures invading the control area of the joint base, and the barrier is ineffective against them. Mujio was a little puzzled. Yes, it's dead human bodies, all from a large area of the north that has been cleared. They don't know what they're manipulating, but now they're all able to stand up and move freely. The boss's barrier and most of the abilities of the strangers can only block the weird, but not the free-moving human corpses. The corpses were not afraid of being hit, and the number was staggering, and the northern parapowers had tried to resist as much as they could. Chen Ang's face was embarrassed. Obviously the matter was more serious than what he said, and it was difficult to deal with. Chen Ang, listen to me, go and inform all the high-level leaders of the base. Now immediately, gather the adepts and build a fortification outside the base siege, no less than 20 floors. I don't care if they build barbed earth walls, build electric steel mesh, plant trees and set fires, or dig deep ditches to divert water, etc. In short, don't storm it, just hold the base station, and wait until I come back. At the moment when Chen Ang reported just now, Mujio had already checked the situation outside through the style rune, only worse, not the worst. The corpses were like black ants passing through the border, and the dense mutilated corpses were gathering from all parts of the north at a rapid speed, towards the south, this joint base that was inhabited by nearly 80,000 people. The purpose is very clear, that is, to come for the living people within the walls of the base. After the end of the world, the number of dead people in China alone is no less than 1 billion, and if a large number of corpses are awakened and hit the south, it may not be easier to deal with than weird. But this is a corpse after all, and where can a dead person have the possibility of his own activities? It is nothing more than because there is a powerful force behind him that is secretly manipulating. Boss, where are you going? Chen Ang watched Mujio take out a teleportation talisman and stick it on the head of the bed, and couldn't help asking. Everything has a root, you try to resist these corpses, and I will destroy the source. A second before Mujio got into the rune paper and disappeared, he heard Chen Ang shout, Boss, you have to protect yourself. It's an uphill battle, harder than any time before. Everyone knows that if the strongest powerhouse, Boss Mu, is gone, then everyone in the joint base will probably lose their protection and will not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. But Mujio wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme more than anyone else, to be reborn in a lifetime, and he had been preparing for 4 whole years, just for this moment. Her teleportation charm could only travel a distance of 100 kilometers at a time, and after teleporting, she rushed from the south to the northernmost part of the base. She was shocked when she saw with her own eyes what was going on outside the base's jurisdiction. Under the treacherous pupils, whether it is the sky or the ground, even the buildings and the earth, they are filled with extremely thin hairs, crisscrossing and filling. It's like entering a Ponzi cave, in stark contrast to the clean world within the barrier. Obviously, these strands of hair are afraid of the power of the enchantment. Even if several border octagonal towers are cut down, they will not be able to survive in the barrier for long. Whenever you touch it, you will be swallowed by the enchantment, and the strange energy of the hair will be swallowed away. But those black-pressed corpses are different, they are rushing into the barrier without any constraints. Mujio didn't have time to care about these minions at the moment. She believed that the others in the base would help her keep her lair. At this moment, she only needs to go to the meeting alone to compete with the enemies of the previous life. Chapter 127. Before stepping out of the barrier, Mujio held all the rune papers in his hands, so that he could activate the ability to attack and defend at any time. She floated in the air on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine/phoneme of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine/phoneme spirit rune, shuttling through the dense, tough and sharp strands of hair. The strands of hair rubbed against the condensed crimson enchantment and produced black sparks like splatters of blood. In the previous life, it was these invisible strands of hair that pulled her out of the space and crushed her into puree like slicing tofu. In this life, countless small tubes stretched out from outside Mujio's enchantment, and at the end of the tube was endless darkness. It is as if countless mosquito mouths are greedily sucking the strange energy hidden in the hair all the way. Along the way, you will cut off the hair in the sky, like a secret passage explored in a stone cave. Mujio used both spiritual power and trickery pupils to carefully explore the source of these hair strands. I have to admit that the area covered by the hair is too vast, far exceeding Mujio's 100-kilometer perception range. From the middle of the night to the dawn, and from the dawn to the night, she still has no clue. Almost everywhere in the ruined city is full of treacherous atmosphere, dark and damp, and filthy. Mujio found an empty wasteland and stopped to rest, and there were terrible shouts and requests for help from the other end of the Shirshan rune paper. It's from the other side of the base. I didn't expect those corpses to move so fast, and they had already begun to break through the first wall. Mujio entered the space and poured a few mouthfuls of spiritual spring water to recover her strength, and she didn't have time to delay any longer. She'd have to find the source of these things and destroy them before they break through the 20th layer of defense. Coming out of the space, she urged the rune paper, and instantly stirred up a black gas around her. The quiet night was instantly covered with dark clouds. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mujio's surroundings were surrounded by a circle of 104th-level weird creatures of different shapes. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme lying or standing or floating, most of which were no longer humanoid. Go and find the densest place of the hair, that is, the source of the hair. Mujio faced the rune paper and gave an order with his mind. At the same time, 100 pieces of enchantment rune paper were pasted on the backs of these 4th-level weird ones, so that they would not be killed under the hair of the bun in the middle of the way. The strangeness of receiving the order instantly scattered in all directions, swimming in the dark night. Mujio rode her breeze and continued to search in the night. For 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep, Mujio Shikjin found the source of his hair in a playground in the far north. Mujio immediately galloped towards that place. This is the largest amusement park area in China before the end of the world. Mujio has seen it in major advertisements, DDD Paradise. Mujio looked at it from a distant height with tricky pupils, and the entire amusement park was like a black silkworm cocoon tightly wrapped in countless strands of hair. Exudes endless ghostly resentment. But if you take away the tricky pupils, under the bright sun, the amusement park is still an amusement park. Not only is it different from the ruins of the surrounding dilapidated construction area, but all the structures, amusement facilities, and dolls of all sizes remain in the pre-apocalyptic appearance. The colors are bright, everything is flexible, and even the thousands of dolls in the amusement park can be bouncing around. Mujio did not rush in, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme in sending her death troops, which was weird. With the enchantment rune paper, he rushed towards the black cocoon at great speed. I saw layers of black hair, like laser rays, directly cutting the weirdness of the hard break into tens of thousands of small particles along with the enchantment. Even the black beads were shattered, and the energy was instantly absorbed by the cut black hair, becoming more tough and sharp. Mujio's palms were sweating, and if he wanted to say that the barrier at the border of the base could resist the sharp hair, it was probably because of the distance, and the strength of the hair was weakened. But this is the control center, the energy is strong, and the treacherous spirit is unbridled. Of course, it can't be the same. Mujio took out a thick stack of drawn enchantment rune paper from the space, 100 sheets, wrapped around him like a nesting doll. She was afraid of death, and she didn't want to die. Mujio knew that any weirdness, no matter what level, always had an ontological destiny. She maximized her eerie pupil ability and carefully searched the amusement park for the source. Finally, on the merry-go-round in the corner of the amusement park, the clue was discovered. A little girl with a human appearance, with 2 pigtails, wears a beautiful red princess dress. She sat on a moving merry-go-round with a long-haired doll in one hand and an oversized lollipop in the other. I was happy, over and over again, immersed in the joy of getting up and down and spinning on the wooden horse. Mujio could only see her laughter. It's laughter in consciousness, like laughter in a silent movie, you can see but you can't hear it. Just when Mujio could see the gods, the little girl's laughter suddenly stopped and looked back in Mujio's direction. A beautiful and impeccable baby face, and a pair of big watery eyes, looked at Mujio innocently. I was originally mentally prepared. After all, it was a terrifying apocalypse, and I thought I would see some terrifying picture, but as a result. But in the next second, with a poof, Mujio felt a heat in his left chest, and suddenly a sharp stinging pain struck. Mujio took a big breath and adjusted his breath, and slowly looked down. I saw a strand of long black hair as thick as a finger, piercing into the 100-layer enchantment at some point, and then quickly passing straight through her chest from her back. On the left is the location of the heart. In the next second, this strand of hair was cut off and absorbed by the crimson enchantment, and disappeared along with the strand inserted into Mujio's body. Endless pain spread from her chest to her whole body, and in an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out of the hole that pierced through her. The endless laughter of the little girl below came to my mind again, joyful and innocent, like a truly innocent child. Mujio's whole body fell down weakly, and he plunged into the space. Falling heavily in front of the wordless monument, the pain in my whole body was incomprehensible. Even the sensing nerves everywhere lost all their role at the moment they landed. Isn't it still going to work? Is she going to die again? In the last life, she died without even seeing that weird face, and this life is the closest she is to her real body, and she doesn't even have a chance to make a move, so she wants to die again? She's not reconciled. She lay where she was, waiting for the final blow from the strange thing outside, dragging her out of the space as she had done in the previous life. But after a long time, the space above my head was still blue, and I could hear the sounds of pigs coming from the infinite lawn. Chapter 128. At this moment, Mujio was surprised to feel the pain in his left chest, which seemed to disappear. She subconsciously stroked her hand to her chest. And so on. She hurriedly looked down to check, and under the pierced clothes, the wound miraculously recovered as before. Only then did Mujio realize that the place where he had fallen before was the Lingquan pool in front of the wordless monument. At this moment, the entire spiritual spring had completely dried up, and only the large pit that she had smashed when she fell was left. But the wounds on her body were completely healed, leaving no scars. So, she absorbed the entire spiritual spring water? Mujio jumped up from the big pit, and suddenly felt relaxed, like a new life. But this also means that there will be no more spiritual spring water to heal wounds in the future. At this point, it is obvious that she does not have an advantage, so she can only gamble and try. When Mujio came out of the space again, he had already reached the boundary of the 50-kilometer limit from the black cocoon through the teleportation charm. When the crimson barrier opened again, black sparks rubbed against the surrounding strands of hair. She quickly wrapped the aura outside the barrier, and then hid the entire barrier phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the ground with an invisibility charm. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes and use synesthesia and charms to touch the child sitting on the merry-go-round in the amusement park. At the moment of connection, a painful memory broke into Mujio's mind. The huge cry of a child burst into her ears, a desperate cry of extreme horror. Mom, Mom. Mommy, Mommy, Mommy. Mom, where have you been? Mommy, Mommy. Mom, Mom. No is here. The perspective of synesthesia is very low, and my vision is wet with tears, so hazy that I can't see clearly. But the breathless cry was very clear. Mom! Mom! The perspective was wiped by a small dirty hand holding a doll, and it regained its clarity. But the tears are still bubbling out, constantly bubbling, unconsciously rising. The perspective is wandering around with no purpose, but it never seems to find the target. Then running and running, she fell, and the big lollipop in her other hand fell to the ground and shattered. She cried louder and sadly. Immediately squatted down, picked up the half of the lollipop that was still left on the ground, and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, a kind male voice appeared behind him. Little friend, why are you crying? Are you separated from your mother? With a sobbing look, he slowly looked back behind him, and it was an ordinary-looking uncle looking at this side with a warm smile. Don't cry, will your uncle take you to your mother? The gaze nodded. Immediately, his gaze was picked up by the man, and he instantly increased several times, and walked in an unknown direction. After walking for a long time, I gradually lost sight of anyone around. Looking around, it seemed that something was wrong, and he saw a van in front of him. Suddenly his gaze moved down to the man's arm, hissing. Her eyes swirled, and she fell to the ground, as if she had bitten the man's arm and was thrown to the ground in pain. However, in the next second, the sight in front of me was dark. When I woke up again, my vision had risen too much. Like, floating in the air. Looking down, I saw a little girl lying on the ground, wearing a red princess dress, holding a doll in one hand and the other. A candy stick was inserted straight into her left side of her chest, and blood flowed slowly to the ground. And the uncle, who had just said that he was going to take her to her mother, ran into the van in a panic, closed the door and wanted to run away. Looking down, one hand tried to pick up the doll, but this hand went directly through the doll and grabbed the air. The cry in my ears sounded again, but it was no longer the original frightened child's cry, but instead it was a high-pitched, ghostly howl, deafening. A thick black gas instantly ignited around his body, and Mujio recognized it as resentment. Only above the second level will produce a little bit of weirdness, and under this line of sight, it is actually wrapped in the sky. This means that from the moment the little girl died, she was already a weird person above the third level. I saw my eyes move quickly, as if writing a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and rushed towards the fleeing van. Under the treacherous aura in the sky, Mujio clearly saw that it bit off the man's neck and sucked all his blood dry. Then the whole van drove into a large river outside the amusement park and quickly sank into the water. Mommy, mommy, mommy. What about mom? After killing someone, this gaze turned back blankly and went to find my mother's figure. But the results were not satisfactory, and it could not leave the place where it died. It is forever trapped in an amusement park and cannot be reborn. It goes from despair to despair, from despair to anger, from anger to mania, from mania to bloodthirsty. Later, she slaughtered everyone who entered the amusement park, young and old. Someone wants to demolish this evil place and rebuild it, but no one can get in, and people will die if they start the construction. Over time, the entire amusement park became a taboo in the city, and no one dared to approach it. Mujio withdrew from the line of sight of memories and looked at the little girl who was sitting on the merry-go-round playing at the moment with his consciousness. In fact, she is not wrong, at least she was an extremely innocent victim during her lifetime. He didn't hurt anyone, but before he died, he experienced the two most inexplicable evils in his life. Abandoned by loved ones and deceived by trusted ones. But if someone gives a little love, it will not become a great scourge that kills people everywhere today. Mujio stretched out his right hand, used the illusion talisman to shape a woman, and put it into Ji Luo's consciousness. The consciousness of the big trick is very strong, and it is generally not easily affected by the outside world, let alone disturbed. But this hallucination is different because it's mom. Nyo-Nyo, it turns out that you are here, worried about your mother. You kid, why are you running around, and you're gone in a blink of an eye? The beauty of this hallucination is that the face is blurry, but the voice is very clear, and the sound of Nyo-Nyo is the door that opens the door to the consciousness of the bun. Because only mom would call her that. The bun opened her mouth, which was the shape of her mother's mouth, but she didn't make a sound. In the next second, Mujio let this illusion and gently hugged the stunned little bun, whispering in its ear that he loved her and missed her, and wanted to take it home. After a long time, Xiaobun Luo also closed his eyes, hugged his mother, and cried very sadly. But the moment it relaxed its vigilance, its mother turned into hundreds of rays of light, piercing its entire body, from top to bottom. No one was missed. Xiaobun Luo was stunned for a second, and her huge eyes almost fell to the ground. It's been deceived again. Extreme rage struck in an instant, thunderous roars and roars, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Mom, you've lied to me again. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The black hair in the sky was like the tail of a giant serpent, and it swayed wildly, shaking the whole earth. But it didn't take more than 3 seconds to smash the hundreds of rays of light that pierced Molara's body into pieces. The broken porcelain doll is like a cracked apart. It's similar to the appearance of Mujio being dismantled in his previous life. A red to purple bead flew out of Ji Luo's brain, and then was taken into the space by Mujio. However, the moment she came into contact with the red bead, she felt a second of stinging pain in her heart. Everything in front of him regained calm, the strange aura in the sky dissipated, and the black hair completely disappeared as the tricky beads were absorbed by the space. But Mujio realized one thing: Ji Luo turned out to be sick. Chapter 129. She was born with a congenital heart disease and couldn't cure it, so she was abandoned by her mother. Mujio used the teleportation charm to return to the place where Ji Luo was just now, and the amusement park was no longer bright and tidy as before. With the disappearance of the bun, only a small piece of the amusement park remains, barely recognizable remains of the facility. Dirty, worn-out dolls fell to the ground, pitiful. Mujio bent down to pick up the doll, but at the same time as he reached out to touch it, the red mark on his index finger was lit up. Dear Master, congratulations on unlocking the new rune paper totem. The 33rd talisman is a wish-sealing talisman, which can seal opponents who are stronger than themselves. The 33 wordless tablet totems of the space are gathered. She didn't care about the joy, and crushed and bulldozed everything in the land where she had stayed, and covered it with dirt. Then, using the teleportation rune paper, she kept rushing back, and the rune told her that the situation at the base was terrible. Mujio spent half a day, going from north to south. When she arrived, she found that during the battle between her and Malara, the dozens of newly built walls outside the huge joint base had all been broken through by those corpses infused with treachery. In just a few days, the new city that Mujio and everyone had spent several years building together was crushed and destroyed. The northern wall of the joint base was forcibly knocked out of a large gap by the dead bodies, and hundreds of millions of corpses extended into the base wall from a large area from a distance of 100 kilometers. The paranormal people resisted desperately, but with only 80,000 strength, they fought against hundreds of millions of corpses without pain and consciousness. It was just. With the destruction of the Bunro, the control over the corpse suddenly disappeared, like a tsunami passing through, and the corpse was like a sand and gravel carried by the waves, covering the entire interior of the base. Mujio stood on the top of the city wall and looked down, but he didn't find a single living person. Mujio's heart chuckled. Could it be that the fate of mankind was still destined to be like this? Chenon, Mou, Yi. Qinyan, Xiaohuang, AI1. Mujio shouted everyone's names as he urged the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme spirit rune paper to blow away the thick layer of sour and smelly corpses that covered the base. And used the trick pupil to scan the whole realm, carefully looking for the living. The corpses were covered in the streets of the joint base with an average thickness of 10 meters, like a huge cemetery. Millions of nameless corpses were swept into the sky by the hurricane and thrown into a distant place before the original appearance of the base new city will be revealed. Seeing the empty base, Mujio's heart was also empty. Boss! A faint but familiar voice came from afar. Mujio thought it was an illusion and looked around, looking for the source of the voice, but saw nothing. Boss! It's the boss who's back. Top dog. Boss, we're underground. Mujio looked at the ground under his feet in surprise. Underground? Suddenly, an arm-thick crack appeared in the hard ground beneath his feet, and then parted into the distance, and the crack gradually parted and widened. Finally, like a chicken breaking its shell, a closed-tempered elevator stretched out from the ground. The door opened, Chenon led a group of people, rushed towards Mujio, Yi, Aiwin, Ding Dang, and several others hugged Mujio, all with joyful expressions on their faces. It turned out that Mujio left the base and rushed to the north, and the corpses that attacked the base were visibly doubled. I saw those unkillable things rush over the high walls like ocean waves, towards the base. Several high-level officials of the base, mainly Chenon, Li Guan, Yi, and Qinyan, panicked. If the city is broken like this, everyone will have to finish the game. But it's hard, so it's better to hide. As long as the adepts are saved, the base is gone, and it can be rebuilt, and survival is more important than anything else. Soon the group agreed to dig a deep pit about 40 meters below the base to serve as a temporary shelter underground. Qinyan, an Earth-based supernatural, took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme in digging the pit. Chenon and Xiaohuang, who are gold-based powerhouses, took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme in laying the load-bearing frame structure underground. All the remaining population of the base obeyed the command of the spiritual powerhouse Li Guang and moved down in an orderly manner. In addition to those who had already died in the process of intercepting and resisting the dead bodies, about 50,000 people had taken refuge underground. And phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the upward exit, so that those muggle corpses have nowhere to find them, waiting for the boss to return. As long as the boss is here, then everyone's hope is still there. Sure enough, the boss lived up to everyone's expectations and came back. Just when everyone was rejoicing, a large dark cloud suddenly shrouded the base, gradually covering from north to south. Li Guang, Xin Yan, and Shen An led everyone to retreat underground in an orderly manner, quickly. A faint uneasiness surged into Mu Jiu's heart. Just after destroying the hair, most of the original treacherous aura has dissipated, but at this time, a large amount of resentment gradually gathering from all around will definitely not be a good thing. Sure enough, in the next second, a strange and rough man's voice sounded in Mu Jiu's mind. Come here, come here, come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Jiu frowned. This was using consciousness to transmit a voice to her, and others couldn't hear it at all. Mu Jiu glanced back at the people who were evacuating in an orderly manner, and flew in the direction where the sound came from. After flying north all night, Mu Jiu was carried by the sound into a valley surrounded by mountains. It's very quiet, and unlike the ruined ruins of the city, the mountains and rivers here are beautiful, as if there has never been a primeval forest or a paradise that no human has ever set foot in. But in fact, when Mu Jiu looked here through his strange pupils, no plants could grow at all on the bare stone wall. Because the mountains are full of heavy resentment and treachery, this black gas has been spreading thousands of miles into the sky, which is more terrifying than the hair of the Bun Luo amusement park. It is clearly the boundary where it is difficult for grass to grow. This level of weird energy has far exceeded Mu Jiu's spatial energy dozens of times, no, hundreds of times. Far above the 5th level weird. Mu Jiu couldn't act rashly. Dealing with a Jilua almost cost her life, let alone such a mysterious thing. Mu Jiu could only follow the instructions of the voice and continue to move forward. Suddenly, Mu Jiu found something that surprised her extremely in the depths of the valley. There was a large wordless monument standing here, exactly the same as her space. Does it feel familiar? Mu Jiu. Who the hell are you? Chapter 130, Don't worry who I am, you come in, here are the answers you want. Mu Jiu looked at the mysterious cave behind the wordless monument. It's like a black wormhole, constantly calling to attract people to the past. Die. Mu Jiu had no choice, she had to go. Not for bullshit curiosity, but to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Because of this inexplicable voice that appeared in her consciousness alone, she had no way to fight back, let alone anything else. She walked towards the entrance of the cave, and the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme kept ringing in her ears. As I walked inside, the voices in my ears began to become complicated. There were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, there were human voices, and there was more than one person. Adapting to the darkness in the cave, Mu Jiu found that this did not seem to be a natural cave, but an ancient tomb dug out by hand. This is supposed to be the main entrance opening of the tomb. From the entrance of the cave, there is a long and narrow walkway leading to the center of the mountain. Mu Jiu saw that on the stone walls on both sides of the walkway, there were a large number of colorful murals. Mu Jiu lit a strange fire on the ground of the entire passage, extending all the way to the head, and the murals on the wall instantly became clear. But the scene on this mural, Mu Jiu looks very familiar. Frightened and fleeing humans, strange shadows floating in the sky, jade pendants, cinnabar, and peach swords to ward off evil spirits. Gradually, humans with special energies began to appear, using different colors to counter those terrifying shadows. But soon, even more powerful shadows appeared, and the humans who had previously had special energy began to be defeated. They used a special method to concentrate all the color energy of all people in one person, so that he could resist the powerful shadow. After much hard fighting, the man who was full of color and hope was victorious. And all of them offered him up and paid homage to him. Because of that man's heroic battle, human life was restored to peace. But soon there were frightening rumors that made people feel uneasy. What if the man who concentrated the power of everyone wanted to destroy the world? No one could restrain him at all. Words are terrible, and people's fears have become more and more magnified with the passage of time. In the end, everyone tried all means to finally suppress the warrior who saved mankind in this valley forever. A wordless monument was erected to him to commemorate his dedication to the world. But at the same time, this tombstone is also the eye that suppresses him. A complete set of 5 elements Bagua array is buckled between the valleys, so that it will never see the light of day, and it will never be reincarnated. Seeing the end, Mujio felt a chill in her heart. What the hell did she go to? You're right, I'm the one who was sealed here forever. Human beings are ruthless and unrighteous things, and they do everything they can to please when they need it, and they turn their faces ruthlessly when they don't need them. But they can trap me for a while, but they can't trap me for a lifetime, and the strange time is long, and human beings can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a few years in total. At the same time that mysterious voice appeared, a round bloodshot eye and a bright red lip appeared behind Mujio. Mujio, do you know why you have that space with infinite power? Let me tell you that space is made by my energy. In the past 1,000 years, I have cast tens of thousands of energy spaces into this world. In order to wait for a blood that fits just right, to unlock the seal here. You, the first and only one to come here with space. Come, give me your blood, and I will be able to relive the world. I'm going to destroy those selfish humans and sacrifice the blood of their heirs, ha ha ha. As the voice spoke, the shadow behind Mujio suddenly opened its mouth wide, ready to devour Mujio completely. Mujio tried to take out the rune paper and use her ability to resist, even though she knew that the chances of winning were not big and that there was little hope. But after trying it a few times in a row, Mujio panicked, her space. It's gone. Even the red dragon mark that was originally engraved on the index finger of his right hand had disappeared cleanly. Her body was no longer able to exert any strength, and she returned to her Muggle identity. After Mujio was reborn, he felt fear for the first time. She turned and ran towards the outside of the tomb, the laughter of the voice in her ears. Ha ha ha. You can't escape, Mujio, ha ha ha. Mujio, you think you got here step by step. I tell you, from the moment you signed the blood pact with the wordless tablet, you were already the one I chosen. Wherever you go, you'll eventually come back to the seal. My voice can only be heard by the owner of the blood pact. Now obediently hand over the blood of your whole body to me, don't struggle anymore, the more you struggle, the more painful it becomes. On Mujio's side, she didn't dare to turn back at all, she rushed forward desperately, and stopping meant death. But as soon as she rushed out of the cave, she saw the wordless monument outside again. The scene this time is different from when I came in. Outside the entrance of the cave, there is nothing but the wordless monument at the moment. And there are no so-called peaks and exits. It's like running out of the cave, and it's like running into the depths of the ancient tomb. However, before he had time to think carefully, Mujio was forced to stop on the wordless monument by the treacherous face chasing after him. Stop struggling, give me all your blood, so that I can break through this broken monument and see the light of day again. Give me. Give me. Give me. Mujio's ears were almost torn apart by a loud give me. Then, just as the treacherous face opened its mouth wide again to devour her, the movement suddenly stopped. One of its unique eyes spun around quickly, as if to find out what was wrong. Suddenly stared at Mujio, and asked angrily, "You, what did you do to me? What have you, a descendant of humanity, done to me? Why can't I move?" Mujio trembled and moved away from the body that blocked the sight of the treacherous face. I saw that on the wordless tablet behind her, there was a half-totem the size of a palm and painted with blood. It's the seal totem that I just got from the doll left behind by Bunluo. She didn't have the energy of space, and she was hopeless. From the mouth of this king, it seems that her blood is extremely important to break the seal. Then she will do the opposite, add a seal on top of the array, and gamble. Sure enough, she won the bet. Before the totem was finished, the thing in front of me couldn't move. You madman, do you know what you're doing? The space has been reclaimed by me, and you have no abilities, and even if you go back, you will no longer be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme such a group of abilities. They will even try to kill you because they are afraid of your former strength. Just like I was at the beginning. Xiaomu, instead of being killed by a ruthless companion, it is better to be my companion and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever in the world. Chapter 131. Mujio didn't speak, let alone be bewitched by it. She quickly pressed her pierced finger on the wordless tablet, and finished drawing the last dot of the seal totem. Hiss! The strange face with blue fangs in front of him was instantly distorted and deformed like a high-grade satin being stripped of silk. The edges of the face gradually jagged, the shape gradually became transparent, and finally the whole thing was sucked into the wordless tablet. The seal totem that was originally drawn by Mujio on the wordless tablet with blood suddenly changed from small to large, covering the entire wordless tablet. Gradually retracted, like a bloody net binding a tombstone. Suddenly, all the strange aura and resentment that permeated the radius disappeared in place, and even the air was fresher by 18 degrees. The King of Tricks was sealed again, but the enclosed environment inside the cave remained unchanged. Mujio looked around, but he didn't find a real exit out of this ancient tomb. Without the blessing of space and rune paper, Mujio was completely trapped. She turned her head and looked at the bloodstains on the wordless tablet, and thought of a plan. Biting his finger again, with the impression of the totem in his memory, he drew a teleportation totem at his feet on the spot. When the last stroke fell, a miracle happened. I saw that the entire totem burst into red light in an instant. When this whole circle of light lit up, it seemed to push dominoes, and immediately lit up tens of thousands of bright lights around it. All of them rushed towards the circle of blood-red totems. Countless rays of light converged, collided, and flew up, flying straight towards Mujio's right hand, the finger that had been bitten and broken just now. The surrounding area was suddenly shrouded in this large wave of light. Except for the ancient tomb cave, the entire valley, and even the surrounding millions of acres of surrounding mountains, all turned into special energy, and with this wisp of golden light, it flew into Mujio's fingers. Unlike before, when there was a spatial imprint, the energy was absorbed by the space, and her body did not feel any changes, she just held the carrier of the space. But at this moment, a large amount of energy flowed into her index finger, filling her blood, tendons, internal organs, muscles, skin, and even hair. Everything, including all the energy that had previously flowed from the space, as well as all the power that the Trick King had been sealed under the mountain range, was all absorbed by Mujio's blood. As far as the eye can see, the high ridge surrounding the mountain when it originally came in has now turned into a huge basin pit. On the bare land, only the lonely wordless monument remains. Mujio raised his feet slightly, and suddenly there was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme under his feet, and he rose into the air, flying out of 100 meters high, looking down on the entire deep pit. The Trickster King was no longer afraid, for all of its energy had now been transferred to her body through the blood. She no longer has to rely on rune paper. At this moment, she can clearly sense the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, rain, thunder, lightning, sky and earth, and 33 abilities can be easily mobilized. What used to be a skill that needed to be drawn on yellow paper to achieve, now she can do it with her mind. Moreover, it is countless times wider and more accurate than the range once controlled. The interesting thing is that although the space under the ring is gone, the materials inside have been copied into her spatial ability as it is. Except for those mysterious and eerie wordless tablets, the 3 layers of space remained unchanged in her mind. The first floor is unlimited storage space, the second floor is unlimited planting and breeding space, and the third floor is infinite medicine field and the hall of eternal life. There are countless supplies inside, livestock, rice fields and orchards, and medicinal herbs, no less at all. But the disappearance of the Trickster King means the end of the terrifying apocalypse. Mujio did not delay, and through instant teleportation, she quickly rushed to the joint base that had poured her life's work in. The buildings and walls inside the base have completely collapsed, and the former glory is gone, but the people are still there. The great north of Huagua, under the control of King Yi and Ji Luo, has long been left unsurvived. At least in Mujio's general search with his consciousness, he did not find the slightest sign of a living person. This means that after this 4-year-long terrible apocalypse, there are only more than 50,000 people left in the entire country of China's more than 1 billion people. The joint base was led by Mujio and assisted by Chen Aong, Li Guang, and Qin Yan. Together, they finalized the location of Huagua New Town, and then devoted themselves to the grand project of building the new city.